The story opens on a rain-soaked battlefield, where cold water pours over shattered weapons and countless fallen bodies. Standing atop that grisly mountain of corpses is Qin Feng. Even while suffering under an accelerated aging curse that drained his life at 100 times the normal rate, he had somehow endured long enough to completely conquer the ruins of the ancient god. A woman approached through the rain with a dagger gripped tightly in her hand. Looking up at Qin Feng with a cold, almost mocking smile, she praised him for accomplishing something truly impressive. But her admiration held no warmth at all. With Qin Feng already weakened beyond recovery, she calmly announced that she would be taking the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment for herself. Covered in blood and barely clinging to life, Qin Feng struggled to lift his head. His fading eyes settled on the familiar woman before him as he painfully asked his sister, Qin Xiaoyu, why she had chosen to betray him. Qin Xiaoyu showed no trace of guilt. In an icy voice, she reminded Qin Feng that he had never been their parents' biological son. He was merely an adopted child they had taken into their home. Since the two of them shared no blood, Qin Xiaoyu had never truly regarded him as her brother. To her, the bond Qin Feng had spent years protecting had never meant anything in the first place. At that moment, a blonde-haired man named Song Fei stepped out from nearby. Glancing at the dying Qin Feng with open satisfaction, he remarked that Qin Feng had ultimately proven far more useful than expected. Song Fei casually rested one hand on Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder while holding the divine artifact in the other. With a triumphant smile, he thanked Qin Feng, saying that without all his sacrifices, neither he nor Qin Xiaoyu could ever have obtained the Eye of Judgment. To empty Qin Feng's remaining lifespan in a single strike, Song Fei had gone to enormous lengths to acquire the soul-stealing blade now buried inside his body. Leaning closer, he mockingly asked whether Qin Feng liked the farewell gift he had prepared for him. After their parents died, Qin Feng had been the one who raised Qin Xiaoyu and supported her through school. Even after the mysterious game descended upon the world, he continued risking his life for her again and again. Yet as he stared at the sister who had now joined hands with his enemy, Qin Feng finally understood that he had completely misjudged the kind of person she truly was. Qin Xiaoyu coldly revealed the resentment she had carried for years. After their parents passed away, Qin Feng had constantly interfered with her choices, ordering her around and trying to control every part of her life. Back when she and Song Fei still needed his protection, Qin Feng had at least possessed some value. But now that the divine artifact belonged to them, even that final bit of usefulness had disappeared. Song Fei suddenly surged forward, determined to finish Qin Feng before he could resist. As he closed the distance, he wore a cruel smile and promised that after Qin Feng was gone, he would personally take very good care of Qin Xiaoyu. Feeling death rapidly closing in around him, Qin Feng forced his failing body to remain conscious. Through clenched teeth, he swore that he would never allow either of them to escape the consequences of what they had done. However, Qin Feng never got the chance to finish his vow. Before the final words could leave his mouth, Song Fei delivered the killing blow and extinguished his life completely. It had all begun in the year 2025, when the godforsaken game suddenly descended upon the world. Within that brutal game, lifespan became the only currency that truly mattered. Every death stole away a portion of a player's remaining years, while slaying monsters rewarded them with additional time. Lifespan was not only the price of survival. Players could also spend the years they had accumulated to bring their powers, abilities, and physical enhancements from the game directly into the real world. As their strength grew, the most powerful players became living weapons. Some could tear armored tanks apart with their bare hands, slice airplanes from the sky with a single sword strike, or even survive the force of a nuclear explosion using nothing but their own bodies. From the instant the game appeared, the old world collapsed into chaos. Qin Feng fought desperately to survive while protecting Qin Xiaoyu, enduring one nightmare after another until he barely managed to rank among the top 100 powerhouses on the planet. After facing endless dangers and escaping death more times than he could count, he finally conquered the ruins of the ancient god and claimed the divine artifact known as the Eye of Judgment. With that artifact in his possession, Qin Feng had finally obtained the qualifications needed to challenge the highest level of power. For the first time, the summit that had always seemed unreachable was standing directly before him. Yet he never imagined that the reward waiting at the end of that long and bloody road would be betrayal. The only family he believed he still had was the very person who helped destroy him. Every sacrifice Qin Feng had made was dismissed as unwanted interference. Every battle he survived, every treasure he surrendered, and every hardship he endured had done nothing but prepare the path for someone else to seize the glory. As his consciousness faded into darkness, only one final thought remained in Qin Feng's mind. Should he ever receive another chance at life, he would no longer sacrifice himself for anyone else. This time, he would fight solely for his own future. But just when everything should have ended, something impossible occurred. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open, and instead of finding himself surrounded by corpses and rain, he discovered that he was lying inside his own familiar bedroom. He immediately pushed himself upright, breathing hard as his eyes swept across the room. The furniture, the walls, and every ordinary detail around him confirmed that this was not the game world. Somehow, he had returned to reality. Confusion flooded Qin Feng's mind because he clearly remembered Song Fei killing him. He quickly reached for his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, the date staring back at him revealed that the current year was 2025. Qin Feng hurried to the window and looked down at the peaceful, brightly lit city below. Seeing the streets untouched by destruction, he finally understood what had happened. He had been reborn 9 years into the past, on the exact day the godforsaken game first descended upon Earth. The following day, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Qin Xiaoyu stormed inside, and when she saw Qin Feng sitting calmly at home while drinking coffee, irritation immediately twisted her face. Without even greeting him, she angrily demanded to know why he had ignored all her phone calls. Still fuming, Qin Xiaoyu lashed out and kicked the nearby trash can across the floor. Watching her tantrum unfold, Qin Feng remembered this day clearly. In his previous life, he and Qin Xiaoyu had gotten into an enormous argument shortly before the Forsaken game descended, and the cause of that fight had been Song Fei. Posters of Song Fei covered the wall, making Qin Xiaoyu's obsession impossible to miss. Before the game arrived, Song Fei had been a moderately famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was one of his most fanatical supporters. Although he appeared charming and glamorous in public, the man was actually a shameless scoundrel who manipulated female fans, stole their money, and exploited their bodies. Qin Feng had repeatedly forbidden Qin Xiaoyu from getting involved with him because he wanted to keep her from being deceived. In the end, however, all his attempts to protect her were twisted into accusations that he was trying to control her entire life. Qin Xiaoyu pointed an accusing finger directly at Qin Feng's face and demanded to know whether he had gone deaf. She blamed him for Song Fei losing first place in that month's rankings, then threatened to throw an even bigger fit unless Qin Feng immediately gave her money so she could help her idol climb back to the top. Qin Feng's expression turned completely cold. Before Qin Xiaoyu could continue shouting, his arm moved without warning, and a powerful slap struck her across the face. The impact knocked her off balance and sent her crashing onto the floor. Qin Xiaoyu sat there in stunned silence, one cheek rapidly swelling beneath the clear mark of his hand. Blood trickled from her nose while tears gathered in her widened eyes. She could not believe that Qin Feng, who had always tolerated her behavior, had actually hit her. Qin Feng stared down at her with a gaze so sharp that it seemed to pierce straight through her. In a calm but threatening voice, he told her that he had neither the desire nor the time to waste arguing with her. If she continued barking at him, he warned, the next thing he would break would be her mouth. He then pulled out a credit card and tossed it over Qin Xiaoyu's head, letting it land behind her. Qin Feng explained that the account contained the money their parents had left behind. No matter how difficult their lives had become over the years, he had never taken even a single cent from it for himself. For the sake of the parents who had raised him, Qin Feng decided he would not drag the argument any further or lower himself by continuing to quarrel with Qin Xiaoyu. Even so, there was one final boundary he intended to establish. Looking at her without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng declared that from this day forward, he no longer had a sister like her. The declaration struck Qin Xiaoyu harder than the slap. Tears spilled down her face, but instead of reflecting on her behavior, she became even angrier and began crying out in frustration. In his previous life, Qin Feng had sacrificed far too much to keep Qin Xiaoyu safe. He had abandoned countless opportunities, passed up rare secret treasures, and refused to explore dangerous dungeons because the risks might have prevented him from returning to protect her. Now that his decision had been made, Qin Feng took out several sleeping pills. He placed them into his mouth, lifted a glass of water, and calmly swallowed them all before setting the glass aside. As he waited for the medicine to take effect, Qin Feng could not help wondering just how far he might reach without Qin Xiaoyu weighing him down. This time, he intended to use every piece of knowledge and experience from his previous life to move ahead of the entire world from the very beginning. From this moment onward, Qin Xiaoyu would have to survive entirely on her own. As for Song Fei, Qin Feng had already decided how their story would end. When the time came, he would personally take that man's head. The sleeping pills gradually pulled Qin Feng into unconsciousness. When his awareness returned, he was no longer inside his bedroom. He had appeared once again within the vast and mysterious choice hall. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him as he looked around the hall. During his first life, he had been so nervous upon arriving here that he spent several hours struggling over which profession to choose before finally leaving. This time, however, he knew exactly what awaited him, and he could not afford to waste even a moment. In his previous life, Qin Feng had selected the warrior class because he believed it was the best option for protecting Qin Xiaoyu. Warriors were certainly powerful, but that path no longer suited the future he intended to create. Without Qin Xiaoyu holding him back, he could focus entirely on clearing challenges alone and progressing at a much faster pace. For a solo player, mobility and reaction speed were the qualities that mattered most. Having already considered the advantages, Qin Feng did not hesitate for even a second before selecting the assassin class. However, the moment his decision was made, something completely outside his expectations occurred. A system notification suddenly echoed through the choice hall, announcing that the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, had been successfully bound to him. Before Qin Feng could fully process the message, the Eye of Judgment immediately awakened. An invisible force stirred around him as the divine artifact entered its activated state. The artifact possessed an extraordinary passive authority. Whenever Qin Feng entered the Forsaken game, it would automatically grant him the highest rank profession and the highest rank talent available. Qin Feng stood frozen in disbelief as he realized that the Eye of Judgment had followed him through his rebirth and remained connected to his soul. Only then did he understand the artifact's true nature. Once it recognized an owner, stealing it meant nothing, because no one else could use its power. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps the Eye of Judgment itself was the reason he had been reborn. Just then, dark shadows began gathering around Qin Feng's body. The black energy curled through the air like living smoke before sinking directly into his flesh. As more shadow poured into him, Qin Feng's entire body began undergoing a startling transformation. His hair rapidly turned pure white, while his physical form gradually dissolved into darkness, until he seemed to become a shadow himself. Qin Feng's appearance had been completely transformed by the power flowing through him. Shadow was the highest-tier hidden profession available to assassins, standing far beyond any ordinary class. It was nothing like the warrior profession he had chosen in his previous life, and merely awakening this hidden path had already filled his body with an astonishing amount of power. As Qin Feng examined his new profession, his eyes widened with sudden realization. Every standard profession carried an incredibly tiny possibility of evolving into a superior hidden class, but that probability was so low that most players would never encounter one in their entire lives. The authority of judgment, however, had turned that almost impossible chance into an absolute certainty. A system notification immediately appeared before him, revealing the true nature of the authority of judgment. It was the purest and most ancient primordial authority in the entire universe, a force whose power stood above both rules and order. Because Qin Feng had not yet obtained divinity, he could not consciously activate it for now, but its passive effects were already functioning without restriction. The information left Qin Feng staring in complete disbelief. In his previous life, humanity only learned about the power of order during the 7th year after the God-forsaken game descended. That discovery came after an overwhelmingly powerful player finally escaped God's abandoned realm and entered the realm of order. Even then, despite all the years that followed, not a single person had ever truly succeeded in obtaining the power of order for themselves. Qin Feng had never imagined that he would possess something even greater. His new journey had only just begun, yet he had already obtained a primordial authority capable of surpassing both order and the rules governing existence. Once he escaped God's abandoned realm, entered the realm of order, and acquired divinity, he would finally be able to activate that authority himself. In that instant, Qin Feng gained another major goal for this second life. With the profession selection process finally complete, another system prompt appeared in front of Qin Feng. Before he could officially enter the game, he was required to choose and register the alias he would use inside this world. Qin Feng paused briefly, considering what name would suit his new beginning. His profession had been born from darkness itself, and his body had already taken on the form of a living shadow. After only a moment of hesitation, he entered the alias Shadow. The instant the name was confirmed, a powerful teleportation force wrapped around Qin Feng. His surroundings blurred and vanished, and in the next moment, he was transported directly into God's abandoned realm. A ruined and desolate world unfolded before him, its broken land crawling with countless vicious monsters. Every creature wandering beyond the town walls was ready to rip players apart and devour the lifespan they carried. Players could leave the settlement, hunt those monsters, and earn lifespan that could be traded with others. However, dying inside the game came with a horrifying price. Half of both their tradable and non-tradable lifespan would be taken away. For now, Qin Feng had appeared inside Shell Town, one of the game's protected safe zones. No monsters were able to enter Shell Town, and players within its boundaries were forbidden from attacking one another. Lifespan was also consumed at only the normal 1x rate here, making the town one of the few places where newcomers could temporarily lower their guard. All around Qin Feng stood people who had been dragged into the game without warning. Some had merely lain down for a nap after finishing a meal, while others had fallen asleep from exhaustion after a long day of work. None of them expected to open their eyes and find themselves trapped inside this strange and terrifying world. Before long, nearly everyone nearby had turned to stare at Qin Feng. No one could identify his profession, and his unusual clothing looked completely different from the equipment they had received. Only after noticing the weapon at his side did several players guess that he might be an assassin. Qin Feng knew that powerful figures from country after country would soon emerge here, and their rise would completely reshape the order of the real world. If Qin Feng wanted to seize opportunities before those future powerhouses appeared, he could not afford to remain in town wasting time. Progress would never pause and wait for anyone, so every second he delayed could place him another step behind. At that moment, 3 men and an archer suddenly materialized inside the town through flashes of teleportation light. Players who died while hunting monsters outside would be forcibly returned to the safe zone, and judging from their frightened faces and furious shouting, this group had just suffered exactly that fate. They were both enraged and terrified by how powerful the wild monsters had been. One of them shouted that the monster had taken away their lives with a single bite. The enemy they had faced was only a supposedly weak level 1 crawler, yet even after attacking it together, they had managed to remove nearly 1/3 of its health. Now that all of them had died, each person's remaining lifespan had been brutally reduced by half. The shaken players turned toward their archer, Zhang Lizzie, and anxiously asked what they were supposed to do next. Qin Feng quietly studied her equipment from a short distance away. Ordinary archers began the game carrying simple short bows, so the unusual weapon in her hands immediately told him that Zhang Lizzie had also awakened a hidden profession. Zhang Lizzie was studying Qin Feng just as carefully. After comparing his weapon, clothing, and strange presence with the ordinary players around them, she quickly realized that he, too, must possess some kind of hidden class. A friendly smile appeared on Zhang Lizzie's face as she approached and invited Qin Feng to join their team. She admitted that the monsters outside were far too powerful for them to handle alone. Her party had already been completely wiped out once, but that failure had at least given them some valuable experience. Qin Feng showed no interest in the offer, politely refused her, and continued walking toward the town exit. Zhang Lizzie's companions immediately began mocking him as soon as he turned away. In their eyes, Qin Feng was merely pretending to be some kind of expert. All 5 of them together had failed to defeat a single monster, so there was no possibility that one person could succeed alone. They were convinced that Qin Feng was marching straight toward his own death. Zhang Lizzie opened the system interface and checked the information available about the mysterious player. Although most of his details remained hidden, she was able to see the alias he had registered, Shadow. As Qin Feng continued toward the gates of Shell Town, Zhang Lizzie watched his retreating figure with growing curiosity. After a brief discussion, she decided that they should secretly follow him and observe what kind of abilities his unusual hidden profession possessed. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Lizzie's lips as she considered the possibilities. Even if Qin Feng failed, watching him might reveal new information about the monsters outside. At the very least, they would learn what happened when a lone player tried to face those creatures, and perhaps witness exactly how Shadow met his end. Beyond the safety of the town walls, the land abandoned by the gods stretched out beneath a gloomy sky. The ruined wilderness felt deeply unsettling, and danger seemed to be hiding behind every twisted tree, broken stone, and patch of darkness. Zhang Lizzie and her companions quietly followed Qin Feng from a distance, carefully trying not to attract his attention. She still had no idea why she had been dragged into this world, but her many years of experience playing online games had helped her react quickly. Soon after arriving, she had already gathered nearby players and formed a functional team. Unfortunately, their confidence had vanished the moment they stepped outside Shell Town. The very first monster they encountered had wiped out the entire group without giving them any real chance to fight back. After experiencing that crushing defeat firsthand, Zhang Lizzie was certain that such a creature could not possibly be defeated by an ordinary level 1 player. Her companions were still grumbling angrily as they followed. The assassin in their group had started with a regular dagger, while Qin Feng carried a short blade that looked completely different. What bothered him even more was Qin Feng's movement speed, which was clearly faster than his own despite agility, supposedly being an assassin's greatest advantage. Even Qin Feng's clothing bore no resemblance to the basic outfit issued to the group's assassin, making the difference between them impossible to ignore. Everything about Qin Feng suggested that he was no ordinary newcomer. Because of that, Zhang Lizzie became even more determined to keep following him. A player this unusual might reveal crucial information capable of helping her group survive and grow stronger. Without warning, Qin Feng slowed down and turned his gaze in their direction. The moment Zhang Lizzie sensed his eyes sweeping toward their hiding place, she quickly ducked back behind cover. Her heartbeat quickened as she wondered whether Shadow had already noticed them. Qin Feng did not call them out. Instead, he calmly activated Shadow Sneak. His figure melted into the darkness beneath his feet, disappearing from the road without leaving behind even the slightest trace, as though his entire body had become part of the surrounding shadows. Zhang Lizzie and the others stared blankly at the empty space where Qin Feng had been standing. He had vanished directly before their eyes. The assassin in the group quickly recognized what had happened and explained that Shadow had used a stealth ability, an early assassin skill capable of granting temporary invisibility. With Qin Feng completely invisible, Zhang Lizzie abandoned the idea of following him any farther. She decided that their safest option was to return to Shell Town and search for another method of improving themselves. Venturing outside again was simply too dangerous. They had already died once and lost half of their lifespan. So they planned to speak with the town's NPCs and search for hidden rewards, secret missions, or treasure chests instead. Shadow Sneak allowed its user to enter stealth for a limited period. Launching an attack would immediately reveal the user, but the first strike delivered after breaking stealth would gain significantly increased damage. Qin Feng's class also possessed Stealth Mastery, which doubled the duration of his concealment and raised the skill's stealth level by 1. The shadow profession truly lived up to its status. At this stage, an ordinary assassin's invisibility could still be detected fairly easily, but the shadow class's enhanced concealment made Qin Feng impossible for both players and low-level monsters to sense during the early game. While moving unseen through the wilderness, Qin Feng could not help thinking that Zhang Lizzie and her companions were far too naive. Searching around the beginner town might feel safe, but there was almost nothing inside Shell Town capable of truly increasing a player's combat strength. The town was nothing more than a temporary refuge where frightened players could hide from danger. In the Forsaken game, anyone who remained weak would eventually become prey for the monsters outside. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's stealth effect faded and his body became visible again. The skill's current duration was still fairly short, but fortunately, its cooldown had begun the instant he activated it. After waiting only a few more seconds, he would be able to vanish once again. Qin Feng opened his status window and carefully examined the values displayed before him. His registered alias was Shadow, and his profession carried the exact same name. He possessed 75 years of non-tradable lifespan and no tradable lifespan at all. His strength and constitution were both 13 points, his spirit had reached 15 points, and his highest attribute was agility at 18. Every player entered the game with 10 points in each basic attribute, while their chosen profession granted additional bonuses. In Qin Feng's previous life, the warrior class had increased only his strength and constitution by 3 points each. The shadow class was on an entirely different level. It had improved every one of his attributes, with agility alone receiving an enormous increase of 8 points. He also had 5 unassigned attribute points waiting to be distributed. Most new players would immediately invest those points into strength or spirit, hoping to raise their physical or magical attack power. However, Qin Feng knew from years of experience that doing so at the beginning of the game was a serious mistake. Without wasting even a moment, Qin Feng placed all 5 free points directly into agility. The number on his status window instantly rose from 18 to 23, giving his speed an even greater advantage over ordinary players. Agility was the most valuable attribute during the early stages. Regardless of how beginners distributed their points, the monsters outside possessed enough power to deal overwhelming damage with nearly every attack. The safest way to defeat them was not to endure their blows, but to avoid being hit altogether, and that required enough agility to greatly increase movement and reaction speed. Just as Qin Feng finished reviewing his strengthened attributes, something unusual in the nearby forest caught his attention. His eyes narrowed, and his focus immediately shifted toward the trees ahead. Partially concealed behind the trunk of a large tree was a monster. Its hunched figure remained low to the ground, and it seemed to be lingering there while absorbing something from the surrounding area. Qin Feng quickly identified it as a normal grade, level 1 crawler. However, there was something abnormal about the creature's condition. The energy gathering around its body made it clear that the monster was currently in the process of evolving. Qin Feng immediately became cautious. As he watched the crawler continuously absorb traces of lifespan, the situation became obvious. This was almost certainly the same monster that had slaughtered Zhang Lizzie's group and taken the lifespan they lost upon death. The crawler suddenly sensed Qin Feng's presence and twisted its body toward him. Although the creature was still dangerous, visible wounds covered part of its body, and its health had not fully recovered after losing a portion of its HP during the earlier battle. With a savage growl, the crawler lunged straight at Qin Feng. He reacted instantly, springing away with a sharp jump and avoiding its attack. Monsters that killed players were able to claim part of their stolen lifespan, and once they absorbed enough of it, they could break through their limits and evolve into more powerful forms. As the crawler prepared to charge again, Qin Feng drew the short blade from his side and activated Shadow Sneak. Just before the monster could close the distance, his body faded from view, dissolving into the air and leaving the crawler staring at an empty space. The confused crawler whipped its head from side to side, desperately searching for its vanished target. Before it could locate him, Qin Feng suddenly emerged from above. Activating Stealth Break Strike, he dropped directly onto the monster's back and drove his short blade deep into its head with tremendous force. A damage value of 174 flashed into view, instantly killing the crawler and rewarding Qin Feng with 10 experience points. Even Qin Feng had not expected the crawler to die from a single strike. A moment later, he remembered that attacking the vulnerable area around a crawler's nape could trigger a critical hit. Then another system window appeared, explaining that the backstab skill doubled damage whenever an attack landed from outside an enemy's field of vision. Everything suddenly made sense. Backstab had combined with his stealth bonus, critical strike, and other abilities, stacking several effects together and producing a terrifying damage multiplier. Qin Feng remained standing over the crawler's motionless corpse, his short blade still in hand. For several quiet seconds, he simply stared down at the monster, comparing the effortless victory with the bitter struggles he remembered from his previous life. Back when Qin Feng fought as a warrior, even landing a critical hit on a crawler had dealt barely 40 points of damage. Killing just one of these creatures had felt like an endless battle, forcing him to trade blow after blow while constantly standing on the edge of death. Now, as a shadow, he had erased the same monster with a single perfectly placed strike. The moment the crawler collapsed, its body released a glowing orb that hovered above the corpse. The light pulsing inside it was condensed lifespan, the most valuable resource in the entire Forsaken game. Qin Feng reached toward the floating light and slowly clenched his fist. The orb immediately broke apart, turning into streams of energy that flowed straight into his body. After absorbing it, Qin Feng gained 3 days of tradable lifespan, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 players had died to this crawler, and each of them had lost at least 20 to 30 years, meaning the monster had devoured well over a century in total. However, because the crawler had already absorbed and refined that lifespan, Qin Feng recovered only 54 years from it. For the time being, that enormous amount of non-tradable lifespan offered him no immediate benefit. Just then, the Eye of Judgment reacted once more. Its primordial authority activated automatically and granted Qin Feng an entirely new talent known as Infinite Evolution. The talent allowed him to obtain evolution points whenever he defeated monsters entirely on his own. Those points could then be used to improve and evolve the skills he already possessed. Infinite Evolution would automatically generate 5 evolution points every 24 hours. On top of that, defeating a boss-class monster alone would guarantee additional points. At that moment, Qin Feng already had 5 evolution points available. Qin Feng stared at the new talent in amazement. Infinite Evolution meant that his skills were no longer trapped at the rank they started with. In his previous life, he had never heard of any power capable of doing this. No matter what equipment or skill book a monster dropped, its quality was permanently fixed, with absolutely no method of raising it. This ability truly stood beyond the world's rules and order. Curious to test its limits, Qin Feng immediately selected Shadow Sneak and Backstab for improvement. He spent 4 evolution points, and both skills advanced successfully. Shadow Sneak rose from normal quality to bronze, increasing its base duration from 12 seconds to 16. The bonus damage dealt when breaking stealth climbed from 60 to 90, while the cooldown was shortened by 2 full seconds. Backstab also advanced from inferior quality to normal, raising its damage by another 5%. Shadow Sneak could now keep Qin Feng concealed for 16 seconds, and Stealth Mastery doubled that duration to 32. With the skill lasting that long, and its cooldown already counting down during activation, he could now maintain invisibility almost permanently. Had these improvements been available during his previous attack, even a crawler at full health would likely have died from a single strike. At that moment, a muscular young man approached with a woman walking beside him. After seeing Qin Feng defeat the crawler alone, the man laughed and declared that the game looked ridiculously easy. If someone as thin and unimpressive as Qin Feng could kill a monster by himself, then he believed there was nothing to fear. The woman admired his powerful build and confidently said that with a physique like his, he could probably take on 10 opponents at once. Pleased by her praise, the young man smiled broadly and promised that he would protect her. Qin Feng's attention shifted past the overconfident pair toward the branches above them, where another monster was hiding among the leaves. Completely unaware of the danger overhead, the muscular man gave Qin Feng a confident grin and invited him to join their team. A sharp sense of danger washed over Qin Feng before the man could say anything else. Without offering an explanation, he immediately activated Shadow Sneak and vanished into the surrounding darkness. Watching Qin Feng disappear so suddenly, the muscular man misunderstood the situation entirely. Puffing out his chest with satisfaction, he assumed that Qin Feng had been frightened away by the sight of his impressive muscles. Before he could enjoy that pride for long, a massive spider lowered itself from the tree behind them. Its enormous body dropped toward the ground, and the sight of it instantly sent both newcomers into a terrified panic. The creature was a level 1, bronze-grade monster known as the Nurturer. The instant its legs touched the earth, it launched a vicious attack and ended both of their lives before they had any chance to escape. Qin Feng recognized the monster immediately. The Nurturer was a beginner area boss with 1,600 HP, far beyond anything an ordinary rookie could handle. To make matters worse, the enormous spider commanded a swarm of smaller spiders that obeyed its every movement. After killing the two players, the Nurturer lowered its body and began feeding on the lifespan they had left behind. Seeing the boss momentarily occupied, Qin Feng decided this was the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of his newly upgraded abilities. Emerging from concealment with Stealth Break Strike active, Qin Feng rushed straight toward the distracted boss. His short blade flashed through the air before plunging deeply into one of the spider's enormous eyes. The Nurturer immediately swung back in a furious counterattack. Qin Feng reacted just in time, twisting away from the incoming strike before rapidly retreating. The moment he created enough distance, he activated Shadow Sneak again and disappeared from the monster's sight. The strike to the spider's eye dealt an astonishing 338 points of damage. Even so, Qin Feng suffered 9 points of damage during the exchange, despite avoiding the full force of the counterattack. Qin Feng had escaped by the narrowest possible margin, relying entirely on his superior agility. His maximum health was only 130 points, and if the Nurturer's attack had landed cleanly, he would have been killed on the spot. Still, seeing that his own strike had dealt more than 300 damage to a boss left him deeply impressed by the Shadow class's offensive power. The wounded Nurturer erupted into a frenzy. Its massive legs swept through the surrounding forest with terrifying force, slicing nearby trees apart and sending broken trunks crashing to the ground. Qin Feng remained hidden as he watched the destruction unfold. He knew perfectly well that monsters in this world possessed intelligence. The spider would not simply remain motionless and allow him to attack it again and again. Unable to locate Qin Feng, the Nurturer began striking wildly in every direction, hoping to force the invisible attacker into revealing himself. Its smaller spiders also spread out and became alert, sealing off possible approaches. With the entire swarm searching for him, Qin Feng knew that charging in recklessly would be suicide. While the Nurturer's attention remained scattered, Qin Feng spotted an opening. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it from outside the monster's field of vision. The rock slammed directly into the spider's abdomen and somehow dealt 299 points of damage. Qin Feng immediately reached down and grabbed another stone. His earlier suspicion had been correct. Most of his damage was coming not from the weapon itself, but from the stacked bonuses of Stealth Break Strike and the Shadow class's enhanced abilities. That meant even an ordinary rock could become a deadly projectile as long as he attacked under the correct conditions. The strategy became obvious. Qin Feng only needed to remain concealed until Shadow Sneak finished cooling down, then launch another stone from the darkness before disappearing again. Each thrown rock could trigger the combined bonuses of Ambush Strike, Backstab, and Weak Point Attack. As soon as Shadow Sneak became available, Qin Feng left concealment long enough to throw another stone. It struck the Nurturer for 279 damage, and before the spider could locate him, Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak once more. His plan was simple but brutally effective. He would stay invisible while waiting for Shadow Sneak's cooldown, emerge only long enough to attack, and then immediately return to the shadows. At the same time, the leaderboard inside Shell Town suddenly updated. A public announcement revealed that the player Shadow had defeated the bronze-grade boss known as the Nurturer. He had also become the first player to reach level 2, instantly taking the #1 position on the ranking list. The other newcomers stared at the announcement in disbelief. Most of them had already been killed by ordinary monsters, so they could not understand how someone had managed to defeat an actual boss so quickly. Zhang Lizzie and her companions were completely speechless when they saw Shadow's name at the top. Qin Feng had not only killed a boss by himself, but had also reached level 2 before everyone else. Their entire team could not even defeat a normal monster together, so they began wondering whether the ranking announcement had to be some kind of system error. The muscular man and the woman who had been slain by the giant spider soon reappeared inside Shell Town. When they saw the announcement stating that someone had killed the creature that destroyed them instantly, their faces filled with shock. Only then did they realize that Shadow was the thin young man they had encountered moments earlier in the forest. Back in the wilderness, a system notification confirmed Qin Feng's victory over the Nurturer. He received 300 experience points and 2 evolution points for defeating the boss alone. At the same time, Shell Town's level leaderboard was officially unlocked. Qin Feng also received 1 reputation point before turning toward the Nurturer's corpse and absorbing its remaining lifespan. The instant the giant spider died, all of the smaller spiders scattered into the forest. Watching them escape, Qin Feng felt a trace of regret. He should have eliminated the weaker spiders first and collected their experience before finishing the boss. Even so, the rewards were impressive. He gained 46 days of tradable lifespan, a bronze-quality skill book called Greedy Hand, and a corrosive dagger that provided 35 attack power and 4 additional agility points. Qin Feng immediately learned Greedy Hand. The skill could be used on defeated monsters and carried a 20% chance of producing an additional loot reward from their corpses. He was genuinely surprised that a mere bronze-grade boss had dropped such an extraordinary assassin skill. Greedy Hand could dramatically increase the amount of loot gained throughout the game. During the later stages, even a 20% chance of receiving extra rewards from a powerful boss would be incredibly valuable. Qin Feng remembered a player from the Godslayer Guild in his previous life, whose combat ability had been completely average. Yet because that man possessed Greedy Hand, he became one of the most sought-after players in the world and was constantly escorted by a personal bodyguard. A spark of excitement appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Greedy Hand might currently activate only 20% of the time, but Infinite Evolution changed everything. By continuously improving the skill, he could raise not only its activation rate, but potentially the amount of additional loot it produced as well. The following morning, students filled the streets as they made their usual way towards school, completely unaware of how drastically the world had already begun to change. Walking beside Qin Xiaoyu, one of her friends asked whether she planned to call Qin Feng and apologize. She reminded Qin Xiaoyu that they had skipped an important exam the previous day, so they could secretly go support Song Fei, and she was certain Qin Feng had every reason to be furious. Qin Xiaoyu stubbornly refused, insisting that she had done nothing wrong. Because of Qin Feng, they had almost missed the entrance time for Song Fei's event, so in her mind, he was the one who owed her an apology. Her friend continued trying to reason with her, pointing out that Qin Feng had always treated her extremely well. She then noticed the swelling on Qin Xiaoyu's face and asked what had happened. Qin Xiaoyu refused to change her mind, complaining that Qin Feng did nothing but interfere with her personal affairs. As for the injury, she quickly invented an excuse and claimed that she had simply tripped and hurt herself. When the two girls entered the school building, they noticed a large crowd of students gathered outside one of the classrooms. Everyone was whispering nervously and trying to see what was happening inside. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Qin Xiaoyu's friend pushed through the crowd and stepped into the classroom. There, she saw Shang Wai lying before everyone as his body gradually became semi-transparent. One of Shang Wai's friends tried to explain what had happened, though his voice was filled with uncertainty. Shang Wai had said only moments earlier that he wanted to take a quick nap, but when the others turned around again, his body had already changed into this ghost-like state. The same phenomenon was not limited to their school. Reports were already spreading across the internet from countries all over the world. According to several experts, anyone who fell asleep would enter a semi-transparent condition resembling a ghost, but no one yet understood why it was happening. Qin Xiaoyu's friend immediately became alarmed. She pulled out her phone and decided to call her parents, warning them not to fall asleep. She also urged Qin Xiaoyu to contact Qin Feng and alert him, just in case he was in danger. Qin Xiaoyu coldly rejected the suggestion, declaring that she would rather see him dead than be the one to call him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng used Infinite Evolution on Greedy Hand, raising the skill directly from bronze quality to gold. Its chance of producing an additional loot reward surged from 20% to 70%. With the upgraded Greedy Hand now fully learned and active, Qin Feng's next use of the skill brought him 2 evolution points. Qin Feng clenched his fist and activated Greedy Hand on the defeated boss. Energy flowed out from the corpse, rewarding him with 2 evolution points and an additional 46 days of tradable lifespan. The result left Qin Feng more than satisfied. He now possessed 2 evolution points, while advancing Greedy Hand to its 3rd level required only 3. Once he gathered 1 more point, the skill's chance of producing extra loot could soon reach a guaranteed 100%. Qin Feng knew that the world's governments had likely begun recognizing the truth behind the strange phenomenon. More and more people would soon enter the Forsaken game, so he needed to accelerate his progress before the competition became overwhelming. Without delay, he equipped the bronze-quality corrosive dagger, gaining 35 points of attack power and another 4 points of agility. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak and moved through the wilderness without attracting the attention of nearby monsters. He knew it would not take long before humanity discovered that the skills and equipment obtained inside the game could be brought into the real world. The moment that knowledge spread, global society would descend into chaos. Extracting those powers required 2 conditions. A player had to reach level 10 and possess enough tradable lifespan to pay the cost. Hunting ordinary monsters would take far too long, so Qin Feng set his sights on finding stronger bosses instead. As Qin Feng moved deeper through the wilderness, the distant sounds of clashing weapons and frantic shouting reached his ears. Following the noise to the edge of a nearby cliff, he looked down and saw several players locked in battle with a level 2, bronze-grade sprint predator. Qin Feng had entered this area specifically to search for stronger bosses, and now a sprint predator had appeared directly in front of him. The timing could not have been better, so he remained above the battlefield and quietly observed the fight. The sprint predator suddenly lunged forward, but a player carrying a heavy shield and mace stepped into its path and blocked the strike without much difficulty. The moment Qin Feng recognized him as Wang Ming, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not expected to meet this man so early, which meant the rumors from his previous life were true. When Wang Ming first entered the Forsaken game, he had somehow assembled an entire team of hidden class players, with all 6 members possessing rare professions. Wang Ming planted his feet firmly against the ground and activated Holy Barrier. Golden light burst outward from his shield, forming a glowing wall that forcefully repelled the charging monster and pushed it backward. His hidden profession was the Holy Shield Warrior, a defensive class with twice the basic attributes of an ordinary warrior. As though that advantage were not already powerful enough, Wang Ming had also awakened an innate skill capable of granting temporary invincibility. While the sprint predator was briefly thrown off balance, the female mage standing behind Wang Ming raised her staff. A blazing fireball formed before her and shot across the battlefield, exploding directly against the monster's arm. The mage possessed a hidden profession known as Prophet. This class allowed her spells to inflict twice the magical damage of a normal mage, and it also granted her the built-in skill Prophetic Fireball from the moment she entered the game. The team's archer was equally unusual, having awakened the hidden class known as Sharp-Eyed Shooter. It doubled the basic attributes of an ordinary archer and came with the rapid shot skill. Their priest had become an oracle priest, giving him twice the healing strength of a normal priest along with the ability to restore the health of several allies at once. The archer and mage launched their attacks together, sending arrows and flames toward the sprint predator from 2 directions. However, the creature slipped between the projectiles with frightening ease before charging straight at Wang Ming and forcing him to retreat several steps. Seeing their ranged attacks repeatedly miss, the archer's confidence quickly disappeared. Her hands tightened around her bow as she stared at the creature's movements, realizing that this boss was far faster than any of them had expected. The priest immediately cast a healing skill on Wang Ming, restoring the damage he had taken. Believing their formation could still hold, Wang Ming decided they would continue attacking while the healers constantly repaired their injuries, gradually wearing down the boss's health. From his position above the battlefield, Qin Feng immediately understood Wang Ming's strategy. The man planned to grind away at the monster's health little by little, which was certainly optimistic. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the greatest danger of fighting for too long in the wilderness. This was untamed territory filled with roaming creatures, and the noise of a prolonged battle would inevitably attract more enemies. Just as Qin Feng expected, movement appeared behind Wang Ming's formation, and 2 additional monsters emerged from the surrounding forest. Qin Feng recognized them at once as corruptors. These ordinary level 2 monsters were covered from head to toe in thick, dark brown mud, and unlike most creatures in the area, they specialized in launching attacks from a distance. The swordsman in Wang Ming's team reacted immediately. Drawing his weapon, he rushed toward the 2 newcomers and slashed fiercely at the corruptor standing closest to him. Judging by the swordsman's unusual equipment and movements, he clearly possessed a hidden profession as well. However, even with Qin Feng's memories from his previous life, it was a class he had never personally encountered before. The sword strike landed cleanly but caused only 33 points of damage. The swordsman's expression changed the moment he saw the number, and he quickly realized that the corruptor's defensive power was much higher than expected. Before he could pull back, the corruptor's swollen body convulsed. It opened its mouth and violently spat a thick stream of filthy mud directly onto the swordsman. The attack activated ground bind. The heavy mud wrapped around his legs and hardened against the earth, sharply reducing his movement speed and leaving him struggling to reposition himself. At the same time, the second corruptor turned its attention toward the mage. It charged after her relentlessly, forcing the frightened woman to flee across the battlefield with tears gathering in her eyes. Just as the corruptor was about to reach her, Qin Feng sprang down from above. His figure flashed past like lightning, and before anyone could clearly follow his movement, his blade swept through the creature's neck. The strike dealt 441 points of damage and severed its head in one clean motion, saving the mage and leaving the entire team frozen in shock. The attack had been so overwhelming that the level 2 corruptor died instantly. The mage stumbled to a stop and stared at the falling corpse, completely unable to understand who had intervened or whether some unseen player had chosen to help them. Using his sword for support, the trapped swordsman forced himself upright and stared at the decapitated monster in disbelief. Someone had just eliminated a level 2 corruptor with a single attack, while his entire team normally needed to fight together for around 10 seconds just to defeat a level 1 corruptor. The remaining corruptor tried to launch another attack, but Qin Feng moved again before it could react. Another flash crossed the battlefield, followed by a second clean decapitation. The swordsman began trembling as he looked around in fear and urgently asked Li Zai whether she had seen who was responsible. Still shaken by what had happened, Li Zai quickly replied that she had not seen anyone at all. Wang Ming forced himself back to his feet and warned the others not to lose focus. Deep inside, however, he could only hope that the mysterious attacker was on their side. With both corruptors dead, only the sprint predator remained on the battlefield. Qin Feng had already returned to the branch of a nearby tree, silently watching from above. For killing the two level 2 monsters, he received 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, 8 days of tradable lifespan, and a common quality skill book called Venom Dart. Qin Feng immediately recognized the value of the skill. Venom Dart offered reliable poison damage from medium range, perfectly covering one of the few weaknesses in his current fighting style. Without wasting a second, he used evolution points to improve it. After evolving, Venom Dart rose to level 2 and advanced from common quality all the way to silver. The improved skill allowed Qin Feng to throw a deadly poison dart from as far as 14 meters away. A direct hit dealt 120% attack damage, applied the Venom status, and carried a cooldown of only 5 seconds. Once Venom entered the target's body, it continued dealing damage equal to 50% of the initial attack every second. The poison remained active for 5 seconds, though multiple applications could not be stacked on the same enemy. Down below, the sprint predator charged once again. Wang Ming managed to raise his shield and block the initial impact. But during the struggle, one of the creature's sharp limbs slipped past his defense and stabbed deeply into his stomach. The pain caused Wang Ming's grip to fail, sending both his shield and mace crashing to the ground. The sprint predator immediately exploited the opening and drove another bladed limb into his body, making him cry out in agony. The archer began shaking uncontrollably as she watched their strongest defender being impaled. Their priest panicked as well, because Wang Ming was taking damage faster than his healing skills could possibly restore it. Realizing that his team was on the verge of being wiped out, Wang Ming forced out a desperate command. Ignoring his own condition, he told the others to abandon the battle and run while they still had the chance. Before anyone could move, a dart cut silently through the air. It buried itself deep in the sprint predator's head, and a massive damage value of 845 appeared above the creature. The mage and archer stared in complete disbelief. A single attack from an unseen source had instantly erased nearly half of the boss's remaining health. For a moment, both the sprint predator and Wang Ming twisted in pain. Wang Ming remained trapped beneath the monster's limbs, while the creature staggered as the poison spread through its body. Dark venom began seeping from the wound around the dart. The toxin pulsed through the sprint predator again and again, dealing repeated bursts of 324 damage until its legs finally gave way and its enormous body collapsed onto the ground. Because Qin Feng had inflicted more than 90% of the total damage, the system recognized the sprint predator's loot as his. The kill rewarded him with 600 experience points, raising him to level 3, along with 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng had not expected Venom Dart's damage over time to activate his class's passive bonuses, but the discovery completely changed his combat potential. While concealed by Shadow Sneak, he could remain invisible and continue throwing poison darts from a distance. At this point, almost nothing in the early or middle stages of the game could stop him. Several glowing rewards began materializing around the sprint predator's corpse. Wang Ming could only stare at the dead boss, still stunned by the overwhelming damage it had suffered. A few seconds later, the loot vanished from his sight as ownership was automatically assigned to Qin Feng. After receiving treatment from the priest, Wang Ming slowly climbed back to his feet. He looked toward Qin Feng's position and sincerely thanked him for intervening and saving the entire team. Qin Feng did not respond warmly to the gratitude. Instead, he calmly warned them that in the wilderness, trusting an unknown person so easily could be fatal. His blunt words immediately left everyone silent and surprised. Wang Ming accepted the warning without taking offense and thanked Qin Feng for the advice. He then told the others not to disturb him while he examined the boss's rewards. Before stepping away, Wang Ming added that Qin Feng could come find him in the future should he ever need assistance. Qin Feng gathered the dropped items while quietly reassessing Wang Ming. The man seemed far more trustworthy than most players, and more importantly, he had the support of Daxia's government and access to enormous resources. Since Qin Feng would soon collect plenty of equipment he could not personally use, he decided that Wang Ming might become a stable channel for selling unwanted loot. He activated Greedy Hand on the sprint predator's corpse. The skill rewarded him with another 3 evolution points, 55 additional days of tradable lifespan, and a pair of bronze-quality sprint predator leather greaves. Qin Feng equipped the leather greaves immediately. The boots granted 9 points of physical defense, 5 points of resistance against every elemental type, and a 15% increase to his cooldown recovery speed. The rewards from this battle had been exceptionally valuable. Qin Feng had also collected several pieces of equipment and skill books meant for other professions, and his storage bag was gradually becoming full. Once he could carry no more, he planned to return to Shell Town and exchange everything he did not need for additional lifespan. A confident light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he reviewed his growing strength. Compared with the painful progress of his previous life, his development this time was already moving nearly 100 times faster. Not far from where Qin Feng stood, another group of players was struggling against a growing number of monsters. As more creatures emerged from the wilderness and surrounded them, the exhausted team realized that continuing the fight would only lead to death, so they immediately decided to retreat. Before they could escape the encirclement, the ground ahead of them trembled. A far larger monster emerged into view, blocking their path and towering over both the players and the smaller creatures around it. The terrified players turned to flee in another direction, but they were already too late. The enormous monster unleashed a mass of razor-sharp vines, which tore across the battlefield and pierced every member of the group, killing them all before anyone could get away. The defeated players reappeared inside Shell Town one after another, their faces filled with anger and helplessness. The monsters outside almost always traveled in groups, and whenever one of them was badly wounded, it would simply retreat before the players could finish it off. Rumor had it that reaching level 3 was the only way to leave the game, but after experiencing the wilderness firsthand, that goal felt almost impossible. Some players argued that their groups were simply too small. 3 people clearly were not enough, so they suggested forming parties of 6 or even 10. Another player immediately rejected the idea, saying he had personally watched a 10-person team get surrounded and completely wiped out. Large groups only attracted more dangerous enemies. Not long ago, 40 players had accidentally provoked a monster called the Curse Master, and with a single devastating attack, it had annihilated more than 30 of them. Zhang Lizzie and her companions also respawned inside the town after yet another failed hunt. The situation was becoming terrifyingly clear. Anyone who failed to reach level 3 would remain trapped inside the game indefinitely. They had all entered after falling asleep, which meant only their consciousness had been pulled into this world. If they could not escape, their real bodies would eventually weaken and starve to death. Zhang Lizzie clenched her teeth in frustration, unable to understand why the game had been designed to be so brutally difficult. One of her companions began to panic, reminding everyone that they had already died 3 times. Their non-tradable lifespan had fallen below 10 years, and if they continued at this rate, they might truly die in the real world. Zhang Lizzie could not confirm whether every warning was accurate, but one thing was certain: they could not afford another death. When Zhang Lizzie checked the leaderboard and saw that Shadow had already reached level 3, confusion spread across her face. While nearly everyone else remained trapped at the beginning, he had somehow advanced far ahead, which could only mean he had uncovered some hidden method or trick. The more she thought about it, the clearer her answer became. If Zhang Lizzie and her team wanted to escape the game alive, they needed Shadow to carry them until each of them reached level 3. Clenching one hand into a determined fist, Zhang Lizzie ordered her companions to spread the message throughout Shell Town. They had to find Shadow and convince him to help them level up. Once they returned to reality, she was prepared to reward him with 10 million in cash. Her teammates stared at her in disbelief, but Zhang Lizzie remained confident. In her mind, no ordinary person could possibly refuse that amount of money. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Qin Feng swiftly eliminated another level 2 polluter. The creature collapsed beneath his attack, rewarding him with 20 experience points and 1 additional evolution point. After drawing the lifespan from the fallen monster into his body, Qin Feng checked his available evolution points. He had finally accumulated enough, so without hesitation, he spent all 5 points to evolve Greedy Hand once again. The skill's quality advanced from Platinum to Emerald. Its probability of producing extra loot surged to 160%, meaning it could now guarantee 1 additional reward and even had a chance to produce another. More importantly, every extra item obtained through the skill now carried a 20% chance of appearing 1 quality tier higher. Even Qin Feng was impressed by the new effect. The skill had already become absurdly powerful, and this was still far from its limit. If he continued evolving it, the chance of raising an item's quality could eventually climb to 100%, or perhaps even reach 200% and trigger more than once. Rain began falling across the forest, tapping against the leaves and darkening the soil beneath Qin Feng's feet. As he moved through the wet wilderness, something in the distance suddenly caught his attention. Wandering between the rain-soaked trees was the monster known as the Curse Master, the same terrifying creature the players in town had been discussing. The Curse Master was already a bronze-tier boss, but it was currently consuming vital energy in preparation for an evolution. Once the process was complete, it would advance into a far more dangerous silver-tier boss. After examining the creature, Qin Feng was not surprised that it had slaughtered a team of 40 players. A boss like this could easily destroy unprepared beginners. However, his inventory was already completely full. Even if he killed the Curse Master now, he would have no space to collect its rewards, so he quietly marked its location on his map instead. The Curse Master's evolution would require some time to finish, giving Qin Feng a valuable window. He decided to return to Shell Town, empty his inventory, and come back before the boss completed its transformation. By then, news had spread throughout the town that someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the #1 player on the leaderboard, to help them level up quickly. Players were repeatedly dying and losing enormous amounts of lifespan, so the wealthy had already started using real-world money to search for an escape route. To many ordinary players, it felt as though those without money had already been abandoned to die. As the crowd continued discussing the offer, Qin Feng suddenly appeared inside Shell Town. The moment players recognized Shadow's name above him, conversations stopped and countless eyes turned in his direction. Qin Feng opened the system interface and activated the market stall function. A public notification immediately announced that Shadow was selling equipment and skill books, with the stall remaining open for only 10 minutes. The surrounding players were stunned when they noticed that Qin Feng was already wearing 2 pieces of bronze-tier equipment while offering 2 additional bronze items for sale. Many of them still found it difficult to believe that he had truly killed a bronze-tier boss by himself. As the crowd gathered closer, one player suddenly asked why Qin Feng's face could not be seen clearly. Another player explained that Shadow had activated the face concealment option. Since a person's appearance inside the game normally matched their real-world face, concealing it was the easiest way to protect one's identity and remain mysterious. A female mage soon approached Qin Feng's stall and examined the displayed items with obvious interest. Her gaze settled on the icicle spell skill book, and she asked how much he wanted for it. Qin Feng answered without hesitation, 100 days of tradable lifespan. The mage was Grey Rose, the player currently ranked 11th on Shell Town's leaderboard. Like Qin Feng, she had also activated face concealment, hiding her true appearance from everyone around her. 100 days of lifespan was a heavy price, even for Grey Rose, so she asked whether Qin Feng could lower it. Qin Feng calmly explained that Icicle Spell was a common tier ability capable of greatly increasing a mage's farming speed during the early game. Considering the advantage it provided, 100 days was already an extremely favorable price. Grey Rose then asked whether she could pay him with real-world money instead. Qin Feng refused immediately. He advised her to use that money to purchase tradable lifespan from other players first, then return and exchange it with him. Unless someone offered more, he would hold the skill for her, but he would not hand it over until she produced the required lifespan. Grey Rose fell silent and began weighing the offer. Through the team channel, she asked her companions whether buying the skill was worthwhile. Under her leadership, they had already reached level 2 unusually quickly, so none of them objected. With Icicle Spell increasing their killing speed, they could reach level 3 and escape the game even sooner. Since survival came first, Grey Rose told her teammates to transfer their tradable lifespan to her and promised to repay them with cash once they returned to reality. After gathering the required amount, Grey Rose transferred 100 days of tradable lifespan to Qin Feng. Seeing that every member of her group had already reached level 2, Qin Feng estimated that they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers. That meant their combined tradable lifespan should have been considerably greater than the 100 days she had just paid. Qin Feng completed the trade and handed over Icicle Spell. With the additional 100 days added to his account, his tradable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368. Just then, Zhang Lizzie pushed through the gathered crowd. The moment she spotted Shadow standing beside the stall, her expression brightened with relief and excitement. Wearing a confident smile, Zhang Lizzie presented what she considered an irresistible opportunity. If Qin Feng helped her and her companions reach level 3, she promised to pay him 10 million once they returned to the real world. The surrounding players reacted with immediate shock. 10 million was an amount most of them could only dream of earning, yet Zhang Lizzie had offered it openly in exchange for a simple leveling service. Qin Feng recognized her immediately. In his previous life, Zhang Lizzie eventually became the leader of a powerful criminal syndicate before the organization was wiped out by the country. Still smiling confidently, she introduced herself as the daughter of the president of Daijong Industries. When Qin Feng showed no sign of believing her, she told him he could search for her identity himself. Qin Feng remembered the reports surrounding her syndicate all too well. Zhang Lizzie had allegedly used cash to tempt desperate people into selling their lifespan, then kidnapped them and forced them into labor. Those who resisted were said to have been murdered in the real world. Knowing exactly what kind of person stood before him, Qin Feng coldly rejected her offer. Zhang Lizzie admitted that Shadow was powerful inside the game, but reminded him that nobody yet understood how this world truly worked. She urged him to join her instead, promising a luxurious life filled with expensive cars, enormous houses, beautiful women, and anything else he desired. Qin Feng's expression did not change. He told her to stop obstructing his business. More than anyone present, he understood that ordinary money would soon become worthless, while tradable lifespan would rise as the only currency accepted everywhere. Zhang Lizzie's friendly expression disappeared, replaced by open arrogance. With a cold glare, she declared that if they were standing in the real world, she would have already taught him a painful lesson for disrespecting her. Qin Feng slowly turned toward her, his eyes carrying unmistakable killing intent. In a quiet and chilling voice, he warned that if she spoke one more word, he would kill her repeatedly until every last year of her lifespan was reduced to zero. The pressure in Qin Feng's gaze instantly crushed Zhang Lizi's confidence. She and her companions felt a cold fear spread through them, and without daring to argue further, they hurried away from the stall as quickly as they could. Several minutes later, Qin Feng completed his final transaction. The last item sold from his stall was the bronze tier gleam robe, leaving his inventory nearly empty once again. After counting everything he had earned from the sales, Qin Feng's total tradable lifespan had risen to 546 days. With all of his unwanted equipment sold and enough inventory space restored, Qin Feng decided it was time to return to the forest and deal with the Curse Master. He activated Shadow's Sneak, and his figure quietly faded from view. No one in Shell Town understood it yet, but tradable lifespan could be used to extract skills and equipment from the game into reality. Once that truth became widely known, the Forsaken game would drag the entire real world into chaos. Wealth, family influence, and social status, the backgrounds people once took pride in, would soon lose their meaning. In the new world that was coming, only personal strength would matter. Far from Qin Feng's stall, Zhang Lizi and her teammates finally stopped running. Each of them bent over, breathing heavily after fleeing the area in panic. Still furious over the humiliation, Zhang Lizi complained that Shadow had not only rejected her offer, but had also threatened to kill her. Gritting her teeth, she swore that once she returned to the real world and uncovered his identity, she would find him and have him killed. While Zhang Lizi was imagining her revenge, a man named Mao Lijun approached the group. Most players knew him by his nickname, Lao Mao. Lao Mao introduced himself as a level 2 player and confidently claimed that he had discovered several useful tricks for progressing quickly inside the game. He then brought up the reward Shadow had refused. Lao Mao asked whether he could accept the 10 million offer instead, and personally help Zhang Lizi's team reach level 3. Zhang Lizi did not agree immediately. Watching him with a cautious expression, she asked exactly what he meant by these so-called tricks. Lao Mao explained that he normally kept his method secret, but because she was offering such a large reward, he was willing to make an exception. According to Lao Mao, the key to leveling safely was to invest every available attribute point into agility as soon as possible. With enough speed, players could run faster than the monsters, dodge their attacks, and gradually defeat them without suffering injuries. Zhang Lizi's eyes widened when she heard his explanation. She had done the complete opposite, placing all of her free attribute points into strength because she believed greater attack power would make leveling easier. After considering the proposal, Zhang Lizi agreed to hire Lao Mao, but reduced the payment to 5 million because he was clearly nowhere near as powerful as Shadow. Lao Mao accepted the lower amount without complaint. Even so, he could not help finding Shadow's behavior strange. No matter how strong someone was inside the game, refusing 10 million in real-world money made absolutely no sense to him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng finally reached the exact location he had marked on the map earlier. Remaining completely concealed in stealth, he studied the creature through the drifting haze and immediately noticed something different. The monster had already advanced into the silver rank, while the thick gray fog curling around its body made one thing obvious. It was still evolving. Without wasting a moment, Qin Feng activated his Venom Dart ability and quietly calculated the time he had left. Judging from the monster's current condition, it would need another 7 or 8 hours before completing its evolution and stepping into the gold rank. There was no chance Qin Feng intended to stand around for that long. While the monster remained unaware of his presence, he fired the poison dart straight from the shadows. The projectile struck cleanly, and the bonus from his hidden attack caused an immediate burst of 659 damage. The initial impact was only the beginning. Venom quickly spread through the monster's body, continuously eating away at its health and dealing another 219 points of damage with every passing second. Qin Feng immediately closed the distance, springing toward the creature while activating Shadow's Sneak once again. He already understood the scale of the fight ahead of him. A silver rank boss possessed roughly 2 or 3 times the health of an ordinary level 1 bronze monster, so bringing it down would require several carefully timed attacks. Without warning, the monster raised its hands and began drawing in an enormous concentration of magical energy. The power gathered between its palms at a frightening speed, and as the swirling energy grew denser, the creature's already imposing body appeared to expand even further. Even after seeing that display of power, Qin Feng remained composed. Based on the damage from his first strike, he calculated that landing Venom Dart another 2 or 3 times should be enough to finish the monster for good. Before he could make his next move, however, the monster suddenly released the energy it had gathered. A devastating magical attack exploded across the battlefield, tearing through the surrounding ground and destroying everything caught within its enormous range. Qin Feng immediately recognized what he was dealing with. This was a magic-type boss, the kind of monster whose abilities could wipe out a huge area in a single strike. Fortunately, after releasing Venom Dart, he had already begun retreating. Even then, he escaped the edge of the blast by only a narrow margin. Still hidden from the monster's sight, Qin Feng watched the destruction spread across the ground and understood the danger perfectly. With his current health and defensive stats, taking even one of those attacks directly would almost certainly kill him on the spot. The battle continued without pause, and before long, the monster once again lifted its arms. Magical power began surging around its massive body as it prepared to unleash another large-scale attack. The creature's enormous frame slowly turned in Qin Feng's direction, yet he showed no sign of panic. He moved carefully across the damaged battlefield, keeping his distance while repeatedly checking the remaining cooldown on his abilities. Shadow Sneak was still unavailable, which meant he had no choice but to wait until the boss exposed a brief opening. His strategy was straightforward: remain patient, strike at the perfect instant, and vanish before the monster could retaliate. Then, only moments later, the creature suddenly lost its balance and stumbled forward, its attention briefly disrupted. That tiny opening was all Qin Feng needed. The moment he saw the monster falter, he rushed forward without hesitation and activated Venom Dart once more, sending another poisonous projectile directly toward the boss. The dart landed exactly where he intended. The monster's body jerked from the impact as another 659 points of damage were instantly carved from its remaining health. Almost immediately after the strike, the venom began spreading through the creature again. Its health steadily drained away, dropping by another 219 points every second as the poison continued working from within. Sensing that its life was in danger, the badly wounded monster turned and attempted to flee. Qin Feng had no intention of allowing his prey to escape. However, he pursued it closely, his gaze locked firmly onto the creature as he waited for the final chance to strike. By that point, the boss was already on the verge of collapse. Its desperate attempt to run accomplished nothing, and with the poison still draining its health, escape had become completely impossible. In one swift burst of movement, Qin Feng disappeared from the ground. He reappeared directly above the creature's head, drove himself downward with tremendous force, and smashed the weakened monster face first into the earth. The moment the monster stopped moving, the system confirmed Qin Feng's victory over the silver-ranked boss. Notifications rapidly filled his vision one after another. He received a total of 1,800 experience points, instantly jumping from level 3 all the way to level 5. On top of that, he gained 4 evolution points and an astonishing 124 days of tradable lifespan. Seeing the rewards, Qin Feng could not help chuckling. A single boss had raised him by 2 full levels while also granting him valuable evolution points. As the defeated monster's enormous body dissolved and transformed into scattered loot, Qin Feng stepped closer and immediately activated his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air around the dropped items shimmered faintly before a system window appeared, confirming that Greedy Hand had successfully collected the rewards. The result exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. He received another 4 evolution points, along with an additional 124 days of tradable lifespan. With his gains doubled once again, Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Receiving 2 additional bonuses so quickly was already impressive. After calculating everything, he realized that this single silver-ranked boss had ultimately brought him 12 evolution points and an incredible 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as Qin Feng was absorbing the scale of his rewards, another system message suddenly appeared before him. Greedy Hand's secondary effect had activated, upgrading one of the looted items from silver rarity directly to gold. Qin Feng studied the notification with growing interest. A gold-tier item was no ordinary reward, and now he understood why Greedy Hand qualified as a Jade-level skill. It could improve loot beyond the quality it originally possessed. His attention then shifted toward the equipment scattered across the ground. The boss had dropped 7 or 8 separate pieces of gear, but Qin Feng's backpack had only 10 empty spaces remaining. Qin Feng let out a weary sigh as the problem became obvious. If he had to return to town every time he killed a boss, he would waste an enormous amount of valuable time traveling back and forth. A storage ring, or any similar item capable of expanding his inventory, would solve everything perfectly. Just as he reached toward one particular piece of loot to inspect it, the focus abruptly shifted back to Shell Town. Inside the town, the female mage from Wang Ming's party appeared in a sudden flash of light. As her feet touched solid ground again, visible relief spread across her face. She had finally made it back safely, and she knew it was largely thanks to Wang Ming's leadership. The remaining members of the party soon appeared behind her and immediately began thanking Wang Ming. They openly admitted that without him guiding the group, none of them would have reached level 3 or returned alive. Wang Ming simply brushed their praise aside, calmly insisting that their progress had come from everyone working hard together. The mage, however, still carried one frustrating regret. With a disappointed sigh, she admitted that she wished she had managed to add Qin Feng as a friend back in the forest. In her mind, perhaps he had refused because she had been completely covered in mud at the time. One of her teammates grinned playfully and reassured her that she looked far better in her new outfit. Surely, if she met that mysterious player again, he would not reject her a second time. While the group continued chatting, a loud system announcement suddenly echoed throughout Shell Town. The level rankings had been updated, and Shadow had now reached level 5. The announcement sent a wave of shock through every player in town. People could hardly believe that Shadow had gone from level 3 to level 5 in such a short time. The most reasonable explanation was that he had defeated an extremely powerful boss. One player pointed out that only 10 minutes earlier, he had personally seen Shadow casually selling equipment in the town square, yet now Shadow had already gained 2 more levels. Another man excitedly announced that his younger sister had just turned 18. If Shadow happened to like her, it would be an enormous blessing for the whole family, especially if he helped them level up. His friends immediately crushed that fantasy, reminding him that Shadow had rejected an offer worth 10 million in cash. Someone like that was unlikely to care about a random matchmaking proposal. Back with Wang Meng's party, the excitement of reaching level 3 quickly faded. They had only just celebrated their progress, yet Shadow had already surged 2 levels ahead, leaving the entire team uneasy about the widening distance between them. Wang Meng remained far calmer than the others. He told everyone to stop worrying about Shadow for the moment. Their immediate priority was to log out, return to the real world, and warn their families and friends about how dangerous this mysterious game truly was. One by one, their bodies began fading as the system confirmed the logout process. Before Wang Meng disappeared completely, he left the team with one final warning. If the real world was truly heading toward chaos, then they needed to make sure the people closest to them were prepared. The surroundings changed, and Wang Meng's awareness returned to the real world. The instant his eyes opened, an anxious voice rang out nearby, urgently calling for the captain. Wang Meng was not merely another ordinary player trapped inside the game. In reality, he served as a police officer and held responsibility for the people gathered around him. Several fellow officers rushed toward him, their expressions filled with genuine fear. One of them confessed that while Wang Meng had been unconscious, parts of his body had actually begun turning transparent. The horrifying implication was impossible to ignore. When someone died inside the game or exhausted all of their remaining lifespan, they did not simply log out. They vanished from the real world as well. As terrifying as that realization was, Wang Meng understood that they could not afford to stand there dwelling on it. There were far more urgent matters that needed immediate attention. He pushed himself upright at once and ordered everyone nearby to assemble. His serious expression made it clear that something extremely important had happened and that every officer needed to hear the full report. When someone asked Wang Meng to explain what had occurred, he began describing the mission from the beginning. He and his companions had formed a complete party, and every member possessed a hidden profession, giving them a major advantage over ordinary players. Even with that advantage, however, a single monster had nearly wiped out the entire group. They survived only because an unknown player named Shadow appeared at the last moment and rescued them. Wang Meng firmly confirmed that every detail in his report was accurate. He then revealed the most shocking part, Shadow's unbelievable rate of progression. At the moment Shadow saved their party, he was already level 3. Yet by the time Wang Meng and the others finally reached that same level, Shadow had advanced all the way to level 5, gaining 2 additional levels in an incredibly short period. The revelation immediately unsettled the senior officers in the room. One of them asked the question everyone was thinking. Did this mean Shadow had already become the strongest player in the entire world? More importantly, how had he managed to level up so quickly? As theories spread around the room, Wang Meng suggested that Shadow had probably defeated a high-level boss or accomplished something equally extraordinary. Another officer carefully considered Wang Meng's account and soon noticed something strange. Shadow had already reached level 3 when he rescued the party. If that was true, then why had he not logged out alongside the other level 3 players? The officer wondered aloud whether Shadow might have no close relatives or friends waiting for him in the real world. At that moment, one of the female officers suddenly stepped forward with a bold and highly unusual theory of her own. She suggested that Shadow might actually be a transmigrator, someone who had suddenly appeared in this world and possessed the kind of destiny that allowed him to grow stronger at an impossible speed. In the novels she had read, transmigrators were often orphans, which, in her opinion, might explain why Shadow had shown no urgency to return to reality. Her bizarre theory caused the entire room to fall completely silent. Only then did she seem to realize how ridiculous her words sounded during such a serious meeting, and her cheeks quickly flushed with embarrassment. An unimpressed senior officer called her NEU and sharply told her to stop joking while they were discussing a genuine crisis. He dismissed the idea without another thought, telling her that she had clearly spent far too much time reading fantasy novels. Then his expression hardened, and he redirected everyone's attention toward the real issue before revealing a crucial piece of information. According to secret reports passed down from the higher authorities, researchers had begun investigating a deeply disturbing pattern. Across multiple locations, large numbers of elderly people had mysteriously died while sleeping, without any obvious physical cause. When the researchers compared those deaths with records from players who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, they discovered a terrifying connection. Every elderly person who had died in their sleep had also suffered multiple deaths inside the game. The evidence pointed toward one horrifying truth. Once a player's remaining lifespan fell to 0 in the game, death followed them into reality as well. One officer voiced the fear weighing on everyone's mind. The forgotten game of the gods was clearly an anomaly, something far beyond the limits of modern knowledge or human understanding. The commanding officer agreed and offered an even more frightening possibility. They might not be dealing with a game at all, but the beginning of an invasion launched by unknown beings from a higher dimension. Heavy silence settled over the room as every officer absorbed the terrifying possibility before them. But the head officer had no intention of letting fear paralyze the meeting. Without wasting another second, he turned to the urgent orders handed down from above. The government had issued an emergency directive. Officers in every region were to organize local vanguard teams, enter the forgotten game of the gods, and uncover as much information as humanly possible. This crisis had already grown far beyond the responsibility of the police alone. The government was establishing a specialized force dedicated entirely to dealing with the strange new threat. And this was not happening in just one country. Nations across the world were racing to explore the game and understand its hidden rules. If their country fell behind, it could lose both its influence and its ability to protect itself. For the sake of national security, information had to be gathered, no matter the cost. With the situation made clear, the head officer announced his first official appointment. Anyu would take command of Team 1 and lead its operations inside the game. She accepted the responsibility immediately, her expression firm and without the slightest hesitation. Wang Ming was then assigned to serve as Anyu's vice captain. The two of them would also be allowed to personally select the officers who joined their unit. Wang Ming gave a serious nod, fully aware that the team they formed could play a crucial role in everything that came next. The head officer then shifted the discussion toward Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Ming had encountered inside the forest. From everything Wang Ming had reported, Shadow did not appear hostile or malicious. Because of that, Anyu and Wang Ming received another important assignment. Approach him carefully, earn his trust, uncover his real identity, and find a way to cooperate with him. He also explained why Anyu had been chosen to lead the mission. Her extensive knowledge of games, fantasy stories, and unusual fictional settings made her the most suitable person to investigate someone like Shadow. His rapid growth and extraordinary abilities sounded almost like something pulled from an ancient legend. The head officer hoped Anyu and Wang Ming could turn him into an ally, someone powerful enough to represent their interests within the game world. If they managed to bring Shadow onto their side, the information he possessed could provide an enormous strategic advantage. Meanwhile, the officers who remained outside the game would be responsible for maintaining order, controlling dangerous rumors, and preventing widespread panic among the public. With every assignment settled, the emergency meeting finally came to an end. Outside, the sun slowly sank beyond the city skyline, bathing the streets and buildings in a deep golden glow. As evening approached, the officers quietly began preparing themselves for the dangerous and uncertain challenges waiting ahead. By the following day, attention shifted to a high school classroom, where Qin Feng's younger sister sat silently at her desk, distracted by her own thoughts. All around her, students spoke excitedly about the latest developments surrounding the game. A nearby group was discussing Shang Wei, the student whose body had once begun disappearing. Against all expectations, he had reached level 3 and successfully returned to reality. One girl revealed an important detail he had shared. When several people from the same district fell asleep at roughly the same time, they would be sent to the same starter village. The discovery filled the students with both excitement and unease. One frightened girl insisted that she needed to bring her parents into the game with her. They knew nothing about gaming, and she feared they would be helpless if they entered alone. Another student quickly objected, arguing that involving their parents too soon would only increase the danger. Their best option was to become stronger first, so they could protect their families later. While the debate continued around her, Qin Feng's younger sister stared down at the phone resting in her hands. The longer she looked at the silent screen, the more irritated she became. Why had her brother still not contacted her? With something as enormous as the forgotten game of the gods suddenly affecting the entire world, she had expected him to send at least one message. Yet there was nothing, not even an apology for striking her earlier. That kind of silence was completely unlike him. In the past, whenever the two of them argued or she did something that upset him, Qin Feng would always be the one to find a way to restore the peace. He might lecture her or act annoyed, but eventually he would reach out. This time, however, the entire day had passed without a single apology or attempt to make amends. Their parents had never once raised a hand against her, yet her own brother had actually hit her. Still feeling wronged, she began defending her actions in her own mind. All she had done was skip class to attend Song Fei's concert. Was that really serious enough to justify such treatment? Her cheeks puffed out in a stubborn pout as she made a private decision. Unless Qin Feng called her and apologized at least 1,000 times, she would absolutely never forgive him. Her resentment did not last for very long, though. The instant her thoughts drifted toward Song Fei, the frustration on her face quickly gave way to bright, unmistakable excitement. Looking back on it now, she felt even more thankful that she had attended the concert the previous night. Once the forgotten game of the gods began affecting everyone's daily life, opportunities to see Song Fei perform might become extremely rare. A dreamy smile slowly spread across her face as she remembered the show and how close she had managed to get to him. In her imagination, Song Fei once again stood beneath the stage lights, dazzling the entire crowd with every movement. Merely recalling how incredible he had looked was enough to make her gush silently to herself. Then a sudden realization struck her. If every person entered the game world whenever they fell asleep, Song Fei would eventually be pulled into it as well. The thought immediately sent heat rushing into her cheeks. Her face turned bright red as she began imagining herself unexpectedly meeting Song Fei somewhere inside the game. Could this actually become the opportunity she had been waiting for? Perhaps fate itself was arranging a chance for the two of them to meet. The more she imagined it, the faster her heart began to pound inside her chest. Later, as she prepared to go to sleep, another thought suddenly crossed her mind. Shang Wei had managed to reach level 3 in an incredibly short amount of time. That probably meant he already understood the game far better than most beginners. If she wanted to perform well after entering, getting advice from him beforehand would be the smartest choice. Without hesitating, she picked up her phone and sent Shang Wei a message, asking whether he had any useful tips she should know before entering the game world. At that same moment, Shang Wei was spending time with several classmates when her unexpected message appeared on his screen. Shang Wei lowered his gaze to the phone, and a delighted smile immediately formed on his face. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Someone like Qin Feng's younger sister had personally come to him for guidance. In his eyes, this was not merely a request for advice. It was a valuable opportunity, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. He quickly replied that she had contacted exactly the right person. According to Shang Wei, the most important secret at the beginning of the game was to place every available attribute point into agility. Without enough speed, she would never be able to escape powerful monsters and would simply die over and over again. She immediately asked whether that advice still applied if she chose to become a mage. Shang Wei confidently assured her that it did. Agility was useful for mages as well because it increased casting speed, which could make an enormous difference during the early stages. Still somewhat doubtful, she asked what she should do if increasing agility was not enough to help her win. Shang Wei told her there was no reason to worry. Once any player in their village reached level 5, the village teleportation formation would activate and connect the different starter villages. After that, she could join any available party and rely on the group to help her level up. He also promised that as soon as the teleportation circle opened, he would personally come and find her. Hearing that reassurance, she immediately felt much happier. Lying comfortably on her bed, she smiled to herself and thought about how useful someone like Shang Wei could be. Just like that, she had already found a person willing to help her inside the game. As drowsiness slowly pulled her toward sleep, another mischievous idea entered her mind. She would enter before Qin Feng, level up as quickly as possible, and become stronger than him. Then, when her brother finally joined, she would make sure he suffered. She would offer no guidance, no equipment, and no support at all. He could struggle on his own. Completely satisfied with her little plan, she closed her eyes and drifted off, eagerly awaiting the adventure ahead. Back inside the game, Qin Feng remained beside the pile of treasure left behind by the defeated boss. As he examined the scattered rewards, one object immediately drew his attention, a faintly glowing orb shining among the equipment. The moment Qin Feng picked it up, a system window appeared before his eyes. He had obtained the curse ring, a gold-tier piece of equipment. Its attributes were impressive. The ring had no class restrictions and granted 8 additional points to every attribute, along with 26 points of dark elemental resistance. Attacks that struck an enemy's weak point would also deal 1.5 times their normal damage. The only condition was that the wearer needed to be at least level 4. After reviewing the numbers, Qin Feng quickly recognized the ring's value. 8 points added to each of the 4 main attributes meant a total increase of 32 points, roughly comparable to gaining 3 additional levels. Its resistance to dark elemental attacks would also be useful against many dangerous enemies, while the increased weak point damage provided another powerful advantage. With benefits like those, Qin Feng had no doubt that the curse ring would become an extremely valuable piece of equipment throughout the journey ahead. Before he could spend much longer admiring the ring, another system notification suddenly appeared. This time, It informed him that he had acquired a new silver-tier assassin ability known as Instant Shadow Slash. The ability's information unfolded before him in detail. Once activated, Instant Shadow Slash would release multiple rapid slashes in a single direction, reaching targets up to 15 meters away. During the attack, the user would gain 5 seconds of temporary invincibility. Every enemy caught within the 2.1-meter-wide path would be struck 3 times, with each slash dealing 100 damage. Every hit would automatically count as a backstab, although the attack could not trigger weak point damage. After use, the ability would enter a 12-second cooldown. Qin Feng immediately understood how powerful the ability could be. It was a strong area of attack that could cut through several enemies at once, while the temporary invincibility gave him a way to avoid danger during the assault. He learned the skill without hesitation. Since he still had evolution points remaining, he then turned his attention toward one of his most important abilities, Greedy Hand. A system prompt deducted 8 evolution points in an instant. Under Qin Feng's gaze, Greedy Hand advanced beyond Jade rank and successfully evolved into a Diamond rank ability. The upgrade dramatically strengthened both of its effects. The chance of gaining additional loot after defeating a monster increased from 160% to 220%. At the same time, the probability of that bonus loot being improved by an entire rarity level rose from 20% to 40%. Qin Feng carefully considered what the new percentages meant. From now on, every defeated enemy would reliably provide 2 additional pieces of loot, effectively making each kill 3 times as rewarding as before. Refusing to leave his remaining points unused, he spent 3 more evolution points on Instant Shadow Slash. The system accepted the upgrade, reducing his balance until only a single evolution point remained. Instant Shadow Slash began evolving immediately. The ability rose from silver rank to gold rank, then continued upward until it finally reached platinum rank. Its effective distance expanded from 15 meters to 21 meters, allowing Qin Feng to strike enemies from much farther away. The duration of its protective effect also increased, now lasting 7 full seconds and giving him more time to remain beyond an enemy's reach. Instead of producing only 3 slashes, the ability would now unleash 5, cutting through every target within a widened path of 3.1 meters. Its cooldown dropped slightly from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds, making it more efficient while still requiring careful timing. Most importantly, each strike now inflicted 200 damage, exactly twice its original power. Every one of those attacks would still be treated as a backstab, allowing the ability to trigger all related backstab effects even though it remained unable to strike weak points. After studying the improvements, Qin Feng was satisfied. The cooldown reduction was not especially dramatic, but the longer period of protection during the attack could become a decisive advantage in a dangerous fight. Qin Feng then turned his attention toward the remaining boss drops. Most of the equipment had little practical value to him, but one item immediately stood apart from the rest, a silver-tier warrior skill book called Battle Roar. Although he could not use the warrior ability himself, Qin Feng knew the skill book could be sold in exchange for a considerable amount of tradable lifespan. Just as he finished inspecting the last of the loot, a faint movement nearby caught his attention. Qin Feng turned toward the sound and saw 3 enormous creatures crawling steadily in his direction, their massive bodies closing in across the battlefield. He recognized them at once as level 4 limb crawlers, grotesque, dangerous monsters with twisted, oversized limbs. Yet instead of feeling threatened, Qin Feng saw their arrival as perfect timing. They would serve as ideal targets for testing the full power of his newly improved ability. Without giving the monsters any opportunity to surround him, Qin Feng immediately activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure blurred and vanished into a streak of motion. In the same instant, a storm of rapid slashes surged forward, slicing cleanly through the approaching limb crawlers before they could defend themselves. The 3 monsters were torn apart so quickly that none of them even had time to react. Their bodies collapsed amid the settling dust, and a system notification appeared immediately afterward, confirming that all 3 creatures had been defeated. The system recorded Qin Feng's victory and issued the rewards. He received 80 experience points, along with an additional 5 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng stood calmly amid the aftermath, surrounded by the remains of his enemies as a dark and intimidating aura seemed to gather around him. After witnessing the skill firsthand, he could clearly feel how much his combat ability had improved. A battle strategy quickly formed in Qin Feng's mind. If he combined Venom Dart with Instant Shadow Slash, he could poison his targets and tear through them before the battle had truly begun. He then checked his current tradable lifespan and saw that he had accumulated 618 days. However, bringing his equipment and game abilities into the real world required at least 900 days, roughly 2.5 years. With that target in mind, he organized his next steps. First, he would return to town and sell every valuable item, filling his inventory. If the sales went well, he might reach the requirement much sooner than expected. Then, Once he advanced to level 10, he would finally be able to establish a connection between the virtual world and reality. With his plan decided, Qin Feng began making his way back toward the starter town. His concealment ability remained active, keeping his entire figure hidden as he moved quietly along the road. While passing through the area unseen, Qin Feng overheard voices coming from nearby. A man was congratulating a woman for finally reaching level 3, while also reminding her about a promise she had made to him earlier. Looking toward the speakers, Qin Feng recognized Zhang Lizzie and Lao Mao. Their conversation quickly revealed the arrangement between them. Lao Mao had agreed to help Zhang Lizzie reach level 3 so she could safely log out, and in exchange, she had promised to pay him 5 million in cash. Now that the agreement had been fulfilled, Lao Mao was eagerly waiting for his money. Zhang Lizzie calmly reassured him, asking whether he truly believed her father's company, Young Industry, would be unable to spare such a trivial amount. She would log out first and arrange the payment in the real world. Before leaving, she gave Lao Mao her phone number and instructed him to contact her once he had also returned. Then she presented another tempting offer. She wanted to purchase every day of tradable lifespan he possessed and was willing to pay 10,000 in cash for each one. Lao Mao accepted immediately, his face lighting up as he imagined the fortune he was about to earn. Wearing a smug, self-satisfied expression, Lao Mao mocked Qin Feng for foolishly rejecting Zhang Lizzie's generous offer. He told her they could discuss the full arrangement again once they met in the real world. Neither of them realized that Qin Feng was already moving silently between them, completely concealed despite being only a few steps away. Still unaware of Qin Feng's hidden presence, Lao Mao casually dismissed the importance of tradable lifespan. In his mind, there was no reason to treat it as something precious. As long as he continued killing monsters, he believed he could earn lifespan as easily as ordinary game currency. To Lao Mao, the smartest possible strategy was turning everything he achieved inside the game into real-world cash. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, convinced that he had discovered the perfect way to profit from this strange new world. A short while later, Qin Feng arrived at the center of Shell Town and stopped before the dormant teleportation gate. He raised one hand toward the towering structure, and the moment his palm approached it, brilliant blue energy began flowing across the gate's surface. The glow intensified until the entire formation was illuminated. A system window immediately appeared, congratulating Qin Feng for activating Shell Town's teleportation formation and rewarding him with 1 reputation point. It also informed him that he could use the gate once every day without charge, while any additional uses would consume tradable lifespan. Unfortunately, the formation had no practical use for the moment. Since every other teleportation gate in the game remained inactive, there was nowhere for Shell Town's gate to connect to. Qin Feng understood that the teleportation network required 2 active endpoints. Unlocking the gate in Shell Town was only the first step. A player in another starter town would also need to reach level 5 and activate that town's formation before travel between the 2 locations became possible. Memories from his previous life immediately surfaced. Qin Feng knew that Song Fei had started in Firefly Town, so he quietly arranged an altar that would alert him the instant Firefly Town's gate became active. He had no intention of merely waiting for that day. The moment the connection opened, he wanted to be fully prepared to confront Song Fei. As he continued deeper into town, however, his thoughts remained fixed on an even greater objective. Teleportation between starter towns mattered to ordinary players, but Qin Feng knew the true struggle had not even begun. His real target was level 10. Only after reaching that threshold could he enter the god-abandoned realm and finally awaken the authority waiting for him there. When that happened, the true danger of the forgotten game of the gods would finally reveal itself. Not long afterward, Qin Feng opened another temporary shop. A system announcement instantly informed every nearby player that equipment and skill books would be available for only 10 seconds, with all items sold on a first-come, first-served basis. The response was immediate. Excited players rushed toward the stall from every direction, loudly calling Qin Feng an expert as they fought to reach the front. Several players shouted that they had been waiting for Qin Feng to sell again and had deliberately saved their tradable lifespan for this exact opportunity. One man proudly announced that he had accumulated 150 days. Another reminded everyone that during Qin Feng's previous sale, Gray had purchased the Icicle spell and quickly climbed to second place on the rankings because of it. Amid the crowd, one thrilled warrior spotted a silver-tier skill book called Battle Roar. The instant he saw that it was restricted to the warrior class, he purchased it without even pausing to negotiate. A system notification appeared at once, confirming that the Battle Roar skill book had been sold for an enormous price of 300 days of tradable lifespan. The price left the surrounding players staring in disbelief. One person questioned whether a single skill book could possibly be worth 300 days. Another quickly called him ignorant and explained that Battle Roar could dramatically improve a warrior's monster farming efficiency. With that skill, the buyer could recover the entire 300 days in less than 2 days, making the purchase an extremely profitable investment. Once the crowd understood how valuable Qin Feng's merchandise truly was, whatever hesitation remained disappeared. The players surged forward even more desperately, each of them trying to buy something before every item vanished. Within only a few seconds, the stall had been completely emptied. Qin Feng calmly opened his system panel and reviewed the results. In roughly 1 minute, he had earned 650 days of tradable lifespan, while his displayed total had risen to 2,174 days. Even so, he was far from satisfied. Bringing all of his attributes, equipment, and abilities into reality would demand far more lifespan than this. Around him, disappointed players complained that they had not managed to purchase anything and anxiously asked whether he would return to sell again. Qin Feng gave them a simple confirmation that he would. Just as the crowd began settling down, a female player suddenly called out from nearby. She claimed to possess a valuable treasure and directly asked Qin Feng whether he was interested in making a deal. Qin Feng turned toward the voice and immediately recognized the woman standing before him. She was one of the players who had fought alongside Wang Meng's team in the forest. The system quickly displayed the details of the treasure she carried. It was a space ring containing 12 additional inventory slots. More importantly, the ring would not occupy any space inside Qin Feng's backpack or consume one of his normal equipment slots. For a brief moment, genuine surprise crossed Qin Feng's face. He understood the space ring's real value immediately. It was an exceptionally rare storage treasure that could expand a player's inventory without taking up either a backpack slot or a wearable ring position. Players could equip no more than 3 storage backpacks, which made an item like this almost priceless. Space rings technically had a chance of dropping from any monster, but that chance was so incredibly low that most players would never see one. The fact that this girl, whose profession was centered around profit, had obtained one so early was astonishing. Her luck was clearly abnormal. Qin Feng wasted no time asking for her price, already comparing it to what he remembered from his previous life. Back then, a 12-slot space ring could sell for a staggering 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. The girl's answer, however, caught him completely off guard. She did not ask for even a single day of lifespan. Instead, she wanted Qin Feng to add her as a friend and accompany her in defeating a boss monster. Qin Feng accepted the proposal immediately. A system prompt appeared between them, confirming that the player named Big Plum had successfully accepted his friend request. After leaving Shell Town together, Qin Feng asked Big Plum for more details about the boss she had discovered. She explained that it was a gold-tier boss, though she had been too far away to see its actual name. All she knew was that the creature appeared on an old, heavily damaged ship stranded somewhere within the swamp. That description immediately caught Qin Feng's attention. A worn-out vessel in the swamp with a gold-tier boss aboard it. Could she possibly be talking about the Golden Ghost ship? Qin Feng knew the Golden Ghost ship was an extremely rare special boss capable of appearing at almost any level. Its appearance rate was remarkably low, but whenever it surfaced in his previous life, major guilds would launch brutal battles over the powerful equipment it could drop. Merely discovering the Golden Ghost ship was enough to trigger a large-scale conflict. Judging from Big Plum's description and its location near the starter town, Qin Feng suspected this version was only around level 5, making it the weakest and easiest form of the boss to defeat. Even then, he could not understand how Big Plum had stumbled across something so rare this close to Shell Town. His thoughts began moving rapidly as he connected every detail. Big Plum had obtained an early space ring. She belonged to Wang Meng's party, and now she had somehow discovered a rare gold-tier boss through sheer chance. A sudden possibility entered his mind. Could she be the legendary koi fish people had whispered about in his previous life? According to those old rumors, one member of Wang Meng's team possessed almost unbelievable luck. That person could wander aimlessly and somehow encounter rare bosses, hidden treasure chests, forgotten palaces, and ancient temples without deliberately searching for any of them. Qin Feng had always assumed those stories were fabricated to conceal the team's actual intelligence network. But now, after seeing Big Plum's discoveries with his own eyes, he finally understood that the rumors had been true. The famously lucky player from his past life was standing directly beside him. Lost in thought, Qin Feng continued staring at Big Plum as he considered what her existence might mean for the future. She eventually noticed his unwavering gaze, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Feeling awkward, she asked why he was looking at her so strangely. Qin Feng immediately returned to his senses, told her it was nothing, and redirected his attention toward the road ahead. As the two of them passed beyond Shell Town's main gate, neither noticed the hidden figure observing them from nearby. A bald player crouched behind a tree, keeping his body concealed while carefully tracking every movement they made. Elsewhere, a group of rough-looking players had gathered around a long-haired man, while numerous bald-headed followers stood listening to him with exaggerated respect. Speaking like an experienced commander, the man boasted about his past victories, including the time he had led his people to defeat the overlord of Sand City. He confidently promised that anyone who followed him would prosper inside this game. Before he could continue his speech, the bald scout rushed back and reported that their target had just left town with a woman. The long-haired leader immediately curled his lips into a mocking grin. To him, the news confirmed that Qin Feng was nothing more than an ordinary young man who could easily be distracted by a pretty woman. Laughing loudly, he called his followers together and ordered them to move out at once. Their chance to strike had finally arrived. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng and Big Plum continued along the road, Qin Feng calmly explained his conditions for helping her party. Any equipment or skill books that Big Plum herself could use would belong to her, while every other drop from the boss would become his property. Big Plum considered the terms for a moment before asking what Wang Meng and the rest of her teammates would receive. Qin Feng explained that different classes required different equipment, and there was no guarantee that the boss would drop anything useful to an assassin. If nothing suitable appeared, he would have risked his life for no reward at all, which would hardly be fair. After hearing his reasoning, Big Plum agreed, though she still had one small request. She asked whether Qin Feng would be willing to sell any equipment suitable for Wang Meng or the other party members to her at a reduced price instead of keeping or selling it elsewhere. Qin Feng agreed without objection. With their arrangement finalized, Big Plum explained that they could head toward the boss after Wang Meng and the rest of her party logged back into the game. However, after walking beside Qin Feng for some time, she suddenly realized she had no idea where he was leading her. Only when Qin Feng plainly stated their destination did she understand. They were already heading to challenge the gold-tier boss. Big Plum's eyes widened in immediate shock. The very idea sounded completely insane to her. Qin Feng was an assassin, while Big Plum was a mage with little ability to withstand direct attacks. He might be capable of disappearing into stealth, but she would never survive a single blow from a gold-tier boss. Challenging something that powerful this early with only 2 people sounded like deliberate suicide. Qin Feng, however, remained perfectly calm. He explained that he had no intention of asking her to fight. She only needed to remain at a safe distance and watch while he dealt with the boss alone. Even after hearing his confident plan, Big Plum struggled to believe what he was saying. She already knew Qin Feng was exceptionally powerful, but defeating a gold-tier boss completely alone was beyond anything she had ever heard of. Such a feat seemed impossible for any player at their current stage. Just as Big Plum prepared to question him further, Qin Feng abruptly stopped walking. Something in the surrounding area had caught his attention. Without offering any explanation, he activated his latent image skill, and his entire figure vanished from sight. Big Plum remained frozen in place, staring at the empty space where he had stood. She quickly looked around, trying to understand what had happened. Qin Feng had been standing beside her only a moment earlier, yet now there was nothing but open road and silence. Confused and increasingly uneasy, she called his name several times, but no response came. Behind the trees, the group of bald players continued observing from a distance. Their leader wore a confident smirk, certain that Qin Feng and Big Plum had already fallen into his trap. Then one of his followers noticed that Qin Feng had suddenly disappeared. The men exchanged confused looks and turned toward their boss for instructions. He dismissed the matter without hesitation, assuming Qin Feng had deceived Big Plum and abandoned her. With a cruel grin, he ordered the group to advance. Their first objective was to seize Big Plum, and the leader openly declared that they could entertain themselves with her before dealing with anything else. As the group rushed toward the lone girl, he reminded his followers of the promise he had made earlier, that staying by his side would guarantee them a wonderful life. Now, he laughed, even beautiful women were practically delivering themselves into their hands. But just as the group closed the distance, a dark figure suddenly materialized directly in their path. The long-haired leader stopped mid-step, and the cruel grin on his face slowly vanished as he stared into the shadowy aura swirling before him. Confusion flashed across his features. He barely managed to wonder what had appeared in front of them before the danger was already upon him. Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. In less than a heartbeat, a cold flash tore through the air, and the entire confrontation was over before any of the attackers could raise a weapon. The bald players and their leader collapsed almost simultaneously, their bodies ripped apart by the rapid strikes before they could even understand how they had been attacked. After finishing them, Qin Feng's figure seemed to melt back into the darkness. Within an instant, he disappeared again, leaving no trace of his presence behind. A system notification appeared before him, confirming the result of the ambush. 5 hostile players had been killed, earning Qin Feng another 12 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng gave the fallen bodies only a brief glance before turning away. None of the equipment they had dropped possessed any meaningful value, making their loot barely worth his attention. To Qin Feng, eliminating those players had required almost no effort at all. Cutting them down felt no different from casually dealing with 2 weak, low-level monsters blocking his path. With every trace of the brief confrontation already gone, Qin Feng calmly reappeared beside Big Plum as though he had never left. Still completely unaware of what had happened nearby, She immediately questioned his sudden disappearance. Qin Feng merely shrugged and explained that several people had been following them, so he had sent the group back to town. Big Plum accepted the answer at first, but her curiosity soon returned, and more questions quickly followed. With a teasing smile, Big Plum admitted that she had assumed he had slipped away to relieve himself. She then began joking about how useful invisibility must be, since he could handle private matters without anyone ever seeing him. Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened at the strange direction of the conversation. Cutting her off before she could continue, he told her to focus and move faster. They still had a gold-tier boss to reach. At that same moment inside Shell Town, a patch of ground suddenly began glowing, and bright magical lights spread across the surrounding square. A figure soon materialized inside the radiance. It was Qin Feng's younger sister, who had entered the game as a healer. The moment she noticed the magical staff in front of her, her eyes widened with amazement. She reached down and carefully lifted the staff, and the solid weight beneath her fingers immediately confirmed that everything around her was real. She could touch the weapon and clearly feel its surface in her hands. Nearby players soon turned their attention toward her, instantly recognizing from her unfamiliar expression that another newcomer had just arrived. Her initial surprise quickly turned into delight when she discovered that she had received the hidden class known as life sacrifice. A hidden profession had to be extremely powerful, and she confidently imagined using its strength to catch Song Fei's attention. Even so, one concern remained. She had no idea where Song Fei had appeared, or whether he already knew the secret concerning how players were assigned to starter villages. The moment her thoughts shifted toward Qin Feng, irritation flared in her eyes. Her brother normally watched over her constantly, yet when the most critical moment arrived, he had proven completely unreliable. She quickly pushed him out of her mind. With a hidden class in her possession and Shang Wei already promising to help her level up, she had no reason to depend on Qin Feng anymore. From this point forward, he could take care of himself, because she certainly would not waste time worrying about him. Her gaze then landed on the public leaderboard. The moment she read the top entry, she froze in complete shock. Shadow, the player occupying first place, had already reached level 6. Annoyance immediately surged through her. Shang Wei was only level 3, yet he had spoken as though he were one of the greatest experts in the entire game. Clearly, Shadow was the truly powerful player. She quickly reasoned that following someone like him would allow her to level far faster than relying on Shang Wei. But that realization brought another problem to mind. Where was she supposed to find such an elusive expert? Not far from where she stood, a small group of players was gathered in a tense discussion. They looked increasingly worried because they had been unable to contact Swain, the healer assigned to their party. The group belonged to Wang Ming's team. Knowing they could not remain in town waiting indefinitely, Wang Ming asked whether anyone had another solution. One teammate pointed out that hunting monsters without a healer would be far too dangerous. Another admitted that they were not extraordinary experts like Shadow, who could farm enemies entirely alone, and suggested recruiting a different healer instead. While the party continued debating what to do, a cheerful voice suddenly greeted them from nearby. They turned toward the sound, and saw Qin Feng's younger sister standing there. To her, the situation could not have been more convenient. Wearing a friendly smile, she stepped closer and asked whether their team happened to need a healer. She then proudly revealed that she possessed the hidden class, Life Sacrifice. Meanwhile, far beyond the town, Qin Feng and Big Plum had reached the edge of a high cliff. Below them stretched a dark, murky swamp, and half hidden within the misty water rested the ominous golden ghost ship. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak, causing his body to fade smoothly from sight. Before descending, he instructed Big Plum to remain hidden and stay alert in case anyone tried to ambush her while he handled the boss. Though still somewhat confused by his confidence, Big Plum nodded and quietly warned him to be careful. Qin Feng descended from the cliff and stepped into the swamp below. The moment he entered the area, a system window appeared, warning him that the influence of the golden ghost ship had transformed the surrounding swamp into a violent temporal domain where lifespan drained at 100 times the normal rate. Qin Feng immediately calculated the cost. With lifespan being consumed 100 times faster than usual, remaining inside the domain for 15 minutes would burn away the equivalent of an entire day. For most players, that pressure would be terrifying, but with Qin Feng's current reserves, the accelerated loss posed little real threat. The system then identified the golden ghost ship as a level 5 boss. Immediately afterward, something Qin Feng had not expected appeared before him, a countdown timer displaying 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Qin Feng was briefly surprised to learn that special bosses like this one had to be defeated within a strict time limit. Fortunately, the timer had only just begun, leaving him more than 45 minutes to finish the battle. That amount of time was more than sufficient. In Qin Feng's eyes, the boss would be dead long before the countdown came close to reaching 0. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure surged forward like a bolt of thunder, and multiple violent slashes tore across the Golden Ghost ship in rapid succession, inflicting a combined total of 1,500 damage. While the boss was still struggling to understand where the sudden attack had come from, Qin Feng canceled Shadow's sneak and immediately launched a venom dart toward the vessel. The poisonous projectile struck the ship's bell with perfect accuracy. The impact triggered both a critical hit and the additional damage from breaking stealth with an attack. As venom began continuously draining the boss's health, Qin Feng immediately widened the distance between them. Defeating the Golden Ghost ship involved several difficult mechanics, and the first challenge was identifying its true weakness. Most players mistakenly assumed the vulnerable point was either the ghostly skeleton controlling the ship or the vessel's main body. In reality, the true weak point was the eerie ghost flame bell hanging at the front tip of the ship. The moment its hidden weakness was struck, the Golden Ghost ship became enraged. Its power spread outward through the swamp as it seized control of the surrounding water. The boss immediately prepared a massive area attack. The swamp churned violently, and towering pillars of water erupted upward one after another around the ship. Qin Feng advanced while weaving between the erupting pillars, carefully avoiding every strike. Their damage was abnormally high, enough that even an early-stage warrior wearing a complete silver armor set could barely endure a single hit. Qin Feng was silently thankful for the exceptional agility granted by his Shadow class. Without that speed, dodging the attack would have been nearly impossible. Just as the final water pillars began to fade, pale hands suddenly broke through the swamp's dark surface. Rotting creatures known as decaying water ghosts began crawling out of the murky water. Qin Feng remembered this stage clearly. Once the boss's area attack ended, it would summon 12 of these monsters, and every one of them possessed silver-tier combat strength. Because Shadow Sneak still concealed Qin Feng, the summoned ghosts could not detect him even though he stood directly among them. The 12 decaying water ghosts were prepared to attack with brutal ferocity, a sight that would send most ordinary parties into immediate panic. Worse still, the Golden Ghost ship would summon another water ghost every 3 minutes. Any team that failed to eliminate them quickly would soon be overwhelmed by their constantly growing numbers and wiped out completely. Qin Feng, however, had remained invisible from the beginning, leaving the creatures unable to locate their target. All Qin Feng needed now was the correct position. He quietly adjusted his footing and searched for the perfect angle that would place every summoned ghost inside a single attack path. The moment the monsters aligned, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow / once again. His body became a streak of darkness, racing through the group and tearing apart all 12 ghosts in one devastating burst. High above the swamp, Big Plum remained hidden near the cliff's edge, watching Qin Feng dismantle the boss and its summoned monsters below. Her body trembled with excitement, and her cheeks had turned bright red as she finally witnessed the true strength of Shadow, the #1 ranked expert. To her, Qin Feng's abilities were almost unbelievable. He appeared and disappeared without leaving the slightest trace, and within the blink of an eye, he had already removed more than half of the boss's health without allowing it any real opportunity to fight back. Then, to Big Plum's complete surprise, a message from Qin Feng appeared in the private chat. Addressing her by the strange nickname Little Black, he calmly informed her that he would be dying in a little while. The unexpected statement left her staring at the message in shock. Qin Feng showed no fear at all. With complete confidence, he assured her that there was nothing to worry about. Her only responsibility was to remain where she was and wait for him to revive. Big Plum immediately panicked. From everything she could see, Qin Feng clearly held the advantage, so she could not understand why he was suddenly talking about dying. At the same time, she demanded to know who Little Black was. Qin Feng casually asked whether that was not her name. Big Plum indignantly corrected him, explaining that she was Big Plum, not Little Black, which sounded far more like the name of someone's dog. Elsewhere near the cliff, someone slammed a foot against the ground in fury. It was the long-haired leader Qin Feng had killed earlier, now returned with his entire team behind him. He was still enraged that he had been caught off guard so easily. In his supposed glory days, he claimed to have defeated legendary opponents one after another. Yet now he had somehow been humiliated by a mere little girl. One of his men soon came rushing back with exciting news. He had found the girl hiding on the cliff, while that bastard Shadow was down in the swamp challenging the boss entirely alone. The leader's confidence immediately returned. This time, he had brought his full team, and he was convinced they finally had enough strength to kill Qin Feng. Down in the swamp, the Golden Ghost ship had become completely enraged. The ghostly bell at the front of the vessel shone with increasingly intense light as the boss prepared its next move. The battle had now entered its fourth phase, the most dangerous and difficult stage of the entire Golden Ghost ship encounter. The boss raised its enormous oar, and violent waves immediately formed across the swamp. After its health dropped to the halfway point, it activated its massive soul surge attack. The towering waves spread rapidly through the swamp, rolling outward with overwhelming force. Watching from the cliff, Big Plum's eyes widened in terror as she saw the attack swallowing the battlefield below. Soul Surge immediately disabled Qin Feng's invisibility, forcibly exposing his position. At the same time, the swamp beneath his feet began to twist and bulge as something powerful gathered below him. In the next instant, an enormous pillar of water exploded upward and completely trapped Qin Feng's body. The attack struck with devastating force, instantly dealing 1,059 points of damage. The blow emptied his remaining health in a single moment. A system notification appeared immediately, formally confirming Qin Feng's death. As the death penalty took effect, Qin Feng lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan, along with an additional 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. Watching from the cliff, the long-haired leader broke into a pleased grin. In his opinion, Qin Feng had become arrogant after hearing too many people call him an expert. Only a complete fool would believe he could challenge a gold-tier boss entirely alone, and now Shadow had supposedly paid the price for that arrogance. The moment Qin Feng's dropped lifespan appeared on the ground, the leader and his men charged toward it like starving animals. They had never imagined Shadow could possess so much wealth. Judging from the enormous glowing orb, they assumed it contained at least 100 days of lifespan. With the boss already badly wounded, they eagerly decided to finish it off themselves while also claiming every bit of lifespan Qin Feng had dropped. Yet the moment the group took one more step toward the swamp, the scenery beneath their feet abruptly vanished. In the next instant, they found themselves suspended high in the air, leaving their leader staring around in confusion, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Before any of them could react, the strange force finished carrying them away. The leader and every one of his men were forcibly teleported back to Shell Town after being killed. Frustration immediately spread through the group. They could not understand how the boss had been powerful enough to wipe them out so easily, especially when Shadow had already fought it down to half health by himself. Several men angrily complained that the instant they entered the swamp, the towering water pillar had killed them on the spot. With smaller monsters crawling throughout the area as well, the entire encounter seemed completely impossible for them to handle. Their leader clenched his teeth, refusing to accept such a humiliating defeat. They had already suffered heavy losses, and he was determined not to let everything end there. With anger burning across his face, he ordered his men to follow him and prepare for another attempt. At the same time, a figure leaped back down into the swamp. Qin Feng had already returned to the battlefield, but when he saw the large number of glowing lifespan orbs scattered across the ground, even he paused in confusion. Qin Feng immediately contacted Big Plum through the private chat, telling her that he had returned and asking why so many lifespan orbs had suddenly appeared below. Big Plum was surprised by how quickly he had come back. She explained that the lifespan belonged to a noisy group of players who had recklessly charged toward the boss, only to be wiped out together by its water pillar attack. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face when he realized those players had badly overestimated their own strength. Still, the sight reminded him of his previous life, when the Golden Ghost ship had caused him more than enough suffering as well. The boss continued drifting through the swamp, while Qin Feng carefully watched its movements. He knew the Golden Ghost ship would only use its immobilizing attack once, which meant dealing with its remaining health would be much easier. However, once its health dropped below half, every attack carried a fixed chance of making the ship vanish and reappear far away. That troublesome movement was one of the main reasons ordinary players found it so difficult to finish the boss. Without wasting another moment, Qin Feng raised his hand and fired a venom dart. The projectile flew across the swamp and struck the ghostly bell at the front of the ship with perfect accuracy. The Golden Ghost ship flew into a rage and immediately began preparing another powerful attack. The moment Qin Feng noticed the change, he activated Shadow Sneak, causing his figure to disappear from the boss's sight. Qin Feng calmly studied every shift in the ship's movement. He had already seen through its attack pattern long ago, so the instant an opening appeared, he unleashed instant Shadow Slash and tore through the boss with another rapid assault. Meanwhile, the long-haired leader and his men finally returned to the cliff. One of the scouts quickly reported that Qin Feng had already resumed fighting the boss below. Hearing this, the leader narrowed his eyes and decided to wait for the perfect opportunity to eliminate both Shadow and the weakened boss. When Big Plum saw the same group of idiots returning to interfere yet again, anger immediately flared inside her. Shadow was already close to defeating the boss, and she refused to stand by while those shameless players tried to ruin everything. She tightened both hands around her magic staff and focused her power. Electrical energy began gathering around the weapon as streaks of thunder crackled through the air. A brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of Big Plum's staff and crashed directly into the approaching men. Several of their bodies were instantly scorched black, while the surviving players froze in shock at the sudden attack. The leader spun around furiously and demanded to know who had attacked them. One of his men quickly raised a trembling hand and pointed toward Big Plum, revealing that she was the one responsible. With rage twisting his face, the leader grabbed his axe from the ground and ordered everyone to kill her. The moment Big Plum saw the group turning toward her, fear filled her eyes. Big Plum immediately turned and ran, shouting desperately for help as she fled across the cliff. The leader and his men charged after her, cursing loudly and swearing that they would kill her once they caught up. Not far from the chase, a man remained hidden behind a tree. Keeping his body pressed against the trunk, he silently watched Big Plum and the pursuing group draw closer. The hidden observer was not alone. Another man stood concealed behind him, watching the same scene. As soon as they realized Big Plum and her pursuers were heading directly toward their position, both men quickly withdrew behind the tree again. Back in the swamp, Qin Feng retreated several steps from the Golden Ghost ship while keeping his eyes fixed firmly on it. Judging from its rapidly falling health, the boss was finally approaching death. Even so, the battle had unfolded exactly as Qin Feng expected. Despite being only a level 5 boss, the Golden Ghost ship was still extremely difficult to defeat alone. His current damage remained relatively low, forcing the fight to drag on much longer than he wanted. That delay had already attracted numerous players who now stood nearby watching the battle. When Qin Feng glanced toward the cliff, he immediately recognized several of the spectators. They were the same players who had rushed into the swamp earlier and died beneath the boss's attack. He also noticed another group positioned beside the swamp. Their intentions were obvious. They planned to wait until Qin Feng finished killing the boss, then attack him while he was weakened and seize all the dropped treasure for themselves. The poison continued spreading through the Golden Ghost ship, steadily consuming the last of its health. Its eyes began glowing with an unnatural light, and only moments later, the enormous spectral vessel started fading from sight. A system announcement confirmed that Qin Feng had successfully killed the gold-grade Golden Ghost ship. He received 480 experience points, immediately rose to level 8, and gained 7 evolution points along with 216 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak the moment the boss fell, allowing his figure to disappear once more. The nearby ambushers had imagined a wonderful ending for themselves, but unfortunately, they had completely misjudged the situation. A server-wide announcement suddenly echoed through every region. Shadow of Shell Town had become the first player on the entire server to defeat a gold-grade boss and was awarded 3 additional reputation points. The announcement immediately captured the attention of every player in the surrounding area, drawing shocked reactions from all directions. No one seemed to know Shadow's real identity or how he had become so overwhelmingly powerful. Some players reacted with open anger, insisting that the first person to defeat a gold-grade boss should have come from Han City instead of Shell Town. Back in Shell Town, Wang Ming stared at the announcement in complete disbelief. It had not been long since he witnessed Shadow fighting a bronze boss alone, yet now Shadow had already defeated a gold-grade boss without a party. Wang Ming could not understand how the gap between Shadow and every other player had grown so enormous. Beside him, Qin Feng's younger sister looked at the ranking with renewed determination. Shadow truly was the strongest expert in the game. If she could convince him to help her level up, she might finally gain the chance to meet Brother Song Fei. As the Golden Ghost ship's massive form completely disappeared, glowing lifespan orbs and piles of valuable loot were left scattered across the dark surface of the swamp. The leader of the group hiding near the trees could not suppress a greedy smile when he saw the enormous amount of treasure. Shadow had vanished through invisibility without immediately collecting the drops, which convinced the man that Qin Feng had become wary of their presence. With a wicked expression, he ordered Guang to use his ability and expose Shadow's location. They would kill Qin Feng and claim every reward dropped by the gold-grade boss. Guang nodded and immediately raised his bow. After activating an ability called Phantom Horned Eagle, he released an arrow toward the swamp. Midway through its flight, the projectile transformed into the ghostly shape of a soaring eagle. The spectral eagle swept over the swamp before suddenly exploding in midair. Countless glowing feathers scattered from the blast and began drifting slowly across the entire battlefield below. Hidden within the swamp, Qin Feng carefully observed the falling feathers. He had not expected this hunter to acquire an anti-invisibility ability so early in the game. No wonder the group felt confident enough to kill him and steal his loot. Unfortunately for them, Qin Feng's assassin class naturally granted his stealth an additional level. Guang's detection skill was only level 1, making it completely incapable of breaking Shadow Sneak. After waiting and seeing no trace of Qin Feng, Guang confidently turned toward his leader. He declared that Shadow must have seen how many of them were present and fled in fear. The leader and his men cautiously began advancing toward the treasure. He ordered everyone to protect the area first, remain alert, and prepare for combat at any moment. The boss drops would remain bound to Qin Feng for 5 minutes. Once that ownership period expired, the loot would become available for them to claim. Proud smiles spread across their faces as they imagined taking everything for themselves. But just then, Darkness began gathering directly among them, and their confident expressions instantly turned to fear. Before a single man could react, Qin Feng surged forward like a bolt of thunder. His attacks flashed through the group in an instant, cutting down every last one of them before they could defend themselves. Once the battlefield fell silent again, Qin Feng calmly turned his attention toward the boss's treasure. Then a sudden question entered his mind. Where had Big Plum disappeared to? He decided not to worry about her for the moment and planned to search for her afterward. Right now, he had accumulated enough evolution points to improve Greedy Hand again. Rather than collecting the boss drops immediately, Qin Feng chose to evolve Greedy Hand first, so its strengthened effects would apply when he gathered the treasure. Greedy Hand successfully advanced from diamond quality to epic quality. It could still be used on defeated monster corpses, but its chance of producing additional loot increased from 220% to 300%. Even more impressively, every piece of bonus loot now had a guaranteed 100% chance of being upgraded by one full tier. With the evolution complete, Qin Feng reached toward the glowing treasure. He intended to take full advantage of that guaranteed upgrade, gathering the scattered light together and drawing every possible reward from the boss's remains. Greedy Hand immediately began absorbing the loot and pulling the surrounding light into Qin Feng's palm. As the rewards accumulated before him, a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. A brilliant glow erupted across the dark swamp. When Greedy Hand finished working, Qin Feng had obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 rare special items known as Ghost Fire Bells. The moment Qin Feng saw the final rewards, his eyes widened with genuine surprise. Greedy Hand had not produced just one Ghost Fire Bell, it had given him 2 of them. The Ghost Fire Bell was an extremely valuable special item. Once equipped, it prevented Qin Feng from losing lifespan when he died, although the protection had a cooldown of 1,560 seconds. The item also possessed 2 abilities, one passive and one active. Its passive skill, Soul Absorption, increased the amount of lifespan dropped by defeated monsters by 20%. Carrying 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once doubled that effect. Its active skill, Soul Shock, allowed Qin Feng to ring the bell and immobilize every enemy within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, though the ability required 512 seconds before it could be used again. The Ghost Fire Bell was classified as an item rather than ordinary equipment, meaning it did not consume any equipment slots. Better still, both bells could be stored together inside a single inventory space, making them exceptionally convenient to carry. While Qin Feng was still examining them, an urgent message from Big Plum suddenly appeared in the private chat, begging him to come and save her. Qin Feng's relaxed expression immediately disappeared. Becoming alert at once, he urgently asked where she was. Unable to see where Little Black had gone, Qin Feng could not help feeling uneasy. He immediately tried reaching her through the voice channel, but instead of an explanation, all he heard were her terrified screams as she desperately warned the people around her not to come any closer. Little Black was trembling with fear because the leader and his men had already surrounded her and blocked every possible path of escape. They mockingly praised her impressive resistance, but quickly reminded her that she had nowhere left to run. With disgusting smiles, they told her to stop struggling and come quietly, promising they would make her feel so good that she would practically ascend to heaven. Little Black tightened her fist until her knuckles turned pale. When she glanced over her shoulder, she realized that her heels were already at the very edge of the cliff. Even so, determination hardened in her eyes. No matter what happened next, she refused to let these bastards claim the kill. Without giving herself another second to hesitate, Little Black leaned backward and deliberately threw herself over the cliff. The sudden decision stunned the leader and every man beside him, leaving them frozen in place as they watched her vanish beyond the edge. Her body plummeted through the air at terrifying speed before slamming violently into the ground below. Agonizing pain tore through her entire body on impact, and a dark pool of blood quickly spread beneath her motionless form. Soon, Little Black's body began fading away, dissolving into the lifespan left behind after her death. The leader cautiously leaned over the cliff and stared down in confusion. Only then did he realize that she had truly chosen to jump, and even he had to admit that the woman had been unbelievably decisive. After reviving back in town, Little Black contacted Qin Feng and told him that he no longer needed to rush over and rescue her. She had already died and safely returned, and she was actually relieved that all the party's tradable lifespan had been placed with Captain Wang Meng beforehand. Hearing that she was safe, Qin Feng finally relaxed. He told Little Black to remain in town because he would soon return and hand some items over to her. Her mood immediately brightened, and she happily praised him for all the hard work he had done. Qin Feng gathered every bit of lifespan scattered throughout the surrounding area, completing what had turned into an enormous haul. His tradable lifespan had now climbed to an astonishing 3,115 days, while his accumulated evolution points had reached 21. Without wasting time, he decided to invest those points into evolving Greedy Hand. However, the moment he selected the skill, a system window appeared and informed him that Greedy Hand had already reached the epic tier. Any further evolution would require 10 times the usual number of evolution points. The system then asked whether he wished to spend 210 evolution points to evolve the skill again. Qin Feng showed no surprise when he saw the enormous requirement. He had already expected that further improvement would not be so simple. The higher a skill's tier became, the more evolution points it demanded for its next advancement. Since Greedy Hand was currently out of reach, he decided to leave it alone and focus on strengthening his offensive abilities first. Greater damage meant he could challenge more powerful bosses, and stronger bosses would naturally provide him with far more valuable loot. Concentrating on Instant Shadow Slash, Qin Feng poured his evolution points into the skill and pushed it directly from Platinum Tier to Diamond Tier. Its effective attack range expanded considerably, increasing from 21 meters to 27 meters, while the invisibility duration granted by the skill rose from 7 seconds to 9. The number of slashes delivered against every enemy along his path also increased from 5 strikes to 7, with the complete skill now lasting a full 10 seconds. Even the reach of each individual slash improved dramatically, extending beyond its previous length of 3.1 meters. The upgraded slash length ultimately reached 4.1 meters, and every strike now dealt 300 points of additional damage instead of the previous 200. After spending 10 evolution points, Qin Feng found that only 3 points remained. He then enhanced the beginner skill Backstab, causing it to leap straight from normal tier to gold while completely skipping bronze and silver. Its bonus damage also doubled, rising from 15% to 30% whenever Backstab was successfully triggered. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied with the results. After evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, the skill's overall damage had practically doubled. Even when he was not already hidden, and without relying on the bonus from breaking stealth, the attack could still deal roughly 3,000 points of damage. If he emerged from stealth and successfully activated Backstab as well, the combined damage from all 7 slashes could reach somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 points. Opening the system interface, Qin Feng carefully examined his abilities and reviewed everything he had gained. Under normal circumstances, a gold tier boss would only drop between 2 and 4 pieces of silver equipment, with merely a small possibility of producing a gold item. Yet thanks to Greedy Hand, his rewards had been completely transformed. He had obtained 11 gold tier pieces of equipment and skill books, 2 platinum tier items, and even 1 platinum tier skill book. It was an incredible haul, especially since 3 of those rewards were suitable for assassin class players. One of the most valuable items was the platinum tier ghost ship Dual Blades, a weapon created specifically for the assassin class. The paired blades provided 136 points of damage, 22 points of agility, a 24% increase in attack speed, and 17 points of armor penetration. A player needed to reach level 5 before equipping them. Their unique effect was even more unusual, allowing every ordinary attack to deal damage twice. Qin Feng immediately equipped the 2 daggers and tested their balance in his hands. Their special double hit effect was not especially useful to him, since he relied almost entirely on skills rather than ordinary attacks to deal damage. Even so, the weapons possessed an extremely high base attack and granted another 22 points of agility. Their attack speed bonus would also accelerate his skill execution and shorten the recovery between movements. Combined with their excellent armor-piercing attribute, the dual blades were far from useless. Next, Qin Feng equipped the gold-tier Ghost Fire Leather Armor. The armor provided 25 points of physical defense, 50 points of fire element resistance, and 14 points of damage blocking. More astonishingly, it directly granted him 419 additional health points. Like the dual blades, the armor could only be worn by someone who had reached level 5. Qin Feng stared at the armor's attributes in amazement. Leveling up had not increased his constitution at all, leaving his natural health at only 350 points. Yet this single piece of equipment added 419 health points by itself, giving him more health than his original total. Once he put it on, the majority of ordinary players would probably struggle to break through his defense at all. Through the system settings, Qin Feng chose to conceal the appearance of his defensive equipment and restored the simple starter outfit of the assassin class. To anyone looking at him directly, he would appear completely unequipped. They would need to open the game interface and inspect his information before discovering what he was truly wearing. And his upgrades were still not finished, because one final reward remained inside his inventory. When Qin Feng checked the last remaining item, he discovered that it was another skill book. The book contained a gold-tier assassin skill called Ghost Shadow Blur. It was a passive ability that permanently granted a 15% dodge rate, and whenever a successful dodge was triggered, the user would become immune to all incoming damage from that attack. Qin Feng was delighted to finally obtain a proper survival ability for the assassin class. However, he quickly remembered why most players considered this particular skill rather weak. Dodge rate was extremely difficult to increase in this world, and anyone who focused too heavily on raising it would inevitably fall behind in other attributes. Worse still, if the dodge failed to activate during a critical moment, the player could be placed in immediate danger. A faint glow began spreading across Qin Feng's body as he prepared to learn the skill. Unlike every ordinary player, he possessed the ability to evolve skills without a fixed limit. He could continue raising his dodge rate without sacrificing strength, agility, defense, or any of his other attributes. For someone like him, Ghost Shadow Blur offered advantages without any meaningful drawback. With his upgrades complete, Qin Feng finally left the area and began making his way back toward town. The remaining loot consisted mainly of equipment for warriors, priests, and archers. He planned to offer those items to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. Although Wang Meng and his companions probably could not afford everything immediately, Qin Feng understood his personality well enough to believe that he would gladly take the equipment on credit. This enormous improvement had only been possible because of Little Black. Without that lucky koi leading him toward danger, he never would have discovered a level 5 ghost ship to challenge. Qin Feng therefore decided that he needed to thank her properly. As Qin Feng passed beneath a tree on his return journey, several figures suddenly emerged into his path. The leader who had cornered Little Black appeared with his remaining men, and his face was still twisted with anger over everything that had happened. Qin Feng noticed the group almost immediately, and at the very same moment, they recognized him as well. The anger on their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced by shock as every trace of color drained from their expressions. Terror filled their eyes the moment they realized that the man before them was Shadow. None of them dared to remain where they stood. Turning around in panic, they immediately began running for their lives. Naturally, Qin Feng had no intention of allowing any of them to escape. He calmly activated Shadow Stealth, and as his figure began melting into invisibility, a quiet sigh escaped his lips. Before the fleeing men could even take another proper step, Qin Feng surged forward with the speed of thunder. His invisible figure tore through their formation, and in a single merciless attack, every one of the leader's subordinates was instantly finished off. The leader witnessed his men fall around him and immediately lost all composure. Panic took control of his body, and he ran forward with every ounce of strength he possessed. Unfortunately for him, Qin Feng was never going to let him get away. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng appeared directly in front of the fleeing leader and released Shadow Stealth. The man nearly crashed face first into him, stopping so close that their faces almost touched. Tears gathered in the leader's terrified eyes as he admitted that he had been wrong and swore he would never repeat his actions. He desperately begged Qin Feng to spare him, revealing that he had less than 1 year of lifespan remaining. Qin Feng merely stared back with an icy expression and asked whether he had ever considered his own fate when he was attacking and tormenting other people. Without showing the slightest trace of sympathy, Qin Feng launched a poison dart into the leader's body. As the man collapsed and writhed in unbearable pain, Qin Feng calmly turned his back on him and walked away without looking back. Because Qin Feng had killed so many players in such a short period, the system placed the killer status upon him. He had now reached the first layer of that status, which meant that if he died, he would lose 75% of all the lifespan he currently possessed. Even after receiving the warning, Qin Feng remained completely calm. He still possessed the Ghost Fire Bell, which protected him from the penalty of 1 death. Even if carelessness caused him to be killed once, not a single day of his lifespan would be lost. Qin Feng eventually returned to Shell Town. The instant he stepped into the crowded streets, heads turned in his direction, and the gazes of nearly every nearby player settled firmly upon him. Whispers quickly spread through the surrounding crowd. News that Qin Feng had successfully killed a gold-tier boss had already reached the town, and the players could barely believe that such an achievement had actually been accomplished so soon. Because Qin Feng appeared to be wearing nothing more than basic starter clothing, several players began suspecting that he must have exploited some kind of bug to defeat the boss. He ignored their suspicious murmurs and continued walking through the town, but before he could go far, a man hurried toward him and politely asked him to stop for a moment. Qin Feng turned around with a curious expression. The approaching man forced a friendly smile onto his face and held out a skill book for him to see. He claimed that his group had accidentally purchased an assassin-class skill they could not use, and asked Qin Feng to accept it as a gift. In exchange, he hoped they could pretend that the unpleasant incident between them had never happened. The system immediately examined the skill book and displayed its information. It contained a common tier ability called Impale, a single target attack that added 20 points of damage when it struck. More importantly, a successful hit would stun the target for 2 full seconds. The skill had a cooldown period of 22 seconds. Qin Feng accepted the book, and his eyes widened slightly when he recognized its true value. Although its tier was low, Impale was a genuine control skill, something far more useful than its ordinary appearance suggested. After placing the skill book into his inventory, Qin Feng resumed his journey without another word. He continued along his own path, while the man and the companions waiting nearby turned and headed in the opposite direction. Once Qin Feng was far enough away, one of the men angrily confronted Xian Xiao. He reminded him that Qin Feng had previously killed them and complained that handing over a skill book now was unbearably cowardly. Another member quickly agreed, declaring that no one had ever humiliated their group in such a manner. They decided to use every personal connection available to them and gather as many people as possible. In their minds, once everyone contributed, even a single mouthful of spit from each person would be enough to drown Qin Feng, so there was absolutely no reason to fear him. With a cold and calculating expression, Xian Xiao pointed out that Shadow was growing stronger at an unbelievable rate despite leveling entirely on his own. That could only mean he was hiding an extraordinary secret. Rather than simply defeating him inside the game, he wanted to discover Qin Feng's identity in the real world and have him kidnapped. Once they captured him, they could force the secret out of him and perhaps even turn him into a slave who gathered lifespan for them continuously. The other man immediately praised Xiao Xiao, calling it an excellent plan. Xiao Xiao then decided to ask the family to send a woman who could approach Qin Feng and secretly draw information out of him. When he had heard Shadow speaking earlier, the voice had sounded completely unfamiliar, proving that Qin Feng was not part of their social circle. In Xiao Xiao's mind, that meant he was probably poor and inexperienced. As long as they found a professional beauty to seduce him, they were certain he would walk directly into the trap. Elsewhere in Shell Town, Qin Feng finally met up with Little Black. He opened a trade request and asked her to accept because he had several things he wanted to give her. Excitement instantly lit up her eyes, although she still took the opportunity to correct him, explaining that her name was not Little Black at all. Her actual name was Big Plum. Qin Feng placed a powerful skill and a necklace into the trade window and handed both items over to her. The moment Big Plum equipped them, bright flames began swirling from the tip of her magic staff. She stared at the fiery effect in delight, because her damage had multiplied several times over, while her mana regeneration speed had more than doubled. Overwhelmed by the improvement, she sincerely thanked Qin Feng from the bottom of her heart. Qin Feng waved away her gratitude and explained that there was no need to thank him. He was merely fulfilling the agreement they had already made. He then reminded her to hand over the space ring. Big Plum smiled, opened her inventory, and took the ring out before telling him that it now belonged to him. A faint blush spread across Big Plum's face as she remembered something else. While fleeing through the forest, she had accidentally discovered an underground cave that appeared to lead into some kind of ancient ruin. Looking toward Qin Feng with clear anticipation, she asked whether he might be interested in exploring it. Qin Feng could not hide his surprise. First, Big Plum had led him to the gold-tier ghost ship, and now she had uncovered the entrance to a mysterious ruin. Becoming friends with this girl was proving more beneficial than he ever could have imagined. Still, he understood that their sincerity worked both ways. Had he not willingly given her 2 pieces of gold-tier equipment, she might never have trusted him enough to share such valuable information. After equipping the space ring, Qin Feng's inventory capacity finally expanded to 27 slots. He then asked Big Plum where Wang Meng had gone, explaining that once he sold the remaining equipment to the group, he would visit the ruin entrance she had discovered. Big Plum raised one hand and explained that the captain and the others had taken their newly recruited priest out for training, so they would not be returning anytime soon. Big Plum opened the map and carefully marked the exact location of the ruin entrance for Qin Feng. She explained that a stone slab was hidden on the ground behind a cluster of bushes. While escaping, she had pushed the slab aside and crawled into the passage to hide. However, she had only advanced a few steps when horrifying screams echoed from somewhere deeper inside. The sound frightened her so badly that she immediately fled from the cave. Had she remained hidden there, the leader and his men would never have managed to catch her. Qin Feng wasted no time lingering in town. After deciding that he could trade with Wang Meng once the captain returned, he quickly disappeared from sight and headed straight for the newly discovered ruins. Big Plum remained where she was, watching him leave with a slightly confused look on her face. Leaving the busy streets of Shell Town behind, Qin Feng crossed beyond the town's boundary and stepped into the dense forest, following the route marked on his map. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to find a suitable hunting ground and grind monsters until he reached level 10. Now that an unexplored ruin had appeared, however, there was no longer any reason to waste time on ordinary enemies. Within the territory of a beginner town, ruins generally appeared in 3 forms: ancient tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of which kind he had discovered, the ordinary monsters inside would at least be bronze tier, and there was even a chance that silver tier creatures were waiting deeper within. To Qin Feng, such a place was not merely dangerous. It was practically an entire ocean of lifespan and evolution points waiting for him to collect. Following the exact location Big Plum had marked earlier, Qin Feng traveled through the forest until he finally reached the hidden entrance leading into the ruins. Without pausing outside, Qin Feng entered the passage immediately. As he moved deeper, he once again considered the three kinds of ruins that could appear near a beginner town: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Tombs were the most straightforward. They were packed with enormous numbers of monsters, making it extremely difficult to eliminate every last one, and a gold-tier boss would almost always be waiting at the end. Cursed ruins were far more unsettling. Every creature inside had been tainted by ancient gods or evil gods. Some had once been human before losing their minds, while others had died and transformed into wandering ghosts. Temples were occupied by followers of those ancient or evil gods, and their interiors were usually designed like complicated mazes. Ancient murals covered the surrounding stone walls, their faded images stretching along the passage in long, weathered rows. Anyone capable of clearing either of the latter two kinds of ruins could obtain an unusual item or even a rare skill book as a reward. After studying the murals carved and painted across the walls, Qin Feng quickly recognized the nature of the place. This underground ruin was not a tomb or a cursed stronghold. It was a temple of faith. Qin Feng slowed his steps and examined the murals more carefully, because the figures and symbols within them felt strangely familiar. At that very moment, deep roars echoed through the dark corridor ahead. He continued forward, following the sound, and soon understood exactly where he had entered. This was a temple devoted to the ancient god of judgment, and its power shared the very same origin as his Eye of Judgment. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, Wang Ming and his party were locked in a fierce battle with a monster. Standing at the front of the formation, Wang Ming raised his shield and firmly blocked the creature's repeated attacks. Without warning, the monster suddenly lunged forward. Before Wang Ming could properly adjust his stance, its vicious claws smashed into him with tremendous force. His body was thrown backward through the air, and the brutal strike dealt him an enormous amount of damage. The moment the party's archer saw the captain injured, panic spread across his face. He immediately shouted for the healer to restore Wang Ming's health. Yet Qin Feng's sister stood completely frozen, her body stiff with fear as she stared at the chaos and had no idea what she was supposed to do. Tears gathered in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as she gripped her magic staff with both hands. Her fingers tightened around it helplessly, and in a trembling voice, she asked them how she was supposed to heal him. While the party's attention was divided, the monster sprang into the air and prepared to strike again. Seeing the danger approaching, the swordsman quickly pulled out his weapon and shouted at Qin Xiaoyu, ordering her to activate her skill immediately. Instead of following the command, Qin Xiaoyu's courage completely collapsed. Her knees struck the ground, the magic staff slipped from her hands, and she began crying uncontrollably as fear overwhelmed her. The monster launched another attack before anyone could recover. Wang Ming and every member of the party were wiped out once again, and their defeated bodies vanished as they were teleported back to Shell Town. After appearing in town, Wang Ming and the others were absolutely furious. Their expressions were dark, and the frustration of yet another failed attempt was written clearly across their faces. Big Plum happened to be nearby when the party returned. She greeted them cheerfully and, still wearing a smile, asked why they had come back so quickly. She then reminded them that the expert Shadow had not returned yet, meaning they still could not purchase any equipment from him. Already boiling with anger, the archer immediately pointed at Qin Xiaoyu and declared that he had never seen anyone so unbelievably stupid. According to him, she could neither dodge a monster's attacks nor use even the most basic of her own skills. Faced with his harsh accusations, Qin Xiaoyu could only lower her head and cry, completely unsure how to respond. Big Plum stepped directly in front of Qin Xiaoyu, shielding the frightened girl from the archer's accusing finger. With a puzzled expression, she asked why he was being so aggressive. Qin Xiaoyu was a complete beginner, and this was her first time playing the game, so dying once was perfectly normal. The archer's eyes burned with rage as he demanded that Big Plum move aside, insisting that he was going to scold Qin Xiaoyu until she finally learned her lesson. The swordsman quickly explained that the problem was not a single defeat. Their party had already been killed 3 separate times in less than 1 hour. Hearing that number, Big Plum's eyes widened, and surprise spread across her face. A confident smile soon returned to Big Plum's lips. She lifted the necklace Qin Feng had given her and proudly displayed it to the group. She offered to accompany them on their next attempt, revealing that the expert had just given her 2 excellent rewards. With her strength now greatly increased, she believed that as long as she joined the party, they would not be wiped out again. Wang Ming stepped between everyone and firmly ordered the argument to end. In his opinion, Big Plum's suggestion was actually quite reasonable. With her improved strength supporting them, their next training attempt should go much more smoothly. And perhaps by the time they returned, Shadow would already be waiting in town. Although Qin Xiaoyu was secretly furious, she forced herself to appear grateful. She apologized to the party and promised that she would work harder during the next battle. Deep inside, however, she could not believe their shamelessness. They had failed to handle the monster themselves, yet they still dared to place all the blame on her. If these people did not have a connection to Shadow, she would never have bothered staying with them. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At the same time, Qin Feng continued exploring the underground temple. As he entered a new chamber, something unusual inside immediately caught his attention. Two strange creatures were kneeling on the floor directly ahead of him. The system quickly identified them as devout followers of the ancient god. They were known as the Judged, and both were level 10 monsters of the silver tier. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes as a suspicious light flickered within them. The sight of two powerful monsters kneeling so calmly before him was far too strange to ignore. Even so, he had no intention of carelessly trusting them. Without wasting another second, Qin Feng's expression sharpened, and he launched instant shadow slash directly at the two monsters. Qin Feng vanished into invisibility as the attack swept through them. When he turned to examine the damage, however, he discovered that their health had barely fallen. Even after emerging from stealth and activating backstab, he had only removed a small portion of their health bars. Qin Feng was not particularly surprised. These creatures were level 10 silver tier bosses, and the combined health of the two devout followers was already greater than that of the gold tier ghost ship he had previously defeated. Just as Qin Feng prepared himself for the next exchange, something unexpected happened. The unusual reaction of the two monsters immediately drew his attention and made him watch them more closely. Instead of attacking, both monsters lowered themselves and knelt before him once again. Qin Feng stared at them in confusion, because they were clearly bowing in his direction even though he remained hidden by stealth. He could not tell whether they had sensed the eye of judgment within him, or whether that connection was the reason they refused to fight back. Still observing them cautiously, Qin Feng asked whether they knew the path through the temple and told them to lead him forward. The two monsters slowly raised their heads, but rather than answering, they opened their mouths and released harsh, animal-like roars. From their broken reactions, Qin Feng finally understood their condition. These followers had already been corrupted, their bodies were decaying, and whatever sanity they once possessed had completely disappeared. They were no longer true believers capable of thought. They had become savage beasts driven only by the instinct to steal lifespan from living humans. At that moment, a strange light suddenly appeared within the monster's eyes. Both creatures raised their heads as if they had detected something beyond the chamber. A moment later, the two Judged abruptly turned their backs on Qin Feng. Without attacking him, they rushed out of the room and sprinted toward the corridor outside. A group of players had just arrived near the doorway of the chamber. The two monsters immediately sensed their presence and charged toward them at full speed. When the players saw the approaching enemies and checked their information, they were horrified to discover that both creatures were silver tier bosses. The group knew that they did not possess the strength to fight even one silver tier boss, much less two at the same time. Without hesitation, they turned around and attempted to flee from the ruin. Before they could escape, however, the monsters reached them. A cloud of poisonous mist burst across the corridor, covering the players and rapidly melting away their bodies before they could defend themselves. One after another, the players' bodies vanished, leaving glowing orbs of lifespan scattered across the floor. Qin Feng recognized them as members of Grey Rose's team, the same group led by the girl who had purchased Ice Spike from him earlier. He had not expected them to discover this ruin as well. Still, after considering the current quality of most players' equipment, Qin Feng concluded that none of them were properly prepared to explore the deeper sections of a place like this. Qin Feng canceled his stealth and walked forward to collect the dropped lifespan. The moment he revealed himself, the two monsters once again turned toward him and lowered themselves to their knees. As he gathered the glowing orbs, Qin Feng discovered that Grey Rose's group had lost more than 100 days of tradable lifespan. He had not expected those players to be carrying so much wealth. After collecting everything, Qin Feng returned to the chamber and began examining it carefully. Several minutes passed as he searched the walls, floor, and surrounding corners, yet he found absolutely nothing. There were no hidden traps, no treasure chests, and no secret passages. In the end, he concluded that the room contained nothing more than the two silver-tier mini-bosses. An irritated light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Since there was clearly nothing else worth finding here, he decided to stop wasting time and deal with the two monsters immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng raised his hand and released his poison darts. The projectiles cut through the air and buried themselves directly into the heads of the kneeling monsters. After successfully killing both silver-tier bosses, Qin Feng received 4,000 experience points. The large reward immediately pushed him up to level 9. At the same time, he gained 4 evolution points and another 188 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng then activated Greedy Hand over the fallen creatures. Under the power of the skill, the bodies of the two Judged began to fade and dissolve before his eyes. When the final rewards appeared, Qin Feng could barely contain his satisfaction. The epic tier version of Greedy Hand was completely outrageous. From only 2 silver tier bosses, he obtained 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of tradable lifespan, for pieces of gold tier loot, and 10 additional silver tier items. Qin Feng reached into the newly acquired loot and pulled out a pendant, allowing it to rest in the center of his palm. A pleased expression appeared on his face when he saw that it was a gold-tier accessory designed specifically for assassins. The item was called the Pendant of the Faithful. As an assassin-class accessory, it granted 15 points of agility and reduced skill cooldowns by 20%. Its unique effect was even more valuable, allowing the wearer to summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight on their behalf. The summoning ability had a cooldown of 6,000 seconds. Qin Feng tightened his fist around the pendant, clearly satisfied with its attributes. The 20% cooldown reduction alone would greatly improve his combat efficiency. His stealth skills cooldown would fall from 22 seconds to 19 seconds. Poison Dart would recover in 3.75 seconds instead of 4.35, while Instant Shadow Slash would drop from a 10-second cooldown to only 8. His future grinding speed would become much faster. Since the rest of his equipment required a level above 8, almost no other player could use items of this level yet. Qin Feng therefore decided to keep the pendant for the time being and sell it later when the market was ready. Just as Qin Feng turned and prepared to leave the chamber, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble and shift. Curiosity flickered across Qin Feng's face as he turned toward the sudden movement behind him. Before his eyes, a short stone pillar slowly pushed its way up from beneath the trembling floor. The moment he saw the pillar emerge, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with delight. It seemed that eliminating every monster inside the chamber had finally triggered a hidden mechanism buried beneath the temple. Rather than approaching carelessly, Qin Feng leaned closer and examined the stone pillar from every angle. After studying its structure and markings, he confirmed that it was indeed part of a concealed mechanism. Only moments later, the pillar's internal mechanism activated with a low rumble. The ground beneath Qin Feng shifted, and a square platform quietly formed directly under his feet. A heavy door embedded in the floor slowly opened beneath the platform. Then, little by little, the entire structure began sinking into the darkness below. Qin Feng immediately realized that he was standing on an ancient lift. After the platform had descended several meters into the underground shaft, the stone door overhead began sliding shut again, sealing the entrance and cutting off the light from the chamber above. Several long minutes passed before the descending platform finally came to a stop. Judging from the distance and the time it had taken, Qin Feng estimated that he had traveled at least 300 or 400 meters underground. The space before him was swallowed in darkness, and a cold, oppressive gloom seemed to hang in the air. Qin Feng remained alert, his gaze fixed firmly on the shadowy passage stretching ahead. Drawn the knowledge from his previous life, Qin Feng quickly recognized the structure surrounding him. He had reached a hidden maze constructed far beneath the main level of the temple. Qin Feng knew that ancient ruins had a small chance of containing concealed labyrinths like this one. He had explored many similar places during his previous life, so he understood that countless deadly traps would be hidden throughout the passages. As long as someone else moved ahead as cannon fodder, exploring the maze would not be especially dangerous. The real problem was that clearing it safely would consume an enormous amount of time. A confident gleam appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he took out the Pendant of the Faithful. With his current attributes, activating even a single powerful trap could kill him instantly. Fortunately, the pendant allowed him to summon a silver-tier devout follower that could walk ahead and face those dangers in his place. Qin Feng stretched out one hand and activated the pendant's unique power. A pulse of energy gathered before him, and moments later, a zombie-like devout follower materialized on the cold stone floor. Pointing toward the dark hallway leading deeper into the maze, Qin Feng ordered the summoned creature to scout ahead. The devout follower slowly rose to its feet, turned toward the passage, and began walking forward without hesitation. Qin Feng folded his arms and watched the creature disappear into the corridor, unable to hide his satisfaction. Exploring a deadly maze became far easier when a summoned lackey could test the road first. Even so, danger could never be completely ruled out, so he decided to strengthen his passive dodge ability before continuing. Qin Feng invested 11 evolution points into Ghost Shadow Blur, pushing the skill directly from Gold Tier to Epic Tier. Its passive dodge rate soared from 15% to an astonishing 75%, and whenever a dodge successfully activated, he would become completely immune to the incoming damage. A 75% dodge rate was already absurdly high, especially without sacrificing any of his other attributes. After checking his remaining evolution points, Qin Feng realized that he still had exactly enough to advance Instant Shadow Slash to Epic Tier as well. Spending another 13 evolution points, Qin Feng evolved Instant Shadow Slash from Diamond Tier to Epic. The skill's range expanded to 30 meters, while its full duration increased to 12 seconds. He could now unleash 9 slashes instead of 7, and the cooldown settled at 8.8 seconds. Each slash widened to 5 meters, while the bonus damage per strike climbed from 300 points to 400. Qin Feng's eye shone as he considered the evolution rules more carefully. Advancing a skill from epic to legendary required 10 times the normal number of evolution points. This meant that the higher a skill's original starting tier was, the more profitable it became to evolve. For example, if a skill began at epic tier, then raising it to legendary would count as its very first evolution. The base requirement for that first advancement was only 1 evolution point, and because legendary evolution multiplied the cost by 10, the final price would still be merely 10 points. In other words, whenever Qin Feng obtained a skill that already started at epic tier, he could rapidly push it toward legendary, mythical, ancient, and eventually even immortal tier. A normal tier skill was far more expensive in the long run, because it needed to evolve 7 separate times just to reach epic. By the time the tenfold cost applied, the total requirement could rise into the hundreds. Fortunately, regardless of where a skill began, Qin Feng could still raise it to epic tier for comparatively few points. From this moment onward, every skill he truly used could be maintained at no less than epic tier. Qin Feng still had 11 evolution points left, and the only ability he could currently improve was his starter skill, Shadow Sneak. He spent 8 points, raising it from silver tier to platinum. The stealth duration increased from 16 seconds to 24, while the attack triggered when stealth was broken gained an additional 90 points, with the displayed value changing from 120 to 50. Its base cooldown also dropped from 26 seconds to 22. Thanks to Qin Feng's 35% cooldown reduction attribute, the actual cooldown became 16.3 seconds. Even then, he felt that the recovery time was still too long and the stealth-breaking damage remained underwhelming. Sooner or later, he would need to replace this skill. Further down the maze, the devout follower stepped onto an ordinary-looking stone slab. The instant its foot pressed down, a hidden trap activated, and an enormous boulder dropped from above without warning. The giant rock crushed the summoned creature beneath its weight, causing its broken body to dissolve into scattered light. With the follower destroyed, Qin Feng had no choice but to stop and wait for the pendant's cooldown before summoning another. The maze was both intricate and deadly, so this slow method was the only safe way to proceed. All he could do was remain patient and hope that something valuable waited at the end. Meanwhile, on the temple's upper level, a shield-bearing man and a hooded woman cautiously leaned their heads through the doorway of the chamber. After checking the area, the man turned toward his captain, Grey Rose, and reported that the 2 monsters had disappeared. Hearing this unexpected news, Grey Rose could not keep the surprise from showing on her face. The group carefully entered the room, and Grey Rose soon noticed that the lifespan they had dropped was gone as well. Someone had clearly killed the 2 monsters and collected everything left behind, though she had no idea who could have done it. The shield-bearer remarked that only the expert Shadow possessed enough strength to defeat 2 silver-tier bosses. Grey Rose felt that his conclusion made sense, and a wave of relief passed through her. At the very least, they would not be killed by those creatures again. Grey Rose rested one hand beneath her chin and recalled what they had witnessed earlier. When her party first arrived, they had briefly seen a figure who seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She could not confirm whether that person had been Shadow, nor did she know if he possessed some ability capable of enchanting bosses. But if he truly could control creatures of that level, then his power was far more terrifying and incomprehensible than they had imagined. At the same time, far below them on the temple's second layer, Qin Feng's newly summoned devout follower triggered another hidden mechanism and was killed by yet another trap. Beyond the destroyed summon stretched one final, narrow path leading toward a massive door. Qin Feng had already spent 3 full hours navigating the maze, and judging by the structure ahead, this should be its endpoint. Based on what he remembered from his previous life, exploring the same route with actual human lives would have sacrificed at least several hundred people. Once the pendant became available again, Qin Feng activated it without delay and summoned another silver-tier devout follower beside him. The creature immediately began walking down the long path toward the sealed door. This time, Qin Feng followed close behind, carefully watching both the floor and the surrounding walls. When they reached the end of the passage, Qin Feng pointed toward the enormous door and commanded the devout follower to open it. Obeying his order, the monster placed both hands against the door and pushed with all the strength it possessed. Yet the heavy structure refused to move even slightly. The follower strained so hard that its entire body began trembling under the effort. Suspicion filled Qin Feng's eyes as he watched. A silver-tier creature could not open the door no matter how much force it used, which meant ordinary strength was probably not the key. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Feng stepped past the struggling summon, approached the sealed entrance himself, and gently placed one hand against its surface. The instant his palm made contact, the massive door responded. With a deep grinding sound, it slowly began opening on its own, leaving Qin Feng staring at it in genuine shock. As the gap widened, a strange wave of air rolled outward from the hidden chamber. Thick clouds of dust and smoke followed, spilling through the doorway like a dark curtain. Cold sweat formed along Qin Feng's skin as he watched the smoke drift past him. His instincts immediately warned him that whatever waited beyond that door might not be safe. On the other side lay a vast chamber, filled with towering stone pillars. At the exact center of the room sat a treasure chest, its entire surface wrapped tightly in twisting vines covered with sharp thorns. Qin Feng cautiously entered the chamber and studied the chest from a safe distance. The thorny growth had nearly swallowed it completely, and a heavy lock secured the lid. More surprisingly, an unfamiliar NPC stood silently beside it. The NPC was a woman whose lower face had been hidden beneath layers of bandages. Qin Feng immediately asked the system to inspect her attributes, but for the first time, it failed to detect even the smallest piece of information. Qin Feng's eyes widened as the empty result remained before him. Since entering the game, he had never encountered an NPC so mysterious that even the system could not reveal her name, level, or attributes. The bandaged woman began whispering in a strange language that Qin Feng could not understand. Then she slowly lowered herself to her knees. Light spread across her body, and her figure gradually dissolved into glowing particles before disappearing completely. Qin Feng remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the place where she had vanished. He carefully observed every change in the chamber, unable to understand why the mysterious woman had suddenly disappeared. Moments later, the thorn-covered vines wrapped around the treasure chest began fading as well. One strand after another dissolved, slowly exposing the golden chest beneath them. Even with the vines gone, Qin Feng did not relax his guard. Although he had been unable to inspect the woman's information, he was certain that her strange reaction had some connection to the Eye of Judgment. The uncovered chest began radiating a brilliant golden light, and Qin Feng immediately recognized the aura of epic-tier items inside. Still, he refused to approach recklessly. Treasure chests in ancient ruins could easily be mimics, and even genuine ones might conceal lethal traps. Keeping a safe distance, Qin Feng pointed toward the glowing chest and ordered his summoned, devout follower to open it in his place. The monster stepped forward and obeyed without hesitation. As soon as it lifted the lid, a dazzling beam of light burst from within and illuminated the entire pillar-filled chamber. Qin Feng's eyes opened wide when he saw what was resting inside. It was an extraordinary assassin skill book, a godlike ability that contained both passive benefits and an active effect within the very same skill. Inside the glowing chest rested an epic-tier assassin skill book known as the Stole of Mercy. Its passive effect granted a perfect 100% correction rate when aiming at an enemy's weak points, while also doubling all damage dealt whenever those vulnerable areas were successfully struck. The skill book also contained a powerful active ability called Slit Throat. Once activated, Qin Feng's next attack would inflict the Slit Throat effect, dealing damage equal to 100% of that initial strike every second for the next 3 seconds. Its original cooldown was 60 seconds, but with Qin Feng's current cooldown reduction, it had already fallen to only 44.4 seconds. As Qin Feng examined the skill more closely, he realized that its passive ability effectively doubled the hittable area of every enemy's weak points. That benefit alone was already extraordinary, but the truly outrageous part of the skill was its active effect, Slit Throat. For example, if Qin Feng's opening attack dealt 300 damage, Slit Throat would continue inflicting another 300 damage every second for 3 full seconds. The lingering effect alone would add 900 damage, bringing the complete attack to 1,200 points, 4 times the damage of the original strike. Qin Feng continued reading every detail carefully. Multi-hit abilities such as Instant Shadow Slash could strike an enemy many times, but Slit Throat would only calculate its effect from the very first hit. Even so, the skill was already epic tier, which meant he only needed 10 evolution points to push it into legendary tier. This single treasure had turned the entire expedition into an enormous harvest, because his burst damage had now increased several times over. With the treasure secured, Qin Feng turned toward the exit and began making his way back through the ruins. He knew this opportunity had only appeared because Big Plum had shared the location with him, so it was time to return and sell the remaining equipment to her party. Opening the voice channel, he asked Big Plum to tell Wang Meng to head back to town because he had items ready for him. Once the party learned that Shadow had finished exploring the ruins, they immediately decided to return. By the time Qin Feng arrived back at Shell Town, he had expected the usual crowded streets. Instead, the sight waiting near the entrance made his eyes widen in genuine surprise. A huge crowd of players had gathered specifically to wait for Shadow's return. Many rushed forward asking to add him as a friend, while others openly offered to become his followers and promised to support him wherever he went. Even the chairman of the Runding Group from Jianghai City had personally arrived to formally invite Shadow into the corporation. There were also fans who had traveled all the way from Firefly Town simply to greet him. The gathering was not limited to players from Shell Town. Groups from several different beginner towns had crossed over as well, all hoping to persuade Qin Feng to form a team with them. Seeing so many unfamiliar players in one place, Qin Feng immediately understood what had happened. The teleportation gates connecting the different towns had finally begun activating. That meant the path to Song Fei's Firefly Town was now open. Qin Feng had no interest in remaining trapped inside the noisy crowd. Without wasting another moment, his figure blended into the surrounding shadows and disappeared from everyone's sight. Hidden beneath his invisibility skill, Qin Feng quietly slipped away from the packed streets. Behind him, the waiting players immediately began arguing among themselves, each group blaming the others and assuming that Shadow had left because their constant harassment had annoyed him. After escaping the crowd, Qin Feng soon reached the place where Big Plum and Wang Ming's party were waiting. He approached Big Plum first and quietly drew her attention. The moment Big Plum recognized him, she raised one hand excitedly and called toward Wang Ming, informing the captain that the expert Shadow had finally arrived. As Qin Feng looked toward the gathered party members, one particular figure standing among them immediately caught his attention. That person was none other than his own younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu turned toward him and revealed a sweet, friendly smile. Qin Feng, however, was immediately filled with questions. He could not understand how she had managed to enter Wang Ming's party, especially when her presence alone was enough to place the entire group in danger of being repeatedly wiped out. Qin Feng reminded himself to remain extremely cautious. Shadow had now become famous across multiple towns, so revealing his real identity would be far too dangerous. He still possessed no supernatural strength outside the game, and with so many people watching his every move, even an ordinary kitchen knife could easily kill him in the real world. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks slowly turned red as she secretly studied Shadow from head to toe. Even without seeing his hidden equipment, she could sense how powerful he was. Compared with him, Wang Ming and the rest of the party seemed almost worthless. She immediately began imagining that if Shadow agreed to carry her, she might grow strong enough to reunite with Song Fei within only a few days. Qin Feng opened the trade interface and explained to Wang Ming that the equipment he had brought was perfectly suited to the classes within their party. The accompanying skill books would also raise their overall combat strength considerably. He set the initial total price at 220 days of lifespan. Wang Ming immediately felt pressured by the cost, because the items were all silver or gold tier and the party could not afford them at the moment. Qin Feng calmly told him that it was not a problem. They could take the items now and repay him later. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feng with complete sincerity and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. After receiving so much help, he genuinely did not know how their party could ever repay such generosity. He promised that if Qin Feng ever needed their assistance in the future, all he had to do was say the word. No matter what the request involved, Wang Ming and his companions would do everything within their power to help him. The party's swordsman eagerly equipped a shining gold-tier helmet, touching its surface in disbelief as he praised Shadow for being incredible. He had never imagined that he would obtain gold equipment this early in the game. Wang Ming also equipped his new items and learned a gold-tier skill that instantly tripled his damage output. Overcome with emotion, he could not stop tears from filling his eyes. Shadow had even allowed them to purchase everything on credit, proving that he truly trusted their party. Wang Ming searched through the remaining items in the trade, but no priest equipment appeared among them. Qin Xiaoyu watched in confusion, unable to understand why every other class had received something while she had been left empty-handed. The archer, already irritated with her, felt that she was fortunate enough simply to leech experience from the rest of the group. Refusing to give up, Qin Xiaoyu stepped closer to Qin Feng and introduced herself with a polite smile. She explained that she was the priest of Wang Ming's party, then directly asked whether he happened to have any suitable equipment for her. At that moment, a notification appeared before Qin Feng. The player named Little Graceful was requesting to add him as a friend. Qin Xiaoyu stared expectantly at Shadow, but when she saw his reaction, her eyes widened in sudden surprise. Qin Feng gave her nothing more than a cold, penetrating stare. Then, without accepting the friend request or answering her question, his body vanished into the shadows, leaving Qin Xiaoyu frozen in disbelief. Still staring at the empty spot where he had stood, Qin Xiaoyu asked in confusion where Shadow had gone. Wang Ming tried to comfort her, suggesting that Shadow probably had not obtained any priest items during this expedition and might bring something suitable next time. The archer bluntly exposed the truth, declaring that Shadow had clearly ignored her on purpose. Big Plum, meanwhile, watched with admiration and thought Shadow looked incredibly cool, appearing and disappearing as mysteriously as a dragon. Already some distance away, Qin Feng continued walking without turning back. Inside his inventory, he was actually carrying both a gold-tier priest staff and a gold-tier skill book meant specifically for priests. However, no matter how valuable those items were to a priest, Qin Feng had absolutely no reason to hand such precious rewards over to Qin Xiaoyu. As Qin Feng continued advancing, he would inevitably collect huge amounts of unused equipment and skill books. Selling every item one at a time would waste far too much of his energy. Wang Ming's connection with the authorities made his party the perfect buyer for large batches of loot. Qin Feng could not allow Qin Xiaoyu to damage that useful cooperation, so he needed to find another priest and replace her as quickly as possible. A serious light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as one particular person entered his thoughts. He needed to locate little Zhu as soon as he possibly could. Little Zhu's real name was Guishu. In Qin Feng's previous life, she had become the manager of the Godslayer Guild and awakened the hidden priest class known as the White Avian Priestess. A white bird always accompanied her, providing both healing and powerful enhancements. Among every priest Qin Feng had ever known, she was the only one capable of defeating epic tier bosses alone. She had once been one of his strongest allies, and compared with someone like her, Qin Xiaoyu was nothing but complete trash. Qin Feng approached the newly activated teleportation gate and prepared to use it. He remembered that little Zhu, just like Song Fei, had also begun the game in Firefly Town. That made his destination absolutely perfect for accomplishing both objectives at once. As long as Qin Feng could find little Zhu, he planned to place her directly into Wang Meng's party and have her take over Qin Xiaoyu's position as their priest. With his decision made, Qin Feng activated the teleportation gate. Light surrounded his body, and in the next instant, he was transported away from Shell Town and sent directly to Firefly Town. When Qin Feng stepped out of the gate, Firefly Town spread out before him. Its atmosphere, layout, and surrounding scenery were noticeably different from the beginner town he had just left. As Qin Feng walked through the unfamiliar streets, he overheard two players rushing past him while speaking anxiously. They wanted to return to the battlefield as quickly as possible because the silver tier boss had already fallen below half health. If someone else stole the kill now, all their previous deaths would have been meaningless. One of the men angrily cursed Song Fei, complaining that the bastard had brought an enormous crowd of fangirls with him, making it impossible for ordinary players to compete. He could not understand how some insignificant celebrity had managed to gather so many brainless followers. Qin Feng had only just arrived in Firefly Town, yet information about Song Fei had already fallen directly into his hands. He quietly followed behind the two hurried players until they left town and entered a wide valley. According to the map, this was a level 5 hunting zone known as Wailing Valley. The main monsters roaming through Wailing Valley were creatures known as Ember Fiends and the Shackled. After traveling farther into the valley, Qin Feng began hearing the unmistakable sounds of combat ahead, shouted commands, colliding weapons, and repeated magical explosions echoing between the rocky walls. Qin Feng cautiously leaned out from behind the terrain and looked toward the battlefield. A large group of players was surrounding a massive two-headed creature whose entire body burned beneath a layer of raging flames. He immediately recognized the monster as a two-headed Ember Fiend, a powerful silver-tier boss. The battlefield around it was in complete disorder, because instead of focusing entirely on the creature, many of the gathered players were attacking one another as well. Qin Feng carefully scanned the competing groups until his gaze settled on one particular team. Standing among the players at its center was the bastard he had come looking for, Song Fei. Two furious players stepped in front of Song Fei's group and raised their weapons. One of them accused Song Fei of ambushing him earlier and stealing his lifespan, swearing that he would kill him in revenge. Beside him, a shield-bearing player smiled confidently and asked whether Song Fei truly believed hiding behind a crowd of female mages would keep him safe. He then proudly revealed that he possessed a godlike anti-mage skill. The shield-bearer had barely begun taking his first step forward when one of Song Fei's female mages moved. She swung her magic staff with brutal force and crushed his head before he could even demonstrate the skill he had been boasting about. Watching from a distance, Qin Feng remembered exactly how Song Fei had risen in his previous life. Known by the title Heaven-Defying Mage God, Song Fei himself followed the mage class. He had deceived large numbers of devoted fans into choosing the same class, then collected their best equipment and skill books to strengthen himself at an unbelievable speed. Of course, a proper team could not function with ordinary mages alone, so his fangirls had developed their own solution. Some of the women placed nearly all their attribute points into intelligence, turning themselves into fragile but devastating glass cannon mages. Others focused on agility, becoming fast disruption mages capable of interfering with enemy formations. The remaining players invested heavily in health, transforming their mage bodies into makeshift human shields for Song Fei's team. Others poured their points into strength, choosing the path of battle mages who fought at close range and smashed enemies apart with their staffs. During the opening stages of the game, Song Fei's party was almost unstoppable, roaming from place to place and stealing lifespan from helpless players who had no way to resist them. But as the fighting dragged on, the weakness of his group became obvious. Just as anyone might have expected, most of the fangirls surrounding him were eliminated before long. Song Fei lifted one hand and dramatically pointed straight at the approaching boss. With a sorrowful look carefully arranged across his face, he claimed that watching his devoted fans struggle so desperately made his heart ache. He wished the monster would hurry up and die so that everyone could finally rest, then shamelessly added that he dreamed of a loving world where violence no longer existed. The twin-headed Burfin began lumbering towards Song Fei's group, its massive body steadily closing the distance. One of his fans immediately insisted that this battle was nothing compared to the burden Song Fei himself had been carrying. In her eyes, he had already worked far harder than anyone else and should never be forced to endure such suffering. She thrust a finger toward the monster and declared that they had to kill it before it could lay a hand on their precious Song Fei. Without another moment of hesitation, Song Fei's fans raised their staffs and unleashed a barrage of spells at the monster. Their voices rang out over the battlefield as they vowed to defeat the boss and help Song Fei rise above everyone else as king. No matter where he chose to go from that day forward, they swore they would remain at his side and follow him without question. The monster suddenly threw back its heads and opened its enormous jaws. Flames gathered deep inside its mouths before erupting outward in a violent burst aimed directly at Song Fei. The blazing attack rushed toward him, instantly wiping the smug ease from his face and putting every nerve in his body on alert. Yet before the torrent of fire could reach him, one of Song Fei's fans rushed into its path without hesitation. She planted herself between him and the incoming flames, taking the full force of the attack with her own body and shielding him from every bit of damage. Song Fei quickly reached down and clasped the girl's fading hand, lowering his eyes as he forced a deeply sorrowful expression onto his face. Her body was already dissolving before him, scattering away piece by piece as her remaining lifespan vanished. Even with tears trembling in her eyes, she looked up at him and swore that she would willingly do absolutely anything for his sake. The chubby girl tightened both hands around her magic staff until her knuckles nearly turned white. She urged the others to turn their grief into rage, shouting that once they killed this hideous monster, Brother Song Fei would be able to climb into first place on the rankings. No matter what it took, he had to overtake Shadow and claim the position that she believed rightfully belonged to him. Her words instantly set the rest of the girls ablaze with excitement. One after another, they raised their weapons high above their heads and shouted grand promises into the air. They would conquer the world, stand above the heavens, and continue fighting beside Song Fei until no one remained capable of challenging him. The girls poured their mana into several powerful spells at once, filling the area with surging magical energy. Dark clouds seemed to churn overhead as thick bolts of lightning crashed down in rapid succession, slamming into the monster's enormous body and making the entire battlefield tremble. Watching the boss stagger beneath the repeated attacks, Song Fei realized that it was finally close to death. Even so, the sight left him troubled. A silver-tier boss was already this difficult to bring down, so how could anyone possibly have defeated a gold-tier boss alone? He immediately convinced himself that Shadow must have exploited some kind of bug. Song Fei had an entire crowd of devoted fans supporting him, yet he had only reached level 7. He simply could not understand how Shadow had advanced so quickly. A confident smile gradually returned to Song Fei's face as he imagined what would happen next. Once the silver-tier boss fell, the experience reward should push him directly to level 8. Shadow had remained stuck at level 9 for quite some time, which meant this was the perfect opening. Song Fei planned to seize that opportunity, surpass him, and establish himself as the #1 player in Godforsaken. But just as victory seemed to be within his grasp, darkness shifted behind him without making a sound. A hand wrapped in swirling shadows shot forward and clamped tightly over Song Fei's mouth, cutting off his voice before he could even cry out or warn the others. Everything happened within a single blink. Qin Feng's blade flashed across Song Fei's neck, severing his head before he could understand who had grabbed him. In the same fluid movement, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash, and several dark arcs tore through the remaining body, cutting it apart into multiple pieces. Blood spilled from Song Fei's mouth as his severed head tumbled through the air. The smug confidence that had covered his face only seconds earlier was replaced by frozen disbelief, while crimson droplets scattered across the ground beneath him. For one stunned moment, all of Song Fei's fans stood completely motionless. Their eyes widened as they stared at what remained of the man they had been worshipping. Yet before any of them could draw another full breath, Qin Feng had already shifted his stance and launched his next attack. Qin Feng moved with the speed and violence of a thunderbolt, becoming little more than a dark blur among them. His blade swept through the crowd in a chain of merciless strikes, slicing apart Song Fei's remaining fans and cutting through the weakened boss at the same time. A system window immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng, confirming that the silver-tier boss had been successfully defeated. The notification flashed brightly before awarding him a total of 150 experience points for delivering the final blow. The massive boss crashed heavily onto the ground, and its enormous body began breaking down into pure lifespan. The surviving players could only stare in disbelief. Shadow had killed the creature with what looked like a single attack. Their own spells had barely inflicted around 100 points of damage at a time, while one slash from him had dealt damage in the thousands. The difference was overwhelming. Shadow's strength was at least 10 times greater than theirs. As the boss's corpse completely dissolved, glowing orbs of lifespan scattered across the ground. Qin Feng calmly deactivated his stealth skill and stepped back into view. The more observant players quickly realized that the terrifying strike had been an area of effect attack, which explained how Song Fei, his entire crowd of fans, and the boss had all died together. Once they recognized Shadow as the player who had claimed the world's first kill on a gold-tier boss, none of them dared approach the loot. They quietly backed away, deciding it was safest to leave everything to him. A moment later, the remaining players began loudly cheering for Shadow, praising him for avenging everyone Song Fei's gang had bullied. Qin Feng understood the truth behind their sudden enthusiasm. They were terrified that he might turn his blade on them next, so joining together in praise was the only defense they could think of. In his previous life, Qin Feng would not have hesitated for even a second before killing them as well. At the same time, Song Fei respawned inside Firefly Town with panic already spreading across his face. The system coldly informed him that Shadow had killed him, costing him 1,106 days of tradable lifespan along with 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. The numbers nearly made his mind go blank. Shadow had actually come to Firefly Town. Out of the hundreds of starter towns scattered throughout Jianghai City, Song Fei could not believe that Shadow had appeared in his territory and stolen his boss kill. Song Fei's fans soon respawned around him as well, each of them struggling to understand what had happened. The chubby girl looked especially confused when she realized that Song Fei himself had also died. Another girl clenched her fists in fury, unable to understand why Shadow had attacked them at all. The others quickly convinced themselves that he had only wanted to steal the silver-tier boss. In their minds, Shadow was a despicable villain who had waited until Song Fei was distracted before launching a cowardly surprise attack. Just then, a female archer cautiously approached Song Fei's group. Her shoulders were tense, and her nervous expression revealed how much courage it had taken her to step forward. She asked whether she might be allowed to join his party, then hurriedly explained that she possessed a skill called Eagle Eye, which gave her the ability to detect enemies hidden by invisibility. Song Fei's fans immediately tried to drive the archer away, reminding her that he had clearly stated he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl looked her up and down with open disdain. In her opinion, an archer killed monsters far too slowly and would do nothing except drag down Song Fei's leveling speed and damage his progress on the rankings. Song Fei slowly spread his arms, interrupting the girls before they could continue. With his usual warm and forgiving expression, he declared that even though the newcomer was an archer, she could still become part of his family. After all, he claimed to believe that love was powerful enough to fill every gap and overcome every difference between them. He stepped closer and gently took the archer's hand, gazing at her with an expression carefully shaped to appear kind and understanding. Song Fei told her that he could feel the strength of the emotions inside her heart. Her class did not matter to him, he said. From that moment onward, she could join his team, and together they would work hard, gain levels, and advance side by side. Having Song Fei standing so close instantly sent color rushing into the archer's cheeks. She lowered her eyes, overwhelmed by the attention he was giving her, and tears of happiness soon gathered before spilling down her face. To her, being personally accepted by him felt almost too wonderful to be real. Another girl stepped forward, this one an assassin, and announced that she also possessed the ability to become invisible. Her voice hardened as she vowed to make Shadow pay for killing Song Fei. A mage beside her quickly added that she had recently learned a new area of effect spell. As long as they found Shadow, she was confident she could freeze him in place and prevent him from escaping. Song Fei once again opened his arms as though welcoming everyone into a warm embrace. He proudly announced that his family had always been overflowing with love. From now on, any girl who wished to fight beside him would be accepted into the team, regardless of her class or abilities. The girls were immediately moved to tears by his declaration. Several of them covered their mouths as they cried, while others pressed closer around him with shining eyes. In trembling voices, they swore that no matter what dangers appeared in the future, they would remain beside Song Fei forever. To them, Shadow was a dishonorable coward who had ambushed their beloved Song Fei instead of challenging him openly. They promised that he would pay dearly for that humiliation. The moment they located Shadow, they intended to trap him and allow Song Fei to deliver the killing blow himself, teaching everyone exactly what happened to those foolish enough to offend him. Not far away, two other players turned their attention toward the noisy gathering. Neither of them knew what Song Fei intended to do next, but one fact was already clear. Someone had managed to kill him outside the town. Judging by the satisfied expressions on their faces, the news alone was enough to brighten their day. The two players remembered how Song Fei was constantly surrounded by girls ready to protect him, making it difficult to imagine how anyone had gotten close enough to kill him. After thinking it over, however, they both arrived at the same answer. It had to be Shadow. Their admiration for him immediately grew, and when they looked back at the girls weeping over Song Fei, they quietly concluded that something was seriously wrong with all of them. A self-satisfied smile slowly spread across Song Fei's face. With so many witnesses gathered around him, he believed that defeating Shadow would become the perfect public demonstration. Everyone would finally understand that individual strength meant nothing when someone fought alone, especially when that person was merely an assassin. In Song Fei's mind, Shadow was nothing more than a fragile, underhanded killer who had foolishly dared to challenge a great and noble mage like himself. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Qin Feng reached toward the scattered rewards and activated Greedy Hand. The loot was gathered into his possession almost instantly. In total, he obtained 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 pieces of silver-tier equipment, and 1 valuable piece of gold-tier loot. Qin Feng immediately chose to evolve Graceful Liberation, spending 10 of the 19 evolution points he possessed. The skill rose from epic rank to legendary, and every part of its effect improved. Weak point attack correction increased from 100% to 200%, while the weak point attack multiplier itself was doubled. Its active ability became far deadlier as well. His next attack would now trigger Throat Slit, inflicting 150% attack damage every second instead of 100%. The effect would last 3 seconds, and the cooldown dropped sharply from 30 seconds to only 18.5 seconds. The greatest change was the additional 100% weak point correction, which brought the total all the way to 200%. In practical terms, the effective size of an enemy's weak points had now been doubled. If the correction continued rising in the future, there might come a time when half of an opponent's entire body would count as vulnerable. Qin Feng even suspected that Shadow Slash could now trigger weak point damage far more easily. The cost of improving the skill, however, rose dramatically with each rank. Graceful Liberation had only required 10 evolution points to advance from epic to legendary, but pushing it from legendary rank into mythical rank would demand 100 times that investment. Qin Feng would need a staggering 200 evolution points before the next evolution became possible. Following the same progression, Qin Feng calculated that the epic-ranked Greedy Hand would require 210 evolution points for its next advancement, and once it reached legendary rank, the following evolution would cost 340 points. Since he had only 9 evolution points remaining, there was no reason to save them for such a distant goal. Instead, he spent 8 points on Backstab Enhancement, raising it from gold rank to platinum, and increasing its passive damage bonus from 30% to 40%. Between the silver tier boss and the group of players he had slaughtered, Qin Feng had collected more than 1,400 days of tradable lifespan in total. That amount was already enough to complete the mission he had come here for. With his objective fulfilled and the rewards safely in his possession, he decided there was no reason to remain and prepared to return. While Qin Feng's attention was still occupied by the rewards and newly evolved skills, a girl crept close enough to launch a surprise attack. She struck without warning, aiming for a fatal blow and clearly intending to kill him before he had time to react. Qin Feng, still known to everyone around him as Shadow, did not show even the slightest trace of panic. He silently watched the girl's approach, read the path of her attack, and shifted aside at the final instant. Her weapon cut through empty air, missing him without forcing him to make any real effort. Refusing to accept the failure, the girl immediately adjusted her footing and attacked a second time. She swung faster and aimed more carefully, but Qin Feng calmly moved beyond her reach once again. The strike missed just as completely as the first, and he still looked entirely untroubled. The girl froze in disbelief after seeing her second attack fail. She had expected at least one of her strikes to catch him off guard, yet Qin Feng had avoided both as though he had known exactly where they would land. The ease of his movements left her staring at him in open shock. Realizing that continuing a direct exchange would only place her in greater danger, the girl stopped wasting time. She activated her stealth ability at once, and her figure blurred before disappearing completely from sight, leaving behind nothing but empty space. At that exact moment, movement appeared along the top of the nearby cliff. Song Fei's fans stepped into view one after another, spreading out across the high ground as they looked down at Qin Feng from above. Believing they had finally trapped him, the girls announced that there was nowhere left for him to escape. Song Fei's mages raised their staffs, magical energy already gathering around the tips, while the archer who had only just joined the party drew her bow and aimed directly at Qin Feng. Every face was twisted with anger as they repeated the same furious vow. They would avenge Song Fei no matter what it cost. Qin Feng reacted before any of them could release an attack. He activated stealth, and darkness immediately folded around his body. His outline vanished into the surrounding air until not even the faintest trace of him remained, leaving behind only an unseen shadow. The moment Qin Feng disappeared, the newly recruited archer activated Eagle Eye. A sharp light flickered across her gaze as she searched the space below the cliff. With complete confidence, she warned the others that Qin Feng's invisibility would not protect him this time. Against her detection skill, hiding was completely useless. The archer released the bowstring, and the arrow immediately twisted into the shape of a translucent ghost eagle. It soared through the air for several seconds before suddenly exploding overhead, scattering countless glowing feathers that drifted down from the sky like a strange, shimmering rain. Those spectral feathers spread across the entire area, and several of them landed directly on the assassin from Song Fei's party. The instant they touched her body, her stealth effect collapsed, forcing her hidden figure back into view for everyone to see. The chubby girl clenched her fist in excitement, completely convinced that they had finally exposed Qin Feng. Without taking another moment to confirm the target's identity, she shouted for the others to unleash their strongest abilities and attack with everything they had. Following her command, Song Fei's fans raised their weapons and released their most powerful skills at once. A dense storm of destructive magic came crashing down toward the exposed assassin. Seeing every spell aimed directly at her, the girl panicked and desperately tried to explain that she was not Qin Feng. Unfortunately, her warning came far too late. Before the others could stop their attacks, the barrage struck her body head-on. A tremendous explosion erupted across the battlefield, swallowing her figure beneath surging flames, magical light, and flying debris. Instead of showing even the slightest sadness over killing one of their own, the chubby girl only became angrier. She coldly declared that the assassin did not matter because she was not even a mage, proving that her love for Song Fei had never been sincere. In her mind, being destroyed by their spells was nothing more than heavenly punishment for her false devotion. She then turned toward the archer and ordered her to summon the eagle again so they could continue searching for Shadow. The archer quickly nodded and prepared to activate her detection ability once more. But before she could release another arrow, the still-hidden Qin Feng pulled the ghost fire bell from his inventory and began shaking it in his hand. The bell's active ability, Soul Attack, was instantly triggered. Its invisible power spread across a radius of 100 meters, capable of completely immobilizing every enemy caught inside for 3 full seconds. The ability was extremely powerful, though it carried a lengthy cooldown of 521 seconds. Just before the archer could activate Eagle Eye again, an eerie aura suddenly wrapped itself around her body and the bodies of all her companions. Their limbs locked in place at the same moment, leaving them unable to move even a finger. None of the girls understood what had happened, and confusion immediately appeared across their frozen faces. Before any of them could even draw another breath, Qin Feng emerged from hiding. He activated Instant Slash and shot through their formation like a bolt of thunder. His blade flashed repeatedly, cutting every immobilized girl into pieces before a single one of them had the chance to react. Song Fei had been hiding safely behind a nearby corner throughout the confrontation. Hearing the sudden commotion, he cautiously stuck his head out and stared at the bodies in confusion, unable to understand why all his followers had died at once. His first thought was that Shadow must have done it, but he quickly rejected that possibility. In his mind, Shadow would have been forced to reveal himself the moment he attacked. Still concealed by stealth, Qin Feng silently moved closer until he was standing right beside him. Then Shadow's cold voice reached Song Fei's ears, arrogantly warning him that his death was already near. The instant Song Fei recognized that voice, his eyes widened with terror and disbelief, and his entire body began trembling uncontrollably. Song Fei did not waste another second. Acting entirely on instinct, he raised his staff and activated his defensive magic. A thick, powerful shield of energy immediately formed around his body, enclosing him in what he believed was complete protection. But Qin Feng did not attack the barrier with his blade. Instead, he flicked his wrist and launched a poison dart directly at Song Fei. To Song Fei's horror, the small projectile pierced through the magical shield with almost no resistance, causing the supposedly powerful barrier to crack and shatter into countless fragments. The poison dart struck Song Fei squarely in the center of his forehead. His body immediately collapsed backward onto the ground, and the unbearable poison spreading through him forced the bastard to scream and writhe in agony. Moments later, Song Fei's body began dissolving into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng finally deactivated his stealth and looked over the reward left behind. Seeing how much lifespan Song Fei still possessed even after dying again, he calculated that the man must originally have held more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Once Song Fei's body disappeared completely, only the scattered lifespan remained behind. Qin Feng studied it for a moment and found the situation rather strange. None of Song Fei's fans had dropped any tradable lifespan at all. After thinking it through, he realized the obvious truth. The girls had already handed every tradable day they possessed over to Song Fei. A considerable amount of time had already passed since Godforsaken appeared, yet plenty of people still treated it as though it were nothing more than an ordinary game. The blind fanaticism of Song Fei's followers was honestly terrifying. It was also a waste from Qin Feng's perspective, because the tradable lifespan they had donated added up to several hundred years in total, and now most of it would eventually be absorbed by the monsters wandering nearby. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his followers respawned once again. Song Fei was nearly trembling with rage. He had once possessed more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, but after being killed repeatedly, only 500 days remained. He turned toward the archer with a confused and furious stare, demanding to know why her detection ability had failed to locate Qin Feng. The archer nervously explained that she had indeed activated the skill exactly as promised. However, the only invisible target the ghost eagle had detected was their own assassin sister. The chubby girl opened her attribute panel and pointed out that stealth abilities possessed levels. She began to suspect that Shadow's stealth might be far higher than any of them had expected. The archer then revealed that Eagle Eye only had a counter-stealth level of 1. That meant it could expose targets using level 1 stealth, but anyone with a higher stealth level would remain completely invisible to her. Song Fei's frustration deepened as he listened. Shadow could appear without warning, kill them, and vanish again without leaving the slightest trace. Song Fei had no idea how anyone was supposed to defend against an enemy like that. Song Fei touched his face while trying to understand why Shadow continued targeting him. As far as he was concerned, he had never done anything to offend the man, and Shadow had already stolen the silver tier boss kill from him. There should have been no reason to attack again. Then another possibility entered his mind. Perhaps Shadow was simply jealous of his unmatched beauty and intended to keep killing him out of envy. Song Fei's fans immediately raised their weapons and suggested that, for everyone's safety, they should leave the area and continue leveling somewhere else. No matter which location Song Fei selected, every girl passionately swore that she would follow him without hesitation. Not long afterward, Qin Feng also made his way back into Firefly Town, returning to the crowded starter settlement while remaining alert for any sign of Song Fei's group. After searching through the town for some time, Qin Feng began to find the situation strange. Song Fei and all his followers had already disappeared. He could not tell whether they had traveled to another town entirely or simply logged out of Godforsaken to avoid him. Qin Feng deactivated stealth and approached one of the players standing nearby. He calmly asked whether the man knew where Song Fei and the others had gone. The moment the player recognized Shadow standing in front of him, fear spread across his face and his posture immediately became tense. The frightened man quickly pointed toward one side of town and revealed that Song Fei and his fans had traveled in that direction. He then begged Shadow to hunt Song Fei down and kill him again. However, he also had one personal request. After dealing with Song Fei, he pleaded with Qin Feng to spare his girlfriend, a female hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Qin Feng immediately realized that the girlfriend he meant was the archer capable of detecting invisibility, so he bluntly advised the man to start looking for a different girlfriend. Qin Feng activated stealth once more and vanished before the man's eyes. Left staring at empty air, the player continued pleading desperately, insisting that he had worked extremely hard just to find that girlfriend. Although Qin Feng now knew the direction Song Fei's group had taken, he still had no idea where they were actually heading. Searching every possible area along that path would consume far too much time. Behind him, the anxious man placed his hands near his mouth and continued calling out for Shadow. Qin Feng ignored him and realized that finding Gu Yishu would make the entire search much easier. At that moment, a woman happened to pass directly beside him. Qin Feng's attention immediately shifted toward her, and after taking a closer look, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. The girl walked through the town was none other than Gu Yishu, the very person Qin Feng had just been thinking about finding. Qin Feng dropped his stealth and appeared beside her without warning. With a cheerful expression, he called her beautiful and asked whether she would be willing to help him with something. Gu Yishu turned toward the voice, and the moment she saw Shadow standing there, surprise flashed across her face. Qin Feng reached into his inventory and brought out the gold-grade staff he had obtained from the boss. Holding the valuable weapon where she could clearly see it, he mentioned that he had heard her class could search for targets across a wide area. If she could locate Song Fei for him, he promised to sell her the staff at a heavily discounted price. The instant Gu Yishu saw the golden weapon, her eyes began shining with excitement. Gu Yishu opened her system window and looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. She wanted to know how he had discovered that she possessed a wide area tracking ability, since she clearly remembered never telling anyone about it. Qin Feng avoided answering directly and simply asked whether she wanted the gold-grade weapon. She immediately admitted that she did, though she was uncertain whether she had enough lifespan to afford it. Qin Feng looked at her in confusion and asked whether she truly did not even possess 500 days of tradable lifespan. He explained that the staff would normally sell for at least 700 or 800 days. Gu Yishu hurriedly checked her system window and discovered that she actually had 700 days available. Hearing that, Qin Feng immediately agreed to the deal and handed the staff over to her. A system notification appeared between them, confirming that the transaction had been completed successfully. Gu Yishu grabbed the new staff with both hands and stared at it, as though it were the greatest treasure she had ever seen. Her excitement became so obvious that she actually began drooling while admiring the golden weapon. Seeing her completely lost in admiration, Qin Feng reached out and gave her cheek a gentle tap to bring her back to reality. He reminded her to stop drooling over the staff and hurry up with the search. The light tap immediately made Gu Yishu's cheeks turn red. She looked at Qin Feng with visible embarrassment, then smiled and nodded to show that she was ready to begin. Holding the newly acquired staff, Gu Yishu closed her eyes and concentrated on activating her tracking power. Even though this was supposedly her first meeting with Shadow, something about him felt strangely familiar. Her owl began circling through the air around her, and she suddenly asked whether he was not worried that she might take the weapon and leave without helping him. Qin Feng remained completely calm and responded by asking whether she did not hate Song Fei. Gu Yishu's eyes widened when she realized that Shadow somehow knew about her dislike for that man. She began wondering whether he might be one of her friends from the real world, but his voice did not sound familiar. Qin Feng only smiled at her confusion and told her she would have to guess his identity herself. Gu Yishu raised one hand, sending her owl soaring higher into the air. She had no interest in wasting time guessing, so she ignored Qin Feng's mysterious smile and focused entirely on locating Song Fei. A moment later, Gu Yishu's expression abruptly changed. Her eyes opened wide in surprise as the vision being transmitted through the owl revealed something in the distance. The owl flew high above Firefly Town and continued scanning the surrounding landscape. Far beyond the settlement, deep among a maze of rocky canyons, Gu Yishu finally spotted Song Fei moving together with his crowd of devoted followers. After confirming the location, Gu Yishu quickly told Qin Feng that Song Fei and his fans were hiding inside the Rocky Canyon region. She urged him to move immediately, warning that the group might leave the area before he could reach them. Her owl was capable of flying at impressive speed, but following a moving group for too long would eventually exhaust it. Qin Feng prepared to leave and calmly told Gu Yishu not to worry. He assured her that he would reach Song Fei's location extremely quickly. The next instant, Qin Feng shot forward like a released arrow. He raced across the rough terrain, leaping over rocks and tearing through uneven sections of ground without losing any speed. However, after guiding him for part of the journey, the owl suddenly stopped moving forward. Qin Feng immediately halted as well. The interruption meant that something nearby was interfering with the tracking ability or blocking the path it was attempting to follow. Qin Feng carefully scanned the surrounding terrain. His gaze soon settled on a nearby tree, where an unusual symbol had been carved or marked across the trunk. Wanting to understand what the strange marking meant, Qin Feng contacted Gu Yishu again. Following his request, she redirected the owl and began using it to examine the surrounding area more thoroughly. It did not take long for the owl to discover two additional trees bearing the exact same strange symbol. One stood approximately 100 meters straight ahead, while the other was positioned roughly 100 meters to the left. Qin Feng approached the three marked trees one after another, carefully examining the strange symbols carved into their trunks. He placed his hand against each mark in turn, tracing their shapes with his fingertips while making sure not to overlook even the smallest detail. After touching all three symbols, Qin Feng released a small stream of energy into each one. The marks immediately lit up, and brilliant lines of light stretched through the air, connecting the three trees together to form a glowing triangular pattern. The ground at the center of that triangle suddenly began shining. A moment later, a treasure chest rose out of the earth, surrounded by vivid green light and a dazzling golden glow. Qin Feng stared at it in shock. He had never expected a treasure of this level to appear in an ordinary starter region like Firefly Town. Even Qin Feng could hardly believe his luck. These mysterious treasures had been left behind by ancient gods, and they were so rare that they could appear almost anywhere without warning. Some released terrifying monsters, others summoned entire swarms of beasts, while a fortunate few, like the one before him, contained incredible rewards. Gu Yishu, watching everything through her owl, was equally stunned. A green treasure chest like this could easily be worth 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, which translated to more than 10 million in real-world money. Qin Feng could not help admiring Gu Yishu's sharp instincts for discovering it. Qin Feng remembered how quickly the value of lifespan had risen in his previous life. At the beginning, 1 year of lifespan had been worth around 10,000, but by only the second day, that same amount had already surged to 50,000. Gu Yishu remained fascinated by the discovery. Through the owl's vision, she carefully memorized the shape and arrangement of the mysterious symbols, making sure she could recognize the same markings again in the future. A clever gleam appeared in Gu Yishu's eyes as she studied them. With her extraordinary tracking abilities, there was no telling how many hidden treasures, forgotten locations, or buried secrets she might eventually uncover. Qin Feng finally stepped forward and opened the glowing chest. Inside rested a skill book wrapped in a dark, ominous aura. Its name was Curse of the Blossoms, a powerful emerald-grade ability. Whenever it was used on a defeated enemy, cursed flowers would grow from the corpse and drain that target's tradable lifespan until it reached 0. The skill had no cooldown, but it could only be activated within 15 seconds after the target's death. Qin Feng immediately remembered just how frightening this ability had been in his previous life. Every enemy he killed could now be transformed into an additional source of lifespan. If he defeated Song Fei again and remained beside the corpse for only a short while, he could drain away everything the man still possessed. A cold and sinister smile slowly spread across Qin Feng's face. This time, Song Fei would not simply suffer another defeat. He would be emptied completely. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng hurried toward his target. While far away, events inside the canyon continued to unfold. Deep within a distant canyon, Song Fei's most devoted fans were surrounding another boss and bombarding it with attacks. The girls did all the dangerous work at the front, steadily wearing the creature down, while Song Fei remained safely behind them and waited for the perfect moment to steal the final blow. Song Fei looked completely relaxed and carried himself with his usual excessive confidence. He was certain Qin Feng would never bother chasing them all the way into such a remote canyon. After all, Qin Feng had already taken a silver-tier boss from him and humiliated him twice in succession. Song Fei convinced himself that the matter should have ended there. Unfortunately for him, that assumption could not have been more wrong. Just as their current boss was nearing death, the chubby mage happened to glance across the canyon. Her eyes narrowed when she noticed another party nearby, fighting a different boss of their own. Song Fei immediately began manipulating his followers again. With a smooth voice and a wounded expression, he claimed that the nearby players must be fans of a rival idol who had deliberately come there to steal attention and make him look inferior. The moment his fans heard that, their expressions twisted with anger. Their hands tightened around their weapons, and jealousy burned in their eyes. As far as they were concerned, no rival idol and no opposing group would ever be allowed to outshine their beloved Song Fei. Without stopping to question his story, the girls abandoned their positions and charged directly toward the other party. Seeing them approaching, the players fighting the nearby boss mistakenly assumed reinforcements had arrived and welcomed them with relieved expressions. But before anyone could even finish greeting them, the chubby mage raised her staff and brought it down with brutal force. Her attack struck the opposing party's leader head-on, knocking him out with a single devastating blow. The rest of the team froze in disbelief as Song Fei's fans suddenly turned their weapons against them. The girls attacked wildly while shouting nonsense about rival idols, destiny, and their duty to protect Song Fei's glorious future. One confused player tried to demand an explanation, asking what they had done to deserve this attack. Before he could finish speaking, a spell slammed into him and silenced his question immediately. As the fight continued, Song Fei's fans grew even more ridiculous. Between attacks, they began reciting strange poems and exaggerated praises, speaking of Song Fei as though he were a divine being descended from the heavens. Once the opposing party had been completely wiped out, the girls respectfully stepped aside. They opened a clear path for their so-called Golden Prince, allowing Song Fei to walk forward and deliver the final strike against the weakened boss. Song Fei maintained his carefully crafted performance, acting deeply touched by everything they had done. He showered the girls with empty gratitude, inventing a dramatic story about how he had nearly been caught in a dangerous ambush. Then he praised them as brave heroes who had appeared at the perfect moment to save him. His meaningless compliments worked exactly as intended. The girls blushed, covered their smiles, and giggled among themselves, completely immersed in the imaginary world Song Fei had created for them. However, their celebration was about to end. At that very moment, a silent figure arrived at the edge of the canyon. Shadow stood above them, watching everything from the rocky ridge. Song Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. A cold sensation crawled down his back, and the hairs on his neck rose as though an unseen danger had fixed its gaze directly on him. He instinctively began turning his head to look behind him, but by the time he reacted, the danger had already reached him. Qin Feng's sword flashed through the air like a blade delivering judgment. The strike arrived in an instant, too fast for Song Fei to defend himself or even understand what was happening. With one clean and effortless motion, Qin Feng severed Song Fei's head from his shoulders. The head flew aside, while the lifeless body collapsed heavily onto the canyon floor. Unlike the previous attacks, Shadow did not immediately turn around and leave after killing him. This time, he remained beside Song Fei's fallen body for a reason. Qin Feng knelt beside the corpse and activated Curse of the Blossoms. A massive crimson flower burst out from the center of Song Fei's chest. Its petals twisted and pulsed as though the plant were alive, steadily drawing every remaining drop of tradable lifespan out of the young troublemaker. Song Fei's fangirls stood around the corpse with their eyes stretched wide in horror. None of them could understand the enormous red flower growing from his body or what terrifying effect it was having on him. Moments later, Song Fei reappeared beside the resurrection portal in Firefly Town. Confusion and irritation covered his face as he once again tried to understand why Shadow refused to leave him alone. Following his usual twisted reasoning, he quickly decided that jealousy had to be the only possible explanation. Perhaps Shadow envied the attention Song Fei received from so many girls. Or maybe one of those fangirls was secretly someone Shadow cared about. Song Fei gradually convinced himself that Shadow's repeated appearances in Firefly Town were all part of some complicated revenge plan. While he was still trapped inside those absurd guesses, a system warning suddenly appeared. His face changed when he saw that his tradable lifespan was rapidly falling, disappearing far faster than the normal loss caused by death. At first, Song Fei assumed the rapid decline must be an additional penalty for dying too many times within such a short period. Before he could properly investigate the warning, flashes of light appeared around the resurrection portal. One after another, the members of his fan club began respawning beside him. The chubby mage was among the first to return. Still out of breath and visibly shaken, she hurriedly told Song Fei about the enormous red flower that had grown from his corpse and appeared to be draining away something extremely important. Song Fei finally connected the two events. The cursed flower and the rapid disappearance of his lifespan were both Shadow's doing. Somehow, the assassin had obtained a terrifying new ability capable of continuing to drain him even after death. The realization struck Song Fei with genuine fear, and he immediately ordered all his followers to log out. If Shadow kept killing them and using that cursed flower, their tradable lifespan might eventually fall to 0, and that would mean real death. Even while retreating, Song Fei continued playing the role of their caring leader. He called the girls his family and promised that he would return to the real world, find a way to extend their lifespan, and purchase powerful equipment using the lifespan they had saved. Still completely under his influence, the girls eagerly agreed, already imagining the day they would return with enough strength to crush Shadow. As Song Fei disappeared from Godforsaken, rage and frustration twisted his features. He refused to recognize what had happened as a true defeat. He had spent 2.5 years building his current position, and he could not accept being destroyed by some unknown player who had appeared from nowhere. In Song Fei's mind, money could overcome any obstacle. He only needed enough time to prepare. Back inside the canyon, crimson flowers covered the battlefield. Each one had grown from the body of a fallen player and was silently draining the tradable lifespan belonging to Song Fei's followers. Because of Shadow's repeated and merciless attacks, his killer rank had already risen to level 4. Increasing the amount of tradable lifespan lost upon death to a terrifying 96.8%. Qin Feng was not troubled by that number in the slightest. After checking his gains, he realized this single ambush had added roughly another 1,000 days to his lifespan. He owed it all to Song Fei and his deluded followers. They had spent their time fighting monsters, collecting rewards, and gathering lifespan, only to hand everything over to him in the end. However, the stream of energy did not continue forever. The red flowers gradually withered, and the lifespan stopped flowing into him. Qin Feng immediately understood that Song Fei's entire group had logged out to prevent any further losses. High above the canyon, the white owl continued circling through the sky in complete silence, observing the aftermath from a safe distance. Through the owl's eyes, Gu Yishu had witnessed the entire battle. Even she was left shaken by Qin Feng's overwhelming power. Watching the highest-ranked player fight with everything at his disposal was completely different from merely hearing stories about him. Qin Feng looked toward the owl and asked Gu Yishu whether Song Fei had truly logged out. She confirmed it with a nod, explaining that every member of the group had disappeared in order to protect whatever lifespan they still had left. Qin Feng calmly instructed her to continue watching the area. If Song Fei ever logged back into the game, he wanted Gu Yishu to inform him immediately. Gu Yishu wondered aloud whether that meant her assignment was finished, but Qin Feng told her to continue helping him a little longer. He then revealed that he had recently obtained a gold-tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment. The moment she heard the name and rank of the skill, her curiosity was instantly awakened. She clearly wanted it, and Qin Feng noticed her interest right away. Qin Feng offered to sell her the skill for 500 days of tradable lifespan. However, he added that he would reduce the price by half if she agreed to one additional condition. Gu Yishu's eyes narrowed suspiciously, and she immediately warned him that she would never trade away her dignity, leaving Qin Feng completely caught off guard. Qin Feng hurriedly explained that she had misunderstood him entirely. He was not asking for anything improper. All he wanted was for Gu Yishu to join his party and serve as the team's primary healer. Hearing the actual condition, Gu Yishu finally relaxed and burst out laughing. She accepted the offer without hesitation, though she playfully warned Qin Feng that if his team turned out to be a complete disaster, she would hold him personally responsible. Shadow assured Gu Yishu that the others were dependable and that she would be joining a solid team. With the matter settled, he immediately opened his contacts and reached out to the rest of the group so they could gather without wasting any more time. Elsewhere in the game world, Wang Ming stood proudly over the corpse of a poisonous monster, pleased with the experience points he had earned from the difficult fight. However, the poison was still spreading through his body. He urgently called Zhao over, asking her to heal him and remove the toxin, but she remained frozen in place, completely unsure of what she was supposed to do. Wang Ming tried once again to remind her that priests possessed an ability specifically meant to cleanse poison. Before Zhao could properly understand his instructions, she hurriedly activated the skill, and somehow cast it on a nearby tree instead of Wang Ming, the person desperately waiting for treatment. With every second slipping away, the poison continued eating through Wang Ming's remaining health. His legs finally gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, dying from the toxin moments after defeating the monster. All the effort he had put into winning the battle was wasted because the healer had failed to save him. The rest of the team could only stare in stunned silence. Frustration quickly spread across their faces as they turned toward Qin Feng's sister, unable to believe that a priest standing right beside them had managed to be so completely useless when someone actually needed healing. Later, as the group gathered beside the teleportation stone, their leader stood with a troubled expression. The situation had forced him into a difficult decision, and he knew he could no longer keep avoiding it. They desperately needed a new healer, but nearly every capable priest with a hidden class had already joined another party. Finding a replacement would not be easy, yet continuing with Zhao as their only support was clearly impossible. Zhao, meanwhile, remained completely unaware of how badly she had failed. Lost in her own fantasies, she imagined herself as the chosen one, a divine goddess destined to dominate this new world. She believed her rapid leveling proved that greatness awaited her, and she eagerly dreamed of joining Brother Song Fei and sharing in his future glory. Just as the team's mood reached its lowest point, a message from Shadow arrived for Wang Ming. The moment he read the news, the tension on his face disappeared and was replaced by a sudden burst of excitement. A healer with the hidden class White Bird Priest had agreed to join their party, and her abilities were useful in several other areas as well. This was exactly the opportunity they had been waiting for. Wang Ming immediately asked Shadow where the new member was located, and Shadow told him she was currently in Firefly Town. The area was not ideal for efficient leveling, but gathering everyone together and beginning to move as a proper team was far more important. Wang Ming readily agreed and prepared to travel to Firefly Town. Before the group could leave, however, he knew he still had to deal with the uncomfortable problem standing right beside them, Zhao. Choosing his words carefully, Wang Ming told her that the party planned to move into a higher-level region because Shell Town had become far too crowded. His tone remained polite, as though the change were simply a matter of finding a better place to train. He deliberately phrased everything in a way that made Zhao's lower level sound like the only reason she could not accompany them. Wang Ming hoped this gentle excuse would prevent her from realizing that the team was actually abandoning her because she could not perform her role. Before Zhao could give a proper response, the entire party quickly departed. Their hurried steps and relieved expressions made it obvious how happy they were to leave behind a healer who had repeatedly proven incapable of healing anyone. Zhao, however, did not appear offended in the slightest. Instead, she convinced herself that their departure was a blessing. In her mind, those players had never been strong enough to deserve a goddess like her. She decided that she would simply locate Shadow instead and force the game's strongest player to help her gain levels. Meanwhile, Wang Ming successfully reached Firefly Town. After searching through the busy streets, he soon found Shadow standing together with Guishu. As soon as they met, Wang Ming handed over the share of lifespan he had collected during their previous battle, settling what he owed without hesitation. With the rewards divided and the new team beginning to take shape, they prepared to move on. Wang Ming was already starting to understand just how difficult it would be to remain competitive in Godforsaken. While discussing their next plans, Wang Ming casually mentioned another potential ally, a captain who went by the name Yanyu. The instant Qin Feng heard that name, his footsteps stopped completely, and several memories flashed through his mind. Yanyu was not some ordinary player he could ignore. Before Qin Feng could ask any further questions, the woman herself appeared. She approached with an easy smile and lifted one hand in a cheerful greeting, immediately drawing the attention of both men. Qin Feng stared at her in genuine disbelief. The woman standing before him was Yanyu, also known as Justice Execution, the only player in all of Godforsaken who possessed the hidden class Dragon Swordsman. In Qin Feng's previous life, Yanyu had eventually risen into the world's top 20 players and become an essential combat force for the country's official organizations. She had been regarded as a national hero, respected by allies and feared by enemies. Yet here she was appearing far earlier than expected, looking radiant as she gazed at Shadow with clear admiration. With a warm smile, Yanyu introduced herself and openly admitted that she had long wanted to meet him. She even joked that Shadow might secretly be a time traveler or some reincarnated hero. After all, the speed at which he gained strength and accomplished impossible achievements was far beyond anything a normal player should have been capable of. Qin Feng remained silent as his thoughts returned to his previous life, when he and Yanyu had crossed paths much later under far darker circumstances. She had never been part of Wang Meng's team back then, making this early meeting an unexpected change. Qin Feng suspected that she already carried a considerable amount of tradable lifespan, most likely gathered with support from government organizations. Since dragon swordsmen were famous for their toughness and survival ability, entrusting such valuable resources to her was a sensible choice. Qin Feng quietly respected the judgment behind that decision. Yanyu did not waste time circling around her intentions. She directly told Qin Feng that if he obtained equipment he wished to sell, both she and the organization behind her would be interested in purchasing it. Her smile remained sweet, but her words carried a firm reminder that she was responsible for protecting the people of her city. Qin Feng saw no reason to oppose her, and both of them understood that cooperation would benefit everyone involved. He agreed, calmly observing that rejecting such a profitable arrangement would be extremely short-sighted. Although Yanyu appeared bright, friendly, and completely harmless, Qin Feng knew there was far more strength and authority hidden beneath that cheerful surface. Outside the game, Song Fei's devoted fans began logging out one after another, returning to reality after their disastrous encounter with Shadow. They had all seen the newly released official announcement, and its contents left them utterly horrified. The lifespan displayed inside Godforsaken was real, and once that number fell to 0, the player would also die in the real world. The archer was especially furious when the truth finally sank in. She had treated everything like an ordinary game and willingly transferred all her tradable lifespan to Song Fei. Now she understood that she had given away something directly connected to her actual life. Some members of the fan club discovered that they had only a few days of lifespan remaining. The assassin was in an even more dangerous position. She had killed several players and gained the killer status, meaning that if she died one more time, the lifespan penalty imposed on her would be doubled. The girls sat in stunned silence, unable to accept how much lifespan they had lost. They had only died 3 times inside the game, yet those few deaths had already brought several of them dangerously close to the end of their real lives. The chubby mage began reading through the warnings, and cold sweat quickly covered her face. As a tank mage, she had always rushed into the front line, killing numerous players while also dying again and again. Now, after checking the remaining number, she realized that she had only 1 day of lifespan left. The moment it reached 0, she would truly die. Just when panic was beginning to overwhelm her, another message caught her attention. Brother Song Fei was currently purchasing lifespan from his fans. Hope immediately returned to the chubby girl's face. She decided to find Brother Song Fei at once, completely convinced that he would never abandon such a loyal supporter and would certainly help her survive. She hurriedly changed her clothes and considered dressing entirely in Song Fei support merchandise from head to toe. The thought delighted her, and she eagerly prepared to meet the idol who, in her mind, would definitely rescue her. She even selected merchandise promoting his latest release, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. After covering herself in Song Fei branded clothing and accessories, she rushed out of her home without wasting another second. From there, she began heading directly toward the location of his concert. Not far from her home stood another cluster of apartment buildings, their windows overlooking the surrounding streets. Inside one of those apartments, Qin Feng's sister had also logged out of Godforsaken. For several moments, she looked around in confusion, no longer entirely certain whether she had truly returned to reality or was still trapped inside the game. She picked up her phone and checked the latest lifespan prices. A smile immediately spread across her face when she saw that a single day could now be sold for 15,000. With more than 200 tradable days remaining, she believed she could instantly turn herself into a millionaire. Her excitement vanished the moment she saw another piece of news. Shadow had hunted down and killed Song Fei 3 separate times. Tears quickly filled her eyes, born from a mixture of sorrow and fury. She remembered the official warning that reaching 0 lifespan inside the game would cause a person to die in reality, which meant every attack against Song Fei had placed his actual life in danger. Even though she had once possessed 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times had reduced the amount to barely 12 years. Her thoughts immediately turned back to Brother Song Fei, and she could not understand why Shadow was targeting him so relentlessly. According to the group chats, Shadow had cut through dozens of people and killed Song Fei 3 times despite everyone protecting him. To her, that made Shadow both unimaginably powerful and terrifying beyond words. At that moment, the chubby girl began flooding the fan group chat with urgent messages. She announced that Brother Song Fei was facing a crisis and desperately needed the support of every loyal fan. She called for any sister living in Shanghai City to meet her and sell their tradable lifespan. Song Fei was currently at Dajiang Plaza, and he was offering an exchange rate of 1 day for 10,000. In her words, this was the perfect chance to become rich while also helping brother Song Fei survive. Qin Feng's sister immediately began getting dressed. She could hardly believe that brother Song Fei was at Dajiang Plaza, which was located only a short distance from her apartment. She told herself that she could not stand by and watch his lifespan run out. Thanks to Shadow and the other players helping her earn rewards, she had managed to preserve more than 200 tradable days. Just enough, she believed, to save brother Song Fei. Without hesitating any longer, she grabbed her belongings, left the apartment, and hurried toward Dajiang Plaza. Back inside Godforsaken, Qin Feng continued cutting through groups of monsters. None of the creatures in his path could offer meaningful resistance, and he slaughtered them one after another without much difficulty. A system window suddenly appeared before him, announcing that he had successfully reached level 10. His basic attributes increased by 2 points, and he also received 5 free attribute points that could be distributed however he wished. Reaching level 10 also unlocked the class promotion system. More rewards followed immediately. As the first player in the Jianghai City region to reach level 10, Qin Feng received 7 reputation points. As the first in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he gained another 14. Finally, for becoming the first player anywhere in the world to reach level 10, he was awarded 21 additional reputation points. The system also announced that teleportation to the continent of Forgotten Gods would become available once 7 players in the Jianghai City region reached level 10. At the same moment, system announcements echoed through every starter town, informing all players that Shadow had become the first person to reach level 10. Players everywhere reacted with shock and admiration. Naturally, it was Shadow once again. He had already claimed the world's first kill on a gold-tier monster, and now he had become the first player worldwide to reach level 10. To them, his strength seemed almost impossible to measure. Rumors had also spread that this same top player had recently killed a minor celebrity several times. After hearing that the victim was Song Fei, many players agreed that he had probably deserved every death. Across the different starter towns, countless players vented their frustration after hearing the announcement. Many cursed in disbelief when they learned that Shadow was also from Great Xia. One player complained that even with the Hidden Smith class, he had only managed to reach level 8, while Shadow was already pulling impossibly far ahead. With nearly 1.5 billion people in Great Xia, everyone began wondering whether there truly was not a single person capable of catching up to him. Near a quiet shoreline, Qin Feng opened his skill panel and finally began spending the evolution points he had accumulated. He poured all 13 remaining points into Backstab Enhancement, reducing his balance to 0. The skill advanced from Platinum rank to Emerald, and its passive damage bonus climbed from 40% to 50%. Even after gathering slightly more than 7,000 days of tradable lifespan, Qin Feng still felt that the amount was nowhere near enough. To leave starter region, 7 players needed to reach level 10 before the teleportation portal to the continent of Forsaken Gods would activate. Qin Feng had already met the requirement himself, but the next highest level players were only around level 7. No matter how impatient he felt, he would still have to wait for the others to catch up. Since he could not travel to the next continent yet, Qin Feng decided to temporarily log out. There was an important matter waiting for him in the real world, and this was the perfect opportunity to deal with it. His in-game body scattered into drifting grains of sand and vanished from the shoreline. Several seconds later, Qin Feng opened his eyes back in reality. Almost immediately, a system prompt appeared before him, asking whether he wished to consume tradable lifespan to transfer his in-game abilities into the real world. Qin Feng accepted without the slightest hesitation. When the system asked which ability he wanted to extract first, he rose from his seat and made his decision. Rather than choosing an ordinary skill, he selected his entire Shadow class. The system deducted 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, and the extraction was completed successfully. Qin Feng obtained the Shadow class in reality, immediately activating its passive benefits. His physical attributes rose sharply. Strength increased by 3, Constitution by 3, Agility by 8, and Spirit by 5. He then chose to extract 2 of his in-game levels. Another notification appeared, confirming that the level extraction had succeeded after consuming 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's real-world level instantly rose to level 3, granting another major increase to his attributes. 4 points of strength, for Constitution, 14 Agility, and 4 Spirit. The system continued processing his selections. 900 days of tradable lifespan were consumed to extract the Platinum tier skill Shadow Step. After that, another 2,262 days were deducted, so he could bring the Silver tier skill Venomous Dagger into reality as well. Qin Feng was satisfied when he saw that he still had 1,292 days of lifespan remaining, though that was no longer enough to extract anything else for the moment. He had only paid the extraction cost normally associated with a lower tier ability, Yet he had successfully obtained the platinum tier shadow step. No matter how he looked at it, the exchange had been extremely worthwhile. As Qin Feng closed the system window, his thoughts returned to Song Fei. His fingers slowly curled into a tight fist, and anger flashed through his eyes as he remembered everything that bastard had done. His basic physical attributes were now roughly twice those of an average person, while his agility had climbed to 32 points, already beyond normal human limits. Combined with limitless invisibility and a poisonous dagger, he could accurately throw from up to 14 meters away. Qin Feng was certain he could find an opening to eliminate Song Fei in reality. Qin Feng picked up his phone and began checking the latest information online. He soon discovered that Song Fei was aggressively purchasing lifespan, which made him wonder whether the bastard intended to return to God-forsaken and retaliate against him. The posts also revealed that Song Fei was currently at Dajiang Plaza. It was only 7 or 8 kilometers away, and with Qin Feng's present speed, he could reach it in a little over 10 minutes. Just then, the phone vibrated in his hand. The moment Qin Feng saw a message from Hu Cabin, the arrogant and powerful supervisor from his company, his fingers began trembling with restrained irritation. Hu Cabin was furious that Qin Feng had become bold enough to ignore her calls after gaining a little confidence. In her eyes, the young lady's interest in him was an opportunity most people would beg for. She could not understand why he refused to cooperate when such an enormous chance had supposedly been placed directly in front of him. Qin Feng blocked Hu Cabin without bothering to reply. As he continued walking, he casually tossed the phone aside and activated Shadow Step, causing his body to fade from sight. Those people still had no idea what God-forsaken truly represented, but Qin Feng knew they would understand soon enough. Several hours later, Dajiang Plaza was packed from end to end for Song Fei's public concert. Excited girls filled the audience, many of them dressed in his merchandise and holding signs bearing his name. Among that enormous crowd was Qin Feng's younger sister. At the center of the brightly lit stage, Song Fei sat comfortably beside a blonde woman. The two spoke quietly while the roaring audience continued cheering below them. With an amused smile, the blonde woman mentioned that she had heard Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times inside the game. She told him not to worry, explaining that she had already dispatched people to investigate Shadow's real identity. Song Fei leaned slightly closer, curiosity appearing in his eyes as he asked how far the investigation had progressed. Hu Cabin revealed that someone had already been sent into Firefly Town to make direct contact with Shadow. Their plan was to offer Shadow an amount of money he would be unable to reject. The moment he entered the real world to collect the payment, they would capture him. Once he was in their hands, they would make certain that brother Song Fei had every opportunity to vent his anger personally. Song Fei's lips curled into a pleased smile. He told Hu Cabin to inform him immediately when Shadow had been caught. Then, with open curiosity, he asked whether Dajiang Corporation had already used the same method to control several other players and force them to work without compensation. Hu Cabin burst into laughter. In her opinion, those players were nothing but fools, and they were so weak that none of them could gather much lifespan anyway. Supporting Song Fei was far more profitable. Countless women willingly handed him their lifespan, and some were even prepared to sacrifice their lives for him without being asked twice. Hearing that, Song Fei leaned back and began laughing maliciously, clearly delighted by how easily his followers could be manipulated. Suddenly, a man standing among the audience raised his voice above the cheering crowd. He angrily demanded that everyone stop recklessly selling and transferring their lifespan to other people. Turning toward the stage, the man directly confronted Song Fei. He accused him of knowing perfectly well that lifespan was connected to actual life and death, yet continuing to brainwash his fans and purchase their remaining days in enormous quantities. He declared that Song Fei was endangering human lives and announced that they intended to report him to the authorities. Song Fei merely smiled when he heard the accusation. In his mind, every public event seemed to attract at least one fool determined to create trouble and ruin the atmosphere. He slowly rose from his chair and faced the audience with a solemn expression. Song Fei announced that he had noticed the recent controversy surrounding his actions. He admitted that his acquisition of lifespan had occupied public attention and caused inconvenience to many people. For that reason, he claimed to feel deeply regretful and offered everyone his most sincere apology. His fans immediately protested from below the stage. They shouted that he had no reason to apologize because, in their eyes, brother Song Fei had done absolutely nothing wrong. Song Fei gave them a warm, sincere-looking smile. With emotion filling his voice, he said he was truly grateful for every bit of affection, trust, and support his fans had given him. At the same time, he earnestly reminded everyone that love should always remain positive and uplifting. He encouraged his followers to support their idols rationally. During this extraordinary period brought about by the game, they first needed to protect their personal safety, then unite in a positive way, contribute to society, and spread uplifting energy to those around them. Tears filled Song Fei's eyes as he continued. He explained that while the entire nation struggled with the effects of God-forsaken, he had been actively cooperating with the authorities and working tirelessly inside the game. That was supposedly why he had spent his personal fortune purchasing Lifespan. He wanted to become a worthy and responsible idol within the game, someone who deserved the affection of his supporters. Everything he had done, he claimed, was meant to repay his fans, help them gain something beyond the game, and allow everyone to live peaceful, safe, and happy lives while working together toward a better tomorrow. Song Fei lowered his gaze and said he had never imagined his actions would create so much controversy or bring so many problems to everyone. His trembling voice and tearful expression immediately caused countless fans in the audience to begin crying with him. He apologized once more for all the trouble he had caused. The sight of him appearing so remorseful made the audience even more emotional, and the girls began shouting through their tears that Brother Song Fei had never done anything wrong. Their sadness quickly transformed into anger toward the man who had confronted him. The fans insulted him as an uncivilized savage and demanded that he leave the plaza. They insisted that they were helping Brother Song Fei voluntarily and warned him not to mock or insult the sincerity of their feelings. The chubby mage pushed through the crowd and climbed onto the stage. Once she stood beside Song Fei, she raised her voice and urged everyone not to believe the ridiculous rumors spreading outside. She angrily asked how anyone dared question Brother Song Fei. In her opinion, only pig-brained fools believed every rumor they heard. She even challenged the idea that lifespan inside a game could somehow affect a person in the real world. Pressing one hand firmly against her chest, the chubby girl declared that she was personally willing to die for Brother Song Fei. When she logged out, the system had shown that she had less than 1 day of lifespan remaining, yet she was still standing there perfectly fine. Even if the rumors eventually proved true, she insisted that anyone without the courage to die for Brother Song Fei had no right to claim they truly loved him. Her passionate declaration ignited the crowd. The other fans became even more excited, and many decided on the spot that they would transfer every remaining day of lifespan they possessed to Song Fei. Song Fei looked across the emotional crowd with satisfaction hidden beneath his gentle smile. The overwhelming devotion of his fans clearly pleased him. He reached one hand toward the chubby girl and told her that receiving such pure and selfless love from someone like her made him feel truly honored. The chubby girl broke down in tears at his words. Standing beneath the stage lights, she looked at Song Fei with complete devotion, fully prepared to sacrifice her life for him. At that exact moment, something tore through the air at terrifying speed. Before anyone could understand what they were seeing, the projectile pierced straight through Song Fei's head, leaving the entire plaza frozen in shock. Blood immediately spilled from Song Fei's mouth. His expression went blank, and strands of his hair began drifting downward like dead leaves falling from a tree. Song Fei's lifeless body tipped forward and collapsed onto the chubby girl's shoulder. The instant his weight struck her, terror flooded her eyes as she realized something was horribly wrong. Unable to support him, the chubby girl stumbled backward and fell heavily onto the ground. She began screaming in confusion and fear, still unable to understand what had just happened in front of everyone. The moment the crowd realized that Song Fei was truly dead, complete panic erupted throughout the plaza. His fans screamed, shoved against one another, and desperately tried to escape the chaos. The security guards immediately surrounded Hu Kabin and began escorting her away from the stage. Her composure shattered as she cried out and screamed at them in terror. Hu Kabin shouted that she had seen this kind of thing before. Whenever Song Fei died inside God-forsaken, his body became surrounded by lifespan orbs. She urged everyone to leave immediately, because the person who had killed him had clearly used an ability transferred from the game. A horrifying possibility struck Hu Kabin as she was dragged away. Could abilities from God-forsaken truly be used in the real world? How could something like that even be possible? She thought about the invisible attacker, the instant killing blow, and the ability to collect lifespan afterward. There was only one person she knew who could accomplish all of that. The killer had to be Shadow. At that exact moment, another dart tore through the air and buried itself in her head. She dropped dead before she could react, leaving every guard nearby frozen in stunned disbelief. Hidden among the shaken crowd stood Qin Feng, quietly watching everything unfold without drawing attention to himself. By the time dusk settled over the city, every major news channel was reporting the same horrifying story. Superstar Song Fei had tragically died in the middle of Dajang Plaza. The reports also revealed that Song Fei's most devoted fans had willingly sacrificed every remaining year of their lives. One after another, they collapsed beside his corpse, and the police investigation eventually confirmed that his death had been caused by supernatural abilities. As the grim report played, Qin Feng's sister and her friends stared at the screen with tear-streaked faces, their expressions filled with both grief and lingering fear. Qin Xiaoyu still could not accept what had happened. Only the day before, They had excitedly gone to Song Fei's concert, yet now, less than a day later, he was already dead. Her friend quickly connected the clues. Throwing knives and invisibility were clearly abilities from the godforsaken game. Remembering that Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 separate times inside the game, she began wondering whether Shadow had also been responsible for his death in reality. Qin Xiaoyu looked completely bewildered. She could not understand how abilities that existed inside a game could possibly appear in the real world. Even so, she refused to believe that Shadow had truly been the one who murdered Song Fei. But then she remembered how Shadow had repeatedly killed him inside the game. As that memory sank in, suspicion hardened into certainty. In her mind, Shadow was the only person who would have any reason to kill Song Fei in reality. Throwing knives and invisibility. Weren't those the signature abilities of an assassin? The more Qin Xiaoyu thought about it, the more certain she became. Shadow had to be the killer. Shadow had taken her beloved brother Song Fei away, leaving her entire world trapped in darkness. If he had truly discovered a way to bring game abilities into reality, then she would find him and get close to him. No matter how great the price, she would become stronger. From that day forward, revenge would be the only goal guiding her life. The taxi pulled over at the side of the road, and the two girls immediately opened the doors and stepped outside. Her friend noticed something was wrong and cautiously asked whether she was all right. Qin Xiaoyu said nothing at first, but the burning fury in her eyes gave away everything. All she wanted now was to kill Shadow with her own hands and avenge Song Fei. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the hatred now aimed at him, Qin Feng was sitting quietly inside a restaurant, calmly eating a bowl of noodles. Although players of Godforsaken were nearly invincible in the real world, their bodies still consumed energy. They could still grow hungry, which meant ordinary meals remained necessary. Just then, Qin Feng's phone began to ring. He unlocked the screen and found a newly arrived message warning him that Fat Who was furious. The man had already blocked both his phone number and WeChat, and unless Qin Feng returned immediately, he would be fired and lose his entire salary for the month. The message had come from Yang Xiaoya, a kind-hearted but physically delicate girl who was often bullied by others. In Qin Feng's previous life, she had eventually become a member of his Zhanshun guild as well. He calmly told her not to worry about him or the job and advised her to concentrate on leveling up inside the game instead. Yang Xiaoya was surprised and asked whether Qin Feng had also entered the game. She had heard that Godforsaken was incredibly difficult and that many players had nearly exhausted their lifespans already. Qin Feng explained that no matter which profession she had chosen, she should focus on increasing her agility during the early stages. She agreed to follow his advice, though she mentioned that the lifespan generated in the game was currently selling for an extremely high price. Curious about his own progress, she asked how far he had advanced and how much he had earned. Qin Feng casually replied that it was not much, since he had already spent almost everything. Qin Feng knew Fat Who was nothing more than a lackey. The real threat was the woman controlling him from behind the scenes, Qian Shishir, daughter of the Qian group. Her reputation was already outrageous. She had entered a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, driven around in a sports car with 3 African men purely for entertainment, and recently, she had even begun showing interest in Qin Feng. Qian Shishir was deeply obsessed with foreign culture. After Godforsaken descended, she abandoned Great Xia and traveled to North America, where she helped establish Alice's Wonderland, one of the region's 3 most powerful guilds. That guild had deliberately opposed Great Xia. In Qin Feng's previous life, Qian Shishir had created endless problems for both the nation and the Zhanshin Guild. If Qian Shishir died before leaving, Alice's Wonderland might never be founded at all. Rumors claimed that every major founder of the guild had some personal connection to her. Once that woman disappeared, the fragile bond holding those people together would naturally collapse. Before Qin Feng could think any further, his phone rang once again. This time, the incoming call was from Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu sounded slightly confused when Qin Feng answered, since she had assumed he had already died inside the game. After confirming that he was still alive, she coldly told him that she had earned enough money to buy a house and no longer needed him to worry about her. Qin Feng simply played along and asked whether she had anything else to say. Without hesitation, she told him to stop bothering her and declared that she would never seek him out again either. She went even further, warning him not to investigate where she lived because, from that moment onward, she was severing every connection between them. Qin Feng ended the call, and instead of feeling upset, he could barely contain his happiness. With that troublesome relationship finally settled, Qin Feng decided it was time to return to Godforsaken and continue leveling. It would not be long before someone reached level 10 and discovered that abilities learned inside the game could be brought into reality. The moment that secret became public knowledge, the peaceful world everyone knew would disappear forever. Not long afterward, Qin Xiaoyu and her friend also logged back into the game. Her friend still felt uneasy and asked whether cutting ties with her brother had been too cruel, gently suggesting that the two of them reconcile. Qin Xiaoyu firmly refused. She then revealed that she had sold her lifespan to the Qian group for a staggering 2 million. Her friend stared at her in complete shock. Qin Xiaoyu continued, explaining that she had already purchased a house where the two of them could live together. More importantly, she believed she would soon meet Shadow. Once that happened, Qin Feng would no longer hold any importance in her life. At that moment, a passing player approached the area and immediately caught Qin Xiaoyu's attention. The man walked up with a flattering smile and handed her a skill book, proudly telling her that it was the assassin ability she had requested. He also reminded her not to forget the promise she had made to him. Qin Xiaoyu nodded with a bright, agreeable smile and assured him that after everything was finished, she would satisfy his little wishes. Deep inside, however, she mocked him as nothing more than a shameless flatterer. Once she succeeded in meeting Shadow, no one would care about worthless trash like him. Qin Xiaoyu quickly contacted Wang Meng and informed him that she had obtained an assassin skill book containing a control ability. She asked him to check whether Shadow needed it, saying that she was willing to give the book to him. A pleased smile slowly appeared on her face. In her opinion, Zhang Wei might be an annoying flatterer, but at least he had managed to provide such a valuable skill book. To her, this book would become the invisible red thread connecting her fate with Shadow's. Soon, she imagined herself successfully approaching Shadow and remaining quietly at his side. She would heal his injuries, help him defeat enemies, and accompany him as they leveled up together. She intended to make him notice every bit of assistance she provided. Little by little, she would earn his trust until he finally regarded her not merely as a companion, but as the other half meant to stand beside him. But once Qin Xiaoyu became powerful enough and Shadow no longer had any value to her, she would personally kill him. She would even tear out his eyes with her own hands, all for the sake of avenging her beloved brother Song Fei. Her fantasy shattered almost immediately. Wang Ming replied that Shadow considered the ability complete trash and had no need for it whatsoever. He told her she could keep the skill book or sell it herself for money. Sometime later, Shadow also logged back into Godforsaken. Almost immediately after entering, he heard the violent sounds of someone battling a boss nearby, and from the intensity of the commotion, the creature was clearly no ordinary monster. Qin Feng followed the crashing sounds through the area. When he reached the source, he spotted a man gripping a shield and desperately fighting against a terrifying boss covered in multiple arms. Realizing he could not win, the shield-bearing player turned and tried to flee, but his escape was hopeless. The monster caught him within moments and sliced his body into several bloody pieces. After taking a closer look at the creature, Qin Feng immediately recognized it. This was a golden arachnid, a level 8 boss of the gold tier. Even more dangerously, the golden arachnid possessed a level 2 anti-stealth ability, allowing it to detect enemies hidden from ordinary sight. That meant Qin Feng's invisibility would be completely useless while facing this particular opponent. The golden arachnid threw back its monstrous body and released a deafening roar. Qin Feng gathered his strength, burst from his hiding place, and launched an immediate attack. Shadow Slash flashed across the creature's body, carving through it and dealing several thousand points of damage in an instant. Qin Feng possessed a buff that doubled his damage whenever he attacked from outside an enemy's field of vision. However, because the golden arachnid could see through invisibility, that effect could not activate during this battle, causing his overall damage to drop considerably. Fortunately, the legendary effect of graceful liberation increased the golden arachnid's head and heart weak points by 200%. Of Shadow Slash's 9 consecutive strikes, 3 were judged to have landed directly on those vulnerable areas. Each one dealt triple weak point damage, perfectly compensating for the damage Qin Feng had lost from his inactive buff. The result made Qin Feng appreciate just how powerful a legendary ability truly was. He also silently thanked Sister Hai, because without her help, he would never have discovered that mysterious temple of faith. Not far from the battlefield, a female mage watched the clash with wide eyes. In her view, Shadow's damage was completely absurd. A single ability had already erased roughly 1/6 of the golden arachnid's entire health bar. Qin Feng followed up by flicking a venomous throwing knife through the air. The blade stabbed directly into the monster's head and instantly inflicted another 1,783 points of damage. Even so, the venomous throwing knife was still only a silver tier ability. Compared with Qin Feng's rapidly increasing strength and the tougher enemies he now faced, its damage was already beginning to fall behind. To make his invisibility even harder to detect, Qin Feng still needed to advance his profession and unlock a higher-level version of the ability. Before Qin Feng could make another move, the golden arachnid suddenly sprang forward, its enormous body rushing straight at him as it prepared to launch a vicious attack. The female mage immediately panicked when she saw the monster charging. Qin Feng, however, remained perfectly composed, and a confident gleam appeared in his eyes. The golden arachnid unleashed one. Mage and her companions stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the speed unfolding before them. Yet they soon realized that speed alone could not explain it. Qin Feng's reactions were astonishingly sharp, and every movement suggested that he understood the boss's attack patterns almost perfectly. His movement speed was already nearly equal to the golden arachnids. Each time the monster attacked, Qin Feng shifted away at exactly the right moment, dodging as naturally as though he had battled this same boss countless times before. In his previous life, Qin Feng had traveled with Qin Xiaoyu, but she had barely been capable of protecting herself, much less healing him during battle. Forced to depend on his own ability to survive, he gradually sharpened his movement and evasion to an extraordinary level. After all, a warrior could not rely solely on enduring damage. Quick footwork and the ability to avoid fatal attacks were equally essential. A fierce light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes as those memories returned. That hard-earned skill was precisely how he had managed to climb into the world's top 100 despite possessing nothing more than an ordinary warrior class. Seeing an opening, Qin Feng surged forward and carved a rapid series of slashes across the boss's body. By the time he pulled away, the golden arachnid's health had already fallen below half. Qin Feng activated invisibility and vanished from sight once more. Compared with unusual bosses such as the golden ghost ship, whose attacks could not be avoided, the golden arachnid was far easier for him to handle. The mage's eyes widened in astonishment when she noticed that the once ferocious golden arachnid had actually turned around and begun trying to flee from Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no intention of allowing his prey to escape. He drew his dagger, closed the distance in an instant, and sliced directly across the monster's throat. As the golden arachnid collapsed, a system window appeared, confirming that he had killed a level 8 gold-tier boss and received 640 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan. Without wasting a moment, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand on the fallen boss. The ability rewarded him with another 21 evolution points and an additional 497 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng was delighted by the final rewards. One gold-tier boss had brought him a total of 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan, making the hunt more than worthwhile. Just when he thought the rewards were finished, another system window suddenly appeared. This time, he had obtained Blacklight Shield, an assassin skill. When activated, it converted his entire dodge rate into layers of damage reduction shields for 8 seconds. The skill had a 60-second cooldown and required level 8 to use. Under its original conversion rule, every 20% dodge chance created one shield layer. Once the duration ended, or once every shield layer was broken, the effect would disappear and his dodge rate would return to normal. Qin Feng could hardly believe such a valuable skill book had dropped. His epic skill, Phantom Blur, already granted him a 75% dodge chance. When paired with Blacklight Shield, that amount could be converted into 3 layers of damage reduction. With protection like that, he could challenge many powerful bosses without suffering even a single point of damage. Qin Feng immediately invested 6 evolution points into the new skill, raising Blacklight Shield from Platinum tier all the way to Epic tier. Its duration increased step by step, climbing from 8 seconds to 10, then 12, and finally 14 seconds. Its conversion efficiency improved as well. Instead of requiring 20% dodge chance for each shield layer, the requirement dropped first to 15%, then 12%, and finally only 10%. Qin Feng was thrilled. His 75% dodge chance could now provide 7 full layers of damage reduction, giving him enough survivability to explore many dangerous high-level regions far earlier than normal. With 22 evolution points still remaining, Qin Feng turned his attention to Venomous Throwing Knife and decided to raise its damage. He invested 16 evolution points, evolving the skill from Silver tier to Emerald tier. Its maximum throwing range increased from 14 meters to 17. The poison's continuous damage still received no weak point bonus, lasted 5 seconds, and could not stack, but the additional damage on impact rose from 120% to 240% of his attack. The poison damage also increased from 50% to 80% of his attack every second. After evolving Venomous Throwing Knife 3 times, Qin Feng estimated that its total damage had at least doubled. Since its base cooldown was only 5 seconds, he could use it continuously, allowing its sustained damage to rival Shadow Slash. He had also obtained 2 pieces of assassin equipment, so he prepared to equip them immediately. The first item was the Platinum tier Agile Ring, an assassin accessory that granted 20 agility, 20% movement speed. After equipping both items, Qin Feng's total cooldown speed rose to 55%. Shadow Slash, which originally required 12 seconds before it could be used again, now had a cooldown of only 7.7 seconds. His attributes also increased by 51 Constitution, 106 Physical Defense, and 1,517 health. The improvement was far from insignificant. With his current stats, he could survive 3 direct attacks from the Golden Arachnid without dying. Combined with the 7 protective layers from Blacklight Shield, his ability to stay alive had risen dramatically. Once the battle ended, The mage and her companions finally stepped out from where they had been watching. They praised Shadow excitedly, saying the gold-tier boss had looked completely helpless against him. None of them could believe he had defeated such a monster entirely on his own. The mage then asked whether he had obtained any equipment or skills suitable for her class, quickly adding that she was willing to pay for them. Qinfeng told her that he did have something for a mage, a gold-tier skill book called Frostball Bounce. It was a group attack skill that released ice spheres capable of bouncing between targets as many as 10 times. He set the one-time purchase price at 800 days of tradable lifespan. The mage hesitated, feeling that the price was somewhat high, since she had recently seen someone sell a level 5 gold-tier skill book for only 400 days. Qinfeng looked at her seriously and pointed out that Frostball Bounce was a level 7 skill, not level 5. Its damage was more than 40% higher than the book she had seen earlier, so a price of 800 days was not expensive in the slightest. After hearing his explanation, the mage stopped hesitating. She immediately accepted Qinfeng's terms and agreed to purchase the skill book for 800 days of lifespan. A system window appeared, confirming that the transaction had been completed successfully. Qinfeng then activated invisibility, and his figure gradually faded from view. At this stage of the game, none of the bosses found around the beginner regions posed a serious threat to him anymore. He decided to return to town and publish a request for information about the locations of silver tier and gold tier bosses. With a steady supply of targets to hunt, he could keep gaining rewards while pushing his leveling speed to the absolute maximum. Before Qinfeng left, Wang Ming contacted him with an unexpected message. Qin Xiaoyu, the priestess from Wang Ming's team, wanted to give Shadow a skill book. Qinfeng found the offer rather interesting and began wondering exactly what kind of ability she intended to send him. Qinfeng was somewhat surprised that Qin Xiaoyu had suddenly offered him a skill book, especially when it was merely bronze tier. He was curious about the ability, so he considered taking a look. Still, Qinfeng was no fool. By now, nearly everyone suspected that Shadow had killed Song Fei, yet Qin Xiaoyu had chosen this exact moment to approach him with a gift. In the end, he rejected the offer while quietly wondering whether she wanted to establish a connection with him, avenge Song Fei, or perhaps accomplish both at once. Wang Ming passed Qinfeng's response back to her without softening it. Shadow considered the skill book complete trash, had no use for it, and suggested that she keep it or sell it herself for money. Qinfeng then told Wang Ming to meet him in town. He had several valuable items to sell, so Wang Ming needed to prepare a considerable amount of tradable lifespan beforehand. Wang Ming fell silent for a moment before looking at him with unusual seriousness. As he prepared to ask the question weighing on his mind, Qinfeng directly asked whether he wanted to know if Shadow had been the one who killed those people. Without attempting to avoid the subject, Qinfeng calmly admitted the truth. He was indeed the person who had killed them. Qinfeng regarded Wang Ming as a genuine friend, so he understood why the man had reached that conclusion. During the period when Song Fei was murdered, Shadow had remained disconnected from the game the entire time. Both the motive and the timing matched perfectly. The fact that Wang Ming was asking him directly also meant the authorities had already pieced together most of the truth. Qinfeng asked whether Wang Ming intended to arrest him. In roughly 2 hours, other players would begin reaching level 10, and once they discovered that game abilities could be transferred into reality, the secret would spread beyond anyone's control. Qinfeng saw this moment as the perfect opportunity to observe how the Great Xia government would respond, treating the situation as a test of their future relationship. After making his decision, Qinfeng returned to Firefly Town, where he soon reunited with Wang Ming and the rest of the group. And you studied him closely and asked whether he was truly admitting that he had personally killed Song Fei. Qinfeng gave a calm nod, confirming the accusation without showing the slightest trace of hesitation. A faint smile appeared on Yu's face. She explained that Qinfeng was indeed their primary suspect. However, they were also aware that Song Fei and Jiang Lai had acted against him with malicious intent. The Jiang Industries had even abducted and abused numerous players, forcing those victims to work against their will. Under those circumstances, Yu explained that Qinfeng's decision to kill the two men could, strictly speaking, be regarded as an act of self-defense. Qinfeng immediately understood their position. Since the authorities had been unable to uncover Shadow's true identity, they had chosen to maintain a temporary cooperative relationship instead of turning him into an enemy. In his previous life, Qinfeng had also worked closely with government officials, and his record had remained completely clean. This life, however, had already begun moving in a different direction. Qinfeng had directly killed both Song Fei and Jiang Lai. For the moment, Qinfeng decided to sell the platinum tier items he had no intention of using. Since Wang Ming's group was supported by the authorities, they could purchase equipment and skill books belonging to nearly any class. More importantly, they possessed enough resources to make the transaction worthwhile. Qinfeng opened the trade window and displayed his collection. The others immediately stared in disbelief when they saw multiple platinum tier pieces of equipment and skill books. Someone exclaimed that Shadow could not possibly have achieved the first kill of a platinum-grade boss. Yet they quickly rejected that idea, because no global announcement had appeared. Qin Feng casually explained that his luck had simply been decent and that he had discovered several treasure chests. Xiaozhu could verify his claim, since she had personally obtained an emerald-tier skill book as well. The mage quickly confirmed his explanation, telling everyone that she had watched Qin Feng open the emerald-tier treasure chest with her own eyes. Little Black immediately felt a trace of jealousy when she heard Qin Feng affectionately call the mage Xiaozhu. When speaking to her, however, he usually addressed her with nothing more personal than you. Noticing her reaction, Qin Feng jokingly decided to call her Little Blackie instead of Little Black. The new nickname only made her angrier, and she sharply told him that Little Black was already good enough. Wang Ming could only let out a helpless sigh, remarking that some people simply could not be compared with others. The contrast truly was frustrating. His group had struggled tremendously just to defeat a single silver-grade boss, while Shadow casually opened platinum-tier and emerald-tier treasure chests, as though such rewards were completely ordinary. Qin Feng then listed the prices for everything he intended to sell. The platinum-grade archer skill book had a fixed price of 2,500 days. The platinum-grade berserker weapon would cost 1,500 days, while the platinum-grade mage skill book was priced at 3,000. A package containing gold-tier equipment and skill books would cost 8,000 days. Including the rest of the platinum equipment and skill books, 25 items in total, Qin Feng offered them a discounted final price of 16,000 days. Wang Ming was stunned by the enormous figure and immediately turned to Enyu, telling her to pay whatever Shadow requested. He then asked whether she truly had no intention of bargaining. Enyu merely smiled and said the price was actually quite reasonable. She would also add the lifespan that Xiaozhu and Wang Ming still owed her from their previous purchases into the same transaction. The system soon confirmed that the deal had been completed. Qin Feng looked at Enyu approvingly and praised her as a true heroine, straightforward, decisive, and completely unwilling to waste time. Privately, Qin Feng knew that once a player possessed more than 10,000 days of tradable lifespan, the system would begin displaying the amount in years instead. 60 years amounted to roughly 22,000 days, and at the current exchange rate, that lifespan was worth approximately 400 million in cash. Even for the government officials of Jianghai City, spending that much represented an enormous financial burden. Still, the value they gained was far greater than the money they paid. With this collection of equipment and skill books, numerous teams under Jianghai's authority could begin developing ahead of schedule. Qin Feng understood that the stronger the government became, the more unnecessary disasters they could prevent in the future. Greater strength would also give Great Xia an important advantage during eventual confrontations with foreign powers. Once the transaction was finished, Enyu informed Qin Feng that Dejiang Industries was still holding several players captive. Her group was preparing to launch a rescue operation, and she directly asked whether Shadow was willing to join them. Qin Feng found the situation rather puzzling. He could not tell whether the authorities genuinely wanted to recruit him or were simply searching for a way to justify the fact that he had killed Song Fei. He refused to join their rescue operation, but before leaving, he decided to reveal something important. Their suspicions had been completely correct. He had indeed used abilities taken from the game to kill both Song Fei and Zhang Lai. The blunt confession instantly left everyone around him staring in shock. Qin Feng then explained the secret clearly. Once a player reached level 10 inside the game, they could spend their accumulated lifespan to extract a learned skill and bring that ability into the real world. Enyu immediately understood the danger behind his warning. That was likely why Dejiang Industries had suddenly begun purchasing large amounts of lifespan. Once their own players reached level 10 and transferred their powers into reality, any attempt to rescue the captives would face far stronger resistance. Seeing that she had grasped the situation so quickly, Qin Feng gave a satisfied look and decided it was time for him to leave. A moment later, Qin Feng's body melted into a dark shadow. His figure faded completely, and before anyone could react, he had already vanished from the area. After Qin Feng disappeared, Enyu's expression turned serious as she issued Wang Ming a new order. From that moment onward, their members would stop leveling as one group and split apart instead. Their 6-person squad was already too powerful for the nearby monsters, often destroying ordinary enemies with a single strike and wasting much of their combined damage. By separating and having each veteran lead a different team, they could greatly increase the group's overall leveling efficiency. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Enyu then emphasized that their most urgent goal was to push every important member to level 10 as quickly as possible. Once the decision was made, Enyu instructed Wang Ming to log out temporarily and report the crucial information Qin Feng had just revealed. Elsewhere in Firefly Town, 2 nearby players noticed that Shadow had opened another roadside stall. This time, however, he was not displaying items for sale. Instead, he had posted a request to buy information. A system notice appeared above the stall, clearly announcing Shadow's offer. He would pay 30 days of lifespan for the coordinates of a silver-tier boss and 100 days for the location of any gold-tier boss. After reading the notice, one of the men standing nearby suddenly curled his lips into a confident smile, as though he had finally found an opportunity. The man stepped toward Qin Feng and delivered a message from his young lady. As long as Shadow agreed to help her level up, she was willing to pay 300 million in cash and even give him shares into Jiang Industries. The man spoke as though the decision should be obvious, reminding Qin Feng that an opportunity this generous might appear only once in an entire lifetime. The surrounding players quickly noticed that the messenger had apparently never logged out during the recent chaos. He clearly had no idea that Shadow had already killed both Song Fei and the young heiress of Dajiang Industries in the real world. Several people whispered among themselves, stunned to learn that the Dajiang girl was dead as well. Some had seen her before and muttered that, despite everything, it still seemed like a waste. The messenger's expression twisted with anger when he heard their words, but deep down, he knew Jiang Lai had brought the disaster upon herself. She had originally planned to capture Shadow in reality and force him into illegal work, only to be killed on the spot before her plan could succeed. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Lai was truly dead. He remembered how she had first offered Shadow 10 million to carry her through the game. When Shadow refused, he had rushed forward to accept the opportunity himself, blinded by the promise of money. He had believed he would receive a massive payment of 5 million, but when he went to collect it in the real world, her people knocked him unconscious instead. When he finally woke, he found himself imprisoned inside an unfamiliar basement. From that day onward, they whipped and abused him constantly, forcing him to earn lifespan for them inside the game, while also luring more unsuspecting players into the same trap. He had never imagined that while he remained trapped under their control, Jiang Lai had already been hunted down and killed by Shadow. A bitter laugh escaped his throat. That vicious woman had received exactly the death she deserved. He had once mocked Shadow for foolishly refusing such a profitable offer, but now he finally understood that Shadow had never been the fool. The truly stupid one had been himself. Qin Feng studied the man's changing expression and immediately guessed that he had probably helped Jiang Lai lure and imprison quite a few victims. The man became visibly nervous and hurriedly denied it, insisting that he had been forced into everything before turning to leave. Qin Feng had no interest in arguing with someone like him. In his eyes, the man was worthless trash, and the authorities could deal with him later. Soon afterward, 2 other players approached Qin Feng with a genuine offer. They claimed to know the location of a silver-tier boss and were willing to sell the coordinates for the advertised price of 30 days. After confirming the terms, they proposed completing the transaction immediately. Just then, a new player entered the town and instantly drew everyone's attention. Whispers spread through the streets as people recognized her as Ace of Spades. In reality, she was rumored to be Qian Shishir, heiress of the powerful Qian group. Nearby players warned one another to keep their distance, saying she had already killed several people and might attack anyone carrying a large amount of lifespan. Qian Shishir entered the game surrounded by a group of men who had logged in alongside her, forming an imposing entourage as they moved through the town. Looking around at the world of God-forsaken, Qian Shishir could not help smiling dismissively. In her opinion, the game was nothing remarkable. A person only needed enough money to purchase powerful equipment and valuable skills. As long as her combat strength remained ahead of the average player, she could simply hunt down anyone carrying lifespan, kill them, and seize everything they had accumulated. Even so, irritation continued burning inside her. This damn game had disrupted her plans and delayed the international flight she had been preparing to take. By that time, she believed she should already have been in North America, indulging herself with Big Dick and Max Fackel while losing herself completely in pleasure and passion. Her gaze soon settled on 2 nearby players who were trembling under the pressure of her presence. Being trapped in Great Xia's magic city and unable to leave the country had already ruined her mood. As she looked at the Great Xia men around her, she regarded each of them as weak and insignificant as insects. In her eyes, Tony and his companions were far more attractive. Tony grinned when he heard her praise and said she clearly had excellent taste. He boasted that they were naturally much stronger than the men of Great Xia and superior in that particular area as well. He then teased that once they returned to reality, she could personally experience the difference. His words made Qian Shishir's cheeks flush bright red. Qian Shishir had also heard that the useless Song Fei was already dead. She had once played alongside him, only for him to disappear from the game within a single minute. From her perspective, he had always been nothing more than worthless waste. What truly excited her was the identity of the person rumored to have killed him. The man was called Shadow. Although he came from Great Xia, he was still ranked number 1 in the entire world. Someone that powerful might actually be worth meeting. Since Shadow had been capable of eliminating Song Fei, Qian Shishir reasoned that killing an ordinary person in reality should be effortless for him. She quickly decided that this was the perfect chance to establish contact with him. Turning toward her followers, she announced that she would log out briefly, make a phone call, and arrange for someone to approach Shadow on her behalf. Qian sure believed that Shadow might ignore ordinary cash, but there was no chance he would reject an offer of 3,000 days of lifespan. In her mind, earning that reward would require nothing more than killing an ordinary person with a casual flick of his hand. A quiet, sinister laugh echoed inside her thoughts. She had never forgotten the look on Qin Feng's face when he rejected her offer, and she coldly promised herself that he would soon be dead. At the same time, deep inside a forest, a player finished off a monster. The creature's corpse dissolved into tradable lifespan, while a healer standing behind him continued restoring the damage he had suffered during the fight. The exhausted man bent forward, struggling to catch his breath, before complaining to Qin Xiaoyu. He begged her not to be so extreme with her healing next time, saying he had nearly been sent off to meet his great-grandmother. Qin Xiaoyu immediately turned her back on him and demanded to know why he was speaking so harshly. After all, he was still alive. The man looked confused and hurriedly explained that he had not meant to sound fierce. He had only been offering her a reminder. Qin Xiaoyu then mentioned that the system had warned her that her hunger level had reached 90%. She decided to log out and eat with her friend Yin Yan. The two girls disappeared from the forest a moment later, leaving the man standing there in bewildered silence. Once they were gone, anger surged through him. Qin Xiaoyu had once addressed him respectfully as her boss, but after catching a single glimpse of Shadow, she had started looking at him with open disgust. Humiliated by the change, he swore to himself that sooner or later, he would tear the clothes from her body. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu disconnected from the game and opened her eyes inside the new house she had recently purchased. The moment she woke, the emptiness in her stomach became impossible to ignore. She picked up her phone and searched for something to eat, only to stare at the screen in disbelief. Every nearby restaurant had closed, and not a single delivery driver was accepting new orders. Qin Xiaoyu could not help wondering whether everyone had entered godforsaken. Her thoughts drifted back to the days when she lived with Qin Feng. He had always prepared delicious meals for her, and she had never needed to lift a finger or even think about feeding herself. The memory only made anger flare in her eyes. She quickly forced herself to stop thinking about him and reminded herself to be more ambitious. It was only a meal, after all. Compared with the freedom she had finally gained, such a minor inconvenience meant nothing. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her fist and repeatedly encouraged herself. She was the best, she had to keep moving forward, and she could accomplish anything she wanted. Without Qin Feng controlling her life, she was certain that she would live even better than before. Back inside the game, a small cave sat hidden near the shoreline. A wounded crab monster suddenly scrambled out of the narrow entrance, desperately trying to escape whatever was chasing it from within. The instant the crab emerged from the cave, a blade flashed through the air. Before the creature could take another step, its entire body was sliced cleanly into two halves. Shadow stood behind the fallen monster and slowly lowered his weapon. He released a quiet breath, reflecting that he had already killed 4 silver tier bosses in slightly more than an hour. Overall, his hunting efficiency had been quite impressive. Each silver tier boss had rewarded Qin Feng with 16 evolution points. As the crab's corpse dissolved into lifespan, he calculated that every silver boss had produced an average of roughly 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to those generous rewards, every piece of equipment he wore was now gold tier or better. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he reviewed his improved attributes. His cooldown speed had risen from 55% to 75%. Shadow Slash, which originally required 12 seconds before it could be used again, now refreshed in only 6.8 seconds, greatly increasing his sustained damage. Since no platinum tier bosses existed around the outskirts of the beginner town, gold tier equipment was currently the best gear available in the region. At this point, replacing equipment would no longer provide the major improvement Qin Feng needed. The only reliable path to greater strength was advancing his profession. Qin Feng knew that the platinum tier bosses waiting ahead would possess at least level 2 anti-stealth abilities. He needed to complete his profession advancement as soon as possible and raise his invisibility to level 3. Unfortunately, he was still more than 20,000 experience points away from meeting the requirement. Only after raising his stealth to level 3 or higher could Qin Feng reduce the risk of unexpected trouble when challenging platinum tier bosses. After all, in his previous life, bringing down even one platinum boss had required a perfectly coordinated team of 20 players. With that goal fixed in his mind, Qin Feng decided to return to town first and contact the officials so he could sell off everything he no longer needed. His figure gradually faded into invisibility as he set out, determined to stay ahead of every other player and seize the world's first solo kill of a platinum tier boss. When Qin Feng returned to town, his tradable lifespan had already climbed to an astonishing 105 years. As he walked through the crowded streets, one player eagerly called out to him, asking Shadow to remember them the next time he obtained more equipment to sell. In total, Qin Feng possessed nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. With such an enormous reserve, he knew he would be able to extract quite a few abilities from the game and bring them into reality. Nearby, a man concealed behind a stone pillar cautiously leaned out and studied him. The moment he recognized Shadow, a pleased smile crossed his face. He quickly approached Qin Feng and asked whether he accepted assassination contracts, explaining that the target needed to be killed in the real world and promising that the payment would be worthy of the job. Qin Feng did not even slow down. He ignored the stranger completely and continued walking away as though the offer had never been made. Seeing Shadow leave, the man immediately panicked and hurried in front of Qin Feng to block his path. He insisted that the target was merely an ordinary person named Qin Feng and promised to provide the exact address. Since Shadow had already killed someone as powerful and famous as Song Fei, eliminating an ordinary man should be effortless. In the messenger's eyes, refusing such easy money would be foolish. Qin Feng stopped and stared at him with a cold, unreadable gaze. Although the request shocked him, he calmly asked whether this Qin Feng had somehow offended the person behind the contract and why they were so determined to have him killed. He then told the man not to worry, making it sound as though he was considering the offer. The messenger's confidence returned, and an arrogant smile spread across his face. He assured Shadow that the reward was anything but small. Once the assassination was completed, Shadow would receive 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's interest immediately sharpened. At current prices, 3,000 days was worth roughly $50 million, making it a surprisingly generous offer. Still, Qin Feng could not help wondering who wanted him dead. He had never met the messenger in reality, nor did he recognize him as any important player from his previous life. That meant the man standing before him was probably nothing more than an intermediary, while the true person ordering Qin Feng's death remained hidden behind the scenes. In his previous life, Qin Feng's conflicts with others had only begun surfacing during the later stages of God-Forsaken. Yet now, someone had already placed an enormous bounty on his head. The messenger smiled as though the offer were irresistible, while Qin Feng silently concluded that the contract must be connected to an old grudge from before the game's arrival. Only someone who genuinely hated him would be willing to spend such a tremendous amount. As Qin Feng considered the possibilities, one particular name rose above all the others. Could the person behind this contract be Qian Shishir? No one understood her better than Qin Feng. Qian Shishir possessed both a clear motive for wanting him dead and more than enough wealth to hire someone powerful enough to carry out the assassination. However, something about the situation did not quite fit. With the Qian group's financial influence, they could easily have arranged Qin Feng's death long before God-Forsaken appeared. This contract therefore had to serve another purpose. Qin Feng suspected that Qian Shishir's real objective was to establish contact with Shadow. Killing Qin Feng was probably only an added benefit, a petty act of revenge because he had once rejected her invitation to have fun. Qin Feng laughed inwardly at the irony. He had not even gone looking for her yet, but she had already delivered herself straight to him. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he finally agreed to accept the contract. However, he immediately set his own conditions. Half of the payment had to be delivered in advance, and he alone would decide when the assassination would take place. The messenger's expression stiffened at those demands. He nervously asked Shadow to wait for a moment, explaining that he needed to contact his superiors before agreeing to such terms. After consulting the people above him, the man returned and agreed to pay half the reward in advance. The transfer was completed directly through the system, placing 1,500 days of tradable lifespan into Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng was more than satisfied to collect the deposit first, treating it as interest on the trouble Qian Shishir had caused him. Deep inside, he gave a cold snort and silently told her to wait. He would be coming for her soon. The messenger then handed over the target's address and detailed personal information, confidently claiming that someone with Shadow's abilities would have no difficulty locating him. When Qin Feng examined the file, even he was momentarily surprised. Every detail about his identity and residence was completely accurate. After memorizing the information, Shadow turned to leave and casually told the messenger to wait. Before Qin Feng could move far, another voice suddenly called out from behind him, asking him to stop and wait. This time, it was a woman who approached. She had heard that Shadow was purchasing boss coordinates and asked whether he was still interested. According to her, she knew the location of a gold-tier boss. With a friendly smile, she named her price as 100 days and even offered to let him pay only after personally confirming that the boss was there. Qin Feng found those terms perfectly reasonable and agreed to accompany her. The woman motioned for him to follow, explaining that the location was somewhat distant and lay far to the north of the town. As traveled, Qin Feng asked what the boss was called. The woman answered that its name was the Plague Enveloper. Since she knew the creature's exact name, Qin Feng asked whether she had truly seen it herself. She admitted that she had, then hesitantly questioned whether he intended to challenge it alone. The boss released poisonous area damage, so she suggested bringing a healer as a precaution. Qin Feng rejected the suggestion without hesitation and chose to proceed without any healer. He knew the plague enveloper well enough to confirm that it was indeed a genuine gold-tier boss. The creature's most dangerous ability was the poisonous aura surrounding its body. Anyone who remained within range would continuously lose health every second. Normally, defeating such a boss required overwhelming it before the poison drained the entire team. For Qin Feng, however, killing it quickly would require nothing more than a few well-placed skills. Not long afterward, the woman led Qin Feng to the entrance of a secluded cave. She pointed into the darkness and explained that the boss was hidden somewhere inside. Her team had already cleared away all the ordinary monsters along the route, but they had been completely unable to defeat the boss itself. After saying this, she stepped forward and guided Shadow deeper into the cave. Inside, the tunnel eventually opened into a vast chamber. The woman raised her hand and pointed toward a strange tree standing in the center of a murky swamp, where thick poisonous mist drifted above the water. She quietly revealed that the tree-like creature was the plague enveloper. Seeing that she had told the truth, Qin Feng prepared to pay the promised lifespan. A system window appeared between them and confirmed that the transaction had been completed successfully. Qin Feng transferred exactly 100 days of tradable lifespan to the woman. As he studied the poisonous swamp, Qin Feng remembered that this type of continuous poison damage could actually be avoided through evasion. In that case, the 75% dodge rate granted by Phantom Blur would be extremely useful. The woman suddenly broke into a nervous sweat. With obvious fear written across her face, she confessed that there was something important she had to tell him. The entire situation was actually a trap. The moment Qin Feng began fighting the boss, another group would enter the cave and try to kill him. Worse still, those people possessed level 2 anti-stealth equipment. Qin Feng did not appear especially concerned by that information, but the woman continued. As part of the plan, she had been ordered to pretend to stand against the attackers so she could gain Shadow's trust and move closer to him. Their true objective was for her to uncover some clue about his identity in the real world. Qin Feng turned his gaze toward her and stared in silence. More than anger, his expression carried disappointment at how simple and childish their entire scheme had been. Under his steady gaze, the woman's face flushed and her nervousness became even more obvious. She quickly explained that she had also been forced into participating. She was revealing everything now because she wanted Qin Feng to deal with the person controlling the operation. They were blackmailing her in reality, and she wished for their deaths just as strongly as Shadow did. When Qin Feng asked who was behind the threat, the woman revealed the name Dongfeng Xian. She explained that Dongfeng Xian was also his in-game identity, and according to him, Shadow had already killed him once before. Hearing the name, Qin Feng immediately remembered the player who had first attempted to steal the Golden Ghost ship boss from him. It was the same man who later sent over a skill book and begged Shadow for forgiveness. The woman grew increasingly desperate. Since Shadow had been capable of killing Song Fei in reality, she believed he could also eliminate Dongfeng Xian. She had risked everything by revealing the truth and begged Qin Feng not to expose her betrayal. The best possible outcome, she insisted, was for Shadow to kill Dongfeng Xian completely. Otherwise, once the plan failed, her own life would be ruined. To Qin Feng, their entire arrangement was laughably immature. He had never even heard of Dongfeng Xian during his previous life, which probably meant the man had been eliminated during the early stages of the game. Qin Feng decided to deal with the boss first. As for Dongfeng Xian and his followers, crushing them afterward would be no harder than killing a stray dog that happened to pass by. Qin Feng activated invisibility and leaped directly from the edge of the cliff toward the poisonous swamp below. Before descending, he told the woman to continue following their original plan. She should allow Dongfeng Xian's people to approach, while he handled everything else. The woman watched him jump with panic flooding her face, convinced that the situation was completely hopeless. In her mind, Shadow was rushing straight toward death. Dongfeng Xian had once led 3 full teams, 18 players altogether, against this same boss, yet the entire force had been wiped out in less than 30 seconds. As Qin Feng dropped toward the plague enveloper, the woman shouted another warning after him. The boss's continuous poison damage was terrifyingly high. During their previous attempt, all 18 players together had failed to remove even 5% of its health. No matter how powerful Shadow might be, she believed there was no way to survive an indiscriminate poisonous aura that damaged everything within range. To her, death was the only possible outcome, and she began desperately thinking of a way to escape before Dongfeng Xian's people arrived. The moment Qin Feng entered striking range, he activated Blessed Release. While the plague enveloper stirred and prepared to retaliate, he triggered Weakness Amplification, followed immediately by the Throat Slash effect. A sharp, determined light flashed in his eyes as every enhancement locked into place. Qin Feng burst forward and unleashed his attack without hesitation. A rapid chain of strikes tore into the boss, ripping away tens of thousands of health points in only an instant. Before the plague enveloper could properly respond, its enormous health bar plunged violently, dropping from full to well below the halfway mark. The woman stared down from above in complete disbelief. A single skill had erased nearly 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's health and inflicted more than 80,000 points of damage. The sight was so overwhelming that she could barely process what she had witnessed. As she watched the shattered health bar, only one impossible question remained in her mind. Was Shadow truly still human? In the next instant, Qin Feng vanished from beside the boss. Before the woman could locate him, he silently reappeared directly behind her. Fortunately, Blessed Release's active effect normally had a cooldown of 25 seconds. With Qin Feng's 75% cooldown speed bonus, that wait had been reduced to only 14.3 seconds. He deliberately chose not to finish the plague enveloper yet. Instead, he would leave it alive until Dongfeng Xian's people arrived and walked straight into their deaths, while his own abilities quietly finished cooling down. Not long afterward, footsteps and voices echoed through the cave. Dongfeng Xian and his men finally entered, all of them arriving with one clear intention: to surround Shadow and kill him. The leader swept an angry gaze across the cave and issued a ruthless warning to everyone present. Anyone who dared stand in their way would be killed without mercy. Snowy immediately drew her sword and moved forward as though she intended to block their path. Qin Feng watched with growing annoyance. Of all the people who could have appeared, it was this troublesome man again, and now he had become involved with Dongfeng Xian as well. Qin Feng wondered whether their plan, having Snowy pretend to resist the group, could truly succeed. More than 10 players were rushing toward them at once, and he had no idea whether Snowy's combat strength was actually enough to hold them back. Snowy raised her hand and activated her ability, causing a radiant golden shield to form in front of her. The moment Qin Feng saw its solid glow and overwhelming defensive presence, he immediately understood why Dongfeng Xian's group had specifically chosen her to play this role. With protection at that level, very few players in the early stages of Godforsaken would possess enough power to break through her defense by force. Dongfeng Xian's men charged forward without hesitation and began hammering the golden barrier with one attack after another, filling the cave with flashes of light and violent impacts. Qin Feng quickly pieced together how Snowy had obtained such an impressive ability. She must have encountered the blessing of an ancient god somewhere in the wilderness and received a gold-tier treasure chest as her reward. A cold seriousness entered Qin Feng's eyes. Activating Instant Shadow, he vanished from his position and swept through the attackers at terrifying speed, his blade carving across them before they could even react. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were sliced apart. With fury still burning in his gaze, Qin Feng followed up by activating Blooming Curse. Dark power spread across the fallen bodies, and one corpse after another transformed into eerie crimson flowers. Snowy stood frozen in horror. One ability had wiped out so many players at once, and now their corpses had become strange blood-red blossoms scattered across the cave floor. She could not even understand what those flowers were. At the same time, relief washed over her. Fortunately, she had not continued obeying Dongfeng Xian. Otherwise, she might have ended up dying just as miserably as Song Fei and the others. After gathering her courage, Snowy asked Shadow to add her as a friend. She promised that, once the opportunity appeared, she would uncover Dongfeng Xian's real-world location and send it directly to him. Qin Feng considered the offer for a moment before accepting it. Snowy's cheeks suddenly turned red. Speaking in a softer voice, she added that if Shadow ever required any kind of special service, he could come directly to her. For him, she promised, such services would always be completely free. Only then did Qin Feng understand what she had been implying. No wonder her face had become so intensely flushed while she spoke. Without lingering any longer, Qin Feng stepped off the edge and leaped downward, his body rapidly descending along the steep cliff toward the wounded boss below. The moment he reached the plague enveloper, Qin Feng launched another series of powerful slashes. As his attacks tore through the boss, he noted that the lifespan absorbed from more than a dozen dead players could not even compare with the reward this single boss was about to provide. Those people could have remained in safe areas and farmed monsters honestly, yet instead, they had chosen to leave their proper path and create trouble for others. In Qin Feng's eyes, their deaths were entirely deserved. After finishing the fight, Qin Feng turned back toward Snowy and calmly asked whether there was anything else she needed. Snowy quickly shook her head, said there was no problem, and decided to leave the cave. Qin Feng then activated Greedy Hand on the boss's remains. A pleased smile appeared on his face when he examined the reward. It had been quite some time since he last saw an assassin skill book, and now another one had finally dropped. The new ability was a platinum-tier assassin skill called Darkest Hour. When activated, it released a violent burst of dark light from the user's blade, instantly blinding every enemy caught within its range. Darkest Hour had a 60-second cooldown, required the user to reach level 10, and covered an area extending 20 meters. Its base blinding duration was 10 seconds, although enemies with higher spirit attributes would recover more quickly. Qin Feng tightened his hand into a fist, satisfied with the skill's potential, and decided to learn it immediately rather than saving or selling the book. He slowly drew his dagger while considering how well the new skill suited him. As long as an enemy was blinded and unable to see his position, he could still activate the bonus damage from attacking outside their line of sight, even without entering stealth. From now on, no matter how advanced a boss's anti-stealth ability became, it would no longer be able to completely suppress his damage. The weapon in Qin Feng's hand was the Plague Blade, an assassin-class dagger that granted 216 attack and 42 agility. It also increased the damage multiplier of weak point attacks by 0.3. The dagger required level 10 to equip, and every strike applied a poisonous effect that detonated 3 seconds later. When the poison exploded, it inflicted damage equal to 50% of the original attack. With the new weapon and skill secured, Qin Feng decided to leave the cave, feeling that the day had once again been exceptionally productive. He had already accumulated 98 evolution points, meaning he was close to evolving his epic tier Greedy Hand into a legendary ability. As Qin Feng stepped out of the cave, the nearby monsters immediately recoiled from his presence. Checking his experience, he realized he needed only a little more than 10,000 additional points before he could complete his class advancement. Rather than waste time searching for another boss, he decided to farm ordinary monsters directly. Qin Feng surged through the surrounding area and began slaughtering every monster that entered his sight. The creatures quickly realized they had no chance against him, and panic spread as they turned and tried to flee. Qin Feng had no intention of allowing even one of them to escape. His figure flashed repeatedly across the battlefield, and within moments, every fleeing monster had been cut down. As the final experience points entered his body, Qin Feng looked at the system prompt and could not stop a satisfied smile from appearing. At last, he had fulfilled the requirement to advance his class. Brilliant golden energy suddenly erupted around Qin Feng, wrapping his entire body in a radiant glow. At the same moment, a system notification appeared, confirming that his shadow class had successfully advanced. His class rank officially rose from Tier 0 to Tier 1, marking the first major evolution of his hidden profession. The attribute bonuses granted by the class increased dramatically. Strength rose from 3 to 9, Constitution climbed from 3 to 9, Agility jumped from 8 to 24, and Spirit increased from 5 to 15. His first class passive now doubled the duration of stealth and gained a powerful new effect, allowing him to activate stealth abilities even while he was already hidden. His second class passive improved as well, raising the stealth level bonus from +1 to +2. Finally, the third passive strengthened attacks launched from outside an enemy's line of sight, increasing the damage multiplier from double damage to triple damage. Qin Feng lifted one hand and examined it while absorbing the changes flowing through his body. Advancing to Tier 1 had tripled the attribute bonuses of his class. Even more importantly, he could now activate stealth while already concealed. As long as he reduced his cooldowns far enough, it would become possible for him to remain invisible permanently. On top of that, attacks launched outside an enemy's vision now dealt triple damage instead of double. Qin Feng could hardly imagine the later advancements. This was only Tier 1, yet the class was already displaying why it deserved to be called the strongest stealth profession. At that moment, a citywide system announcement echoed through Zhanghai. 7 players had already reached level 10. The teleportation formation leading to the abandoned Divine Continent would activate in 10 minutes, and every qualified player was instructed to prepare for departure. A ranking board appeared before Qin Feng. Shadow occupied first place, with Gray Rose directly behind him in second. Snowy Day, Black Elf Doll, Lai Zai, and Wang Ming were tied for third, while Huayu and Yuhan held fourth place. Qin Feng glanced at the time and saw that it was already 8:30 in the evening. He had not expected so many Zhanghai City players to reach level 10 this early. Nearly every name on the board was familiar to him. In his previous life, at this exact hour, the entire ranking had been dominated by foreign players. A serious light entered Qin Feng's eyes as he realized the consequences of his actions were already becoming visible. The equipment and skill books he had sold had accelerated the growth of Great Xia's players. Perhaps the world order from his previous life would truly change this time, and Qin Feng sincerely hoped that it would. Meanwhile, night had already fallen in the real world. Under the flashing lights of police vehicles, several men were being restrained and taken into custody. One officer reported that the main members of the Daijiang Industries criminal organization had all been arrested. However, 3 important suspects were still logged into the game. Because their physical bodies were currently in a state of non-existence, the police had no way to capture them and were awaiting further instructions from the commander. The commander praised the team for completing the operation successfully. He then ordered them to contact Yu and assigned her group the task of finding a way to force the remaining suspects to disconnect from the game. The commander explained that the method should work even if the criminals remained inside protected towns where other players could not attack them. Their real bodies would still experience hunger. His subordinate nodded, understanding immediately. Once the suspects became hungry enough, they would have no choice but to log out and eat. The instant they returned to reality, the police could arrest them. Everyone felt relieved that the operation had proceeded so smoothly, and much of the credit belonged to Shadow. He had not only supplied crucial information about Dajiang Industries' crimes, but had also warned the authorities that game abilities could be extracted into reality. Had Shadow delivered that warning even slightly later, the criminal leaders under Jiang Lai's command would soon have reached level 10 themselves. Once the people extracted their skills, any attempt to arrest them could have caused enormous casualties. Several countries had already suffered small-scale uprisings resulting in thousands of deaths. Fortunately, the squads sent into the game by the Zhanghai authorities were now gradually reaching level 10, largely because of the equipment and skills Shadow had provided. The officials fully understood that Shadow had become an irreplaceable talent for Great Xia. No matter what it took, they needed to find a way to bind him firmly to their side and keep him aboard the same warship. At the same time, Qin Feng returned to Firefly Town. The moment Snowy spotted him, she approached with admiration written across her face, saying she never expected him to be such a great hero who had freed the town from evil. Qin Feng frowned and asked what nonsense she was talking about, telling her to stop rambling and get directly to the point. Snowy playfully stuck out her tongue before smiling at him. She told Qin Feng there was no need to act modest, because the authorities had already released an official statement. Dajiang Industries and Song Fei had been exposed as the people behind the kidnapping, imprisonment, and murder of numerous players. The announcement also claimed that Shadow had killed Song Fei and Jiang Lai under official orders. Qin Feng fell silent after hearing that explanation. He had not expected the authorities to publicly clear his name so thoroughly. After considering it, Qin Feng then asked whether Snowy had discovered Dong Feng, Xine's location in the real world. She explained that he still had not disconnected from the game and asked Qin Feng to remain patient a little longer. The moment she obtained the information, she promised to send it to him. Qin Feng continued walking through Firefly Town while organizing his priorities. Every other matter could wait. The most urgent task was entering the abandoned Divine Continent. Around him, many players were already moving through the town's ordinary teleportation arrays, but no one had yet been able to activate the formation leading to the continent. Once the continental teleportation matrix became available, Qin Feng stepped onto it and chose the abandoned Divine Continent as his destination. The territories surrounding Firefly Town were nothing more than beginner areas. In his eyes, the real game would begin only after reaching that vast new land. The nearby players watched the formation light up and immediately stared in confusion. They had clearly seen someone activate the array, yet there was not a single visible figure. One player quickly exclaimed that it had to be Shadow. Another man looked completely baffled, insisting that he possessed level 2 anti-stealth and should have been able to see him. Someone beside him immediately called him an idiot and explained the obvious answer. Shadow's stealth level had already surpassed level 2. Several seconds later, Qin Feng's hidden figure arrived on the abandoned Divine Continent. As he looked across the unfamiliar yet deeply familiar landscape, he found that everything was exactly as he remembered from his previous life. The vast land around him was completely silent and deserted. No matter where Qin Feng looked, there was not a single other player anywhere in sight. As Qin Feng carefully explored the surrounding streets, a hidden monster watched him from the darkness, its glowing eyes fixed firmly on his every movement. These shattered buildings were the familiar ruins of Zhanghai City. Whenever players from different cities entered the divine abandoned continent for the first time, they would appear inside the ruins corresponding to their own hometowns. Even more strangely, every road and district perfectly matched its real-world geographical location, though no one had ever uncovered the reason behind that mystery. The creature finally crawled out from its hiding place, no longer bothering to conceal itself. The moment Qin Feng sensed the movement behind him, he immediately turned around to face it. A massive worm-shaped monster burst into view, its twisted body rising above the broken ground as it opened its mouth and released a thunderous roar. Without giving Qin Feng any time to react, the monster launched a vicious attack. Its enormous body slammed down with terrifying force, shattering the ground and sending chunks of stone flying in every direction. But Qin Feng had already activated Shadow Blur. His figure flickered like a fading illusion, allowing him to slip away from the crushing strike before it could touch him. In the very next instant, Qin Feng activated Instant Shadow Slash. A cold flash swept past the monster, and before it could even turn, its huge body was cleanly sliced into two halves. A system window immediately appeared before Qin Feng, confirming that he had successfully killed a level 11 Earthshaker. However, before Qin Feng could move on, several more Earthshakers erupted from the ground and attacked him from multiple directions. He sprang into the air, narrowly avoiding their strikes, while a sharp glow appeared in his eyes. While still moving, Qin Feng activated Blessed Release and immediately followed it with instant Shadow Slash. His blade flashed repeatedly through the air, tearing across the Earthshakers and cutting their massive bodies into scattered pieces. The fallen monsters quickly dissolved, their remains transforming into glowing lifespan. Looking at the dangerous ruins around him, Qin Feng understood that this continent no longer offered protected safe zones like the towns had. Monsters could be hiding beneath the rubble or lurking inside the ruined buildings in every direction. At any moment, another group could suddenly emerge and launch an attack without warning. Still, Qin Feng knew there was a way to secure this dangerous territory. As long as someone discovered one of the refuges hidden beneath the ruins, they could establish a fortress there and gradually take control of the entire surrounding area. Qin Feng clearly remembered that the finest refuge in the ruins of Jianhai City was located toward the northwest. In his previous life, that exact underground stronghold had eventually become the refuge belonging to the Godslayer Guild. At the same time, elsewhere within the Divine Abandoned Continent, another group of players had also completed their arrival. The newcomers were none other than Wang Meng and his party. Little Black stared around with visible surprise, while Wang Meng could not understand why this place looked exactly like the ruins of a modern city. Every broken street and damaged building felt strangely familiar to them. Little Black raised her hand and pointed toward a distant tower, asking whether these were actually the ruins of Zhongnan City. Du Ishu looked in the same direction and confirmed that she was right, noting that several of Zhongnan City's recognizable towers were still standing among the wreckage. Little Black immediately began scanning the area, turning her head from side to side as she searched every nearby street. She had heard someone claim that Shadow had teleported here, so she kept wondering where he had gone. Gu Ishu told her to stop looking so desperately, reminding her that Shadow possessed the ability to turn invisible. At that exact moment, the ground suddenly split open and two Earthshakers forced their way out from beneath the ruins. Wang Meng reacted instantly, pulling out his shield and shouting a warning that monsters were attacking them. Gu Ishu quickly raised her hand and activated her support skill, Elven Blessing, covering the party with its strengthening effect. The Earthshakers charged forward almost immediately, striking Wang Meng's shield with tremendous force. He planted his feet firmly and held the defensive line, and with Gu Ishu's enhancement strengthening him, he managed to endure the monster's powerful blows. Gu Ishu urgently warned Wang Meng to remain careful. These were only ordinary monsters, yet every one of their attacks struck harder than the silver tier bosses they had encountered around the starting town. The archer in their party pulled back his bowstring and activated Binding Shot. A glowing arrow immediately flew through the air, racing directly toward the attacking Earthshakers. The instant the arrow reached its target, it erupted with energy. Several luminous ropes spread outward and tightly wrapped themselves around the monsters' thick bodies, locking them firmly in place. Seeing that the skill had worked, the archer smiled with confidence. He pointed out that the Earthshakers were clearly vulnerable to control effects, so he planned to keep them restrained while unloading all of his damage to finish them off. Little Black lifted her magic staff high above her head. Magical energy gathered around its tip as she summoned a blazing prophetic fireball. Two streams of searing flame shot forward and slammed directly into the immobilized monsters, engulfing their bodies in burning fire. Unable to escape the combined assault, both Earthshakers collapsed and died. Their enormous bodies then began dissolving into glowing particles, gradually transforming into lifespan. With the immediate threat eliminated, Wang Meng turned to Xiaoxiu and ordered her to send her owl high into the sky so it could scout the surrounding terrain. Xiaoxiu nodded, and her owl immediately spread its wings before circling upward above the ruins. Through its vision, she quickly reported that monsters were scattered everywhere, and there were far more of them than expected. The noise from their recent battle had already attracted several groups, which were now moving directly toward their position. She could not find any nearby safe zone either, so she anxiously asked Wang Meng what they should do next. Wang Meng was stunned when he realized there truly was no safe zone anywhere close to them. The archer became even more alarmed, complaining that this ridiculous continent had somehow transformed their adventure into a brutal survival game. Little Black quickly asked Ziozu to search for Shadow instead. She explained that he had arrived roughly 10 minutes before the rest of them, meaning he could not have traveled very far. As long as they managed to locate him, she was certain their group would be safe. At first, she could not spot a single human figure anywhere among the ruined streets. But after searching more carefully, she began noticing traces of glowing lifespan in the distance. Toward the northwest, she discovered an enormous cluster of bright lights scattered across the ground. Those lights were clearly rewards left behind by defeated monsters. She immediately concluded that Shadow must have passed through that area, and his inventory was probably already full, which explained why he had left so much loot untouched. Before the party could discuss it any further, More monsters burst out from beneath the ground and charged straight toward them. The group immediately broke into a run, shouting for everyone to hurry before they were surrounded. Little Black reasoned that the path ahead should be safer because Shadow had already cleared the monsters from that direction. As long as they continued following the glow of the abandoned rewards, those shining traces would eventually lead them straight to him. Wang Ming ordered everyone to remain alert, hold their formation, and make sure no one fell behind. Since the monsters were already closing in, the party would have to keep fighting while steadily retreating toward the northwest. Meanwhile, not far from their position, another group of Earthshakers tore through the broken ground and prepared to launch their own attack. But before those monsters could charge, a figure moved through them at astonishing speed. Several sharp flashes crossed their bodies, and in an instant, the Earthshakers were sliced apart into numerous pieces. The person responsible was Shadow. Qin Feng knew that even without the active effect of graceful release, the total damage from Shadow Slash could still reach somewhere between 20 and 30,000. Against ordinary monsters like these, that amount of damage guaranteed an instant kill, turning this entire region into a perfect farming paradise for him. After continuing through the ruined city for several more minutes, Qin Feng finally reached the location of the hidden refuge. He stopped and carefully examined the collapsed structures around him. Qin Feng knew that beneath these seemingly ordinary ruins rested an enormous underground palace, one that had taken players an extremely long time to discover in his previous life. That underground palace contained more than 1,000 individual resting rooms, along with dozens of enormous halls. It was the largest refuge anywhere in Zhanghai City, and in Qin Feng's previous life, it had served as the main base of his Godslayer guild. Before anyone successfully claimed it, however, the refuge had been no different from a deadly dungeon. Countless traps and monsters filled its interior, and a powerful guardian boss protected its deepest area. The rule was simple: the larger the refuge, the stronger the guardian defending it. As Qin Feng entered the refuge, memories from his previous life returned to him. After establishing the Godslayer Guild, he had assembled 3 complete squads, totaling 18 elite members. Every one of them had reached level 15 and carried the best equipment they could obtain. Yet even with that powerful lineup, they had barely managed to conquer this underground palace. Qin Feng stepped onto the worn stone staircase and began descending deeper beneath the ruined city, moving steadily toward the darkness below. A system window appeared and confirmed that Qin Feng had officially entered the refuge. The underground region was densely populated by monsters, and the entire area was known as the Land of Soul Purification. Rather than feeling intimidated, Qin Feng's eyes shone with complete confidence. He already believed that, even without a party beside him, he possessed enough strength to conquer this place alone. Another system window appeared before him, explaining that whoever defeated the guardian of this area would gain the right to claim ownership over the entire region. The monsters inside immediately locked their attention onto Qin Feng. The moment they identified him as an intruder, they surged forward together and lunged at him from the darkness. Qin Feng remained perfectly calm as he drew his dagger and prepared to fight. With a single glance, he recognized the enemy before him as a level 12 gold-tier monster, an elemental spirit. Just before the monsters could close the distance and launch their attack, Qin Feng activated Darkest Hour. Their vision was instantly swallowed by darkness, and before they could recover, he followed with Shadow Flash Slash. His figure streaked through the hall like a black flash, and in the blink of an eye, every monster around him had been brutally cut down. Qin Feng immediately pressed forward without slowing down. He moved rapidly from one target to the next, carving apart every monster that entered his path. One after another, their shattered bodies dissolved into glowing lifespan, leaving bright orbs scattered across the floor behind him. A surge of excitement rose in Qin Feng's heart. As long as an enemy was blinded, every attack he delivered would receive a powerful damage increase. Under that effect, he did not even need to rely on his strongest skills. His ordinary attacks alone were enough to kill these level 12 monsters in a single strike. Still, clearing the 15 monsters inside this hall was only the beginning. The soul cleansing grounds contained dozens of enormous halls just like this one, along with more than 1,000 smaller rooms waiting deeper inside. A faint smile slowly formed on Qin Feng's face as he considered the scale of what lay ahead. Conquering the entire place was clearly going to be a massive undertaking. He lowered his gaze and carefully examined the lifespan glowing across the ground, judging the amount he had already accumulated from the monsters. Considering the enormous number of creatures hidden throughout the refuge, Qin Feng quickly reached a satisfying conclusion. Once he eliminated every monster inside, the lifespan and evolution points he gained should be more than enough to evolve Greedy Hand another time. Qin Feng looked toward the floor ahead of him, and the relaxed light in his eyes gradually sharpened into a serious, focused gleam. He knew exactly what would happen next. Once every monster in each section had been completely wiped out, the guardian of the soul cleansing grounds would finally reveal itself. Not long afterward, Two other players who had previously been inside a bookstore were suddenly teleported into the divine abandoned continent. The man stared at the unfamiliar surroundings with open confusion, unable to decide whether any of this was actually real. He questioned whether they had truly entered the divine abandoned continent. The girl beside him also looked unsettled, but for a different reason. The ruined streets around them felt strangely familiar, as though she had seen this place countless times before. After studying the broken buildings and surrounding roads more closely, the two of them finally recognized the truth. These ruins were none other than Chaoyu. As the man stared at the distant city ruins in complete shock, a disturbing possibility suddenly entered his mind. Perhaps players from different regions had all been transported to ruined versions of the cities they originally came from. The girl found the idea equally strange, and she began wondering whether the locations of these ruined cities corresponded perfectly with their geographical positions in the real world. While the two of them were distracted by that realization, something quietly began approaching from behind. They immediately sensed the danger and turned around, only to find several Earthshakers staring directly at them with glowing eyes. Panic spread across their faces, and without wasting another second, they decided to flee. The Earthshakers immediately launched their attack, tearing through the ruined ground as they charged forward. The two players ran as fast as they could, desperately trying to escape the area before the monsters caught them. Meanwhile, back in the Zhanghai ruins, glowing lifespan covered the broken streets and rubble. Not far from that field of light, Wang Ming and the rest of his team were hiding beneath a collapsed section of debris. Wang Ming cautiously raised his head above the rubble and scanned the surrounding streets. After confirming that no monsters were currently nearby, he suggested that everyone use this brief moment of safety to rest and recover their strength. And you could not stop a blush from appearing on her face as she thought about Shadow's overwhelming strength. She had originally believed their own team was already powerful, yet in the end, all they could do was hide beneath the protection created by that terrifying boss. Wang Ming immediately coughed and warned her to choose her words more carefully. And you looked genuinely confused and asked whether what she had said was not an accurate description of their current situation. Little Black carefully poked her head out from beneath the rubble as well. She remarked that they were extremely fortunate Shadow had already cleared the monsters from this area. Otherwise, with so many creatures roaming around, every member of their party might already have been killed. Then, with a curious expression, she wondered aloud where players would actually reappear if they died somewhere on this continent. While Gu Ishu controlled her owl and continued scouting the area from above, Wang Ming turned toward Yu. He suggested that the six of them temporarily postpone any further exploration. In his opinion, they should wait until every member of their larger team reached level 10, and only then advance together as a complete group. And Yu considered his proposal and nodded in agreement. Through the eyes of Gu Ishu's owl, the group could see monsters throughout the area dropping one after another like flies. However, she could not understand why Shadow's trail had suddenly stopped at this exact location, almost as though he had vanished into thin air. She also noticed that a huge amount of loot remained scattered across the ground, including several pieces of gold-tier equipment. The sight made her extremely tempted to fly down and collect it all immediately. Wang Ming's expression became serious as he looked at the abandoned rewards. Rather than taking anything without permission, he decided to contact Shadow first and ask whether he still intended to keep those items. At that same moment, deeper inside the refuge, Qin Feng sliced another monster into several pieces. The creature collapsed, and its remains transformed into yet more glowing lifespan orbs that joined the countless others filling the area. Qin Feng finally released a quiet breath of relief. After a long and relentless sweep through the refuge, he had at last eliminated every ordinary monster inside. By that point, he had completely cleared more than 40 large halls and searched through over 1,000 smaller rooms. Altogether, more than 400 monsters had fallen beneath his blade. Among those enemies were 4 bronze-tier bosses and 2 silver-tier bosses. Defeating them had rewarded Qin Feng with over 80,000 experience points, while his accumulated evolution points had climbed to an impressive total of 205. Qin Feng continued walking through the now-silent refuge, knowing he needed only 5 more evolution points before Greedy Hand could evolve again. At that moment, a message arrived from Wang Ming. He explained that their party had discovered some of the loot Qin Feng had left behind from the monsters he killed. Wang Ming asked whether they could collect those items and later compensate him with an equivalent. After hearing the message, Qin Feng realized that Wang Ming and his official squad had also arrived in the divine abandoned continent. He saw no reason to refuse their proposal, so he gave them permission to gather the abandoned loot. Qin Feng also mentioned that he would contact them later because he had an entire batch of equipment he wanted to sell. Wang Ming thanked him and said their group would wait at coordinates 89,554 and 66,666 inside the shelter hidden within the ruins. Just then, thin arcs of electricity suddenly began appearing throughout the chamber. Qin Feng immediately stopped moving, his full attention locking onto the violent energy gathering ahead. The crackling electricity surged together and began racing rapidly toward Qin Feng, illuminating the surrounding darkness with blinding flashes. The moment he saw the lightning converging, Qin Feng understood what it meant. The guardian of the soul-cleansing grounds had finally appeared. From within the raging electricity, the figure of a lightning maiden slowly took shape before him. This creature was the platinum-tier boss known as the Soul Purifier. A stem window appeared beside the boss and displayed its information. The Soul Purifier was the guardian of this entire domain, and anyone capable of defeating it would immediately become the recognized master of the Soul Purifier's territory. Qin Feng quietly evaluated the enemy before him. He knew that the highest-level monsters found anywhere within the city ruins could only reach level 15. This Soul Purifier, Faisal, stood at the very peak of the city ruins. It was not only the highest-level monster in the region, but also the highest-grade boss hidden there. If Qin Feng's memory was accurate, Faisal possessed a massive total of 750,000 health points and would pass through 3 separate combat phases before it could be defeated. Qin Feng decided to seize the initiative before the boss could fully begin its assault. He activated Instant Shadow Slash and struck first, but the attack barely seemed to affect the Soul Purifier's enormous health pool. Without hesitation, Qin Feng closed in and followed with Throat Slash. This strike landed more effectively, cutting into the boss and finally removing a visible portion of its health. The Soul Purifier responded by slowly raising one hand. Electricity twisted above its palm, rapidly condensing into a deadly spear of electricity. In the next instant, countless lightning spears appeared overhead and began raining down toward Shadow. Qin Feng immediately accelerated, weaving across the battlefield at high speed as each electrified spear crashed down around him. As Qin Feng dodged between the descending attacks, he clearly understood the danger. With his current defense and resistance to lightning, even a single direct hit from one of those attacks would almost certainly kill him. Any skill or attack released by a platinum-tier boss, or something even stronger, carried an innate hit correction. Against ordinary monsters, Qin Feng's current 75% evasion rate meant they had only around a 25% chance of striking him. However, the Soul Purifier's attacks still had at least a 50% chance of connecting. Fortunately, Qin Feng's agility had already reached 182 points. At maximum speed, he could run faster than 40 meters per second. As long as he remained completely focused on the lightning's trajectory, he could move away before each strike fully descended. A fierce light burned in Qin Feng's eyes as memories from his previous life returned. Back then, he and his guild had only barely survived this battle, relying heavily on the priest's protective shield and an incredible amount of luck. This time, however, Qin Feng had no intention of repeating that desperate struggle. He unleashed his full strength from the beginning, determined not to give the Soul Purifier even the slightest chance to control the battle. Under Qin Feng's relentless assault, the boss had already lost a full quarter of its health. The Throat Slash damage enhanced by Graceful Release, combined with Shadow Slash and the explosive effect of Plague Blade, had directly erased an astonishing 250,000 health points. Qin Feng knew the Soul Purifier was about to enter its second phase. Sure enough, the boss began summoning several spheres of condensed electricity. During this stage, it would become completely invincible while continuously producing lightning orbs and bolts across the battlefield. Qin Feng also knew the most important rule of this phase. The 3 lightning orbs had to be destroyed first. If they remained intact for too long, the Soul Purifier would enter a frenzied state. The sight brought another memory from Qin Feng's previous life rushing back. During their first attempt, his entire team had been annihilated by the boss's frenzied damage. Afterward, Qin Xiaoyu had thrown an enormous tantrum and flatly refused to continue the raid. Because of that, Qin Feng left her behind during their second attempt, and without her, the team cleared the boss in a single run. Qin Feng immediately drew his venomous flying darts and hurled them toward the lightning orbs. He knew that every time one of those orbs was destroyed, the Soul Purifier would suffer a corresponding amount of damage. Once all 3 were eliminated, the boss would be forced directly into its third and final phase. Qin Feng flicked enough. The boss's eyes flared with violent rage. It stretched one hand toward the battlefield, and crackling electricity immediately began spreading outward in every direction, covering more and more of the surrounding area. Qin Feng remained completely calm despite the lightning rapidly filling the chamber. He already knew that during the third phase, the Soul Purifier would repeatedly unleash enormous wide-area lightning attacks without giving him any room to relax. Qin Feng remembered just how desperate this battle had been in his previous life. Back then, the Godslayer Guild had outfitted every participating member with a complete set of lightning resistance equipment. They had also brought 4 priests and relied constantly on healing spells and protective shields. Yet even with all those preparations, the team had only barely managed to survive the boss's devastating final phase. This time, however, Qin Feng had no intention of going through that much trouble. He suddenly leaped high above the electrified floor, and as his body rose into the air, a dark defensive barrier rapidly formed around him. Qin Feng activated graceful release and immediately surrounded himself with the blacklight shield. Since violent lightning was continuously sweeping across the ground beneath him, he decided to abandon the floor entirely and launch his next attack from the air. Looking down, Qin Feng saw one lightning strike after another exploding across the entire chamber floor without pause. Rather than risk being caught inside that deadly field, he committed himself fully to an aerial assault. With graceful release empowering his damage and the black light shield protecting his body, Qin Feng steadied himself in midair and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. A fierce light of determination flashed through his eyes. He had already endured enough of the Soul Purifier's attacks, and he was ready to end the battle right there. Qin Feng activated Shadow Slash and shot forward with explosive speed. His blade swept across the boss in a single dark arc, cleanly severing the Soul Purifier's head from its body. With the Guardian finally defeated, Qin Feng descended from the air and landed steadily on the ruined floor as the electricity around him began to fade. A system window immediately appeared before him, confirming that he had successfully slain the Platinum-tier Soul Purifier Faisal. The rewards arrived one after another. Qin Feng advanced to level 11, raising each of his 4 main attributes by 4 points and granting him another 10 free attribute points. On top of that, he received 20 evolution points and an enormous reward of 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Qin Feng's face. By defeating Faisal, he had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-tier boss and earned 10 reputation points. More importantly, ownership of the entire soul cleansing grounds now belonged to him. Glowing lifespan covered the ground around Qin Feng, but the refuge itself was far more valuable than any reward scattered across the floor. He understood that a hideout was not merely a place for shelter and item storage. Its greatest value was that it could eventually be extracted from the game and brought into the real world. That function would become essential after the game descended, because ordinary real-world weapons would gradually begin to corrode. The most destructive weapons would fail first. Even nuclear bombs would become completely useless from the very first day. Aircraft, tanks, and other military machines might continue functioning for another month or two, but eventually, they too would decay into piles of worthless scrap. Once that happened, every battle in reality would depend entirely on the abilities, equipment, and power people extracted from the game. Once a hideout was transferred into reality, it could generate a powerful magical barrier around itself. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before slowly walking away from the battlefield. Memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind, reminding him that the Godslayer Guild had once used this very underground palace as its central base, relying on it to expand and grow stronger without interruption. Many of those memories were filled with laughter and genuine happiness. Yet Qin Feng had also watched countless people enter and leave the guild over the years, bringing ambition, schemes, betrayal, and layer after layer of deception with them. The hesitation in Qin Feng's eyes disappeared, replaced by an unshakable determination. This time, he would not repeat the same path or place his future in the hands of a guild. He would continue strengthening himself alone until he stood at the absolute peak. Outside the refuge, rain poured heavily across the dark battlefield. Through the curtain of water, a towering monster tightened its grip on a massive axe and swung the weapon down with terrifying force. Qin Xiaoyu's friend threw herself onto the wet ground and narrowly rolled away from the descending blade. As she scrambled aside, she shouted for Qin Xiaoyu to move out of the way, her voice quickly turning into a desperate scream for help. Qin Xiaoyu failed to react quickly enough. The enormous axe tore straight through her position, and with one brutal strike, the weapon split her body cleanly in half. A moment later, Qin Xiaoyu respawned inside the town. A system notification appeared in front of her, informing her that the death had cost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and another 2 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu stared at the notification in disbelief, horrified that she had died yet again. The tank in their party immediately erupted in anger, calling her an idiot and demanding to know how she had failed to dodge such an enormous and obvious axe attack from the boss. His insult instantly enraged Qin Xiaoyu. She snapped back, asking who he thought he was talking to like that. Since he was supposed to be their tank, she argued that it was his responsibility to hold the boss's attention. If he could not even keep the monster focused on himself, how was she supposed to avoid every incoming skill? The tank became even angrier and called her an idiot again, shouting that an area of effect attack could not be redirected through aggro in the first place. Their argument rapidly grew worse, and in the end, the furious tank simply left the party. The moment Qin Xiaoyu's friend realized their tank had abandoned them, panic spread across her face. The boss had already turned its attention toward her, and as it closed in, she began screaming repeatedly for someone to help. The boss raised its enormous axe and attacked once again. Not long afterward, Qin Xiaoyu's friend also vanished from the battlefield and respawned back inside the town. Still shaken by what had happened, her friend looked toward Qin Xiaoyu with obvious worry. She suggested that they stop challenging bosses for now and focus on killing weaker monsters until their levels increased. Their remaining lifespan was already dangerously low, and the thought of losing even more made her deeply uneasy. Hearing that, Qin Xiaoyu lowered her gaze and quietly considered their situation. At that moment, a global system announcement appeared before every player. It declared that Shadow, a player from Jianghai City, had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum-tier boss and had been rewarded with 10 reputation points. Everyone nearby froze as their attention locked onto the glowing announcement. Many players could hardly believe what they were reading. The idea that someone had already killed a platinum-tier boss alone seemed completely absurd. Most of them had only just managed to reach the divine abandoned continent. Yet Shadow was apparently powerful enough to farm its monsters entirely by himself. Once again, the name Shadow spread through the crowd like thunder. Players everywhere began wondering who he truly was. The achievement was beyond anything they could imagine, especially when most people had not even encountered a single gold-tier monster yet. Whoever Shadow was, there was no doubt that his strength had already reached a terrifying level. Qin Xiaoyu stared at the announcement with a confused expression. She could not understand why everyone around her seemed so weak, yet Shadow was progressing at such an impossible speed. Her own group had nearly destroyed itself merely trying to defeat a silver-tier boss, so she could not imagine how Shadow had somehow secured the first kill of a platinum-tier boss. Back inside the refuge, Qin Feng began gathering the glowing lifespan orbs scattered around the chamber. Defeating the soul purifier had raised him to level 11. He knew that after reaching level 10, every new level granted 4 points to all 4 main attributes, along with 10 freely assignable attribute points. Without hesitation, he placed every free point into agility once again. With enough speed combined with his nearly endless invisibility, Qin Feng believed he could kill many powerful bosses without allowing them to touch him even once. What surprised him most, however, was the 20 evolution points awarded directly from the boss kill. That reward meant Greedy Hand could finally undergo another evolution. Qin Feng could not suppress his excitement as he examined the new benefits. The number of additional loot rewards had increased from 3 to 5, and the skill had also unlocked a separate storage space containing 100 slots. Evolving it had consumed 210 evolution points, leaving him with only 15 points remaining. Under the power of that enormous investment, Greedy Hand successfully advanced from the epic tier to the legendary tier. The legendary version of the skill now granted a 500% chance of producing an additional loot reward, and every extra item obtained through that effect had a guaranteed 100% chance of increasing by a full quality tier. The evolution also unlocked a new passive ability called Greedy Space, providing 100 dedicated storage slots for items. Qin Feng immediately activated his newly evolved legendary Greedy Hand and used it to collect the Soul Purifier's drops. The skill triggered at full strength, granting him 5 additional pieces of loot. Among the rewards, Qin Feng also received another 100 evolution points, raising his remaining total from 15 to 115. As he examined the system window, he discovered that the boss had dropped 2 pieces of assassin equipment and an assassin skill book. Unfortunately, his current level was still too low to equip or learn them, so he decided to place all 3 items inside the refuge warehouse for safekeeping. Qin Feng then summoned one of his devout believers. Once the figure appeared, he ordered it to search through the entire underground palace, collect every remaining piece of loot, and gather everything into a single organized pile. The devout believer immediately began carrying out the command. Watching it work, Qin Feng felt increasingly satisfied. With 115 evolution points still available, he could now strengthen several abilities that had not yet reached the epic tier. He first spent 42 evolution points on Shadow Stealth, evolving the ability 3 consecutive times until it finally reached the epic level. After reaching epic tier, Shadow Stealth's maximum duration increased from 36 seconds to a full 60 seconds. The attack used to break invisibility now dealt between 300 and 500 damage, while the cooldown fell from 22 seconds to only 15. Qin Feng then spent another 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice, also raising it to epic tier and increasing its bonus backstab damage from 50% to 75%. Next, he invested 6 evolution points into Darkest Hour, advancing it through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond before finally reaching Epic. The improved ability now released an explosive wave of dark light that blinded every enemy within an expanded 50-meter radius. Its base duration rose to 16 seconds, although opponents with a higher spirit attribute would remain blinded for a shorter period. For his final major upgrade, Qin Feng spent 33 evolution points and evolved Bloom Curse 3 times in succession, pushing the ability all the way to the legendary tier. The legendary Bloom Curse could now be activated on the corpse of a player within 60 seconds of their death. It also gained several terrifying new effects. The ability could absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan, while simultaneously collecting any scattered spheres of non-tradable lifespan nearby. Once Bloom Curse completely drained a corpse, the body itself would disappear without leaving anything behind. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he read the final part of the ability's description. He had never expected Bloom Curse to gain the power to absorb non-tradable lifespan orbs directly. He immediately remembered the danger hidden inside many high-level regions and the frenzy zones created by certain special bosses. In those places, a player's lifespan could drain hundreds or even thousands of times faster than normal. Worse still, that consumption always targeted non-tradable lifespan first. Just then, Snowy contacted Qin Feng and congratulated him on achieving the first kill of a platinum-tier boss. After the brief congratulations, she revealed another piece of good news. The Eastern Sage had just logged out of the game. Snowy explained that she had heard the Eastern Sage's clan was gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel. Apparently, they had purchased a massive quantity of lifespan and planned to convert it into combat strength inside the game. While the devout believer continued stacking the collected loot nearby, Qin Feng praised Snowy for obtaining such valuable information. She quickly replied that there was no reason to thank her because gathering intelligence was exactly what she was supposed to do. Then her tone turned serious as she warned that Qin Feng had to defeat the Eastern Sage no matter what. If he failed, her own future would be doomed. Qin Feng calmly told Snowy not to worry and began transferring the gathered loot into greedy space. To his surprise, every item fit easily, and even after storing everything, half of the 100-slot space remained empty. The new storage ability was even more useful than he had expected. With the palace cleared and the loot secured, Qin Feng decided it was time to find Wang Ming and sell the entire batch of equipment to his team. When Shadow finally returned to the shelter, Yu and Little Black immediately recognized him. Their eyes widened with unmistakable joy as they watched him approach. Yu came so excited that she rushed directly toward Qin Feng with her arms opening as though she intended to embrace him. However, just before she could reach him, he raised one hand and stopped her in place. Without wasting time on greetings, Qin Feng went straight to business. He reminded them that the arrangement would be the same as always. He would set the price, and if they did not accept it, they were free to walk away. More than 30 of the items were ordinary-grade equipment and low-value bronze-tier pieces, so rather than pricing every item separately, he offered them a discounted package deal. The entire batch would cost exactly 950 days of lifespan. A faint mark from Qin Feng's palm still remained on Yu's face where he had stopped her, yet she only smiled and agreed without hesitation. She explained that the equipment they had collected earlier was worth roughly 1,000 days of lifespan. To keep the transaction simple, their team would round everything together and pay him 2,000 days for the entire batch. Qin Feng looked at her in confusion and immediately corrected the misunderstanding. This new batch contained silver dash, gold dash, and even platinum tier equipment, bringing its total value to nearly 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Yu hurriedly opened the system window and began checking the contents herself. The deeper she scrolled, the wider her eyes became. She could hardly believe that platinum tier equipment was actually included. Even she possessed only a single gold tier item, so in her mind, only a true powerhouse would casually offer equipment of this quality for sale. Realizing how much these items could accelerate Jianhai City's development, she excitedly thanked Shadow again and again. Qin Feng calmly told her there was no need for so much gratitude, since both sides were simply helping each other. Little Black, however, stared nervously at the mountain of equipment and asked how Shadow could possibly have so many inventory slots. With a suspicious look, she even wondered whether he was secretly Doryman. Qin Feng ignored the strange comparison and pointed out that their own bags were probably already full. As a friendly warning, he told them that beneath the statues standing in the center of the city ruins, a hidden staircase led directly to a teleportation portal connected to the starting town. Qin Feng turned and began walking away from the group, but before leaving, he gave them one final warning. Activating the return portal for the first time would consume 500 days of lifespan. Any future trips through it would be free, but whether spending that initial cost was worthwhile was something they would have to decide for themselves. After saying everything he needed to say, Qin Feng disappeared into the distance. Yu immediately pointed after him with a triumphant smile, declaring that she had been right all along. In her opinion, Shadow had to be a reborn player. Otherwise, there was no reasonable way he could know about such deeply hidden information. Watching her growing more excited by the second, Wang Ming looked increasingly uncomfortable and asked Captain and not to behave so strangely, because she was honestly beginning to frighten him. Yu's cheeks immediately turned red. Then, with a surprisingly serious expression, she asked the others what they would think if she actually tried flirting with Shadow. Once Qin Feng had moved far enough away from Wang Meng's group, a system prompt appeared before him. It asked whether he wished to consume tradable lifespan in order to extract his abilities into the real world. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected both level synchronization and class advancement synchronization, preparing to transfer his current growth beyond the game. The system immediately deducted 27,000 days of tradable lifespan. A moment later, another notification confirmed that both his level synchronization and class advancement synchronization had been successfully completed. Excitement rose in Qin Feng's chest, because the next stage was the extraction of individual skills. He had previously brought Shadow Meld into reality, but the ability had remained at only level 1. This time, he intended not only to raise Shadow Meld to level 10, but also to extract several additional abilities that would greatly strengthen him outside the game. Qin Feng first spent 1,946 days of lifespan to raise Shadow Meld all the way to level 10. He then extracted Backstab Enhancement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for 1,000, Shadow Flash Slash for 3,200, Ghost Blur for 5,366, Bloom Curse for 16,099, and Blacklight Shield for another 11,313 days. Once those abilities had fully synchronized, he still possessed 7,480 days of tradable lifespan. From that remainder, he spent 3,600 days extracting the gold tier Boots of Concealment, followed by 3,394 days for the equally valuable gold tier Pendant of the Devout. With the skills completed, it was finally time for his equipment to manifest in reality. Qin Feng continued navigating through the system interface, while carefully considering his choices. The Pendant of the Devout did more than reduce his cooldowns. Its greatest value was the silver tier follower it could summon, a creature powerful enough to be nearly invincible against ordinary threats in the real world. After spending almost everything in one enormous wave, Qin Feng was left with only 486 days of tradable lifespan. Even so, his real-world combat strength had now risen to almost the same level as his power inside the game. His figure gradually faded until not even a trace of him remained. Qin Feng understood that he urgently needed to obtain more lifespan. By the next time he logged out, he wanted to possess enough resources to complete a full synchronization without leaving anything behind. Several minutes later, dark shadows rolled away from Qin Feng's body as his eyes opened inside the real world. Qin Feng remained still for a moment, silently considering his next move. Kai and Shirshir already knew where he lived, which meant remaining in this apartment was no longer safe. Extracting the entire soul purification sanctuary would require more than 1,300 years of lifespan, far beyond what he currently possessed. Until he accumulated enough, he would need to abandon this place and find a temporary location where no one could easily track him. A serious light settled in Qin Feng's eyes. He raised one hand, activated Greedy Hand, and began drawing every belonging inside the room into his newly acquired storage space. Furniture, clothing, supplies, and personal possessions vanished one after another without leaving the slightest trace behind. Qin Feng was deeply satisfied. Greedy Hand's storage ability was even more practical than he had expected, and everything he owned fit inside it perfectly. With the room completely emptied, Qin Feng sprang upward and landed lightly on the edge of the open window. He pulled out his phone and checked the latest information. Dongfeng Xian was currently staying at the Jiangnan Hotel, located roughly 15 kilometers away from Qin Feng's neighborhood. Qin Feng looked down from the apartment window toward the distant street below. After activating invisibility, he silently descended along the side of the building until his feet touched the ground. Based on his current movement speed, covering 15 kilometers should take no more than 10 minutes. Hidden from ordinary sight, Qin Feng accelerated through the darkness, racing across the sleeping city toward the Jiangnan Hotel. Only several minutes later, he arrived outside the hotel and quietly approached the building. Inside one of the private dining rooms, several men sat around a table enjoying an elaborate meal. One of them spoke confidently about the changing world, pointing out that abilities and lifespan obtained from the game could now influence reality itself. In his eyes, this was an unprecedented opportunity for the Dongfeng family. He praised Dongfeng Xian for acting early, and as Dongfeng Xian responded with a polite smile, modestly claiming that everything he had done was simply part of his responsibility to the family. His grandfather looked especially pleased with his progress. With a broad smile, the old man explained that the family had recently purchased an enormous supply of tradable lifespan, all of which would be used to acquire equipment and valuable skill books. Their immediate goal was to push the family's core members to level 10 as quickly as possible. Once they secured an early advantage inside the game, they could use that strength to expand the Dongfeng family's influence throughout the real world as well. By developing both sides at once, the old man believed their clan would inevitably rise into a dominant power. Perhaps even their dream of establishing a dynasty and preserving the family for 1,000 years would no longer be impossible. Dongfeng Xian quietly watched his grandfather speaking from across the table. Though his face remained calm, a malicious light slowly surfaced deep within his eyes. Inside his heart, Dongfeng Xian sneered at the old man. That wretched relic already had one foot in the grave, yet he still refused to surrender the position of clan leader and continued fantasizing about immortality. Dongfeng Xian had his own plan. He would capture Shadow, force him to reveal every secret he possessed, and then turn him into a tool for earning lifespan. Once Dongfeng Xian climbed to the top of the rankings and gained enough power, he would make certain that every person standing above him died. The grandfather eventually turned his attention back to Dongfeng Xian and asked how their operation against Shadow was progressing. Dongfeng Xian smiled and assured his grandfather that there was no reason to worry. He had already recruited a woman he considered trustworthy and ordered her to uncover Shadow's true identity. According to him, they should receive useful information very soon. The old man nodded, but firmly reminded him that Shadow had to be captured alive. If they forced such a powerful player to serve the Dongfeng family, the benefits he could bring to the clan would be immeasurable. Outside the dining room, Qin Feng had already silently eliminated the guards stationed near the hotel entrance. Completely unaware of the danger closing in, the Dongfeng family members lifted their glasses together and proposed a toast to their clan's resurgence. Their voices rose in unison as they proudly shouted, "Long live the Dongfeng family." Qin Feng's expression became increasingly serious when he noticed that these aristocratic families were already carrying firearms. Ghost Blur and Black Light Shield could greatly protect him, but neither ability guaranteed perfect evasion. More importantly, he had not extracted any defensive armor into the real world. If even one bullet struck his heart or pierced his head, death would be immediate and unavoidable. Since charging inside personally would create unnecessary risk, Qin Feng chose the safer option. He extended one hand toward the pendant of the devout and activated its summoning ability. A devout believer appeared before him, armed with razor-sharp claws for close combat and eerie green flames capable of striking enemies from a distance. Qin Feng gave the creature a simple and merciless command: enter the hotel and leave no one alive. As a silver-tier boss, the devout believer possessed tremendous resistance to physical damage. Even against sustained gunfire, it could continue fighting for a considerable amount of time. While the people inside remained distracted by their celebration, the devout believer reached the private dining room and slowly pushed open the door. The creature threw back its head and released a deafening roar. Every person around the table froze in terror, unable to understand how a monster from the game had suddenly appeared inside the real world. Its eyes lit up with a savage glow, and without giving anyone time to recover, the devout believer charged directly toward the gathering. Xioner immediately rose from his chair, his expression turning grim as he pointed toward the creature. The armed guards reacted to his command and aimed their guns at the monster. Unable to believe that a game creature had truly materialized before them, he urgently ordered the guards to open fire. A burst of bullets slammed directly into the devout believer's head. Yet despite the repeated impacts, the creature barely slowed down, and the gunfire caused almost no meaningful damage. The devout believer swept one powerful arm across the room. Its claws tore through one of the guards, killing him before he could fire another shot. It immediately lunged toward the second guard and drove its sharpened claw straight through the man's chest, dropping him beside the table. As the summoned monster slaughtered the guests one after another, cold sweat poured down Dongfeng Xian's face. The confidence he had displayed only moments earlier vanished, replaced by raw and uncontrollable fear. The devout believer turned toward Dongfeng Xian's grandfather and attacked him next. The old man recoiled in panic, desperately shouting for his guards and family members to save him. Dongfeng Xian did not even consider helping his grandfather. Without wasting a single second, he turned away from the chaos and sprinted toward the nearest exit. He never looked back as he fled. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to escape the hotel as quickly as possible. As long as he survived long enough to enter the game again, he believed nothing in the real world could reach him. Terror filled Dongfeng Xian's eyes as he pushed himself to run faster. He desperately believed that once he reached level 10, extracted his own abilities into reality, and returned with real power, no person or monster would ever be able to threaten him again. But the moment Dongfeng Xian reached the entrance, he saw Qin Feng standing silently in his path. Before he could draw another breath or understand what was happening, Qin Feng moved. A single lightning-fast strike swept past, and Dongfeng Xian's severed head flew through the air. Blood burst from the open wound at Dongfeng Xian's neck as his body remained upright for one final instant. Qin Feng did not spare it another glance. He turned his back on the corpse and began calmly walking away. Dongfeng Xian's eyes remained wide with bewilderment. Even in his final moment, he could not understand how Qin Feng had found him or why death had arrived so suddenly. Not long after his body struck the ground, strange flowers began sprouting from the corpse. Their roots spread through his flesh as Bloom Curse silently activated. Qin Feng stopped and watched the flowers carefully as they completed their absorption. A system notification soon appeared, confirming that he had drained 27,000 days of tradable lifespan from Dongfeng Zion, along with an astonishing 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's eyes lit up with unmistakable delight as he looked over everything he had gained. There was no question about it. This haul had been far better than he expected. Before his eyes, Xiener's lifeless body scattered into a bed of blooming flowers, leaving nothing behind. Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction, because this time, Blooming Curse had finally displayed its true value. The skill had done far more than erase the bodies and wipe away every trace of spilled blood. It had also drained every remaining drop of lifespan from Dongfeng Zion, pushing Qin Feng's non-tradable lifespan all the way up to an astonishing 2,327 years. With such an enormous reserve of lifespan now stored away, Qin Feng would no longer have to carry the same crushing pressure whenever he entered the dangerous rage zones in the future. Not long afterward, an alarm shout suddenly rang through the hotel. Someone urgently called for the police, claiming that both gunshots and terrified screams had just come from one of the private rooms. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. At that exact moment, several police officers came sprinting toward the room after remembering that it was the private suite where the Dongfeng family had been holding their meeting. Everyone was certain that a shooting had taken place, yet the moment the officers rushed inside, they froze in complete shock. There were no bodies and no visible victims anywhere, making the entire situation feel almost impossible. One officer slowly swept his gaze across the ruined private room, unable to hide his confusion. Furniture had been overturned, objects were scattered everywhere, and the destruction clearly proved that a vicious battle had happened here. What made no sense was the complete absence of people. He immediately asked the others whether anyone had been seen leaving the hotel, but none of them had noticed a thing. The same unsettling question soon filled everyone's mind. Where had the entire Dongfeng family gone? It was as though every last member had vanished into thin air, leaving the officers with no choice but to contact the investigation unit. By then, Qin Feng had already slipped out of the hotel and was steadily putting distance between himself and the building. With the Dongfeng family dealt with, he turned his attention toward his next target, the Kane Corporation. Unfortunately, the corporation's main headquarters had relocated to North America before the game descended upon the world. For now, only the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishir, remained trapped inside the Demon City region, and Qin Feng needed to eliminate her before she managed to leave the country. The journey from Jianghai City to Demon City covered nearly 300 kilometers, placing his next destination far beyond the immediate surrounding area. Even with Qin Feng's incredible speed, covering that distance on foot would still take roughly 2 or 3 hours. To him, wasting that much valuable time simply was not acceptable. Rather than rush into such an inefficient journey, Qin Feng prepared to sleep. He knew he needed to come up with a faster and more practical way to make the trip. Once he returned to the godforsaken game, Qin Feng rose to his feet and quickly remembered that several silver and gold tier bosses were still roaming the ruins. Since they remained untouched, he decided to spend the time hunting them down and farming their rewards. Just then, Captain and Yu contacted Shadow, her voice overflowing with excitement as she announced that she had excellent news. Sister Hai had accidentally discovered the entrance to a tomb, but a gold-tier vengeful spirit was guarding the way, and their party was completely unable to defeat it. The unexpected news caught Qin Feng slightly off guard. Curious about how something so rare had been uncovered, he immediately asked Yu exactly how Sister Hai had managed to locate the tomb's entrance. Captain Yu explained that while their group was returning to the starting city, they had taken a small detour to avoid several minor monsters. After walking for a while, they suddenly realized that one member of the party had disappeared. They searched the surrounding ruins for quite some time before finally discovering that Sister Hai had fallen into a hidden pit. Worse still, the hole led into a special tomb region where the team communication channel could not function. When the rest of the party climbed down after her, they came face to face with a level 12 gold tier boss that immediately began chasing them. Fortunately, everyone ran fast enough to escape alive, and Yu added that they had already returned safely to Shell Town, and if Qin Feng wanted to investigate the tomb himself, she could send him its precise coordinates. Qin Feng could only marvel at Sister Hai's unbelievable luck. Somehow, she had discovered an entire tomb simply by taking one careless step while crossing the city ruins. Tombs were just like faith temples and curse ruins, extremely rare random events that appeared in the wild, so stumbling across one by accident was an almost ridiculous coincidence. He immediately asked Yu to send over the location. A moment later, the coordinates arrived, revealing that the tomb lay near the ruins surrounding Shell Town. Qin Feng thanked her and promised that if he found any valuable items he could not personally use, he would gladly sell them to her group. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he considered the exchange. And Yu truly was clever, securing potential benefits for her team before he had even entered the tomb. Following the coordinates, Qin Feng eventually stopped in front of an enormous old well. He stared down at the wide opening with a puzzled expression, wondering whether this could really be the entrance. The well was so large and obvious that accidentally falling into it, while simply walking, seemed almost unbelievable. There was no doubt about it. Sister Hai was truly one of a kind. Without wasting even a second, Qin Feng stepped forward and leaped straight into the well. As darkness swallowed him, a system window appeared, welcoming him to the Tomb of Resentment and warning that all long-range communication would be blocked inside. Qin Feng landed steadily at the bottom of the shaft. After briefly examining his surroundings, he entered the narrow passage ahead and began making his way deeper through the tomb. Before he had gone far, an enormous figure emerged in front of him and blocked the corridor. It was the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 monster possessing the terrifying rank of Gold Tier. Qin Feng remained silent as his eyes carefully studied the boss from head to toe. He had never encountered this particular Wailing Spirit during his previous life, but its massive body and heavy weapon revealed plenty. Its attack power was almost certainly monstrous, its striking range was broad, and it clearly relied on devastating physical damage. That explained why Yu's party had fled the instant they saw it. The equipment and skill books Qin Feng had sold them provided very little additional defense. Even Wang Meng, a Holy Shield warrior who should currently possess around 5,000 HP, would likely lose at least half of his health from a single direct blow. As Qin Feng continued watching the towering creature, his expression grew increasingly cautious. He understood perfectly that if the Wailing Spirit's enormous axe landed cleanly on his body, death would be unavoidable. The moment an opening appeared, Qin Feng activated Blessed Release together with instant Shadow Slash. His figure flashed forward at terrifying speed, and the sweeping blades cleanly severed both of the monster's arms. Qin Feng already knew that the boss possessed extremely high defense, while instant Shadow Slash dealt only 80% of its normal damage. Even so, that reduction did not concern him. Once Blessed Release triggered its follow-up throat-cutting damage, the Wailing Spirit would have no chance of surviving. Just as Qin Feng believed the battle was over, one of the severed arms suddenly began crawling toward him on its own. The unexpected movement made his heart tighten with immediate alarm. Only moments later, the detached limb violently exploded. Qin Feng reacted at the last possible instant, throwing himself away from the blast zone before the force could engulf him. Landing at a safe distance, he stared back in surprise. It had been a corpse explosion. Qin Feng quickly admitted that he had been careless by failing to evade sooner. Fortunately, Ghost Blur had activated at the critical moment and protected him. Without that skill, the sudden explosion would have killed him on the spot. As the boss's remains dissolved and transformed into lifespan, Qin Feng recalled a similar incident from his previous life. Back then, a team had defeated an unidentified boss, and one excited member had rushed forward to loot the corpse. Without warning, the body exploded and erased him instantly. Some entire parties had even been wiped out by this same kind of trap, though corpse explosions usually appeared only on platinum tier bosses or stronger. Qin Feng had never expected a mere gold tier boss hidden inside this tomb to possess such a deadly self-destruction ability. Once he confirmed that no further danger remained, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and gathered every piece of loot scattered around the corridor. A stream of system notifications immediately appeared before him. For defeating the gold tier Resentful Ghost, he received 1,010 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. The boss also dropped the platinum tier skill book, Dark Knight Ringblade. Thanks to Greedy Hand, Qin Feng gained an additional 630 days of tradable lifespan, along with a platinum tier piece of equipment known as the Resentment Leather Armor. Qin Feng looked over the rewards with genuine surprise. This time, he had not received useless miscellaneous drops. The boss had actually given him both a skill book and a piece of equipment perfectly suited for his own use. According to the system description, Dark Knight Ringblade was a platinum tier skill designed for assassins. It infused the user's weapon with dark energy, striking every enemy within a 5-meter radius, while adding 500 points of dark elemental attack damage. The skill originally had a 10-second cooldown, but Qin Feng's bonuses reduced it to only 5.7 seconds, while the level requirement was 11. He was naturally delighted, because this was exactly the type of elemental attack his assassin class needed. Since the Shadow class gained more benefit from spirit than strength, Qin Feng's magical attack power already surpassed his physical attack. That made elemental abilities like Dark Knight Ring Blade an ideal match for him. From now on, increasing his spirit attribute would be essential if he wanted to draw out the skill's maximum damage. At present, Qin Feng had 9 points in strength, 9 in constitution, 24 in agility, and 15 in spirit. After letting out a slow breath, he decided to evolve Dark Knight Ring Blade all the way to epic tier and see how powerful it could become. Without hesitation, Qin Feng spent 6 evolution points, reducing his remaining total to 36. Dark Knight Ring Blade advanced step by step, rising from Platinum to Emerald, then Diamond, and finally Epic Tier. Once the evolution ended, its Dark Elemental attack radius expanded from 5 meters to 12, while its additional Dark attack climbed from 500 points to an impressive 1,300. The improvement was immediately obvious. After reaching Epic Tier, the skill could now strike everything within a 12-meter radius instead of only 5, and its bonus Dark Elemental attack had increased from 500 to 1,300 points. Even with those impressive numbers, Qin Feng's gaze remained serious. He understood better than anyone that because this was a large area attack, its concentrated damage against a single enemy was still limited. The total power of one activation could not compare with the devastating burst of Shadow Slash. However, when it came to wiping out large groups of weaker enemies, Dark Knight Ringblade was nothing less than a divine skill. Shadow Slash could cut across 5 meters, but its attack still traveled in a straight line. Dark Knight Ringblade, on the other hand, struck an entire surrounding area, making it vastly more effective whenever Qin Feng found himself encircled. The system then displayed the attributes of the Platinum Tier Resentment Leather Armor. It provided 55 points of physical defense, 45 points of resistance against every element, 42 points of damage block, and an additional 777 HP. The armor required level 11 before it could be equipped. It also carried a special effect called Resentment, which granted Qin Feng 30 points of base attack power whenever he was struck by an enemy. Qin Feng continued toward the enormous door at the end of the corridor while evaluating his new armor. The resentment effect itself was not especially useful to him, but the item's defense, elemental resistance, and damage block were all exceptionally high. It was more than good enough to replace the level 5 golden Ghostfire leather armor he currently wore. The remaining loot consisted of roughly 20 additional items, and selling everything should earn him over 10,000 days of lifespan. Now that the tomb had opened before him, Qin Feng hoped something truly valuable was waiting beyond the door. Best of all would be a mount, which could solve his current transportation problem. At the same time, elsewhere in the game, a goblin swung its sword with brutal force. The blade tore straight through Qin Xiaoyu and her companion, cutting both of them in half before they could escape. A moment after their deaths, Qin Xiaoyu and the rest of her defeated party reappeared at the town's respawn point, their failed battle ending with everyone sent back together. The man standing among them was overwhelmed by fury. Unable to control himself any longer, he began screaming at the top of his lungs like someone who had completely lost his mind. Still consumed by rage, the man seized Qin Xiaoyu by the collar and hauled her toward him. He called her completely useless, sneering that although her body had grown taller, her brain clearly had not. According to him, every time the team was wiped out, it was always because of her mistakes, and after this latest disaster, he had only 2 years of non-tradable lifespan remaining. With a violent shove, he threw Qin Xiaoyu hard onto the ground. Before leaving, he pointed at her and issued one final threat, warning her not to even think about approaching him at school, because if she did, he would personally deal with her. As Qin Xiaoyu lay on the ground, her friend hurried over and reached down to help her back up. The furious man had no interest in staying any longer, and in the next moment, he disconnected from the game. Her friend gently suggested that Qin Xiaoyu return with her to the small town where her parents lived. She had heard that a community support group had been established there specifically to help elderly residents and inexperienced players like them who had no idea how to survive in the game. Listening to this, Qin Xiaoyu clenched both fists until her fingers tightened, unable to suppress the anger burning inside her. In the end, Qin Xiaoyu rejected the offer and disconnected from the game. Before leaving, she coldly told Yen that she could go to the town alone, because Qin Xiaoyu had no intention of following her. Qin Xiaoyu opened her eyes on her bed, still trembling with fury over everything that had happened. She immediately grabbed her phone and contacted Henin, directly asking whether he would help her gain another level. Henin responded with a smile and did not immediately refuse her request. However, he attached a disgusting condition to his help. For every level he raised her, Qin Xiaoyu would have to spend one night accompanying him. After all, he had always wondered how the school's famous goddess behaved once she was in bed. The shameless proposal made Qin Xiaoyu explode with anger. She called Henin an ugly monster and mocked him for actually believing he was qualified to take advantage of her, before furiously ordering him to get out of her sight. Yet only a moment later, a calculating smile slowly appeared across Qin Xiaoyu's face. Changing her approach, she told Henin that she had secretly liked him all along. The only reason she had rejected his confession before was because her brother, Qin Feng, had been controlling her. Now that she had severed ties with Qin Feng, she claimed the two of them could finally be together openly without anyone standing in their way. Unfortunately for her, Henin did not fall for the trap. Henin immediately called her an idiot, and asked whether she was trying to make him die from laughing. He pointed out that if Qin Xiaoyu could abandon her own brother so easily, then there was no telling what she might do to him in the future. With that, he bluntly told her to get lost. Refusing to give up, Qin Xiaoyu began contacting every man she thought might still help her. First, she messaged Sharp Young Master and invited him to come over to her house, keep her company, and help her level up while he was there. However, he immediately saw through her intentions. Laughing at her, he boasted that he now possessed platinum-tier talent and already had more than enough women around him, before ordering her to disappear. Qin Xiaoyu then tried her luck with brother Xiaoma, sweetly telling him that she was bored and waiting for him in Shell Town. His reply was just as merciless. He reminded her that everyone already knew how she had deceived Zhang Wei, and he even threatened to test his newly acquired skill on her if she came near him. With one rejection following another, Qin Xiaoyu sank into sadness and desperation. She bitterly cursed those men in her heart, convinced that not a single one of them could be trusted when she truly needed help. What frightened her most was that she had only 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left, and she had absolutely no idea how she was supposed to survive. Tears gradually filled Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as she sat there by herself. For the first time, the loneliness surrounding her felt painfully real, and there seemed to be no one left willing to stand at her side. Then Qin Feng's face suddenly appeared in her thoughts. No matter what had happened between them, she convinced herself that he would never truly ignore her. Qin Feng had to possess some way of resolving her lifespan crisis, so she decided that she needed to find him and confirm it personally. Night had already fallen by the time Qin Xiaoyu finally arrived outside Qin Feng's apartment several hours later. She stood before the familiar door, preparing herself for the meeting she believed was about to happen. For a brief moment, Qin Xiaoyu imagined stepping inside, speaking a few gentle words of apology, and receiving Qin Feng's forgiveness as though nothing had happened. But almost immediately, stubbornness rose inside her and shattered that thought. In her mind, she had done nothing wrong, so why should she be the one to apologize? As she raised her hand toward the door, she firmly told herself that she could not think that way. Instead, Qin Xiaoyu persuaded herself that lowering her head would only be a temporary performance. She would pretend to be obedient long enough for Qin Feng to help her level up. Since he had cared for her more than anyone else throughout their childhood, she was certain he would eventually give in and agree. A pleased smile gradually spread across Qin Xiaoyu's face as her plan took shape. Once Qin Feng raised her level and the threat of running out of lifespan disappeared, she would sever their relationship completely. Believing she had manipulated the situation perfectly, Qin Xiaoyu silently praised herself as a true genius. Feeling satisfied with her scheme, Qin Xiaoyu knocked confidently on the apartment door and called for Qin Feng to open it. When no one responded, she knocked again and again, loudly wondering whether he had already fallen asleep. She announced that she had returned, but as the silence continued, her voice gradually lost its confidence and became increasingly pleading as she begged him to open the door. Her patience finally snapped. Furious at being ignored, Qin Xiaoyu lifted her foot and kicked the door open with force. However, the anger on her face instantly turned to shock when she looked inside and realized that there was not a single person in the apartment. Qin Xiaoyu stared around the empty room, wondering where Qin Feng could possibly have gone. Then her surprise deepened into disbelief as she noticed that it was not only Qin Feng who was missing. The bed, the table, his clothes, and virtually everything else inside the apartment had completely disappeared. Growing increasingly uneasy, Qin Xiaoyu quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Qin Feng's number. She waited for him to answer, but no matter how long the call rang, there was no response from the other side. Standing alone in the abandoned apartment, Qin Xiaoyu had no idea where Qin Feng had gone. The brother she had assumed would always remain available to save her had vanished without leaving behind a single clue. At that very moment, deep within the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng was far too busy to notice her call. He was advancing through the darkness while mercilessly slaughtering every monster that appeared in his path. After fighting his way through the tomb for some time, Qin Feng finally noticed that the passages ahead had come to an end. He had reached the deepest section of the entire underground area. Qin Feng summoned a devout follower and calmly reviewed everything he had defeated along the way. More than 200 minor monsters had already fallen to him, along with several bronze and silver tier bosses, bringing him extremely close to level 12. Now, only one final coffin stood before him. Qin Feng knew that opening it would awaken the tomb's ultimate boss, and he silently hoped that the creature hidden inside would be at least platinum tier. Following Qin Feng's command, the devout follower stepped up to the massive coffin. It planted its hands against the heavy lid and slowly began pushing it open. Qin Feng kept his full attention fixed on the follower and the coffin ahead. Before long, however, an eerie and completely unexpected change began unfolding in front of his eyes. A cloud of sinister energy seeped out from within the coffin and rushed toward the devout follower. The dark force poured directly into its body through its open eyes and mouth. invading it before it had any chance to retreat. A system notification appeared almost immediately before Qin Feng. The cold message informed him that the devout follower he had just summoned had already been completely annihilated. Qin Feng instantly recognized what had emerged from the coffin, the gold-tier boss known as Death Miasma. He cursed his terrible luck for encountering such a disgusting creature. Death Miasma possessed no true physical form, which meant ordinary physical attacks could not harm it at all. The sight brought back a dangerous memory from Qin Feng's previous life. Someone had once carelessly released this very type of boss, allowing the miasma to escape the tomb and spread toward a nearby survivor base. The consequences had been horrifying. Countless civilians who had no idea what was approaching were caught in the disaster, leaving enormous numbers of innocent people either dead or severely injured. Once someone became possessed by Death Miasma, survival was almost impossible, unless a teammate could immediately remove the possession, or the victim belonged to one of the rare classes equipped with a special invincibility type skill. Being infected was practically the same as receiving a death sentence. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as his expression turned completely serious. Without hesitation, he activated Dark Night Ring Blade, causing dark shadows to gather around him before spinning rapidly around his body. As the dark elemental power swept through the surrounding miasma, the creature's hidden form could no longer remain concealed. Qin Feng finally saw the boss's true body lurking inside the thick cloud of deathly energy. The instant the target became visible, Qin Feng lunged forward and drove his dagger directly into its true body. A system window appeared immediately afterward, announcing that he had successfully killed the gold-tier boss, Death Miasma. Qin Feng understood that despite its official gold-tier classification, Death Miasma's actual danger clearly surpassed that of many platinum-tier bosses. Unfortunately, its drop quality was still restricted to gold grade. He had only been able to defeat it so efficiently because Dark Night Ring Blade, the skill he had just learned, dealt magical rather than physical damage. As the boss's remains condensed into a lifespan orb, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and collected the rewards. Qin Feng released a slow sigh while waiting to see what the boss had dropped. Clearing the entire tomb had required considerable effort, so at the very least, he hoped the final reward would include something truly valuable from the gold tier. The moment the reward appeared, Qin Feng froze in disbelief. Among the items he had obtained was an exceptionally rare treasure known as a Mount Bell. Shock quickly turned into excitement when Qin Feng realized that the boss had genuinely dropped a mount. This proved that Lin Lu's famous koi-like luck was not merely an exaggerated rumor. It was completely real. According to the system, the Ghost Nightwolf Mount Bell could summon a level 11 Ghost Nightwolf. The creature could fight beside its owner as a battle companion and could also be ridden as a mount, though the user needed to be at least level 11. Qin Feng clearly remembered that the Ghost Nightwolf was among the fastest mounts obtainable during the early stages of the game. The summoned Ghost Nightwolf was a level 11, gold-grade creature with extremely impressive attributes. It possessed 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and a remarkable 191 agility. The mount would gain experience alongside its owner and continue growing stronger over time. However, if the Mount Bell was ever traded to someone else, the Ghost Nightwolf's level would immediately reset to its original state. Its abilities were just as impressive as its attributes. While Qin Feng was mounted, the Ghost Nightwolf increased his movement speed by 245%. Its Nightwalk ability allowed it to remain permanently under level 1 stealth during nighttime. Launching an attack would break the concealment, but that strike would deal an additional 120 damage upon revealing itself, after which the mount needed 60 seconds to enter stealth again. Its second ability, Pounce, allowed the wolf to leap at a single enemy 3 times in rapid succession, with every hit adding 267 physical damage and carrying a 12-second cooldown. Finally, Wolf Howl granted all allied units 35 additional attack, 35 physical defense, and 35 resistance to every element for 180 seconds, though the ability required 600 seconds before it could be used again. After examining the complete list of abilities, Qin Feng understood that the Ghost Nightwolf was far more than a simple means of transportation. It was also a powerful battle pet capable of fighting and strengthening nearby allies. The permanent nighttime stealth provided by Nightwalk made the reward even more valuable. For someone like Qin Feng, who relied on speed, surprise, and assassination, obtaining a mount with its own concealment ability was an enormous gain. Night still covered the ruined landscape when Qin Feng climbed onto the Ghost Nightwolf's back. The dark beast carried him swiftly out of the ruins, and together they began racing toward his next destination. Qin Feng's objective was already perfectly clear. He needed to reach level 15 and gather enough lifespan to extract the Ghost Nightwolf from the game, turning the mount into something he could use in the real world. Once he disconnected, Qin Feng intended to head directly toward Demon City. There, he would eliminate Kane and Qian Shishir before they could develop into a future danger. cutting the entire threat off at its roots. As the ghost night wolf sped through Jianhai City, Qin Feng passed near the enormous Jianhai Coliseum. He remembered that the structure covered a massive area above ground and also extended across 2 additional underground floors, creating an intricate labyrinth beneath the arena. The enormous Coliseum was crawling with monsters from top to bottom, making it exactly the kind of hunting ground Qin Feng needed. With so many enemies gathered in one place, he could raise his level far faster than by searching the scattered ruins one group at a time. With a series of light, effortless leaps, the ghost night wolf scaled the towering outer wall of Jianhai Coliseum. The upper structure was packed with powerful monsters, their figures crowding the stone surface as the dark beast climbed steadily toward them. The moment Qin Feng appeared above the wall, the nearby monsters stopped what they were doing. One after another, they turned their heads and fixed their hostile gazes directly on him. Without slowing down, the ghost night wolf crouched low, gathered strength in its legs, and launched itself forward in one powerful jump. Qin Feng remained firmly seated on the beast's back as the 2 of them sailed through the air. From high above the Colosseum wall, they began descending straight toward the dense crowd of monsters below. A sharp light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes as he watched the enemies rushing closer beneath him. His expression hardened with determination, and he prepared to tear through the entire group the instant he landed. The moment he entered striking range, Qin Feng unleashed instant shadow slash. Blades of light ripped across the monsters in rapid succession, and he immediately began massacring everything surrounding him. Meanwhile, in another section of the ruined city, Yu was leading her own party through battle. With a swift movement of her sword, she delivered the final strike and killed one of the monsters blocking their path. The defeated creature collapsed before its remains dissolved and transformed into lifespan. Seeing the reward appear, Yu finally relaxed slightly and let out a quiet breath of relief. Her teammate, Ma Naoyang, the son of a department head in Jianhai City, immediately began applauding. He loudly praised Captain N, declaring that her damage was as terrifying as expected and that the Hidden Dragon Swordsman class was truly powerful. With obvious admiration in his voice, he even announced that Yu was undoubtedly the woman he had chosen for himself. Yu, however, remained focused on the battle. She pointed out that the gold-tier boss they had just defeated was only level 8, yet their entire party had still needed more than 10 minutes to bring it down. That made it even harder for her to understand how Shadow had managed to kill a platinum-tier boss completely alone. Ma Naoyang continued flattering her, but when Shadow was mentioned, his tone immediately became dismissive. He claimed Shadow was nothing more than a sneaky assassin who relied on stealth to slowly grind down stronger enemies. In his opinion, anyone who fought that way would never accomplish anything truly great. Secretly, Ma Naoyang felt pleased because Yu did not appear to have any powerful backing. With his status as the son of an official, he believed bringing her under his control would be effortless. Yu calmly turned his argument back on him, asking whether a mediocre archer like Ma Naoyang was not even better suited to hiding at a distance and slowly wearing down a boss. Her blunt response caught Ma Naoyang completely off guard, and he stumbled backward before dropping onto the ground on his backside. Trying to preserve his dignity, he insisted that he was an upright and honorable person who would never lower himself to such underhanded tactics. After regaining his footing, Ma Naoyang adopted a serious expression and lowered his voice. He revealed that he had heard terrible rumors about Shadow's character, including claims that Shadow was a ruthless killer in the real world. He also knew a hunter from the Metropolitan Police who had already obtained a level 3 anti-stealth skill. Ma Naoyang suggested that they set a trap, uncover Shadow's true identity outside the game, and then find a way to bring him under their control. According to Ma Naoyang, someone as dangerous as Shadow could only be considered trustworthy after being forced to work for their organization. Otherwise, incidents like what had happened with Song Fei and Zhang Lai would continue appearing one after another. Ma Naoyang complained that he was already tired of constantly cleaning up the trouble Shadow caused. Hearing this, Yu and Wang Meng exchanged a glance, and neither of them could hold back their laughter. They asked Ma Naoyang whether he truly still failed to understand the situation. Shadow had never begged them to clean up after him. In reality, they were the ones voluntarily handling whatever remained in his wake. Doing so was the only way to align their interests with his and preserve the possibility of future cooperation. They then reminded Ma Naoyang of what Shadow had already accomplished. The world's first kill of a gold-tier boss and the first kill of a platinum-tier boss, both achieved entirely on his own. Ma Naoyang's face darkened with fury. To him, Shadow was still nothing more than a fragile assassin who depended on remaining unseen. As long as their anti-stealth level could match Shadow's concealment, he argued there was no reason they could not control him. He then called the others a group of nobodies and angrily berated them for daring to lecture someone of his status. He turned toward Yu and told her to watch carefully. Ma Naoyang declared that he would personally destroy Shadow's reputation and capture him. Once that happened, he claimed Yu would have no choice but to kneel before him, apologize for doubting him, and beg for his forgiveness. Ignoring Ma Naoliang's arrogant outburst, Wang Ming turned to Yu and asked what rewards the gold tier boss had dropped. Yu checked the items and replied that among them was one piece of gold tier equipment intended for a priest. The remaining rewards consisted of one silver tier piece of equipment and a silver tier skill book. Yu rested her fingers against her chin as she thought about Shadow, who regularly sold their group multiple pieces of gold tier equipment and had even offered platinum tier items. She began wondering exactly how many bosses he had killed to accumulate so much valuable gear. Another possibility crossed her mind. Perhaps his talent specialized in treasure hunting, and those items had actually come from opening hidden chests. At that moment, Wang Ming's expression became unusually grave. When he admitted that something had been worrying him, Yu looked over in confusion. Wang Ming then brought up the Zhongnan restaurant case, where the entire Dongfang family had been murdered during a private gathering. Wang Ming raised an unsettling possibility. If Shadow had truly been responsible for wiping out the Dongfang family, were they still expected to keep handling the consequences for him? Wang Ming admitted that he still could not understand Shadow's real personality, and what frightened him most was the possibility that Shadow might actually be a merciless serial killer outside the game. Yu's expression changed slightly. She had already heard about the Zhongnan restaurant case and understood exactly which incident Wang Ming was referring to. The higher authorities were treating the matter with extreme seriousness. Within their organization, speculation was spreading rapidly, and many people were already questioning whether Shadow had been connected to the Dongfang family's disappearance. Yet Yu answered with a calm and confident smile. Even if Shadow had truly been responsible for the incident, she would still choose to cooperate with him. She made it clear that if her superiors refused to handle the consequences of his actions, then she was willing to support him personally. Wang Ming stared at her in confusion and immediately asked why she would go that far. Yu simply replied that the real question was who would not want the opportunity to support someone like Shadow. Before Wang Ming could respond, one of their subordinates hurried over and reported that they had discovered a structure resembling an arena in the area ahead. Strangely, every monster inside had already been killed. The subordinate's face remained tense as he explained that corpses covered the entire area. He had no idea which party could possibly have possessed enough strength to clear every monster within such a large arena. Instead of becoming cautious, Yu's eyes brightened with immediate excitement, and she decided they should head straight toward the arena. Watching her suddenly cheerful reaction, Wang Ming only became even more confused. When the group finally arrived at Jianghai Coliseum, they stopped in astonishment. Huge quantities of uncollected lifespan were scattered across the ground, glowing among the remains left throughout the arena. The party was stunned by the incredible amount of loot spread before them. Judging from the battlefield, hundreds of smaller monsters must have been gathered here, leaving everyone wondering what kind of party could have cleared them all. Captain Yu, however, was already certain that Shadow had passed through the Colosseum. With that thought in mind, she suggested searching the surrounding area, believing they might still encounter him nearby. Ma Naoliang immediately questioned how Yu could possibly be so certain that Shadow was responsible. She answered that the reasoning was simple. Shadow occupied first place on the leaderboard, while their own party ranked directly behind him. Since even their group could not accomplish something on this scale, the person who had done it could only be Shadow. Ma Naoliang's face twisted with anger. He argued that he also possessed an invisibility ability and could have cleared the arena in the same manner, though it would simply have taken him longer. Yu paid little attention to his protest. With a faint smile, she contacted Shadow directly. Since he had apparently killed so many monsters, she assumed he must have collected plenty of equipment and skill books he could not use, so she offered to purchase those unwanted items from him. Just then, Ma Naoliang noticed something behind him. His eyes widened sharply, and the arrogance on his face disappeared in an instant. Qin Feng had silently arrived from the rear, seated on the back of the towering ghost night wolf. Neither Ma Naoliang nor the others had noticed his approach until he was already standing directly behind them. The sight of the enormous dark wolf frightened Ma Naoliang so badly that he lost his balance and fell onto his backside again. Yu reacted very differently. Her face lit up with excitement as she immediately asked Qin Feng where he had managed to obtain such an impressive mount. Qin Feng calmly explained that he had acquired the ghost night wolf because of the coordinates Little Black had given him. Without that location, he might never have discovered the tomb where the mount had dropped. Hearing Qin Feng credit her so openly, Little Black's cheeks immediately turned red. She lowered her gaze in embarrassment and quietly told him that there was no need to mention such a small favor. Qin Feng then turned his attention to Captain Yu and proposed another deal. He offered to sell her every item scattered across the ground as one complete package, with the same conditions they had used before. Yu nodded in understanding and repeated the familiar rule. If she was not satisfied after checking the goods, she did not have to buy them. By now, she already trusted that Shadow's prices were consistently fair. While Qin Feng and Yu discussed the transaction, Ma Naoliang stood nearby with his fists tightening. His eyes widened with barely restrained rage as he watched the two of them speak so naturally. In Manhwa's mind, Shadow had humiliated him in front of the entire party. Rage burned through him as he silently swore that sooner or later, he would make both of them pay for treating him this way. After completing his business within Yu's group, Qin Feng remained mounted on the ghost Nightwolf and continued traveling through the ruined city, leaving the Colosseum behind him. According to the system leaderboard, Qin Feng had already reached level 13. Far below him at level 10 were Justice Enforcement and Wang Ming, while Black Goblin Big Liza had also climbed to level 10. Qin Feng now possessed 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. He was particularly satisfied because clearing the Colosseum ruins had rewarded him with a surprisingly useful gold-grade skill book. The skill was called Silent Concealment. It was a gold-grade ability that allowed the user to enter stealth while remaining completely still. As long as the user neither moved nor attacked, the invisibility could be maintained indefinitely. Striking from this concealed state granted an additional 300 points of detection penetrating damage. The skill had a cooldown of 120 seconds and required the user to reach level 13. Qin Feng quickly understood that silent concealment offered far more than a simple improvement to his stealth abilities. Its true value would appear after extraction into reality. By combining permanent concealment with the invincible state provided by the game, he could make his body disappear completely in the real world. Recognizing how powerful that possibility was, he immediately decided to evolve the skill to epic tier, consuming 11 evolution points in the process. Silent concealment advanced through several grades in rapid succession, rising from gold to platinum, then emerald, diamond, and finally epic. After the evolution, the additional detection penetrating damage from a stealth attack increased from 300 to 800 points. At the same time, the cooldown was cut in half, dropping from 120 seconds to only 60. Satisfied with the result, Qin Feng turned his attention toward evolving several of his other skills. First, Qin Feng spent 34 evolution points to raise Venomous Dart to epic tier. The skill progressed from emerald to diamond and finally epic, improving every important attribute. Its maximum casting distance expanded to 20 meters, while its direct impact damage rose to 400. It also inflicted the Venom status, which now dealt damage equal to 100% of Qin Feng's attack every second for 5 seconds. The poison gained no additional weakness bonus and could not stack with itself. Next, Qin Feng invested an enormous 200 evolution points into Blessed Release, pushing it from legendary all the way to mythic tier. Its bonus damage against weaknesses increased to 300%, and its weakness attack multiplier doubled, though the skill itself remained level 5. When activated, it now inflicted Throat Slash, dealing 200% of the original attack's damage every second for 3 seconds. Its base cooldown fell to only 15 seconds, which became 9.7 seconds after Qin Feng's bonuses were applied. Qin Feng could not hide his satisfaction. Mythic tier skills were every bit as overwhelming as he had expected. Unless he encountered a monster with unusual defenses, nearly every attack he launched would now count as a strike against a weak point. He then took out a necklace, examined it closely in his hand, and decided that the time had come to evolve that item as well. The necklace was the platinum-grade Deceiver's Pendant, an assassin accessory that granted 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution. It required level 13 to equip and possessed a rare additional effect that increased the wearer's stealth level by 1. After combining the pendant's bonus with his existing skills and equipment, Qin Feng calculated that his total stealth had now reached level 4. At the current stage of the game, he was convinced that almost no one possessed the ability to detect him. Qin Feng also possessed another valuable item known as the Shadow Veil. Once its bonus was included, his total evasion rate had climbed to an astonishing 83%. The Shadow Veil itself was gold-tier assassin equipment, granting 5 constitution, 5 spirit, and an additional 32% evasion. At that moment, a muffled explosion suddenly echoed through the nearby ruins. The brief blast disturbed the surrounding silence and immediately caught Qin Feng's attention. Qin Feng slowed the ghost Nightwolf and brought it to a stop. Rather than continuing forward without knowing the cause, he decided to investigate what had just happened behind him. As Qin Feng turned around and directed his gaze toward the source of the explosion, something unexpected began emerging from within the ruined surroundings. From the settling smoke emerged a gigantic boss with a terrifying mechanical form. Heavy chains served as both of her arms, and at the end of each one was a long, razor-sharp blade capable of slicing straight through anything nearby. The moment Qin Feng recognized that monstrous figure, his gaze sharpened. It was the Steel Saintess, and he immediately wondered which reckless fool had been insane enough to release such a dangerous boss into the ruins. Memory from Qin Feng's previous life quickly surfaced. Back then, the Steel Saintess had also appeared in the ruins of Zhanghai City, drawing more than 1,000 players into a massive hunt. Yet instead of defeating her cleanly, that disastrous battle ultimately caused over 4,000 deaths. The Steel Saintess was actually the guardian of a refuge known as the Church Sanctuary, the second largest safe haven within the Zhonghai ruins. Qin Feng had originally intended to eliminate Cain and Qian Shishir before challenging her, but now that the boss had appeared directly in front of him, he changed his plans and decided to deal with her first. With one powerful leap, the ghost night wolf sprang upward and landed on the roof of a nearby building. From that elevated position, Qin Feng could clearly observe the chaos unfolding below. The Steel Saintess began rotating her chain-like arms with terrifying force. Her bladed hands swept through the surrounding area in wide circles, instantly turning the nearby players into helpless targets. One unfortunate player was caught by the spinning blade and killed almost immediately. Seeing how effortlessly the boss had taken him down, the others finally realized that the Steel Saintess was far stronger than they had expected. However, they were given no time to retreat or reorganize. Before the players could properly react, the Steel Saintess violently swung both bladed arms again and began cutting through the rest of the group one after another. Watching from above, Qin Feng could already tell that these players intended to challenge the Steel Saintess directly. In his eyes, they were not being brave at all. They were simply overestimating their own strength by an absurd amount. Among them, one player charged forward while riding a large tiger and began confronting the boss head-on. Qin Feng recognized him immediately as Chen Wuming, the owner of the hidden paladin class. Chen Wuming had once been an old rival of Qin Feng. During their previous life, the two had fought each other repeatedly over a period of 9 years without ever producing a decisive winner. The man was both cunning and shameless, and whenever defeat drew near, he always escaped through some dirty trick. Qin Feng also remembered that the Steel Saintess had eventually been defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Ninth Sanctuary. That victory later gave rise to the famous saying, West/God, East Sanctuary, because the two powers separately controlled the western and eastern regions of Zhonghai City's ruins. When the Ninth Sanctuary first recruited members, every newcomer was forced to sign an extremely harsh contract. The agreement promised protection, but it also demanded a lifespan tax reaching as high as 50%. As a result, most ordinary members effectively became slaves, endlessly working to support the guild's stronger players. A delighted light flashed through Qin Feng's eyes as he watched Chen Wuming below. This unexpected encounter could not have been more perfect, and he silently promised himself that Chen Wuming would not be allowed to escape this time. Below, the Steel Saintess continued spinning her chain blades in enormous circles, keeping everyone's attention fixed on her. Taking advantage of the confusion, Qin Feng activated his invisibility and silently descended from the rooftop, landing close to the distracted boss. A cold and sinister gleam appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Without wasting a single moment, he unleashed Dark Night Ring Blade, sending dark energy sweeping through the surrounding area and instantly killing the nearby players. Wrapped in a blood-red aura, Qin Feng spun rapidly among them as his attack tore through the group. Players fell one after another, and when Chen Wuming saw his guild members being wiped out so suddenly, his face filled with complete shock. The moment Chen Wuming realized that the attacker was Shadow, he demanded to know why Qin Feng was slaughtering his people. As far as he knew, there had never been any hatred or conflict between them. Before Chen Wuming could receive a sensible answer, Qin Feng appeared silently behind him with murderous intent burning in his gaze. In an icy voice, he replied that the reason was simple: he did not eat beef. Hearing that absurd answer, Chen Wuming's eyes widened with sudden fear. Qin Feng showed no interest in explaining further. With a cold, arrogant expression, he activated Instant Shadow Slash and killed Chen Wuming before the paladin could mount any meaningful resistance. Once Chen Wuming fell, Qin Feng calmly extended one hand toward the scattered corpses. A moment later, he activated Blooming Curse and allowed its power to spread across the battlefield. Not long afterward, the players Qin Feng had slaughtered reopened their eyes at the town's respawn point. One by one, they reappeared together after being forcibly sent back from the ruins. Chen Wuming was furious beyond words. He still could not understand what Shadow's refusal to eat beef had to do with any of them. Nearby, one of his subordinates began panicking after discovering that his lifespan had dropped all the way to 0. Chen Wuming immediately concluded that Shadow must have used some special ability on their corpses. He decided that the guild would gather its people and launch a counterattack, but before doing that, they first needed to find another location to level up and recover the lifespan they had lost. Among the defeated members who had respawned with Chen Wuming's party was Qin Xiaoyu, who had somehow joined the Ninth Sanctuary as well. Qin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back her tears. She cried while wondering why Shadow had deliberately targeted her, especially when the little lifespan she still possessed was already on the verge of running out completely. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Qin Feng. Blooming Curse had absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 full year of non-tradable lifespan from Ziyaya. Realizing that Qin Xiaoyu had actually been part of Chun Wuming's group, Qin Feng could not help feeling pleased. His eyes brightened with satisfaction as he considered how little lifespan the skill had managed to extract from her. That tiny amount proved Qin Xiaoyu was already desperate enough to join the Knight's Sanctuary and accept the life of a disposable guild slave. As far as Qin Feng was concerned, this outcome was exactly what she deserved. Before Qin Feng could dwell on it any longer, the Steel Saintess suddenly launched an attack in his direction. The impact tore through the surrounding ruins and raised a thick cloud of dust and smoke around him. When the smoke finally dispersed, Qin Feng was still standing safely outside the damaged area. He had avoided the attack through ghost blur, and he remained calm because he knew the Steel Saintess was not particularly difficult during her first phase. The Steel Saintess paused for a brief moment, seemingly confused that her attack had failed to strike the enemy standing before her. The long chains forming both of her arms slowly pulled tight. Each metal link stretched under the growing force as she prepared another attack. A moment later, the chain arms began rotating again. The two blade-tipped limbs spun faster and faster, gathering enough momentum to tear apart everything within their reach. Even the Steel Saintess seemed unable to understand what had happened. Her target had vanished from the point of impact so completely that the boss could no longer determine where he had gone. Qin Feng watched her movements with a serious expression. During this phase, the Steel Saintess relied almost entirely on repeatedly swinging her chain blades, using either focused strikes or broad physical attacks that covered the surrounding area. Qin Feng suddenly appeared in the air above her and prepared a combination of Blessed Release and Plague Blade. Once his attack landed, Blessed Release would apply Throat Slash, triggering a violent burst of damage, while Plague Blade would create a second explosion of toxic damage 3 seconds after the initial strike. He descended with incredible speed and struck before the Steel Saintess could adjust her defenses. The combined attack exploded against her body, instantly inflicting several thousand points of damage. Immediately afterward, the Throat Slash effect activated. A deep wound opened across the Steel Saintess's throat, and another brutal wave of damage tore through her health. In only the blink of an eye, the boss's health bar plunged below the halfway mark. Qin Feng had forced her through the entire first phase with a single carefully timed combination. The Steel Saintess's eyes began glowing with violent rage. The aura surrounding her changed sharply as something far more dangerous awakened inside her body. Qin Feng remained completely calm despite the transformation. He knew that the true reason the Steel Saintess could guard such an important sanctuary was the terrifying power hidden within her second phase. Once her health fell below 50%, the demon sealed inside the Steel Saintess would awaken. From that point onward, every bit of damage she received would be reflected equally back toward the attacker. There was even an old legend claiming that a mysterious portal existed inside the demon's stomach. According to that rumor, anyone swallowed by the demon would be transported to an unknown location believed to lie at the bottom of a volcano. However, no one in Qin Feng's previous life had ever successfully confirmed it. He suspected that some foolish players had merely confused the Steel Saintess's mechanics with features from another game. A group of players had gathered at a distance to watch the battle unfold. As they whispered among themselves, they called Shadow utterly ruthless. The Knight's Sanctuary had summoned the Platinum Tier boss, yet Shadow had suddenly appeared, slaughtered the entire guild party, and taken over the fight. What stunned them even more was what happened afterward. With only one powerful combination, Shadow had erased half of the Steel Saintess's health and pushed the boss directly into her second phase. While those players continued discussing him, Qin Feng remained concealed through invisibility. Even so, his attention had already shifted toward their hiding place, and he carefully listened to everything they were saying. A serious light entered Qin Feng's eyes as he reviewed the boss's second phase weakness. Whenever the Steel Saintess launched an attack of her own, the damage reflection effect surrounding her would disappear for one brief instant. That meant Qin Feng could attack at exactly the same moment she did and avoid having the damage reflected back at him. The real problem was that several of his strongest abilities, Instant Shadow Slash, Throat Slash, Plague Blade, and Venomous Dart, continued inflicting damage after the initial hit. If he used any of them now, the delayed damage would still be reflected, and with his current health, even one such backlash would kill him instantly. As Qin Feng considered how to overcome this problem, he remembered the players secretly observing the battle from the nearby cliff. A new idea immediately formed in his mind, and he decided those spectators could be put to good use. At the edge of the cliff, one of the players pushed through the crowd and told the others to move aside. He wanted a clearer view so he could personally see exactly what was happening below. The man was known as Anxuan, and the surrounding players became visibly excited the moment they recognized him. One of Anxuan's subordinates explained that they had already been watching the battle for a long time and had memorized every ability the Steel Saintess had used. Fortunately for them, the boss appeared to possess only a small number of skills. With a confident smile, the girl stretched out both hands and explained what they had witnessed. The moment the boss's health fell below half, she had abruptly stopped moving, while subtle changes across her body suggested that new abilities were awakening. At almost the exact moment the Steel Saintess entered her second phase, Shadow vanished without a trace. Anxuan could hardly believe that Shadow had truly been challenging such a monster entirely alone. A furious light flashed through Anxuan's eyes as he stared toward the battlefield. Refusing to believe Shadow had escaped unnoticed, he immediately ordered his subordinate, Xiao Tu, to activate Red Eye and determine whether Shadow was still hiding nearby. Xiao Tu gave a quick nod and focused her attention on the area below. Her expression became serious as she began channeling the special detection power of Red Eye. A small spectral rabbit materialized beside her and immediately darted toward the Steel Saintess. The tiny creature slipped close to the boss without making enough noise or movement to draw her attention. After searching the surrounding area, Xiao Tu admitted that she could not locate Shadow anywhere and guessed that he had already left. Seeing that even her level 3 anti-stealth ability had failed to uncover him, Anxuan reached the same conclusion. In his mind, there was no possibility that Shadow could possess level 4 invisibility, so he had to be gone. Certain that the battlefield was now free for the taking, Anxuan leaped from the building and descended toward the ground below. His sudden decision left Xiao Tu watching him with a slightly puzzled expression. Before landing, Anxuan looked back and instructed Xiao Tu to continue watching the entire area carefully. If Shadow returned or revealed himself, she was to warn him immediately without wasting even a second. Xiao Tu nodded to show that she understood. Anxuan then landed firmly on the ground, straightened his posture, and drew both swords as he prepared to confront the Steel Saintess himself. Excitement shone in Anxuan's eyes, and a confident smile spread across his face as he approached the Platinum-tier boss. Several nearby players whispered that he was clearly seeking death by challenging such a monster alone. However, one spectator quickly recognized him. He had personally watched Anxuan defeat a gold-tier boss in the starting town without suffering a single scratch. Anxuan possessed the Hidden Soul Warrior class, which granted 100% evasion whenever he successfully rolled. He was also the famous player known as Safety First, a former top global streamer in Souls-like games whose lightning-fast reflexes had earned him a massive reputation. The Steel Saintess quickly noticed the approaching challenger. Her hostile gaze shifted away from the surrounding ruins and locked directly onto Anxuan. Without hesitation, the Steel Saintess swung her razor-edged arms toward him. The chain-mounted blades tore through the air with enough force to slice apart anything caught in their path. Fortunately, Anxuan reacted at the final instant. He dropped his body low and slid across the ground, narrowly passing beneath the sweeping blades as they cut through the space where he had just been standing. The Steel Saintess immediately formed another pair of enormous arms from condensed energy and brought them crashing down to crush him. Anxuan rolled at precisely the right moment, slipping beyond the impact zone and avoiding the second attack without taking any damage. When the boss reached forward and attempted to seize him, Anxuan remained perfectly composed. He rolled once more, escaping her grasp and rapidly widening the distance between them. His subordinates erupted into excited praise as they watched him evade one deadly strike after another. They admired not only his remarkable technique, but also the discipline behind it. Anxuan never allowed greed to tempt him into squeezing in one unnecessary attack, and to them, that calm restraint made his performance look absolutely brilliant. One spectator smiled in amazement and declared that Anxuan was truly incredible, perfectly avoiding every attack the boss threw at him. Even more strangely, flashes resembling sword cuts kept appearing across the Steel Saintess's body, making him wonder whether the Soul Warrior class was really that powerful. The black-haired woman beside him explained that Anxuan's rolls activated the class's unique passive counterattack. Every successful dodge automatically struck the boss at the same time, which was why her health continued decreasing whenever he rolled. Xiao Tu smiled and clarified that perfect evasion was merely the foundation of Anxuan's strength. What truly distinguished him was the destructive offense hidden behind those movements. Every attack was delivered with force, precision, and flawless timing, allowing him to turn defense into a continuous assault. Dodging kept him untouchable, but his deadly combinations were what allowed him to end battles quickly. The Steel Saintess continued pursuing Anxuan relentlessly. Her blades and energy-formed limbs struck again and again as she desperately tried to catch the slippery opponent moving around her. Confidence brightened Xiao Tu's eyes as she revealed another advantage of the Soul Warrior class. Whenever Anxuan triggered a successful dodge during his roll, his next direct attack would ignore 50% of the target's defense. After avoiding another strike, Anxuan suddenly turned and planted his feet toward the boss. A powerful blue aura began rising from his body as energy gathered around both of his swords. The moment his subordinates saw the brilliant blue effect, their faces filled with anticipation. They recognized the preparation immediately and confidently predicted that the incoming blow would deal damage in the 4-digit range. An Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as the power reached its peak. He tightened his grip on both weapons, eager to unleash the devastating strike he had prepared. Before the Steel Saintess could react, An Xuan surged forward and released the attack. His movement resembled a graceful sword dance, with one fluid strike splitting into 3 overlapping shadows that flashed toward the boss like blazing shooting stars. Displaying complete mastery over his blades, An Xuan guided each strike through the openings in the Steel Saintess's defenses. The swords carved deep wounds across her body, and within a single instant, her health bar plunged to well below half. An Xuan's subordinates immediately burst into applause. Before any of them had fully realized what was happening, the Steel Saintess had already been reduced to only 1/3 of her total health. Believing victory was already assured, An Xuan casually turned his back on the boss. A proud, self-satisfied smile spread across his face as he accepted the admiration of everyone watching. But at that exact moment, a series of overwhelming slashes struck him from behind. More than 34,000 points of damage erupted at once, instantly erasing An Xuan's health and killing him before he could even understand what had happened. His subordinates immediately fell into panic. They could not understand how An Xuan had suddenly died when they were certain he had avoided every one of the boss's attacks. What confused them even more was that although his skills had clearly struck the Steel Saintess, her health had not decreased from that final blow, despite having fallen dramatically only moments earlier. Not far from the chaotic battlefield, Qin Feng stood silently in concealment. From his position, he had witnessed everything that had just unfolded. Qin Feng calmly looked toward the lifespan orbs left behind after An Xuan's death. A faint trace of amusement crossed his face as he silently thanked the fallen soul warrior for his contribution. An Xuan's constant desire to display his abilities had repeatedly provoked the Steel Saintess into attacking. Without realizing it, his flashy performance had created exactly the openings Qin Feng needed. Joy flickered through Qin Feng's eyes. While An Xuan had been dodging and showing off, Qin Feng had remained hidden and continuously struck during the brief moments when the boss's damage reflection disappeared. Together, those attacks had finally reduced her health to 1/3. The Soul Warrior's spectacular techniques had certainly caused respectable damage, but his arrogance ultimately led him straight to his own death. Because of the very mechanics that define the Soul Warrior class, An Xuan had never possessed a real chance of defeating the Steel Saintess. While rolling, he could not launch normal attacks, and whenever he stopped to strike, the boss reflected the damage back onto him. Against this particular enemy, his greatest strength had become a fatal curse. The Steel Saintess slowly began turning away from the battlefield. Qin Feng immediately fixed his gaze on her movement, watching closely as she shifted toward another direction. The instant Qin Feng understood what she intended to do, his expression tightened. This development was definitely not good. With her health reduced so severely, the Steel Saintess was attempting to retreat to the church sanctuary. If she successfully returned inside, her injuries would completely recover, and every bit of damage dealt so far would become meaningless. Qin Feng briefly turned his attention toward An Xuan's remaining subordinates. His gaze moved across their frightened faces before becoming increasingly serious. An Xuan's sudden death had clearly terrified the group, and Qin Feng doubted that any of them would dare attack the Steel Saintess again. But unless the boss launched an attack of her own, the reflection effect surrounding her would never temporarily disappear. With no one else willing to create an opening, Qin Feng knew it was time to fight seriously. Qin Feng leaped down and landed directly in front of the retreating Steel Saintess, blocking her path toward the sanctuary. No matter what happened next, he could not allow her to return and recover. The surrounding players stared in surprise when Shadow suddenly appeared. Compared with him, An Xuan now seemed like nothing more than a clown seeking attention. Shadow was the true monster on this battlefield, and the spectators finally realized that most of the wounds appearing on the Steel Saintess earlier had actually been his work. Xiao Tu was especially shocked. Her level 3 anti-stealth ability had failed to detect him at all, which could only mean that Shadow's concealment had already reached level 4 or even higher. One of the players suddenly noticed the lifespan orbs An Xuan had left behind. Greed immediately filled his eyes, and his mouth nearly watered at the sight of the fallen soul warrior's unclaimed loot. Quietly, he began looking for an opportunity to retrieve it. Determination flashed through Qin Feng's eyes as he activated Blacklight Shield. A radiant golden barrier instantly formed around his body, dividing itself into 10 separate layers, with each layer capable of blocking one individual instance of damage. The Steel Saintess immediately focused on Qin Feng. Her chain-like arms shifted once more, transforming back into the deadly blade forms she had used earlier. She launched her attack without hesitation. The moment the blades began moving, Qin Feng recognized the brief opening he had been patiently waiting for. Qin Feng instantly activated Instant Shadow Slash. His figure blurred forward as 9 rapid strikes flashed across the Steel Saintess in quick succession. After completing the attack, Qin Feng stared closely at the boss while checking his defenses. Only 7 layers of Blacklight Shield remained. Of the 9 strikes released by Instant Shadow Slash, the final 3 had landed just after the Steel Saintess finished attacking, when her damage reflection had already returned. If the shield had not absorbed those 3 reflected hits, Qin Feng would have died immediately. The Steel Saintess suddenly began gathering energy inside her abdomen. A moment later, she leaped upward, and a violent stream of purple flames erupted outward from her body. Qin Feng rapidly retreated from the spreading fire. By the time he escaped the attack's range, every remaining layer of Blacklight Shield had already been destroyed. The Steel Saintess stared at him with an evil glow burning in her eyes. Qin Feng immediately understood that the flamethrower produced damage far too frequently to rely on ordinary evasion. Even with an evasion rate exceeding 80%, the rapid flames had erased all 7 shield layers almost instantly. Had he reacted even half a second later, the attack would have killed him on the spot. While Qin Feng's attention appeared focused on the Steel Saintess, the greedy player quietly rushed toward Anshuan's abandoned loot. Qin Feng noticed the movement from the corner of his eye and flicked his hand without hesitation, launching a venomous dart that buried itself directly in the man's forehead. The defeated player's body vanished from the battlefield, confirming that he had been completely eliminated. Qin Feng's attitude was unmistakably firm. No matter who came forward, he had absolutely no intention of allowing anyone to snatch away the loot that now belonged to him. A string of system notifications immediately appeared before Qin Feng. From Safety First, he had obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan along with 67 full years of non-tradable lifespan. At the same time, Blossom Curse had drained 355 days of tradable lifespan and another 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from clean hands and feet. Those numbers made Qin Feng pause in surprise. Safety First possessed an unusually enormous reserve of lifespan, which most likely meant that the man had never suffered a single death. Finding that rather interesting, Qin Feng chose not to use Blossom Curse on him for the time being. The Steel Maiden suddenly threw back her head and released a deafening roar, but Qin Feng remained perfectly composed, showing no trace of panic before the raging boss. Qin Feng understood that this battle could not be rushed. He would have to depend on the protection of his Blacklight Shield while repeatedly striking with ordinary shadow slashes, slowly grinding down the Steel Maiden's remaining health. The Steel Maiden swung at him with terrifying force, but Qin Feng slipped beyond the reach of the attack just in time. Her enormous hand slammed into the ground instead, sending a heavy impact through the area. This method of fighting was certainly slow and inefficient, but it allowed Qin Feng to wear her down without taking unnecessary risks. As Qin Feng continued trading blows with the boss, Xiaotu stood at a distance and watched every movement with growing astonishment. Shadow's ferocity was far beyond anything she had imagined, leaving her wondering what kind of terrifying skills he possessed. Until now, she had never truly understood how he had secured so many first kills. But after witnessing his strength with her own eyes, every lingering doubt disappeared, and she became completely convinced that his power was genuine. A sharp light of determination flashed through Qin Feng's eyes. Realizing that the Steel Maiden had finally been weakened enough, he steadied himself and prepared to deliver the decisive finishing blow. Qin Feng burst forward with astonishing speed, his blade flashing again and again across the Steel Maiden's body. In only a few swift movements, he carved the massive boss into pieces as effortlessly as though he were cutting through something completely defenseless. The moment the Steel Maiden collapsed, the system confirmed Qin Feng's victory. He had successfully slain the boss and received 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and a valuable church sanctuary key as his rewards. The surrounding players stared at the battlefield in stunned silence. None of them could believe that Shadow had genuinely defeated such a powerful boss entirely on his own. Yet after seeing the result firsthand, they finally understood exactly why he occupied the #1 position on the leaderboard. Without wasting a moment, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and gathered the scattered rewards. Among the loot was an emerald-tier piece of leather armor designed specifically for assassins, the Black Flame's gift-piercing leather armor. The armor's attributes were extraordinary. It provided 95 points of physical defense, 120 points of resistance against every element, 77 points of damage reduction, and an additional 77 points of constitution. Its special effect, Black Flame's gift, applied 1 stack of Black Flame whenever the wearer attacked or received an attack, accumulating up to 5 stacks. Each stack reduced the affected target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%, though a note explained that the weakening effect would be reduced against bosses of Emerald tier or above. Qin Feng was extremely pleased. This single Emerald tier item offered stronger defensive power than the complete armor sets used by most other players. Better still, Black Flame's gift could continuously weaken an enemy's defenses and elemental resistances, making the armor far more practical and valuable than the equipment previously dropped by the Soul Purifier. Qin Feng also received an Emerald tier skill called Assassin's Instinct. Once learned, it allowed him to partially detect the faint outlines of invisible units and granted 2 additional levels of anti-invisibility. After examining its effects, Qin Feng immediately decided that the skill was worth evolving. The complete enhancement process consumed 33 evolution points, reducing Qin Feng's remaining total to 97. Assassin's Instinct advanced step by step through the Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers before finally reaching Legendary tier. As it evolved, the anti-invisibility bonus steadily rose from 2 levels to 5. Its new legendary effect also sharpened Qin Feng's ability to sense an opponent's weak points, granting a 50% modifier to critical hit damage. In other words, he now possessed a legendary anti-invisibility skill with level 5 detection and a massive critical damage enhancement. Combined with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, his total critical hit damage bonus climbed to an incredible 350%. At this point, Qin Feng could accurately strike an enemy's weak points even with his eyes completely closed. With 97 evolution points still available, Qin Feng turned his attention to Ghostly Blur and chose to evolve it to Legendary tier first. The upgrade consumed 80 points, leaving him with only 17. Ghostly Blur successfully advanced from Epic to Legendary, raising its passive evasion rate from 75% to 85%. Even more importantly, whenever the evasion effect activated, Qin Feng would now become completely immune to the incoming damage. Just then, Captain Anyu arrived with the rest of her group. She greeted Qin Feng with an unexpectedly friendly attitude before immediately asking whether the boss had dropped anything valuable. Her unusual behavior left Qin Feng slightly puzzled, and he could not help wondering what had suddenly gotten into her. Captain Anyu smiled and admitted that she had not checked the leaderboard earlier. She had never expected Qin Feng to climb all the way to level 13 in a single night, and in her eyes, such progress was simply insane. Wang Ming quickly added that their entire group had been grinding without rest through the night, yet they had not even completed half of level 11. Compared with them, Qin Feng's leveling speed seemed almost impossible. Before Wang Ming could continue, Captain Anyu struck him sharply on the head and warned him to stop spouting nonsense. With complete confidence, she declared that everyone already knew men naturally leveled faster. Qin Feng remained somewhat bewildered by her attitude, but he soon turned the conversation back to business. He explained that he had obtained several useful items and had already valued the entire collection at 45,000 days of lifespan as one complete package. Captain Anyu accepted the price and transferred the required lifespan to him, after which the system promptly confirmed that the transaction had been completed. Qin Feng's expression then became noticeably more serious. He revealed that he possessed another valuable item he might be willing to sell, but before showing it, he asked Captain Anyu whether she knew anything about hideouts. A knowing smile gradually appeared on Captain Anyu's face as she confirmed that they had already received information about hideouts. She explained that the ruins of Zhonghai City contained no true safe zones, forcing organized player groups to occupy hideouts and use them as permanent bases. Such locations could be used to stockpile supplies, and during critical moments, their magical defensive barriers could be activated to block external water invasions. Qin Feng immediately guessed that the information she had heard probably concerned the small hideout dropped by a golden tier boss. Captain Anyu nodded and explained that Qin Feng reached into his inventory and withdrew a gleaming golden key. Now that Captain Anyu clearly understood how valuable a hideout could be, he revealed that this was the key to the church sanctuary hideout, dropped by the Steel Maiden he had only just defeated. He went on to explain that the sanctuary occupied more than 800 meters of land. Rather than naming an immediate price, Qin Feng suggested that Captain Anyu return and discuss the matter with her superiors. Once they decided how much they were prepared to offer, he would consider whether selling the hideout was worthwhile. Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were both visibly stunned by the number. They understood that the larger a hideout was, the stronger its defensive abilities would be, and the more complete its internal facilities were likely to become. A sanctuary spanning more than 800 meters was enormous, large enough for every member of Zhonghai City's official forces to receive a private room of their own. Captain Anyu slowly extended her hand toward the golden key, curiosity filling her eyes. Unable to suppress her interest, she asked Qin Feng how much lifespan he intended to demand for a hideout of such an impressive size. Qin Feng refused to name a price immediately and told her to discuss the matter with the officials first so that he could hear their best offer. From his memories of his previous life, He knew this sanctuary could be sold for roughly 2,000 years of lifespan. If the government purchased it for that amount, then together with the lifespan he already possessed, Qin Feng would finally have enough to extract all his equipment, skills, and levels into the real world. A nervous look crossed Captain Anyu's face as she realized the significance of the deal. She quickly accepted Qin Feng's proposal and promised that she would report the existence of the sanctuary to her superiors immediately. Before Qin Feng could leave, Captain Anyu told him that there was one more matter requiring his assistance. They had just received alarming news from Dark Moon Town, where 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together and already caused the deaths of many players. The officials were prepared to offer Shadow 10 full years of lifespan if he traveled there and eliminated all 7 bosses. Qin Feng considered the request for a moment before pointing out that 7 gold-tier bosses should not normally pose an overwhelming threat. Even if the creatures remained grouped together, the official forces ought to be capable of defeating them eventually. Since Captain Anyu had personally come to request his intervention, he immediately concluded that there had to be some unusual and especially troublesome complication. Clearly impressed by how quickly he recognized the hidden problem, Captain Anyu raised one hand and gave Qin Feng an approving thumbs up. Captain Anyu confirmed that his deduction was correct. Her team had managed to separate one of the 7 bosses from the others and successfully kill it, only for the creature to suddenly return to life. Even worse, the attributes of all 7 bosses surged dramatically at the same moment. Their strength rose so violently that the entire team was annihilated almost instantly. Qin Feng's eyes widened as soon as he heard that the dead boss had resurrected. A memory surfaced in his mind, the existence of rare group-type bosses that were linked together and capable of reviving one another. That possibility led Qin Feng to an even more important suspicion. These 7 bosses might be puppets created by the Cursed Slate, one of the mysterious ancient god slates. If an ancient god slate had truly appeared in Dark Moon Town, then there was no chance he would allow such a priceless opportunity to escape him. Qin Feng decided to depart immediately and asked Captain Anyu to send him the exact coordinates. She quickly provided the location and wished him good luck. In Qin Feng's opinion, Captain Anyu was surprisingly sincere. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses alone could probably be sold for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, yet she had still offered him an additional 10 years as payment. Truthfully, the reward was extremely generous. Riding atop the Ghost Knight Wolf, Qin Feng raced through the ruined city toward his destination. As he passed an enormous statue, however, something nearby suddenly caught his attention, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Not far from the statue, a group of players had surrounded a young woman and were viciously beating her. After taking a closer look, Qin Feng recognized the victim immediately. It was his own younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu. One of the women stepped forward with a cruel smile and delivered a heavy slap across Qin Xiaoyu's face. She accused the girl of being a shameless slut who had only just joined the guild, yet was already trying to seduce its leader. Qin Xiaoyu's face was covered in dark bruises, and tears streamed helplessly down her cheeks. The woman glared at her with open hostility and declared that this beating was merely a warning. Qin Xiaoyu had better stay far away from the guild leader, or the next time they met, the woman would completely destroy that pretty face of hers. The group showed no mercy whatsoever. They surrounded Qin Xiaoyu and continued striking and kicking her as she curled up beneath their relentless attacks. Watching from the rooftop of a nearby building, Qin Feng quickly understood what had happened. After joining the Knight's Sanctuary, Qin Xiaoyu had once again become entangled in the guild's petty internal conflicts. These meaningless struggles for attention and influence were nothing new to him. In his previous life, whenever his sister found herself trapped in situations like this, Qin Feng had always been the one who stepped in and resolved them for her. Qin Feng descended from the building and told Qin Xiaoyu that she should simply enjoy living her life alone. Meanwhile, she continued sobbing and begged the women to stop, crying that every blow hurt terribly and that she truly felt as though she were about to die. Her attackers ignored her pleas completely. They cursed her as a filthy slut, swore that they would kill her, and sneered that no one could possibly know how many men she had already seduced. Rather than approaching the group, Qin Feng entered the enormous statue standing at the center of Jianghai City's ruins. He remembered that a secret chamber was hidden beneath it, containing a passage that allowed players to return to the starter town. It was an obscure piece of information known by only a tiny number of people. As Qin Feng stepped into the hidden chamber, a glowing magic circle formed directly before him. He knew that using this teleportation route came at a steep cost. The first journey required 500 days of lifespan, the second demanded 1,000 days, and the third would consume 2,000, with the price doubling after every use. As more time passed, starter towns would gradually evolve into dangerous higher-level regions. Ordinary minor monsters would transform into powerful bosses, while rare hidden treasures would begin appearing throughout the area. The ancient god slate connected to the present situation was one such treasure, and Qin Feng had no intention of allowing an item that valuable to slip through his fingers. A system prompt appeared, asking whether Qin Feng wished to teleport back to the abandoned land of the gods, Dark Moon Town. The name immediately made him thoughtful. Dark Moon Town was supposed to appear during a much later stage, yet even in his previous life, he had never heard any information about it. Despite that mystery, Qin Feng did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the teleportation. The system deducted 500 days of lifespan as the required fee. A flash of light then enveloped Qin Feng's body, transporting him directly into Dark Moon Town. Upon arriving, Qin Feng found the town unexpectedly lively. Elderly men and women filled the streets, standing in small groups and chatting comfortably with one another. He looked around in surprise, having never imagined that this mysterious place would contain so many people, much less that the overwhelming majority of them would be elders. A short distance away, several players were gathered around an elderly woman, with one of them carefully helping her back onto her feet. The woman released a relieved breath after safely returning to the protected zone. The players then reminded her of their agreement. They had successfully helped her reach level 3, and during the process, she had earned 72 days of lifespan. Now that their part of the deal was complete, she only needed to hand over the tradable portion of that lifespan as payment. The elderly woman's face immediately twisted with anger, and she flatly refused to hand anything over. Raising her voice, she demanded to know why they were asking her for payment when they claimed to be part of a charitable organization that helped people level up for free. One of the players kept a patient smile and gently explained that they were not asking her to pay them any money. When they had formed a party earlier, a portion of the lifespan dropped by every monster they killed had automatically been distributed to her. His companion added that she only needed to return that shared portion, exactly as they had all agreed before setting out. Instead of calming down, the old woman became even more furious. She loudly insisted that she had never heard of any damned agreement and accused the young players of making the whole thing up. In her eyes, it was utterly shameless for a group of youngsters to surround an elderly woman and demand that she give them her money. The players hurriedly tried to settle her down, explaining once again that she had misunderstood them. They had helped her gain levels without charging a fee and only wanted the lifespan that had dropped from the monsters they personally defeated. Without joining their party, she would never have received a share of that lifespan or earned nearly as much experience. But the old woman refused to listen. She pulled away, screamed at them not to touch her, and began calling for help while accusing members of the Manhwa River Guild of publicly harassing her. At that very moment, a hand suddenly seized the old woman from behind. Before anyone understood what was happening, she was violently thrown onto the ground, leaving both her and the surrounding players staring in complete confusion. The person who had intervened was none other than Qin Feng. He reached down, grabbed the old woman firmly by the neck, and stared at her with an icy, murderous gaze. Then, drawing his dagger in one smooth motion, he ended her life without the slightest hesitation. The two players froze where they stood. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they tried to process what Qin Feng had just done, and within seconds, their confusion turned into outright shock. Several glowing lifespan orbs appeared where the old woman had fallen. Qin Feng calmly pointed out that her lifespan was now lying on the ground, so the two players could simply collect what they were owed. Their shock instantly turned into excitement, and they eagerly wondered what powerful expert had stepped in to help them. Qin Feng merely replied that it had been nothing more than a small favor. Without waiting for further questions, Qin Feng turned his back on them and calmly walked away. The two players rushed forward to collect the fallen lifespan, celebrating when they discovered that they had recovered all 72 days. They called after Qin Feng and thanked him repeatedly. As for Qin Feng, he found it extremely troublesome that ordinary fighting was prohibited inside the town. As he continued through the streets, Qin Feng thought back to the Manhwa River Guild. Only now did he realize that this guild had originally been founded right here in Dark Moon Town. From what Qin Feng remembered, the Manhwa River Guild had been established around charitable work. Its members helped elderly people survive in the abandoned land of the gods without demanding payment for their assistance. As time passed, the guild gained official recognition and received powerful support. Judging purely by membership numbers, Manhwa River eventually became the largest guild in all of Huaxia. A thoughtful light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. In an apocalypse filled with chaos, betrayal, and death, he believed that organizations like Manhwa River and people willing to help the weak were needed more than ever. Night had already fallen, and deep inside a dark forest, a small group of players was locked in battle with a hulking monster whose entire body appeared to be formed from thick, shifting mud. Two mages stood near the back of the formation. One of them urgently called to Mother, telling her to cast Lightning Strike. Mother immediately obeyed, gripping her magic staff with both hands as crackling energy gathered around its tip. A moment later, a violent bolt of lightning burst upward and crashed into the mud monster. Its massive body stiffened beneath the electrical shock, and the swordsmen in the party instantly seized the opening. Charging in together, they swung their blades and sliced the creature cleanly in half. The mud monster's broken corpse slowly dissolved, transforming into glowing orbs of lifespan scattered across the forest floor. The man in the group finally relaxed after seeing that the creature had truly been defeated. Chu Yin happily praised everyone, declaring that they were amazing. Mother smiled and reminded them that even players like them could defeat weaker monsters as long as they carefully followed the guidance and tutorials provided by more experienced people. After gathering their rewards, the group continued walking through the forest. Along the way, the man turned toward Chu Yin and asked whether her close friend Qin Xiaoyu had truly joined the Knight's Sanctuary Guild. He had heard that the guild charged an extremely expensive membership fee. Chu Yin nodded and explained that she had previously invited Qin Xiaoyu to join the Mengxiao River Guild with them instead. With a sincere expression, Chu Yin explained that she had told Qin Xiaoyu everything about Mengxiao River. It was a charitable guild where players who were not particularly talented at games could support one another, and experienced members were even available to guide them. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu had rejected the invitation and refused to join. Another member of the group pointed out that Qin Xiaoyu had already reached level 10 because players from the Knight's Sanctuary had helped raise her level. However, she had also heard troubling rumors about the guild's membership contract. Once someone signed it, they were bound to the organization for 3 full years and were essentially forced to serve as the guild's slaves throughout that entire period. The man shook his head, understanding that even though the Knight's Sanctuary had helped Qin Xiaoyu reach level 10, they probably viewed her as nothing more than a useful tool. In his opinion, players without exceptional skills were better off quietly hunting weaker monsters and slowly building up their lifespan and experience. That was exactly how their own group survived. They focused only on small monsters and immediately withdrew to seek assistance whenever they encountered a boss. Chu Yin let out a helpless sigh. She knew Qin Xiaoyu believed that she was. Before anyone could continue the conversation, countless invisible arrows suddenly tore through the darkness and rained down upon the unsuspecting group. There was no time for them to dodge or defend themselves. The hidden arrows pierced straight through the male player's body in an instant, stripping away 1,200 points of health before he could even understand where the attack had come from. The man collapsed, and his corpse quickly dissolved into glowing lifespan. Chu Yin immediately panicked, because the player who had just been killed was her own father. Beside her, Mother stared at the place where her husband had fallen and burst into uncontrollable tears. The archer responsible for the attack stepped out with a satisfied smile, proudly boasting that a single skill had been enough to eliminate the man instantly. The masked men accompanying him told him to stop wasting time. They mocked the Mengxiao River Guild, saying it could never contain any genuine experts. In their eyes, the guild was filled with useless trash, because no skilled player would willingly waste time carrying elderly people. To them, every member of Mengxiao River was nothing but scum. The masked attackers slowly closed in around Chu Yin and her mother. Wearing a cruel smile, the archer demanded that the 2 women surrender every last bit of tradable lifespan they were carrying. Fear tightened around Chu Yan's chest as she faced the armed group. She knew that the authorities had officially forbidden players from killing one another inside the game. By murdering her father and threatening them, these attackers were risking being identified and hunted as wanted criminals. The archer raised one finger and pointed it directly at Chu Yin, his arrogant smile never fading. He openly declared that he did not give a damn about the authorities or their rules. Then, losing patience with the conversation, he gave the 2 women exactly 3 seconds to hand over their lifespan. Terrified for her daughter's safety, Mother prepared to obey the demand. Chu Yin, however, planted her feet and firmly told her mother not to give them anything. She urged Mother to request help through the guild channel immediately while she stayed behind and tried to hold the attackers off. Seeing Chu Yin resist, the archer's expression turned vicious. He ordered his masked subordinates to attack at once, telling them to kill the older woman while leaving the younger one alive so they could amuse themselves with her afterward. The masked men charged toward Chu Yin and her mother with their weapons raised. But just before they could reach them, a massive wolf suddenly burst from the darkness, lunged at the attackers, and sank its fangs into their bodies. Chu Yin stood frozen in place, staring at the enormous wolf with wide eyes. The sudden turn of events left her completely confused, and she had no idea who, or what, had come to save them. The archer was equally stunned. His confidence vanished as confusion filled his eyes, and he frantically looked around for the person controlling the attacking wolf. Before the archer could even draw another breath, a shadow flashed past him at incredible speed. A blade swept across his neck, and his severed head flew away before his body had time to react. The one who had struck was Qin Feng. While the ghost night wolf tore into the archer's masked subordinates, Qin Feng stood silently beside the fallen head and looked down at it without emotion. Watching his overwhelming speed and the familiar wolf beside him, Chu Yin quickly realized that her mysterious rescuer was Shadow. The archer and his surviving subordinates soon respawned back inside Darkmoon Town. Every one of them was furious, but their anger quickly gave way to panic. At first, they wondered whether their strange condition had something to do with their killer status. Even so, there was no reasonable way that status alone could have completely drained their entire reserves of lifespan. The men stared at their empty lifespan totals in disbelief. They could not understand how everything they possessed had vanished, nor why such an enormous amount of their lifespan had dropped as tradable orbs after their deaths. Realizing how dangerous their situation had become, the group immediately sprinted toward the forest. If they remained without lifespan, another death could finish them completely. Their only chance was to find monsters as quickly as possible and recover enough lifespan to survive. Before they could make it far, a strange wave of energy suddenly spread through the air around them. Moments later, an enormous sword formed entirely from glowing power descended from above and struck the ground in their path. The energy released by the sword locked their bodies in place, leaving them unable to move even a finger. As footsteps approached from behind, the attackers understood that their luck had finally run out. After roaming around and murdering other players, they had finally been caught. Two priests emerged and stopped in front of the immobilized group. The man holding a skill book identified himself and his companion as official bounty hunters. According to the law, the attackers were now under arrest, and he ordered them to provide their real-world identities and personal information. The second priest fixed them with a cold, serious stare and warned that if they attempted to resist, their remaining lifespan would be erased immediately. Back in the forest, strange flowers began pushing their way out of the archer's lifeless corpse, blooming across his body as Blossom Curse continued to take effect. Chu Yin looked at Qin Feng with overwhelming relief and gratitude. She sincerely thanked him for intervening, knowing that without his sudden arrival, both she and her mother would have been completely doomed. Qin Feng lowered his gaze and quietly studied Chu Yin. He had never expected Qin Xiaoyu's closest friend to possess such a kind heart or enough courage to stand against armed killers for her mother. In both personality and character, Chu Yin was completely different from Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng could not understand how the two of them had ever become best friends, but fortunately, they had eventually chosen separate paths. Before Chu Yin or her mother could say anything else, Qin Feng's figure vanished without leaving the slightest trace behind. The two women stared at the empty space where he had been standing, both of them confused by his sudden disappearance. Chu Yin bent down and picked up one of the glowing lifespan orbs, but uncertainty immediately filled her eyes. She could not tell whether the lifespan inside had belonged to her fallen father. Her mother looked around in confusion, wondering where the other attackers had gone, before asking how Shadow had managed to disappear so suddenly. Chu Yin admitted that she did not know. The only thing she knew for certain was that the man who saved them was Shadow, the world's #1 expert. Elsewhere in the forest, another group of players waited near the location of the 7 bosses. Captain Anyu had told them that Shadow would arrive within a few minutes, yet almost half an hour had already passed. Growing impatient, they began wondering what could possibly be delaying him. One of the waiting players glanced toward the dangerous area ahead and asked whether Shadow could truly defeat the bosses inside. His companion openly doubted it. After all, those bosses could return to life after being killed, and he found it unbelievable that Shadow had accepted a mission involving enemies that could seemingly resurrect forever. Neither of them noticed Qin Feng, concealed by invisibility, silently passing directly between them. Qin Feng left the waiting players behind and continued toward the bosses. He clearly remembered that every ancient god slate could add 1 beneficial affix and 1 harmful affix to a piece of equipment. With enough luck, those special affixes could even alter the fundamental traits of a player's class. Qin Feng also remembered an astonishing event from his previous life. The player ranked 7th in the entire world had once gathered 7 ancient god slates and used their combined power to summon the ghost of an ancient god, which then destroyed a legendary tier boss. Some of these bosses could conceal themselves completely, possessing stealth levels so high that ordinary players had no chance of detecting them. Anyone wandering too close could be killed instantly without ever seeing the attacker or understanding what had struck them. The group-type bosses created through an ancient god slate followed unusual battle mechanics unlike those of ordinary monsters. Every boss within the group possessed its own abilities, meaning no 2 encounters would necessarily unfold in the same way. Qin Feng looked ahead and spotted several monsters standing together, their eyes glowing with unmistakable malice. He knew that encounters involving an ancient god slate could take many forms. Sometimes, the bosses remained invisible behind terrifyingly high stealth levels, eliminating nearby players before their victims even realized they were under attack. In other cases, the apparent bosses were merely summoned creatures, while the true enemy was a summoner-type sorcerer hiding somewhere nearby. Unless that hidden caster was found and killed, the monsters confronting the players would continue respawning without end. According to everything the officials had learned, killing any one of the 7 bosses would cause it to revive. Worse still, every resurrection granted all 7 monsters another stack of a powerful berserk attribute. Official reports claimed that even eliminating a single boss was enough to trigger both effects. But Qin Feng considered another possibility. What would happen if all 7 were killed at precisely the same time? Would the resurrection mechanic still activate? It was an idea worth testing. Rather than entering the battle himself, Qin Feng decided to gather more information first. He equipped the follower's pendant and summoned a devout follower, intending to use the expendable servant to test the boss's strength and abilities. The devout follower immediately rushed straight toward the clustered bosses and launched an attack. Its strike connected cleanly, removing more than 1,400 points of health from its target. The eyes of one boss suddenly burned with rage as it turned its attention toward the devout follower that had dared to attack it. The enraged boss slowly turned around. Only a moment later, the devout follower's entire body exploded violently, disappearing before it could make another move. Even after destroying the summoned follower, the bosses barely reacted. None of them spared the unfortunate creature another glance, as though killing it had required no effort whatsoever. Qin Feng's expression became serious as he assessed the results of the test. All 7 bosses were level 10, and none possessed any form of damage reflection. Their overall attributes were intimidating, but only around twice as powerful as those of ordinary gold-tier bosses. That meant they were dangerous, yet still within a range he could handle. Having confirmed their basic strength, Qin Feng finally made his move. He activated Shadow Ring Blade, causing a strange crimson energy to spread outward and engulf the entire area around the 7 bosses. Before the enemies could properly respond, Qin Feng followed up by releasing his poison darts. The projectiles streaked through the air and buried themselves directly into the bosses' throats. The 7 bosses collapsed almost together, and their corpses gradually began fading away. Yet Qin Feng frowned when he saw that not a single piece of loot had appeared, leaving him uncertain whether the battle had truly ended. At that moment, the disappearing remains suddenly gathered together. The bodies of all 7 bosses began merging, twisting into one another as they formed an entirely new and far more powerful monster. The newly formed creature towered over the battlefield with a gigantic body. The instant its transformation was complete, it lowered itself and charged directly toward Qin Feng with overwhelming force. Qin Feng immediately raised his guard. His guess had been correct. Killing all 7 monsters simultaneously had prevented the ordinary resurrection cycle and pushed the encounter into its next phase. As the massive creature approached, Qin Feng noticed that strange symbols covered nearly every part of its body. The giant swung at Qin Feng, but he moved aside and avoided the crushing blow. While dodging, he studied the markings and instantly recognized them as ancient god script. By separating the individual symbols, deciphering their meanings, and arranging them in the proper order, he uncovered the monster's true name, Euthos, the Calamity Ancient God. Euthos continued closing the distance, but Qin Feng hesitated because the correct method of fighting it remained unclear. Then a possibility entered his mind. Perhaps he needed to strike the symbols across the boss's body in the exact order indicated by the ancient god characters. After all, he had once invested enormous manpower and resources into researching ancient god script specifically so he could conquer the ancient god ruins. Qin Feng slipped past another attack and immediately put his theory into practice. He first struck the symbol carved into Euthos's leg, then moved upward to slash the marking on its arm, before finally attacking the character positioned across its chest. The moment the third symbol was struck, poisonous energy began pouring from the boss's enormous body. Euthos threw open its mouth and released an agonized roar that echoed throughout the surrounding valley. Cracks spread across the creature as its massive body started breaking apart piece by piece. It then lost its balance and collapsed into the water below. Qin Feng remained on high alert, unsure whether this destruction meant victory or the beginning of another transformation. Before the water could settle, several coffins suddenly rose from beneath the surface. At the same time, the remains of Euthos began floating above the water, shifting and changing shape once again. The boss's body twisted through another grotesque mutation. Moments later, multiple monsters tore their way out from within it, landing around the coffins and roaring loudly into the night. Qin Feng carefully compared the newly emerged creatures with the coffins surrounding them. The raised inscriptions carved into each coffin corresponded perfectly with one specific monster. From this, he immediately understood the rule of the current phase. Every creature had to be killed beside its matching coffin. Beyond the monsters, Qin Feng could already see the ancient god slate waiting in the distance. Its appearance meant that he had most likely reached the final phase of the encounter. The summoned creatures roared together and began charging toward him from every direction. Qin Feng held his ground without taking a single step backward. Determination sharpened his gaze as he prepared to face the final wave head-on. Above the battlefield, flocks of crows suddenly swept across the night sky, circling over the valley where Qin Feng was fighting for possession of the ancient god slate. The violent disturbance immediately drew the attention of every player nearby. Confused and curious, they tried to determine whether the trembling beneath their feet was an earthquake or a sign that the 7 bosses had entered a berserk state. Unable to ignore the movement coming from the valley, several groups decided to approach and investigate. One of the team's mages looked around impatiently and demanded to know where Shadow was. Her companion doubted he would appear at all, insisting that there was no possible way for one player to defeat bosses like these. Before the mage could reply, the swordsman's eyes suddenly widened, and he urgently called for everyone to come closer and look. When the group reached the battlefield, they found the entire area completely empty. There was no sign of Qin Feng, but even more astonishingly, the 7 bosses had vanished as well. The players could only stand there in shock, unable to understand what had happened. They cautiously walked through the abandoned battlefield and noticed deep cracks spreading across the ground. Some began wondering whether the earthquake itself had somehow killed the bosses. Just then, Captain Anyu contacted the group and ordered everyone to withdraw, explaining that Shadow had already handled the entire situation. The players stared at one another with eyes full of disbelief. None of them could accept that Shadow had genuinely defeated all the bosses alone. The coffins were now empty, and the heavy chains surrounding them had been shattered. Only moments earlier, these players had openly doubted that Shadow could defeat 7 bosses capable of resurrection. Yet barely 10 minutes later, every monster had disappeared, and none of them had even noticed Qin Feng entering the valley. They could not imagine how he had accomplished it, especially when the bosses were supposed to revive endlessly. For the first time, they began to understand why their leader placed so much trust in Shadow's abilities and decisions. Meanwhile, Qin Feng walked alone beneath the pale moonlight, holding the ancient god slate securely in one hand. Looking over the rewards he had gained, he decided that the results of this trip were not bad at all. A pleased light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. The battle had raised him all the way to level 14, and after killing all 7 bosses and collecting their rewards through greedy hand, he had obtained a total of 294 evolution points. More important than the levels or evolution points, however, was the ancient god slate now in his possession. Its mechanics were far too complicated for the authorities to decipher quickly. Qin Feng estimated that they would need at least a month to understand it, and the number of players lost during that period could have been catastrophic. Without hesitation, Qin Feng invested 210 evolution points into another upgrade. Once the process was complete, he still had 115 evolution points remaining. His Shadow Flash successfully evolved from epic to legendary tier, bringing enormous improvements to every part of the skill. The maximum blink distance increased to 40 meters. The following stealth effect could now last for 15 seconds, and the cooldown was reduced to only 8 seconds. With its new 8-second cooldown, Shadow Flash could now release 9 rapid slashes across a wider 6-meter area. Every individual strike received an additional 700 points of attack power. Yet, even those enhancements were secondary compared with the completely new effect unlocked by the legendary evolution. Each successful slash now granted Qin Feng a shield equal to 100% of his maximum health. These shields could stack up to 9 times, and every layer would remain active for a full 60 seconds. Qin Feng could not suppress his cheerful confidence after understanding the new effect. As long as all 9 slashes connected, the accumulated shields would raise his effective health to 10 times its normal amount. His ability to survive mistakes or unexpected attacks had just increased dramatically. Qin Feng activated his invisibility and quietly continued through the surrounding area. Based on his current leveling speed, he calculated that he would reach level 15 in approximately another 5 hours. Once that happened, it would finally be time to travel toward Magic City. Several hours later, Qin Feng returned to the ruined city. To his surprise, the same group of women was still gathered around Qin Xiaoyu, continuing the beating they had started earlier. Judging from the force behind every strike, the women seemed fully prepared to beat Qin Xiaoyu to death. Qin Feng watched with mild surprise, unable to believe that the assault was still going on after so much time. These women were far more ruthless and persistent than he had expected. The white-haired woman finally stepped away and stretched both arms, trying to loosen her aching body. Completely exhausted, she complained that both her back and waist were hurting. Her companion was equally irritated, staring at her badly swollen hand and grumbling that after hitting Qin Xiaoyu for so long, her palm practically felt as though it were smoking. Before leaving, the women spat contemptuously on Qin Xiaoyu's battered body. They decided that she had suffered enough for one day and declared that the beating should serve as a lesson she would not soon forget. After the women walked away, Qin Xiaoyu slowly pushed herself upright. Her body was covered in painful bruises, cuts, and swollen wounds from the prolonged assault. Tears immediately began streaming down Qin Xiaoyu's face. Instead of blaming the women who had attacked her, she bitterly decided that everything was Qin Feng's fault. She had told him to cut ties with her, yet he had truly taken her words seriously and ignored her. In her mind, he should have understood that when a girl said something like that, she often meant the exact opposite. Using her magic staff for support, Qin Xiaoyu struggled back onto her feet. Fortunately, she had already signed a 3-year contract with the Night Sanctuary, so she believed she no longer needed to worry about surviving during that period. Although the guild would take 50% of all the lifespan she earned, the remaining half would still belong to her. That advantage, she believed, would allow her to grow much faster than Chu Yin and the others. Qin Xiaoyu then cast Holy Healing, a skill capable of fully restoring the target's health. As her wounds rapidly recovered, resentment hardened her expression. She swore that once she became powerful enough, none of the people who had looked down on her would escape without punishment. Neither Qin Feng nor the vicious women who had beaten her would be allowed to get away so easily. To everyone's surprise, the golden light from Holy Healing did not settle over Qin Xiaoyu at all. Instead, the spell drifted toward the invisible Qin Feng nearby and began restoring his health without revealing his hidden figure. Poor Qin Xiaoyu stared at her empty hands before sinking helplessly to her knees. Believing that she had somehow failed to cast the spell yet again, she looked around in complete confusion, wondering where all that healing energy had gone. At the same time, far away among the shattered streets of Magic City's ruins, a large group of players was locked in a fierce battle against a towering boss formed entirely from solid rock. The stone boss brought its enormous arm crashing down, but the party's tank immediately stepped forward, bracing both feet against the ground. He raised his shield and absorbed the heavy blow for everyone behind him. Not far from the battlefield, 3 players remained hidden among the ruins, silently watching the entire fight from a safe distance. Qian Shishir was among them, waiting patiently for the right moment to make her move. Watching the 18-player team struggle against a single boss, Qian Shishir curled her lips in contempt. In her opinion, the men of Daxia were pathetically weak, gathering so many people for one enemy, while still looking terrified of fighting it. Her companion playfully winked and told her not to speak so harshly. After all, those players were exhausting themselves for their benefit, so they ought to show at least a little gratitude. Qian Shishir blew him a teasing kiss and laughed, calling him unusually polite. Even so, she complained that those Daxia pigs dealt such miserable damage that defeating one pathetic gold-tier boss was taking them forever. Unaware that they were being watched, the players continued surrounding the rock boss and attacking from every direction. After their long effort, its health bar had finally fallen below the halfway mark. The mage leading the assault broke into an excited smile and urged everyone to keep pushing with everything they had. The boss did not have much health remaining, and if they maintained their formation, the final blow would soon be within reach. Before he could finish encouraging the team, a spear suddenly burst straight through his chest from behind. The attack killed him instantly, and his body dissolved into glowing lifespan before the others could react. The attacker who had delivered that fatal strike was one of Qian Shishir's subordinates, who had been waiting and hiding alongside her. With a satisfied smile, the man looked toward the fallen mage and mockingly thanked him for all his hard work, as well as for the generous offering provided by such a helpless weakling. The remaining players immediately panicked when they recognized their attackers as members of the Spade Gang, a notorious band of thieves composed of mysterious women from Daxia and several foreigners. They could not understand how people this vicious could exist, traitors willing to lead outsiders in slaughtering their own countrymen. Despite the shock, the surviving players quickly raised their weapons and charged forward. Their leader shouted for everyone to remain calm and attack together, insisting that the enemy group contained only a few people. Seeing that the players still dared to resist, Qian Shishir's expression turned vicious. She promised to slaughter every Daxia pig in front of her and coldly warned them to prepare for death. One of her subordinates pulled out a pair of heavy war hammers and slammed them down while activating thunderous tremor. The earth shook violently beneath the players, cracking open and trapping their lower bodies deep inside the ground. Qian Shishir drew both daggers and shot forward with the speed of thunder. Her figure flashed through the immobilized formation, and within the blink of an eye, every trapped player had been cut down. Looking over the bodies scattered around her, Qian Shishir could not resist laughing in contempt. As far as she was concerned, the men of Daxiao truly were nothing more than a crowd of useless fools. A malicious light gleamed in her eyes as she considered the situation. Daxiao's authorities had already circulated information about their crimes, but she found that completely meaningless. In her eyes, the entire country was merely a filthy garbage dump overflowing with worthless trash. Her companion casually pointed out that the people they had killed were only ordinary players. There was never any possibility that such powerless individuals could compete with people like them, who possessed the backing of enormous capital. As the corpses around them continued transforming into lifespan orbs, Qian Shishir reminded the others that their real identities had not yet been exposed. Even so, remaining in Daxiao was becoming increasingly dangerous, so they should leave as soon as possible and relocate to North America. Qian Shishir lowered her gaze toward the scattered rewards and decided that once they arrived there, they would establish a guild devoted entirely to hunting Daxiao players. The black man beside her immediately agreed that it was a wonderful idea, while the other companion curiously asked what they planned to name this new guild. Qian Shishir slowly raised one of her gleaming daggers and admired its edge. With a pleased smile, she declared that their new organization would be known as the Alice Guild. She then dropped lazily onto the ground and began fantasizing about being surrounded by black men. Deciding that they had caused enough trouble for one day, Qian Shishir announced that it was time to log out and celebrate the founding of the Alice Guild with a huge party. Elsewhere, Captain Anyu contacted Qin Feng with a bright smile and waved toward him. She told him that the officials had already arrived, then suggested that they meet and properly discuss the price of the sanctuary hideout. Qin Feng immediately asked what price they were prepared to offer. Captain Anyu answered with 1,500 years of lifespan, but he rejected the figure without hesitation, stating plainly that it was far too low. Captain Anyu admitted that she had known 1,500 years would never satisfy him. She explained that she had argued fiercely with her superiors and finally persuaded the highest-ranking official to increase the offer to 2,000 years. This time, Qin Feng accepted the deal and instructed her to meet him beside the enormous statue standing at the center of the ruins. He knew Captain Anyu was extremely clever, though even she had still attempted to test him with an intentionally low opening price. A short while later, Qin Feng reached the central statue. Captain Anyu was already waiting there, accompanied by several heavily equipped knights who stood watch around her. Captain Anyu smiled with a faint blush and explained why she had brought such an imposing escort. She was currently carrying an enormous amount of lifespan, and the High Command had considered it too dangerous for her to travel alone, so they had arranged military protection. Qin Feng studied the knights with a serious gleam in his eyes, but he was not impressed. The authorities still had no understanding of his true strength, and these escorts appeared to know only one or two useful combat techniques. Without wasting any more time, Qin Feng handed the Golden Sanctuary key over to Captain Anyu. A system notification immediately appeared, confirming that the exchange between both parties had been completed successfully. The church sanctuary hideout key disappeared from Qin Feng's possession. In return, his account received an astonishing 2,000 years of fully tradable lifespan. With the transaction finished, Qin Feng turned and prepared to leave, while Captain Anyu cheerfully said goodbye. The knights beside her looked confused, unable to understand why the authorities had paid 2,000 years of lifespan for a single key. Captain Anyu explained that they did not grasp its true value. This sanctuary could shelter hundreds or possibly thousands of people, and aside from Shadow, almost no one would willingly surrender something so valuable. For Qin Feng, the timing of Captain Anyu's payment could not have been better. With this lifespan in hand, he could finally complete his preparations before traveling to Magic City. Qin Feng immediately began spending the tradable lifespan he had received. He first consumed 71.2 years to raise himself to level 15. Afterward, he extracted several important abilities, including the level 1 mythic skill Blessed Liberation for 161.7 years and the legendary skill Assassin's Instinct for another 71.12 years. He then purchased 3 epic tier skills, Shadow Ringblade for 36.35 years, Silent Concealment for 23.71 years, and Darkest Hour for 34.65 years. Finally, Qin Feng spent 113.89 years to extract the Mount Bell item. Aside from his equipment, his level, abilities, and other major powers were now completely synchronized with reality. His strength in the real world had become almost identical to what he possessed inside the game. Just as Qin Feng finished synchronizing his power, the system issued another warning. His hunger level had already climbed to a dangerous 90%. Qin Feng realized that he had gone far too long without eating. With his body demanding immediate nourishment, he decided to log out and deal with his hunger before doing anything else. After disconnecting from the game, Qin Feng opened his eyes in the real world and found himself still locked inside a cage within the Huiluan Hotel. The men gathered nearby quickly noticed that Qin Feng had awakened. Their attention immediately shifted toward the cage as they began closing in around him. They drew their weapons and ordered Qin Feng to surrender every bit of lifespan he possessed, warning that otherwise he would end up like the other victims scattered throughout the hotel. One of the men laughed excitedly, claiming that the apocalypse was wonderful because he could finally kill anyone he wanted without restraint. Qin Feng slowly raised his eyes and fixed them with a cold, penetrating stare. Irritated by his silence, one man shouted at him to stop wasting time and hand over his lifespan immediately. Another eagerly begged his boss for permission to tear Qin Feng apart with his own hands. The man holding the baseball bat mistook Qin Feng's calm silence for terror. Believing their captive had become too frightened to move, he decided there was no point continuing the interrogation and suggested simply killing him. Before any of them could draw another breath, an unfamiliar and oppressive energy suddenly spread through the air, filling every corner of the hotel. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ringblade. The released power swept violently through the building, and only moments later, the entire hotel began breaking apart and collapsing into countless shattered pieces. After dealing with the men, Qin Feng found a packet of instant noodles and picked it up. He now understood that the more power he synchronized into reality, the greater his body's energy requirements became. At his present level of strength, ordinary food was no longer capable of properly satisfying his needs. Qin Feng began eating the instant noodles despite knowing they would barely fill him. At the same time, he considered his next objective. Once he eliminated Qian Shishir and destroyed her newly formed Alice Guild, he would need to find a way to obtain the divine gifted book. After finishing his temporary meal, Qin Feng mounted his wolf and set out. He knew Qian Shishir was exceptionally cunning and far more difficult to track down than Song Fei. Fortunately, he still possessed a method to draw her into the open. The Kill Qin Feng mission he had previously accepted could be used as bait. Still far from satisfied by the instant noodles, Qin Feng headed toward Magic City with hunger gnawing at him. Along the journey, he planned to search for something more substantial to eat. At that very moment in Magic City, Qian Shishir was already holding an enormous celebration. Surrounded by her companions at the lively party, she praised her men enthusiastically and declared that they had performed brilliantly. Qian Shishir wrapped both arms around the two black men beside her, laughing as she described. One of Qian Shishir's subordinates suddenly stepped forward with important news. Shadow had just contacted them, claiming that Qin Feng was already dead. He wanted Qian Shishir to meet him in the real-world Magic City, where he would personally deliver Qin Feng's severed head and collect the remainder of his payment. Qian Shishir immediately sensed the danger in meeting Shadow face-to-face and said there was no need to take such a risk. A simple photograph would be enough. However, her subordinate explained that Shadow refused to use a phone because he feared the authorities might track his location through it. A slow smile spread across Qian Shishir's face when she realized that Shadow also appeared to be hostile toward the authorities. Their pursuit of her group had grown increasingly aggressive lately, and if she could seize this opportunity to recruit Shadow into the Alice Guild, then those Daxia pigs would no longer pose any real threat. With that thought in mind, she decided to arrange a small performance and test exactly where Shadow's loyalties truly lay. Qian Shishir decided that before meeting Shadow in reality, she would first see him inside the game. After sending him a set of coordinates, she traveled to the ruins and contacted Tian Xinjian. Her voice immediately turned sweet and affectionate as she asked whether he was there and told him how much she had missed him. Then, lowering her tone playfully, she said she needed a favor from him, something involving a living person. At that moment, Qin Feng was seated in meditation, his body perfectly still. He had activated silent concealment, a skill that allowed him to remain permanently invisible as long as he did not move. When he saw that Qian Shishir wanted to meet inside the game first, he silently acknowledged how cautious and clever she was. The coordinates she had chosen led to Spectre Academy, a location that happened to be fairly close to where he currently was. Qin Feng entered the game without hesitation. Since Qian Shishir had gone to such lengths to arrange this meeting, he was curious to see exactly what kind of trick she planned to play. Several hours later, Qin Feng arrived within the Magic City ruins and approached Spectre Academy. Still completely hidden by invisibility, he quietly dismounted from his wolf and began observing the area without revealing his presence. Just then, a group of government agents emerged and surrounded Qian Shishir. They announced that the authorities had successfully tracked down the Spade Gang and confirmed her identity as Spade A. With their weapons ready, they ordered her to surrender immediately and abandon all resistance. Otherwise, the authorities would have no choice but to respond with military force. Qian Shishir showed no fear at all. Instead, she smiled at Tian Xinjian and told him to return to his Daxia superiors with a message they should remember clearly. The Spade Gang no longer existed. From that moment onward, her organization would be known as the Alice Guild. She deliberately displayed her figure before them and proudly declared that the Alice Guild had one particular specialty: hunting down and killing the men she contemptuously called Daxia dogs. Tian Xinjian and the agents standing behind him could not stop themselves from blushing at her shameless display. Their embarrassment quickly turned into fury. They cursed Spade A for her outrageous arrogance and swore that the officers of, rather than becoming intimidated, hidden nearby beneath the protection of his invisibility, Qin Feng silently watched the entire confrontation unfold from beginning to end. Seeing that Qian Shishir remained every bit as defiant as before, Tian Xinjian clenched his fist until his knuckles tightened. His expression hardened as he swore that this time, he would personally place her under arrest. Qin Feng immediately recognized Tian Xinjian and recalled the role he had played in his previous life. Tian Xinjian was a famous informant who had secretly supplied intelligence to the Alice Guild, surviving until the 7th year after the game began before finally falling. What Qin Feng found interesting was that Qian Shishir and Qiu Haonan had already begun cooperating this early. He now understood that the confrontation before him had been deliberately arranged to test Shadow. If he stepped in to protect Qian Shishir, he would openly become an enemy of the authorities. But if he refused to intervene, she would most likely never agree to meet Shadow in the real world. Having made his decision, Qin Feng leaped from his hidden position and began descending rapidly from above, his concealed figure cutting silently through the air. Qin Feng activated Shadow Ring Blade, deciding that this was the perfect moment to demonstrate his supposed sincerity. A strange crimson aura spread across the area and wrapped itself around Tian Xingjian and his men, steadily draining away their health as they stood trapped within its range. Moments later, the system issued its confirmation. Qin Feng had successfully slain Tian Xingjian along with every agent who had accompanied him. Qian Shishir and the remaining members of her group stared at the fallen officers in confusion. The sudden attack had happened so quickly that none of them had fully understood who was responsible. Once the officers' corpses dissolved into glowing lifespan orbs, Qin Feng finally released his concealment and appeared directly before Qian Shishir's group. Standing calmly among the scattered rewards, he introduced himself with a single name, Shadow. Qin Feng walked closer to Qian Shishir without showing the slightest tension. After stopping in front of her, he offered a brief greeting and formally introduced himself as the man she had been waiting for, Shadow. Qian Shishir's eyes widened the instant she saw him. Excitement rushed across her face, and a deep blush spread over her cheeks as she stared at him with open admiration. To her, Shadow was simply far too cool. Powerful, mysterious, and ruthless. He was exactly the kind of man she adored. Her excitement suddenly gave way to dramatic tears. Qian Shishir complained that it was such a terrible shame for an extraordinary man like Shadow to be one of those Daxia pigs. She could not understand why someone so powerful had to come from Daxia, and she bitterly cursed the nation, insisting that its people did not deserve a man like him. Qian Shishir's subordinates were equally stunned by what they had witnessed. Qin Feng's attack had inflicted more than 40,000 points of damage, a number far beyond anything they could imagine. Realizing that this was the true strength of the world's #1 player, they quickly stepped forward and greeted him with obvious respect. Before the two men could finish speaking, Qin Feng moved with the speed of a thunderbolt. 2 rapid strikes flashed through the air, killing both of them instantly. Their bodies collapsed and immediately transformed into glowing orbs of lifespan. Qin Feng looked at the fallen men with an indifferent, almost icy expression. He casually claimed that he had not understood what they were saying, but judging by their tone and behavior, he had naturally assumed that they were insulting him. Qian Shishir stood frozen in shock. She hurriedly explained that the two men had not been insulting him at all. They had merely stepped forward to greet him and show their respect. Qin Feng continued pretending that the entire thing had been an innocent misunderstanding. He offered a casual apology, then suggested that to prevent anything similar from happening again, everyone should speak the Daxia language while standing on Daxia territory. With unnecessary interruptions handled, Qin Feng announced that it was time to complete their transaction. However, before discussing any further details, he coldly ordered Qian Shishir to put on some proper clothing. Qian Shishir smiled and covered her exposed chest while asking about Qin Feng's severed head. Deep down, she thought Shadow was an extremely strange man. Even so, that unusual attitude only made her like him more. Shadow calmly assured her that Qin Feng's head was currently in his possession. He explained that there was no way to bring a real human head into the game, but if she was willing to meet him outside, he could personally show it to her in the real world. Qian Shishir opened the system's transaction window and looked at Shadow with complete confidence. After witnessing his overwhelming power with her own eyes, she decided there was no reason to doubt him. A man as powerful as Shadow, she believed, had no need to lie over such a simple matter. The exchange was completed, and Shadow immediately received 1,500 days of fully tradable lifespan as payment. With the rewards safely transferred, Qin Feng turned away and prepared to leave. Before he could disappear, however, Qian Shishir quickly called out and asked him to wait. Wearing an inviting smile, Qian Shishir proposed that they establish a long-term partnership. Shadow possessed unmatched killing ability, while she had more than enough money to fund him. She then revealed that she already had another assassination target in mind. If he was interested in accepting the job, she invited him to visit her home that very night. Qian Shishir playfully stuck out her tongue, her face turning bright red as she leaned toward him. In a deliberately suggestive tone, she promised that once he arrived, she would satisfy any request he might have. Qin Feng showed a trace of genuine curiosity. Rather than responding to her flirtation, he directly asked who the new assassination target was and how much she intended to pay for the job. As her figure began fading from the game, Qian Shishir suggested that they save the details for an in-person conversation. She assured him that the next payment would be several times greater than what he had just received. Before logging out completely, She told Shadow that she would be waiting for him that night at Magic City's port. Qin Feng's expression became serious after hearing the meeting location. He immediately wondered whether Qian Shishir's residence at the port might actually be the yacht she owned. At the same time, near the statue and not far from where the meeting had taken place, Tian Xingjian and the agents who had been killed finished respawning. Tian Xingjian was furious and loudly cursed Shadow, convinced that the man would eventually betray the authorities completely. Even so, from his perspective, their operation had succeeded. Qian Shishir had now established a connection with Shadow. Tian Xingjian believed the fools in Jianghai City deserved much of the blame, since their repeated conflicts with Shadow had helped push him toward the end. He immediately ordered Lin Qingyu to lead the others in recovering their dropped lifespan, warning that another confrontation might begin very soon. The white-haired woman, Lin Qingyao, answered with a quiet nod. Inside the game, Lin Qingyao used the nickname Late Night Drizzle. As she considered what had just happened, a grim possibility formed in her mind. Shadow might truly have allied himself with Spade A. If that were the case, then they would need to discover some way to eliminate him, even if attempting it cost them their own lives. Late Night Drizzle lowered her eyes toward her own hand and sank deep into thought. She understood all too clearly how enormous the difference between her and Shadow had become. During the entire attack, she had not even managed to glimpse the outline of his body before everything was already over. Several hours later, deep in the middle of the night, a hooded man arrived at Qian Shishir's yacht. Keeping his face concealed beneath the hood, he introduced himself as Shadow and stated that he had come to meet Spade A. The guard stationed near the vessel immediately recognized the name and understood that their expected guest had finally arrived. The guards informed Shadow that they had been awaiting his arrival and that the yacht was already prepared to depart. They respectfully invited him to come aboard, but Shadow offered no response and remained completely silent. Under the darkness of night, the yacht sailed steadily through the open sea. Before long, it had traveled far beyond the lights of Magic City and the reach of any nearby shore. While Shadow appeared distracted, Qian Shishir approached him with a glass of wine. Shadow ignored the wine and wasted no time on pleasantries. Fixing his attention directly on Qian Shishir, he asked her to name the person she wanted him to kill. Qian Shishir stepped closer with a mischievous smile curling across her lips. She told Shadow that rushing straight into business took all the fun out of their meeting. With such a beautiful night surrounding them and such pleasant company at his side, she suggested that they leave those dull matters until later. Instead of confronting him, Qian Shishir softened her expression and raised her glass with an inviting smile. She suggested that they share a drink together and make a toast to the beautiful evening the two of them were about to enjoy. Shadow calmly accepted the wineglass from her hand. Without showing the slightest trace of suspicion or hesitation, he brought it to his lips and took a measured sip. Seeing him drink so readily, Qian Shishir could barely contain the happiness rising inside her. Before long, Shadow settled onto the sofa, looking completely unaware of the trap that had already been set around him. Qian Shishir quickly lowered herself onto the cushion beside him and wrapped both hands around his arm. Wearing a sweet, knowing smile, she leaned closer and asked whether he was beginning to feel anything yet, proudly revealing that the wine contained a special secret recipe of her own. Her breathing gradually grew heavier as excitement spread across her face. She explained that anyone who swallowed her concoction would soon become completely obedient and follow every command she gave. Everything was unfolding exactly as she had imagined, and she celebrated inwardly, convinced that even the legendary Shadow was still nothing more than an ordinary man in the end. But when she saw just how powerful his apparent reaction was, her smug excitement immediately turned into wide-eyed astonishment. Nearly drooling with anticipation, Qian Shishir positioned herself in front of Shadow and gently told him not to be tense, urging him to relax and simply enjoy what was happening. She then revealed the fantasy she had prepared in advance. When the two of them finally reached the highest point together, she would personally lift his hood and look clearly at the face hidden beneath it, certain that a man like Shadow had to be unbelievably handsome. Until that moment arrived, however, she wanted the mystery surrounding him to remain untouched. Qian Shishir soon lost herself completely in the encounter, stunned that Daxia could possess such an extraordinary man. Only then did she feel as though she truly understood why he had earned the name Shadow. A blazing sensation swept through her entire body, growing hotter with every passing second as the overwhelming experience pushed her further beyond control. Breathless and flushed, she kept urging him not to stop, crying out that she was ready and begging him to continue until the rising wave finally broke over her and carried her to climax. Right at that critical moment, something completely unexpected happened. Eerie green flames suddenly erupted from Shadow's body, surging outward and wrapping themselves around Qian Shishir before she had any chance to escape. Qian Shishir froze in pure shock as an unbearable heat scorched across her body. Panic filled her widened eyes, and only one terrified thought remained in her mind. Were those strange green flames actually real fire? Before the flames could finish her, a figure abruptly appeared beside her and seized the crystal pendant hanging from her neck. He clearly had not expected her to possess such a valuable treasure, and it was only because of that item that she had survived the attack. The pendant was a gold-tier universal accessory known as the Protective Crystal Pendant. Its unique ability automatically granted the wearer a layer of damage immunity once every 300 seconds. The mysterious figure was none other than Qin Feng. A suffocating pressure rolled from his body as he fixed Qian Shishir with a cold, penetrating stare that seemed to see straight through her. Her face went pale with disbelief. She could not understand why Qin Feng was standing there, because she clearly remembered watching Shadow kill him. Qin Feng finally gave her the answer, and the truth was devastatingly simple. There had never been two separate mysteries to solve. Qin Feng himself was Shadow. Terror instantly overtook Qian Shishir. She scrambled away from the hooded Shadow still seated on the sofa, staring at him with eyes stretched wide as the horrifying realization settled over her. The hooded man on the couch had never been Qin Feng at all. He was merely a devout follower Qin Feng had summoned in order to impersonate Shadow in his place. Judging from the follower's delighted expression, he had thoroughly enjoyed every moment of his time with Qian Shishir. The proud and arrogant Qian Shishir from only moments earlier disappeared without a trace. She dropped to her knees before Qin Feng and repeatedly smashed her forehead against the floor, no longer caring about dignity or appearance. With her voice trembling, she begged Qin Feng to spare her life and admitted over and over that everything had been her fault. In desperation, she offered him every year of tradable lifespan she possessed and swore that she would become his slave. She promised he could command her however he wished, as long as he allowed her to keep breathing. Qin Feng showed no interest in her desperate promises. Instead, he coldly asked about the 5 foreign players who had been accompanying her. Tears flooded Qian Shishir's eyes as she lowered herself even further. She began barking like a frightened little dog and pitifully called him daddy, asking whether he would let her live if she gave him the information he wanted. She did not even get the chance to finish her bargain. Qin Feng reached forward and snapped her neck in one merciless motion. As her body twisted in agony, he took the phone from her possession and searched through it, quickly discovering that the 5 foreigners were no longer aboard the yacht. With Qian Shishir dead, Qin Feng successfully collected a total of 659 years of tradable lifespan from her. He had originally hoped to trap all 5 foreigners and eliminate them in a single sweep, so learning they were gone was rather disappointing. Still, there was no point dwelling on it. His next move was to use Qian Shishir's phone to contact the authorities while he remained close to her luxurious yacht. Soon, the roar of engines cut across the dark water as several police boats raced toward the yacht at full speed. A large-scale murder had been reported aboard the vessel, and one of the alleged victims was the daughter of the president of the powerful Qian Group. According to the anonymous informant, the abilities used by the killer closely resembled Shadow's skills from the game, making his identity almost impossible to doubt. Because of the seriousness of the case, an investigation team was immediately sent to secure and examine the yacht. Qiu Haonan was among the officials riding on those approaching boats. In his eyes, Shadow was a lawless monster who respected neither order nor human life. Such a senseless massacre was not merely a crime. It was a deliberate challenge to the laws of their entire country. Once he boarded the yacht, Qiu Haonan planned to use his tracking ability on the bodies. The moment Shadow's position was confirmed, every officer would unleash their full firepower and erase him on the spot. More than anything, Qiu Haonan swore that he would avenge his beloved Shishir. Within seconds, the police boats spread out across the water and completely encircled Qian Shishir's yacht, cutting off every visible path of escape. The officers immediately began examining Qian Shishir's remains. Their preliminary inspection determined that she had died from a severe fracture of the cervical spine. They also discovered unidentified DNA traces inside her mouth, along with obvious burn injuries across her body. Enraged by what he saw, Qiu Haonan cursed Shadow under his breath, accusing him not only of murdering Qian Shishir, but of humiliating her even after death. Qiu Haonan placed one hand directly against Qian Shishir's corpse and activated a special ability called Last Words of the Deceased. By making physical contact with a victim's body, the skill could reveal the killer's current location for 5 full minutes. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Haonan swore that he would personally see the murderer captured and forced to answer for every crime. The instant the skill took effect, Qiu Haonan's expression changed completely. His eyes suddenly widened as the location revealed to him defied everything he had expected. He immediately raised his guard, drew his pistol, and warned every officer nearby to stay alert. Shadow was not somewhere far away, he was right there with them. Qiu Haonan began shouting urgent orders, commanding the entire team to concentrate their attack toward the 6 o'clock direction. Before Qiu Haonan could even finish turning around, a powerful venom-coated dart tore through his head. The attack was so sudden that every officer nearby froze in stunned disbelief. Xiao Haonan's lifeless body collapsed beside Qian Shishir's corpse with a heavy thud. Even after witnessing their investigator die without warning, Lin Xingyu managed to keep her composure and remain focused on the threat before them. Determination hardened Lin Xingyu's expression as she activated a protective group shield around the officers. She immediately opened fire toward Shadow's position, accusing him of killing an official investigator. With her weapon still raised, she demanded to know whether this attack meant he had chosen to become an enemy of the authorities. Qin Feng calmly told everyone to stop panicking. He explained that Xiao Haonan had been killed because he was a traitor who secretly leaked official information to Qian Shishir in return for personal benefits. As for proof, Qin Feng pointed out that the evidence should still be stored on Xiao Haonan's phone. The officers were welcome to examine it as thoroughly as they pleased. One of the officers quickly unlocked Xiao Haonan's phone and searched through its contents. A moment later, he reported to Captain Lin that Qin Feng had been telling the truth. They had discovered extensive communication records between Captain Xiao and Qian Shishir. The information on the devices also confirmed another shocking fact. Qian Shishir was the player known inside the game as Black Ace. Lin Xingyu found the revelation difficult to accept. Refusing to rely only on someone else's report, she decided that she needed to look through the evidence with her own eyes. She reached out and took the phone, but the officer beside her suddenly panicked and hurriedly asked her to wait. Lin Xingyu paused in confusion, wondering what could possibly be on the device that even she, the captain, was apparently not supposed to see. Her question was answered the moment the screen came into view. Lin Xingyu's eyes widened as she found herself staring at a photograph of Xiao Haonan and Qian Shishir locked in an intimate kiss. Curiosity pushed her to open the photo gallery, but the images waiting inside made her entire face turn as red as a tomato. The gallery was filled with private photographs of Xiao Haonan and Qian Shishir together. Standing awkwardly beside her, the nervous officer could only remind Captain Lin that he had already tried to warn her. After seeing the messages and photographs for herself, Lin Xingyu could no longer deny the truth. Every accusation Shadow had made was accurate, and the hidden structure behind the entire incident finally became clear to her. The previous time Shadow had killed them inside the game, it had merely been a performance designed for Qian Shishir to witness. By putting on that display, he successfully earned her confidence and encouraged her to seek him out in the real world. Once he located her, he dealt with her personally. Then, after reporting the murders to the authorities, he drew Xiao Haonan into the same trap and eliminated the corrupt investigator as well. With a single calculated plan, Shadow had quietly helped the authorities remove two major threats at once. The officer beside Lin Xingyu finally asked why she was still staring so intensely at the photographs on the phone. Only then did she pull herself from her thoughts. Shadow's ability to manipulate every person and event had left her deeply shaken. She now understood that if someone this terrifying ever truly became hostile toward the authorities, the consequences would be beyond imagination. A moment later, Lin Xingyu remembered that she had personally fired at Shadow only a short time early. Lin Xingyu lowered her weapon and faced Shadow with unmistakable gratitude. She sincerely thanked him for exposing Xiao Haonan's betrayal and helping them resolve the case, then apologized for recklessly shooting at him before learning the truth. Without pausing to reconsider, Lin Xingyu turned the gun toward herself and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck her own leg, and the surrounding officers immediately erupted into panic at the shocking sight. Despite the pain spreading through her wounded leg, Lin Xingyu remained upright and quickly told the alarmed officers not to worry about her. Tears gathered in her eyes as she looked toward the place where Shadow stood. She told him that by taking the bullet herself, she had now repaid the shot she had fired at him earlier. Then, enduring the pain, she respectfully asked him to continue cooperating with the authorities in the future. One of the officers hurried over and supported Lin Xingyu as she struggled to remain standing. He told her that there had been no reason to take such an extreme precaution. Lin Xingyu, however, replied that none of them truly understood Shadow's personality. Under circumstances like these, acting too carefully was still far better than carelessly creating an enemy they could never afford to face. Unknown to the officers, Qin Feng was still nearby, concealed by his invisibility ability and silently observing everything. He had already recognized Lin Xingyu as the player called Late Night Drizzle. She had deliberately shot herself just to make certain she would not be viewed as his enemy. Such decisiveness was exactly what one would expect from the woman destined to become a leading figure among Magic City's official forces. Meanwhile, back inside the game world, movement stirred near the distant ruins. Several hostile monsters emerged from the surrounding area and began closing in on a small group of players. The player carrying the shield immediately stepped forward. Qin Xiaoyu lifted her friendly-looking staff and hurriedly activated a healing ability. Unfortunately, her aim was so disastrously clumsy that the glowing spell landed on one of the monsters instead of her injured teammate. Strengthened by the accidental healing, The creature lunged forward and sank its teeth into the shield-bearing player. Staring in disbelief as she healed the wrong target yet again, he angrily shouted that she was just as useless as always. Warm healing light continued pouring into the monster's body, restoring its strength instead of saving her teammate. At the same time, another creature lunged onto the helpless player and began tearing into him right in front of Qin Xiaoyu. The disastrous fight did not last much longer. Within moments, both Qin Xiaoyu and her unfortunate companion were completely eliminated from the battlefield. After respawning once again, Qin Xiaoyu stood there with tears welling in her eyes, utterly unable to understand what had just happened. She had not seen anyone attack them, so her mind immediately jumped to Shadow. She wondered whether he kept targeting her because he had somehow discovered that she intended to avenge Brother Song Fei. Her companion responded by slamming a fist against the top of her head. Calling her a complete idiot, he demanded to know why someone like Shadow would waste time personally hunting her. He then explained that they had actually been wiped out by the Platinum-tier boss, Headless Assassin Xiaoluo, before asking whether she had ignored every system notification that appeared. A swollen bump now rose from Qin Xiaoyu's head as she clutched it in pain. Still furious, the man explained that Xiaoluo had only attacked because Qin Xiaoyu's badly aimed healing spell had accidentally provoked the boss. He then swore that if the guild leader ever placed her in his team again, he would kill himself on the spot rather than suffer through another disaster like this. Before he could calm down, a heavy presence suddenly descended nearby. The moment the man recognized the approaching boss, all the anger vanished from his face and was instantly replaced by panic. A strange and oppressive aura rolled from Xiaoluo's body as she appeared behind them. Realizing that the boss had followed them even after they respawned, the man immediately turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu and sprinted away without the slightest hesitation. Qin Xiaoyu remained frozen for a heartbeat, her eyes widening with fear as the danger finally sank in. This situation was clearly far worse than she had imagined. Meanwhile, night had already settled over the city. Far from the ruined battlefield, a grand mansion stood beneath the darkness, its quiet exterior hiding the fury erupting inside. Without warning, a plate piled with fruit was hurled across the room. It smashed against the floor, scattering broken porcelain and fruit in every direction. The person responsible was a red-haired woman gripping a phone tightly against her ear. Her face twisted with rage as she berated the officials on the other end of the call, calling every one of them useless. They had been handed a perfect opportunity to eliminate Shadow, yet they were simply abandoning it. Whatever excuses they tried to offer, she had no interest in hearing them. Shadow had slaughtered members of her Dongfang clan, and she refused to let their blood be shed without repayment. The people she was speaking to had spent years infiltrating the government, only to prove completely worthless when the most important moment finally arrived. She ordered them to make Shadow pay for everything he had done, no matter the cost. Standing behind the furious woman was a young boy holding a whip in one hand. She turned toward him and reminded him that Shadow had killed his father-in-law, then sharply demanded to know why he was still hesitating instead of seeking revenge. Behind the boy lay a badly wounded woman, her eyes still glowing with wicked confidence despite her condition. The boy looked toward his mother and calmly revealed that he had already devised a plan capable of killing Shadow. His mother's anger gave way to curiosity. She asked her son, Nantian, exactly what kind of plan he had created, reminding him that the godforsaken game only allowed adults over the age of 18 to enter. Since he was still underage, he could not personally confront Shadow inside the game. Nantian's eyes gleamed with confidence as he explained that entering the game was unnecessary. Even if he could not fight Shadow directly, he could still defeat him with his intelligence. Since Shadow had a habit of killing those who provoked him, Nantian planned to send several people to anger him and then lure him toward his father's fireworks factory. Everything inside the factory would be prepared beforehand. The moment Shadow arrived to kill the bait, they would detonate the entire building at once. Tens of thousands of fireworks would erupt together and transform the factory into Shadow's enormous funeral pyre, allowing the whole world to witness his death. Better still, even if the scheme failed, Shadow would have no way to trace the operation back to their family. A pleased smile gradually spread across the mother's face. Looking at Nantian, she decided that they had not done such a poor job raising him after all. She then turned toward Chu and coldly mocked him, saying that even her young son had proven more useful than he was. Chu did not argue with her insult. Instead, he warned that the entire operation had to remain completely secret. The authorities' official position was still to recruit Shadow rather than destroy him, and neither his eldest brother nor his second brother would support such a reckless assassination attempt. After hearing his warning, the red-haired woman abruptly ended the phone call. Since the officials refused to act and others within the family would oppose her, she decided she would personally handle the matter herself. She then walked closer to Nantian and shifted her attention toward the woman tied up behind him. After examining the captive's battered condition, She asked her son why the woman still refused to surrender her lifespan. Nantian apologized with an embarrassed expression. Blushing slightly, he rubbed his cheek and admitted that he had lost control for a brief moment and accidentally killed the woman before she could hand over anything. At the same time, back inside the godforsaken game and deep within the ruins of Magic City, the boss pursuing Qin Xiaoyu and her companion suddenly attacked. Just as the two players were about to escape, Xiaoluo moved with the speed of thunder and sliced them apart before either could react. Qin Xiaoyu stared in horror, unable to comprehend how any boss could move so unbelievably fast. Moments later, their bodies dissolved and transformed into glowing orbs of lifespan. Nearby players immediately noticed the sudden deaths and began shouting in alarm. Since none of them had seen the attacker, they concluded that an invisible player had killed the pair instantly, and in their minds, the only possible culprit was Shadow. Before those players could even catch their breath, Xiaoluo struck again. Her unseen attack swept through them in an instant, killing the entire group and reducing their bodies to more floating lifespan orbs. The remaining players finally lost all courage and scattered in every direction. Convinced that Shadow had gone completely mad, they fled the ruins while shouting that he was slaughtering innocent players without reason. Far away from that chaos, Qin Feng stood calmly above the open sea, lightly whistling as he admired the vast stretch of water below. Since he was well beyond the city and far from ordinary people, he decided this isolated location was suitable for extracting his hideout into reality. A system prompt appeared before Qin Feng, asking whether he wished to consume a total of 1,315.2 years of lifespan to complete the extraction. The lifespan would be spent to bring the soul-cleansing land out of the game and into the real world. Because the hideout was an underground structure, before the process could begin, the system issued one final warning. Any existing material overlapping with the hideout's extraction area would be completely obliterated, and Qin Feng was required to confirm that he still wished to proceed. Qin Feng lowered his gaze toward the depths beneath the sea and calmly gave his confirmation. Moments later, an enormous magical formation began glowing across the surface of the water. The ocean suddenly split apart, as if divided by an invisible force. Between the towering walls of seawater, the soul-cleansing land emerged from below and was successfully extracted into reality. Qin Feng watched the completed hideout with a serene expression. With that matter settled, he decided the time had finally come to begin searching for the divine book. After logging back into the game, Qin Feng was immediately contacted by Wang Meng. Someone had reported Shadow for indiscriminately murdering players throughout Magic City. However, Wang Meng already knew Qin Feng could not be responsible, because Shadow had not even been online when the killings began. After investigating the reports, Wang Meng discovered that the true attacker was a platinum-tier boss named Headless Assassin Xiaoluo. Her stealth level was so high that none of the players in the ruins could see or track her. With the casualties continuing to rise, Wang Meng asked Qin Feng whether he could deal with the boss. Back in the ruins of Magic City, Xiaoluo continued moving unseen through the battlefield. Player after player fell beneath her attacks, leaving the ground covered with nothing but glowing lifespan orbs. Anshuan crouched behind a pile of broken rubble, struggling to suppress the fear spreading across his face. He could not understand what kind of monstrous boss they were facing, especially when even his level 3 anti-stealth ability failed to reveal her. After being completely overshadowed by Shadow during the incident with the Iron Saintess, Anshuan had already been left deeply frustrated. Even so, Anshuan forced a confident smile and claimed that the boss's invisibility was the only real problem. If he could simply see her, he insisted that he would be capable of restraining Xiaoluo by himself. He even boasted that if Shadow appeared, he too would be helpless against the Headless Assassin. Yan Yin immediately panicked and warned Anshuan to lower his voice before his bragging attracted the boss directly toward them. Yan Yin then suggested that they quietly move toward higher ground. From an elevated position, they would have a clearer view of the surrounding ruins and a better chance of spotting any unusual movement. Anshuan began creeping forward as quietly as possible, carefully placing each foot between the scattered debris. Unfortunately, he stepped directly onto a banana peel lying on the ground. His foot shot forward, and the poor man crashed onto his back, while angrily wondering who could possibly have thrown a banana peel there. Before he could finish complaining, however, danger arrived. Xiaoluo flashed through the area like a bolt of lightning and sliced Yan Yin and the accompanying subordinate cleanly in half. They're still lying on the ground. Anshuan stared in disbelief. In a single instant, the invisible boss had wiped out every subordinate who had been standing beside him. Without wasting even a second, Anshuan reached out and snatched one of the nearby lifespan orbs. But the moment he turned around, his body stiffened. Xiaoluo was standing directly before him. The boss slowly raised one arm, preparing to finish him with another strike. Rather than showing fear, Anshuan forced himself upright and loudly challenged her, shouting that he was not afraid of her at all. As Xiaoluo gathered herself to attack, An Chuan suddenly threw his body into a desperate roll. A second later, panic crossed his face when he realized he had dodged far too early. With no time to think of another strategy, An Chuan simply continued rolling. He tumbled across the ground again and again, refusing to stop long enough for the boss to strike him. After several frantic rolls, confusion began replacing his fear. An Chuan's eyes widened as he wondered what Xiaoluo was waiting for and why she still had not attacked him. Unable to trust the strange silence, An Chuan kept circling around the boss by rolling non-stop. He pushed the ridiculous maneuver to its absolute limit until the entire ruined battlefield seemed to spin around him and dizziness overwhelmed his senses. At last, An Chuan stopped rolling and struggled to steady himself. Through his blurred vision, he noticed something confusing. The boss's figure seemed to be fading away right in front of him. An Chuan was now so dizzy from the endless rolling that he could barely keep his eyes focused. Everything around him swayed and blurred, leaving him unable to see clearly what was actually happening. After gathering enough power for the attack, Xiaoluo unleashed her anti-stealth strike directly at the disoriented An Chuan. Still dizzy from rolling across the ground, he could not react in time, much less dodge again, and the full force of the technique struck him head-on. The impact ended the fight instantly. An Chuan's body vanished on the spot, breaking apart and transforming into a glowing mass of lifespan. While Xiaoluo's attention remained fixed on the opponent she had just eliminated, a dark figure quietly began emerging behind her. Shadow had finally chosen that exact moment to make his move. Without any warning, Qin Feng appeared in the air directly above Xiaoluo. Activating true anti-stealth strike, he dropped down with terrifying force and drove his dagger deep into her back. The blow inflicted more than 28,000 points of damage, killing the Platinum Tier boss in a single attack. Qin Feng had moved so quickly that Xiaoluo never sensed him approaching, nor did she have enough time to turn her head before dying. As her information appeared before him, he could not help feeling slightly surprised when he noticed that the boss's name was Xiaoluo. A few minutes before Qin Feng arrived, the guild members gathered throughout the ruined city had surrounded poor Qin Xiaoyu and pointed accusing fingers at her. They blamed her misdirected healing spell for awakening the headless assassin, claiming that Xiaoluo had locked onto her and followed her all the way back to the respawn point. Qin Xiaoyu stood beneath their angry stares with tears filling her eyes. Her shoulders drooped as she tried to explain that none of it had been intentional and that she had never meant to provoke the boss. Two furious players immediately told the guild leader that their teams would never accept someone as dangerous as Qin Xiaoyu. With her around, they might suddenly die without even understanding what had killed them. The guild leader quickly ordered everyone to lower their voices, sharply asking whether they wanted their shouting to attract Xiaoluo back to them. The guild leader studied Qin Xiaoyu with a serious expression and finally accepted that she simply was not suited for direct combat. He informed her that from that moment onward, her duty would be gathering information about hidden bases instead of joining battle teams. If she discovered a gold-tier hideout, she would receive 3 years of lifespan, while locating a platinum-tier hideout would earn her 10 years. Thinking back, he remembered how excited they had been when they first discovered that she possessed a hidden class, believing the guild had uncovered a priceless treasure. Pointing toward Qin Xiaoyu, the guild leader added that he would personally provide her with 1 year of lifespan every day from now on. Since she died so frequently, allowing her limited lifespan to keep disappearing would be far too wasteful. A system window immediately appeared before her, announcing that she had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining balance had now risen to 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qin Xiaoyu sincerely thanked the guild leader from the bottom of her heart. The other women in the guild immediately burned with jealousy when they witnessed the exchange. In their minds, Qin Xiaoyu had somehow turned her terrible luck into an advantage, and they became convinced that this had been her plan all along, so she could meet the guild leader every single day. Cursing that little vixen Xiaoyu under their breath, they declared that they would start doing the same thing. At that moment, glowing lifespan began rising from somewhere nearby, drawing everyone's attention. One of the players suddenly noticed that the boss's displayed name was Xiaoluo. Hearing that unfamiliar name, the guild leader and the surrounding members exchanged curious, confused looks. A short while later, Xiaoluo's lifeless body appeared on the ground before them. Then Qin Feng stepped into view behind the fallen boss and silently fixed his gaze on the guild leader. The guild leader and every man standing beside him froze in place. Their eyes widened, their jaws dropped, and none of them could hide their shock at seeing Shadow suddenly appear before them. Without pausing for even a second, the guild leader turned with a furious expression and slammed a heavy blow onto the head of one of his own men. Just then, a strange current of energy gathered around Qin Xiaoyu. The air surrounding her began twisting and warping unnaturally, leaving her staring around in complete confusion. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened with both fear and surprise as the distortion intensified. Neither she nor any of the nearby players understood what was happening around her. The guild leader reacted without wasting a moment. He rushed forward and kicked Qin Xiaoyu hard in the backside, launching her away from the rest of the group. Instead of falling normally, Qin Xiaoyu's body suddenly floated upward through the air. She waved her arms helplessly and screamed for someone to save her. At that exact moment, 3 headless assassins appeared around the airborne Qin Xiaoyu and surrounded her from different directions. The sight immediately captured Qin Feng's full attention. An Xuan and the others, who had been watching from behind cover, panicked when they saw 3 bosses appear at once. A closer look revealed that there were actually 4, and then 5, with one of them having already been instantly killed by Shadow. Only then did they understand why Xiaoluo had seemed to appear everywhere throughout the ruins. There had never been just one of her, but numerous identical clones. Suspended helplessly in the air, Qin Xiaoyu began crying out for assistance, her tear-filled eyes darting around in desperation. The moment she spotted Shadow nearby, hope returned to her face, and she immediately believed that she had been saved. Qin Xiaoyu stretched one hand toward Qin Feng and begged him to rescue her, desperately calling him Brother Shadow. But hearing the word brother from the mouth of someone who had once betrayed him caused a cold fury to flare within Qin Feng's eyes. The headless assassin clones closed in from every side, raising their weapons and preparing to strike Qin Xiaoyu at the same time. Before their attacks could land, Qin Feng activated his newly acquired Shadow Dash. His figure flashed through the air in the blink of an eye, and a storm of slashes tore through the clustered bosses, along with the unfortunate Qin Xiaoyu caught between them. Qin Xiaoyu stared in stunned disbelief as her body was cut apart. Even at the moment of death, she could not understand why Shadow had chosen to kill her as well. A system notification immediately informed Qin Feng that he had killed headless assassin Xiaoluo and Qin Xiaoyu. From the battle, he received 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and a total of 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. As countless lifespan orbs rained down through the air, Qin Feng turned his back on Qin Xiaoyu's fading remains. Without the slightest warmth in his voice, he simply remarked that she had been unlucky. Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand and gathered all the scattered loot toward himself. He quickly realized that the 1,520 days of lifespan had come from Xiaoluo herself, while the boss had also dropped a large collection of additional glowing orbs. Those were the non-tradable lifespans she had recently absorbed from other players but had not yet finished digesting. Captain Anyu and Wang Meng soon appeared nearby. With a bright smile, Captain Anyu greeted Qin Feng and offered to purchase any items he did not need. Qin Feng could not help feeling mildly surprised, wondering how Captain Anyu and Wang Meng always seemed to appear wherever valuable loot was involved. Remaining calm, Qin Feng told them that they had arrived at exactly the right time. He knew another location containing worthwhile rewards, and if their offer was generous enough, he could lead them there. He instructed Wang Meng and the other men to accompany him, but specifically stated that Captain Anyu could not come. Her expression immediately darkened as she demanded to know why she was being excluded. Qin Feng raised one finger and pointed directly toward Wang Meng. He then clarified his meaning in a completely matter-of-fact tone. To be precise, no women were allowed to join them. Captain Anyu's cheeks reddened as she deliberately emphasized her attractive figure and asked the great boss why he was treating her this way. Pretending to be deeply hurt, she accused him of discriminating against women and joked that she had even considered seducing him, only to discover that he apparently preferred men. Qin Feng answered by lightly knocking her on the head. He then explained that outside the northern gate of the ruined city stood a tower of divine authority. Anyone who completed its challenge could obtain valuable rewards, but the NPCs inside held a deep contempt for women. If even one woman joined the team, the difficulty of the entire challenge would increase tenfold. Xiao smiled as she said goodbye to Qin Feng and wished him good luck, while her companion watched him with open admiration. Captain Anyu turned away in fury, loudly condemning the tower's NPCs as sexist trash. She swore that once she became strong enough, she would return and kill every one of them. Still fuming, she told Xiaohei that they would explore the nearby mountain, hunt some monsters, and vent her anger there instead. Qin Feng instructed Wang Meng and his men to follow him, and a system message immediately announced that Shadow had sent them a party invitation. One of Wang Meng's subordinates became visibly nervous, admitting that this was his first time joining a team with the legendary Great Boss. Wang Meng quickly scolded him and reminded everyone that this was a rare chance to study Shadow's movements and learn from him directly. In the next instant, Qin Feng had already opened a huge distance between himself and the group. Wang Meng's men stared in panic, unable to understand what they were seeing. Shadow appeared to be walking at an unhurried pace, yet even while running at full speed, they could not keep up with him. They began wondering how they were supposed to learn anything when his agility was so overwhelmingly high. While continuing toward the tower, Qin Feng opened his system inventory and examined the recent drops. More than 20 different items had appeared, and among them, 2 were equipment and skills specifically suited for an assassin. The first was the Emerald Tier Forest Bone Blade, a weapon designed for assassins. It provided 388 points of attack power and 125 points of armor penetration, while also increasing strength by 39 and agility by 48. The weapon required level 15 to equip. Its unique effect doubled the wielder's movement speed for 5 seconds after dealing damage, and while that speed boost remained active, it also granted a 30% evasion rate. Qin Feng drew the Forest Bone Blade from its sheath and examined the weapon with obvious satisfaction. Its attack power was nearly 80% higher than the Plague Blade's 216 points, and it also provided armor penetration along with substantial bonuses to both strength and agility. No matter how he looked at it, the weapon was excellent and absolutely worth equipping. The second reward was the Platinum Tier Skill Shadow Blade. The skill formed a blade from condensed dark elements and launched it at a single target within 20 meters, dealing dark element damage with an additional 600 points of dark elemental attack. When the blade struck, it also removed 1 random enhancement effect of up to Platinum Tier. Its base cooldown was 12 seconds, reduced to an effective 6.49 seconds for Qin Feng, and the skill required level 14 to learn. Qin Feng decided to evolve Shadow Blade all the way to Legendary Tier. Although its single-target dark element damage did not seem especially impressive, the ability to strip beneficial effects from an enemy made the skill extremely valuable in the right battle. The evolution consumed 56 evolution points, leaving Qin Feng with 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade advanced through Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic Tier before finally reaching Legendary. Its additional dark elemental attack increased to 1,500 points, and it could now dispel 1 random buff of up to Legendary Tier. The base cooldown dropped to 7 seconds, with an effective cooldown of 3.78 seconds for Qin Feng. On top of those improvements, the skill gained an entirely new legendary effect. Whenever Shadow Blade struck an enemy's weak point, 3 seconds of the skill's cooldown would be refunded immediately. Holding his newly equipped blade, Qin Feng could not hide his satisfaction. As long as Shadow Blade connected with a weak point, 3 seconds would instantly be removed from its cooldown. Combined with his existing cooldown reduction, that meant the skill's true waiting time would fall to only 0.78 seconds, allowing Qin Feng to launch the legendary skill again almost immediately after every successful weak point strike. Qin Feng finally pulled his attention away from the upgraded skill. But when he turned around, he discovered that Wang Meng and the rest of the group had vanished from sight without leaving even a trace behind. At that same moment, roughly 2 kilometers behind Qin Feng, Wang Meng's subordinates were staggering forward while gasping heavily for air. Completely exhausted, they complained that Shadow moved far too quickly for anyone to follow. One of the men finally told his captain that he could not take another step. Wang Meng immediately grabbed the exhausted subordinate by both feet and began dragging him across the ground. Refusing to leave anyone behind, he ordered the man to stop complaining and talking nonsense. After the difficult journey, Qin Feng and the others finally reached the Tower of Divine Authority, standing deep within the forest. The structure rose so impossibly high above the trees that, from the ground below, its uppermost point could not be seen at all. Qin Feng looked toward the enormous tower and informed Wang Meng and his exhausted men that they had finally reached the correct place. Once they stepped inside, an NPC would appear before them and present the group with a special challenge they needed to complete. Before anyone entered, Qin Feng warned them that the NPC inside was particularly shameless. The better their team performed during the trial, the more expensive the NPC would make every item he offered afterward. With his usual calm expression, Qin Feng advised them to reveal no more than 1% of their actual strength. Even while holding back that much, they still needed to perform carefully, because the challenge only required them to defeat a single gold-tier boss. But when Qin Feng turned around to check on the others, he found Wang Meng and his men sprawled across the ground behind him. Their bodies trembled from exhaustion, making it painfully clear that none of them had been capable of keeping pace with him. Wang Meng's face was drenched in sweat, and every breath came out in a heavy gasp. Even so, he forced one arm into the air, gave Qin Feng a confident thumbs up, and promised that there was no need to worry because he guaranteed the mission would succeed. As Qin Feng walked toward the entrance of the Tower of Divine Authority, he reminded everyone to communicate through team chat at all times so the NPC could not overhear their conversation. He explained that once the challenge was cleared, they would gain the right to purchase excellent items from the NPC, confidently assuring them that the rewards would not leave them disappointed. With everyone finally gathered at the entrance, Qin Feng and the others pushed open the massive doors of the Tower of Divine Authority and stepped inside together. The moment they entered, Wang Meng and his men stared in surprise as a hooded NPC appeared before them, floating silently above the floor. In a warm and welcoming voice, the figure greeted them as friends from Blue Star and assumed that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods had already filled them with unease. The floating figure revealed that this place was known as the Tower of Divine Authority. If they successfully completed the challenge awaiting them, they would earn permission to trade with him. He then calmly asked them to inform him once they were fully prepared to begin. Wang Meng's men exchanged bewildered looks, surprised that the game actually contained NPCs capable of speaking with them like this. One player quickly asked Shadow what sort of boss they would be facing. Qin Feng merely told everyone to follow his commands once the battle started, assuring them that the challenge was simple. That vague answer only made the swordsman more confused, and he immediately pressed Qin Feng for specific details. The swordsman wanted to know exactly how long the battle would last, how many phases the boss possessed, and what kinds of skills it could use. He asked whether victory depended more on complicated mechanics or raw attributes, then continued without taking a breath. Did the boss have movement abilities? Were there instant death attacks? Would its skills lock on a particular players? Where were its weak points, and how long were they expected to keep fighting? Wang Meng told Qin Feng not to take the endless questioning too seriously. He explained that the swordsman was nicknamed Steady as an old dog. Ever since an accident during a previous mission had resulted in the deaths of 2 party members, the young man had become excessively cautious about everything he did. Rather than waste any more time answering questions, Qin Feng turned toward the floating NPC and announced that the party was ready to begin. The swordsman immediately panicked behind him, waving his hands and protesting that he personally was nowhere near ready. The NPC slowly lowered his hooded head toward the group. In a strangely pleased voice, he announced that the time had finally come for them to start enjoying the challenge. A portal soon opened inside the tower, its surface twisting with violent energy. From within stepped a powerful level 20 gold tier boss, known as the Obsidian Skull-Splitting Puppet. The swordsman's eyes widened with immediate fear when he saw the boss's level. Their strongest party member had only reached level 11, yet the monster standing before them was already level 20. Qin Feng remained completely calm and assured everyone that the level difference would not be a problem. He motioned for Wang Meng to attack first. Following Shadow's command, Wang Meng brought out his sword, raised his shield, and activated Shield Charge. His body launched forward headfirst, and the edge of his shield smashed directly into the puppet's teeth with tremendous. The obsidian puppet flew into a rage and immediately counterattacked Wang Meng. Fortunately, Wang Meng reacted quickly enough to raise his shield, and Qin Feng flashed across the chamber like a bolt of thunder and caught Wang Meng before he could slam into the tower wall. Watching this happen, the swordsman and archer exchanged confused expressions, and both began feeling worried about how Shadow intended to handle such a powerful enemy. Qin Feng calmly studied the boss and told the archer that there was nothing to fear. He ordered him to use Starshine Shot, then instructed the swordsman to follow with triple ground slash. Both party members tightened their grips on their weapons and nodded in agreement. The archer drew back his bow and unleashed Starshine Shot. A dense rain of arrows streaked across the chamber and struck the boss repeatedly, leaving the towering puppet reeling in obvious pain. The swordsman seized the opening created by the arrows. Moving as swiftly as the wind, he closed the distance and delivered a series of controlled, yet powerful slashes directly into the boss's lowered guard. Blood began spilling from the puppet's open mouth as the attacks tore into it. Enraged by the damage, the boss raised its arms and brought them crashing down against the ground with violent force. A crushing aura erupted around the puppet's body. At the same time, an unnatural black energy began gathering around the swordsman's position. The moment Qin Feng saw the change, he understood that the boss had entered its berserk state. Qin Feng immediately told the group that he would handle the berserk effect himself. He also warned everyone to stay far away from the patches of black oil spreading across the floor. The swordsman dropped low and hurriedly crawled away from the dark energy forming around him. On the opposite side of the chamber, the archer twisted aside at the last possible moment and narrowly avoided one of the puppet's incoming attacks. Qin Feng sprang high into the air, gathered dark energy into his hand, and hurled his newly upgraded shadow blade straight toward the raging monster. The condensed blade crossed the distance so quickly that the boss had no opportunity to react. It struck the puppet directly in the face and exploded with enough force to deal more than 4,500 points of damage. Instead of calming down, the injured puppet threw back its head and released an even louder roar. Qin Feng immediately triggered Shadow Blade's special effect, stripping away the enhancement and forcibly dispelling the boss's berserk state. Wang Meng could not help smiling when he saw how little damage Qin Feng appeared to be dealing compared with his legendary reputation. It almost looked as though Shadow had removed his equipment before entering the tower. The swordsman brightened with excitement and praised Qin Feng's acting, pointing out that he had remained near the edge of the fight for most of the battle. From the NPC's perspective, Shadow probably looked like a completely inexperienced beginner. The archer became increasingly curious and asked Qin Feng how he had learned that the NPC raised his prices whenever players performed too well. What puzzled him even more was how Qin Feng could possibly have discovered such a hidden rule in the first place. Qin Feng paused as though considering the question before explaining that the game contained countless secrets waiting to be uncovered. A great deal of valuable information remained buried throughout the ruins. He told them that they should regularly ask themselves whether they had truly made an effort to explore and whether their personal knowledge of the game had actually increased. The archer and swordsman both fell silent after hearing that answer. They stared at Qin Feng without knowing how to respond, unable to tell whether he had genuinely explained anything at all. While the party remained distracted by the conversation, the obsidian puppet opened its enormous mouth. Flames gathered deep inside its throat as it began charging a rapidly growing fireball. The fireball expanded little by little, becoming hotter and more powerful with every passing second. Qin Feng warned the group that the boss was about to rotate clockwise while spraying fire across the room. He ordered everyone to dodge carefully, explaining that anyone caught standing in the black oil when the flames reached it would burn to death within only 3 seconds. Wang Meng and the others immediately scattered across the chamber to avoid the coming flames. In the middle of the confusion, Wang Meng noticed the swordsman moving the wrong way and shouted that Old Dog was running directly toward danger. Qin Feng quickly judged the boss's angle and realized that it was already too late for the swordsman to escape normally. He ordered Wang Meng to activate his invincibility skill and intercept the fire attack before it could strike their teammate. Wang Meng obeyed without hesitation. He planted his feet firmly, raised his shield, activated invincibility, and used his body to block the full force of the puppet's fiery assault. Qin Feng praised Wang Meng for reacting correctly. He then instructed the entire party to wait until the flames disappeared before unleashing their strongest damage skills and attacking the boss with everything they had. The moment the fire subsided, the archer released another overwhelming rain of arrows. At the same time, the swordsman leaped into the air with his blade raised, while Wang Meng followed closely behind them, prepared to block any counterattack the boss attempted. Their coordinated assault worked perfectly. Before the obsidian puppet could even recover enough to take another breath, Wang Meng and his companions dealt more than 25,000 points of combined damage, destroying the boss instantly. A system notification appeared and congratulated the party for defeating the level 20 obsidian skull-splitting puppet. Wang Meng and the others finally relaxed, their exhausted faces filling with relief and happiness. Qin Feng, however, did not immediately lower his guard. He remembered that the truly troublesome feature of this boss was its ability to enter berserk mode once its health dropped below 70%. After that enhancement was removed, its actual strength fell to roughly the level of an ordinary silver-tier boss. The hooded NPC reappeared above the battlefield and warmly congratulated the group. He announced that they were the first players from Blue Star to successfully overcome his trial. As various items slowly materialized around him, the NPC began laughing with delight. He revealed that from this moment onward, they could offer him lifespan in exchange for the treasures he carried, including the divine gifted tome. The NPC released a pulse of power, and his identity finally appeared above his head for everyone to see. His displayed name was Vickley. As the swordsman looked more closely at Vickley, his expression shifted into surprise. The strange NPC did not have ordinary hands. One of them clearly possessed 6 fingers. The moment the swordsman noticed that detail, Vickley's eyes began glowing with an ominous light. His expression turned cold as his gaze locked directly onto the swordsman. Without offering any warning, Vickley raised his hand and summoned a violent bolt of lightning from above. The thunder struck the swordsman directly, inflicting more than 99,000 points of damage and killing him on the spot. The swordsman's body immediately broke apart and transformed into glowing lifespan orbs. Wang Meng stared at the remains in panic, completely unable to understand why the NPC had suddenly attacked one of their party members. Remaining as composed as ever, Qin Feng calmly explained that the taboo established by this particular NPC was connected to one very specific subject, his fingers. He went on to clarify the rule in greater detail. NPCs and players were forbidden from attacking one another unless the player personally violated the taboo imposed by the NPC first. That meant they were perfectly safe for now. As long as nobody brought up Vickley's fingers again, he would have no reason or authority to harm them. A troubling question suddenly crossed Wang Meng's mind. He had no idea whether Qin Feng was actually capable of defeating an NPC as terrifying as Vickley. Qin Feng answered honestly, admitting that, at least for the moment, he could not. The system had already exposed the frightening truth behind these NPCs. They were powerful beings who had crossed over from other timelines after obtaining divinity. Restrained by ancient, eternal laws, they entered Blue Star while disguising themselves as ordinary NPCs, all for the purpose of harvesting the lifespans of its players. Vickley looked down at the group with open arrogance, clearly having no patience left for them. He coldly ordered them to select whichever divine skill books they needed, trade away the required amount of lifespan, and then immediately get out of his sight. The instant Wang Meng examined the available skill books, his eyes widened in disbelief. By spending lifespan, these books could create real-world necessities such as food, clean water, drinks, and many other essential supplies. He quickly realized what that meant. Even if a massive disaster struck the outside world, anyone possessing these divine books would never have to worry about running short on basic provisions. As expected of Qin Feng, he had once again brought them to a place filled with incredible rewards. Both Wang Meng and the archer stood there in stunned silence, once again reminded that Qin Feng never seemed to disappoint them. Their amazement only intensified when the archer spotted a divine book called Mechanical made among the choices. The moment he understood what it could provide, he became eager to purchase it without the slightest hesitation. Qin Feng handed over 9,000 days of tradable lifespan and received all 9 of Jianghai City's divine books in exchange. Together, those books were more than enough to cover his everyday needs in the real world. However, convenience was not his only reason for buying the complete collection. The Tower of Divine Authority contained a special achievement that rewarded reputation points, and Qin Feng had no intention of leaving without claiming it. After completing the exchange, Qin Feng calmly informed Vickley that he intended to challenge the highest difficulty entirely on his own. Vickley stared at him with visible confusion. Judging from the performance Qin Feng had displayed earlier, he believed the young man would struggle to clear even the first level. Yet here he was boldly asking for the most difficult challenge available. Rather than becoming offended, Qin Feng grew curious and asked exactly what the highest difficulty involved. Vickley explained that the tower's challenge was separated into 5 difficulty levels, with the 5th level standing at the very top. The enemy itself would remain the same golden-grade obsidian skullbreaker golem they had already faced. However, on the 5th difficulty, its attack power, total health, defense, and skill cooldown speed would all receive an enormous 500% increase. Wang Meng and the archer nearly let their jaws hit the floor when they heard the number. A 500% increase was completely absurd. They had already been pushed to their limits simply trying to dodge the golem's attacks before, so neither of them could imagine Shadow surviving against a version 5 times stronger. Worse still, with its health and defense raised to such a ridiculous level, defeating it could take an eternity. One small mistake during the battle would likely mean instant death. Vickley fixed his gaze directly on Qin Feng, studying him as though he were already looking at a dead man. He issued one final warning. If Qin Feng died during the challenge, every bit of lifespan he dropped would become Vickley's property. With that condition made perfectly clear, the NPC asked whether he was still certain about accepting the challenge. Qin Feng paid no attention to the threat or the consequences behind it. Without showing even a trace of hesitation, he gave a firm nod, making it unmistakably clear that he still intended to proceed. A glowing sphere of magic began gathering above Vickley's hand as he happily accepted what he considered a generous gift of free lifespan. In his eyes, the players of Blue Star had grown far too arrogant despite the game having only just begun. Challenging him under these conditions was not bravery at all. They were practically rushing forward and begging to die. Magic surged through the chamber, and the boss they had defeated earlier was forcibly brought back to life. The golden-grade obsidian skullbreaker golem rose once more, but this time every aspect of its strength had been amplified by a terrifying 500%. Qin Feng quietly drew his dagger and prepared himself. He already knew that Vickley possessed the ability to strengthen the creatures he summoned, and a 500% enhancement was nowhere near his true limit. In Qin Feng's previous life, when he had finally defeated Vickley, the NPC had strengthened his summons by as much as 2,000%. Compared with that nightmare, this challenge was the perfect opportunity for Qin Feng to test the full power of his newly acquired weapon. Qin Feng opened the battle by flicking a poison dart directly at the enormous golem. The moment it struck, Black Flame's gift activated, weakening the target's defense and every one of its elemental resistances by 7%. Immediately afterward, the Emerald Bone Blade's special effect awakened as well, doubling Qin Feng's movement speed for the next 5 seconds. The golem responded by unleashing a violent wave of flames toward him. Yet just before the scorching attack could reach Qin Feng's body, his figure vanished from the spot, without leaving so much as a shadow behind. The boss hesitated, momentarily distracted as it tried to understand where its target had gone. In that brief opening, Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind it. He sprang onto the creature's massive head and drove his dagger deep into its skull, instantly triggering the special effect of the Emerald Bone Feather. A tortured roar erupted from the powerful monster as the blade pierced through its head. Before the golem could retaliate, Qin Feng vanished once again, his speed increasing by another 100% for 5 seconds. Watching him move so quickly that their eyes could barely follow, Wang Ming and the archer could only stare in complete shock. At first, the two of them assumed Qin Feng had activated his invisibility skill again. They even wondered how its cooldown could possibly have become so short. However, after watching more carefully, they finally understood the truth. Shadow had not used invisibility at all. His raw movement speed had become so extreme that, to anyone watching, it merely looked as though he was disappearing from existence. Seeing that the battle had reached the right moment, Qin Feng activated Blessed Liberation. The effect empowered his next strike, ensuring that the attack would trigger the devastating throat-slash effect upon landing. Qin Feng immediately followed with Shadow Dash, his body surging forward with the speed and violence of a thunderbolt. A chain of attacks tore through the boss and dealt more than 100,000 points of damage. At the same time, the repeated strikes continued stacking Black Flame's gift, reducing the golem's defense and all of its elemental resistances by a staggering 64%. Even after Qin Feng unleashed some of his strongest abilities, the monster's health bar had only fallen by a limited amount. Instead of becoming discouraged, he looked genuinely pleased. He knew the damage had reached this level only because of the enhancement provided by the ancient God's Stone Tablet. Without that item raising the maximum stacking limit of Black Flame's gift, each individual strike from Shadow Dash would have dealt no more than roughly 18,000 damage at best. Wang Ming was completely stunned when he realized that a single offensive sequence had erased nearly 1/3 of the boss's enormous health bar. He could not stop wondering what kind of skill Qin Feng had just used. For the first time, the archer had managed to see part of Qin Feng's attack clearly. To him, it resembled an instantaneous Shadow Slash, but the version of Shadow Slash he knew was limited to only 3 strikes. What Qin Feng had performed was clearly far beyond that. Meanwhile, Vickley remained silent at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes following Qin Feng's every movement. He could not understand how a Blue Star player had already become so powerful when the game had only recently begun. The question continued circling through his mind. Just what level of talent did this young man possess? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with unconcealed excitement as he watched the accumulated damage take effect. The time had finally come to activate Throat Slash, an ability that would continuously deal 200% of the damage from his previous attack every single second. In the next instant, deep wounds opened across the golem's massive body. Thick streams of blood began spilling outward, running down its hardened frame as the Throat Slash effect took hold. The monster threw back its head and roared in unbearable agony. At the same time, its health bar began plunging at a frightening rate, with each passing second tearing away another enormous portion of its remaining life. Only a few seconds later, the powerful monster's remaining health was completely exhausted. Its enormous body collapsed, and then dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan. The system immediately congratulated Qin Feng for completing the achievement challenge on the 5th difficulty level of the Divine Authority Tower. Because he had surpassed every level, he received a total of 15 reputation points. Then another reward appeared. As the first player in the world to clear the tower alone, Qin Feng gained an additional 75 reputation points. Finally, a global announcement rang out across the entire game, declaring that player Qin Feng had become the first person in history to clear the Divine Authority Tower's maximum difficulty challenge. Rather than celebrating the announcement, players across the world were left completely bewildered. None of them even knew what the Divine Authority Tower was. In the ruined cities where they had awakened, they had never encountered any structure that resembled such a tower. Yet despite not understanding where the challenge had taken place, they all reached the same conclusion once again. Shadow was already several steps ahead of everyone else. Vickley's expression darkened with anger. From his perspective, the entire transaction had turned into a complete scam, with him being the one who had suffered the loss. He cursed the cunning nature of Blue Star's people and bitterly regretted setting the prices so low. Had he known this would happen, he would have charged 10,000, or perhaps even 100,000, days of lifespan for every single Divine Authority book. Unable to tolerate the sight of them any longer, Vickley raised his hand and summoned an intensely bright sphere of magical energy. The light expanded through the chamber as he furiously shouted at the group to get out, declaring that he never wanted to see any of them again. The blinding radiance forced Wang Ming and the archer to cover their eyes. Believing the furious NPC was about to unleash a devastating attack, both of them became convinced that they were finished and instinctively braced themselves for death. Vickley's glowing spell came crashing down over the group. Wang Ming and the archer crouched lower, shielding their heads with both arms as they waited for the impact. Qin Feng, however, did not move at all. He remained standing in the same spot, perfectly calm and completely unafraid. A flash of magical light swallowed them, and in the next moment, Qin Feng and his companions found themselves standing outside the tower. Wang Ming and the archer looked around in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened or how they had suddenly arrived there. The two of them immediately panicked, fearing that they had somehow been killed without realizing it. After quickly checking themselves, however, they discovered that they were still alive and unharmed. Vickley had not attacked them at all. He had merely teleported the entire group out of the Tower of Divine Authority. Qin Feng calmly reminded them that there had never been any reason to panic. As he had already explained inside the tower, NPCs were unable to attack players unless their specific taboo was violated. Vickley's display had looked threatening, but it could never have truly harmed them. Now that they had successfully obtained everything they had come for, Qin Feng decided there was no reason to remain online. He told the others that he was going to log off and get something to eat. Wang Ming sincerely thanked him for guiding them through the tower and asked Qin Feng to bring them along again if another opportunity like this appeared. Qin Feng agreed with a nod, and the archer gave him a final farewell before they separated. Qin Feng opened his eyes back in the real world, awakening inside his hidden shelter. Almost immediately, the system began extracting the 9 divine gift books from the game and transferring them into reality. Completing the entire process required an additional payment of 90 days from his tradable lifespan. With the divine books now available, Qin Feng decided to spend another 106 years of lifespan. In exchange, he purchased high-end furniture, a full range of everyday necessities, fresh cooking ingredients, and, most importantly, a multifunctional mechanical made capable of handling work throughout the hideout. A moment later, a young maid with a pair of dog ears materialized directly in front of him. After politely introducing herself, she explained that she was capable of managing every household responsibility. Whether Qin Feng needed cleaning, cooking, organization, or any other form of assistance, she had been created to serve him and fulfill whatever task he assigned. Qin Feng sank comfortably into his newly purchased luxury sofa and immediately issued his first command. He ordered the mechanical maid to begin a complete cleaning of the entire hideout without delay. She obediently started with the floor, carefully working her way across the room, while already planning to prepare a lavish feast for him once the cleaning was finished. At that very same time, elsewhere in the real world, the atmosphere in Jianghai City was far less peaceful. Local authorities were in the middle of investigating a disturbing series of murders that had begun spreading fear throughout the city. The officer assigned to the case reported the grim details to his superior. This was already the 3rd female body discovered within a single week. Just like the previous 2 victims, the woman's limbs had all been severed, and both of her eyes had been removed. The repeated method made it highly likely that all 3 murders had been committed by the same person. After listening to the report, the superior immediately asked whether the investigation team had uncovered any useful evidence. The officer responded that the killer clearly understood how their investigative abilities worked. Every body had been abandoned at a carefully selected time, just beyond the effective duration of the investigator's skills. Whoever was responsible was deliberately avoiding the period in which those abilities could trace what had happened. Hearing this, the superior's expression became even more serious. He ordered the officers to ask around and determine how much longer remained before the researcher completed his professional advancement. They could no longer afford to waste time. No matter what it took, this murderer had to be caught. The officer beside him nodded in acknowledgement, but another investigator suddenly asked everyone to wait. The superior immediately turned toward him and asked whether he had discovered something. The investigator's eyes sharpened as he stared at the information in front of him. He had noticed an alarming pattern. Shadow's login and logout times matched precisely with the estimated times when each of the girls had been murdered. The superior fell silent and considered the discovery carefully. Matching schedules alone were nowhere near enough to prove that Shadow was responsible. The officer acknowledged that point, but argued that the coincidence still gave them a possible direction from which to begin investigating. He added that rumors were already spreading throughout the city, accusing Shadow of being the murderer and claiming the authorities were deliberately covering for him because they feared his overwhelming power. The superior raised one hand and stopped Xiaoma before his suspicions could go any further. He reminded the officer that Shadow might have humiliated him in front of Anyu, but personal resentment could not be allowed to influence an official murder investigation. Their conclusions had to be based on evidence, not anger or wounded pride. The superior assured Xiaoma that the technology department would provide support around the clock until the case was solved. The hideout was not especially difficult to locate, nor was it concealed particularly well. Even so, rumors claimed that the defensive barrier surrounding it was the most powerful protective formation anywhere in Huaxia. A system notification appeared before Qin Feng, informing him that creating the guild named Shadow had consumed 2.74 years of his tradable lifespan. His objective was straightforward: seize control of this hideout, register it as territory belonging to his new guild, and establish a permanent sanctuary within the ruins of Magic City. Qin Feng immediately leaped forward, already thinking about the advantages this place would provide. Sanctuaries were connected through teleportation, meaning that once this one belonged to him, traveling between Magic City and Jianhai would become far quicker and much more convenient. Activating his invisibility, Qin Feng slipped through the entrance without making a sound. His figure vanished completely as he moved deeper into the hideout, carefully walking through its silent corridors while keeping his presence concealed. Several minutes passed as Qin Feng continued descending through the structure. Yet even after reaching the third underground floor, the deepest level of the entire hideout, he had not encountered so much as a single monster. That unusual emptiness told him something important. Someone had already cleared this place before him, and judging by how thoroughly it had been emptied, it was likely either one powerful individual or an entire group of highly capable players. Just then, a man's shout suddenly tore through the silence, declaring that the woman ahead of them had nowhere left to escape. The unexpected voice immediately caught Qin Feng's attention. Remaining invisible, he quietly approached the corner and glanced around it. On the other side, several men had formed a tight circle around a lone woman, cutting off every path she could use to flee. Fear filled the woman's eyes as she watched the men closing in. Her body tensed, and she desperately warned them not to take another step toward her. They were standing on a narrow bridge, and the woman had already been forced all the way to its edge. Behind her, a blazing river of lava churned below, leaving her with nowhere else to retreat. One of the men smiled and told her not to be frightened, because they had no intention of killing her, at least, not yet. Dongfang Yu had ordered them to capture her so that his son could personally show her some affection. The man demanded that she reveal where she was hiding in the real world. If she refused, they would hunt her down and kill her repeatedly until every remaining year of her lifespan had been drained away. He also warned her not to consider jumping into the lava. Members of their guild, Shura Hall, were already stationed at the respawn point, ready to seize her the moment she returned. The orange-haired man stepped forward with a relaxed smile and suggested that they settle the matter through a simple deal. He reminded the woman that she had already killed Dongfang Yu twice inside the game. Based on the lifespan dropped from those deaths, he estimated that she must have taken no less than 30 years from him. The woman said nothing, her expression tightening as countless thoughts raced through her mind. Seeing her hesitation, the orange-haired man continued. All she had to do was return those 30 years of lifespan, and then spend a little time entertaining the three of them. In exchange, he promised that they would allow her to leave alive. Tears gathered in the corners of the woman's frightened eyes. Her voice trembled as she cautiously asked what, exactly, the three men intended to do with her. The men exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions becoming increasingly disgusting. Then one of them reached down and pulled open his pants, causing the trapped woman's face to turn pale as panic surged through her. The orange-haired man watched her reaction with a lecherous grin. Gesturing toward his companion, he told her that this was the kind of game they wanted to play with her. For a moment, the woman lowered her gaze and remained silent, as though she were struggling with the decision. Then she turned her face aside, a blush spreading across her cheeks, and softly asked whether they truly promised to release her once they had finished playing. The orange-haired man immediately brightened, clearly believing that she had finally surrendered. With a cheerful smile, he gave his word and eagerly invited her to begin with him. The bald man beside him quickly added that he intended to have his turn next. The woman slowly began walking toward them, every step accompanied by the visible trembling of her body. To the men, she appeared terrified and obedient. But as she closed the distance, the fear in her eyes abruptly hardened into fierce determination. In one swift motion, her hand darted toward her weapon, and she pulled out a poisonous dart that had been hidden from their sight. She suddenly lunged at the orange-haired man, driving forward before any of them could react. However, the blindfolded man moved at that exact moment. Activating Golden Cauldron Earthquake, he came crashing down with tremendous force and slammed the woman's body violently against the ground. Looking down at her pinned beneath his attack, the blindfolded man coldly remarked that their little captive was clearly refusing to behave herself. Unable to move under the crushing pressure, the woman could do nothing except squeeze her eyes shut. The orange-haired man approached her with a twisted expression, slowly sticking out his tongue as he leaned closer. He stopped directly in front of her and warned that this was the final opportunity he would give her. His voice turned commanding as he ordered her to open her mouth. But instead of obeying, the fear suddenly vanished from the woman's face. A confident smile curled across her lips, and without warning, she released the powerful ability she had been holding back. Her attack flashed through the air with terrifying speed. Before the bald man or the orange-haired man could defend themselves, both of their bodies were sliced cleanly in half. The blindfolded man froze where he stood, completely unable to understand how the situation had reversed so suddenly. His eyes widened behind the cloth covering them, and disbelief spread across his face as he stared at what remained of his two companions. Nothing about what he had witnessed made sense to him. One moment the woman had been helpless beneath his skill, and the next, both of his allies had been instantly killed. Before the blindfolded man could even draw another breath, a long strip summoned by the woman shot through the air and coiled. Still observing from behind the corner, Qin Feng immediately recognized the fighting style she had displayed. There was no mistaking that unusual weapon or the way she controlled it. Her profession was chainblade. After eliminating the three disgusting men, the woman walked over to the orange-haired man's fallen body. Still burning with anger, she raised her foot and mercilessly crushed his most vulnerable area. The corpses soon dissolved into glowing orbs of lifespan, leaving no bodies behind. The woman watched them disappear with hatred still written across her face, then coldly mocked the men who had believed they could humiliate her. It was only then that Qin Feng understood the full truth. The woman did not merely possess an ordinary chainblade profession. She had inherited the far rarer and much more dangerous blade of the underworld. Her gaze remained sharp and unshaken as she stared at the fading lifespan orbs. With unmistakable determination in her voice, she swore that she would personally kill Dongfang Ming, no matter what it took. The young woman was the hidden class wielder known as Ghost Spirit, and the profession she carried was none other than Blade of the Underworld. Qin Feng finally stepped away from the corner and began walking in her direction. Like his own class, Ghost Spirit's Blade of the Underworld was the only unique hidden profession belonging to the assassin branch. He remembered her clearly from his previous life. At her peak, she had risen into the ranks of the 10 most powerful individuals in the entire world. However, after she became an enemy of the Chu family in Demon City, her identity in reality was exposed, and numerous hostile forces joined together to surround and hunt her down. Even while trapped by countless enemies, Ghost Spirit had refused to surrender. She slaughtered thousands of attackers before her strength finally gave out, and she died from complete exhaustion. Qin Feng still remembered the overwhelming grief that spread through her guild when news of her death became known. He had never imagined that he would encounter her here, so early in the game. Yet one question continued troubling him. Who exactly was the Dongfang Ming she had just sworn to kill? According to what Qin Feng remembered, he himself had been the one who later wiped out the entire Dongfang family. Qin Feng deliberately canceled his invisibility and allowed his figure to appear in the open. The sudden movement immediately attracted Ghost Spirit's attention, but the expression she turned toward him was anything but welcoming. Ghost Spirit instantly raised her guard and prepared to strike. After what had just happened, she naturally assumed Qin Feng was another companion of the 3 men she had killed. Qin Feng calmly denied the accusation, telling her that he had no connection whatsoever to those bastards. Ghost Spirit had no patience left for explanations. Her expression hardened, and she suddenly charged toward him while ordering him to prepare for death. Qin Feng, however, remained exactly as composed as always, showing no alarm as she rushed straight at him. With fury blazing across her face, Ghost Spirit activated her signature ability, Underworld Chainblade, directing its full power toward Qin Feng. In less than the blink of an eye, the long strip shot forward and began winding itself around Qin Feng's body, tightening rapidly as though just as the restraint was about to close around him. Qin Feng's entire body dissolved into darkness. He transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the spot without leaving the slightest trace, causing confusion to flash across Ghost Spirit's face. Before she could figure out where he had gone, Qin Feng silently reappeared directly behind her. Choosing to play along with her hostility, he spoke from only a short distance away. The sound of his voice coming from behind made Ghost Spirit's eyes widen with both surprise and sudden fear. Realizing that Qin Feng had slipped past her defenses and entered striking range, Ghost Spirit immediately recognized the danger. She pushed off the ground and jumped away, rapidly creating distance between them. Without wasting another second, she activated Shadow Stealth. Her physical form melted into a dark silhouette, and then even that shadow faded away until she had vanished completely from sight. Qin Feng's eyes shifted slightly in surprise when he realized that Ghost Spirit had successfully concealed herself. Her invisibility was clearly far more advanced than what an ordinary assassin should have possessed at this stage. Rather than searching for her openly, Qin Feng activated Shadow Stealth as well. His body merged with the surrounding darkness, and in the next instant, he disappeared from the area just as thoroughly as she had. Several long minutes passed, in complete silence. Neither of the hidden assassins revealed their position, and no attack disturbed the stillness of the underground floor. As the silence continued, Ghost Spirit became increasingly confused. She could not locate Qin Feng anywhere. The Blade of the Underworld granted her an innate level 4 anti-stealth ability, which should have allowed her to expose nearly any invisible opponent at this point in the game. Yet Qin Feng remained entirely beyond her perception. That impossible result forced a startling possibility into her mind. Could the man she had attacked actually be Shadow? Not long afterward, Qin Feng quietly canceled Shadow Stealth. His figure emerged without warning directly behind Ghost Spirit, so close that his sudden presence immediately drew her attention. The moment Ghost Spirit heard Shadow's voice behind her, Panic rushed through her body. What frightened her most was not simply that he had found her. Even while she remained protected by level 4 stealth, Qin Feng could still see her position with perfect clarity. Ghost Spirit realized that ordinary attacks would never be enough against Qin Feng. Her expression sharpened as she finally decided to fight seriously, unleashing her strongest ability, Evil Ghost Soul Chase. The long paper strip immediately began glowing with an eerie light. At the same time, a tiny pink flame appeared above Qin Feng's head, marking his position even as he activated Shadow Stealth and vanished once again. Qin Feng did not relax merely because his body had disappeared. Keeping his guard raised, he quickly retreated to create distance. To his surprise, however, the blade changed direction and continued chasing him, leaving even him briefly confused. After watching its movements more carefully, Qin Feng quickly understood the ability's true purpose. This was no ordinary flying blade. Once it locked onto a target, it could accurately trace that person's position wherever they moved. Determination burned brightly in Ghost Spirit's eyes. She might have been unable to see Qin Feng through his concealment, but her weapon did not need her vision to pursue him. Once Evil Ghost Soul Chase selected its target, escape was supposed to be impossible. Qin Feng accelerated and attempted to shake the weapon off, but every movement proved useless as the blade followed him without hesitation. He quickly realized that Ghost Spirit's hidden class possessed an ability capable of ignoring stealth levels entirely. She truly was anything but ordinary. Still, Qin Feng was far too cunning to continue fleeing in a straight line. He abruptly changed his path and began circling tightly around Ghost Spirit. By the time she understood what he was trying to accomplish, his trap had already taken shape. Ghost Spirit refused to surrender so easily and tried to turn around and catch him. But the weapon continued following Qin Feng's circular route, and before she could stop it, the glowing strip wrapped tightly around her own body, binding her limbs and leaving her completely immobilized. Qin Feng calmly grabbed the paper strip and lifted the restrained Ghost Spirit into the air. He finally told her his true identity. He was Shadow, not someone Dongfang Ming had sent after her. If he had genuinely intended to kill her, she would have died long before realizing he was there. With no way to break free, Ghost Spirit reluctantly chose to believe him and demanded that he put her down. Rather than releasing her immediately, Qin Feng went straight to the question that mattered most. He asked whether the Dongfang Yu she had mentioned belonged to the Dongfang family of Zhanghai City. Still hanging upside down from the strip, Ghost Spirit gave him a small nod. She confirmed that Dongfang Yu did come from that family, but added that the woman had already married into the Chu family, so her connection with the Dongfang household was no longer particularly close. Qin Feng immediately understood what must have happened. A fish had slipped through the net. Apparently, Dongfang Yu had not been present in Zhanghai City when he wiped out the rest of the Dongfang family. Ghost Spirit's eyes suddenly widened as she processed his words. Only then did she realize that the person responsible for annihilating the entire Dongfang family had been Qin Feng himself. Her surprise quickly turned into open excitement. If Shadow had destroyed the Dongfang family, then he and Dongfang Yu were already enemies. Ghost Spirit immediately urged him to let her down, declaring that the enemy of her enemy was naturally her ally and that the two of them could cooperate. Qin Feng loosened his grip and released the paper strip without warning. With nothing supporting her any longer, Ghost Spirit dropped straight to the ground beneath him. Cooperation, however, was not Qin Feng's immediate concern. Before agreeing to anything, he wanted to know the truth, so he asked Ghost Spirit why she was so determined to kill Dongfang Yu. At the mention of that name, Ghost Spirit clenched her teeth so tightly that her jaw trembled. Hatred and grief surfaced in her expression as she revealed that everything she was doing was to avenge the murder of her family. Then, with a heavy voice, she began recounting the painful story behind her revenge. Before the arrival of the godforsaken game, Dongfang Yu had driven while intoxicated and struck Ghost Spirit's mother, killing her in a traffic accident. Yet instead of facing punishment, Dongfang Yu escaped responsibility because the powerful Chu family arranged for someone else to take the blame. Ghost Spirit's father could not accept such an obvious injustice. He investigated the incident himself and eventually uncovered evidence that could expose and convict Dongfang Yu. But before he could use it, his body was pulled from a river the following day, and the authorities officially declared that he had committed suicide. Broken by the loss of both parents, Ghost Spirit went directly to Dongfang Yu's home and demanded an explanation. Instead of receiving answers, she was surrounded by guards from the Chu family and beaten until she nearly died. Consumed by despair and prepared to end her own life, she reached her lowest point just as the godforsaken game descended upon the world. The moment Ghost Spirit entered the game, the first thing she did was hunt down and kill Dongfang Yu. But killing her once was nowhere near enough. To erase Dongfang Yu permanently, Ghost Spirit would have to drain every last year of lifespan she possessed. After reviving, Dongfang Yu immediately used her influence and wealth to hire countless players to hunt Ghost Spirit down. That relentless pursuit eventually led to the confrontation Qin Feng had just witnessed on the bridge. Qin Feng remained completely silent while Ghost Spirit told him everything. He did not interrupt her even once, allowing her to finish the entire painful account in her own words. By the time her story ended, tears were streaming freely down Ghost Spirit's cheeks. Looking directly at Shadow with desperate hope, she begged him to help her kill Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng did not soften his answer or attempt to comfort her with empty promises. His expression remained cold as he refused her request without the slightest hesitation. Even after being rejected, Ghost Spirit refused to give up. Tears of grief continued gathering in her eyes as she pleaded with him once more, desperately asking Shadow to help her take Dongfang Yu's life. Qin Feng stared at her quietly, carefully studying the determination beneath her sorrow. Ghost Spirit was clearly not the kind of person who would abandon her goal after hearing a single refusal. With pain still written across her face, Ghost Spirit promised that she would never expect his assistance for free. She offered him everything she possessed. She would work under him, hand over every year of lifespan she earned, and give him all her equipment and skills, asking for only one thing in exchange: his help killing Dongfang Yu. Her desperation went even further. Ghost Spirit declared that, if necessary, she would willingly surrender her freedom and become Qin Feng's slave of her own accord. Qin Feng observed her in silence, genuine surprise flickering through his eyes. Then his gaze became proud and unwavering as he told her that he would not kill Dongfang Yu on her behalf. This was Ghost Spirit's revenge, and such a debt could only truly be settled by her own hands. Still, Qin Feng was not cruel enough to abandon her completely. He told Ghost Spirit that he would provide help and guidance until she became capable of taking revenge herself. How far she ultimately managed to go, however, would depend entirely on her own ability and destiny. Ghost Spirit stared at him in shock, her eyes widening with uncertainty. She understood his refusal to fight in her place, but she could not imagine how he intended to help her become strong enough to accomplish the revenge herself. Qin Feng answered her honestly, his expression calm and steady. He invited Ghost Spirit to join his guild and become one of his own people. As long as she accepted, he would help her gain the strength needed to complete her revenge personally. A transparent system window immediately appeared before Ghost Spirit. The notification clearly informed her that player Shadow had invited her to join his newly established guild, also named Shadow. Ghost Spirit fell silent and considered the invitation carefully. Then her eyes began shining with happiness when she noticed that the entire Shadow Guild currently consisted of Qin Feng alone. She asked whether joining him was really all she needed to do. Once he confirmed it, she wasted no more time and accepted the invitation, prompting another system window to confirm that she had officially entered the guild. Qin Feng then accepted the friend request Ghost Spirit had sent him. Pleased that she had agreed to follow his guidance, he told her that there was now only one immediate task she needed to complete: her class advancement. Turning his back toward her, Qin Feng explained that she would have to discover for herself what class advancement involved and how it could be completed. He would not give her every answer. Once she successfully advanced her class, she could come and find him again. Still kneeling on the ground, Ghost Spirit raised her head, and fierce determination began glowing in her eyes. Qin Feng gave her one final warning. If she could not overcome even this challenge by herself, then she had no hope of completing her revenge and should abandon it now. Qin Feng activated Shadow Stealth and silently disappeared from the area. As he left, he reflected on the limitless potential of the blade of the Underworld class. With only a small amount of proper guidance, Ghost Spirit could undoubtedly rise far beyond the level she had reached in his previous life. After leaving Ghost Spirit behind, Qin Feng continued deeper into the underground structure until he finally arrived at the very heart of the Evil Spirit Academy. Waiting there was a level 15 boss, a grotesque woman surrounded by several floating spiritual heads. The system identified her as Stana, the platinum-grade aberrant witch. After observing her form and position, Qin Feng quickly determined that she was the guardian protecting the Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng launched his attack without giving the boss any time to react. In the blink of an eye, he leaped into the air and unleashed Dark Knight Ringblade. The strike tore into Stana, dealing 26,000 damage while successfully triggering Weak Point Strike. As Qin Feng landed lightly back on the ground, memories of the battle's mechanics surfaced in his mind. During Stana's first phase, only one of her 4 spiritual heads would become active, while her main body remained completely immune to physical damage. Because of that immunity, Qin Feng could only rely on elemental abilities, which dealt somewhat less damage than his strongest physical attacks. Qin Feng summoned a shadow blade into his hand, confidence shining in his eyes. He possessed the pale white bone blade, which greatly increased his movement speed, and his shadow blade ability had another crucial advantage. its cooldown reset every time the attack successfully struck a target. Taking full advantage of that effect, Qin Feng began summoning shadow blades one after another until hundreds of them filled the air around him. He then launched the entire barrage at Stana, driving the blades deep into one of her spiritual heads and dealing more than 200,000 damage. With an endless stream of elemental blades firing from his position, Qin Feng had effectively transformed himself into a mobile Gatling gun. It did not take long for the golden spiritual head to reach its limit. Under the relentless bombardment, it exploded into countless fragments. Qin Feng remained perfectly composed, already remembering what would happen next. During the second phase, 3 of Stana's heads would awaken and attack at the same time. Stana's eyes flared with intense rage as the destroyed head vanished. Her furious gaze immediately locked onto Qin Feng, identifying him as the sole target of her hatred. Moments later, the 3 awakened spiritual heads opened their glowing eyes and began firing rapid bursts of energy. Stana twisted and danced wildly across the battlefield, causing the beams to sweep through the surrounding area in a chaotic storm of indiscriminate attacks. For an ordinary player, avoiding such a dense barrage would have been nearly impossible. But to Qin Feng, the seemingly chaotic pattern was not especially difficult to read or evade. With little effort, Qin Feng slipped between the incoming energy blasts and avoided every attack aimed at him. The moment he found an opening, he launched another wave of shadow blades and drove them into the boss's spiritual head, dealing more than 200,000 additional damage. As Anna twisted in agony beneath the relentless assault, Qin Feng descended lightly to the ground. Without even looking back at the wounded boss, he turned away with complete confidence, knowing the battle had already reached its conclusion. With a casual motion, Qin Feng released one final shadow blade behind him. The weapon pierced Stana's body, and a massive explosion immediately tore through the chamber, blowing the platinum-gray boss apart. The system confirmed that he had slain the aberrant witch Stana, awarding him 50,000 experience points along with the platinum-tier hideout key to the Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng's eyes widened slightly when another system notification appeared, informing him that he had finally met the requirements for class advancement. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. Darkness surged around his body as his shadow class advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The transformation caused every class-based attribute bonus to rise dramatically. Strength increased from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This advancement had effectively tripled every attribute bonus provided by the Shadow class. Qin Feng immediately felt the difference as his Strength, Constitution, Agility, and Spirit all soared, raising his attack power, defenses, elemental resistances, and every other combat-related statistic. His non-tradable lifespan had now surpassed 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan exceeded 566 years. Even more importantly, he unlocked his 4th class passive, allowing him to attack without leaving stealth while still receiving the bonus damage normally triggered when stealth was broken. Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the golden key on the ground, and satisfaction shone brightly in his eyes. His class bonuses had tripled, and attacking would no longer expose his position. The Tier 2 Shadow class was not merely a simple improvement. It completely overturned the usual rules of combat. Several minutes later, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, a group of familiar figures returned. The moment Ghost Spirit saw them approaching, alarm flashed across her face. She had not expected those men to dare come back so quickly. They were the same men Ghost Spirit had killed earlier, but this time, the 3 of them had not come alone. Every member of their guild had accompanied them. The bald man smiled coldly and admitted that he had been careless before because he had not known she possessed a chain blade. Beside him, the orange-haired man confidently revealed that he had summoned the entire Shura Palace Guild. With so many players surrounding her now, he wanted to see where she could possibly escape. The bald man wasted no time and charged straight at Ghost Spirit, his weapon already raised to strike. With a vicious expression, he warned that he would not treat her as gently as he had before. Ghost Spirit's face tightened as she realized how dangerous the situation had become. Activating Earth Slash, the bald man leaped upward and brought his heavy axe crashing toward the ground. The attack descended with tremendous force, but Ghost Spirit reacted at the last possible moment, throwing herself aside and narrowly avoiding the blade. Confidence returned to Ghost Spirit's eyes as she immediately activated Shadow Stealth. However, just as her body began fading into darkness, someone hurled a flash grenade directly in front of her. The grenade exploded with an overwhelming burst of white light, forcing her concealment to collapse as she raised both hands to shield her blinded eyes. The bald man seized the opening without hesitation. Stepping forward, he drove a powerful kick into Ghost Spirit and sent her crashing onto the ground. He planted his boot arrogantly against her head, pressing her face down while wearing a smug smile. The bald man declared that this time, he would teach her a lesson she would never forget. Even while pinned beneath him, Ghost Spirit showed no intention of surrendering. Her hand quietly reached for a small green vial hidden among her belongings. But before she could bring it to her lips, the orange-haired man stepped hard on her wrist and snatched the bottle away. After examining the vial closely, the orange-haired man recognized it as suicide poison. Drinking it would cost the user half of their remaining lifespan, while immediately sending them back to the respawn point. Rather than becoming angry, he seemed amused by the fact that Ghost Spirit had prepared such a ruthless final escape. The orange-haired man slowly ran his tongue across his lips, excitement spreading through his expression. Her fierce refusal to submit only made him like her personality even more. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened with unmistakable fear as he leaned closer, leaving her trapped beneath the surrounding guild members. The orange-haired man lowered his face and began licking her cheek. But in the middle of his disgusting behavior, his eyes suddenly widened as a system window appeared before him. The message announced that the great platinum sanctuary known as the Evil Spirit Academy now belonged to the Shadow Guild. Its protective barrier had been activated, and every person who was not a member of that guild would immediately be classified as an intruder. The sanctuary's defense system activated at once. Before the intruders could even react to the warning, a massive bolt of lightning descended from above and struck the gathered members of Shura Palace. In less than a heartbeat, every intruder caught inside the sanctuary was annihilated. Their bodies vanished and transformed into scattered, glowing orbs of lifespan. Ghost Spirit stared at the scene in astonishment. Only then did she realize that the Evil Spirit Academy was actually a sanctuary and that it now belonged to the guild she had just joined. That meant Shadow had entered the academy, defeated its guardian, obtained the hideout key, and claimed the entire location within only a matter of minutes. Along with the hideout key, Qin Feng had also obtained the Jade Tier Aberrant Witch's Ring. The level 14 accessory could be equipped by any class, increasing every attribute by 22 and raising cooldown speed by 30%. Its unique effect expanded the area of effect of all abilities by 25% while increasing area damage by another 10%. As though that were not already valuable enough, Stana had also dropped the platinum-grade skill Virulent Poison Trap. Virulent Poison Trap was a platinum-grade ability designed for assassins and hunters. It allowed Qin Feng to place a trap concealed by level 5 stealth. Any enemy who triggered it would immediately suffer 500 additional poison damage, have their movement speed reduced by 50% for 5 seconds, and continue taking poison damage equal to 100% of Qin Feng's attack power. He could maintain up to 3 traps at the same time. Each trap had a cooldown of only 4.65 seconds and could remain active for a full 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng was quite satisfied that the boss had dropped 2 items perfectly suited for an assassin. The ring was especially useful because both Instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ringblade were area of effect abilities, meaning its bonuses would provide an enormous improvement to his combat power. Qin Feng's eyes brightened further when he noticed that he had accumulated 363 evolution points, exactly enough to upgrade Backstab Enhancement to Legendary Grade. He immediately spent 340 points, leaving only 23 behind. The skill evolved from Epic to Legendary, and its passive bonus for attacking an enemy from behind increased from 75% additional damage to a full 100%. The Legendary effect provided an even greater advantage. While Qin Feng remained in stealth, every attack he dealt would automatically be treated as a backstab, regardless of the direction it came from. Combined with the permanent stealth granted by his advanced shadow class, this constant backstab bonus dramatically increased both his destructive power and his ability to survive prolonged battles. Just then, Little Black contacted Qin Feng and excitedly reported that she had discovered another set of ruins, asking whether he wanted to inspect them. When he asked where she was, she told him she was currently inside the Zhanghai City ruins. Around the entrance of an ancient temple, they had found stone murals that closely resembled those from the beginner village ruins. Qin Feng became curious and asked why they had not explored the place themselves. Considering their current progress, their group should already have been capable of fighting a platinum-grade boss. Little Black admitted that they had tried. However, after clearing every enemy and reaching the end, they encountered a mysterious teleportation orb. When the group touched the orb, nothing happened. Instead, the system informed them that only a fated person was qualified to enter. Little Black therefore wondered whether her boss might be the person it was waiting for. Qin Feng agreed to investigate and told her to remain there. He also instructed her to prepare enough lifespan because he intended to bring over the new equipment he had obtained. With the sanctuary teleportation network now established, traveling from the Magic City ruins to Zhanghai had become far more convenient. Little Black added that the officials in Zhanghai currently lacked sufficient lifespan to purchase much, so Qin Feng could instead sell his goods directly to the people in Magic City. At that same moment, Little Black was waiting near the outer edge of the Zhanghai City ruins, keeping watch over the area while expecting Qin Feng's arrival. She sat comfortably on the back of a fluffy white llama, which had lowered its head and was peacefully chewing the grass beneath the ruined landscape. Not long afterward, Qin Feng silently appeared behind her. Without announcing his arrival, he casually asked where the newly discovered ruins were located. The sudden sound of his voice startled both Little Black and the llama beneath her. She spun around and complained that he should stop appearing behind people like that. Qin Feng had frightened her deliberately, but he calmly lied and promised that he would be more careful the next time. Little Black leaned forward and cautiously peered over the edge of the nearby cliff. Pointing into the depths below, she explained that the entrance to the ruins was located at the very bottom. When Qin Feng asked how they had managed to discover such a hidden place, she sighed and told him it was a long story. Turning toward the white llama, Little Black explained that she had originally come across the creature in this area and had managed to obtain it as her personal mount. Affectionately, she referred to the fluffy animal as her little sheep. While she had been happily playing with her newly acquired mount, a powerful silver-grade boss suddenly emerged nearby. Its unexpected appearance frightened both Little Black and the animal. In her panic, Little Black lost her footing and tumbled over the edge of the cliff. Fortunately, instead of falling all the way to her death, her body became caught in the branches of a tree growing near the bottom. From that position, she happened to notice the hidden cave entrance. Little Black carefully began climbing down the steep cliffside, warning Qin Feng to watch his footing and avoid slipping. She explained that after she eventually respawned, she contacted Captain Un and Uncle Wang Meng, then brought them back so the three of them could explore the cave together. Qin Feng simply stepped off the cliff and descended with a controlled leap, remarking that discovering a place in such an absurd manner suited Little Black perfectly. Impressed by his smooth landing, she praised his movement and mentioned that Wang Meng had attempted the exact same jump earlier. Unfortunately, he slipped during the descent and died from the fall. The two of them entered the cave and began moving through the dark passage. Along the way, Little Black explained that a large labyrinth waited farther ahead, though her group had already eliminated all the monsters and explored every available route. Qin Feng warned her that from now on, she should avoid dying whenever possible. Allowing her non-tradable lifespan to fall all the way to 0 would place her in an extremely dangerous position. Little Black smiled confidently and assured him that she understood the danger. She already knew about abilities capable of draining another player's lifespan, but their group had prepared a method for restoring non-tradable lifespan whenever necessary. Qin Feng looked at her with mild surprise and asked whether they had truly found a reliable way to replenish it. Little Black raised one finger as she explained their method. Inside the city ruins, they deliberately searched for monsters that had absorbed large amounts of non-tradable lifespan, then lured those creatures into an isolated location where no outsiders would interfere. After killing the monsters, the group left all of the dropped non-tradable lifespan stored in that secluded area. Whenever one of them needed to replenish their own supply, they could simply return to that location and absorb what had been saved. Qin Feng became genuinely interested after hearing her explanation. He admitted that the method was surprisingly effective, then asked whether a newcomer in their group had been the one to think of it. Little Black stared at him in shock, amazed that he had guessed correctly so easily. Qin Feng, however, remembered the method from his previous life. Back then, it had also been invented by a newcomer, and as time passed, nearly every major group eventually adopted the same strategy. Before long, the pair reached the mysterious teleportation orb at the end of the ruins. Little Black placed her hand against its surface once again, but the system immediately informed her that she was not the fated person and that the mechanism would therefore remain inactive. Pulling her hand away, Little Black asked Shadow to try touching it. She explained that everyone believed this hidden temple might somehow be connected to the ancient temple they had discovered near the beginner village. Qin Feng did not touch the orb immediately. Instead, he stood before it in thoughtful silence, carefully examining its surface and the strange energy hidden within it. After a brief pause, Qin Feng finally extended his hand toward the orb. The instant his fingers made contact, the entire sphere lit up, and a wave of intense energy began surging outward from its core. The sudden brilliance forced Little Black to cover her eyes with both hands. Blinded by the overwhelming glow, she could not understand what the teleportation mechanism was doing. When light finally faded, Little Black lowered her hands and stared ahead in surprise. Qin Feng had vanished completely, and the teleportation orb had disappeared along with him. Seeing both gone confirmed her suspicion once and for all. Her boss truly was the fated person the system had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself transported into an entirely unfamiliar location known as the Cave of the Ice Tide. The moment he arrived, he discovered that every form of remote communication had been completely blocked. Qin Feng remained cautious after arriving in the unfamiliar cavern. Refusing to expose himself before understanding the danger around him, he immediately activated Shadow Stealth and concealed his presence completely. A system notification soon appeared, assigning him a new mission: protect the Ice Tide Crystal. Qin Feng's gaze settled on the frozen crystal ahead, and he recognized it immediately. From what he remembered, even the slightest attack striking its surface would cause it to release a devastating wave of freezing energy. After carefully examining the surrounding caves, Qin Feng noticed that monsters would soon emerge from the dark passages and charge straight toward the crystal. They would do everything possible to destroy it. He immediately understood the stakes. If even one of them succeeded, the resulting ice tide would likely kill him on the spot. Qin Feng pulled virulent poison trap from his inventory and quickly considered his options. Dying once was not what concerned him most. The real danger was failing the mission, because failure would permanently prevent him from returning to this place or claiming its hidden reward. Knowing he could not afford even the slightest mistake, Qin Feng chose to evolve virulent poison trap. After consuming the required evolution points and reducing his remaining total to 17, the skill advanced from platinum grade to epic grade. The evolution strengthened nearly every part of the ability. The trap's concealment rose from level 5 to level 8, while enemies who triggered them would now suffer an additional 1,200 poison damage and remain slowed for 8 seconds. The slowing effect stayed at 50%, and the continuing poison damage still equaled 100% of Qin Feng's attack power each second. Most importantly, the maximum number of traps he could maintain increased from 3 to 9, while each trap retained its full 3,600 second duration. Qin Feng immediately placed 3 virulent poison traps across the entrances leading out of the surrounding caves. The moment they were set, the system announced that the Aberrant Witch's Ring had activated, expanding the area covered by each skill by 25%. After checking the trap's positions, Qin Feng knew the upgraded range now covered the passages perfectly. There was no open path left between them. Any monster attempting to leave those caves would be forced to step directly into at least one trap. Just as Qin Feng finished making his preparations, movement began echoing from deep within the dark tunnels. The first wave of enemies had finally arrived. Pairs of glowing eyes appeared one after another inside the caves, all turning toward Qin Feng with murderous focus. A moment later, an entire horde of monsters poured from the passages and rushed toward him in a violent mass. However, the charging creatures had barely crossed the cave entrances when their feet landed inside the concealed traps Qin Feng had prepared. Thick, thorn-covered vines burst violently from the ground and twisted around the monsters' bodies. The poisonous restraints tightened from every direction, tearing through the horde and dealing more than 100,000 points of damage. The force of the attack sent dust and broken stone billowing through the cavern. Even with his vision partially obscured, Qin Feng remained perfectly composed, calmly watching for any threat that might slip past the traps. At that exact moment, an arrow suddenly tore through the rising dust and flew directly toward Qin Feng's position. The sharp whistle of the projectile immediately caught his attention. Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he recognized the unexpected attack approaching through the haze. Just before the arrow could pierce him, Qin Feng raised his hand and summoned a defensive shield. The projectile struck the barrier at the final instant, stopping only a breath away from his body. Qin Feng followed the arrow's path and locked his gaze onto a monster standing deeper inside the horde with a bow in its hands. Only then did he realize the wave did not consist entirely of close-range creatures. There were ranged attackers mixed among them as well. Meanwhile, outside the Magic City ruins, Dongfang Yu met with the orange-haired man from Shura Palace. With irritation in her voice, she demanded to know whether his guild truly intended to abandon its pursuit of Ghost Spirit, also known as Guiling, merely because she had joined the Shadow Guild. The orange-haired man answered with a firm nod. He admitted that Shura Palace could no longer continue the assignment and told Dongfang Yu that she would have to find someone else willing to take the risk. Dongfang Yu tightened her grip around her magic staff, anger rising across her face. She demanded to know why he feared Shadow more than he feared her. Calling him a peasant once again, she reminded him that she possessed all of his personal information and could have him killed in the real world without any difficulty. The orange-haired man's eyes widened with fury. After enduring her insults repeatedly, the final trace of patience vanished from his expression. Before Dongfang Yu could say another word, the man suddenly stepped forward and drove a heavy fist into her cheek. The impact lifted her from the ground and sent her body flying several meters away. The moment Dongfang Yu crashed to the ground, the orange-haired man drew his dagger and charged after her. He struck her again and again, roaring that he was completely sick of her arrogance. He might not have been strong enough to defeat Shadow, but killing her was still well within his ability. Furious over being called a peasant so many times, he screamed for her to die with every vicious blow he delivered. The assault ended almost immediately. Dongfang Yu's health was completely exhausted, and her fallen body dissolved into a collection of glowing lifespan orbs. Dongfang Yu opened her eyes again in the real world, awakening inside the Chu family residence with her gold-cased phone still in hand. Rage twisted her expression as she clenched her fist. She could not accept that those lowly members of Shura Palace had actually dared to turn against her and kill her. Without wasting a moment, Dongfang Yu ordered her husband to send people out and capture every member of the group. Confused by her sudden demand, he asked whether she was referring to Shura Palace, the same guild she had personally hired to capture Ghost Spirit. Still trembling with anger, Dongfang Yu explained that Ghost Spirit had joined Shadow's guild. Because of that connection, the members of Shura Palace had become too afraid of Shadow's retaliation to continue hunting her. Her husband calmly replied that they would deal with those peasants later, after Shadow himself had been eliminated. He then revealed that he had already arranged for members of Black Dragon Hall in Magic City to target Shadow. The plan was already underway, and he assured Dongfang Yu that she would soon have the chance to avenge what had happened to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Yu's eyes widened as fury surged through her once again. Her hatred was no longer directed solely at Shadow. She now wanted revenge against the Shura Palace members who had humiliated her as well. The thought of retaliation filled her with growing excitement. Wearing a confident and vicious expression, Dongfang Yu swore that she would avenge the Dongfang family and slaughter every last person who had dared oppose her. Back inside the cave of the Ice Tide, Qin Feng flicked his short blade through the air. The weapon crossed the cavern in an instant and buried itself directly in the eye of the bow-wielding monster, killing the creature on the spot. The presence of ranged enemies did not trouble Qin Feng in the slightest. Whenever Shadow Blade struck a weak point, its cooldown immediately reset. As long as he aimed accurately, dealing with the archers was as simple as throwing one blade for every kill. By the time the final enemies fell, cracks had already spread across nearly the entire Ice Tide crystal, leaving it moments away from breaking apart. Then the system suddenly announced that the protection mission had been completed and instructed Qin Feng to claim his reward. The notification caught him off guard, and he wondered whether the trial had truly ended so quickly. The heavily fractured Ice Tide crystal finally shattered, scattering frozen fragments across the ground. As the icy pieces faded away, a golden treasure chest materialized in the space where the crystal had stood. Qin Feng's full attention shifted toward the newly appeared chest. Judging by the powerful glow surrounding it, he immediately realized that this was an epic-grade treasure chest. He slowly extended his hand toward the lid. The last epic chest he had opened had rewarded him with graceful liberation, an extraordinarily valuable ability. Now he was eager to discover what reward this chest had prepared for him. The chest opened beneath his hand, and an overwhelming golden radiance poured from within, illuminating every corner of the frozen cavern. Within that brilliant light, the outline of a woman gradually began to form, her body slowly taking shape above the open chest. As the light settled around her figure, Qin Feng immediately recognized that the mysterious woman was not a player. She was an NPC. A hint of surprise crossed Qin Feng's face when he took a closer look at her. She was the very same NPC who had appeared beside the epic treasure chest during his previous temple trial. With her eyes still gently closed, the woman began speaking in an ancient and unfamiliar tongue. Qin Feng recognized the strange words as the language once used by the old gods. Her words carried a clear message. Qin Feng had successfully passed both trials and had proven himself to be the chosen one. The situation felt strange to him. He had never learned the language of the old gods and should not have understood a single sound, yet the meaning entered his mind with perfect clarity. Qin Feng could only wonder whether the Eye of Judgment was allowing him to comprehend her. As the woman continued speaking, golden energy flowed across her body and began transforming her appearance. In the same solemn voice, she revealed that the old gods had already fallen and no longer existed in this world. With their era brought to an end, she declared that Qin Feng had been selected to inherit the mantle of judgment and carry its authority forward. The NPC's body continued changing before his eyes, becoming increasingly divine and otherworldly. Qin Feng could do nothing except remain where he stood, watching the transformation unfold in silent amazement. Little by little, every part of the woman's form was reshaped by the surrounding power, as though her true appearance were finally emerging from beneath the golden light. At last, the third eye on her forehead slowly opened. A tremendous aura surged from her transformed body and swept through the cavern. She introduced herself as a satyr, then informed Qin Feng that she would follow his journey and personally witness the day he became the true god of judgment. After revealing her identity, Asatis extended her hand toward Qin Feng and asked him to accept the special gift she had prepared for him. The gift was Asathis's summoning bell, an artifact personally created by Asatis, the herald of judgment, using the fundamental power of order. Qin Feng would be able to summon her once upon reaching level 25, again at level 35, and one final time at level 50. Every summon would open a special ruin for him to challenge. If he successfully cleared all 3 trials, Asatis would be permitted to reside inside his hideout and provide him with the ability to upgrade skills. Qin Feng accepted the summoning bell, and delight immediately shone in his eyes. The previous temple had been intended for level 5 players, while this second trial was designed for level 15. When he realized that Little Black had somehow stumbled across both locations, he could only marvel at how absurdly powerful her luck truly was. Asadis then told Qin Feng to select one of his abilities. As part of the reward for completing the 2 trials, she would grant him a single free opportunity to upgrade any chosen skill to the highest grade currently permitted by his level. Qin Feng's expression gradually turned serious as he carefully considered everything he had learned. The strength of any skill, he understood, was ultimately measured by 2 separate standards: the skill's inherent quality and the level required before it could be used. Under normal circumstances, a skill's quality was permanently fixed, meaning there was no conventional way to raise its grade after obtaining it. Qin Feng, however, possessed infinite evolution, allowing him to forcefully break through that restriction. Even a common ability such as Shadow Lurk could be elevated all the way to mythic grade if he was willing to invest enough resources. The level requirement worked differently. It determined not only when someone became capable of learning or activating a skill, but also how powerful that ability would ultimately become. Looking purely at its attributes, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 version were separated by an enormous gap. For ordinary players, finding skills that were both high-grade and high-level was incredibly difficult. For Qin Feng, however, those limitations would no longer be a problem in the future. As long as he was willing to consume lifespan, he could directly raise the level of practically any skill in his possession. Confidence sharpened Qin Feng's gaze as he made his decision. Rather than wasting this opportunity on something ordinary, he selected his highest grade ability, Graceful Release, and prepared to upgrade it. Asadis gently lifted Qin Feng's hand and pressed a kiss against it, granting the wish he had chosen. The moment her lips touched his skin, power surged through his mythic skill. Graceful Release immediately leaped from level 10 to level 16, its attributes undergoing a dramatic transformation. The weak point attack correction climbed from an already terrifying plus 300% to plus 410%, while the attack multiplier applied to those vulnerable points was doubled as well. Its active effect became even deadlier, now inflicting throat slit on the target. That wound dealt damage equal to 310% of the initial attack every second for 3 seconds, and the upgraded ability carried a cooldown of only 6.97 seconds. With Qin Feng's wish fulfilled, Asathis's figure began fading away little by little, her body dissolving into the surrounding air. Before completely disappearing, she looked toward him and calmly said that she was already looking forward to the day they would meet again. Once Asadis had vanished, a brilliant blue portal formed directly in front of Qin Feng. Rippling light swirled across its surface, making its purpose immediately obvious. This was the passage that would allow him to leave the hidden space and return outside. Qin Feng was just about to step through when he paused and glanced back over his shoulder. Something inside the treasure chest caught his attention. Realizing that one final item had been left behind, he turned around, reached into the chest, and pulled it out before departing. What he obtained was the Epic Tier Bafich's equivalent exchange agreement. It was a pair of epic-grade leg armor designed specifically for assassins and required level 15 to equip. The armor provided 198 physical defense, resistance to every element, damage blocking, 19.8% damage reduction, and an additional plus 19.8 whispering resistance. Its most valuable feature was the unique ability art of equivalent exchange, which allowed the wearer to sacrifice one piece of equipment or one skill book of epic grade or below. In return, the ability would randomly produce another item of the same level and grade suited to the user's class. The effect could be activated once every hour. Holding the newly acquired item, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with unmistakable excitement. He immediately understood how valuable its equivalent exchange effect could become. His inventory was still packed with jade-grade equipment and skill books that were nearly useless to him in their current forms. Now, every one of those unwanted items had the potential to be converted into equipment or abilities specifically meant for an assassin. After checking over his rewards one last time, Qin Feng decided there was no reason to remain inside the ruins any longer. The amount of loot he had gained from this trip was far beyond his expectations. Thinking back on how everything had started, he knew he truly owed Little Black a proper thank you for leading him to such an incredible opportunity. Outside the cave, Little Black remained beside the entrance with her small llama, patiently waiting in the same place. When Qin Feng finally emerged, he could not help looking at her with mild surprise. An entire hour had passed, yet she had not used that time to hunt monsters or gain levels. Instead, she had stayed near the exit the entire time, waiting for him to return. The moment Little Black spotted Qin Feng stepping out of the cave, relief and happiness appeared across her face. She explained that she had deliberately guarded the entrance in case another player arrived and attempted to ambush him when he came out. Appreciating her loyalty, Qin Feng took out one of the skill books he had collected inside the ruins and handed it to her as a reward. Little Black stared at the skill book in complete disbelief. It contained the level 13 Platinum Magic Shield skill, an ability far more valuable than anything she had expected to receive. After recovering from her shock, she hurriedly thanked her boss. With this defensive skill in her possession, her chances of surviving dangerous battles would increase tremendously. Still delighted by the unexpected gift, Little Black climbed onto the back of her small llama. She turned toward Qin Feng, waved goodbye with a cheerful expression, and then guided her unusual mount away from the cave, gradually disappearing into the distance. Once Little Black had left, Qin Feng saw no reason to remain online either. His body slowly became transparent as the log-out process began, fading from the game world piece by piece. After spending so long exploring and fighting, he had finally decided to return to reality and take care of his empty stomach. Meanwhile, elsewhere among the crumbling remains of Jianghai City, a newly claimed silver-grade guild sanctuary stood proudly within the ruins. This fortified shelter now belonged to the Knights Templar, giving the guild its first true base in the chaotic world. Standing before the gathered members, the guild leader could not keep the broad smile from spreading across his face. With obvious pride in his voice, he announced that this was a truly important day. After all their struggles, the Knights Templar Guild finally possessed a home that they could call their own. His announcement immediately stirred excitement throughout the crowd. The leader admitted that their new sanctuary was not particularly large or impressive compared with greater strongholds, but that hardly mattered. To everyone present, this place represented a wonderful beginning and the first real step toward building something greater. With the sanctuary protecting them, guild members would no longer need to constantly fear being massacred by some powerful boss that suddenly appeared without warning. Whenever they became exhausted from grinding levels, they would finally have a secure haven where they could rest and recover. According to the leader, all of this had been made possible by one person alone, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu had been the first person to discover the sanctuary and lead the guild to this valuable location. The guild leader lifted his voice and invited her onto the platform, asking every member present to welcome their contributor with the loudest and warmest applause they could offer. Applause and enthusiastic praise immediately erupted around the sanctuary. Guild members called out Qin Xiaoyu's name and openly celebrated her achievement. Surrounded by so much admiration, she could not hide the happiness spreading across her face as she stepped forward. Standing on the raised platform, Qin Xiaoyu began by expressing her gratitude to her master, who had patiently and tirelessly taught her so much. She then thanked the friends who had reached out and supported her whenever she encountered hardship. After that, she even offered thanks to those who disliked and ridiculed her, explaining that their mockery and contempt had only pushed her to work harder and become stronger. As Qin Xiaoyu spoke with such sincerity, the women gathered below exchanged impressed glances. Hearing how she had turned both kindness and hostility into motivation, they could not help feeling genuinely proud of everything she had managed to achieve. By the end of her speech, tears had gathered in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. Her voice grew more emotional as she offered her final thanks to her father and mother. She wished with all her heart that they had not died, because then they could have stood there and witnessed what an outstanding person she had become. She was certain that, had they been alive, they would have been incredibly proud of her. Before Qin Xiaoyu's emotional speech could continue any further, the guild leader quickly interrupted and redirected the conversation. Rather than hearing more words of gratitude, he asked her to tell everyone exactly what dangers, difficulties, and obstacles she had overcome while searching for this hidden sanctuary. Qin Xiaoyu did not attempt to exaggerate her achievement or create some heroic story. Instead, she answered with complete honesty, revealing that everything had begun because of a strange dream she had experienced some time ago. Within that dream, an incredibly powerful warrior had appeared and personally guided her through the area. Together, they eventually captured the hidden sanctuary. Most of the details became hazy after she woke up, yet the experience had felt so vivid and realistic that she could not simply ignore it. With nothing more than a "there's no harm in trying" attitude, she came to investigate the location. Even she had never expected the sanctuary from her dream to actually exist. For a brief moment, the gathering fell silent. Then the surrounding guild members burst into laughter and began teasing her without restraint. The idea that Qin Xiaoyu had discovered such an important place by blindly following a dream sounded completely ridiculous to them, and many wondered whether she could possibly be serious. The guild leader was also struggling to keep himself from laughing. Forcing his expression to remain composed, he thanked Qin Xiaoyu for her wonderfully memorable speech. Then, unable to resist teasing her a little further, he asked whether she had happened to experience any other useful dreams the previous night. Qin Xiaoyu lightly touched her cheek as she considered the question. To everyone's surprise, she admitted that she really had experienced another dream. This time, she had seen an enormous and magnificent sanctuary packed with people. Judging by its impressive scale and appearance, she believed that the place might have been a platinum-grade hideout. Her answer triggered another wave of laughter from the guild members. Several people joked that Qin Xiaoyu truly was dreaming this time, while others playfully declared that the Knights Templar would apparently be moving into a much larger home very soon. After allowing the laughter to continue for a moment, the guild leader's expression became serious again. He declared that Qin Xiaoyu's new dream sounded excellent, regardless of whether anyone else believed it. He then handed over the reward she had earned for discovering the current sanctuary, 1 full year of tradable lifespan. Smiling warmly, the guild leader placed one arm around Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder and told the gathered members that he hoped everyone would learn from her willingness to contribute to the guild. As long as they remained united and worked together with a single purpose, he believed the Knights Templar could establish a firm foothold in these chaotic times and continue growing stronger. With that, he dismissed the crowd, ordering those who needed levels to return to grinding and those responsible for exploration to begin moving. Before letting Qin Xiaoyu leave, he assigned her the task of continuing to search for additional hideouts. He encouraged her to maintain her excellent work and made it clear that the guild was counting on her. The moment she heard that she had been personally entrusted with such an important responsibility, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with joy. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she nodded enthusiastically, clearly determined not to disappoint the leader's expectations. Several hours later, Qin Xiaoyu could be seen moving through the abandoned ruins of Jianghai City, with her magic staff gripped firmly in one hand. She had already left the safety of the guild's sanctuary behind, and was now personally investigating the location she remembered from her dream. Despite her earlier excitement, worry now flickered within Qin Xiaoyu's shining eyes. She had carefully followed the faint sense of direction left behind by the dream, yet the platinum-grade hideout that was supposed to exist somewhere in this area remained nowhere to be found. Unknown to Qin Xiaoyu, several female members of the guild were secretly trailing her from a safe distance. They had noticed that she came directly to this part of the ruins immediately after the meeting ended. Whispering among themselves, they began wondering whether she had genuinely come here to search for the platinum-grade sanctuary from her latest dream. When they watched Qin Xiaoyu slip inside one of the ruined buildings, curiosity quickly overcame their hesitation. Exchanging cautious looks, the women decided not to turn back. Keeping their footsteps quiet, they followed her through the entrance to see where she was going. Inside the building, Qin Xiaoyu soon discovered a narrow tunnel and cautiously made her way through it. The deeper she traveled, the more uneasy she became. Parts of the passage looked strikingly similar to what she had seen in her dream, yet other details felt completely unfamiliar. To make matters worse, a persistent feeling crawled across her back, warning her that someone might be following behind her. Qin Xiaoyu stopped for a moment and tightly closed her eyes. After releasing a slow breath, she gathered what courage she had and forced determination into her heart. She reminded herself that she was not some helpless beginner. She was a life priest, the holder of a rare hidden class, and surely nothing inside this tunnel could easily harm her. After reassuring herself, Qin Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes again. All of her newly gathered courage vanished in an instant. Directly in front of her stood a grotesque monster, and from within its gaping mouth, several unnatural eyes stared straight back at her. The horrifying sight completely overwhelmed poor Qin Xiaoyu. Her body stiffened, her face drained of color, and no coherent words could escape her throat. All she could do was unleash a terrified scream that echoed sharply through the dark tunnel. Strangely, the creature did not immediately attack Qin Xiaoyu. It knocked her violently onto the ground and rushed past her instead, charging directly toward the section of the tunnel where the guild women following her had concealed themselves. The hidden women immediately fell into panic when the monster came racing toward them. None of them recognized what kind of creature it was, and its revolting appearance made their stomachs turn. Shouting over one another, they demanded that everyone surround the disgusting thing and kill it as quickly as possible. Before the women could organize themselves or form any kind of proper strategy, the creature struck. Several tentacles whipped outward and tightly coiled around one of the guild members, locking her body in place. Then the slimy appendages extending from the monster's mouth were forcefully shoved straight into the trapped woman's mouth. The horrifying process lasted only an instant. The captured woman's body visibly weakened as strength rapidly drained from her limbs. The creature was not merely injuring her. It was absorbing every remaining trace of her lifespan and stripping it away until almost nothing was left. The other women finally understood what they were witnessing. This monster could drain their lifespan and kill them without giving them any chance to resist. Terrified screams erupted throughout the tunnel, and without wasting even a single second, the surviving guild members turned around and fled as fast as their legs could carry them. Unfortunately for them, the creature had no intention of allowing its prey to escape so easily. Still lying on the tunnel floor, Qin Xiaoyu gradually regained consciousness when the desperate screams reached her ears. Confusion and terror covered her face as she slowly turned her head toward the noise. The sight waiting behind her made her blood run cold. The grotesque monster was holding the guild women captive and mercilessly draining away their lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu reacted almost instantly. Keeping her breathing as quiet as possible, she pushed herself off the ground and slipped away without making a single sound, desperate to put as much distance as she could between herself and that horrifying creature. As she fled through the dark passage, a winding spiral staircase suddenly appeared ahead of her. Qin Xiaoyu did not stop to think or even glance behind her. She rushed onto the steps and hurried downward as fast as her trembling legs could carry her. In her panic, Qin Xiaoyu missed one of the steps beneath her feet. Her body pitched forward without warning, and she tumbled down before crashing headfirst onto the hard ground at the bottom. The impact sent a sharp wave of pain through her body, immediately bringing tears to the corners of her eyes. Grimacing as she slowly raised her head, Qin Xiaoyu carefully studied the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering where her desperate escape had brought her. Directly in front of Qin Xiaoyu stood a large, tightly sealed door. Its silent presence dominated the space, making it impossible for her attention to settle anywhere else. The moment Qin Xiaoyu recognized the entrance, her eyes widened with astonishment and she froze in place. This was the exact door she had seen within her dream. After searching for so long, she had finally discovered the platinum-grade hideout. Realizing how important this was, she knew she had to inform the guildmaster immediately. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly contacted the guildmaster and reported that she had located the platinum-grade hideout. Her announcement caught the leader by surprise, but he quickly recovered and ordered her to remain exactly where she was. He was already gathering guild members and heading toward her position. He then told Qin Xiaoyu to join his party so they could track her location directly. After accepting the invitation, she assured them that she would stay beside the entrance and wait for their arrival. Just as Qin Xiaoyu finished sending the message, an unsettling noise echoed from behind her. Her eyes widened with fear, and her body stiffened as she slowly turned around. There, standing only a short distance away, was the sinister monster, staring directly at her with a twisted smile stretched across its face. Terror surged through Qin Xiaoyu, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself not to collapse. She repeatedly told herself that she could not be afraid. She had already come this far, and if she remained brave, she could fight this creature. No matter how frightening it looked, she convinced herself that she could definitely defeat it. While the sinister monster continued watching her, Qin Xiaoyu slowly rose from the ground and tightened both hands around her magic staff. She reminded herself that she was no longer the weak and helpless person she had once been. She had grown stronger, and this time, she truly believed she had the power to defeat the creature standing before her. A powerful aura suddenly surged outward from Qin Xiaoyu's body, causing her clothes and hair to tremble around her. Confidence returned to her expression, and a proud smile formed on her face as she reminded herself of her true identity. She was not an ordinary priest, but the noble wielder of the hidden class known as the Life Priest. Qin Xiaoyu raised her magic staff and immediately unleashed her strongest ability, venomous vines. Thick, poisonous vines burst from the tip of the staff and shot across the room, wrapping tightly around the monster's body. The attack struck successfully and tore away more than 500 of the creature's hit points. Seeing the damage appear, Qin Xiaoyu became so excited that she nearly jumped with joy. Her first attack had landed perfectly. Now the venom inside those vines would continue eating away at the monster while she prepared another skill to finish the battle. Without wasting the opening, Qin Xiaoyu aimed the end of her magic staff straight at the restrained creature and activated corrupting poison mist. A thick cloud of toxic vapor poured into the room and surrounded the boss, steadily draining its health as the poison continued inflicting damage. This was no ordinary poisonous fog. Corrupting poison mist contained a vicious toxin capable of eating away at its victim far more brutally than common poison, making every breath inside the cloud increasingly dangerous. The poisonous mist did not remain gathered around the monster for long. It continued swelling outward, spreading farther and farther until the murky cloud began filling every corner of the enclosed space. The sight immediately wiped the excitement from Qin Xiaoyu's face. Panic filled her eyes as she realized the terrible mistake she had made. This chamber was completely enclosed, and the poisonous mist had already spread throughout the entire area. Rather than trapping only the monster, she had trapped herself inside the toxin as well. Qin Xiaoyu frantically waved both hands in front of her face, trying to push the thick smoke away from her mouth and nose. She had been holding her breath since the mist began spreading, but the pressure inside her chest was becoming unbearable. Just as Qin Xiaoyu reached the point where she could no longer keep herself from breathing, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. She was a life priest, and among her abilities was an antidote spell capable of cleansing poison. Qin Xiaoyu quickly lifted her magic staff and cast the antidote without hesitation. Cleansing energy spread through the chamber, causing the poisonous mist to thin and gradually disappear. Unfortunately, removing the toxin from the room also stopped the poison from continuing to harm the monster. With the poisonous cloud fading away, the creature's attention settled completely upon Qin Xiaoyu. It stared at her in silence, and another disturbing smile slowly spread across its grotesque face. Tears gathered in Qin Xiaoyu's frightened eyes as she struggled to remain standing. Before the antidote could fully cleanse the room, however, she accidentally inhaled a small amount of the lingering poisonous mist. The poison took effect immediately. Qin Xiaoyu's body lost all strength, and she died before she could react. A moment later, her physical form dissolved completely, transforming into lifespan and vanishing from the chamber. A system notification immediately announced that the player Qin Xiaoyu had committed suicide. She then respawned safely inside her guild's hideout. Almost the moment she reappeared, the guild master contacted her through the chat and asked why she had suddenly returned. Qin Xiaoyu explained that a monster inside the newly discovered location had killed her. The guild master replied that he and his men had already defeated the creature. He asked whether Qin Xiaoyu was referring to the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just killed. Still, something about her explanation confused him. The soul-sucking hag moved slowly and possessed very little direct attack power, but once it captured someone, it would completely drain that person's lifespan. Because of that deadly ability, the guild master could not understand how Qin Xiaoyu had managed to escape permanent death. After hearing his confusion, a pleased smile appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's face. She proudly explained that, in the moment of greatest danger, she had deliberately killed herself. She knew that if the soul-sucking hag caught her, it would drain away all her lifespan, and she would certainly die for good. The guild master was stunned by her answer and exclaimed that she had somehow discovered the only possible method of surviving the encounter. The guild master continued praising Qin Xiaoyu, declaring that she was nothing less than a genuine genius. She happily thanked him for the compliment and told him that she was already on her way back. At the same time, another thought filled her with secret excitement. It seemed the 3 women who had followed her were now permanently dead. In Qin Xiaoyu's mind, that was exactly what happened to people who dared to provoke her. Sometime later, Qin Xiaoyu returned to the mysterious stone door and met the guild master beside it. Pointing toward the sealed entrance, she explained that the platinum-grade hideout was located directly beyond that door. The leader gave her an approving pat on the back, praised her for doing excellent work, and promised that she would receive another reward once the guild had successfully secured the hideout. The guild master then turned toward the assembled members and called out to Datu. He ordered him to take several men and clear the surrounding area, making certain that no other players approached and interfered with their operation. Datu immediately nodded and assured the guild master that there was nothing to worry about. He boldly declared that they would eliminate anyone who dared cause trouble, even if the intruder turned out to be Shadow himself. With the perimeter assigned, the guild master extended one hand and pointed directly at the hideout's stone entrance. He ordered the remaining members to charge forward and kill the guardian waiting inside. Once that guardian fell, the platinum-grade hideout would officially belong to the Knights Templar. Several guild members rushed toward the entrance and gathered around the enormous stone door, ready to force their way inside. Excited war cries filled the chamber as they shouted for everyone to charge, destroy the guardian, and celebrate the coming victory of the Knights Templar. Those standing farther back impatiently urged the front line to hurry. However, after pushing and pulling at the entrance, one of the men turned toward the guild master and reported that the stone door refused to open. The guild master stared at the immovable entrance with a curious expression, his excitement giving way to thought. He began recalling an important rule of the game. Every hideout, regardless of grade, was supposed to possess a guardian that protected it from intruders. After considering the strange situation for another moment, realization suddenly flashed through the guildmaster's eyes. In that instant, all the pieces came together, and he finally understood what was happening. Confidence returned to the guildmaster's face as he raised one hand and pointed straight at the sealed entrance. He revealed that there was no guardian waiting behind the stone door. The massive stone door itself was the guardian they needed to defeat. One of the guild members stepped forward, gripped his axe with both hands, and swung the heavy weapon directly into the surface of the stone door. The axe struck with a loud crash, and a damage number of 320 immediately appeared above the entrance. That single attack confirmed the guildmaster's theory. The stone door was not merely blocking their path, it truly was the guardian of the hideout. The guild members immediately began praising their leader's intelligence, impressed that he had solved the mystery so quickly. Wearing a satisfied smile, the guildmaster announced that this platinum-grade hideout was practically being handed to them as a gift. He ordered everyone to destroy the door, and the assembled members answered his command in a single enthusiastic voice. The Knights Templar members surged toward the stone door and unleashed their attacks without restraint. Weapons repeatedly slammed into the entrance, and within moments, the chamber disappeared behind a thick curtain of dust and flying debris. At that exact moment, several system windows appeared before Qin Feng, warning him that his hideout, the land of purified souls, was under attack. The entrance's stone door had fallen to 99.3% durability and was continuing to take damage, while the magical defense barrier still remained untouched at 100%. The system also informed him that ordinary teleportation into the hideout had been blocked. His only option was war teleportation, and that emergency function could be used only once that day. Qin Feng's expression immediately became serious, while confusion flickered through his eyes. Someone had somehow discovered the hidden entrance to the land of purified souls and was now openly attacking his hideout. Rather than immediately consuming his only war teleportation, Qin Feng mounted his wolf and began riding toward the hideout. Judging from how slowly the entrance's durability was dropping, the invaders' attack power was almost laughable. At their current speed, it might take them an entire year to break through the door. Since there was clearly no urgency, Qin Feng decided to travel there normally and see for himself who had caused the disturbance. After riding for some time, Qin Feng finally reached the outskirts surrounding the land of purified souls. He slowed his wolf as he approached the hidden area, carefully observing everything ahead. Before Qin Feng could continue toward the entrance, something nearby suddenly caught his attention. His eyes sharpened and lit up as he turned toward the unexpected commotion. Not far away, two men were pursuing a fleeing woman through the ruins. They repeatedly ordered her to stop, shouting that if she continued running, they would catch her and slaughter her on the spot. Before the woman could escape in another direction, a man armed with a heavy spiked mace stepped directly into her path. Blocking the way forward, he looked at her with a threatening expression and demanded to know where she thought she was going. The exhausted woman barely had time to draw another breath before the man swung his weapon and struck her with brutal force. The impact lifted her body from the ground and sent her flying violently through the air. As the woman crashed down, a purple-haired man watched with a satisfied smile. He calmly extended one hand toward her helpless body and activated his ability, Sacred Chains. For glowing swords formed high above the woman and plunged downward in an instant. The energy blades pierced through both of her hands and both knees, pinning her firmly in place and forcing a scream of unbearable pain from her throat. One of the men stepped closer and coldly reminded the woman that she had already been warned. This entire area had been claimed by their guild, the Knights Templar. He then demanded to know whether she had honestly believed she could ignore their warning and force her way into guild territory. Despite the pain and danger surrounding her, the woman raised her head and met them with a serious gaze. She insisted that she had only been passing through the area and had never attempted to force her way anywhere. From her perspective, the truth was obvious. The Knights Templar members were merely inventing an excuse so they could rob her. Qin Feng immediately recognized the woman pinned helplessly before those men. It was Yang Xiaoya, one of his former colleagues from the company. From what he remembered, she had always been a kind-hearted girl, and she had even gone out of her way to warn him about trouble in the past. After hearing that the surrounding territory had been claimed by a guild, Qin Feng quickly connected the pieces. The people attacking the land of purified souls had to be members of the Knights Templar. Meanwhile, the purple-haired man stared down at Yang Xiaoya arrogantly and declared that if they said she was trespassing, then that was exactly what she was doing. A lecherous smile crept across the purple-haired man's face as he reminded his companions that, according to their usual rules, he would be taking the first turn. Another man immediately laughed and stepped forward, claiming that this time, he intended to cut ahead of him. Before any of them could move closer to Yang Xiaoya, a figure flashed through the area with the speed of thunder. A cold streak of light swept past, and in the very next instant, all three men's heads were severed cleanly from their bodies. The person who had appeared so suddenly was none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his full attention toward Yang Xiaoya, studying her closely as an eerie glow began shining from his eyes. She stared back at him in complete shock, wondering whether the man before her was really Shadow. Yet almost immediately, doubt surfaced in her mind. Those eyes felt far too familiar. They looked exactly like Qin Feng's. Without saying a word, Qin Feng casually lifted one hand and snapped his fingers, activating one of his abilities. The skill was Blooming Curse. Brilliant crimson spider lilies immediately burst from the bodies of the three fallen men, their glowing petals spreading across the ground as the flowers drained away every trace of lifespan still remaining within the corpses. Qin Feng stood silently among the blooming red flowers and waves of crimson energy. Despite the gruesome sight surrounding him, his expression remained calm, serious, and completely undisturbed. A short distance away, Yang Xiaoya could only watch him with stunned eyes. The longer she looked at that familiar gaze, the stronger the strange feeling in her heart became. Unable to hold back any longer, she quietly wondered aloud whether the man standing before her could actually be Qin Feng. The lifespan orbs extracted from the three dead men rose into the air and were pulled toward a swirling vortex of blue energy. One after another, they vanished into the spinning light until not a single orb remained. Yang Xiaoya stared at the now empty space and murmured that everything had disappeared. Her mind raced as she tried to understand the unbelievable scene she had just witnessed. For a moment, she could not stop thinking about how closely Shadow's glowing eyes resembled Qin Feng's. Still, she quickly dismissed the thought as nothing more than coincidence. If Qin Feng truly were the overwhelmingly powerful Shadow, there was no way he would allow his younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu, to remain in the Knights Templar, a guild where ordinary members were treated little better than slaves. Not long afterward, Qin Feng arrived outside the land of purified souls, where the Knights Templar members had gathered around the entrance to his hideout. The moment the Knights Templar Guild Master and his players noticed Shadow approaching, their hostility vanished. The entire group erupted into an almost fanatical welcome, shouting excitedly and cheering for Big Brother Shadow, as though they had just seen their greatest idol. Trying to appear friendly, the Guild Master hurriedly explained that several of his men had just attempted to rob another player. He then thanked Shadow with exaggerated enthusiasm for arriving at the perfect moment and personally teaching those troublemakers a lesson. The Guild Master went on to explain that ever since Shadow had rescued them from the Headless Assassin, every member of the Knights Templar had become one of his devoted admirers. He continued pouring out shameless praise, claiming that the Knights Templar now followed Shadow's positive example and was working hard to become a bright and righteous guild. Only after finishing this long string of flattery did he finally ask why Shadow had personally come all the way to visit them. Qin Feng paid no attention to the Guildmaster's enthusiastic compliments. His glowing eyes remained cold as he went straight to the matter at hand, asking whether the Knights Templar was currently attacking a hideout. The Guildmaster's smile immediately stiffened. Surprise and nervousness flashed across his face as he stammered, asking how Shadow had learned about it. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously wondered whether Shadow had also taken an interest in the hideout they were trying to capture. Qin Feng's glowing gaze swept calmly across the gathered players. Then, in an even and emotionless voice, he revealed the truth. The hideout they had been attacking belonged to him. The declaration struck the Knights Templar Guild Master like a bolt from the sky. His entire body froze in place, and for several seconds, he looked almost as though he had turned into stone, unable to process what he had just heard. The guild members standing behind him were no better. Every one of them stared at Qin Feng with widened eyes and hanging jaws, completely speechless from the overwhelming shock. Cold sweat began pouring down the guildmaster's face as he desperately tried to find some contradiction. He nervously pointed out that Shadow's hideout was supposedly located in Magic City, and as far as he knew, a player could only own one hideout. At that moment, one of his subordinates leaned close and whispered a crucial detail into his ear. Although an individual player could normally possess only one hideout, a guild established by that player could also own a separate hideout of its own. Qin Feng calmly confirmed the man's explanation. Without the slightest change in his expression, he stated that he possessed hideouts in both Magic City and Zhanghai City. As those words sank in, a horrifying realization slowly dawned upon everyone present. They had not stumbled upon some unclaimed sanctuary waiting to be conquered. They had been trying to invade the private territory of Shadow, the most powerful player in the entire world. Terror washed over the Knights Templar members as they looked upward in despair, feeling as though the sky itself was collapsing on top of them. Qin Xiaoyu stood among them with tears gathering in her eyes, unable to believe what she was hearing. She could not understand how this hideout possibly belonged to Shadow. After all, Shadow had never once appeared in the mysterious dream that had supposedly guided her to this place. Now that the hideout's true owner stood directly before him, the Knights Templar Guildmaster abandoned every trace of dignity. He bent deeply at the waist and began groveling before Qin Feng, frantically explaining that they had no idea the territory belonged to him. He desperately asked what they could possibly do to make amends. Qin Feng, meanwhile, calmly examined a holographic panel displaying the hideout's current condition and pointed out that they had been attacking his entrance for quite some time. Repairs to such a gate, he added coolly, would not be cheap. With a cold expression and no hint of mercy in his voice, Qin Feng stated the compensation he expected from them: 500 full years of lifespan. The guildmaster let out a horrified scream at the astronomical demand. The pressure was simply too much for him to bear, and his eyes rolled back before he dramatically collapsed unconscious, leaving his terrified subordinates shouting his name. One of the guild members quickly caught the unconscious guildmaster and held him in his arms. Looking up at Qin Feng's imposing figure, the man pleaded desperately, asking whether there was any possibility of lowering the compensation. Qin Feng looked down at him coldly and asked whether he had any idea how much it cost to repair a gate of this level. When the subordinate timidly admitted that he did not know, Qin Feng immediately told him to shut his mouth. A short while later, The Knights Templar Guildmaster slowly regained consciousness. His expression was still dazed as he muttered about the outrageous price, wondering what terrible thing he had done to deserve such a devastating disaster. Then, without warning, the despair on his face twisted into violent rage. He sprang to his feet, rushed toward Qin Xiaoyu, and seized the front of her robes with both hands. The Guildmaster furiously blamed Qin Xiaoyu for everything that had happened. Shaking her by the collar, he screamed that she was clearly trying to ruin him and dragged the entire Knights Templar Guild down with him. Qin Xiaoyu lowered her head with shame written across her face. Rather than defending herself, she quietly accepted his accusations, admitting that the entire situation was her fault and that she had recklessly dragged everyone else into the disaster. Gathering her courage, Qin Xiaoyu turned toward Qin Feng and took full responsibility before everyone present. She begged him to punish her alone instead of the guild, promising that she would obey any command he gave and was even willing to pledge her life to him. She swore that she would become Qin Feng's servant and hand over every bit of lifespan she earned from that day forward until the entire debt had finally been repaid. Still facing Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyu continued pleading without hesitation. She offered to endure any punishment he considered appropriate, whether he chose to beat her, curse her, or mistreat her, as long as he agreed to spare the Knights Templar from destruction. The Guildmaster and the surrounding Knights Templar members watched her in stunned silence. Despite their earlier anger, they could not help feeling deeply moved by Qin Xiaoyu's willingness to sacrifice herself for the entire guild. Qin Feng, however, ignored Qin Xiaoyu's desperate offer completely. His glowing eyes remained fixed on the Knights Templar Guildmaster, as though she had not spoken at all. Then Qin Feng calmly spoke a single name, Chen Wuming. The Guildmaster's face instantly drained of color. Chen Wuming was his identity in the real world, and pure terror seized him as he stammered in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow could possibly know his true name. Without giving Chen Wuming time to recover, Qin Feng asked him a cold and pointed question. Did he honestly believe Qin Xiaoyu was worth the 500 years of lifespan that his guild now owed? The moment he heard that question, the fear in Chen Wuming's eyes suddenly changed. A twisted, almost manic grin slowly spread across his face. In a shocking reversal, Chen Wuming spun around and launched himself at Qin Xiaoyu. His fist flew forward with furious force as he screamed at her to die. The blow sent Qin Xiaoyu flying through the air before she crashed heavily onto the ground. Chen Wuming continued shouting, accusing her of leading the guild into an invasion of Qin Feng's hideout, and then pretending to be some noble hero afterward. His true jealousy finally spilled out as he screamed that she had only offered herself because she wanted to get close to Qin Feng and become his servant, an opportunity he insisted she did not deserve. With Qin Xiaoyu lying unconscious nearby, Chen Wuming dropped to his knees before Qin Feng and immediately resumed begging for mercy. He bitterly lamented that his own plan to build a connection with Qin Feng had completely failed. Then he pleaded for another option, explaining that the Knights Templar was only a small guild and could never gather 500 years of lifespan. As long as Qin Feng reduced the price, Chen Wuming promised to fulfill any other demand placed before him. Qin Feng finally offered them an alternative arrangement. The Knights Templar would first pay 100 years of lifespan immediately. As for the remaining 400 years, they could repay that portion by capturing and delivering every guild member who carried killer status. Each killer they brought to Qin Feng would reduce their outstanding debt by exactly 1 year. Chen Wuming's despair vanished the moment he heard the new conditions. Overjoyed, he explained that the task would be easy because the Knights Templar had more than 2,000 members. Better still, handing over the guild's killers would also allow him to clear his own killer status in the process. Without wasting another second, he transferred the first payment, and a system notification immediately confirmed that Qin Feng had received 100 years of lifespan. After asking Qin Feng to remain there for a moment, Chen Wuming hurriedly turned toward his guild members and began issuing urgent orders. Every Knights Templar player carrying killer status was to stop whatever they were doing and gather before him immediately. While the marked guild members assembled nearby, Qin Feng turned his attention to the lifespan he had just received. A system window appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wished to spend 7 days of lifespan to repair the damage inflicted upon his hideout. Qin Feng accepted the cost without the slightest hesitation. Another notification instantly appeared, confirming that the 7 days had been deducted and every damaged section of the hideout had been completely restored. Once all 400 Knights Templar members carrying killer status had gathered, Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying attack. A vast vortex of dark energy swept through the crowd, its countless blades cutting down all 400 players in one devastating instant. A system notification confirmed their deaths as glowing lifespan orbs covered the ground. Slaughtering so many marked players also reduced Qin Feng's own killer status, dropping it from level 4 to level 3. Chen Wuming immediately began clapping with exaggerated enthusiasm, loudly praising Shadow for handling all 400 men with such incredible efficiency. Without showing the slightest concern for his fallen members, he claimed they were merely unruly troublemakers who had violated guild rules and fully deserved the harsh lesson Shadow had given them. Qin Feng then turned toward Chen Wuming and presented him with another arrangement. From that point onward, the Knights Templar would be responsible for protecting the land of purified souls. He added that assigning troublesome members to guard duty would also be an excellent way for Chen Wuming to keep the guild's more unruly players under control. Qin Feng ordered the Knights Templar to station guards around the hideout in rotating shifts, ensuring the entrance remained protected at all times. His glowing gaze then settled on Chen Wuming as he warned that if anyone attacked this place again, the guild master himself would be held personally responsible. Chen Wuming wore an obedient smile and readily agreed to every condition Qin Feng set. Inside, however, he was cursing Shadow furiously. Not only had he lost hundreds of guild members, but now he was being forced to turn the rest of his men into unpaid security guards. Before Qin Feng could deal with anything else, another urgent system notification suddenly appeared. His second hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, was also under attack, and its defensive barrier was rapidly taking damage. The system once again offered him the option of war teleportation, reminding him that he possessed only one such use for the entire day. Annoyance flashed across Qin Feng's face. Since the attack on the Evil Spirit Academy appeared far more serious, he decided there was no reason to delay and immediately chose to use his daily war teleportation. Brilliant blue light wrapped around Qin Feng's entire body as the teleportation began. While his figure gradually disappeared, he wondered aloud who could possibly be foolish enough to provoke him so openly, especially when practically everyone knew that the Evil Spirit Academy belonged to Shadow. The moment Shadow vanished within the blue light, Chen Wuming's respectful expression disappeared as well. He immediately turned toward the remaining Knights Templar members and ordered everyone to gather their belongings and leave the area. One subordinate cautiously reminded Chen Wuming that Shadow had ordered the guild to guard the hideout. Hearing this, the guild master pointed toward Qin Xiaoyu, who was only just beginning to regain consciousness nearby, and coldly declared that she alone would remain behind to perform the guard duty. Chen Wuming looked down at Qin Xiaoyu and mocked her, saying this was exactly the kind of opportunity she had wanted. He ordered her not to leave the entrance and demanded that she report immediately if any trouble appeared. If she failed in that responsibility, he threatened to drain away her lifespan himself. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins of Magic City, the Evil Spirit Academy towered above the surrounding wreckage. The enormous hideout resembled a dark Gothic cathedral, with its ancient walls and shadowy spires creating an oppressive presence over the ruined district. Outside the cathedral's massive main entrance, a large group of players from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall launched attack after attack. Their weapons and abilities repeatedly crashed against the glowing magical barrier as they desperately tried to force their way inside. A burst of blue light suddenly erupted within the Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng emerged directly from the war teleportation and landed safely inside the besieged hideout. Qin Feng soon appeared atop the academy's towering outer walls, silently looking down at the attackers gathered below. Confusion flickered in his glowing eyes. He could not remember ever dealing with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall, so he had no idea why they had suddenly chosen to make an enemy of him. Below the walls, the leader of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall raised his weapon and shouted to his exhausted men. The barrier was already close to collapsing, so he ordered everyone to gather their strength for one final, decisive strike. At their leader's command, the surrounding players stretched out their hands and poured their power toward a single point. Streams of dark energy twisted together above them, gradually forming an enormous sphere filled with their combined strength. Once the attack had reached its limit, the Black Dragon Hall leader thrust both hands forward and roared the name of the technique, Black Flame, Magic Dragon Break. The colossal mass of darkness shot across the battlefield and slammed violently into the Academy's defensive barrier. Deep cracks immediately spread across the magical barrier, and its remaining durability plunged to only 13%. The Black Dragon Hall members erupted into wild celebration, convinced that the entrance was only moments from shattering. They excitedly cheered over the hundreds of years of lifespan they expected to seize once they broke inside. Watching their reactions from high above, Qin Feng quickly realized that these attackers were nothing more than hired pawns. He considered everyone who might still be alive and hold such a deep grudge against him. It did not take long for one name to surface in his mind, Dong Fengyu. Just as the Black Dragon Hall prepared to launch another assault, a strange and unfamiliar sound suddenly rolled across the battlefield. The celebrating players immediately fell silent and began looking around in alarm. When they finally raised their heads, their expressions changed completely. An enormous ethereal dragon was descending from the sky, its translucent body stretching across the darkness as it approached the battlefield from above. A mysterious wave of energy swept outward from the dragon and passed directly through the attackers. The moment it touched them, their bodies became rigid. Fear and confusion filled their faces as their eyes began swirling in a dazed, hypnotic pattern. None of the Black Dragon Hall players could move even a finger. Trapped within the strange paralysis, they could only stare helplessly as one of their companions struggled to lift his hand and point frantically towards something even higher in the sky. Directly above the immobilized crowd, a gigantic meteor wrapped in raging flames was plunging toward the earth. Its burning mass grew larger with every passing second as it fell straight toward their position. The fiery celestial body smashed into the ground with overwhelming force. A deafening explosion tore through the area, and a towering sea of flames swallowed the helpless Black Dragon Hall members before any of them could escape. One heavily built player clenched his teeth and braced himself for death. Yet when the fire finally cleared, he was astonished to discover that he was still standing. Laughing in relief, he proudly announced that the meteor had dealt only 3,000 damage and boasted that his high-health build had saved his life. His celebration ended before the laughter could even leave his mouth. A sudden strike severed his head from his shoulders, and dark tendrils immediately wrapped around the remaining body. Within moments, the corpse was completely consumed and disintegrated into nothing. After the battlefield fell silent, another group of players arrived near the Evil Spirit Academy. They stopped in shock when they discovered the Magic City Black Dragon Hall members scattered dead across the area, and they immediately began wondering who could have wiped out the entire group. Among the newcomers was a young woman with pink hair and a pointed witch's hat. After examining the destruction around the entrance, Zhang Yaoying quickly voiced her suspicion that the person responsible had to be the legendary player Qin Feng. Her companions looked around the empty battlefield and expressed their doubts, pointing out that no one else was visible. Zhang Yaoying firmly rejected that reasoning. Shadow's abilities could not be measured by ordinary standards, and for all they knew, he might possess a skill that allowed him to remain permanently invisible. Hidden from their sight, Qin Feng quietly observed the newcomers from his concealed position. Their insignias and equipment immediately revealed that they belonged to the Sky Dome Guild. Qin Feng's attention settled on the pink-haired woman standing at the front of the group. He recognized her as Zhang Yaoying, a well-known player who possessed the rare and unique hidden class known as Soul Painter. With her identity confirmed, Qin Feng immediately understood where the ethereal dragon and flaming meteor had come from. Zhang Yaoying had used her enchanted brush to paint those creatures and attacks into existence before unleashing them against the Black Dragon Hall. Qin Feng remembered that the Soul Painter was an exceptionally powerful class during large-scale battles. Its painted creations could overwhelm entire groups from a distance, though the class itself remained dangerously vulnerable whenever an enemy managed to launch a surprise attack. Certain that Shadow was somewhere nearby, Zhang Yaoying stepped forward and looked around the battlefield. Raising her voice toward the seemingly empty surroundings, she respectfully asked whether Senior Shadow would be willing to come forward and speak with her. To the astonishment of Zhang Yaoying and every companion beside her, Qin Feng's voice suddenly answered from empty air. Without revealing his position, he calmly asked what business she had with him. A faint blush appeared on Zhang Yaoying's cheeks as she explained her reason for coming. She needed to enter the Evil Spirit Academy and retrieve something required for the advancement of her hidden class. In return for being allowed inside, she promised that Shadow would be paid generously. Qin Feng immediately connected her request with what he remembered from his previous life. Back then, the Sky Dome Guild had controlled the Evil Spirit Academy, and now he finally understood how that had happened. Zhang Yaoying must have discovered the hideout while completing this advancement quest. Once again, his actions had altered the course of history. As he listened to her speak, Qin Feng found himself remembering the popular gaming broadcast Zhang Yaoying had once hosted alongside her grandfather. He had spent many hours watching the pair, and those old memories remained surprisingly clear. Zhang Yaoying's grandfather, widely known as Old Man Zhang, was the founder of the Sky Dome Guild. Under his leadership, the organization had steadily risen until it became one of the most powerful and respected guilds in the entire nation. Hidden behind his mask, Qin Feng felt his face grow slightly warm. He silently admitted that the reason he knew so much about Zhang Yaoying and her grandfather was quite simple. Before his rebirth, he had genuinely been one of their fans. Qin Feng pushed those old memories aside and quickly made his decision. He told Zhang Yaoying and the others to come inside so they could discuss the matter properly. As his voice echoed through the area, the enormous sealed doors of the Evil Spirit Academy slowly swung open, revealing the dark and cavernous passage beyond. Deep inside the Gothic halls of the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng sat upon a massive throne while streams of dark energy curled through the air around him. Looking down at the assembled members of the Sky Dome Guild, he calmly instructed them to explain exactly what they wanted. Zhang Yaoying stepped away from her companions and approached the throne. She explained that advancing her Soul Painter class required several extremely special materials, and those materials could only be found within the Evil Spirit Academy. She then revealed that the Sky Dome Guild had heard about Qin Feng selling another hideout for an enormous price. Rather than requesting temporary entry, Zhang Yaoying offered to purchase the entire Evil Spirit Academy from him. Her advancement required such a large quantity of the material that owning the hideout would be far more practical than gathering it through a single visit. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yaoying with renewed interest. Her willingness to purchase an entire high-grade hideout genuinely impressed him, and he began wondering how the Sky Dome Guild had managed to accumulate such an enormous reserve of lifespan. Qin Feng silently credited Zhang Yaoying's confidence to the influence of her grandfather, Old Man Zhang. Even so, he made it clear that the Evil Spirit Academy was not something he intended to sell. As a compromise, he offered her guest privileges instead, allowing her to enter and move freely throughout the entire ground floor whenever she needed. Zhang Yaoying was clearly not satisfied with merely receiving free access. After thinking for a moment, she proposed renting the space instead. She offered Qin Feng an astonishing 500 years of lifespan in exchange for exclusive use of the Academy's first floor for the next 3 years. Qin Feng did not answer immediately. Sitting quietly upon the throne, he studied Zhang Yaoying and carefully considered the unusually generous proposal she had placed before him. He had already offered to let her enter the ground floor for free and collect whatever materials her advancement quest required. Yet she still insisted on paying such an enormous price. That could only mean the Sky Dome Guild's real objective went far beyond gathering materials. They wanted to use this agreement to formally establish a relationship with Shadow. Almost as though she had seen through Qin Feng's thoughts, Zhang Yaoying smiled and immediately added another condition, hoping to make the agreement even more tempting. A slightly devious grin appeared on her face as she promised that, once the rental agreement was signed, the Sky Dome Guild would personally deal with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall. The guild that had just attacked his hideout would be hunted down and completely wiped out. Her old promise genuinely caught Qin Feng off guard. Looking at her with renewed interest, he asked whether she could truly make a decision that might start a full-scale guild war without first consulting her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying laughed when she realized Qin Feng even knew about Old Man Zhang. With complete confidence, she assured him that her grandfather usually listened to her anyway. Besides, destroying a minor guild like the Black Dragon Hall would hardly count as a difficult war for the Sky Dome Guild. Qin Feng found himself admiring how decisive and fearless she was. No longer hesitating, he accepted her proposal and casually tossed the prepared rental contract toward her. The moment Zhang Yaoying accepted the contract, a system notification appeared before Qin Feng. The agreement had been completed successfully, and Shadow had received the full payment of 500 years of lifespan. Qin Feng informed the Sky Dome Guild members that they could use the entire first floor however they wished during the rental period. He also told them not to worry about the damaged defensive barrier, since the lava flowing through the Academy's lower levels would gradually repair it on its own. With the deal officially settled, Zhang Yaoying and her companions broke into excited celebration. After the Sky Dome Guild members disappeared into the depths of the hideout, Qin Feng allowed a faint smile to form beneath his mask. Zhang Yaoying was even livelier and more energetic in person than she had appeared during her broadcasts. Realizing where his thoughts were drifting, he felt his face warm slightly, shook his head, and reminded himself that he still had important business to handle. Qin Feng made his way into the hideout's warehouse, where piles of stored equipment and skill books waited to be sorted. By now, he had already activated his equivalent exchange abilities several times, and each use had produced surprisingly useful results. Seeing that the skill's cooldown had finally ended, Qin Feng decided to activate it once more. Golden energy spiraled around his hand as Baffich's equivalent exchange consumed one of his less valuable possessions. A system notification announced that he had lost a wisdom training scroll, but in return, he obtained Scarlet Blade, a powerful Jade-tier finishing skill designed specifically for assassins. Scarlet Blade delivered an extremely destructive close-range strike, making it ideal for finishing an enemy at point-blank range. Even more importantly, the ability restored Qin Feng's health by converting a large percentage of the damage it inflicted into healing. Qin Feng's eyes brightened with pleasant surprise as he examined the new skill. Obtaining a limit break finisher was not merely another small improvement. It represented a major increase in his overall combat power. Limit break finishers were feared for good reason. These ultimate abilities possessed enough explosive power to reverse a losing battle in a single moment, allowing their users to overwhelm enemies who might otherwise have been impossible to defeat. After comparing the numbers, Qin Feng discovered that Scarlet Blade's base damage was already more than twice as high as that of his strongest legendary grade skill, and that was before he had applied any upgrades or bonuses. Recognizing the skill's enormous potential, Qin Feng immediately invested evolution points and raised Scarlet Blade from Jade tier to Legendary tier. Both its damage and healing effects increased dramatically. After calculating the bonuses from his equipment and other enhancements, he estimated that a single strike could now inflict more than 100,000 points of damage. Qin Feng still had plenty of evolution points remaining, so he selected another one of his essential abilities. He poured 500 points into his passive stealth skill and evolved it all the way to Mythic Grade. Besides raising the strength of his concealment, the evolution granted a powerful new passive effect. While hidden, his lifespan consumption inside dangerous regions would be reduced by 90%. Satisfaction gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes as he read the new effect. With his lifespan draining at only a fraction of the normal rate, entering and exploring high-level rage zones would become far safer and much less costly. Now that Shadow had reached level 17, he finally met the requirements for the new Jade tier equipment he had gathered during his recent adventures. One item after another was equipped onto his body: a new veil, a pair of gloves, upgraded boots, and a powerful ring. Each piece added a noticeable increase to his attributes, pushing his already formidable stats even higher. With those final pieces in place, nearly Qin Feng's entire equipment set had reached Jade tier. Yet when he looked down and saw the strange combination of colors and designs covering his body, his face immediately twisted with disgust. He could not help remarking that lower-level equipment always looked unbelievably ugly when worn together. Without another thought, he hid the mismatched appearance and switched back to his familiar default outfit, covering himself once again in the sleek, all-black clothing of Shadow. Now armed with stronger skills, improved stealth, and an almost complete set of Jade tier gear, Qin Feng felt fully prepared. His glowing eyes sharpened as he declared that it was finally time to conquer the next hideout. Meanwhile, far from the game world, an armored vehicle rolled through the suburbs of Magic City and came to a stop outside an enormous, luxurious mansion. One of the armed guards stationed near the entrance approached the vehicle and asked his colleague how many people they had managed to bring back. The other guard answered that, despite their efforts, they had found only 4. The first guard frowned in disappointment at such a small number. His colleague explained that fewer people were willing to sell their lifespan these days. He then struck the side of the vehicle and ordered the newly arrived sellers to get out. 4 figures stepped down from the armored transport: a huge muscular man, a man wearing a long coat, another dressed neatly in a suit, and a young woman whose face was partly hidden beneath a hood. The long-coated man looked up at the magnificent mansion and commented that whoever lived there had to be incredibly wealthy. One of the guards ordered the group to remain outside while he went in to notify Dongfang Yu. The muscular man glanced toward the mansion with obvious annoyance and complained that they were not even being invited inside. Beside him, the hooded woman grew impatient and sharply told the guards to stop wasting time and hurry up. Watching their arrogant behavior, the nearby guard gave a quiet scoff. In his mind, these 4 fools had no idea what kind of place they had walked into, but they would soon learn exactly what was waiting for them. Inside the mansion's grand hall, Dongfang Yu appeared with her young son, Nantian, standing nearby. Her gaze moved coldly across the 4 newcomers as she confirmed that they were the people who had come to sell lifespan. Without offering any greeting, she ordered them to convert it into glowing orbs and throw everything onto the floor. The muscular man stared at her for a moment before a mocking smirk spread across his face. He asked whether she was joking, pointing out that none of them had seen so much as a single coin of payment. Dongfang Yu's expression instantly darkened. A threatening glow appeared within one of her eyes as she repeated the command in a colder voice. If they valued their lives, they would hand over the lifespan immediately and stop asking questions. The moment her warning left her lips, armed guards emerged from multiple corners of the hall. Within seconds, the 4 supposed sellers had been completely surrounded, with numerous gun barrels aimed directly at their bodies. The man in the suit slowly raised both hands as though surrendering, though the relaxed look on his face suggested he was not truly frightened. In a deliberately confused tone, he asked Dongfang Yu what all of this was supposed to mean. Then his confusion vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. Looking around at the surrounding weapons, he asked whether Dongfang Yu intended to rob them, the same way they themselves had robbed so many other people. Before the suited man could finish speaking, one of the mansion's guards lunged toward him. Yet instead of panicking, the 4 intruders reacted with complete confidence, and the sudden reversal left Dongfang Yu staring in shock. The man in the long coat revealed his class as an insect manipulator. With a sweep of his arm, countless glowing insects poured into the hall and swarmed around him. Wearing a greedy smile, he declared that they had clearly stumbled upon an exceptionally fat sheep. At the same time, an unnatural light began shining from beneath the hooded woman's shadowed face. She ordered her companions to clean this beautiful woman out completely, making it clear that they had come to rob Dongfang Yu and everyone inside the mansion instead. Gunfire erupted across the hall as Dongfang Yu's guards opened fire from every direction. The muscular intruder stepped forward and summoned an enormous golden shield. The platinum tier ability, Golden Round Wall, spread out before the group and blocked every incoming bullet. The guards continued firing in frustration, but none of their shots could penetrate its powerful defense. Once the barrage had been stopped, the muscular man bent his knees and launched himself high into the air. He then came crashing back down, slamming the huge golden shield into the floor and releasing a violent shockwave throughout the hall. At the same moment, the man in the suit moved with astonishing speed and flexibility. Bullets tore through the space around him, but he twisted, leaned, and stepped between them so smoothly that not a single shot managed to touch him. Sliding gracefully across the polished floor, the suited man raised one hand and shaped his finger like the barrel of a gun. A concentrated beam of energy burst from his fingertip, struck one of the guards, and killed him within a fiery explosion. The suited attacker possessed a hidden class known as the one-handed gunman. His fingers functioned like deadly firearms, allowing him to launch multiple kinds of ammunition and energy attacks without carrying an actual weapon. The battle rapidly spread deeper into the mansion as the intruders pushed forward and Dongfang Yu's surviving guards retreated through the interior halls. The hooded woman shot through the air with frightening speed. Blue energy spiraled around her body before sweeping outward in a sharp arc, cutting down several guards in a single attack. As his companions fell, one surviving guard desperately shouted for immediate backup. A manic grin stretched across the hooded woman's face as she fixed her glowing eyes on Dongfang Yu. Without slowing down, she flew straight toward her target and screamed for the beautiful woman to die. Her attack was only a heartbeat away from striking Dongfang Yu when a powerful kick suddenly came from the side. The hooded woman was knocked cleanly out of the air and sent flying before she could land the killing blow. Before Dongfang Yu could press the attack, a towering figure stepped forward to shield her. It was her hulking bodyguard, his muscular frame unmistakable even beneath the bandages wrapped across his face. With a sweep of his arm, he stirred the surrounding energy into a violent vortex, forming a protective barrier around his mistress. Keeping his eyes fixed on the enemy, he warned Dongfang Yu not to underestimate them. One of their opponents possessed a hidden class, which made this far more dangerous than an ordinary fight. Dongfang Yu only grew more furious. She coldly ordered him to capture the group alive, planning to turn them into slaves and force them to gather lifespan for her son. The bodyguard's expression remained grim as he judged their strength, admitting that their chances of succeeding were only around 50%. The muscular man raised his gleaming golden shield and studied the enemy formation more carefully. His face tightened as he realized the danger was not limited to a single hidden class player. Several members of the opposing side also seemed to possess rare or specialized classes, meaning this battle would be far more troublesome than they had expected. The insect manipulator's mechanical bug hovered overhead, its metal wings buzzing sharply through the air. Across from him, Dongfang Yu's fearsome bodyguard stood motionless inside a thick swirl of purple miasma, while the fallen guards lay scattered around his feet. Without showing the slightest panic, he calmly examined the 4 lifespan sellers before him. From their weapons, armor, and practice formation, he quickly understood what kind of people they were. They worked as a team, specifically targeting wealthy victims, and they had equipped themselves with deadly one-strike skills along with gear capable of resisting bullets. Rather than becoming alarmed by what he saw, the bodyguard appeared almost entertained. Judging from their confidence and polished equipment, he guessed they had used this same method successfully many times before. The insect manipulator, dressed in a long coat, responded with an equally confident smile. Facing the bodyguard directly, he said he only hoped Dongfang Yu's group had managed to gain enough levels and equipment from the game. Otherwise, the coming fight would hardly be exciting. The bodyguard remained planted in the middle of the battlefield, his broad shoulders relaxed as the sinister purple aura rolled around him in heavy waves. Despite being surrounded by several dangerous opponents, he did not retreat even half a step. His calm posture made it clear that their threats had failed to shake him. A mocking scoff escaped the bodyguard's mouth. Looking at the confident group in front of him, he dismissed them as nothing more than a pack of arrogant children who had grown far too proud of their limited strength. The insect manipulator's smile vanished as he abruptly declared that the battle had officially begun. Thrusting one hand forward, he commanded his mechanical insect to attack and shouted for the bodyguard to die. The bug's body lit up at once, releasing a dazzling yellow beam that tore straight across the battlefield. Yet just before the blast could strike, the bodyguard's figure blurred. Moving at a speed that seemed impossible for someone of his size, he slipped completely out of the beam's path. Before anyone could even track his movement, the bodyguard suddenly appeared beside the speeding insect. He lifted one hand into the air and, with terrifying precision, snatched the mechanical creature out of its flight path, as though he were catching an ordinary housefly. Every member of the seller group froze in disbelief. The insect manipulator stared at the captured machine with wide eyes, unable to accept what he had just witnessed. He shouted that his insect could fly at 200 kilometers per hour. No normal person should have been able to follow its movement, much less reach out and seize it with a bare hand. The bodyguard answered with nothing more than a low grunt. A strange cloud of purple gas suddenly burst from behind him, spreading through the air with a foul and ominous hiss. At the same time, his fingers tightened around the mechanical insect. Metal groaned inside his grip before the entire machine was crushed into twisted fragments, leaving the watching sellers completely stunned. Without sparing the ruined insect another glance, the bodyguard opened his hand and let its broken remains fall beside his feet. Then, as casually as if he were crushing a piece of trash, he brought his boot down and ground the shattered parts into the ground. Only then did the bodyguard reveal that their escape had already been cut off. While they had been focused on the confrontation, he had quietly spread a barrier around the entire area, sealing everyone inside before the real battle had even begun. The purple aura surrounding the bodyguard suddenly surged upward, twisting around his enormous frame like poisonous smoke. In a steady voice, he finally revealed the name of his unique hidden class, Fartmaster, the source of plague itself. His power existed to spread pestilence beyond anything ordinary humans could produce. As the foul energy thickened around him, he lowered his body slightly and gave the enemies one final warning. Well then, I'm coming. A dangerous light flashed through the Fartmaster's eyes. Dongfang Yu's bodyguard leaned forward, his muscles tightening beneath his clothes, and announced that his attack was about to begin. The ground beneath him cracked as he launched himself into the air with astonishing force. His huge body rose far faster than anyone expected, catching the muscular shield bearer on the opposing side completely off guard. While still airborne, the bodyguard twisted his hips and drove a powerful high kick toward the muscular man. The shield bearer quickly planted his feet and raised his defenses, shouting for the bodyguard to come at him. With absolute confidence, he dared the attacker to test the strength of his so-called iron wall defense. The muscular man braced for the incoming kick, but the true attack came from somewhere far less expected. The bodyguard suddenly clenched his buttocks and released a devastating compressed air cannon. The blast struck with explosive force, smashing straight through the golden shield as if it were made of glass. The defender was hurled backward and slammed violently into the ground. Seeing the shield bearer knocked down, the insect manipulator immediately turned toward his remaining companion. Panic sharpened his voice as he shouted for the one-handed gunman to open fire before the bodyguard could attack again. The one-handed gunman raised his weapon and unleashed a rapid volley of glowing energy shots. Blast after blast streaked toward the airborne bodyguard, filling the space around him with deadly light. Yet the massive man twisted between them with astonishing ease, avoiding every single shot without suffering so much as a scratch. Believing he had finally cornered his target, the gunman sneered and continued firing. He mocked the bodyguard for leaping into the air while fighting someone armed with a gun. With no ground beneath his feet and nowhere left to dodge, the gunman declared that the reckless jump had been nothing less than suicide. But the muscular bodyguard was far from trapped. Drawing his bandaged arms inward, he adjusted his body in midair and violently clapped his buttocks together. The impact produced a thunderous sonic boom, sending a compressed wave of sound ripping across the battlefield toward the gunman. The sonic blast struck the one-handed gunman head-on before he could react. His glasses shattered instantly, fragments scattering away from his face as the force tore through him. His body went limp in the same moment, and he was killed on the spot. A moment later, the bodyguard landed beside the fallen gunman and looked down at the corpse with mild disappointment. He remarked that the man's cultivation level must have been pitifully low. Otherwise, there was no way he would have died from something as simple as a single sonic boom. The insect manipulator watched his companion collapse, and every trace of confidence drained from his face. Terror took over immediately. He spun around and tried to flee, but before he could take more than a step, a large hand shot forward and closed around his head, stopping him cold. The bodyguard lifted the trembling insect manipulator as the man frantically begged to be spared. Despite the fear in his captive's voice, the bodyguard remained strangely calm. He assured the man that he was not going to kill him. 2 members of their group were already dead, while 2 remained alive. That was exactly half, meaning he had successfully fulfilled the 50% success rate he had promised Dongfang Yu. Still holding the frightened man by the head, the bodyguard casually glanced around the sealed area. He then asked what had happened to their stealthy companion. His earlier burst of gas should have stunned everyone nearby, yet one member of the group seemed to have disappeared without leaving a trace. The insect manipulator hurriedly explained the misunderstanding, his words tumbling out in panic. The hooded woman had never been part of their group in the first place. His other 2 brothers had already been killed, and none of them even knew who that woman was. She had simply happened to step out of the same vehicle at the same time, because she had also come there to sell her lifespan. Far away on the outskirts of the ruined magic city stood the magic leaning tower. Its enormous structure tilted at a dramatic angle, closely resembling the ancient Leaning Tower of Pisa. Above the tower's highest point, a radiant purple magic circle floated in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the surrounding ruins. Among the broken buildings of the abandoned city, shadows form slowly appeared. His body was faint and semi-transparent, giving him the appearance of a ghost drifting silently through the desolate landscape. Shadow approached the entrance of the Leaning Tower and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The guardian monster that should have been stationed outside was nowhere to be seen. After checking the area, he concluded that another group had arrived before him and had already defeated it. With no guardian left to block his way, Shadow moved toward the enormous entrance. Frost covered the towering doorway, and cold mist clung to its frozen surface as he passed through and entered the tower. Once inside, Shadow slowed down and carefully examined the space around him. The magic leaning tower was not merely a tower, but an enormous library stretching across countless floors. Its corridors formed a massive maze, and hidden traps waited throughout the structure for careless intruders. He also remembered the old legend tied to this place. Somewhere deep within the tower, a terrifying monster had been sealed away, a princess who had been transformed by an evil white dragon. Shadow floated silently through the library's maze-like passages, passing rows of towering shelves and scattered books. Signs of recent looting appeared everywhere. Drawers had been opened, items had been taken, and the path ahead had clearly been disturbed. From this, he realized that another party had already pushed deep into the tower. He then remembered that the mechanism capable of teleporting someone directly to the top floor was hidden somewhere in this section. It did not take Shadow long to locate the trigger. Among the countless books on the shelf, one volume glowed with a faint magical light. Its title read, Postpartum Care for Souse. Despite the absurd name, Shadow knew exactly what it was. Pulling that particular book would activate the tower's hidden teleportation spell. Shadow reached out and pulled the glowing book from its place. The moment it moved, brilliant light erupted around his body. Before he could see anything else, the magic enveloped him completely and transported him away. A flash of light appeared on the rooftop, and Shadow materialized high above the ruined city. He floated silently behind two nearby players, both of whom jolted in shock when they realized that a ghostly figure had suddenly appeared at their backs. From his position above the rooftop arena, Shadow took in the battle unfolding below. A large force of players had surrounded the tower's guardian and were desperately attacking from every direction. Their enemy was a gigantic tentacled creature known as the Desperate Princess, whose monstrous body dominated the entire rooftop. Shadow watched the chaotic fight for several moments and quickly understood the condition of the attacking force. Their weapons and armor were noticeably below the level required for an opponent like this. As a result, players were falling one after another, and their casualty rate had already climbed dangerously high. Even so, Shadow could not help feeling somewhat impressed. With such mediocre equipment and such a severe disadvantage, this group should never have reached the top of the tower. The fact that they had advanced this far proved that their organization and determination were anything but ordinary. His gaze soon settled on the person commanding the entire force. A woman with long gray hair stood near the center of the formation, loudly rallying the surviving players as the battle raged around her. She ordered them not to be afraid of dying. Even if they were killed, all they had to do was run back and rejoin the fight. Shadow immediately recognized both the group and its commander. They belonged to the Faker Heavy Industry Guild, and the gray-haired woman leading them was Huang Huifan. In his previous life, Faker Heavy Industry had been a massive and influential corporation even before the world changed. When the game descended into reality, Huang Huifan had reacted faster than most people. She converted the company's available funds into lifespan and organized her employees into a guild before other corporations could adapt. Shadow also remembered that her class was Illusionist, an exceptionally powerful support class. Its signature ability, Teleportation Gate, allowed her to reposition large numbers of people across the battlefield with remarkable efficiency. Remaining at a distance, Shadow quietly observed the guild's movements. Rather than joining the battle immediately, he followed the flow of reinforcements and deaths, gradually understanding the strategy Huang Huifan had arranged. Shadow knew exactly why Teleportation Gate was considered such a powerful skill. It allowed the user to establish one entrance and one exit, linking two separate locations through a stable portal. Once the passage was formed, anyone could move through it without needing the ability themselves. Huang Huifan had placed the portal entrance close to the guild's respawn point while positioning the exit beside the boss arena. Because of this setup, every player who died could revive, step through the gate, and return to battle almost immediately. They could also hurry back to the place where they had fallen and recover the lifespan they had dropped. Shadow remembered how effective this tactic had eventually become. In his previous life, Huang Huifan had relied on this relentless reinforcement strategy to expand Faker Heavy Industry's strength, helping the guild rise until it ranked among the 20 most powerful guilds in the entire nation. Unfortunately, this particular opponent completely countered that method. The Desperate Princess was a level 18 Platinum tier boss, and against a creature with her abilities, repeatedly throwing revived players into battle would accomplish nothing. The true danger did not come only from the Desperate Princess's enormous body or the tentacles tearing through the players. Hidden within her abilities was an effect far more terrifying than ordinary physical destruction. Whenever the Desperate Princess killed a player, she absorbed that victim's lifespan at 100 times the rate of an ordinary monster. Every guild member who fell was therefore not simply a casualty. They became fuel that made the boss even stronger. Shadow could already see where this battle was heading. If Faker Heavy Industry continued relying on a war of attrition, the Desperate Princess would soon gather enough power to evolve into a Jade-tier boss. Once that happened, her health would regenerate, erasing nearly all the progress the guild had made. Shadow understood that the outcome would be catastrophic. The entire attacking force would eventually be wiped out, and the enormous loss of lifespan could cripple or even destroy Faker Heavy Industry. Since allowing the battle to continue would only feed the boss further, he finally decided that it was time for him to intervene. Shadow dropped from above and landed directly in front of the guild's gray-haired leader, Huang Huifan. His sudden arrival made her tense at once, but before she could question him, he calmly stated his price. Give him 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would personally kill the boss for them. However, any equipment or items meant for an assassin that dropped afterward would belong entirely to him. Huang Huifan stared at the ghostly figure before her, visibly shaken by what she had just heard and seen. Her lips parted, but the words came out in a nervous stammer as recognition finally struck her. The mysterious man standing face to face with her was none other than the legendary assassin known as Shadow. Shadow calmly confirmed that she had recognized him correctly. Then, without softening his tone, he delivered a blunt warning. Huang Huifan and the Faker Heavy Industry Guild had no chance of defeating the Desperate Princess. Their only sensible choices were to accept his offer or withdraw from the tower immediately. He finished laying out those two options before Huang Huifan could even gather herself enough to answer. Before Huang Huifan could respond, an arrogant young man stepped forward from among the guild members. Anger twisted across his face as he openly challenged Shadow, demanding to know what gave this stranger the right to declare that their entire guild was incapable of winning. The young man then scoffed at Shadow's demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, calling the price completely insane. With no respect in his voice, he told Shadow to stop talking nonsense and get lost. Huang Huifan immediately tried to cut him off, urgently shouting, "Huang Ziqing, don't be rude." But her warning came a moment too late. Before Huang Huifan could finish speaking, Shadow had already moved. His hand shot forward without warning and clamped firmly over Huang Ziqing's face, silencing the young man in an instant and leaving the surrounding guild members too stunned to react. Shadow did not waste a single motion. With one smooth turn of his body, he lifted Huang Ziqing off balance and hurled him straight into the glowing teleportation gate that the guild had been using to return to the battlefield. Huang Ziqing vanished through the portal and emerged from its exit on the other side of the rooftop. The instant his body reappeared, Shadow raised his weapon and released the Dark Knight Ring Blade skill, giving the young man no chance to understand what was about to hit him. A crescent-shaped wave of dark red energy tore across the rooftop with terrifying speed. It sliced Huang Ziqing cleanly in half before continuing into the teleportation gate itself, shattering the portal and scattering its magical light. As the broken remains of her subordinate fell to the ground, Huang Huifan's composure collapsed, and she screamed out in horror, "Son!" Huang Huifan spun toward Shadow, grief and fury flooding her expression. She demanded to know why he had destroyed the portal that her entire strategy depended on. She admitted that her son had spoken disrespectfully and offended him, but even then, she argued that teaching him a simple lesson should have been more than enough. Shadow's golden eyes glowed as he looked down at the furious guild leader. Unmoved by her accusation, he calmly told Huang Huifan that she would understand the reasons soon enough. Then he repeated his terms without changing a word, 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would eliminate the boss troubling her guild. With his offer delivered, Shadow's spectral form dissolved into the air, leaving Huang Huifan and the surrounding guild members frozen in stunned silence. None of them realized the real danger they were facing. Unlike them, Shadow knew that the Desperate Princess was already on the verge of evolving. That was precisely why he had destroyed their teleportation gate. Huang Huifan's strategy of endlessly reviving her guild members and sending them back into battle would not defeat this enemy. Every death would only feed more lifespan into the boss, strengthening her until the entire guild was eventually slaughtered. However, Shadow's decision had not been driven entirely by a desire to save them. Beneath the warning and intervention lay a far more practical reason, one based on his own interests rather than simple kindness. Shadow summoned his spectral wolf and mounted the ghostly beast. In his mind, the possible destruction of Faker heavy industry was only a minor concern. Losing the chance to collect 1,000 years of lifespan, on the other hand, would be a genuinely serious loss. Riding the spectral wolf, Shadow descended into the ruins of the city and landed among the shattered streets below. He remained completely confident in his calculations. The guild members still fighting upstairs carried just enough remaining lifespan to push the desperate princess through her evolution, and the increasingly violent pulse of light coming from the tower confirmed that the final moment was approaching. From Shadow's perspective, the next step required no complicated scheme. His entire plan could be reduced to one simple and perfectly timed move. He would wait until the desperate princess successfully evolved into a Jade-tier boss. Once she reached that higher rank, Shadow would return to the tower, kill her himself, and claim rewards far greater than anything the Platinum-tier version could have provided. Just as Shadow settled down to wait for the evolution, a message suddenly arrived from Ghost Spirit. Her voice carried excitement as she reported that she had located Dongfang Yu inside a manor in the suburbs. However, the woman was protected by an extremely powerful player, and Ghost Spirit admitted that the guard had nearly killed her during their encounter. Shadow instructed Ghost Spirit to meet him at the Withered Bone Field and explained everything in detail once she arrived. At the same time, he could not help being impressed by her performance. Finding one specific person inside the enormous and chaotic Magic City was no small achievement, proving that Ghost Spirit was far more capable than most people. Not long afterward, the two assassins met in the Withered Bone Field, a desolate wasteland where pale bones and weathered grave markers covered the ground. Standing amid the lifeless scenery, Shadow asked Ghost Spirit to describe Dongfang Yu's guard and every ability she had witnessed. Ghost Spirit explained that the guard was an incredibly fast and powerful close combat fighter. His primary method of attack, bizarrely enough, involved releasing devastating farts. More importantly, he had been able to detect her even while she was hidden in stealth. A thick, smoky aura also surrounded his body, spreading roughly 10 meters in every direction. Shadow understood the man's identity as soon as he heard those details. Ghost Spirit had encountered a player who possessed the source of the Plague hidden class. The 10-meter aura was one of its first-tier abilities, known as the Plague Field. It could sense any physical body entering its range, which was why her stealth had been completely ineffective. Shadow further explained that the class could use plague-based abilities to strengthen the user's body and accelerate regeneration. At higher tiers, legends even claimed that those who mastered it became nearly impossible to kill. Ghost Spirit's face paled as she listened. The thought of facing an opponent who could detect her stealth, rapidly heal, and potentially become almost immortal filled her with horror. For a moment, despair crept into her voice as she wondered whether she would ever become strong enough to complete her revenge. Shadow then revealed that the source of the plague was not without a fatal weakness. Although the plague continuously reinforced the user's body, it also ate away at the mind. The stronger the corrupted flesh became, the more the user's mentality risked deteriorating. Because of that, a fragile state of mind was the class's greatest flaw. He then turned the conversation toward Ghost Spirit's own hidden class. The Blade of the Underworld was not limited to its current form. Once she successfully advanced to the second tier, the class would evolve into something far more powerful, the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As Shadow spoke the name of that evolution, a colossal spectral demon began taking shape behind Ghost Spirit. Its enormous body glowed with an eerie green light, while its blazing eyes opened in the darkness and stared down over the bone-covered field. Ghost Spirit stood motionless beneath the towering apparition, overwhelmed by the sight of what her power could eventually become. An otherworldly glow lit up her own eyes as she stared ahead in awe, finally beginning to understand the true potential hidden within her class. Amid the silent graves and scattered bones, Shadow advised Ghost Spirit to focus on advancing her class to Tier 2. Remaining at her current level would only keep her trapped beneath the limits she had already encountered. Evolving into the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost was not merely one possible option. It was the path her abilities were truly meant to follow. Ghost Spirit looked at Shadow with open amazement. She could understand him recognizing a common class, but his knowledge of her abilities, weaknesses, weapon, and future evolution seemed far too precise. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked how he could possibly know so much about the Blade of the Underworld. Shadow gave no direct answer. Instead, he bent his knees and leaped upward, landing lightly on the top of a massive tombstone that rose above the surrounding field. Standing high on the weathered stone, Shadow looked down at Ghost Spirit and told her that the mysteries of the game were far deeper than she currently understood. He encouraged her to remain persistent and never rush her progress. Only by building an unshakable foundation could someone eventually rise to true greatness. Ghost Spirit absorbed every word, and a fresh wave of determination filled her. Looking at Shadow's overwhelming strength, she believed she finally understood the secret behind it. Power like his could only have been forged through endless persistence, discipline, and constant hard work. Shadow explained that the graveyard surrounding them was the ideal location for Ghost Spirit to gain levels. The monsters there respawned quickly, allowing her to fight without long interruptions, and the energy they carried could also help upgrade her class weapon, the Underworld Chainblade. Still, he warned her not to underestimate the area. Every creature in the field was an elite monster, possessing 3 times the health, defense, and attack power of an ordinary enemy. Noticing the concern in Ghost Spirit's expression, Shadow told her that elite monsters were not as impossible to handle as they appeared. As long as someone... To prove his point, Shadow launched himself from the tombstone and dropped directly into a cluster of monsters. He moved through them with effortless precision, targeting their vulnerable points one after another. Each strike landed exactly where it needed to, and within moments, the entire group, Ghost Spirit watched the display with wide, astonished eyes. Shadow's speed, control, and overwhelming efficiency left her completely stunned, and a faint blush rose across her face as she continued staring at him. Before Ghost Spirit could fully recover from what she had witnessed, Shadow appeared beside her once again. In a firm voice, he urged her to give this training everything she had. If she truly wanted to follow her revenge through to the end, then she could not hold anything back. She would have to wager everything on becoming stronger. After leaving her with those words, Shadow's body was wrapped in a sudden burst of blue energy. The light flashed across the graveyard, and in the next instant, he vanished completely, leaving Ghost Spirit standing alone among the bones and monsters. Ghost Spirit remained where she was, silently thinking over everything Shadow had said. One detail continued to trouble her. For the briefest instant, when he spoke about revenge, she had sensed an intense killing intent coming from him, so sharp and unmistakable that there was no possibility she had imagined it. Meanwhile, far away in the ruined remains of Zhanghai City, the sun was slowly sinking toward the horizon. Its fading light stretched across the broken streets and collapsed buildings, covering the devastated city in the dim colors of evening. Little Black sat on the ground to recover her strength, leaning heavily against the warm side of her white llama. After spending so long exploring the ruins, exhaustion had caught up with her, and her tired posture made it clear that she desperately needed a break. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she had not eaten in quite some time. Little Black pulled out her map and carefully checked the remaining area. Although hunger and fatigue tempted her to stop, she realized that only a small portion of the region remained unexplored. Gritting her teeth, she decided to endure a little longer and finish the job. While Little Black rested beside the llama, something unusual on the ground caught her attention. Lying among the dust and debris was a strange fruit with a dark surface, and a faint glow pulsed from inside it. Curiosity immediately replaced some of her exhaustion. Little Black leaned forward, picked up the mysterious fruit, and turned it over in her hand. Looking at its shape and dark skin, she thought it resembled an unusually glowing plum. Without pausing to question whether the unknown fruit might be dangerous, Little Black opened her mouth and took a large bite. Its sweet flavor spread across her tongue, and her eyes lit up with delight when she discovered that it was unexpectedly delicious. Before she could take another bite, a system notification suddenly appeared in front of her. It announced that she had gained 50 experience points. Little Black stared at the message in amazement, hardly able to believe that eating one ordinary-looking fruit had directly increased her experience. Little Black quickly lifted her head and searched the nearby ground. That was when she noticed the fruit in her hand was not alone. A long trail of identical dark, glowing fruits stretched away through the ruins, forming an easy path for her to follow. Her exhaustion was forgotten at once. Little Black excitedly followed the glowing trail, picking up and eating the fruits one after another as she moved forward. Each delicious bite triggered another notification, rewarding her with 50 more experience points every single time. Little Black's happy feast was suddenly interrupted when an urgent message arrived from Captain Anyu. Anyu told her to come to the corrupted coast as quickly as possible. A man named Manling had been captured by a boss, and the situation was extremely serious because he was carrying more than 500 years of lifespan. With so much at risk, the group desperately needed Little Black's help. Little Black quickly pulled out her map and checked her current position. After comparing the markings, she replied that she was already somewhere near the corrupted coast. Captain Anyu told her not to wander off and instructed her to wait right where she was, promising that the rest of the party would reach her very soon. Still tracing the line of faintly glowing fruit, Little Black lowered herself and crawled along the uneven ground. Under her breath, she complained about Mei Niaoyang, grumbling that he was completely useless and always causing trouble for everyone else. Yet her irritation did not last long. The moment another delicious fruit appeared ahead, all thoughts of him vanished from her mind. By the time night settled over the ruins, Little Black had followed the trail all the way to the crest of a hill. She pulled herself over the final slope, lifted her head, and abruptly froze. The strange sight waiting below was nothing like what she had expected to find. The glowing fruits had guided her straight to the bleak and lifeless corrupted coast. At the very end of the trail sat a tiny creature resembling a slug, its small body resting quietly on the barren ground. From the way the fruits were scattered behind it, the creature seemed to be the source of everything Little Black had been happily eating. But the harmless-looking slug was not the only thing below. Nearby towered an enormous, swollen monster, its bloated body covered with several hideous mouths lined with razor-sharp teeth. One of its massive hands held a tiny humanoid creature that kicked and screamed helplessly while the giant raised it toward its body. Little Black stared down from the hill with fruit juice still smeared around her lips. Her eyes widened at the sheer size and grotesque appearance of the creature. A chill crept through her as she wondered just what kind of terrifying boss had appeared in this place. Her gaze then shifted toward the ground beside the monster. Two players lay there without moving, their bodies sprawled across the desolate coast. Little Black studied their faces and suddenly recognized one of them as Mei Naliang. At that moment, Little Black understood that this grotesque giant had to be the boss Captain Anyu had warned her about. As she continued watching, the creature sat in front of an enormous bowl and brought the struggling humanoid closer. Then, without hesitation, it sank its teeth into the smaller creature. A system window immediately appeared before Little Black's eyes, revealing the monster's identity. The creature was called the Spirit Devourer, and it was a level 20 Jade grade boss, an enemy far beyond anything an ordinary party could confront safely. The Spirit Devourer tightened its enormous fingers around the creature in its grasp. With one brutal squeeze, the smaller monster was crushed inside its fist, its struggles ending instantly beneath the overwhelming force. Little Black watched the scene unfold in horror. Only then did she realize that the Spirit Devourer had not captured a player at all. The screaming figure in its hand had been another monster, and the boss was preparing to eat its own kind. The Spirit Devourer opened its fist and tossed the blood-soaked remains into the massive bowl before it. It then began stirring the mangled pieces together, mixing them into a revolting meal while wet. Gruesome sounds carried across the coast. Captain Anyu and the rest of her party finally reached the hilltop, where they found Little Black crouched and silently watching the monster below. Anyu hurried to her side and asked whether she had already spotted Mei Naliang and located the boss responsible for capturing him. The entire party gathered along the ridge and stared down at the horrifying creature. Wang Meng's face changed immediately as he shouted that it was actually a Jade-grade boss. Captain Anyu grimaced in disgust after seeing it eat another monster, while Little Black calmly took another bite from the glowing fruit in her hand and mentioned something strange she had noticed. For reasons none of them understood, the Spirit Devourer had not attacked any of the nearby players. Captain Anyu raised a hand and warned everyone to remain still and keep observing instead of rushing forward. Their current equipment was nowhere near sufficient for fighting a Jade-grade boss, so they would need additional reinforcements before making any move. The party remained hidden on the hill and continued watching the Spirit Devourer from a distance. Their confusion only deepened when the enormous creature lowered its body and settled into an unusually deep squat, its bloated frame tensing as though it were preparing to do something. They exchanged uneasy glances, wondering what the boss could possibly be doing. One member of the party hesitantly suggested that it might be defecating. A moment later, their worst suspicion was confirmed. Glowing purple fruits began dropping from the creature's rear one after another, and Little Black screamed in utter disbelief. The group cautiously examined one of the newly produced purple orbs. Its smooth surface, dark color, and rounded shape looked strangely familiar. After staring at it for several seconds, they realized that it looked exactly like an ordinary plum. A horrifying realization slowly dawned on Little Black. Her trembling eyes moved from the half-eaten fruit in her hand to the squatting Spirit Devourer below. The delicious plums she had been following and eating were actually the monster's feces. Color drained from her face while Captain Anyu and Wang Meng stared at her in speechless shock. Little Black's mouth opened in a soundless scream as the fruit slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Her mind raced wildly as she tried to understand what she had swallowed. The horror finally broke through, and she began panicking aloud, forcing Captain Anyu and Wang Meng to hurriedly grab her and desperately urge her to keep quiet. Unfortunately, Little Black's outburst had already echoed across the open coast. The Spirit Devourer stopped what it was doing and slowly turned its enormous head toward the hill. Its attention locked directly onto the hidden party. The colossal boss rose above them like a living mountain. One of the monstrous mouths embedded in its back stretched open, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and a deafening roar burst from within. The sound carried faint, overlapping whispers that seemed to belong to some ancient god of endless hunger. Every member of the party froze, instantly aware that they were now in mortal danger. As the spirit devourer's roar rolled across the hill, the space around Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and the others seemed to twist and blur. An invisible force swept through their bodies. Their eyes suddenly glowed a violent red, and they screamed in agony as the strange power took hold. They clutched both sides of their heads, staggering beneath an unbearable sensation. A savage hunger flooded their minds, drowning out fear, reason, and every other thought until nothing remained except the desperate need to eat. Little Black watched in complete confusion as Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and the rest of the party suddenly charged past her. Their faces had become wild and frantic, and they moved with such crazed desperation that they no longer seemed aware of anything around them. They ignored the spirit devourer entirely and sprinted straight toward the enormous bowl at its feet. Inside was the bloody mixture of flesh and remains the boss had been preparing, yet the party rushed toward it as though it were the finest meal they had ever seen. With ravenous expressions, they plunged their bare hands into the revolting mixture. Blood and gore coated their fingers as they shoved fistful after fistful into their mouths, repeatedly muttering that they were starving and needed more food. As the group continued devouring the disgusting meal, their bodies began changing unnaturally. Their stomachs expanded, their limbs thickened, and their faces grew round and swollen. Within moments, each of them had become visibly bloated. From her hiding place, Little Black stared at her companions in horror. She cried out that they had all gone completely insane and were eating until their bodies became obese. Then another unsettling question entered her mind. Why was she the only person who had not been overwhelmed by the same monstrous hunger? The answer to Little Black's question arrived almost immediately, and it was far more horrifying than anything she could have imagined. The spirit devourer stepped toward one of the party members, who had already swollen into a heavy, bloated shape. The boss effortlessly lifted him from the ground and raised him toward one of the enormous mouths gaping open across its back. Before the helpless player could struggle free, the spirit devourer shoved his entire body into the waiting mouth. Its jaws snapped shut, and the man disappeared completely as the monster swallowed him whole. Seeing the player vanish between those teeth, Little Black finally understood the boss's terrifying ability. She screamed that the spirit devourer deliberately drove people to overeat, then selected and devoured whoever had become the fattest. Panic surged through Little Black as she realized that even their elite team was completely powerless against this monster. They could neither resist its strange influence nor defeat it in battle. With no other choice remaining, she concluded that only one person might still be able to save them. Little Black immediately contacted Shadow and hurriedly explained the situation. They had encountered a Jade-grade boss known as the Spirit Devourer, Undali Gyre, and Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were already on the verge of being eaten. Her voice shook as she begged him to help before it was too late. The moment Shadow heard the monster's name, his entire demeanor changed. He instantly recognized it as the bloodline creature he had been searching for and silently marveled that Little Black truly was his lucky star. Without hesitation, he ordered her to send him the exact coordinates and told her he was coming immediately. At that moment, Shadow was standing before the entrance of a cave glowing with mysterious light. He had already obtained the keys to 3 other platinum-grade hideouts within Magic City, but the appearance of the bloodline monster changed his priorities. He decided to deal with the Spirit Devourer first, especially since the desperate princess should nearly be finished evolving by now. A short while later, Shadow reached the corrupted coast. Little Black rushed over to greet him, relief spreading across her frightened face the moment she saw him. Shadow immediately asked where the Spirit Devourer was, and she raised one hand and pointed toward the area just ahead. Little Black frantically told Shadow that Captain Anyu and Wang Ming had already been swallowed, begging him to rescue them before they were digested. As she spoke, the massive Spirit Devourer lowered itself into another deep squat, its swollen body straining as if it were about to defecate once again. To their absolute disgust, a large translucent purple orb emerged from the boss's rear. Suspended inside the glowing sphere was Mei Niaoyang, his face pressed against the surface and twisted in pure horror as the orb dropped into view. Even Shadow was briefly stunned by the sight. Little Black pointed at the orb and cried out that the monster had actually excreted Mei Niaoyang. Her panic intensified as she wondered whether Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and the others would soon be expelled in exactly the same humiliating condition. Shadow calmly explained how the Spirit Devourer's abilities worked. It was a servant of an ancient god of gluttony, and its roar carried a whisper capable of driving players into uncontrollable hunger. The more those victims ate, the more bloated their bodies became. Once they were sufficiently fattened, the boss swallowed them and slowly digested the lifespan stored within them. Shadow continued by revealing that only one known method could protect someone from the gluttonous whisper, eating the Spirit Devourer's excrement. He admitted that the idea was disgusting, though he had heard the purple fruit supposedly tasted quite good. Then he turned toward the unaffected little black and began asking whether that meant she had eaten it. Mortified and already close to tears, she immediately cut him off and begged him not to say another word. Still kneeling on the ground, Little Black tearfully pleaded with Shadow to stop talking and rescue her friends. Shadow gave no reply. In the next instant, he launched himself forward, his body streaking toward the pulsing purple orb that held Mei Naliang captive. Shadow caught the orb cleanly before it could hit the ground. Yet instead of breaking it open and freeing Mei Naliang, he twisted his body and hurled the entire sphere directly back toward the towering spirit devourer. The translucent orb flew through the air with Mei Naliang's terrified face still visible inside. It slammed squarely into the spirit devourer's large, soft belly, sinking into the bloated flesh with tremendous force. The spirit devourer recoiled and released a deafening roar of pain. At the same time, thick white liquid burst violently from the many mouths covering its back, spraying through the air as the creature's body convulsed. The heavy impact forced the boss to vomit up everyone it had swallowed. Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the remaining party members shot out from its gaping mouths and crashed together in a messy heap. Their bodies were covered from head to toe in sticky slime, but every one of them was still alive. With the trapped players safely expelled from the monster's body, Shadow finally turned his full attention toward the boss. Brilliant yellow light ignited within his eyes, while a dense and powerful red aura surged around his entire figure. Shadow immediately activated his mythic skill, Graceful Release, and followed it with the legendary Instant Shadow Slash. Countless brilliant blue blades of energy formed above the spirit devourer before raining down in a violent storm. Each slash tore deeply into the Jade-grade boss, producing devastating damage numbers in the tens of thousands. As the spirit devourer reeled beneath the barrage, Shadow glanced at his finisher gauge and saw that it had finally filled to the limit. The timing could not have been better. Rather than letting the opportunity pass, he decided this Jade-grade boss would make the perfect target for testing just how destructive his ultimate skill truly was. Shadow released his ultimate attack, the Scarlet Blade. A colossal sword made entirely of crimson energy formed high above the battlefield, its enormous edge blazing with terrifying power. In the next instant, it descended vertically through the spirit devourer, cleaving straight across its swollen body and dealing an unbelievable 1,032,015 points of damage in a single strike. A global system announcement immediately rang out, declaring that Shadow of Great Xia had achieved the world's first kill of a Jade-grade boss. Watching from the edge of the battlefield, Little Black stood with her mouth hanging open in complete disbelief. When she saw the damage number had surpassed 1 million, she screamed that Shadow's strength was beyond insane. News of Shadow's victory spread across the world in an instant, throwing players from every nation into an uproar. Some bitterly predicted that Great Xia would now rise rapidly in power because of him. Others shamelessly attempted to claim a connection to Shadow, with one furious player even insisting that his ancestors had originally come from their country. Meanwhile, golden light poured over Shadow's body. Shadow immediately understood the significance of the reward. Bloodlines belong to a rare and special system. When a bloodline matched its user properly, the benefits could be enormous. It could reshape the player's attributes, strengthen their abilities, and increase their overall combat power by a staggering amount. A sharp glow appeared in Shadow's eyes as he made his decision without hesitation. He selected the option to activate the Spirit Devourer bloodline immediately. The moment the bloodline awakened, a violent purple aura erupted around Shadow and surged upward from his body. Its power fundamentally changed the efficiency of his attributes. Each point of strength now granted 3 points of physical attack, while every point of constitution provided 50 health and 5 physical defense. Agility became 32% more effective, and each point of spirit now supplied 3 elemental attack and 5 elemental resistance. The bloodline also granted Shadow 2 entirely new abilities. The first was Spirit Devour, a skill that allowed him to consume abilities belonging to his own class in exchange for improving his attribute corrections. The only drawback was severe. Using it would increase his appetite by 200%. The second bloodline ability was called Big Mouth. By activating it, Shadow could create an enormous mouth formed from energy and use it to swallow incoming enemy projectiles. Once absorbed, part of the projectile's damage would be converted into healing for his own body. Shadow quietly considered the possibilities opened by these two abilities. Spirit Devour was especially interesting. If consuming unwanted skills could permanently raise his attribute corrections, then even seemingly worthless abilities might become valuable resources for strengthening him. Attribute correction represented how efficiently a player's basic stats were converted into actual combat power. Under normal circumstances, for example, Every single point of strength gave Shadow 3 points of physical attack. Conveniently, the Spirit Devourer had dropped a bronze tier ability called Poison Blade. Shadow considered the skill nearly useless if learned normally, but its low value made it the perfect material for testing Spirit Devour. Shadow activated Spirit Devour and crushed the Poison Blade skill icon in his hand. The system immediately confirmed that the ability had been consumed. His strength conversion then rose from 3 physical attack per point to 3.3, granting an additional 0.3 attack for every point of strength he possessed. At first, Shadow felt slightly disappointed. Devouring an entire bronze tier skill had only increased the conversion rate by 0.3. But then an important realization struck him. The consumed Poison Blade had not simply disappeared. It had been transformed into a passive ability, which meant it could still be evolved. Without waiting another second, Shadow spent 242 evolution points and upgraded the devoured Poison Blade all the way from bronze tier to legendary tier. The result far exceeded his expectations. A new system message appeared, informing him that his strength conversion had risen from 3 points of physical attack to 5 for every point of strength. Excitement flashed across Shadow's glowing eyes. If he continued devouring skills and then evolved the resulting passive abilities, his attribute efficiency could eventually become hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary players. A confident smile spread across his face as he silently declared that he had become invincible once again. With the battle finally over, Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and the rest of the party were alive, though their condition was both miserable and embarrassing. Their bodies were still swollen from the gluttony effect, and sticky slime covered them from head to toe. Wang Ming tearfully thanked Shadow for saving everyone, relieved that they had not all been excreted like Mei Niaoliang. While the others struggled to recover, Little Black hurried over to the still bloated Captain Anyu and wrapped both arms around her. Trying to comfort her, Little Black earnestly insisted that Anyu remained beautiful regardless of how large the boss's effect had made her. Once the party's bodies had finally returned to normal, Captain Anyu approached Shadow to discuss the reward he was owed. Captain Anyu readily accepted the alternative arrangement. With their agreement finalized, Shadow's figure vanished inside a swirling mass of dark energy. Now that the rescue mission was complete, Anyu turned toward her exhausted teammates and told them it was time to return as well. As the group began leaving the corrupted coast, Mei Niaoliang remained trapped inside his translucent purple prison, rolling helplessly along with them. Tears streamed down his face as he made everyone promise never to reveal how the boss had expelled him. Too exhausted to argue, the rest of the team reluctantly agreed to keep the humiliating incident secret. The events then returned to the magic Leaning Tower, shortly after Shadow had leaped away from its highest floor and left Faker Heavy Industry to continue fighting without him. At the tower summit, the battle against the desperate princess was still raging. The enormous tentacled creature lashed out wildly across the rooftop, but repeated attacks from the guild had reduced her health to roughly the final third. Huang Huifan remained at the center of the formation, shouting commands over the chaos. Seeing her guild members struggling to endure the boss's attacks, she ordered a healer named Xiao Kuei to activate her Tree of Life skill immediately. Xiao Kuei obeyed at once. Brilliant green light burst from the ground, and an enormous tree made of glowing energy rose above the battlefield. Waves of restorative power spread from its branches, continuously healing every guild member within range. With the Tree of Life supporting them, Huang Huifan rallied the entire guild. She reminded everyone that Shadow had destroyed their teleportation gate, meaning death was no longer something they could recover from quickly. Since they could not afford to fall, she ordered them to give everything they had in one final assault. Convinced that victory was finally within reach, the guild members surged forward with renewed determination. The tanks charged directly at the weakened desperate princess, while the fighters behind them unleashed a concentrated barrage of skills, weapons, and elemental attacks. When the boss appeared to collapse beneath the final barrage, Huang Huifan believed the battle had been won. She turned toward Xiao Kuei in celebration and praised the strength of her life priest class, crediting its continuous healing for carrying the guild to victory. Their celebration ended almost as soon as it began. One of the desperate princess's tentacles suddenly whipped across the rooftop with explosive force. It smashed straight through a tank's shield and killed the heavily armored player instantly. After slaying him, the desperate princess slowly closed her eyes. A strange stream of blue energy rose from the fallen player's body and flowed toward her, disappearing into the monster as she began absorbing it. A moment later, the desperate princess's eyes snapped open. The light inside them had changed completely, now burning with a sinister yellow glow filled with unmistakable malice. Huang Huifan and Xiao Kuei stared in horror as the boss's presence rapidly intensified. The energy surging from the desperate princess grew more violent by the second, making it obvious that something far worse than a normal counterattack was about to happen. The desperate princess suddenly released an enormous explosion of blazing energy. A fiery shock wave erupted from her body and swept across the entire summit of the magic leaning tower, swallowing the rooftop in light and flame. Every remaining member of Faker Heavy Industry was caught inside the blast. Before any of them could escape or defend themselves, the flames consumed their bodies and reduced them to ashes in an instant. When the flames and dust finally cleared, the desperate princess was nowhere to be seen. In her place, a huge glowing blue egg rested upon a pedestal, surrounded by lifespan orbs dropped by the fallen guild members. Even more terrifyingly, the boss's health bar had completely refilled. The desperate princess had successfully evolved. Inside the translucent blue shell, a woman with long, pale blue hair could be seen curled tightly into herself. A system window appeared beside the egg, identifying this evolved form as the Desperate Egg, a level 30 Jade-grade boss possessing an overwhelming 10 million health points. Meanwhile, the guild members who had been wiped out began respawning inside Faker Heavy Industries' hideout, each of them still shaken by the sudden and complete defeat. Huang Ziqing hurried toward his mother in a panic as soon as she reappeared. With anxiety written across his face, he asked Huang Huifan what had happened at the tower and whether the guild had managed to defeat the boss. Huang Huifan explained that they had reduced the desperate princess to almost no health at all. But just when victory seemed certain, the boss suddenly restored her entire health bar, transformed into a massive egg, and released a devastating attack that wiped out the whole guild. Still shaken by the memory, Huang Huifan quickly understood what the full recovery meant. A boss could not ordinarily restore all its health in a single moment. Such a phenomenon only occurred when the creature completed an evolution. Her thoughts immediately returned to Shadow's appearance at the tower. She remembered his expensive offer and his cold warning that Faker Heavy Industry had no chance of winning with their current strategy. The truth suddenly became clear. Shadow had known from the very beginning that the boss was about to evolve. Shadow had predicted that their human wave tactic would fail because each fallen player only supplied the boss with more lifespan, accelerating her transformation. Now that the platinum-grade creature had evolved into a jade-grade boss, Huang Huifan knew her guild had no possibility of defeating it. With no other path remaining, she reluctantly accepted that she would have to seek Shadow's help. Back at the now-silent summit of the magic leaning tower, the air rippled faintly before the enormous blue egg. Shadow's invisible form quietly returned, stopping directly in front of the newly evolved boss. Shadow carefully he observed that the egg possessed no visible means of attacking or defending itself. That made Shadow suspect this was merely a transitional stage, and that an even more powerful creature might eventually hatch from within the shell. Rather than waiting to discover what would emerge, Shadow decided to attack immediately. He sprang into the air, gathered dark energy around a dagger, and hurled the weapon straight toward the center of the glowing egg. The darkened blade struck the egg's surface with a sharp burst of energy. The attack successfully penetrated its defenses and inflicted more than 28,000 points of damage. Yet against the desperate egg's enormous pool of 10 million health points, the damage was almost meaningless. Its massive health bar barely moved, leaving only the smallest visible reduction after Shadow's attack. While remaining in his spectral form, Shadow examined the enormous egg and saw that it possessed a staggering 10 million health points, putting it on the same level as an epic-grade boss. Even so, something about the object felt deeply unnatural, and he knew he could not simply stand by while it continued incubating. After studying it for a moment, he realized its massive health pool was the only real obstacle. The egg had no ability to detect invisible enemies, which meant it was completely unaware that Shadow was even there. With that weakness exposed, Shadow quickly settled on a straightforward plan. He would keep striking the defenseless egg with one skill after another, steadily building energy until his ultimate finishing move was fully charged. The instant his ultimate became available, Shadow made his move without hesitation. Gathering the accumulated power into his weapon, he unleashed the Scarlet Blade once again. A gigantic surge of crimson energy tore across the chamber and crashed directly into the egg. The attack dealt more than 100,000 damage in a single blow, and thick cracks immediately raced across the shell in every direction. Shadow stood calmly among the fragments of the shattered shell, his posture filled with complete confidence. Against an opponent that could neither move nor detect him, he knew victory had never been anything more than a matter of time. But just as he thought the battle was finished, something unusual suddenly caught Shadow's attention, drawing his gaze toward the remains of the broken egg. After completely destroying the desperate egg, Shadow looked into the cracked shell and froze in surprise. What had been hidden inside was nothing like the monster he had expected to find. Instead of another terrifying creature, an unconscious young woman lay motionless on the floor, her long, pale blue hair spreading around her body. A system window identified her as the desperate princess, yet her status was shockingly weak. She was only level 1 and possessed a pitiful total of 10 health points. Shadow materialized beside the fallen girl and stared down at her in confusion. This fragile human appearance had to be the princess's true form, which seemed to confirm the old legend about a princess cursed by a white dragon. However, the sight of her 10 health points created an uncomfortable question. To officially defeat the boss, was he really expected to kill this completely defenseless girl? Shadow summoned his dagger and raised it, preparing to bring the strange battle to an end. Yet before the blade could fall, he stopped, his hand hovering in place as he reconsidered the unsettling situation before him. That brief moment of hesitation turned out to be crucial. Without warning, the sky above Shadow twisted into a dark, violently swirling vortex, while fierce arcs of blue lightning flashed through its depths. Shadow looked upward in disbelief as an enormous skeletal dragon forced its way out of the portal. Its massive bony frame emerged piece by piece, filling the air with an overwhelming and terrifying presence. A system window appeared and confirmed the identity of the new enemy. This creature was Ates, the cursed white dragon, a horrifying level 100 monster classified at the mythical grade. The moment the desperate egg was destroyed, Ates, the enormous cursed white dragon, descended from the portal overhead. Without giving Shadow any time to recover, the skeletal beast immediately launched a devastating attack straight toward him. Shadow could barely believe what he was seeing. A mythical-grade boss had appeared out of nowhere, and he could not understand why such an overwhelmingly powerful monster had suddenly entered the battle. As Ates threw back his skeletal head and released a thunderous roar, the pieces finally came together in Shadow's mind. This was a hidden boss, and the legend of the princess who had been cursed by a white dragon was not merely an old tale, it had been true all along. Meanwhile, the desperate princess remained on the ground in her restored human form. Her eyelids slowly trembled, and after lying unconscious for several moments, she finally began to awaken. Shadow watched closely as the princess lifted herself from the floor. Her body rose gently into the air, and she began floating upward toward the enormous head of the skeletal dragon. She flew directly toward Ates, but rather than attacking the monster, she reached out without fear. When she arrived before him, the princess wrapped her arms tenderly around his massive snout. Tears streamed down the princess's face as she held the dragon close. Then her body began to burn away before Shadow's eyes, the outer form gradually disappearing until a brilliant red heart was revealed inside her chest. Still pressed against the dragon's face, the princess completely dissolved in a sudden burst of radiant light. The glow rapidly expanded outward, swallowing Ates's gigantic skeletal body within its brilliance. Under the spreading light, the cursed white dragon's enormous skeleton began breaking apart and crumbling into nothing. Shadow could only stare in confusion as the beast vanished, leaving behind a single glowing red heart, suspended silently in the air. The floating heart slowly drifted toward Shadow, and a system message appeared before him. It announced that he had successfully prevented the resurrection of an ancient god named Cthulhu and had acquired the heart of the curse. The item presented two possible choices. He could use it, sacrifice his lifespan, and become Cthulhu's servant, or he could destroy the heart and receive a mythical-grade item instead. Shadow carefully considered both possibilities. Using the heart might grant him several incredibly powerful new abilities, but the item's description made the danger equally obvious. This was not a harmless source of strength, but a parasitic curse that could eventually allow Cthulhu to consume him entirely. After weighing the potential reward against the horrifying consequences, Shadow decided the risk was far too great. Without wasting another moment, he chose to destroy the heart of the curse immediately. Shadow tightened his grip around the pulsating organ and crushed it in his hand. The moment it broke apart, the heart erupted into a dazzling explosion of brilliant light. Even Shadow was caught off guard by the sheer intensity of the blast. The blinding radiance surged around him from every direction, completely swallowing his body before he had any chance to react. When the overwhelming light finally faded, Shadow discovered that he had been transported somewhere else. He still appeared to be standing atop the magic leaning tower, yet the surroundings carried a strange difference he could not immediately explain. Shadow soon realized he was no longer inside his own body. He now occupied the form of a horned knight, and as he lowered his gaze toward the armored hands before him, he wondered whether destroying the heart had triggered some kind of hidden trial, or perhaps drawn him into an old memory. Before Shadow could make sense of the situation, a young princess with long, greenish hair came running toward him. She approached with obvious affection and happily called him by the name Ates. Through the borrowed eyes of the memory, Shadow saw a young, white-haired man with horns sitting upon the wall. Looking up at him, the princess asked Ates whether he was planning to leave the kingdom again. Ates answered her with an apologetic smile. He explained that an enemy had summoned a monster to attack the harbor, and because he served as one of the kingdom's guardians, he had no choice but to travel there and provide support. The young princess immediately became furious. She accused Ates of lying and sharply reminded him that he had already promised to teach her how to ride the wind that very day. She angrily pointed out that reaching the coast required a full 7-day journey, making it impossible for Ates to return before the day ended. What upset her most was that he was lying to her in exactly the same way her father always did. With frustration written across her face, the princess thrust a finger toward Ates and loudly declared that every man was nothing but a terrible liar and a shameless scoundrel. Ates looked completely flustered by the sudden accusation. Trying to calm the furious princess down, he awkwardly asked where she had possibly learned to use such harsh and insulting words. After gathering himself, Ates held out a small silver object shaped like a gleaming scale. Presenting it to the princess, he introduced the mysterious item as the Scale of Promise. Ates explained that any promise made under the scale's witness carried a serious consequence. Whoever broke their word would lose their wings and would never again be able to soar through the sky. The princess's anger vanished almost instantly. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly rejected the scale, crying out that she did not want Ates to lose his wings because of her. Ates gently reassured the worried princess that he had no intention of breaking his promise. With renewed confidence, he told her not to underestimate just how skilled he was at riding the wind. Then, in one magnificent motion, Ates spread a pair of enormous white wings from his back. The bright feathers unfolded to their full length, forming an impressive sight against the open sky. The princess stared at him with sparkling eyes, all traces of her earlier anger forgotten. Filled with admiration, she exclaimed that Ates always looked incredibly handsome and cool whenever he transformed like that. Before departing, Ates promised that he would return in time to share dinner with her. He also explained that his 3 shadow guards would remain behind, keeping the princess company until he came back. With those final words, Ates pushed off the wall and launched himself high into the sky. As his white wings carried him into the distance, the princess waved after him and called out, wishing him a safe journey. Watching Ates disappear beyond the horizon filled the princess with fresh determination. Since he was working so hard to protect the kingdom, she declared that she could not allow herself to fall behind. The princess immediately ordered the 3 shadow guards to follow her. With great enthusiasm, she announced that they were going to gather ingredients and prepare a grand dinner for Ates' return. By then, Shadow finally understood what was happening. He was witnessing a memory preserved within the heart of the curse, allowing him to see the distant past once shared by the desperate princess and Ates, the white dragon. The memory continued through a series of warm moments from the princess's day with the shadow guards. She cheerfully gathered mushrooms beneath the forest trees, stumbled across a strange-looking rabbit, and later sat beside a quiet lake to fish. All of it unfolded within their peaceful kingdom, while the magic leaning tower remained visible in the distance. Much later, the princess returned looking thoroughly exhausted from the day's work, yet her face remained bright with happiness. With obvious pride, she revealed the enormous feast she and the shadow guards had prepared. Beaming proudly beside the table, the princess began introducing each of the unusual dishes she had made. Among them were steamed rock and a volcanic ash pizza, and she confidently explained that every strange creation on the table was one of Ates' favorite foods. With the feast ready and every dish arranged across the table, the princess waited eagerly for Ates, certain that he would return before long and share the meal she had prepared for him. But the hours continued to slip away, and darkness gradually settled over the kingdom. Still waiting beside the untouched feast, the exhausted princess eventually lowered her head onto the table and drifted into sleep. Sometime later, an elderly attendant approached and gently stirred her awake. In a soft voice, he reminded her that the night had grown very late and that she should return to her room to rest. By now, even the food spread across the table had gone completely cold. The princess jolted upright, stunned when she realized just how much time had passed. Her sleepy expression vanished at once as she frantically questioned the attendant, demanding to know where Ates was and why he still had not returned. The attendant's face grew solemn as he delivered the troubling news. According to the latest reports arriving from the front lines, the battle had become extremely dangerous, and General Ates would most likely be unable to return on schedule. The princess immediately rejected that possibility. She insisted that Ates was the kingdom's mighty guardian, a warrior so powerful that any enemy standing before him would be no different from a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. However, the attendant's expression only became graver. He explained that the enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives in order to summon a nightmare from the depths of the sea. The creature was said to be as enormous as an entire city, its body covered in countless writhing tentacles and staring eyes. It was so horrifying that merely looking upon it could shatter a person's mind and drive them insane. As those terrifying details sank in, the princess's absolute confidence finally began to waver. Worry clouded her face as she realized that even someone as powerful as Ates might be trapped in a desperate battle against such an unnatural monster. Then, Without warning, the princess's eyes widened in terror. The scale of promise clutched in her hand suddenly cracked apart and shattered. She instantly understood what that meant. Eights had failed to return as promised. Panic seized her as she remembered that if he did not come back before midnight, the scale's curse would strip away his wings forever. The princess grabbed the elderly attendant, Scholar Lu Wan, and desperately begged him to bring her to her father. As a dragon knight, the king might know some way to remove the curse of the scale of promise before it was too late. Ignoring Scholar Lu Wan's flustered complaints, the princess seized his arm and dragged him along at full speed. She anxiously explained that if Eights suddenly lost his wings in the middle of battle, he would be left defenseless and almost certainly doomed. The princess rushed down the corridor and burst through a nearby door, only to stop dead in her tracks. Standing calmly inside the room was Eights himself, completely unharmed and looking as though nothing terrible had happened. Eights turned toward the breathless princess with a calm expression. Seeing the fear written across her face, he simply asked why she had come rushing in with such overwhelming panic. Relief flooded through the princess so suddenly that she could no longer hold herself back. She ran straight into Eights' arms, wrapped herself tightly around him, and tearfully cried that she was incredibly grateful to see him home and safe. Eights gently returned her embrace and reassured her that he had come back because he would never forget the promise they had made. Still clinging to him, the princess admitted that she had been terrified after hearing how disastrous the situation on the front lines had become. Standing nearby, Scholar Lu Wan finally steadied his breathing. He then looked toward General Eights and cautiously asked how the battle at the harbor had actually ended. Eights answered with a relaxed, confident smile. He admitted that the enemy had caused considerable trouble and that resolving the crisis had required some effort, but the main threat was already gone. The remaining soldiers could handle the battlefield cleanup without him. Scholar Lu Wan immediately praised Eights as a guardian truly worthy of protecting the kingdom. Meanwhile, Eights noticed the enormous feast waiting on the table and walked toward it with obvious hunger. He exclaimed that he was starving and asked whether the princess had prepared every dish herself. She proudly confirmed that she had, though her shoulders drooped slightly as she added that everything had probably gone cold. Eights sat down and began eating with tremendous enthusiasm, declaring between mouthfuls that the temperature did not matter because every dish was delicious. Watching him devour the meal, the princess fondly urged him to slow down before he choked, while Scholar Lu Wan stood nearby and observed their warm exchange with a gentle smile. Later that night, Eights brought the princess to the top of the magic leaning tower. Standing beneath the open sky, he reminded her of the promise he had made and announced that it was finally time for her to learn how to ride the wind. Before the lesson could even begin, however, the princess opened her mouth and released an enormous yawn, her tired eyes nearly closing on their own. Noticing her exhaustion, Eights asked whether she was already sleepy. The princess admitted that she had spent the entire day gathering ingredients and preparing his feast, leaving her completely worn out. With another tired look, she suggested that they postpone the lesson until tomorrow. Even though she lacked the energy to practice, the princess still wanted to fly. She dropped to the ground, wrapped both arms around Eights' leg, and pleaded with him to reveal his true form and take her for a ride instead. Eights hesitated, reminding her that the king had explicitly forbidden him from involving her in anything so dangerous. The princess immediately became irritated. She grabbed the edge of his armor and blamed him for returning so late in the first place. After everything she had done to prepare his meal, she grumbled that he was still a faithless scoundrel, finishing her complaint with a long, dramatic sigh. Faced with her stubborn pleading, Eights finally gave in. However, he made her promise that she would never mention the flight to the king, warning that he would receive a severe scolding if the truth came out. The princess instantly brightened, and every trace of her anger disappeared. Eights slowly closed his eyes and focused his power. Streams of brilliant blue energy began circling his armored body, swirling faster and faster as his human form started to change. A blinding flash illuminated the top of the tower, and when the radiance cleared, Eights had transformed into a magnificent white dragon. The princess stared upward in complete wonder, overwhelmed by the majesty of his enormous true form. The princess stepped closer to the towering white dragon without fear. Reaching up, she gently placed her hand against his broad snout and affectionately reminded Eights to keep her safe during their flight. A soft current of green energy gathered around the excited princess and lifted her carefully from the ground. Carried upward by the glowing force, she settled securely on top of Eights' enormous head. Eights spread his gigantic white wings and drove them downward with a powerful beat. The force launched him into the night sky, carrying the delighted princess far above the sleeping land below. The memory moved forward once more. After their flight, Eights gently tucked the sleeping princess into bed and placed her teddy bear beside her. Yet while she rested peacefully, The king nearby wore a deeply troubled and serious expression. The king revealed that he believed the enemy empire was carrying out a sinister ritual in secret. He could already sense a dreadful wave of disaster gathering in the distance, preparing to sweep across the entire continent. He warned Ates that everyone needed to be ready, because even someone of the dragon race would not be spared from the danger that was approaching. Beneath the dark and ominous sky, Ates stood firm without showing the slightest hesitation. He pledged his complete loyalty to the kingdom and agreed to follow whatever arrangements the king believed were necessary. Time passed, and the memory shifted to another night. The magic leaning tower rose quietly beneath a vast sky, filled with countless glittering stars. But the peaceful sight vanished almost immediately. Broken pieces of Ates's armor lay scattered across the floor, surrounded by dark splashes of blood, silent evidence that a horrific battle had already taken place. The kingdom had been plunged into a brutal and seemingly endless war. Day after day, terrifying enemy forces continued attacking, leaving the defenders with scarcely a moment to breathe. Throughout the city, soldiers and civilians cried out in horror as word spread that an enemy nation had invaded with an entire army of monstrous, inhuman creatures. Panicked crowds fled through the streets, screaming desperately for help. Behind them, the invading monsters advanced without mercy, crushing anyone unfortunate enough to fall into their path. The capital was soon overrun by savage red creatures whose bodies appeared completely stripped of skin. Snarling like wild beasts, they rampaged through the streets and tore apart everything around them. From a high balcony overlooking the capital, the king stood motionless and watched the catastrophe unfold as endless waves of monsters poured into his city. The king's face hardened as he studied the overwhelming number of creatures below. He grimly declared that the Moraga Empire had truly descended into madness. Their enemies were no longer seeking an ordinary victory. They intended to drag the entire world into ruin along with them. Across the battlefield, the Empire's dark banner rose above the invading army. Amid the screams, collapsing buildings, and spreading chaos, the desperate princess raced frantically through the city, searching for the one person who might still save them. She repeatedly screamed Ates's name, shouting that the enemy had already broken through the city walls. At last, she spotted him sitting silently atop a high wall, with two of his shadow guards positioned beside him. The princess looked down at the bloodshed consuming the streets, then rushed toward Ates and begged him to take action. She explained that the enemy army was made up of unnatural monsters their ordinary soldiers could not possibly defeat. Unable to understand his silence, she demanded to know why he had not entered the battle and pleaded with him to help the kingdom before everything was lost. Ates calmly turned his head toward the desperate princess. Rather than reacting to the destruction below, he told her that he had actually been preparing to go and find her. He instructed the princess to remain inside the magic leaning tower, assuring her that its defenses would keep her safe. She was not to leave the tower or wander anywhere else. The princess quickly agreed, but immediately urged Ates to hurry down and destroy the enemy army. To her disbelief, Ates refused. He stated that he would stay exactly where he was and protect her personally. Confusion quickly turned into anger as the princess demanded to know what he was talking about. She reminded him that he was the guardian of the kingdom, and that his duty was to defend the entire nation, not merely stand beside her. The princess stretched out an arm toward the city below, where the kingdom's soldiers were being overwhelmed and torn apart. With desperation in her voice, she cried that the capital was on the verge of falling and innocent people were being slaughtered in the streets. As the kingdom's guardian, Ates was supposed to assume his dragon form and reduce their enemies to ashes. She insisted that she did not need Ates himself to remain at her side. His shadow guards were more than enough to protect her, just as they had always done whenever he left to fight in the past. Ates offered no answer. Faced with the princess's desperate plea, he simply lowered his head and remained completely silent. After a long silence, Ates finally began explaining the history behind the horrifying power now being used by their enemies, revealing how the Moraga Empire had reached this desperate point. Ates revealed that 5 years earlier, they had discovered the Moraga Empire secretly performing a mysterious ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods. Despite its terrifying name, the ritual itself operated through one brutally simple exchange. Those performing the ritual could sacrifice portions of their own lifespan to summon creatures that did not belong among humans. The more years they surrendered, the larger, stronger, and more terrifying the resulting monster would become. Ates explained that Forsaken by the Gods was an ancient and nearly forgotten ritual, because no rational person would willingly trade away their own life merely to obtain a monster. For the collapsing Moraga Empire, however, that horrifying bargain had become their final and only hope. To make the situation clearer, Ates unfolded a map before the princess. The Moraga Empire occupied an inland archipelago famous for producing an extremely rare magical plant called the blood flower. Found nowhere else in the world, These flowers released powerful magic that extended the lives of Moraga's people, allowing them to survive for an average of 700 years. Thousands of years earlier, however, conflict surrounding the Moraga Empire had gradually spread outward, dragging more and more nations across the continent into repeated wars. In an effort to end those seemingly endless battles, the Moraga Empire began sending powerful envoys like Eights into foreign kingdoms. Bound by strict contracts, each envoy was required to serve the nation to which they had been assigned. Whenever war erupted, they would lend their overwhelming strength to the weaker side, preserving the balance of power and preventing any single kingdom from dominating the others. That fragile peace did not last. Before long, the rulers of the surrounding nations quietly reached a secret agreement, uniting around one merciless objective. The people of the Moraga Empire had to be completely wiped out. What followed was an age of unbearable suffering for Moraga. Deadly curses spread among its people, plagues ravaged entire regions, and division tore the once powerful empire apart from within. When the final petal of the last blood flower withered and died, a devastating avalanche swept across the dying land. Surrounded by darkness and facing extinction, the remaining people of Moraga clung desperately to the only hope they still possessed. That final hope was forsaken by the gods. With sorrow weighing heavily on his face, Eights admitted that he could no longer transform into a dragon, then continued by revealing a secret he had kept buried deep inside. Amid the smoke and broken rubble around him, he paused briefly to catch his breath before going on. Supporting his exhausted body with his sword, Eights reflected on how quickly the years had passed. Looking back on everything that had happened, he could hardly believe how completely their lives and their kingdom had changed. Those changes had gradually created a deep rift between Eights and the king. After taking the throne, the king had been forced to make painful choices that Eights could neither accept nor fully understand. With sadness in his eyes, the king had eventually concluded that Eights would never truly understand the hearts of humans. At the same time, ordinary humans could never completely understand a being like Eights. Even so, the affection they both shared for the princess had given the king a renewed sense of hope, briefly bridging the distance that had grown between them. Now, standing before the destruction closing in around him, the king stared straight ahead. His face remained strangely calm, as though he had already accepted the fate waiting for him. The monstrous creature gathered its power and suddenly unleashed a devastating blast of energy, sending a brilliant torrent directly toward the unmoving king. The blinding light swallowed him completely, and within moments, the king's body vanished inside the overwhelming attack. In his final thoughts, regret consumed him as he realized that everything he had believed and chosen had been terribly wrong. A colossal explosion then tore through the heart of the castle. Stone, fire, and debris erupted into the sky, announcing to everyone across the capital that their king had finally been defeated. From high atop the magic leaning tower, the desperate princess saw the distant explosion bloom above the castle. Her eyes widened in horror, and a shocked cry escaped her as the blast illuminated the ruined capital. Standing beside her, Eights watched the destruction with unsettling calmness. He quietly stated that the capital had fallen, adding that the invading monsters would soon turn their attention toward the tower. Almost as though his words had summoned them, a massive swarm of dark-winged creatures descended from the sky. One of the shadow guards immediately shouted a warning, announcing that the monsters were closing in. The flying creatures crashed violently against the tower, only to slam into a glowing blue barrier surrounding its walls. Ripples of magical energy spread across the shield each time another monster struck it. Eights reassured the frightened princess that the magic leaning tower was protected by an exceptionally powerful barrier. No matter how many monsters attacked, breaking through those defenses would be nearly impossible. Just then, a badly injured Scholar Luwen appeared along the edge of the tower wall. The princess turned sharply toward him, stunned by his sudden arrival, and called out his name in disbelief. Barely able to remain standing, Scholar Luwen leaned heavily against his staff for support. Between strained breaths, he told Eighth that he had come under the king. The princess stared at the scholar's wounds in alarm, unable to ignore how severely injured he was. Eighth immediately accepted the escape plan, explaining that he would use his wind magic to send both of them to the designated location. He then asked whether their contacts were prepared. Scholar Luwen confirmed that everything had already been arranged, but before he could continue, the princess interrupted them. Confused and increasingly frightened, the princess demanded an explanation. With grief weighing heavily on every word, Scholar Luwen finally told her that her father, the king, had fallen in battle. She froze in complete shock as he explained that, before his death, the king had arranged for her to escape into a neighboring nation where she could remain safe. Fighting through her disbelief, the princess anxiously asked whether Eights would be leaving with them. Eights turned toward her with a gentle but sorrowful smile and asked where someone like him could possibly flee. The monsters swarming below were his own people, the people of Moraga. That made him an enemy in the eyes of every human nation, and no matter where he tried to hide, humans would eventually find and kill him. Ates knelt along the edge of the tower wall and looked down upon the endless horde filling the ruined city. Accepting what awaited him, he declared that wherever a knight fell would become the tomb of a dragon. This kingdom was where he belonged, and he intended to remain there protecting it until the last of his lifespan had drained away. The princess listened to his solemn declaration in silence. Gradually, the grief trembling across her face hardened into fierce determination, and a new resolve began burning in her eyes. Without warning, she summoned her wind magic and tore herself away from Scholar Luwan. A powerful current carried her through the air and brought her racing back toward Ates. The princess landed directly in front of him and boldly declared that if Ates intended to stay, then she would become his dragon knight. This kingdom was her home as well, and she would stand beside him to defend it. Proudly insisting that she had already perfected her wind riding skills, she eagerly asked what they needed to do in order to form an official contract. Ates raised his head and stared at her, completely stunned. Her unwavering loyalty left him speechless, and for several moments, he could do nothing but look into her determined eyes. Deeply moved by her decision, Ates reached out and enclosed the princess's hand within his armored palm. A tender yet sorrowful smile crossed his face as he quietly agreed to grant her request. He then produced the familiar silver scale of promise and held it between them. Ates explained that the scale would serve as the contract binding them together, just as it had witnessed their promises in the past. The princess's face immediately brightened, delighted that forming their pact would be so simple. Smiling with complete trust, she began sealing the contract and happily declared that from that moment onward, the two of them would remain together forever. Before she could finish, Ates quietly interrupted her and completed the promise himself. But the words he chose carried a heartbreaking meaning. Their contract would ensure that they never saw one another again. The princess's joyful expression collapsed in an instant. Her eyes widened with shock, and she stared at Ates in disbelief, unable to understand why he would make such a cruel promise. Before she had time to question him, Ates released an enormous burst of wind magic. The violent current swept both the princess and Scholar Luwan from the tower, launching them far away from the battlefield. As the powerful wind carried them into the distance, Ates called out to Scholar Luwan and entrusted the princess's life and safety entirely to him. The princess struggled helplessly against the current, screaming Ates's name with confusion and betrayal in her voice. She could only watch as the tower and the man she trusted grew farther away. Left alone upon the wall, Ates stood surrounded by spiraling wind magic and urged her to keep going. With quiet pain in his voice, he insisted that her rightful place was not beside a dragon's tomb. Then everything took a horrifying turn. Scholar Luwan's eyes suddenly blazed with an unnatural red glow, and without warning, he drove his hand straight into the princess's chest. He tore out her still beating heart, while coldly telling her that she did have somewhere she belonged, a place meant for humans. From the tower, Ates witnessed the betrayal and froze in absolute horror. At the same time, the princess stared at the bloody heart in the scholar's hand, her face filled with disbelief as her life was violently stolen from her. As Scholar Luwan's own body began to fail, he gasped out one final warning to Ates. With the last of his strength, he told him to remain careful, revealing that the people of Moraga were not the only ones who had been cursed. A grotesque red growth spread rapidly across Scholar Luwan's face, swallowing his human features. Then a gigantic tentacled monster burst out from his body, seized the princess's heart, and greedily devoured it. Laughing cruelly, the creature mocked Ates over the delicious flesh and lifespan it had consumed. It then asked whether murdering the person he loved was fitting revenge for the pain Ates's dragon flames had inflicted upon it in the past. Ates remained completely motionless, staring at the creature in stunned silence. Seeing his horrified reaction only made the tentacled monster laugh even more wildly. The creature raised the princess's lifeless body while displaying her blood-covered heart before the white dragon. With sadistic delight, it taunted Ates once again, asking whether killing his beloved was enough to repay the agony caused by his dragon flames. Then, in one final act of cruelty, the monster tightened its hand around the princess's heart. Blood spilled between its fingers as the organ was crushed completely inside its clenched fist. Rage exploded across Ates's face as he and his two remaining shadow guards turned toward the abomination. Their eyes burned with fierce, vengeful light, and every trace of hesitation vanished as they prepared to avenge the fallen princess. One of the guards, the Shadow of Sorrow, dissolved into a spiraling vortex of darkness and shot downward to catch the princess's falling body. At the same time, the second guard charged the monster head-on, slashing wildly through its writhing tentacles and cutting them apart one after another. The creature merely laughed and dismissed the furious assault as completely meaningless. Nearby, the Shadow of Sorrow dropped to one knee, carefully cradling the princess against its armored chest, while a protective blue glow wrapped around her motionless body. Behind the narrow opening of the guard's helmet, a single tear formed. It slowly rolled down the dark metal, revealing a grief that even the silent shadow could no longer contain. With the last of her strength fading away, the princess weakly opened her lips and whispered Eitz's name. Then her eyes finally closed, and her body went completely still within the shadow guard's arms. Even though the scholar's borrowed body had already been torn apart, the monstrous presence inside it continued mocking Eitz without pause. It explained that the small amount of lifespan sacrificed by the White Dragon's people had only been enough to summon an insignificant fragment of its true existence. The creature then revealed that its seeds had already been spread throughout the world. Each one quietly burrowed into a living host, feeding and waiting until the perfect moment to mature, rupture the body from within, and emerge just as it had done through Scholar Lu 1. Cthulhu continued tearing at Eitz's mind, coldly reminding him that the monsters now overrunning the world had all been born from the sacrifices made by his own Moraga people. It went even further, pointing out that Eitz himself was already deeply cursed and could lose control at any moment. According to Cthulhu, he had always known that the princess he loved was destined to meet a tragic end. Cthulhu savored Eitz's helplessness, suggesting that he had never possessed the power to save her and might even have become the monster that killed her with his own hands. The ancient entity delighted in the emotions tearing through him: hatred, grief, fury, and despair, calling every one of them wonderfully intense. Then Cthulhu's tone shifted, offering Eitz a path to change everything. It formally declared itself an ancient god of overwhelming power and claimed it could hear his heart pounding violently inside his chest. Cthulhu promised not only to help him destroy the monsters and defend the kingdom, but also to bring the princess back to life, allowing the two of them to remain together forever. According to Cthulhu, accomplishing all of that required only one simple exchange. In return for victory, resurrection, and eternal companionship, Eitz merely had to surrender his heart. Kneeling alone atop the high wall, with dark-winged monsters circling through the ruined sky around him, Eitz was left staring into an impossible decision that offered no painless outcome. He weighed the two paths before him. He could reject the bargain and leave the princess dead inside a tower that would eventually be overrun and devoured by monsters, or accept Cthulhu's offer, revive her as his dragon knight, and protect the kingdom beside her for all eternity. Speaking through its rapidly collapsing host, Cthulhu urged Eitz to choose quickly. The body containing its fragment was fading with every passing second, and the opportunity before him would soon disappear forever. At last, Eitz reached his decision. With no other path left that could return the princess to him, he prepared to make the greatest and most irreversible sacrifice of his life. A wet, sickening burst of blood splashed across the stone beneath him. Nearby, the surviving shadow guard turned toward Eitz in alarm, stunned by what its master had chosen to do. Driven by grief, desperation, and love, Eitz plunged his hand into his own chest and tore out his still-beating heart. As blood poured from the wound, Cthulhu praised him with cruel satisfaction, declaring that he had finally made the correct choice. Cthulhu announced that it would place a divine blessing upon Eitz's heart. The organ rose from his blood-covered hand and floated into the sky, surrounded by a brilliant eruption of energy, destined from that moment onward to continue beating for eternity. The entity explained the terms of their pact in full. The princess would receive Eitz's heart and awaken once more with its tremendous power inside her. Although Eitz himself would be left without a heart, he would neither die nor collapse into a mindless beast. The glowing heart descended from above and sank directly into the princess's chest. As its light spread through her body, Cthulhu proclaimed that Eitz would now become a guardian dragon, eternally bound to remain beside the resurrected princess. Eitz gritted his teeth and let out a tortured grunt as the promised transformation began. At that same moment, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupted from the top of the magic-leaning tower and pierced the darkened sky. His body twisted violently beneath the surging power. Armor, flesh, and bone distorted into an enormous new shape until Eitz had become a terrifying skeletal dragon towering above the ruined capital. The transformed dragon raised his skull-like head and unleashed a thunderous roar. Blue flames spiraled around his massive frame, forming a blazing aura that shook the air surrounding the tower. Now possessing his monstrous new body, Eitz pushed away from the tower wall and launched himself into the open sky. Empowered by Cthulhu as a guardian dragon, Eitz swept across the battlefield and released a devastating torrent of fire upon the monsters swarming below. With that first attack, his eternal vigil over the revived princess had begun. As the skeletal Eitz poured his fiery wrath across the battlefield, Cthulhu's voice echoed through his mind, calmly savoring the destruction unfolding beneath the dragon's wings. The dragon flames showed no distinction between enemy and ally. Everything below was consumed, burning away the invading monsters and the kingdom's surviving citizens together in the same merciless inferno. Cthulhu told Ates that his new strength was now sufficient to erase the entire kingdom. Trapped within his destructive transformation, the white dragon continued attacking until the capital itself disappeared beneath waves of fire. Only then did Cthulhu reveal the true horror hidden inside their bargain. Every year of lifespan taken from those who died within Ates's flames was being gathered and redirected toward one carefully chosen destination. Purple lightning crashed down upon the scorched magic leaning tower, and in that blinding instant, the real purpose behind the slaughter was finally exposed. Back atop the tower, the resurrected princess suddenly screamed in unbearable pain. With Ates's cursed heart now beating inside her chest, darkness began spreading through her body as the transformation took hold. Shadowy energy burst violently from the princess in every direction. Grotesque limbs and tentacles grew from the surrounding darkness, swallowing her human form until an enormous monster completely enveloped her, turning the princess into its living core. With the princess transformed into a horrifying vessel, Cthulhu triumphantly declared that every fragment of lifespan harvested from the burning kingdom now belonged entirely to it. Cthulhu bitterly reflected on how little of its former power remained. In its weakened condition, it could not directly infest a member of the mighty dragon race, forcing it to temporarily use a human body instead. Even so, the ancient god remained confident, knowing it was only a matter of time before the white dragon gathered enough lifespan to restore it. From within the princess's monstrous new body, Cthulhu looked upward at skeletal Ates circling through the sky. The kingdom had already been completely purged, yet the dragon still refused to return to the tower, making his behavior increasingly suspicious. Without warning, two glowing silver scales appeared in front of the creature. Cthulhu immediately recognized them as scales of promise and realized they represented vows Ates had made before accepting their bargain. The meaning of the two promises soon became clear. The first bound Ates never to see the princess again, while the second compelled him to protect the kingdom's high tower for all eternity. Fury surged through Cthulhu as it finally understood Ates's last act of resistance. The white dragon had anticipated the betrayal and used his earlier vows to bind himself permanently to the magic leaning tower, while also preventing himself from ever approaching the princess's transformed body. Cthulhu cursed Ates in rage, furious that the dragon had chosen to become an empty, zombie-like guardian rather than serve as its obedient pawn. With its original plan ruined, the entity declared that the tower would become its nest, allowing it to prey upon the lifespan of anyone foolish enough to approach. The ancient god swore that one day it would fully awaken and rule the world once again. With that vow lingering over the ruins, countless ages passed, while the lonely magic leaning tower continued standing in silence. The ancient vision finally dissolved, and the world around Shadow returned to the present atop the magic leaning tower. Shadow reappeared on the deserted rooftop, with faint purple energy still flickering around one hand. As he absorbed the tragic history he had just witnessed, he could not help wondering whether those vivid events had merely been elaborate background lore created for the game. Yet something deep inside him rejected that explanation. Every face, emotion, and moment had felt far too real, and the account of the monster's origins resembled genuine history rather than a fabricated legend. Before Shadow could think any further, spirals of dark purple energy suddenly materialized around his body and began circling him. A system window appeared and congratulated him for acquiring a new mythical-grade skill known as Shadow of Sorrow. When activated, the ability created 3 Shadow clones for 7 seconds, each capable of copying his skills and dealing 100% of his normal damage. Its description carried an even heavier meaning. These shadows had originally been created by the White Dragon Ates, who spent enormous mental strength maintaining them for 15 years so they would never disappear while protecting what mattered most to him. Shadow raised his hand and studied the purple energy flowing around his fingers, immediately recognizing the power he had witnessed within Ates's memory. The implications left him stunned. For 7 seconds, the 3 clones could fight alongside him at full strength, effectively multiplying his total damage output by 4. Only then did he truly understand how terrifying a mythical-grade skill could be. More system notifications rapidly appeared, delivering the remaining rewards from the completed trial. Shadow received the key to the Magic Leaning Tower's hidden area, advanced to level 19, and obtained a large collection of evolution points, equipment, and skill books. Among the rewards, Shadow also discovered a gate key and an old map leading to a level 20 region called the Withered Bone Ruins. The unfamiliar name immediately caught his interest, because he had never encountered or even heard of such a place before. Shadow carefully unrolled the weathered map and located Withered Bone City on an island surrounded by an inland sea. The moment he saw its position, the pieces connected in his mind. Judging from everything revealed in Eitz's story, this forgotten island must once have belonged to the fallen Moraga Empire. Now convinced that the mysterious region was connected to the White Dragon's lost homeland, Shadow felt his excitement rise. A place tied to Moraga's forgotten history was bound to conceal even deeper secrets and far rarer treasures. Since the area was intended for level 20 players and he had already reached level 19, he decided he would head there as soon as possible. Before setting out, however, Shadow raised the ornate golden key he had obtained from the magic Leaning Tower. After examining its intricate surface, he decided that selling the key to the tower's hidden base would be the best move. Elsewhere, inside the headquarters of the Faka Heavy Industry Guild, the atmosphere remained heavy after the guild's recent and humiliating defeat. Huang Huifan and the surviving guild members had gathered inside to discuss what they should do next. One member admitted that they had no realistic chance of defeating the newly discovered Jade Grade boss. After considering their limited options, he suggested that contacting Shadow for assistance might be their only way forward. Huang Huifan released a long, exhausted sigh before reluctantly agreeing. She planned to reach out to her contacts in Zhanghai City, since several of them had maintained a reasonably good relationship with Shadow and could serve as intermediaries between the two sides. Before she could put that plan into action, Shadow silently materialized directly behind her. Huang Huifan stiffened in shock as his voice suddenly came from over her shoulder, calmly telling her there was no need to involve anyone else because they could simply negotiate the trade face-to-face. Every guild member nearby spun around in alarm, including Huang Ziqing, none of them having sensed Shadow's arrival. Several shouted his name in disbelief, while Huang Ziqing immediately grew furious. Accusing Shadow of sneaking into their base like a thief, he demanded to know what he had come there for. Shadow turned and walked a few relaxed steps away, showing no concern over their hostility. He reminded them that if he had entered with murderous intentions, everyone in the room would already be dead. He then offered a casual warning. Their hideout's barrier could be opened from outside, which was exactly how he had walked in unnoticed. Still recovering from the surprise, Huang Huifan asked what kind of trade he intended to propose. Shadow glanced back and lifted the decorated golden key between his fingers. He explained that it unlocked the magic Leaning Tower's hidden base and asked Huang Huifan whether her guild had any interest in purchasing it. The entire room fell silent as the guild members recognized the key. Their expressions quickly changed from confusion to disbelief, because possessing it could only mean one thing. Shadow had somehow defeated the Jade Grade boss that their entire team had been powerless against. Huang Huifan's hesitation disappeared immediately, and she eagerly accepted the offer before asking Shadow to name his price. Without changing his expression, Shadow replied that his terms were the same as before, 1,000 years of lifespan. Huang Huifan was prepared to accept the amount, but Huang Ziqing suddenly exploded with anger. He shouted that Shadow was completely shameless and accused him of having planned this entire situation from the very beginning. Jabbing an accusing finger toward Shadow, Huang Ziqing loudly explained his theory. Shadow had attacked him first, destroyed the guild's portal, prevented their reinforcements from arriving, and indirectly caused their entire team to be wiped out. Now, after taking the boss for himself, he had returned pretending to be their savior while demanding an outrageous price for the key. Huang Ziqing declared that he had never encountered anyone so despicable. Huang Huifan sharply ordered her son to close his mouth, but Huang Ziqing stubbornly refused. He tried to convince her that Shadow was deceiving them, insisting that the key should rightfully have belonged to their guild. In his eyes, there was no reason to let Shadow profit from the losses they had already suffered. Shadow remained completely unbothered by the shouting. Looking directly at Huang Ziqing, he calmly asked what arrangement the young man believed would be more appropriate. A greedy grin immediately spread across Huang Ziqing's face. He declared that Shadow should hand over the key without payment and compensate the guild with another 800 to 1,000 years of lifespan for the trouble he had caused them. Shadow glanced toward Huang Huifan and sarcastically remarked that she had raised a truly impressive son. Then, to Huang Ziqing's complete surprise, Shadow nodded and said he would follow the young man's suggestion. However, Shadow's gaze turned cold as he announced the revised terms. The key would now cost 1,800 years of lifespan, and he would not reduce that amount by so much as a single day. At first, Huang Ziqing burst into triumphant laughter and proudly told his mother that this was the proper way to deal with someone like Shadow. But as the meaning of the new price finally registered, his smug smile froze. His eyes widened, and he stammered in disbelief, asking Shadow to repeat what he had just said. Shadow patiently explained that he had entered the guild in good faith and genuinely intended to conduct a fair transaction. That was the only reason he had ignored Huang Ziqing's insults instead of retaliating. However, after being cursed and accused so openly, the original discount was no longer available. The price was now 1,800 years, and there would be no negotiation. Having finally reached the limit of her patience, Huang Huifan stepped forward and struck her son across the face with a sharp, powerful slap. She angrily ordered another guild member to drag Huang Ziqing away and take him outside to gain levels. Until she personally granted permission, he was forbidden from returning to the headquarters. As the others hauled him from the room, Huang Ziqing continued protesting loudly, demanding to know why she had hit him when he had not even finished speaking. Once her son was gone, Huang Huifan turned back toward Shadow and offered a sincere apology. She cautiously asked whether he might reconsider the increase, but Shadow merely repeated the final price in a cold voice, 1,800 years, and he would not state the offer a third time. With a weary and resigned expression, Huang Huifan accepted his terms. She admitted that the price was still reasonable, especially since she had heard that Shadow sold other guild hideouts for 2,000 years. However, because Faka Heavy Industry had suffered such severe recent losses, they could not produce the entire payment immediately. She therefore asked whether he would allow them to pay in installments. Shadow agreed to the request, but established clear conditions. Huang Huifan had to provide 1,000 years of lifespan up front, and he would return in 10 days to collect the remaining 800. Relief spread across Huang Huifan's face as she thanked him and completed the first part of the transaction. A system window appeared moments later, confirming that the golden key had entered her possession and that Shadow had received 1,000 years of lifespan. As Shadow's body gradually faded from the guild headquarters, he calmly said his farewells. Inwardly, he believed Faka Heavy Industry possessed considerable potential. By selling them a powerful hideout, he could help the guild grow into a valuable force for the entire Great Xia server. With the new base officially secured, Huang Huifan turned and addressed the assembled guild members. She announced that the platinum-grade hideout now belonged to Faka Heavy Industry. To repay the remaining debt owed to Shadow, she imposed a 50% lifespan tax on every member. Although she acknowledged that the rate was extremely high, she framed it as a necessary investment in the guild's future and urged everyone to work harder. Her words reignited their determination, and the members responded with renewed confidence. Later, beneath the orange light of sunset in a quiet forest, the small party assigned to Huang Ziqing tried to reason with him. One young woman told him not to blame his aunt and gently pointed out that his behavior had been wrong. Huang Ziqing immediately dismissed her words with irritation. Turning away, he muttered bitterly that sooner or later, he would force Shadow to pay for humiliating him. Their argument ended abruptly when one member spotted movement among the trees. A silver-grade boss had appeared nearby, the terrifying human-faced Spider Emperor. The party instantly drew their weapons and prepared for combat. While the others rushed forward to engage the enormous spider, Huang Ziqing remained safely behind them. His teammates called out that the boss used powerful poison and warned him to keep a detoxification spell ready. Huang Ziqing casually replied that he understood. But instead of supporting the group, Huang Ziqing waited until everyone was distracted by the boss. Then he turned around and fled deep into the forest, abandoning his teammates in the middle of the dangerous battle. As he ran between the trees, Huang Ziqing cursed the others for being idiots, deciding they could handle the boss without him. He felt especially disgusted by the girl who had tried to lecture him and wondered what his mother had been thinking when she attempted to bring the two of them together. After reaching an isolated spot, Huang Ziqing crouched behind the cover of the forest and allowed his resentment to boil over. In his mind, the entire guild was filled with cowardly rats who only knew how to grow stronger through slow, safe methods. None of them understood that true power came from seizing every opportunity, regardless of the danger. Shadow, he concluded, must have followed that same ruthless path, which explained how he had become so powerful. A sinister smile crept across Huang Ziqing's face. His guildmates believed he was reckless and foolish, but he scoffed at the thought of challenging Shadow without first preparing a proper plan. Reaching into his storage, he summoned an ornate black vase marked by a single glowing red eye and proudly revealed that it was a treasure he had obtained from a jade-grade chest. A system window identified the mysterious object as the abyssal vase. By reaching inside it, the owner could randomly obtain an immensely powerful skill, though the artifact required 48 hours before it could be used again. Huang Ziqing eagerly pushed his hand into the darkness and pulled out a small, grotesque lump of living flesh. The system announced that he had acquired an epic-grade ability called the Abyssal Puppet Curse. The spell allowed him to transform any corpse into a completely obedient puppet while preserving every ability the deceased had possessed in life. Huang Ziqing erupted into crazed laughter, overwhelmed by the potential of his new power. A vicious plan quickly took shape in his mind. If he could kill Shadow and turn his corpse into a puppet, then no one in the game would ever be able to oppose him. While Huang Ziqing celebrated, the abyssal vase began glowing with an ominous purple aura. One final warning appeared before him. The abyss contained extraordinary power, but whenever someone gazed into its depths, the abyss would also gaze back at them. Unaware of the danger behind those words, Huang Ziqing continued smiling as a darker future quietly closed in around him. Far away, night had already fallen over the withered bone field, a bleak and abandoned graveyard buried within the ruins of Magic City. In the middle of a fierce battle, Ghost Spirit flicked her wrist and sent an energy-infused paper ribbon shooting through the darkness. The strip coiled tightly around a skeletal monster before driving straight into one of its hollow eyes. Ghost Spirit followed with a clean, perfectly timed strike that severed the monster's head and inflicted more than 5,600 damage. As the bones collapsed, system windows appeared before her, announcing that her weapon had advanced to gold grade and that she had finally gathered enough experience to complete a class advancement. Standing among the glowing energy orbs left behind by her fallen enemies, Ghost Spirit allowed herself a quiet sigh of relief. After so much relentless fighting, she had at last accumulated every bit of experience needed for her advancement. Her expression quickly hardened with determination. Without delaying any longer, Ghost Spirit selected the advancement option and accepted the transformation. A brilliant magical circle spread beneath her feet, illuminating the surrounding graves. Purple energy surged upward in a towering column and wrapped around her entire body as the class evolution began. When the brilliant energy finally faded and the advancement was complete, a series of system windows appeared, presenting every new ability she had obtained. Her weapon had evolved into the Yellow Spring Chainblade, a versatile weapon capable of changing its shape during combat. Her class had also advanced into the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost, granting her an automatic stealth enhancement and unlocking two powerful new abilities, the Eye of the Yellow Spring and the Touch of the Yellow Spring. The system explained that the Eye of the Yellow Spring launched a mental assault capable of trapping an opponent inside an illusion. The Touch of the Yellow Spring, meanwhile, allowed Ghost Spirit to sense and track enemies by following the unique aura they left behind. Now transformed and surrounded by a cold blue aura, Ghost Spirit reshaped the Yellow Spring Chainblade into a fearsome scythe and gripped it firmly. Another notification informed her that attacks against enemies below her level would deal twice the normal damage, with an additional 50% chance of inflicting a burning effect. Golden light shone from Ghost Spirit's eyes as she felt the new strength flowing through every part of her body. With her increased damage, greater speed, and devastating mental attack, she believed she finally possessed the power to avenge her parents, defeat Dongfangyu, and confront the mysterious plague wielder responsible for everything. Ghost Spirit immediately sent a message to Shadow, respectfully informing her teacher that she had reached Tier 2 and promising that she would repay all the guidance he had given her. From a nearby rooftop, Shadow noticed that she logged off almost immediately after sending it. He understood at once that her hunger for revenge had driven her to seek out Dongfangyu without wasting another moment. Shadow's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. Ghost Spirit had successfully taken her revenge, yet one small act of mercy, sparing a single dog, gave a Beastmaster the trail needed to track her down. That one mistake exposed Ghost Spirit's true identity and triggered a massive manhunt led by several powerful families. The war that followed devastated the official forces, and after fighting until her strength was completely drained, Ghost Spirit died from exhaustion, leaving the entire Magic City region buried in chaos. Shadow knew Ghost Spirit possessed terrifying potential, perhaps even more than she realized herself. But she was still far too young, and with her emotions and mental state remaining unstable, she had a dangerous habit of acting recklessly. He couldn't allow her to repeat the same fatal mistake from his previous life. With that thought weighing on him, Shadow decided to log off immediately and check on Ghost Spirit in the real world. For outside Magic City, the sprawling Dongfang Manor stood hidden beneath a thick blanket of poisonous fog. The toxic mist curled around its walls and rooftops, making the entire estate feel isolated from the outside world. Along the manor's perimeter, two guards trudged through their patrol route, openly grumbling about being stuck with such a miserable shift. Their complaining soon turned into idle talk about women. One guard casually remarked that Mrs. Dongfang was still remarkably attractive, and his companion immediately nodded, clearly sharing the same opinion. The two men began fantasizing about somehow defeating her powerful bodyguard, and then doing whatever they pleased with Dongfangyu. But in the middle of their filthy conversation, one guard suddenly narrowed his eyes, noticing a vague figure moving within the fog. The hazy silhouette slowly became clearer, until an illusion shaped exactly like Dongfangyu appeared before the two guards inside the poisonous mist. She wore a revealing black dress. The illusion leaned closer, lowering her voice to an intimate whisper. She claimed she could no longer endure her useless, weak husband and desperately needed other men to satisfy her desires, before teasingly asking whether the two guards were capable enough. Both men became completely entranced, their mouths hanging open as drool gathered at their lips. Unable to believe such incredible luck had fallen into their laps, They eagerly asked whether she was truly being serious. The guards immediately began arguing over which of them would go first. Watching them quarrel, the kneeling illusion of Dongfang Yu gave a sly smile and suggested there was no need to choose, since both men could enjoy her company at the same time. Before either guard could respond, a brilliant streak of purple energy tore through the fog. In one clean, lightning-fast motion, both men were decapitated where they stood. Their headless bodies dropped heavily to the ground as the alluring illusion vanished without a trace. Dark energy burst from their severed necks, while a magical ribbon twisted through the air and circled the falling corpses. Ghost Spirit stepped silently out from the surrounding shadows, extending one hand and smoothly catching the returning ribbon-like weapon. Without wasting even a second, she bent her knees and launched herself high into the air, rapidly leaving the manor grounds behind. Elsewhere on the estate, Dongfang Yu's fearsome bodyguard, the Fart Master, was stretched comfortably across a hammock, appearing completely relaxed and unconcerned. Then expression subtly changed. His senses instantly sharpened, and without even rising from the hammock, he muttered that a troublesome little mouse had managed to sneak inside. Ghost Spirit landed soundlessly upon one of the manor's rooftops, her feet barely making contact with the tiles as she steadied herself. Remaining low and alert, she paused for a moment, carefully studying the estate and judging the situation before making her next move. Without warning, Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in shock. The Fart Master came crashing down from above, descending toward her with a speed so great that she barely had time to react. He seized her by the neck while they were still suspended in midair. Locked together, the two of them immediately began plummeting toward the courtyard below. As they fell, the Fart Master unleashed his signature technique, a tremendous blast of gas from his rear. The attack slammed into the ground beneath them with the force of an explosion. The violent impact carved a deep crater into the courtyard, with the Fart Master pinning Ghost Spirit firmly against the shattered earth. Smirking down at her, he explained that an ammonia barrier covered the entire manor, allowing him to detect her the instant she entered. Recognizing her as the little lady who had escaped him before, he tightened his fingers around her neck and declared that she would not get away a second time. Ghost Spirit clawed helplessly at his hand, pain and fear twisting across her face. The Fart Master lifted Ghost Spirit completely off the ground by her throat, a threatening purple aura gathering around his body. He observed that she had grown considerably stronger and mused that, given more time, she might eventually become an opponent worth enjoying. An almost feverish excitement spread across his face. Even though he understood her future potential, he admitted that the urge to kill her right there was becoming nearly impossible to resist. Ghost Spirit continued struggling in his grasp while the bodyguard fought a battle inside his own mind. He repeatedly ordered himself to wait, insisting that killing her would be far more satisfying after she became stronger. Almost immediately, another voice inside him rejected that idea. Realizing his self-control was slipping away, he cursed in frustration, tormented by his own indecision. Then his restraint finally snapped, and his grip closed tighter with a horrifying crunch. The excitement vanished from his face in an instant. Staring at the motionless girl in his hand, the Fart Master panicked as he realized he had accidentally crushed her to death. Overcome with horror, he released his grip and allowed Ghost Spirit's lifeless body to tumble onto the broken ground. He stared down at her and shouted in despair over what he had done. But his anguished cry abruptly stopped. A sharp purple claw made entirely of energy suddenly pierced straight through his chest from behind, leaving him frozen in place. The Fart Master slowly turned his head in disbelief and saw the real Ghost Spirit standing directly behind him, her arm driven through his back. The corpse he had just dropped into the crater had never been her real body. It was only a decoy. Unable to comprehend what he was seeing, he questioned how such a thing could possibly have happened. He had felt her neck break beneath his fingers and had been absolutely certain she was dead. Ghost Spirit's eyes glowed with an ominous crimson light as she revealed the truth. He had been trapped inside an illusion the entire time, created by her newly acquired skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring. Her voice turned ice-cold as she ordered him to die. Still impaled upon Ghost Spirit's purple energy claw, the Fart Master struggled to remain standing. His mind raced desperately as he tried to understand when or how she had managed to pull him into an illusion. Ghost Spirit kept her glowing red eye locked firmly upon him. She calmly explained that his fate had already been sealed from the very moment he looked directly into her eyes. Only then did the truth become clear. The illusion had begun much earlier, at the exact instant the Fart Master first caught Ghost Spirit by the neck in midair. With no strength left to resist, the bodyguard finally accepted his defeat and collapsed to the ground. Ghost Spirit stood above his fallen form and quietly acknowledged that, despite everything, he had been a worthy opponent. Ghost Spirit had barely finished speaking when an angry commotion erupted from inside the manor. Dongfang Yu violently threw open a nearby window, shouting about the unbearable noise and threatening to fire every servant and guard responsible for disturbing her. Her furious expression instantly turned to shock when she looked into the courtyard. Below the window, the body of her supposedly invincible bodyguard was already breaking apart and dissolving into thick trails of black smoke. Panic seized Dongfang Yu as she finally understood what had happened. She screamed that an intruder had entered the manor and desperately called for everyone nearby to come and help. Armed guards immediately flooded into the manor's main hall, weapons drawn and bodies spread into defensive positions as they hurried to protect Mrs. Dongfang. Their orders were clear: keep Dongfang Yu safe, while searching every corner for the intruder. The shouting awakened her son, Nantian, who sleepily sat up and asked what was happening. Dongfang Yu warned him that an enemy had arrived and firmly instructed him to remain where he was. Instead of hiding, Nantian pushed himself upright and looked at his mother with a confident smile. He reminded her that he was already 18 years old and had become a player, proudly declaring that he was now capable of protecting her. Deeply touched by her son's courage, Dongfang Yu pulled Nantian into a warm embrace. Holding him close, she emotionally wished that his father could have been even half as caring and dependable as he was. As mother and son remained close and shared a brief kiss, the window behind them slowly shifted. Its hinges released a faint creak that cut through the tense silence of the room. Both of them jolted in alarm and immediately pulled apart. Dongfang Yu spun toward the half-open window and sharply demanded that whoever was hiding there reveal themselves. Outside the room, the hallway had already fallen deathly silent. The guards who had been stationed there now lay scattered across the floor, their bodies steadily dissolving into pools of dark shadow. Dongfang Yu stared at the lifeless guards in utter horror, unable to understand how every last one of them had been killed so quickly. Her thoughts spiraled wildly as she wondered whether Shadow had somehow uncovered their secret plan to ambush him. At that exact moment, Ghost Spirit's spectral figure silently emerged behind Dongfang Yu. Her cold voice drifted across the room as she calmly asked what kind of plan Dongfang Yu was talking about. Dongfang Yu spun around in alarm and found herself facing a mysterious hooded figure. Fighting back her panic, she demanded to know who the intruder was and why she had attacked them, insisting that there had never been any feud between them. Ghost Spirit remained perfectly calm beneath her hood. Rather than answering directly, she quietly asked whether Dongfang Yu truly failed to recognize the person standing before her. A threatening crimson glow ignited within Ghost Spirit's eyes. She fixed that terrifying gaze on Dongfang Yu and ordered her to look carefully, search her memories, and remember exactly who she was. Recognition finally struck Dongfang Yu, draining the color from her face. She realized that the attacker was the same girl she had believed to be gone forever, and she cursed in disbelief upon discovering that Ghost Spirit was still alive. Dongfang Yu barely had time to process the truth before a violent surge of energy shot through her body, impaling her before she could make even the slightest attempt to escape. As Dongfang Yu collapsed, Ghost Spirit stood above her with cold fury burning in her eyes. She condemned the fallen woman as a demon and mercilessly ordered her to die. Inside the bedroom, Nantian and his small dog trembled beneath the covers, hiding together in terror. Ghost Spirit then revealed the reason she had come. Dongfang Yu had murdered her parents, and now she would make the woman die before her own son's eyes. Broken and weeping on the floor, Dongfang Yu understood that there was no longer any chance of survival. She accepted the death awaiting her, but through her tears, she begged Ghost Spirit for one final mercy, not to harm Nantian. Ghost Spirit answered with a harsh, mocking laugh. Her energy ribbons wrapped around Dongfang Yu and lifted her helpless body into the air, while Nantian cried desperately for his mother. Ghost Spirit merely scoffed, asking what right this woman had to make demands of her now. Dongfang Yu refused to stop pleading, even as the ribbons held her suspended above the floor. She insisted that the hatred existed only between the two of them and that Nantian was innocent of everything she had done. Those words only drove Ghost Spirit into a deeper rage. Her voice erupted through the room as she demanded to know whether Dongfang Yu had ever imagined this day while mercilessly murdering her parents. With one final cry filled with years of hatred and grief, Ghost Spirit released her full power. A devastating wave of dark energy swallowed Dongfang Yu, completely obliterating her body in a violent burst. From beneath the blankets, Nantian and his dog witnessed everything. Both remained frozen on the bed, staring in horror at the place where Dongfang Yu had just been destroyed. Ghost Spirit stood amid the fading darkness, her chest rising and falling as she struggled to catch her breath. After years of carrying that hatred, her revenge was finally complete. Then Ghost Spirit slowly turned toward the bed. Her glowing red eyes settled directly on Nantian, who stiffened beneath the covers, seemingly paralyzed by overwhelming terror. With the person responsible for her parents' deaths finally gone, Ghost Spirit did not attack Nantian. Instead, she turned away from the bed and began walking out of the room. Ghost Spirit passed through the bedroom doorway without looking back, leaving what remained of Dongfang Yu behind on the floor. Nantian and his trembling dog watched silently as she disappeared into the hallway. But the moment Ghost Spirit vanished from sight, the fear on Nanshan's face abruptly melted away. His trembling stopped, and a dark, sinister grin slowly spread across his lips. Nantian revealed that he had long since grown tired of living beneath his mother's control, and rather than mourning her, he felt grateful that Ghost Spirit had killed her. Beside him, the little dog's eyes glowed an eerie red as it eagerly anticipated feasting on the young girl's flesh. Ghost Spirit had not made it far before a disturbing sensation washed over her. Realizing that she was no longer alone, she stopped in her tracks, every muscle in her body tightening with caution. She nervously turned around and raised her gaze. Several dark silhouettes were already floating through the air around her, silently closing in until she was surrounded on every side. Back inside the bedroom, Nantian pointed toward Ghost Spirit from beneath his blanket, a malicious smile still stretched across his face. Revealing his true power as the corpse necromancer, he commanded his undead servants to capture her alive. The shadowy figures surrounding Ghost Spirit were not ordinary enemies, but reanimated corpses under Nanshan's control. His power had strengthened their bodies while allowing them to retain their original abilities, and together they advanced on the trapped girl. Before Ghost Spirit could break through their formation, a thunderous explosion tore through the manor. One entire side of the building shattered beneath the force, sending stone, wood, and debris bursting outward. The blast caught Ghost Spirit directly and hurled her through the ruined wall. Her body flew out of the manor as she cried out in pain, unable to regain control before crashing outside. Ghost Spirit lay injured and nearly helpless on the ground as the reanimated corpses descended around her. Among them, the one-handed gunman raised his weapon and began gathering a deadly energy blast at point-blank range. The gunman fired, sending the lethal attack straight toward Ghost Spirit. But just before it could strike her, a cluster of black spikes erupted into its path and intercepted the blast, saving her at the final instant. The force released by the sudden counterattack swept across the area. Nanshan's undead servants were struck head-on and knocked violently from their feet, breaking the circle surrounding Ghost Spirit. Still lying on the ground, Ghost Spirit slowly lifted her head. Confusion filled her face as she tried to understand who had intervened and completely overturned the battle in a single moment. Back in the ruined bedroom, Nantian was no longer hiding safely beneath the blankets. He screamed in terror as someone held him aloft by the head, leaving his body dangling helplessly below. A lone figure stood over Nantian, holding his severed head in one hand while crushing the demonic dog beneath his foot. It was Qinfeng. Looking directly at Ghost Spirit through the shattered wall, he gave her one cold lesson. Showing mercy to an enemy was no different from being cruel to oneself. Ghost Spirit remained sprawled on the ground outside, staring up at Qinfeng through the broken opening in the manor. Still uncertain about the identity of the person who had saved her, she cautiously asked who he was. Standing partly concealed by the shadows, Qinfeng repeated that an enemy should never be shown mercy. He then activated his blooming curse on Nanshan's decapitated remains, causing crimson spider lilies to burst from his head and spread outward. Ghost Spirit finally understood that Qinfeng was the one who had rescued her, while also allowing her to finish taking revenge with her own hands. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she sincerely thanked him and addressed him as master. Crimson flowers soon surrounded Ghost Spirit in every direction, transforming the blood-stained ground into a field that reflected the vengeance she had carried for so many years. At last, the emotions she had been suppressing began to overwhelm her. Tears streamed down Ghost Spirit's face as relief and grief struck her all at once. Her voice trembled as she finally said aloud that she had avenged the deaths of her parents. As the flowers drained away the remaining life force, a system notification confirmed that 788 years of tradable lifespan had been absorbed. Qinfeng approached Ghost Spirit and asked what she intended to do now that her revenge was complete. Left without any purpose, she admitted that she did not know and quietly considered dying so she could reunite with her parents. Qinfeng responded sternly, telling her that revenge inevitably left emptiness behind, and that she should have prepared herself for that outcome. He warned that if she truly intended to surrender to despair, then he had nothing more to tell her. But there was still one important truth she needed to hear. Qinfeng revealed a vision of the vast game world before her. He explained that the godforsaken game concealed countless mysteries, and somewhere among its endless secrets, there might even be a method capable of resurrecting the dead. He told Ghost Spirit that anyone who continued moving forward would eventually encounter limitless possibilities. But if she insisted on treating revenge as the final destination of her life, then nothing he said would ever reach her. Qinfeng turned his back to her and placed the choice entirely in her hands. If Ghost Spirit wished to leave the past behind and keep moving forward, she needed only to follow him. but the final decision belonged to her alone. Ghost Spirit remained still for a moment, silently considering his words. Then fresh determination appeared in her eyes. She pushed herself to her feet and hurried after Qin Feng as he crossed the moonlit field. Back in the real world, the night continued to hang over the vast streets and towering buildings of Magic City. Qin Feng brought Ghost Spirit to his hidden base, the soul-cleansing land. The two of them found themselves inside an enormous, otherworldly space that rippled and shimmered like a boundless expanse of water. Ghost Spirit looked around the strange, ethereal surroundings and asked where Qin Feng had taken her. He calmly explained that this mysterious place served as his personal hideout in the real world. Qin Feng guided her deeper into the soul-cleansing land until they reached the entrance of an extraordinarily luxurious mansion. Ghost Spirit stopped before its towering doors, visibly stunned by the grandeur of the residence. The moment they entered, Qin Feng's maid stepped forward and respectfully welcomed her master home. Ghost Spirit stared at the woman in surprise, clearly not expecting Qin Feng to have a maid waiting for him. Qin Feng instructed the maid to prepare dinner for two. Seeing Ghost Spirit's confusion, he casually explained that she was not an ordinary human servant, but a being created through the power of the Divine Authority Book. Qin Feng went on to explain that the Divine Authority Book could produce all kinds of useful items whenever they were needed. He promised that, before long, he would take Ghost Spirit to challenge Magic City's Tower of Divine Authority, giving her the chance to obtain a book of her own. Deeply grateful for everything he had done, Ghost Spirit sincerely thanked her master once again. Sometime after Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit had departed, the focus returned to the Chu family manor in Magic City, where an urgent disturbance had already thrown the entire estate into chaos. A frantic man charged into the manor, loudly ordering the personnel behind him to move faster and begin the rescue immediately. His voice shook with panic as he declared that, no matter what happened, his wife could not be allowed to come to any harm. The man was Chu Kunshan, Dongfang Yu's husband and a military staff officer. As he hurried deeper into the estate, confusion churned through his mind. His wife had called him in terror, desperately begging for help, but he could not imagine who would dare attack her at such a late hour. Shadow was the first person Chu Kunshan suspected. Racing through the manor entrance, he anxiously wondered whether their secret plan involving the fireworks factory had somehow been exposed, though he quickly forced himself to dismiss that possibility. Inside the damaged manor, Chu Kunshan's personnel had already begun examining every corner of the crime scene. Some gathered around the enormous crater outside, while others searched the strangely empty bedroom for any trace of the missing residents. One officer approached Chu Kunshan with a grim expression and reported what they had discovered. There were unmistakable signs that a fierce battle had taken place, yet despite searching the entire property, they had not found a single person anywhere. Chu Kunshan's composure rapidly collapsed. He demanded to know where his wife, his son, the household guards, and all the servants had gone. The officer could only confirm the horrifying truth. No one remained inside the manor, and not even a single corpse had been left behind. Fury surged across Chu Kunshan's face as the meaning of those words sank in. It was exactly like what had happened to the Dongfang family. An entire household had disappeared without leaving behind the slightest trace. The terrible possibility that both his wife and son were truly gone struck Chu Kunshan like a physical blow. His body staggered backward, his face twisting in denial as he desperately refused to accept the conclusion forming in his mind. His grief quickly erupted into tearful rage. Chu Kunshan screamed that Shadow must have murdered his family, then furiously demanded that an arrest warrant be issued at once so Shadow could be captured immediately. Lin Qingyu, who had been quietly observing the investigation, finally stepped forward and asked how he could possibly be certain Shadow was responsible. Chu Kunshan snapped back that the answer was obvious, since Shadow had also killed his wife's relatives, the Dongfang family. Lin Qingyu remained completely unmoved by his anger. She calmly pointed out that there had never been any solid evidence proving Shadow was responsible for the Dongfang family incident, making his attempt to connect that case with his wife's disappearance extremely weak. Her gaze sharpened as she pressed him further. Lin Qingyu asked whether he possessed information the authorities did not, then suggested that perhaps his family had secretly formed a grudge against Shadow, and this incident was nothing more than retaliation. That suggestion struck directly at Chu Kunshan's nerves. His expression darkened with fury as he warned Lin Qingyu to choose her words carefully, then demanded to know whether she truly thought she could interrogate a military staff officer. Lin Qingyu met his threatening glare without the slightest hesitation. In an even, controlled voice, she told Chu Kunshan that using his position to intimidate her would accomplish absolutely nothing. She then revealed that, only recently, members of the Sky Dome Guild had captured several people belonging to Magic City's Black Dragon Hall and turned them over directly to the authorities. During interrogation, those captured men had confessed that Chu Kunshan was the one who ordered the assault on Shadow's hideout. They also admitted to a second scheme, luring Shadow into a fireworks factory and killing him by detonating the entire facility in one enormous explosion. Lin Xingyu explained that the authorities had originally intended to arrest everyone involved at the factory itself. However, now that Dong Fengyu had vanished, she was officially suspected of fleeing to avoid justice. Lin Xingyu then accused Chu Kunshin of abusing his authority and conspiring to carry out a terrorist attack, ordering him to accompany them for questioning. Two officers immediately stepped forward and seized Chu Kunshin by the arms. Completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, he struggled violently against their grip and demanded to know what they thought they were doing. Chu Kunshin glared furiously at Lin Xingyu and shouted that she had lost her mind. He accused her of colluding with some worthless guild and questioned how she dared use their testimony to arrest a government official. As the officers tightened their hold, Lin Xingyu calmly replied that his official rank meant nothing to her, because she stood only on the side of justice. Chu Kunshin continued thrashing in their grasp, screaming at them to release him immediately. Lin Xingyu coolly advised him to stop resisting and cooperate with the investigation. If the evidence eventually proved him innocent, she said, he would be perfectly free to return and settle the score with her afterward. Before he could respond, Lin Xingyu delivered one final piece of chilling news. Chu Kunshin would be taken to Magic City Prison for interrogation, a place where lifespan drained 100 times faster than normal. Her eyes remained cold as she warned him to prepare himself. The officers dragged Chu Kunshin toward an armored transport truck and forced him inside. Even as the doors closed around him, he continued screaming that they had no right to do this and swore he would report every last one of them. Unknown to everyone below, two figures were watching from the branches of a nearby tree. One of them studied the shouting prisoner being loaded into the vehicle, then confirmed that the man was indeed their target, Chu Kunshin, the military staff officer. The two hidden figures exchanged knowing smirks and bumped their fists together. Purple energy immediately surged around their bodies, making it clear that they were ready to move against the convoy. Later that night, a convoy of heavily armored trucks traveled along a narrow road cutting through the dark forest, their headlights sweeping across the trees as they carried Chu Kunshin away. Inside the lead vehicle, Chu Kunshin continued protesting his arrest, angrily directing every complaint toward Lin Xingyu. The guard beside him remained calm and simply informed him that the command had come from higher authorities, instantly leaving Chu Kunshin with nothing to say. Without warning, a brilliant mass of energy tore through the darkness and came hurtling straight toward the armored vehicle at terrifying speed. The attack slammed into the truck with tremendous force. Metal buckled under the impact as the vehicle veered uncontrollably off the forest road and crashed violently into the surrounding terrain. Inside the overturned truck, Lin Xingyu threw out her arms and braced herself against the twisted interior. Pain shot through her body as she cursed under her breath and tried to understand what had struck them. Turning toward the seat beside her, Lin Xingyu froze in shock. The guard who had been sitting there only moments earlier was already dead, his lifeless face locked in an expression of absolute terror. The mangled wreckage pinned Lin Xingyu firmly in place, making it impossible for her to move. Before she could free herself, the truck's roof began groaning as someone outside tore the heavy metal open by force. A hand suddenly reached down through the opening, seized the unconscious Chu Kunshin by his collar, and effortlessly dragged his limp body out of the overturned vehicle. Standing atop the ruined truck were two attackers, a man with a towering pompadour and a blue-haired girl beside him. The man raised Chu Kunshin's unconscious body like a prize and declared with satisfaction that the mission had been ridiculously easy. At that moment, personnel from the second armored truck rushed toward the wreck with their weapons drawn. They surrounded the pair and loudly ordered them to release the prisoner, put their hands up, and surrender without resistance. The two attackers showed no sign of fear. Instead, they burst into mocking laughter, openly ridiculing the officials who believed they had any chance of stopping them. The arriving officers raised their weapons and took aim at the figures standing above the wreck. But just as they prepared to fire, one of them noticed another danger approaching from the surrounding trees. A huge, muscular man with blazing red eyes descended from above. Both hands gripped a massive hammer engulfed in flames, and he swung the burning weapon downward with terrifying momentum. The flaming hammer crashed into the official's vehicle with overwhelming force. The muscular attacker immediately leaped clear as the truck erupted into a gigantic explosion, and terrified screams rose from within the roaring flames. The pompadour-wearing man watched the destruction alongside another bald, muscular companion. Clearly impressed by the sheer power of the blow, he remarked that the mysterious Mr. Theodore had not been exaggerating after all. The hammer-wielding attacker landed amid the burning wreckage as glowing orbs of lifespan floated upward from the fallen officers. Laughing wildly, he reveled in the strength of his attack and shouted with delight about slaughtering the official dogs of Great Zia. Standing proudly among the flames, the muscular man raised a glowing card in his hand and admired it with greedy excitement. He began boasting about the incredible card that Mr. Theodore had given him. He bragged that Mr. Theodore's card had multiplied all his attributes fivefold, granting him strength comparable to a level 50 player even though he was only level 10. When he complained that the dead officers had dropped barely any lifespan, the pompadour-wearing man dismissed the poor loot and reminded him that their true payment from Mr. Theodore would be 1,000 years of lifespan. Still trapped inside the overturned truck, the injured Lin Qingyu watched through tear-filled eyes. Meanwhile, the attackers believed that with Mr. Theodore supporting them, they would soon be able to kill Shadow and finally avenge Qian Shishir. The group began preparing to leave with their captured target, confident that the ambush was over. But before they could depart, the blue-haired girl abruptly raised a hand and told the others to wait. A sinister smile curled across the blue-haired girl's face as she turned her attention toward the ruined lead truck. With complete certainty, she announced that she could sense a little mouse still hiding somewhere inside the wreckage. Concealed beneath the twisted metal, Lin Qingyu's expression tightened. The moment she heard those words, she realized the blue-haired attacker had discovered that she was still alive. Without giving Lin Qingyu any chance to escape, the blue-haired girl hurled an enormous fireball directly at the already destroyed truck. The blazing projectile struck the wreckage and triggered a second explosion, even larger and more violent than the first. With a cruel smirk still spread across her face, the blue-haired woman declared that not a single one of those official dogs would be allowed to leave the forest alive. As the group casually walked away from the burning wreckage, the woman complained that the men were still obsessing over Qian Shishir, teasingly asking whether she herself was not beautiful enough. The pompadour-haired man burst out laughing and explained that although she was certainly cute, Qian Shishir had been their longtime partner, and helping an old companion take revenge was simply their tradition. With their business finished, the attackers slipped deeper into the darkness. Their figures passed behind a nearby tree and soon disappeared completely into the night. Not far from the ruined convoy, a naked and badly battered Lin Qingyu secretly watched them leave. As she studied their retreating silhouettes, she finally realized that these attackers were surviving remnants of the Alice Guild. Her passive ability, Killing Intent Perception, revealed even more. The group had been sent by a man named Theodore to seize Chu Kunshan alive. Knowing her entire squad had already been wiped out, Lin Qingyu understood that this information had to be reported immediately. After leaving the real world behind, Shadow brought Ghost Spirit into the game and led her through the ruined remains of Magic City, where the towering structure known as the Tower of Divine Authority stood waiting for them. Seeing Ghost Spirit's surprised expression, Shadow explained that the NPC guarding the tower was commonly called Old Mom. Her true identity, however, was Queen Vier of the Waning Moon. Shadow then told her the tragedy behind Queen Vier's madness. She had personally witnessed the brutal murders of both her son and daughter, and the unbearable trauma shattered her mind. Ever since then, she had lived beneath the delusion that her children were still alive, often assigning players quests that were nearly impossible to complete. However, there was a way to take advantage of that delusion. Shadow revealed that whenever a young man and woman entered the tower together, Queen Vier might mistake them for her long-lost children. If that happened, the challenge would become much easier, and the rewards would improve considerably. Shadow then gave Ghost Spirit an instruction that left her staring at him in horror. The moment they entered, she had to call the NPC Mom. He explained that this habit was exactly how Queen Vier had earned the nickname Old Mom, then told Ghost Spirit to concentrate on playing her part while he handled everything else. Though clearly uncomfortable with the strange request, Ghost Spirit finally nodded and agreed. Together, the two of them approached the tower's enormous doors, which glowed brightly as they drew near. Once they stepped inside, a radiant path stretched out beneath their feet and guided them forward. At its end, Queen Vier waited within a vast, ethereal space filled with shimmering stars. The moment Queen Vier saw them, tears of joy filled her eyes. She warmly welcomed the pair as her beloved children and eagerly asked whether they had returned to claim the Divine Authority book. Shadow immediately played along with her delusion. Keeping his expression composed, he confirmed that the book was exactly why they had returned and naturally addressed Queen Vier as Mom. Ghost Spirit quickly embraced the role as well. Tears gathered in her eyes as she looked toward Queen Vier and emotionally told her how deeply she had missed her. Queen Vier was instantly overwhelmed, her expression softening with motherly affection as she said she had missed her child just as much. She wanted nothing more than to hand over the book immediately, but the tower's rules required them to complete a challenge first. With a wave of her hand, Queen Vier summoned an enormous avatar before them. The towering creature was a level 20 Jade tier entity, and she explained that they would have to defeat it to pass the trial. A system notification appeared at once, confirming that both challengers had received Mother's Blessing. Under its effect, every one of their attributes increased by 20%. Before Ghost Spirit could even steady herself and examine the massive boss, three dark figures suddenly materialized around her without warning. The mysterious figures were not additional enemies. They were the three clones created by Shadow's powerful skill, Shadow of Sorrow. In the very next instant, all three clones attacked together. Their blades erupted into a merciless storm of slashes, dealing hundreds of thousands of damage and completely obliterating the enormous avatar before it could make a single move. The system immediately announced that the challenge had been successfully completed. Ghost Spirit stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Shadow had instantly killed the boss or summoned 3 identical shadows out of nowhere. A blinding burst of light swept across the starry space, and just like that, the entire battle ended almost as soon as it had begun. Standing behind Qin Feng, Ghost Spirit remained completely stunned. She could not stop thinking about the unbelievable technique that had summoned 3 clones and erased the boss in one attack, leaving her to wonder just how powerful her master truly was. Still lost within her delusion, Queen Veer slowly descended from the star-filled sky. She gazed at the pair with gentle affection, called them Alan and Anna, and proudly praised how strong her children had become. Queen Veer floated directly toward Ghost Spirit and affectionately called her little Anna. She then placed a stack of glowing blue books into the girl's hands, generously offering her all 9 divine gift books currently in her possession. Ghost Spirit continued playing the part without hesitation. She threw her arms around Queen Veer, allowed tears to run down her cheeks, and repeatedly thanked Mom for the precious gifts. Qin Feng watched their embrace with a heavy expression. He knew Queen Veer would willingly give everything she had to the children she imagined before her. In his previous life, countless players had exploited that love, demanding item after item until she sacrificed all her own lifespan to create them and eventually died. After giving Ghost Spirit the books, Queen Veer turned her affectionate gaze toward Qin Feng and asked whether there was anything he wanted as well. Qin Feng answered by requesting the divine book of the communication bracelet. Queen Veer looked genuinely apologetic as she admitted that she did not currently possess that particular book. Even so, she immediately offered to spend her own lifespan and create one for him on the spot. A requested book gradually materialized in the air. A system window appeared before Qin Feng. It confirmed that he had obtained the divine book of the communication bracelet, while also deducting 150 days from his lifespan. Queen Veer smiled warmly when she realized what Qin Feng had done. She was deeply touched that her son had willingly paid with his own lifespan instead of allowing her to consume hers. Qin Feng gently told her to preserve her remaining lifespan, then turned and prepared to leave. Queen Veer wished both children a safe journey and reminded Anna that whenever danger appeared, she should remain close to her older brother and allow him to protect her. Hearing those words, Ghost Spirit glanced toward Qin Feng and felt heat rise into her cheeks. Looking at him from behind, she quietly thought that he really did seem like the right age to be her older brother. Ghost Spirit hurried forward to catch up with him. Wearing a playful smile, she asked whether she should continue calling him master from now on, or begin calling him brother instead. Qin Feng abruptly stopped walking. When he turned around, his expression was terrifying, and an ominous glow burned within his eyes as he stared directly at her. In an icy voice that left no room for argument, Qin Feng told Ghost Spirit that she could call him absolutely anything she wanted, anything except brother. Ghost Spirit recoiled slightly, shocked by the harshness of his response. As Qin Feng turned and continued walking, she awkwardly agreed, all while wondering why that simple title bothered him so deeply and whether the word was connected to some painful past. Before Ghost Spirit could think about it any further, Captain Anyu contacted Shadow through voice chat and asked him to share his friends list. Shadow did not understand the strange request, so Anyu quickly began explaining the situation. A serial killer had recently appeared in Zhanghai City, leaving 7 victims behind. Even worse, rumors were now spreading throughout the city that Shadow himself was the murderer. Anyu explained that the estimated times of death for every victim happened to match the periods when Shadow had logged into the game. Because the murderer had carried out each killing with extreme precision, more and more people had begun suspecting him. Even so, Anyu assured him that she and the members of her squad knew he would never lower himself to committing such senseless murders. Shadow immediately recognized the most important detail. If someone was deliberately timing the murders according to his exact login schedule, then the information could only have leaked from someone with access to his friends list. Shadow mentally reviewed every possible suspect: Anyu's squad, Radiant Martial Virtue, Milky Snow, Old Man Zhang and his granddaughter from the Sky Dome Guild, as well as Ghost Spirit from his own guild. He then asked where the victims had been found. Anyu replied that the bodies were scattered throughout Zhanghai City and asked whether he intended to investigate personally. Shadow confirmed that he would, leaving Anyu visibly relieved. She promised to send him the complete case files, confidently saying that with his ability, he would probably catch the true killer within minutes. After ending the call, Shadow turned toward Ghost Spirit and ordered her to log out of the game immediately, explaining that he had a new mission for her. Back inside Qin Feng's mansion hideout in the real world, he handed Ghost Spirit the divine book of the communication bracelet, which would allow them to contact each other across the boundary between reality and the game. He also gave her the Ghost Night Wolf mount to assist in tracking down the murderer. Ghost Spirit was stunned to receive 2 items of such value, though she honestly admitted that she had no idea how to investigate a criminal case. Qin Feng calmly explained the logic behind his decision. He had already examined everyone on his friends list and believed none of them were responsible. However, because Wang Meng and the others routinely reported information to the authorities, he suspected that a mole within the police was secretly leaking his login times. He told Ghost Spirit that she was the best person for this assignment because her touch of the yellow spring could follow a target through traces of aura or scent. Qin Feng sent the case files directly to her and instructed her not to think too rigidly, but to use her abilities as flexibly as possible. Determination immediately replaced the uncertainty on Ghost Spirit's face. Clenching her fists, she vowed that she would uncover the truth and find the real murderer behind the killings. Meanwhile, inside a hotel room somewhere in Magic City, Tony and the blue-haired woman dragged the bound Chu Kunshin inside and threw him roughly onto the floor. Tony faced the shadowed corner of the hotel room and announced that he had successfully brought back the person they wanted. At his words, a bald older man slowly turned around, a thick cigar resting between his fingers as smoke curled around his face. The older man praised Tony for handling the job well. The instant Chu Kunshin saw him, terror spread across his face as he recognized Mr. Theodore from the embassy. Theodore greeted him with a chilling smile, pleased that dear Chu still remembered him, then claimed he simply could not stand by while Chu suffered such injustice. That, he said, was why he had asked his friends to rescue him, leaving the frightened officer drenched in sweat. Chu Kunshin glanced uneasily at the dangerous figures surrounding him and immediately pointed out the obvious problem. These so-called friends were wanted criminals being hunted by the authorities. Keeping his wary eyes fixed on Theodore, Chu Kunshin asked what the man was truly planning. Was his real target Shadow, or was he trying to strike directly at the government of Great Xia? Theodore responded with an amused laugh and asked whether there was really any difference between the two. As far as he was concerned, Shadow and the officials of Great Xia had already become close allies. Chu Kunshin's anger finally spilled over. His wife and son had been killed, yet instead of arresting Shadow, the authorities had seized him, a military officer, and treated him like the criminal. After venting his rage, he lifted his gaze toward Theodore, acknowledged that no one arranged a rescue for free, and bluntly asked what Theodore wanted him to do. Theodore calmly explained that the results of his divination had pointed directly toward Chu Kunshin. According to what he had seen, Chu possessed the ability to help him locate something he desperately needed. He then asked what profession Chu had chosen inside the game. Chu Kunshin initially looked confused by the question, but understanding soon flashed across his face as he realized why Theodore considered him valuable. Lowering his voice and his head, he revealed the secret he had kept hidden. Within the entire priest system, he possessed the sole hidden class known as the Feng Shui Master. Chu Kunshin went on to explain the abilities granted by his class. Yin-Yang Harmony allowed him to manipulate an enemy's emotions while dealing additional damage to ghost-type targets, while Ley Line Perception enabled him to detect hidden treasures and locate nearby monsters. Even so, Chu Kunshin gave a frustrated sigh and admitted that the Feng Shui Master was primarily a support class. Its abilities were useful in special situations, but they would offer little help in a direct battle against someone as powerful as Shadow. Without warning, a sinister light flickered through Chu Kunshin's eyes. A glowing yin-yang symbol materialized before him as he secretly activated his yin-yang harmony ability. The skill took effect almost immediately. Tony and the bald, muscular man suddenly turned on each other, their expressions twisting with hostility as a violent argument erupted between them. Within seconds, their shouting transformed into a savage fistfight, with both men attacking as though they genuinely wanted the other dead. Chu Kunshin watched coldly and explained that anyone affected by his skill would continue fighting to the death, though the ability failed against targets more than 5 levels above him. Rather than becoming alarmed, Theodore watched the chaos with obvious delight. He laughed loudly, clapped his hands in approval, and praised Chu Kunshin, declaring that choosing to find him had clearly been the correct decision. Then Theodore produced a mysterious tarot card surrounded by flickering blue flames. Holding it between his fingers, he ordered his subordinates to stop fighting and casually remarked that internal conflict among allies was never a good thing. Theodore cast the burning card into the air and activated the spell sealed inside it, a powerful purification technique known as Moon God's Purification. A spectral moon appeared high above the room, and from its glowing surface, an enormous pillar of blue light descended, completely enveloping the 2 men locked in combat. The brilliant radiance washed through Tony and the bald man from head to toe. In a single instant, every trace of the negative emotions created by Chu Kunshin's ability was purified from their minds. With the spell broken, Tony and the bald man both collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The blue-haired girl, Mei Jing, laughed at the sight, and commented on how frighteningly effective Mr. Chu's skill had been. Theodore then turned toward her and ordered her to heal the two fallen men. Chu Kunshin stood frozen, sweat soaking through his clothes as fear settled over him. His yin-yang harmony was no ordinary debuff, and he could not believe Theodore had removed its effects so easily with a single purification spell. He stared at Theodore with growing dread, wondering what kind of profession could possess such overwhelming abilities. Theodore merely spread his arms in a grand gesture and formally welcomed Chu Kunshin into their group. Magical energy swirled around Theodore as he took his seat, revealing that he also possessed a unique hidden class within the priest system, the diviner. By drawing different cards, he could perform divination, enhancement, purification, and teleportation. Even more dangerously, those cards could be handed to other people and activated once by whoever received them. Meanwhile, on the quiet streets of Jianghai City, Ghost Spirit crouched close to the ground and pressed her attention into the surroundings, activating her tracking ability, Touch of the Yellow Spring. A faint crimson aura seeped from her fingertips and spread across the pavement as she searched for lingering traces. After sensing a distinct trail, Ghost Spirit raised her head and confidently declared that she had found the killer's aura. The crimson trail stretched away through the distant streets like an invisible path only she could perceive. Ghost Spirit pointed in its direction, signaling for her ghost night wolf to follow it. She told the wolf to move out, then climbed onto its back in one smooth motion. The spectral beast immediately surged forward, carrying her through the deserted city streets as they chased the glowing crimson trail. Elsewhere, the focus shifted to a high-rise apartment that had once been Qin Feng's home. In the stillness outside the door, a sudden knock echoed through the hallway. Inside the apartment, Qin Xiaoyu hurried over and opened the door with a bright, expectant smile. The moment she saw the familiar woman standing outside, she happily greeted her as Mom. Standing in the doorway was a middle-aged woman dressed neatly in a suit, accompanied by a tall white-haired man wearing formal clothes of his own. Qin Xiaoyu excitedly assumed the stranger had come to purchase the apartment and praised the woman for finding a buyer so quickly. The woman's expression turned apologetic as she gently corrected the misunderstanding. The white-haired man was not a buyer at all, but a diviner she had hired to help locate Qin Xiaoyu's brother. Adjusting his tie with practiced confidence, the stranger introduced himself as Diviner Rintu. Qin Xiaoyu's cheerful expression immediately faded. She asked why anyone needed to divine her brother's whereabouts in the first place. With visible sadness, the woman explained that she would be moving away in only a few days and could not leave peacefully while Qin Xiaoyu remained alone. Caught completely off guard, Qin Xiaoyu asked why the move had been decided so suddenly. The woman explained that Jianghai City's authorities had extracted a platinum-grade hideout known as the Church Sanctuary and invited the Mengsha River Guild to relocate there for protection. The woman gestured toward Rintu and urged Qin Xiaoyu to accept his assistance, assuring her that his divinations were extremely accurate. Rintu stepped forward in agreement and tried to persuade her, claiming Qin Feng was dependable and would surely help if she approached him sincerely and begged properly. Qin Xiaoyu folded her arms across her chest and rejected the offer with open irritation. She thanked the woman for caring, but firmly declared that she needed no such help. After 19 years, she said bitterly, if Qin Feng had decided he did not want her, then there was nothing more to discuss. She demanded to know what purpose finding him would serve now. Deep down, however, Qin Xiaoyu had an entirely different concern. She was currently guarding Shadow's hideout and saw him frequently, and she remained convinced that Shadow would eventually recognize her value and allow her to join his guild. The woman sighed helplessly, clearly accustomed to Qin Xiaoyu's stubbornness. She advised her to at least give the divination a chance, then excused herself to begin packing. When she departed, Rintu stayed behind inside the apartment. Rintu asked whether Qin Xiaoyu had any belongings her brother had personally used, since such an object would help with the divination. Qin Xiaoyu snapped at him and repeated that she had no interest in having him divine anything. Rintu ignored her refusal and walked directly into the apartment, slowly surveying the rooms around him. He mentioned hearing that the siblings had once lived there together and concluded that the apartment itself would serve perfectly well as a medium. Qin Xiaoyu followed close behind, angrily demanding to know who had given him permission to enter. Rintu turned back with a charming smile and claimed he felt a certain destiny connecting the two of them, so he was willing to perform the divination for free. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoyu's approval, he raised a card glowing with blue magical energy and told her to examine the result herself. If she found it convincing, that was excellent. If she did not, then nothing had been lost. Blue light gathered above the card, forming a large holographic tarot image that floated silently in the air before Qin Xiaoyu. Rintu activated the divination card, and its surface shifted into a disturbing vision. Within the image, a dark human figure lay motionless far beneath the surface of a deep and endless sea. Wearing a carefully regretful expression, Rintu interpreted the vision for Qin Xiaoyu. He informed her that her brother had already been burned to death, and that his remains had ultimately sunk into the ocean, leaving Qin Xiaoyu staring at him in complete shock. The claim could not have been further from the truth. At that very moment, the real Qin Feng was comfortably relaxing on a sofa inside his hidden base, while Qin Xiaoyu's shock rapidly transformed into blazing fury. Inside her mind, Qin Xiaoyu furiously cursed Qin Feng as useless trash for dying so easily. In her opinion, he should have survived long enough for her to become powerful and personally trample him beneath her feet. Outwardly, Rinta maintained his solemn expression and offered Qin Xiaoyu a few carefully spoken words of condolence for her supposed loss. Rinta then smoothly changed the subject, mentioning that he had heard Qin Xiaoyu maintained contact with Shadow. He claimed his divination had already revealed Shadow's current location and asked whether she wished to accompany him there. Producing a golden card, he explained that he could teleport her directly to Shadow in an instant. With calculated kindness, Rinta suggested that although Qin Feng was dead, Qin Xiaoyu could simply recognize Shadow as her new older brother, allowing everyone to be happy. Qin Xiaoyu agreed without hesitation. Internally, she scoffed that Qin Feng had escaped too easily by dying, but decided it no longer mattered because Shadow would certainly protect her. The moment she accepted, Rintu activated a glowing blue magic circle beneath their feet, and both of them vanished from the apartment. When the light faded, Qin Xiaoyu and Rintu rematerialized inside a dark, filthy room. Rusted equipment and abandoned surfaces surrounded them, making the place resemble a laboratory that had been deserted for years. Qin Xiaoyu looked around the gloomy room in confusion and immediately asked where Shadow was. Rintu's friendly act disappeared as he slowly removed his suit jacket, and with a menacing expression, he coldly replied that he should be the one asking her that question. Before Qin Xiaoyu could react to the sudden change in his behavior, Rintu stepped forward and drove a vicious right hook directly into her face. The impact snapped her head sideways and sent blood spraying from her mouth. Without giving her a chance to resist, Rintu seized Qin Xiaoyu by the ankle and lifted her completely off the ground. Her body swung upside down beneath his grip as he coldly demanded that she reveal everything she knew about Shadow. Dangling helplessly in the air, Qin Xiaoyu trembled from head to toe as frightened tears poured down her face. Barely able to form the words, she stammered that she did not truly know Shadow at all. Rintu immediately called her a liar, reminding her that she had personally claimed to guard Shadow's door and see him regularly. Before Qin Xiaoyu could explain herself, he drove a vicious fist straight into her stomach. Still hanging defenselessly upside down, she took the full impact and instantly lost consciousness. Seeing her go limp so quickly, Rintu complained that she had fainted far too easily. He was almost offended that she had not extracted even a single useful ability from the game, nothing that could help her resist him or protect herself. Rintu grabbed the unconscious Qin Xiaoyu and dragged her carelessly across the hard floor. While hauling her along, he spoke into his phone and informed the person on the other end that the prey had been secured. Barely containing his sadistic excitement, he asked when he would finally be allowed to act, grumbling that his blade was already thirsting for blood. Once inside, Rintu tossed Qin Xiaoyu's limp body onto a cold metal table as though she were nothing more than an object. He then checked his phone and saw a message from his boss, warning him not to kill her until further instructions arrived. Rintu clicked his tongue, visibly irritated by the restriction. That disappointment did not last long. A sinister smile crept back across Rintu's face, and a red glow flickered within his eyes. Drawing out a sharp scalpel, he decided that even if killing her was forbidden, no one had said he could not take his time playing with her. Meanwhile, inside a restroom, Officer Xiaoma quietly considered the situation. 2 entire days had passed, yet there had still been no report of Shadow logging out of the game. As Xiaoma stepped out of the restroom, he continued turning the facts over in his mind. After extracting physical statistics from the game, a person's appetite would rise dramatically, so there was no realistic way Shadow could remain online without interruption for this long. That left Xiaoma with only one reasonable conclusion. Captain Anyu had deliberately stopped reporting Shadow's activity because she had already begun to suspect that someone else was committing the murders and using Shadow as a convenient scapegoat. Sayama entered the main police office with measured steps, but his thoughts were anything but calm. Realizing that the situation might soon slip beyond his control, he decided he needed to accelerate his plans. A malicious shadow spread across Sayama's face as he imagined the outcome he desired. If the public could be convinced that Shadow was a bloodthirsty serial killer, fear and anger would quickly consume the city. He laughed to himself, certain that once public opinion erupted, the authorities would be forced to eliminate Shadow whether the accusations were true or not. Elsewhere in the city, the massive paws of the ghost night wolf touched down lightly against the pavement. Despite the mount's imposing size, its landing made almost no sound. Ghost Spirit remained seated upon the wolf's back, her gaze fixed ahead. After finally reaching the location she had been searching for, she calmly declared that she had arrived. A thin stream of crimson energy twisted through the air like a lingering trail. From her elevated position, Ghost Spirit looked down at the stark concrete facility below and confirmed that the killer's aura led directly into that building. Without hesitation, Ghost Spirit sprang from her mount and dropped toward the structure. In midair, she activated Shadow Sneak, allowing her presence to melt into the surrounding darkness as she moved in to investigate. She landed with perfect control upon a narrow window ledge. Not even the faintest sound escaped beneath her feet as she steadied herself beside the glass. Ghost Spirit cautiously leaned closer and peered through the window. At first, a small smile touched her lips, pleased that she had finally tracked down the person responsible. But the smile vanished the instant she saw what was waiting inside. Her eyes widened, and her entire expression twisted into raw shock and horror at the gruesome sight before her. Inside the room, Qin Xiaoyu hung from the ceiling with both wrists bound above her head. Her legs had been severed at the knees, and thick, dark blood continued dripping from the wounds onto the floor below. Rintu knelt beneath her suspended body, tilting his head back with a warped expression of ecstasy as he declared that it had been far too long since he had enjoyed himself this much. A system notification appeared before Qin Xiaoyu, informing her that her attempt to log out had failed. Because she was currently registered as being in combat, escaping the game was impossible. Fresh tears streamed down Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks as the meaning of that message sank in. She could not disconnect, she could not run, and there was no obvious path out of the nightmare surrounding her. Her exhausted body remained suspended from the ceiling, held up only by the restraints cutting tightly around her wrists. She could do nothing but hang there helplessly. Below her torn clothing, both of her legs ended at the knees. The severed wounds had been wrapped in rough, crudely applied bandages that did little to hide the brutality of what had happened. Qin Xiaoyu's agonized screams echoed throughout the room, while Rintu's crazed laughter rose from beneath her. Overwhelmed by pain and terror, she could not understand what she had done to deserve something so horrifying. She had never come here looking for trouble. All Qin Xiaoyu had wanted was to sell a house. Yet that simple task had somehow dragged her straight into this living hell. As her strength continued to fade, Qin Xiaoyu could feel death creeping closer with every passing moment. Completely swallowed by despair, she cried out into the room, begging anyone who could hear her to come and save her. At the darkest point of her suffering, the image of her older brother, Qin Feng, suddenly surfaced in her mind. Through her tears, she found herself thinking that if Qin Feng were still here, he would never allow this to happen. He would surely come and rescue her. That desperate thought quickly turned into grief and anger. Silently cursing her brother, Qin Xiaoyu wondered why Qin Feng had been forced to die and leave her behind to face the world completely alone. Then, without warning, a brilliant green radiance burst across the room. The warm light wrapped around Qin Xiaoyu's mangled body, covering her wounds from head to toe. Qin Xiaoyu stared down in confusion as strands of magical energy began weaving her damaged flesh back together. Realizing that someone had cast a healing art on her, a spark. But when Qin Xiaoyu looked toward the source of the spell, she found Rintu staring back at her with a distorted grin. He introduced himself once again, revealing that his game ID was Human Butcher, and that the professor, surrounded by the green glow of his own healing magic, Rintu slowly walked toward the hanging girl. With terrifying calmness, he told Qin Xiaoyu not to worry, assuring her that he had no intention of allowing her to die so quickly. Rintu covered his face as uncontrollable laughter spilled from his mouth, then began explaining the twisted belief that drove him. To him, pushing his prey beyond the limits of suffering and killing them as slowly as possible was the only way to create a truly wonderful experience. That was precisely why he had chosen the priest profession, so he could heal his victims and continue the torture. Looking up at the terrified Qin Xiaoyu, he announced that the ordeal was far from over. Next, he planned to tear away her chest. Qin Xiaoyu's mind could no longer endure the terror. Her eyes rolled backward, white foam gathered around her lips, and her remaining strength disappeared as she fainted once again. Rintu watched her unconscious body with obvious disappointment. Annoyed that she had passed out before he could continue, he mocked Qin Xiaoyu for being such a fragile and uselessly weak girl. At that exact moment, Rintu suddenly sensed danger rushing toward him. His mocking expression snapped into alarm, and he threw himself aside just in time to evade a rapidly approaching object. A cloaked figure descended into the room from above, surrounded by an ominous presence. Beneath the shadow of her hood, Ghost Spirit's eyes burned with a chilling purple glow. Ghost Spirit immediately unleashed Blade of the Underworld. A glowing ribbon of energy shot across the room, pierced through Rintu, and lifted his body helplessly into the air. With an icy expression, she stared directly at the captured murderer. Her voice carried no trace of mercy as she confronted him. Ghost Spirit demanded that Rintu explain exactly why he had committed these crimes and deliberately framed Shadow for every murder. Rintu responded by activating his healing art, green energy spreading across his wounded body. Arrogance quickly returned to his face, as though he still believed the situation remained entirely under his control. That confidence lasted only an instant. The glowing ribbon tightened violently around Rintu's body, locking his limbs in place and leaving him completely unable to move despite his healing magic. Ghost Spirit then plunged downward with terrifying speed. She seized Rintu by the throat in midair and drove him into the wall with crushing force. The impact shattered the concrete behind him, and Ghost Spirit held Rintu pinned against the cracked surface by his neck. She warned that unless he confessed everything, she would saw off both of his legs. With his arrogance completely destroyed, the terrified Rintu hurriedly stammered that he would tell her everything he knew. Far away from that bloodstained facility, the surroundings gave way to the bleak and abandoned ruins of Zhanghai City. Among the desolate ruins, Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and Little Black gathered for a grave discussion. Anyu pointed out that ever since they stopped submitting reports about Shadow's login times, the mysterious murders had also stopped. That alone was strong evidence that someone had been using those reports to frame him. Little Black immediately defended Shadow with visible anger. Someone as overwhelmingly powerful as him would never behave like some twisted serial killer. In her view, if Shadow truly wanted someone dead, he would simply reduce them to ashes rather than leave mutilated bodies behind for others to discover. Captain Anyu understood Little Black's reasoning, but she calmly reminded her of the larger problem. The three of them might know that Shadow was innocent, yet the ordinary people outside had no way of knowing the truth. Anyu feared that once the rumors spread, panic and disorder would rapidly sweep through the public. That chaos was most likely the real objective of whoever had engineered the murders. If fear continued to grow, the authorities might eventually be forced to kill Shadow simply to calm the population, even while knowing he had been falsely accused. Little Black then asked whether the officials actually possessed enough power to defeat Shadow in the first place. A grim, almost helpless smile appeared on Captain Anyu's face as she admitted the truth. They did not. Captain Anyu explained that a direct clash with Shadow would come at a terrible cost. Even if the government somehow prevailed, its forces would suffer devastating losses, giving rival nations the perfect opportunity to exploit Great Xia's weakness and place the entire country in danger. Wang Ming's expression turned grave as he insisted they had to clear Shadow's name before the situation spiraled any further. After weighing the evidence, he concluded that whoever had orchestrated the frame-up had to be someone connected to the officials of Zhanghai City. Captain Anyu fell silent, carefully piecing the clues together in her mind. Among Zhanghai City's officials, there was only one person she could think of who not only had access to the necessary information, but also carried a personal grudge against Shadow. At that very moment, Officer Xiaoma stood alone inside his office. Beads of nervous sweat rolled down his face as he stared tensely at the phone clutched in his hand. 2 full days had passed without any report of Shadow logging off, leaving Xiaoma increasingly frustrated. Worse still, he feared that Rintu might have lost control of his sadistic urges and accidentally killed their prey before the plan could proceed. Surrounded by the darkness of the empty office, Xiaoma allowed his obsession with Captain Anyu to consume him completely. Her face filled his thoughts, and he became more convinced than ever that as long as Shadow remained alive, Anyu would never belong to him. Driven to desperation, Xiaoma raised a glowing card before his eyes and tightened his grip around it. For Anyu's sake, he told himself, he was willing to turn the whole of Great Xia against him and become the nation's enemy. Just then, the silence was broken by a sudden vibration. Xiaoma's phone buzzed sharply in his hand, immediately drawing his attention to the screen. The message appeared to have come from Rintu, claiming that the captured prey had somehow escaped. It demanded 3 years of lifespan, so Rintu could extract a tracking skill, then listed an address where Xiaoma was supposed to personally deliver the payment. Fury surged through Xiaoma as his fingers tightened around the phone. He could not believe his subordinate had failed such a simple assignment. Yet if the entire scheme was uncovered, his position and future would be destroyed, leaving him no choice but to go there and clean up the disaster himself. Beneath a heavy, gloomy sky, Xiaoma drove toward an abandoned industrial complex far from the crowded parts of the city. The silent buildings stood like dark shadows as his vehicle approached the deserted facility. After stepping into the dim warehouse, Xiaoma called out for Human Butcher, his angry voice echoing through the empty space. He demanded to know how Rintu had managed to let their prey escape in the first place. But Xiaoma's furious questioning abruptly stopped. His steps froze in place, and the anger on his face was instantly replaced by pure, speechless shock. Slowly lifting his gaze toward the ceiling, Xiaoma found himself staring at a horrifying sight. Qin Xiaoyu was still suspended overhead, her body hanging helplessly in the darkness. Even more alarming was the figure hanging beside her. Rintu, the very hitman Xiaoma had hired to carry out the murders, had also been tied up and was dangling there unconscious. Before Xiaoma could understand what had happened or make a move to escape, a brilliant streak of purple energy suddenly tore through the darkness and shot straight toward him. The glowing energy transformed into a long ribbon that coiled around Xiaoma's body in an instant. It tightened around his arms and torso, locking him firmly in place before he could resist. With a violent pull, Xiaoma was lifted from the ground and turned upside down, left hanging beside Qin Xiaoyu and Rintu. Panic overwhelmed him as he shouted at the approaching figure to release him, arrogantly demanding whether she had any idea who he was. Ghost Spirit slowly emerged from the surrounding shadows, her eyes burning with a threatening red glow. In a calm voice, she said she knew exactly who he was, Ma Naoyang, the son of Jianghai City's mayor. Rintu had already confessed everything, including how Ma Naoyang ordered him to murder people and abandon their bodies specifically during Shadow's offline hours, making every killing appear connected to Shadow. Ghost Spirit then thanked Rintu for honoring his promise and successfully luring the true mastermind into the warehouse. With a swift movement, she severed the restraints holding him. Looking down at the fallen killer, she said that as a reward for cooperating, she would grant him one more opportunity to enjoy himself. Rintu climbed unsteadily to his feet as waves of purple energy surged around his body. His eyes looked completely deranged, as though his remaining reason had vanished. Ghost Spirit ordered him to kill Ma Naoyang however he pleased, and Rintu responded with crazed giggling, eagerly thanking the young miss for such a generous opportunity. Still completely trapped under Ghost Spirit's control, Rintu received an even clearer command. He was to kill Ma Naoyang using his favorite method. Laughing like a madman, Rintu agreed without hesitation and turned toward Ma Naoyang, telling him that struggling would only make things worse. Ma Naoyang screamed in terror as Rintu suddenly lunged forward with a scalpel raised in his hand. Wearing a twisted smile, Human Butcher mockingly apologized to Boss Ma, claiming that under the circumstances, he simply had no other choice. Still suspended and unable to move freely, Ma Naoyang stared down in horror. The scalpel flashed beneath the warehouse lights as its sharpened edge came directly toward his exposed throat. However, Ma Naoyang had prepared a final defense. Just before the blade could cut into him, he activated a glowing golden card. A powerful shockwave exploded outward, blasting Rintu backward while Ma Naoyang broke free and rolled across the floor to safety. An enormous eruption of fire and violent energy swallowed Rintu's body before he could recover. The blast illuminated the entire warehouse, while Ghost Spirit stood at a distance and watched the destruction unfold without the slightest change in expression. When the flames finally faded and the thick smoke began to clear, Rintu was already lying motionless on the ground. His dead body gradually dissolved, transforming into glowing lifespan orbs that floated above the scorched floor. Ma Naoyang struggled back to his feet, breathing heavily after the narrow escape. As he glared at Ghost Spirit through the drifting smoke, he finally realized that this mysterious woman had to be Shadow's disciple. Consumed by rage, Ma Naoyang slapped another glowing golden card directly onto his forehead. The power of the sun god poured into his body, granting him an enormous increase in agility that would last for 2 minutes. A golden crossbow materialized in his hand, and he furiously declared that he would kill both Shadow and his disciple. Propelled by his newly enhanced speed, Ma Naoyang shot into the air faster than the eye could easily follow. While leaping across the warehouse, he raised the golden crossbow and fired a rapid barrage of energy arrows straight at Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit remained completely composed as the glowing projectiles rained toward her. She slipped between the arrows with smooth, precise movements, calmly weaving through the explosions that erupted all around her. Ma Naoyang desperately continued his attack, trying to keep her trapped beneath the non-stop barrage. But Ghost Spirit suddenly activated her stealth ability and vanished from sight. Floating in midair, Ma Naoyang looked around in panic, realizing she possessed the same assassin abilities as Shadow, and that he had completely lost track of her. Without warning, several purple energy ribbons burst out from the surrounding darkness. Before Ma Naoyang could turn or defend himself, the ribbons pierced through both of his arms and twisted tightly around his body, instantly taking away his ability to move. Ma Naoyang screamed from the overwhelming pain as the ribbons dragged him higher into the air, leaving him suspended beside the other captives. Ghost Spirit reappeared beneath him and looked up coldly, asking whether he was truly the one who had dared to harm her master. Her eyes now glowed with an icy purple light as she continued staring him down. Ghost Spirit pointed out that someone as weak as Ma Naoyang could never have obtained such powerful card abilities by himself, then demanded that he reveal the identity of the person supporting him from behind the scenes. Tears streamed down Ma Naoyang's face as pain overwhelmed what remained of his courage. Unable to endure any longer, he confessed that the foreigners connected to Qian Shishir had approached him first. According to Ma Naoyang, those foreigners supplied him with the powerful cards and asked him to cooperate in killing Shadow. They had also promised him that an extremely influential figure was standing behind them and supporting the entire operation. Ma Naliang continued sobbing as he insisted that was truly everything he knew. Beyond those details, he claimed he had never been told anything more about their plans or the identity of the powerful backer. Desperate to survive, Ma Naliang began begging Ghost Spirit for mercy. He promised that if she spared his life, his father, the mayor of Shanghai City, would give her anything she desired in return. Ghost Spirit offered no reply to his desperate bargaining. She simply turned her back on him and muttered in an irritated voice that he was far too noisy. Behind her, the purple ribbons suddenly constricted with brutal force. Ma Naliang's screams were cut short as his body burst apart in a violent shower of blood, killing him instantly. With her eyes still glowing coldly red, Ghost Spirit walked away from the remains without looking back. In her mind, she remembered the lesson her master had taught her clearly: never allow even a single enemy to escape. As she prepared to leave the warehouse, Ghost Spirit paused and glanced back toward Qin Xiaoyu. The young woman was still hanging unconscious from the ceiling, her severed legs leaving her body in a pitiful and horrifying condition. Ghost Spirit felt a trace of sympathy for the injured girl, but she did not personally take her away. Instead, she decided to leave Qin Xiaoyu for the authorities to discover and rescue, believing that whether the girl ultimately survived would depend on her own fate. Not long after Ghost Spirit disappeared, police vehicles arrived outside the abandoned industrial facility. The officers had been directed there by an anonymous report revealing the warehouse's location. The police rushed through the warehouse entrance, only to freeze in shock at the gruesome sight waiting inside. The moment they spotted the badly injured Qin Xiaoyu, one of the officers urgently shouted for a healer to be brought in immediately. The officers quickly began identifying everyone at the scene. One of the dead men was confirmed to be Ma Naliang, while the other, Rintu, remained unidentified for the moment. Qin Xiaoyu was still trapped in a deep coma, but the healers determined that her condition was not currently life-threatening. As the investigation continued, one of the captains suddenly raised his voice and called the others over. He had discovered a message left behind inside the warehouse. 2 mobile phones had been driven directly into the concrete wall, with a written message displayed above them. It declared that the serial murders had been committed by the 2 dead men in order to frame Shadow. The phones contained the supporting evidence, while the injured girl served as a living witness. At the bottom was a peculiar signature, doing good deeds without leaving a name. After examining the phones, the officers uncovered records that confirmed the entire conspiracy. Ma Naliang had worked together with Rintu to murder innocent people and placed the blame on Shadow. Even more disturbingly, they discovered that a mole within the police department had been secretly leaking Shadow's login times to Ma Naliang. Enraged by the betrayal, the captain immediately ordered his officers to identify and arrest the traitor. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Qin Feng sat comfortably before a table buried beneath an enormous spread of food. He was enjoying the massive meal when his phone suddenly rang, and the caller displayed on the screen was Captain Anyu. The moment Qin Feng answered, Captain Anyu eagerly shared the latest development. Her voice carried obvious excitement as she revealed that the investigation into the serial killings had finally achieved a major breakthrough. Qin Feng calmly pretended to know nothing and casually asked whether they had already identified the murderer. Anyu confirmed that Ma Naliang and Rintu had been exposed as the culprits, though both men had already died before the authorities could arrest them. Anyu went on to explain that the police had recovered solid evidence along with a surviving witness. Unfortunately, the young woman had lost both legs and remained unconscious, so they would have to wait until she awakened and gave her testimony before officially closing the case. Hearing this, Qin Feng quietly praised Ghost Spirit in his heart for carrying out the assignment perfectly. On the other end of the call, Anyu apologized for all the trouble and suspicion the investigation had caused him, then offered a valuable piece of intelligence as compensation. Anyu told him about a bizarre phenomenon occurring above a novice town in Shanghai City. 5 flying monsters were constantly circling the sky and hunting players, yet no matter how many were killed, their number always returned to exactly 5. Suspecting that some hidden treasure was responsible, she hoped Shadow would investigate and resolve the mystery. Qin Feng's eyes widened the moment he heard those details. The endlessly replenishing group of 5 monsters could mean only one thing. Another ancient god slate had appeared. He immediately began sorting through the information in his mind. If the ancient god slate was controlling monsters that remained high above the town, then the slate itself was most likely somewhere in the sky. Since ordinary players still lacked the ability to fly, Qin Feng knew he would first need to obtain a flying mount. That thought reminded him of the Withered Bone City key he had acquired from the magic Leaning Tower. Withered Bone City belonged to the Moraga Empire, the ancient homeland of dragons, so there was a strong possibility that he could find a flying dragon mount somewhere within its territory. A system notice informed him that entering Withered Bone City required a minimum level of 20. Qin Feng checked his current status and found himself sitting at level 19. With only a single level separating him from the destination, he decisively prepared to enter the game and finish the job. After returning to the game as Shadow, he teleported directly to the outer beach of Withered Bone City. A desolate coastline stretched before him, littered with enormous bleached skeletons, while far across the dark water, a forbidding castle loomed over a lonely island. The instant Shadow arrived, scattered points of light caught his attention. Numerous lifespan orbs were lying across the barren ground, clear evidence that other players had fought, and most likely died, there not long before him. Shadow's gaze immediately sharpened when he sensed movement nearby. Without revealing his presence, he slipped behind one of the massive skeletons and quietly observed the disturbance from cover. In the distance, an enormous skeletal lobster stood upright on its rear legs, towering over a group of struggling players. Its bony jaws opened wide before spraying streams of corrosive green acid directly toward them. Among the trapped players were Lin Qingyu, Late-Night Drizzle, and a broad-shouldered bald man. Lin Qingyu stared in alarm as clusters of glowing green acid bubbles drifted closer, threatening to surround her from every direction. The bald man in her party suddenly stepped forward with complete confidence. Positioning himself between the others and the incoming attack, he told his teammates to stand back and watch what he could do. A pale green, ghost-like aura spread from his body and washed over the entire party. The system identified his profession as Soul Walker, a rare hidden support class capable of transforming both the user and nearby allies into spiritual forms. While transformed, they could neither attack nor physically collide with anything, but they also became completely immune to incoming damage. The skeletal lobster unleashed a violent torrent of green acid breath across the battlefield. Yet under the protection of soul conversion, every stream passed harmlessly through the players' intangible bodies, leaving them untouched despite the overwhelming force of the attack. Watching quietly from behind the giant bones, Shadow narrowed his eyes. He had already recognized this group, and more importantly, he remembered exactly who these people had been in his previous life. The bald man was Zuma, one of the people who had joined Theodore and several others in setting a deadly trap for the Magic City officials. Their scheme had inflicted massive casualties on the government forces and left them too weakened to maintain order. Magic City then remained trapped in chaos for 3 full months, indirectly leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Back on the battlefield, the confrontation with the giant skeletal lobster had reached a dangerous turning point. As the wounded monster let out a thunderous roar, Lin Qingyu noticed its health had fallen dangerously low and urgently warned everyone that the boss was entering its second phase. The lobster boss immediately expelled a huge swarm of shimmering blue bubbles. They scattered through the air before bursting apart one after another, and from each ruptured bubble emerged another smaller skeletal lobster. The party was overwhelmed almost instantly as the newly summoned monsters flooded across the battlefield. One shield-bearing member struggled to keep them back, desperately complaining that there were simply far too many enemies to block at once. With the formation beginning to crumble around her, Lin Qingyu turned toward Zuma and screamed for help. She urgently ordered the Soul Walker to activate soul conversion again before the swarm tore through the entire team. But instead of responding, Zuma coldly turned his head away. His expression remained completely indifferent as he deliberately ignored the desperate cries of the teammates fighting beside him. Lin Qingyu stared at him in disbelief, stunned by his sudden betrayal. In that brief moment of hesitation, several smaller lobsters slipped past the collapsing front line and charged directly toward her exposed position. The party's defensive formation finally broke apart. Lin Qingyu raised both weapons and fired repeatedly into the advancing swarm, but even she could see that they could no longer hold the line. She shouted Zuma's name one final time and demanded to know what he was doing, but the chance to save them had already passed. Knocked off balance amid the chaos, Lin Qingyu fell to the ground. The enormous boss and its remaining minions immediately surged toward her, closing in from above and from both sides. Fear filled Lin Qingyu's face as she looked up from the ground. The towering skeletal monster opened its jaws over her, preparing to devour her before she could escape. Just as the creature struck, a streak of brilliant blue energy flashed across the battlefield. The attack sliced through the monster's body so quickly that it was cut into several pieces before its claws could ever reach Lin Qingyu. Shadow had finally stepped out from his hiding place and entered the battle, positioning himself between Lin Qingyu and the remaining monsters. Moving faster than the surrounding players could follow, Shadow unleashed another skill. A blur of cutting energy swept through the swarm. Shadow vaulted directly over the stunned Lin Qingyu and descended into the center of the battlefield. The moment he landed, a vortex of dark energy erupted around him, spreading outward in a devastating area attack that annihilated every remaining enemy within its reach. A system window appeared, confirming that Shadow had slain the Jade-grade lobster boss. The victory rewarded him with an enormous amount of experience, a large number of evolution points, and more than 9 years of lifespan. As Shadow stood calmly among the scattered loot, Zuma stared at him in total shock, realizing the legendary Shadow had personally appeared. Before anyone had time to celebrate, the atmosphere abruptly turned violent. Shadow vanished from where he stood and reappeared directly in front of Zuma, fixing the bald man with a murderous glare. No one nearby could react in time. Shadow's arm flashed through the air in a single clean strike, and Zuma's head was severed from his body before he could defend himself or even speak. Zuma's headless body collapsed as a system notification announced his death. His remains dissolved into drifting light, leaving Lin Qingyu frozen in disbelief. She thanked Shadow for saving them, but nervously asked why he had killed someone from their own party. Shadow glanced over his shoulder, one eye glowing coldly, and asked why the Magic City official team had included a foreigner in the first place. Lin Qingyu explained that Zuma had been hired as outside assistance because his hidden class was essential for defeating the boss, though she admitted she never expected him to become distracted at such a critical moment. Shadow gave a cold scoff at her explanation. Zuma had not become distracted at all. His refusal had been intentional. Quoting the warning that those who were not of one's own kin would inevitably harbor different intentions, Shadow made it clear that Zuma had deliberately allowed the team to fall into danger. Nervous sweat appeared on Lin Qingyu's face as the possibility sank in. She asked whether Zuma had truly betrayed them on purpose, unable to understand what benefit he could possibly gain from letting the entire party die. Shadow turned away, his dark cape rolling behind him, and told her that uncovering Zuma's motive was the official's responsibility, not his. He then offered her a deal. Whenever the Magic City officials discovered a boss too powerful for them to defeat, they could contact him directly. Shadow stated his conditions without hesitation. From every kill, he would claim all lifespan rewards and any equipment belonging to the assassin profession. Everything else dropped by the bosses could remain with the Magic City officials, making the arrangement identical to the agreement he had already established with Zhanghai City. Lin Qingyu quickly informed him that several boss coordinates had already been reported, including multiple targets nearby. Shadow activated his flight ability and rose into the air, telling her to send every coordinate while he was already moving. At another battlefield, a red-haired girl blushed as she whispered to her companions that Shadow was supposedly on his way, wondering aloud whether the famous expert might actually be handsome. Some of her teammates remained doubtful, but their skepticism vanished almost instantly when the attacking beast collapsed before them. A system notification confirmed Shadow's victory, awarding experience, evolution points, more than 5 years of lifespan, and the platinum-grade assassin skill smoke bomb. Before the players could recover from their amazement, another terrifying enemy emerged, a J-grade boss known as Traitor Lulu, the noble's eldest son, clad in black lava armor and gripping an enormous flaming sword. One nearby player froze at the sight of Traitor Lulu, convinced his life was already over. But in the next instant, Shadow became a blur and launched his attack, dealing an overwhelming amount of damage before the boss could retaliate. The system soon confirmed another kill, rewarding Shadow with experience, evolution points, more than 10 years of lifespan, and the Jade-grade skill merge into darkness. The rescued players could only stare in stunned silence. They were completely unable to comprehend what they had witnessed, especially after realizing that each one of Shadow's attacks had inflicted more than 300,000 points of damage. Rather than learning the newly acquired skill normally, Shadow chose a more direct method. He activated the power of his Spirit Devourer bloodline and consumed the skill card itself, converting the energy within it into a tremendous increase across his personal attributes. A system notification immediately confirmed the result. By devouring the legendary skill, Shadow had significantly strengthened both his elemental attack power and his resistance against elemental damage. Continuing onward, Shadow noticed that the path ahead began descending at an unusually steep angle. Surprise flickered across his face as he realized the route was carrying him deep beneath the surface. While advancing through the dark, jagged stone corridor, he gradually understood what the passage had been built to accomplish. The tunnel stretched beneath the ocean floor, forming a hidden connection between the mainland coastline and the isolated island in the distance. Shadow continued through the seemingly endless underground passage until a faint opening finally appeared ahead. Shadow stepped through the cave mouth and emerged into a bleak landscape battered by wind and storms. High above him, a ruined black castle stood upon the edge of a towering cliff, its broken silhouette repeatedly illuminated by violent streaks of lightning. A system notification welcomed Shadow to the Moraga Empire's withered Bone City ruins, then immediately issued a severe warning. The entire location was classified as a berserk area, where every player's lifespan would drain at 100 times the normal rate. Standing at the edge of the island, Shadow gazed across the black, restless water and quietly admired the brilliance of the tunnel's hidden design. The sight stirred a memory from his previous life, when a notorious madman had once ranted endlessly about a secret passage buried beneath the sea. Back then, no one had taken the man seriously. Most players simply laughed at him, assuming he had confused this world with the map or setting of some completely different game. But now that Shadow had personally crossed the underwater passage, the truth was impossible to deny. That so-called madman had never been speaking nonsense at all. Every word of his strange story had been real. Leaving the coastline behind, Shadow advanced into a lifeless forest filled with withered trees and bones scattered across the dark soil. He had barely gone far when the ground beneath his feet suddenly began shaking with violent force. Nearby, the enormous skull of a long-dead skeletal dragon began trembling against the earth. Deep cracks spread across its weathered surface as something hidden inside pushed against the ancient bone. Without the slightest warning, a colossal creature exploded out from within the dragon's skull. The massive bones shattered apart in every direction, sending jagged fragments and clouds of dust rolling across the forest floor. Shadow did not retreat. He remained standing exactly where he was, calmly watching as the dust slowly thinned and the grotesque shape of the hidden monster emerged before him. The creature possessed the endless, segmented body of a gigantic skeletal centipede, yet a stitched female torso rose from its upper half, with a single crimson eye glowing from her ruined face. The system identified her as Moire, the thousand-blade centipede and guardian of the withered bone ruins, a powerful diamond-grade boss. Shadow studied Moire without immediately attacking. Her upper body still carried the recognizable outline of a human woman, but everything below her waist had been warped into the enormous, nightmarish body of a many-legged monster. His attention then settled on the festering injuries spread across her stitched flesh. Those twisted wounds were almost identical to the scars he had once seen covering the white dragon, Atesh. Moire suddenly lunged forward, sweeping her colossal centipede body through the air with terrifying momentum. As Shadow slipped away from the strike, the pieces finally connected in his mind. She had once been a citizen of the Moraga Empire, only to be corrupted by Cthulhu's curse. The scars covering her human torso suggested that even before her transformation, she had endured torture no living person should ever suffer. Moire pressed the attack relentlessly, while Shadow weaved between the rows of sharpened skeletal legs stabbing toward him from every direction. When the entire creature came crashing down in an attempt to crush him, Shadow sprang high into the air. Moire's body smashed into the ground beneath him, splitting the earth apart and sending broken stone flying outward. With enemies' attack spent, Shadow immediately began his counteroffensive. He summoned several Shadow clones around the battlefield, then activated Blessing of Release, greatly amplifying the damage of the assault he was about to unleash. Purple energy flashed across the ruins as Shadow and all three clones moved in perfect synchronization. Together, they released Shadow Flash Slash, striking Moire 4 times within the same blinding instant. A razor-sharp blade of energy swept cleanly across the monster's exposed neck. The strike carved through the corrupted flesh before Moire could twist her enormous body away. A glow appeared in Shadow's eyes as a system prompt confirmed that all of his skill cooldowns had been reset instantly. Without wasting the unexpected opportunity, he prepared to launch the entire combination again. Shadow activated Blessing of Release for a second time. A wild, crimson aura erupted around Moire's towering body, surrounding the cursed guardian with chaotic waves of destructive energy. The 4 shadows spread into position around the boss, sealing every possible escape route. Moving as a single unit, they formed the final arrangement for one last overwhelming attack. Beams of purple light tore through Moire from every direction, slicing across the centipede body faster than it could defend itself. Her monstrous form was cut into pieces and consumed by an eruption of magical fire, while Shadow descended through the fading light and landed safely on the ruined ground. A system notification confirmed that Shadow had defeated Moire, the diamond-grade guardian of the withered bone ruins. The kill granted him a huge amount of experience, numerous evolution points, more than 10 years of tradable lifespan, and several additional items. Shadow lowered his gaze toward the fallen guardian and solemnly told her to rest in peace. As the corrupted body faded, the spirit of the beautiful woman Moire had once been briefly appeared in its place. She offered him a peaceful smile, finally released from the curse that had tormented her, before dissolving into softly glowing lifespan orbs. After putting the diamond-grade guardian to rest, Shadow continued deeper into the barren territory. In the distance, he lifted his eyes toward the ruined castle perched high upon the cliffs, its dark towers wrapped in lightning and storm clouds. Without breaking his stride, Shadow raised one hand and released a long-range strike. A broad wave of dark energy surged from his palm and tore across the desolate landscape ahead. The attack slammed into a creature hiding among the shadows. A piercing scream rang out as the dark energy impaled a monster formed from a woman's human torso, fused grotesquely onto the lower body of a giant spider. A notification appeared moments later, confirming that Shadow had killed Molly, the cursed spider. The victory rewarded him with another enormous amount of experience, more evolution points, and 10 additional years of tradable lifespan. Surrounded by the newly dropped rewards, Shadow paused to examine the horrifying pattern within the ruins. Every monster he had encountered possessed a human upper body, joined to some twisted, inhuman lower form. Even more disturbing, each creature had retained the ordinary human name it once carried. His gaze shifted toward another enormous dragon skull resting among the debris. Even the bones of the dead creatures in this place had not escaped the corruption. The skull contained several unnatural eye sockets, while malformed horns had grown from places where no horns should have existed. Faced with such extreme biological distortion, Shadow concluded that the entire withered bone ruins had once served as a vast ground for horrific biochemical experimentation. He recalled the history Atesh had shared with him. Desperate to win the war, the people of Moraga had summoned Cthulhu, an ancient sea god. But instead of saving them, the being placed a curse upon the city, twisting its citizens until the entire population had been transformed into monsters. The farther Shadow traveled toward the heart of the ruined city, the heavier the cursed presence became. Its oppressive force thickened around him with every step, growing more intense as the city center drew closer. Then, without warning, an enormous shadow appeared overhead. Something massive came plummeting out of the storm-darkened sky directly toward the road in front of him. A gigantic golem covered in rough stone armor crashed into the earth with tremendous force. Dust and shattered rock burst outward as the towering creature planted itself firmly in Shadow's path. The system quickly revealed the enemy's identity. It was Ma Run, former commander of the Royal City Guard, a level 25, platinum-grade boss. Fiery light pulsed through the cracks running across Ma Ren's stone body. Beneath the rocky shell, magma-like energy flowed and glowed as though the entire golem contained a burning furnace. Shadow tilted his head upward to take in the giant's full height, yet his expression showed little concern. What puzzled him more was how the commander of a royal guard had ended up as nothing more than a relatively low-level platinum-grade boss. Ma Run raised one enormous stone arm above his head. Red energy gathered around the clenched fist, illuminating the golem's massive frame with a threatening glow. The commander drove its fist downward with enough force to shake the entire area. Shadow easily leaped clear of the impact, landing beyond its reach as the ground split open beneath the golem's crushing blow. Shadow immediately answered the attack by summoning his Shadow Blade. He surged toward Ma Run and delivered a powerful slash directly across the giant's hardened stone body. Damage numbers appeared above the boss, but something strange happened at the same moment. The force of the strike seemed to rebound, triggering an unexpected reflected damage effect. A sharp burst of pain tore through Shadow's own body. To his surprise, the exact amount of damage he had just inflicted upon Ma Run had been returned to him instantly. Shadow dropped back to the ground and steadied himself, his expression becoming far more serious. After that single exchange, he immediately understood how dangerous the golem's hidden ability truly was. Staring into Ma Ren's glowing red eyes, Shadow identified the effect as damage reflection. The Royal City Guard commander possessed nearly 10 times the health of an ordinary platinum-grade boss, along with a terrifying attribute that reflected 100% of all received damage back at the attacker. Shadow grimly realized that without the black light shield already protecting him, the damage from that single slash would have killed him outright. This cursed land was clearly far more dangerous than it first appeared, and even he could not afford to act carelessly. Shadow bent his knees and launched himself high into the night sky. His dark figure rose against the pale moon, leaving him suspended far above the stone giant. To survive the reflected damage, he pushed his defenses to their limit. 10 separate layers of black light shield formed around his body, stacking together into a dense protective barrier. From his position in the air, Shadow summoned and fired 10 shadow blades in rapid succession. The dark projectiles rained down toward Ma Ren one after another as his strategy took shape. Rather than relying on a single overwhelming strike, Shadow used repeated low-damage attacks to build energy for his ultimate ability. At the same time, the 10 layers of shielding absorbed the steady stream of damage reflected back from every hit. Once the required energy had been fully accumulated, Shadow descended and unleashed his ultimate attack. Blessing of Release merged with the Crimson Blade, producing a gigantic vertical beam of red energy that cleaved straight through Ma Run and dealt a staggering 450,000 damage. The moment the damage number appeared, Shadow tightened his stance and prepared himself. Just as expected, the full 450,000 points of damage were immediately reflected back toward his own body. Before the returning force could reach him, a brilliant golden barrier erupted around Shadow. The shield absorbed the entire reflected attack, leaving him completely unharmed inside its radiant protection. Shadow remained standing without so much as a wound on his body. The reflected damage had accomplished absolutely nothing. all because the Crimson Blade granted him an incredible 600% lifesteal effect. Since his health was already completely full, the enormous amount of excess healing had automatically transformed into an overflow shield containing 2.7 million points. Compared to that massive barrier, the 450,000 points of reflected damage barely felt like a scratch. The moment the Royal City Guard commander fell, a system window materialized before Shadow and officially confirmed his victory. The rewards were enormous, flooding him with experience, evolution points, and more than 14 years of additional lifespan. Yet beneath those generous gains appeared a troubling warning. The commander's death had triggered the citywide alarm, alerting every remaining guard scattered throughout the ruins. Shadow fell silent for a moment, sensing the atmosphere around him change without warning. His expression tightened with confusion as an unfamiliar pressure began spreading through the ruins. Far above him, perched on the edge of a towering cliff, a monstrous sentry raised an enormous horn to its mouth. The creature blew with all its strength, releasing visible green waves of sound that rolled across the sky and carried the alarm throughout the ruined city. Almost immediately, the once silent ruins seemed to awaken. Monstrous silhouettes appeared along the cliffs, and entire groups of creatures began climbing and leaping downward in overwhelming numbers. Shadow calmly surveyed the ridgelines as more enemies gathered above him. Winged creatures spread their twisted wings, spider-like hybrids crawled across the stone, and countless other deformed beasts crowded along the cliffs, all fixing their hungry gazes directly on him. Without warning, an enormous foot covered in thick fur crashed into the ground beside Shadow. The impact shook the surrounding earth and sent dust bursting outward around his body. In only a matter of moments, Shadow found himself completely enclosed by a tightly packed army of monsters. A gigantic white bear towered among them, while horrifying centipede-like creatures twisted through the surrounding ranks. Then a system notification flashed before his eyes, announcing that he had activated the Monster Horde event. The requirement for advancing was brutally straightforward. Every single monster surrounding him had to die. Shadow slowly raised his head toward the towering wall of enemies closing in from every direction. Countless crimson eyes burned through the darkness as the creatures loomed over him, yet not even a trace of fear appeared on his face. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and unmistakable excitement began shining in his eyes. A quiet laugh escaped Shadow as he took in the impossible number of enemies surrounding him. Rather than seeing the situation as a crisis, he found it strangely refreshing. This was precisely the kind of overwhelming battle he had been hoping to experience. The monsters hesitated when they heard their supposed prey laughing in the middle of their encirclement. Several of them exchanged puzzled glances, unable to understand why the lone human before them was not shaking, begging, or collapsing in terror. Shadow suddenly vanished from where he stood, moving with the violent speed of an incoming storm. His Dark Knight ring blade swept through the first wave in a flashing arc, cutting apart rows of monsters before they could even react. A system message appeared immediately after that single attack, confirming that 32 enemies had already been killed. Shadow gave the remaining horde no opportunity to recover from the opening strike. He immediately activated Shadow of Slaughter, causing patches of darkness beneath his feet to twist and rise. One after another, shadowy clones emerged from the ground and took their places beside him, ready to tear through the army together. Moving as though they shared a single mind, Shadow and his newly summoned clones unleashed Shadow Flash/X4 at the exact same instant. For violent surges of purple energy exploded across the battlefield, ripping enormous gaps through the monster ranks. By the time the light faded, his kill count had already rocketed to 165. Wild beams of energy tore across the battlefield, slicing cleanly through anything unfortunate enough to stand in their path. Lion men, shark-like hybrids, and other grotesque creatures were dismembered beneath the relentless barrage. Shadow never slowed his advance, descending into the remaining ranks while releasing another devastating Dark Knight Ring Blade X4 attack. Dark magic swept over the battlefield in enormous waves, and every swing of Shadow's weapon sent the number of dead climbing higher. His kill count quickly reached 518 as the battle transformed into a completely one-sided massacre. System notifications crowded his vision faster than he could read them, while the total leapt from 600 to well beyond 2,000 in only a few seconds. The slaughter continued without pause, and before long, Shadow's kill count surged beyond 8,000. Across the ruined battlefield, thousands of glowing lifespan orbs rose from the fallen army, illuminating the darkness until the entire area shimmered beneath their ghostly light. At last, the noise of battle disappeared, and silence settled over the ruins once again. Shadow stood alone amid the devastation, his eyes still glowing with a deep purple light. He had killed exactly 10,086 monsters. A system window then confirmed that every enemy had been eliminated and that the route leading to the withered Bone City ruins core was finally open. After wiping out an army of more than 10,000 monsters, Shadow remained standing in the middle of an endless sea of radiant particles. Another notification confirmed that the path toward the Withered Bone Ruins core had been unlocked. All around him, countless lifespan orbs floated through the air like glowing stars left behind by the dead. Despite the breathtaking number of orbs surrounding him, Shadow looked noticeably disappointed. He questioned why the reward was so small after killing such an enormous army. Then the explanation became clear. The curse had been continuously consuming the citizens' life force, and even after those people became monsters, that relentless drain had never stopped. Before Shadow could dwell on the disappointing reward, the floating orbs suddenly began moving. They spun around him in widening circles, their light gathering into a brilliant current of magic as the countless particles slowly joined together and started forming a solid structure. The concentrated light surged outward over the enormous chasm, stretching farther and farther into the distance. Within moments, the accumulated lifespan of the dead had shaped itself into a radiant bridge connecting Shadow's position to the ominous castle waiting on the opposite side. Shadow stepped onto the bridge created from the lingering light of the fallen citizens. The instant his foot touched its glowing surface, a powerful golden aura erupted around his entire body, catching him completely by surprise. A system window appeared and informed Shadow that he had received the blessing of the Withered Bone citizens. Grateful that he had finally released them from their cursed existence, the liberated souls granted him a special buff that gave him a chance of obtaining dragon power while battling inside the city. Shadow lifted his glowing hand and examined the golden energy coating it, remarking that this new power was rather interesting. From the blessing and the path the souls had created, Shadow quickly understood what they wanted from him. The true source of the curse had to be somewhere deeper within the city, and the victims were guiding him toward it in the hope that he would destroy the curse once and for all. Shadow continued walking across the radiant bridge until he reached its far end. Waiting there was a massive black pit, its opening surrounded by flesh-like tissue and darkness, making the entrance resemble the gaping maw of some enormous living creature. Shadow did not hesitate or waste even a second studying the depths below. He stepped forward and hurled himself directly into the seemingly bottomless abyss. As Shadow plunged through the fleshy tunnel, the organic walls rushed past him in the darkness. A system warning appeared during his descent, announcing that he had entered the Withered Bone Curse Great Hollow. Inside this place, lifespan would be drained at 1,000 times the normal rate. Shadow finally struck the bottom with a heavy splash, sinking into a pool of dark red liquid. He slowly pushed himself upright as thick fluid ran from his body. Pulsating organic walls surrounded him on far deeper within the hollow, buried among layers of twitching flesh. A long-haired man hung suspended against the wall. His hair and beard were both deep red, while several thick spikes had pierced straight through his body and held him firmly in place. Without warning, a notification flashed as the imprisoned man's eyes snapped open. He had sensed that someone had entered the hollow. In the darkness nearby, Shadow immediately readied himself, and a purple flame ignited across his chest as an overwhelming wave of killing intent crashed toward him. Still pinned to the wall by the massive spikes, the red-haired man began moving his lips. A stream of strange, broken syllables slipped from his mouth, carrying a disturbing weight through the fleshy chamber. Shadow narrowed his eyes as he listened more carefully. He recognized the unfamiliar speech as the language of the ancient gods and quickly translated the repeated sounds. The man was not chanting a spell. Over and over, he was desperately calling a single name, Moir. Consumed by grief and driven completely mad, the imprisoned man suddenly roared Moir's name at the top of his lungs. Then, ignoring the spikes tearing through his flesh, he violently ripped his own body free from the wall. The moment he broke loose, his body began contorting in horrifying ways. Flesh twisted, bones shifted, and entire sections of his form tore apart as a nightmarish metamorphosis overtook him. His transformation ended with the appearance of a gigantic skeletal beast wrapped in layers of heavy armor. A system window identified the creature as Arkitos, the final guardian of Withered Bone City and a level 20 Emerald grade boss. Shadow reacted immediately by activating Merge into Darkness. His physical form dissolved into the surrounding shadows, erasing his presence and rendering him completely invisible within the hollow. Yet before Shadow could take advantage of his concealment, Arkitos twisted toward his exact location. To Shadow's shock, the enormous guardian swung one of its massive claws directly at him, completely ignoring the protection of his stealth. Shadow narrowly escaped the descending claw, leaping aside just before it smashed into the spot where he had been standing. The impact shattered the ground and sent fragments flying through the chamber. After landing safely at a distance, Shadow stared back in confusion, unable to understand how Arkitos had located him despite his level 21 stealth. Arkitos charged toward him again, its massive body shaking the hollow with every step. The Guardian continued screaming the name of the woman it had loved, and hearing that desperate cry finally allowed Shadow to understand how the creature was tracking him. Shadow quickly connected the pieces. He had killed Moire and absorbed the lifespan that remained within her body. Arquitos was not actually seeing through his invisibility. Instead, it was sensing and following the lingering traces of Moire's soul that were now contained inside him. While keeping his distance, Shadow carefully studied the spikes covering Arquitos' armored body. Their shape and arrangement looked exactly like the spikes worn by the Royal City Guard commander he had defeated earlier. Shadow brought out his shadow dagger and held it ready between his fingers. Based on the identical armor, he suspected that Arquitos might possess the very same troublesome passive ability as the fallen commander. To test that suspicion, Shadow launched an attack and struck Arquitos directly. The exact amount of damage he dealt was reflected back toward him in the same instant. Fortunately, the golden shield surrounding his body absorbed the returning blow before it could reach his health. That brief exchange gave Shadow the proof he needed. Arquitos, just like the Royal City Guard commander, possessed the passive ability known as dangerous damage reflection. Arquitos threw back its enormous head and released a deafening roar that shook the entire hollow. Purple energy surged violently across its armored body as the Guardian activated its power and began summoning reinforcements. The fleshy ground surrounding Shadow suddenly bulged and split apart. One after another, enormous blue eggs erupted from beneath the organic surface, rising in every direction until they had formed a complete ring around him. Shadow's expression turned serious as he examined the blue eggs enclosing him. He immediately noticed that they also carried a damage reflection effect. From their appearance and the energy inside them, he concluded that allowing them to hatch would unleash a group of extremely dangerous elite-level monsters. To test how much punishment the eggs could endure, Shadow flicked one of his shadow daggers toward the nearest target. The blade struck cleanly and dealt more than 3,000 points of damage, giving him an immediate measure of the egg's durability. The targeted egg finally shattered, but Shadow immediately calculated how costly that result had been. Destroying just one required the equivalent of 3 dagger attacks, meaning the reflected damage would consume 3 separate layers of his blacklight shield. Since restoring even a single layer took 2 full seconds, he realized there was no possible way to destroy every egg before they began hatching. With no practical way to destroy every egg before they opened, Shadow stopped wasting time on an impossible task and chose to let the creatures hatch. He kicked off the ground and launched himself high above the fleshy battlefield, using the elevation to gain a better position while preparing to confront whatever emerged from those shells. As Shadow reached the peak of his jump and began dropping toward Arquitos, he glanced at the power building within him. His ultimate ability had finally finished charging, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike before the newly summoned creatures could interfere. Shadow released the fully charged Crimson Blade without holding anything back. A colossal beam of crimson energy tore downward through the hollow and crashed directly into Arquitos, erupting with overwhelming force as an astonishing 450,000 points of damage appeared above the Guardian. Shadow touched down without making a sound, his posture calm despite the violent blast behind him. The enormous healing generated by his life steal had already overflowed into a thick golden barrier, wrapping his entire body in a powerful layer of protection. While Shadow remained completely unharmed inside the glowing shield, every blue egg surrounding him cracked open at almost the exact same moment. The shells split apart violently, and from within each one, a huge monstrous claw punched its way into the open air. A swarm of cursed young dragons burst free and rushed upward, their twisted wings beating against the damp air of the hollow. Each creature was a level 20 emerald-grade monster, and their piercing screeches echoed through the chamber as they circled above Shadow and prepared to descend on him. Shadow dropped back into the pool of dark red liquid, sending ripples spreading around his boots. He lowered himself into a steady crouch and raised his gaze toward the newborn horde, calmly positioning himself to meet their attack head-on. The instant the cursed dragons entered his range, Shadow unleashed the Dark Night Ring Blade. A violent vortex of dark energy expanded around him, catching the creatures in its spinning current and tearing through their bodies. Nearly 30,000 points of damage struck every dragon trapped inside the attack. The entire clash ended almost as soon as it began. Shadow remained standing calmly within his golden barrier while the last dragon fell from the air. A notification confirmed that all 9 had been killed, and Shadow remarked that with his blood shield protecting him, their reflected damage was hardly something worth fearing. As the 9 cursed dragons died, their physical bodies broke apart into drifting particles of light. One after another, those particles condensed into luminous lifespan orbs and floated above the red pool. Yet the concentrated energy suddenly reshaped itself around Arquitos, restoring the fallen boss in an even more horrifying form. A notification identified this transformation as Flesh Curse, Arkido's blue scale. Wearing a cruel and threatening smile, the mutated guardian declared that Shadow would never succeed in wiping out his race. The battle erupted again as Arkidos sprang forward, his transformed body surging with power while one enormous, energy-covered fist drove straight toward Shadow. Shadow's eyes immediately blazed neon blue, and he countered with instant Shadow Slash. His body became a streak of light, striking Arkidos from every direction within a fraction of a second. Yet instead of damage numbers, the word immunity repeatedly appeared around the Guardian. Every slash had connected, but not a single one caused harm, leaving Shadow stunned by the monster's complete invulnerability. Arkidos immediately took advantage of Shadow's momentary disbelief. Before Shadow could adjust his stance, the Guardian drove its massive fist directly into him with enough force to shake the entire chamber. The blow hurled Shadow across the hollow like a projectile. Nearly 30,000 points of damage tore through his defenses as he crashed through the air, and the impact erupted into a huge explosion that scattered red liquid and broken flesh in every direction. Shadow forced himself to regain control while the golden blood shield around him splintered and finally shattered. Listening closely to Arkidos' guttural words, he translated the ancient speech and understood the Guardian's declaration. As long as its bloodline and soul continued to exist, its homeland would never be allowed to fall. Arkidos stood at the center of the surging purple energy, towering over the chamber as it proclaimed that Withered Bone City could never be conquered. Shadow stared back with a puzzled expression, unable to ignore how unusual the Guardian's words sounded. Under ordinary circumstances, only monsters of epic grade or higher possessed true intelligence and the ability to speak. Arkidos, however, was merely an emerald-grade boss, yet it had somehow preserved its memories, consciousness, and sense of purpose. Arkidos paid no attention to Shadow's confusion. The Guardian raised its arms and gathered thick streams of dark energy into a dense sphere, chanting that it would defend its city, its empire, and every last one of its people. Once the sphere had reached its limit, Arkidos unleashed Demon Dragon Cannon. A towering column of destructive energy erupted vertically through the hollow, tearing upward with enough power to annihilate everything caught in its path. Shadow reacted the instant the attack was released. He pushed off the ground and shot high into the air, clearing the destructive beam just before it consumed the place where he had been standing. The moment Shadow landed, he retaliated with a Shadow Blade, sending the dark attack sweeping toward Arkidos. Once again, it accomplished absolutely nothing. The Guardian simply walked through the energy without slowing down, protected by the same complete immunity. Shadow cursed under his breath, realizing that he had to find a way to break that invulnerable shield before he could deal any real damage. Arkidos then activated an even more disturbing technique. Strips of raw flesh rose from the ground and twisted together into the shape of a gigantic rib cage, snapping shut around Shadow before he could escape. The system identified the structure as Flesh Prison, and a countdown immediately appeared as Shadow's remaining lifespan began dropping one full year at a time. Cold sweat formed across Shadow's face as he watched the number continue to fall. For the first time in the battle, the danger felt immediate and impossible to ignore. Shadow quickly realized that Arkidos was not merely damaging him, it was directly siphoning away his life force. He recognized the power as an ability belonging to the evil god Cthulhu. The situation had become critical because Flesh Prison was an unavoidable attack that ignored every form of defense. A thick tendril of living flesh connected Arkidos to Shadow and continued feeding on him, making it clear that his entire accumulated lifespan would soon be drained away. Just when escape seemed impossible, a violent surge of red energy burst from Shadow's body and flooded the Flesh Prison. A notification announced that dragon power had been triggered. At the same time, the system detected that Shadow possessed Etia's ability, Shadow of Slaughter. That connection immediately granted Shadow a new enhancement known as Etia's Flame of Nirvana. When he read its effect, he finally discovered the answer to Arkidos' invulnerability. The sacred white flame ignored all physical defenses and barriers, burning the enemy's soul directly while inflicting tremendous damage. Orange dragon fire ignited within Shadow's eyes as the new power flowed through his body. In that instant, he understood that this soul-burning flame represented the true strength inherited from the dragon race. Shadow launched his counterattack by activating the dragon-enhanced Shadow of Slaughter. Dark clones emerged around him once again, but this time their bodies were wrapped in brilliant holy fire. Together, they descended upon Arkidos from multiple directions. Shadow immediately followed with Dragon, instant Shadow Slash. His figure vanished into a blinding streak and carved through the air at incredible speed. The white flames cut directly into Arkidos' soul, and the Guardian's supposedly unbreakable immunity finally shattered. With the invulnerability gone, the attack struck Arkidos for real. Tens of thousands of damage points appeared in rapid succession, while the flame of nirvana clung to the guardian and inflicted an intense, continuously worsening burn. Architos screamed in agony as the white flame spread across its enormous body and consumed its soul from within. Knowing it was nearing death, the guardian desperately called upon Cthulhu, begging the evil god to grant it more strength. Architos cried out that it could not die, insisting that the dragon race still depended on it for survival. Shadow remained perfectly calm as the spirit of Etias appeared behind him, blazing with sacred power. He then told the dying guardian the truth it refused to face. Architos had never protected its people. By summoning Cthulhu, it had condemned the entire city to suffer beneath an eternal curse. Shadow fixed Architos with a cold, unwavering stare. He ordered the guardian to feel the full power of the flame of nirvana and allow its purifying fire to cleanse away every sin it had committed. Shadow raised his weapon and released the finishing attack, Dragon, Crimson Blade. A colossal crimson beam erupted forward and swallowed Architos completely, striking the guardian for nearly 500,000 points of damage. The final guardian vanished inside the overwhelming blast, its body and soul reduced to ash beneath the dragon flame. A system window confirmed Architos' death and awarded Shadow 1,000,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and almost 40 additional years of lifespan. Shadow slowly descended through the fading light as glowing victory messages surrounded him on every side. Another reward notification granted him 60 evolution points, nearly 40 years of lifespan, and a diamond-grade item known as the Bone Spike. As the dragon power enhancement gradually faded from his body, Shadow began examining the results of the battle. The enormous reward of 1,000,000 experience points confirmed that the monsters throughout the city had been funneling their accumulated power into Architos. However, the lifespan reward was strangely small, amounting to only 39.8 years. Shadow suspected that Cthulhu had already stolen the overwhelming majority of the city's lifespan for itself. Before Shadow could investigate further, the red liquid beneath him began bubbling violently. A grotesque treasure chest, covered in flesh-like material, slowly emerged from the pool. A system message then informed him that using dragon power during the battle had unlocked a hidden reward. The strange chest opened with a wet creak, releasing a burst of golden light into the hollow. Resting inside were two radiant items, a withered bone rune and an epic-grade mount bell. Shadow picked up the rune and carefully inspected its information. It served as a key to the tomb of the withered bone god, and the description revealed that collecting 3 of these runes would grant him access to the hidden ruin. He then lifted the golden bell and turned it over in his hand. Intrigued by the fact that it was an epic-grade mount item, Shadow decided to activate it immediately and discover what kind of creature it could summon. The moment the bell was activated, an enormous winged skeletal dragon materialized before him. Its vast bones cast long shadows across the chamber as a system window identified it as Osiris, the king of scavengers. The creature was a level 20 epic-grade entity that had now become permanently soulbound to Shadow. Osiris had once served as one of the city's guardians, but it now belonged to Shadow as both a flying mount and a combat companion. Beyond its own strength, the skeletal dragon also possessed the ability to summon smaller bone dragons into battle. To Shadow's surprise, Osiris was capable of intelligent speech. The huge dragon lowered its skull and stared down at him in disbelief, asking whether Shadow was truly the person who had purified the city and slain Architos. Shadow calmly confirmed that he was responsible for both deeds. Then, looking directly up at the skeletal dragon, he asked whether Osiris knew the full truth behind the curse that had consumed this place. Osiris began recounting the tragic history of Withered Bone City. Long ago, it had served as one of the city's guardians before dying in battle. It was later resurrected through necromancy and forced to fight once again during the war between the Moraga Empire and the rest of the continent, when the empire was already approaching defeat. The skeletal dragon revealed that, in a final and desperate attempt to reverse the war, the Lord of Withered Bone City, Architos, made the decision to summon the evil god Cthulhu. Osiris explained that summoning Cthulhu required a horrifying sacrifice. Architos had to personally offer up the person he loved more than anyone else, his own daughter, Moire. But when the moment of sacrifice finally arrived, Architos could not bring himself to kill Moire. He chose to save his daughter, and in her place, he offered the entire population of Withered Bone City to the evil god, sacrificing every citizen along with his own life. The consequences of Architos' desperate choice were far more horrifying than anyone could have imagined, plunging the entire city into a nightmare from which there was no escape. Every citizen in Withered Bone City was consumed by the curse and granted terrifying power, enough to crush the invading army and save the empire from immediate defeat. But that victory came at an unbearable price. Their bodies warped into monstrous forms, their minds gradually collapsed, and every trace of the humanity they once possessed was stripped away. Osiris then revealed that Moire, the only person who had remained human, endured the cruelest fate of all. The transformed citizens blamed her for their suffering, directing their hatred toward the one life Arquitos had chosen to spare. They tortured her relentlessly until the curse finally swallowed her as well, twisting Moire into yet another monster. Once the tragic account had reached its end, Osiris lowered its voice and expressed its deepest gratitude to Shadow. By purifying the ruins and defeating Arquitos, he had finally released those tormented souls from their endless misery and brought the city's long tragedy to a close. Sensing the immense and unusual aura surrounding Shadow, Osiris slowly bowed its enormous skeletal head. The dragon pledged to follow him for the rest of its existence, then respectfully asked for the name of the new master it had chosen to serve. Shadow raised his glowing eyes toward the towering skeletal dragon. Without offering any grand introduction or unnecessary explanation, he answered with a single calm word. His name was Shadow. Osiris immediately folded its enormous wings and lowered both its head and body in complete submission. From that day onward, the ancient skeletal dragon declared that its life and loyalty belonged to Shadow, whom it now formally acknowledged as its one true master. However, when Shadow began examining the attributes of his newly acquired epic-grade mount, something immediately felt strange. A level 20 epic boss would normally possess no less than 10 million health points, yet Osiris's status interface showed that the dragon had barely more than 100,000. After considering the dragon's history, Shadow quickly understood the likely reason for its weakness. Osiris had died many years ago, and most of its original power had gradually dispersed over time. The skeletal body awakened through forced resurrection could preserve only a small fraction of the strength it had possessed while alive. Shadow continued reviewing Osiris's combat abilities, including its bone shields and the spikes it could launch at enemies. None of those attacks appeared especially impressive. Still, one particular skill immediately caught his attention. Osiris could summon 12 Jade-grade winged dragons. Even if their combat strength was limited, they could spread through the sky and provide Shadow with an excellent view of the surrounding terrain. The dragon's real value did not lie in its defenses or offensive power. Its greatest advantage became obvious the moment Shadow examined its extraordinary mobility. Because Osiris's enormous body consisted almost entirely of lightweight bone, it could move through the air with incredible speed. Its flight speed reached 360%, equal to roughly 450 meters per second, fast enough to smash directly through the sound barrier. Shadow concluded that Osiris might not contribute much in a serious fight, but that weakness hardly mattered. Supersonic transportation alone made the skeletal dragon an extremely useful mount and left him more than satisfied with the hidden reward. Just as he finished inspecting Osiris, another system window suddenly appeared before him. It announced that Shadow had fulfilled the requirements for a class advancement. The news caught him by surprise, but he quickly realized that clearing the withered bone ruins had granted him more than 1 million experience points, enough to trigger the advancement immediately. A determined light appeared in Shadow's eyes. Without delaying the process, he selected the advancement option and activated it on the spot. Dark energy erupted around Shadow and began spiraling into a rapidly expanding vortex. Glowing magical runes emerged one after another in the air, circling his body as the surrounding power grew heavier and more intense. Shadow remained perfectly still at the center of the violent current, his eyes burning with concentrated power. As the darkness continued surging around him, a brilliant red ring of energy formed and rotated around his body. The system soon confirmed that the advancement had succeeded. Shadow's class had risen from Tier 2 to Tier 3, causing his attributes to increase dramatically. His strength and constitution doubled from 27 to 54, his spirit rose to 90, and his agility surged all the way to 144. The advancement also granted Shadow a new passive class ability known as Shadow Arc. Its effect was exceptionally powerful. Whenever Shadow suffered damage, received a negative condition, or had his stealth removed while invisible, the result would be delayed for 1 full second. During that brief window, he could take action and potentially erase the incoming damage or status effect entirely. Shadow stared down at his hand before breaking into a confident laugh. As long as his reactions were fast enough, Shadow Arc would allow him to respond within that single second and potentially nullify almost any attack launched against him while he remained hidden. The more Shadow considered his new advancement, the more satisfied he became. In his previous life, he was certain that no player using the Shadow class had ever survived long enough to complete the third advancement. Otherwise, an ability as extraordinary as Shadow Arc would have become famous for dramatically reducing the death rate among high-level players. 1 second might have sounded like an extremely short amount of time to an ordinary person, but elite players possessed reaction speeds far beyond normal limits. For someone at that level, A single second was long enough to activate several abilities, reverse a dangerous situation, and completely change the outcome of a battle. With the class advancement settled, Shadow turned his attention back toward the remaining rewards. He opened his hand, and a mass of glowing crimson energy gathered above his palm before revealing the diamond-grade weapon he had obtained. The system identified the weapon as the Spike of the Skeleton, a powerful dagger capable of greatly increasing both physical and elemental attack power. More importantly, it possessed a special effect that could break through an enemy's defense and elemental resistance. Shadow equipped the dagger immediately and felt its power settle into place. Between the Tier 3 class advancement, his greatly improved attributes, and the new diamond-grade weapon, his overall strength had risen by an enormous amount. Now ready to leave the cursed ruins behind, Shadow gave Osiris the signal to move. The skeletal dragon sprang into action, and with a light, controlled leap, Shadow landed gracefully on top of its enormous skull. Before setting off, Shadow decided to test whether his invisibility could also conceal the mount beneath him. He activated Merge into Darkness, allowing shadowy energy to spread outward across both himself and Osiris. Darkness wrapped around the enormous dragon until its skeletal body faded from sight. Shadow was genuinely surprised when the system revealed that Osiris possessed level 21 stealth, placing the mount's concealment ability even above his own current level. Impressed by this unexpected advantage, Shadow gave Osiris the command to take flight. He wanted to experience the dragon's legendary speed for himself rather than relying solely on the numbers displayed by the system. Osiris obeyed instantly. Its enormous wings spread wide, and with a single explosive burst of force, the skeletal dragon launched itself upward. The two of them raced through the depths of the underground hollow, ascending so rapidly that their bodies became little more than a streak of purple light cutting through the darkness. Osiris tore through the upper reaches of the ruins and burst out of the underground passage, continuing straight upward into the open sky without losing even a fraction of its speed. The acceleration was so extreme that Shadow momentarily found himself without words. Wind roared past his body with crushing force, whipping around his mask and clothing. As one eye glowed against the rushing air, he had no choice but to admit that Osiris was unbelievably fast. Having witnessed the full speed of his new mount, Shadow and Osiris shot completely free of the underground tunnel. Within moments, they were soaring high through the open sky above the vast ocean. As Osiris carried him through the clouds, Shadow began arranging his next course of action. Captain Anyu had previously mentioned a location where both a flying monster and another ancient god slate had been discovered, so Shadow decided that would become his next destination. His plan was to return to the Magic City ruins first, and use the teleporter there to travel to Lucky Town. Shadow remembered that his original journey from the Magic City to Withered Bone City had required several exhausting hours of travel. Far below Shadow's flight path, a party of adventurers was fighting its own battle inside a dense forest. The group had surrounded a massive black bear monster and was in the middle of attempting to defeat the raid boss. The party consisted of a swordsman, a mage, and a healer working together against the enormous beast. The female mage gathered holy light into a blazing fireball between her hands, while another member shouted for everyone to finish the monster before it could retaliate. Before anyone could launch the final attack, an enormous shockwave suddenly ripped through the forest. Osiris had flown directly over them at supersonic speed, and the pressure created by its passage tore across the battlefield like an invisible explosion. The violent wind struck the adventurers and the black bear at the same time. Every member of the party was ripped off their feet, while the enormous monster was thrown sideways and sent tumbling helplessly across the forest floor. When the wind finally subsided, the female mage lifted her head and looked around in complete confusion. The swordsman appeared even more bewildered. By pure accident, the shockwave had hurled the boss directly onto the point of his sword, killing the massive black bear instantly. Completely unaware of, or simply unconcerned by, the chaos left behind in the forest, Shadow continued racing toward his destination. Thanks to Osiris's incredible speed, the return journey to the Magic City ruins took only 10 minutes instead of several hours. Meanwhile, among the abandoned streets of the Magic City ruins, an emotional confrontation was unfolding between a couple. The man tightly held the woman's hands and begged her to forgive him, confessing that he had cheated on her only once with another man while insisting that she had remained in his thoughts the entire time. The woman stared into his eyes and demanded that he promise to sever every connection with the other person forever. The man immediately agreed, and the two embraced before sharing a passionate kiss, openly declaring their love for one another. Their intimate reunion lasted only a moment. Without warning, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, violently interrupting the couple before either of them could understand what was happening. The crushing force slammed the man face first into the pavement and flattened his body against the ruined street. The woman was struck by the same pressure a moment later, leaving both of them pinned helplessly to the ground. Shadow calmly stepped down from the skeletal dragon after it landed. His boot touched the pavement only a short distance away from the crushed couple beneath him. With Osiris's gigantic skeleton looming behind him, Shadow briefly touched the surface of his mask. He wondered whether the dragon might have struck something during the landing, but after a moment of thought, he dismissed the possibility and decided it was not worth investigating. Shadow activated his invisibility ability once again. His body faded into the surrounding darkness, allowing him to leave the Magic City ruins without attracting attention or revealing his presence. A system notification appeared as the teleportation completed, informing Shadow that traveling to Lucky Town had consumed 5.4 years of his lifespan. Shadow immediately complained about the price, realizing that every return to a novice town doubled the previous cost and was becoming increasingly expensive. Even though Shadow still possessed more than 2,000 years of lifespan, he remained unbelievably stingy about spending any of it. The loss of only 5.4 years made his heart ache as though he had suffered a major defeat, and he continued grumbling to himself while keeping his entire body hidden from sight. Still concealed by his invisibility, Shadow passed quietly through the entrance of Lucky Town. Two guards stationed beside the gate seemed to notice a faint disturbance as he walked between them, but no matter how carefully they looked around, neither could see the person who had just slipped past. Shadow slowed slightly and studied the clothing worn by the two guards. Their matching uniforms and disciplined posture made their identities obvious, allowing him to conclude that they belonged to the official government forces. After taking in the town's orderly layout, Shadow realized that government personnel had already been stationed here to guide inexperienced players and prevent hostile attacks near the safe zone. What surprised him was the timing. In his previous life, this kind of organized protection had not appeared until several months later. Shadow continued through the peaceful streets, silently considering how much history had already changed. His decision to cooperate with the government had likely allowed the authorities to organize far more efficiently than before. The results were visible everywhere, especially among the elderly players, who were now surviving comfortably inside the town's protected environment. As he passed through a quiet corner of the street, Shadow noticed an unexpectedly heartwarming sight. An elderly man and woman sat close together on a bench, smiling and behaving like a young couple still deeply in love. That peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a desperate scream for help. The cry rang through the town so sharply that even Shadow was caught off guard and immediately turned his attention toward the commotion. Near the town gate, an enormous black insect monster had grabbed hold of a helpless player. The same two official guards Shadow had passed only moments earlier reacted at once, rushing toward the creature before it could finish its attack. The female guard opened the magic book in her hands and rapidly cast a defensive spell. A radiant holy shield formed around the captured player just in time, intercepting the insect's strike and protecting the victim from further harm. At the same moment, the male guard charged straight at the monster while angrily cursing it. He planted his foot, launched himself high into the air, and brought his weapon down in a powerful leaping slash that dealt more than 1,600 points of damage. The female guard followed his attack without hesitation. Holy energy gathered above her open spellbook, condensing into a blazing fireball before she hurled it directly toward the giant insect. But despite its enormous body, the creature moved with shocking agility. It twisted sharply through the air and avoided the incoming fireball before the holy flames could touch it. Using that brief opening, the insect turned and scurried away at full speed. The male guard could only watch it escape once again, his expression tightening with frustration as the troublesome creature slipped beyond his reach. Both guards looked upward as the fleeing insect rejoined 4 others of its kind, restoring the pack to 5. The female guard's shoulders sank in despair as she explained that killing a single one accomplished nothing, because another monster would immediately respawn and replace it. Watching everything while remaining invisible, Shadow quickly understood why the guards had failed to resolve the problem. The 5 gold-grade monsters were not especially powerful on their own, but whenever they began losing, they simply took flight and escaped. Since the official team had no reliable aerial capability, the ground-bound guards were unable to pursue them. Back on the ground, the male guard hurried over to examine the elderly player they had just rescued. The old man remained on his knees in the dirt, his entire body trembling as tears ran down his frightened face. Yet the old man's fear vanished almost instantly, replaced by furious ingratitude. Instead of thanking the people who had saved him, he raised his head and began screaming at the guards, loudly accusing them of being completely useless. Still sitting in the dirt, the old man continued berating his rescuers without restraint. He complained that the flying monsters had blocked the town for several days, preventing everyone from going outside to hunt. He then accused the guards of neglecting elderly players and threatened to file an official complaint against them. The female guard looked both stressed and bewildered as she tried to calm him down. explaining that Shadow was supposed to arrive and deal with the monsters. Her partner was already losing patience, and he sharply warned the old man to show at least a little respect toward the people protecting him. Unfortunately, mentioning Shadow only stirred the surrounding crowd into greater agitation. The old man and several nearby players immediately demanded to know where Shadow was. They mocked him for acting like some important big shot, claiming he was taking far too long to handle nothing more than a few bosses. The crowd grew increasingly hostile, shouting that someone as powerful as Shadow should already be helping them. A bald elderly man pushed forward and complained that he was waiting for his son to go farm lifespan, accusing Shadow of wasting everyone's valuable time. Within moments, the confrontation began spiraling completely out of control. The female guard continued trying to reason with the furious mob, promising them that Shadow would arrive and suggesting that anyone unwilling to wait could simply log off. The male guard, however, saw that logic was getting nowhere and quietly urged his partner to leave before the situation worsened. The angry players immediately blocked their path, accusing the officials of abandoning their responsibilities without solving the monster problem. Voices rose from every direction, condemning the guards for wasting taxpayer money, calling them useless for failing to kill a handful of bugs, and demanding an immediate explanation. Finally pushed beyond the limit of his patience, the male guard exploded. He reminded the crowd that the government had already spent its own resources power leveling them all the way to level 3, then demanded to know what more they could possibly expect. The ungrateful crowd immediately shouted back that level 3 was worthless and continued jeering at him. Several elderly players then used their age as a weapon, loudly accusing the guard of threatening to beat helpless old people. When the male guard attempted to move through the crowd, the same old man who had been rescued earlier deliberately stepped into his path and bumped against him. The old man instantly threw himself onto the ground with exaggerated force and began wailing that the officials were assaulting the elderly. Clutching his chest, he claimed his heart condition had suddenly returned and cried that he was about to die. The male guard stared down in panic, repeatedly insisting that he had never touched him. The surrounding mob seized on the performance immediately. They closed in around both guards and shouted for the officials to beat them all to death. Claiming their old lives were worthless anyway, they accused the government of refusing to help them and now actively harming them instead. In the middle of confusion, one lecherous old man saw an opportunity to take advantage of the female guard. With the crowd hiding his movement, he reached out and tried to grope her chest, causing her entire body to freeze in a mixture of shock, humiliation, and disbelief. Her body reacted before she could think. Acting purely on instinct, the female guard swung her hand across the man's face with all the strength she possessed. The result was immediate and far more devastating than she intended. Because the difference between their attributes was enormous, the slap lifted the old man completely off his feet and launched him through the air like a weightless rag doll. The horrified crowd watched as his body broke apart before it could even strike the ground. He dissolved into a cluster of glowing golden lifespan orbs, making it clear that the female guard had accidentally killed him. Every elderly player nearby fell silent, stunned and terrified by what they had witnessed. That silence lasted only an instant before the crowd erupted into complete hysteria. People began screaming that the government was murdering elderly citizens. With her face burning from embarrassment and panic, the female guard tried to explain that the man had groped her, but her words disappeared beneath the mob's deafening calls to fight back. Seeing the crowd turn openly violent, the male guard immediately deployed a protective barrier around himself and his partner. He muttered that these people had completely lost their minds, but chose to let them tire themselves out, confident that their weak attacks had no chance of breaking through his shield. The humiliation only grew worse when a glob of spit suddenly flew through the barrier's opening and struck the stunned female guard directly across the face. The one responsible was the same ungrateful old man they had rescued earlier. He stood outside the barrier laughing wildly, clearly delighted by his own shameless act of disrespect. Encouraged by his behavior, the rest of the mob began throwing anything they could find. Shoes, stones, women's underwear, and even clumps of feces hammered against the glowing golden shield while the two guards remained trapped together inside it. Then, without warning, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence descended over the entire area. The shouting crowd faltered as a crushing sense of danger spread across the town gate. Shadow materialized behind the rioters atop the enormous skeletal dragon Osiris. As the dragon's vast frame rose over the crowd, every voice abruptly died away, and a heavy, unnatural silence settled across the entrance. Shadow stared down from Osiris's skull while the dragon lowered its glowing gaze toward the people below. Their eyes burned with cold light, and the deathly aura pouring from them made the entire crowd feel as though they had already stepped into a grave. Neither Shadow nor Osiris offered a single word of warning. In the next instant, the skeletal dragon released a tremendous burst of wind toward the gathered mob. The force struck like a natural disaster. The elderly players were ripped from the ground and hurled away like dry leaves caught inside a violent storm, completely powerless to resist the blast. Their bodies flew uncontrollably through the air before smashing into the surrounding trees with bone-crushing force. A moment later, the shouting vanished completely, leaving the forest in absolute silence. Protected inside their barrier, the two official guards stared outward in disbelief. The furious mob that had surrounded them only seconds earlier was gone. In its place floated dozens of golden lifespan orbs, proving that Shadow had wiped out the entire group in a single instant. Far above Lucky Town, Shadow remained balanced on Osiris as the massive skeletal dragon climbed toward a swirling orange vortex in the sky, leaving the stunned guards and silent battlefield far below. Shadow soon spotted the targets he had come to find. 5 winged insect monsters were flying together in a tight formation, their bodies connected by streams of magical energy to a stone tablet suspended between them. The moment Shadow recognized the floating slate, he ordered Osiris to chase them down. From the ground, the 2 government guards could only watch in awe. Against a sky dominated by a red, eclipse-like sun, the gigantic skeletal dragon raced after the fleeing monsters with Shadow standing high upon its head. Shadow planted his feet firmly against Osiris's skull and faced the escaping insects. Dark purple energy surged around his body, gathering with increasing intensity as he prepared to launch an attack in midair. The 5 insects desperately beat their wings and tried to flee while carrying the ancient slate with them. But no matter how hard they pushed themselves, their speed could not compare to Osiris, which rapidly closed the distance from behind. Shadow's eyes blazed with an intense purple glow as his gaze locked firmly onto the fleeing prey. With the targets now completely within his reach, he prepared to strike. In a flash, Osiris twisted its enormous skeletal body through the air and swept forward with a devastating slash. The strike was perfectly timed and frighteningly precise, cutting through all 5 gold-grade insect bosses at once and splitting every one of them cleanly in half before they could scatter. Far below, the 2 guards could only stare up at the sky with their mouths hanging open. The bosses that had troubled them for days had been eliminated in a single instant, leaving both of them speechless at how effortlessly Shadow had ended the battle. Back on the ground, however, the situation with the elderly mob had taken an absurd turn. The players Shadow had just wiped out with Osiris's wind had already respawned and marched straight back to the scene. Furious and completely unashamed, they began screaming at the guards for attacking old people and once again painted themselves as helpless victims. The mob quickly crowded around the exhausted male guard, blocking him from every direction while demanding compensation for the lifespan they had lost. Surrounded by shouting faces and accusing fingers, the guard looked utterly overwhelmed, wondering whether this ridiculous harassment would ever come to an end. Then a vast shadow suddenly spread across the ground and swallowed the entire group. The male guard instinctively looked upward, only to see the enormous severed bodies of the 5 insect bosses plummeting from the sky directly toward the crowd. Before any of the elderly players could move out of the way, the giant carcasses slammed into the earth with bone-crushing force. The impact flattened the mob beneath them, killing the troublesome players for a second time and transforming their bodies into another glittering field of lifespan orbs. A moment later, the ancient stone slate dropped from above and buried itself upright in the dirt. It stood among the scattered golden orbs left behind by the twice-killed old man and his equally unfortunate companions. Osiris descended beside the fallen rewards and landed with surprising grace for such an enormous skeletal creature. Shadow glanced over the ground with genuine confusion, wondering why 5 bosses had dropped so much loot. He had no idea that their falling bodies had accidentally helped him farm the annoying mob all over again. The ungrateful old man, who had only just been crushed beneath one of the falling monsters, respawned and crawled angrily across the ground. Rather than showing the slightest gratitude, he pointed a trembling finger at Shadow and shouted about the danger of falling objects, demanding to know whether there was any law left in the world. Shadow ignored the old man's ranting and calmly crouched down to retrieve the stone slate. Refusing to be dismissed, the old man pushed himself upright and confronted him directly. He shouted that he was still speaking and demanded proper respect, arrogantly claiming that he had eaten more salt in his life than Shadow had ever eaten rice. Just as Shadow reached for the slate, the old man suddenly grabbed the opposite end and tried to wrench it away. He screamed in Shadow's face, asking whether he had gone deaf. Shadow slowly turned his gaze toward him, genuinely surprised that someone this weak would actually dare to rob him in plain sight. Shadow answered without wasting a single word. At point-blank range, his hand flicked forward and released a dagger. The blade pierced straight through the old man's neck, cutting off his complaint so abruptly that the surrounding air fell silent. The force of the strike launched the old man backward and produced more than 13,000 points of critical damage. His fingers released the slate as he died yet again, and his body dissolved into drifting light before it could even settle on the ground. Shadow calmly caught the falling slate before it touched the dirt. With the nuisance finally removed, he shifted his attention toward the large amount of scattered loot and ordered Osiris to summon its smaller bone dragons. The gigantic skeletal dragon responded immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Osiris raised its head and carried out its master's command. A swarm of small black skeletal dragons soon descended from the sky, their bony wings beating rapidly as they spread across the area. They swooped toward the ground and began collecting the countless lifespan orbs dropped by the mob that had already been killed twice. The female guard and her partner watched the summoned creatures fill the sky above them. Both looked completely confused, unable to understand why Shadow had suddenly called forth so many small dragons or what he intended to do with them. Meanwhile, back at the town gate, the ungrateful old man had respawned for a third time. Standing before the guards and the returning mob, he thrust out an accusing finger and announced that he had finally uncovered the truth. According to him, the officials were secretly working with Shadow to murder innocent players and steal their belongings. The female guard stared at him as though she could not believe what she was hearing. The old man then launched into an exaggerated performance, clutching his head and screaming as though he had suffered an unbearable loss. Without a shred of shame, he lied that he had been carrying 1,000 years of lifespan and claimed Shadow had stolen every last year from him. The female guard's anger exploded at the shameless accusation, and sparks of electricity seemed to crackle from her furious eyes. She shouted back, demanding to know who he thought he was fooling. The old man stubbornly insisted that his son had given him the lifespan, then accused her of defending Shadow only because she wanted a share of the stolen reward. Turning away from the guards, the old man began stirring up the crowd. He promised that if everyone helped him force Shadow to return his supposed 1,000 years, he would reward each person with 1 year of lifespan. Once again pretending to be a helpless victim, he shouted that they could not allow government officials and Shadow to bully innocent elderly people. The promise of easy lifespan immediately overwhelmed the crowd's judgment. Blinded by greed, the surrounding players agreed to support him and began shouting in unison, demanding that Shadow return the stolen lifespan and give them back what they claimed was rightfully theirs. The male guard clenched his teeth so tightly that his jaw ached. He desperately wanted to arrest the troublemakers, but they were clever enough to remain inside the town's protected safe zone, where neither he nor the other guards were permitted to attack them. Led by the shameless old man, the elderly players raised their fists above their heads and shouted with growing excitement. Greed shone across their faces as they loudly demanded a share of the lifespan that had never existed in the first place. Without warning, the small bone dragons dove straight into the middle of the crowd. Their sharp claws closed around the elderly players and lifted them from the ground before anyone had time to understand what was happening. The entire mob was hoisted helplessly into the air, their arms and legs dangling beneath the dragons. The old man looked upward in terror, struggling wildly as he demanded to know where these monsters had suddenly come from. The bone dragons continued climbing until they were high above Lucky Town. Carrying the screaming players over the outer wall, they transported the entire mob beyond the protection of the safe zone. The old man thrashed in their claws and frantically shouted for help, repeatedly demanding that they let him go. The skeletal dragons obeyed his words with perfect literalness. All at once, their claws opened, releasing the elderly players and sending the entire group plummeting toward the ground outside the town. As the earth rushed toward him, the old man's face twisted in panic. He screamed that he had not meant for the dragons to release him at that exact moment. But by then, there was nothing beneath him except empty air. Shadow walked calmly through the town gate, while bodies crashed into the ground behind him one after another. The female guard watched him with reddened cheeks as he casually explained that the safe zone only prevented players from directly harming one another. It did not stop the laws of physics, which meant gravity remained perfectly capable of killing them. With a cold and level gaze, Shadow informed the two guards that his bone dragons would remain stationed around Lucky Town. Whenever unruly players caused trouble, the dragons would simply carry them outside the safe zone. Whether the guards chose to arrest and imprison those people or allow them to fall was entirely up to them. He then confirmed that the 5 bosses in the sky had been eliminated and turned to leave. The male guard suddenly called after him, pointing toward the large amount of loot still scattered across the ground. As Shadow's body began dissolving into teleportation light, he simply told the guards to keep everything as a gift. A moment later, he vanished, leaving both officials staring after him in stunned silence. The male guard gazed down at the ground, now covered with glowing lifespan orbs, and could barely contain his amazement. To him, Shadow's willingness to leave behind such a valuable treasure proved just how generous and extraordinary the mysterious expert truly was. He turned excitedly toward his partner and called her by her nickname, Electric Fox. Gesturing toward the scattered rewards, he invited her to help gather the enormous pile of loot Shadow had left behind. Electric Fox did not respond. She stood completely frozen, staring dreamily in the direction Shadow had disappeared. Her partner studied her love-struck expression with a mixture of confusion and disgust before asking what on earth she was doing. Still completely captivated, Electric Fox clasped both hands against her chest and sighed. With a distant smile on her face, she declared that her heart had already left together with Shadow. To pull her back to reality, the male guard picked up one of the lifespan orbs and tossed it directly at her. The glowing sphere struck her squarely on the forehead with a solid impact. Electric Fox cried out in pain and immediately glared at him. Her partner scolded her for standing around daydreaming and harshly reminded her that someone as important as Shadow would never notice a minor figure like her. He compared her to a toad foolishly dreaming of eating swan meat. The insult instantly set her off. Electric Fox shouted that he was the real toad, not her. Instead of taking offense, the male guard cheerfully agreed and joked that if he was a male toad and she was a female toad, then perhaps the two of them naturally belonged together. Holding several glowing orbs in her hands, Electric Fox froze once again. A deep blush spread across her face as his teasing left her visibly flustered and unsure how to answer. Above them, the skeletal dragons continued dropping screaming elderly players from the sky, yet the two guards carried on with their conversation as though the chaos had become ordinary. The male guard teased Electric Fox by asking whether she secretly had a crush on him. She immediately denied it and called him disgusting. But when he casually suggested having dinner together that evening, her expression changed at once, and she excitedly asked whether he was serious. Elsewhere, back in the real world, the atmosphere was far less playful. Inside a room at Jianhai City Hospital, Qin Xiaoyu slowly pushed herself upright in bed. Her face was pale, her body looked weak, and misery hung heavily in her exhausted expression. A male official standing beside the bed expressed sympathy over the terrible ordeal that had cost Qin Xiaoyu both of her legs. Yet after that brief display of concern, the conversation quickly shifted toward a far more pressing issue: the enormous price of her medical treatment. The female official informed Qin Xiaoyu that saving her life and treating her injuries had consumed 50 years of lifespan. The government would reimburse 10 years of that amount, but Qin Xiaoyu herself was still responsible for paying the remaining 40. Qin Xiaoyu's face changed instantly as panic seized her. She cried out that she did not possess anywhere near 40 years of lifespan. Desperate to find another option, she asked whether she could mortgage the 2 houses she owned and use their value to settle the debt. The female official answered with cold efficiency. Qin Xiaoyu's properties had already been inspected and evaluated, but under the rules of this new world, both houses together were worth no more than 3 days of lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu stared at her in disbelief before screaming that such a valuation was impossible. She had spent millions in old world currency and another 200 days of lifespan purchasing those properties, and she could not accept that their value had now fallen to almost nothing. Growing increasingly frantic, Qin Xiaoyu offered to pay 500,000 in cash instead. The officials calmly explained that currency from the old world had already become worthless and that medical debts could only be settled with lifespan. Her body began trembling as she finally admitted that she did not have enough to pay. The male official gave her a firm ultimatum. Qin Xiaoyu had exactly 3 days to gather the required lifespan. If she failed to pay within that period, the hospital would immediately discontinue every form of medical treatment she was receiving. The officials did offer her one possible way out. Qin Xiaoyu could join the government's logistics team and gradually work off what she owed. The labor would take place in the game world and involve mining or gathering materials or helping rebuild damaged areas for no less than 15 hours every single day. Qin Xiaoyu buried her face behind both hands as tears poured through her fingers. Between broken sobs, she protested that her body was crippled and insisted there was no possible way someone like her could perform heavy physical labor. The official immediately pointed out the flaw in her argument. Although her real body was disabled, her body inside the game was still perfectly complete, and as stronger healing abilities appeared in the future, there might even be a chance to restore her legs entirely. That answer pushed Qin Xiaoyu into an even greater breakdown. What truly terrified her was not the labor itself, but the humiliating status that came with it. She screamed that she refused to become a laborer or spend every day surrounded by sweaty, foul-smelling people, recoiling as she called the very thought disgusting. She continued throwing a fit, her cries growing louder as she complained about how miserable her life already was. Wailing uncontrollably, she demanded to know why she was still being treated so cruelly and repeatedly insisted that none of what had happened was her fault. The two officials simply stood there without saying a word. Neither of them appeared moved by her tears, and judging from their cold expressions, Qin Xiaoyu's determination to see herself as the victim had failed to earn even the slightest sympathy. After a moment, the female official calmly offered her one remaining option. She asked whether Qin Xiaoyu had any relatives or close friends willing to serve as guarantors. With someone trustworthy backing her, they could authorize a low-interest loan covering the 40 years of lifespan she owed, sparing her from being assigned to forced labor. Tears continued rolling down Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks as she desperately searched her mind for someone who might help. Her brother, Qin Feng, was already dead, or at least that was what she believed. Her mother was the only person left, yet Qin Xiaoyu had no idea whether she would be willing, or even financially capable, of guaranteeing such an enormous debt. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, Qin Xiaoyu pulled her knees toward herself and curled into a trembling ball. Her earlier screams faded into quiet, helpless sobs as the weight of her situation finally pressed down on her. Left by herself in the dim room, Qin Xiaoyu was forced to face the truth she had been avoiding. No matter how hard she thought, she could not name a single person she trusted to come and rescue her, leaving her with the crushing feeling that the entire world had abandoned her. Then, without warning, the silence was shattered by a tremendous bang. The door was violently kicked open, and a booming voice echoed through the room, loudly announcing that the help Qin Xiaoyu needed had finally arrived. Both officials spun toward the doorway in startled surprise. Qin Xiaoyu also raised her tear-streaked face, staring blankly at the entrance as confusion replaced the hopelessness in her eyes. A tall, broad-shouldered man strode confidently into the room, while a subordinate followed closely behind with a phone raised to record everything. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Knights Templar Guild. He held out his hand for Qin Xiaoyu's phone and casually scoffed that a mere 40 years of lifespan was hardly worth worrying about. Qin Xiaoyu immediately recognized the powerful guild leader standing before her. His stern face softened into a seemingly warm smile as he told her that the moment he heard about the terrible disaster she had suffered, his heart had ached for her. A transaction notification suddenly appeared on Qin Xiaoyu's phone, and her eyes widened as color rushed into her cheeks. The Knights Templar Guild leader had transferred a full 100 years of tradable lifespan to her. Completely overwhelmed by such apparent generosity, she could barely form the words as she stammered out her thanks. The guild leader casually lowered himself onto the edge of her bed and wrapped one arm around her shoulders as though they were already family. He told Qin Xiaoyu there was no need to thank him and promised that, should she require even more lifespan, he could continue arranging loans for her. But as she looked over the transaction details, her gaze stopped on one alarming condition: a 30% annual interest rate. Noticing her hesitation, the guild leader brushed the matter aside with complete ease. He explained that the 30% interest was simply the price of having him act as her guarantor. Then, wearing his most charming smile, he urged Qin Xiaoyu not to worry about money, and to concentrate only on receiving treatment and recovering as soon as possible. With his arm still resting around her, he proudly declared that the Knights Templar Guild would always be her strongest support and the only home she truly needed. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes filled with grateful tears as she looked up at him in admiration and thanked him again, never realizing that his kindness had just trapped her inside a brutally predatory contract. When the Knights Templar Guild leader finally rose to leave, his subordinate kept the phone trained on him, carefully recording every gesture. The guild leader turned back with a friendly wave, telling Qin Xiaoyu to rest properly, because he still had important business waiting for him elsewhere. Before stepping through the doorway, he delivered one final, carefully chosen line. In a warm and reassuring voice, he promised Qin Xiaoyu that no matter when she wished to return, the doors of the Knights Templar Guild would always be open and waiting for her. Once the room fell quiet again, Qin Xiaoyu remained on the bed with tears streaming down her face. Yet the hopelessness from moments earlier had vanished. Her cheeks flushed with emotion, she tightened one hand into a determined fist and vowed that she would work harder than ever, completely convinced by the guild leader's carefully performed act of kindness. The instant he stepped outside the room, however, the guild leader's gentle expression disappeared. His subordinates gathered around and showed him the footage they had recorded. After reviewing it, he nodded in satisfaction and ordered them to edit the video properly before releasing it to the public. As the group moved through the hospital corridor, the guild leader gave precise instructions on how the story should be presented. The finished video had to dwell on Qin Xiaoyu's misery, making her situation appear as tragic as possible, while emphasizing that when everyone else refused to help her, the Knights Templar Guild alone had stepped forward. A sinister smile slowly spread across the guild leader's face as his real intentions finally surfaced. Qin Xiaoyu had already caused the guild a significant loss, so he planned to turn her suffering into a powerful advertisement for attracting new members. In his eyes, exploiting her tragedy was simply the best way to squeeze value from something otherwise useless. Pausing near the corridor windows, the guild leader cast his gaze across the sprawling city outside. His publicity scheme was already in motion, so he announced that it was time to enter the game. The appointed hour for his meeting with Shadow had finally arrived. The surroundings shifted into the virtual world, where the Knights Templar Guild's hidden base stood among the shattered ruins of Shanghai City. Broken buildings surrounded the stronghold, while a glowing blue energy barrier stretched over the area, sealing the hideout safely within its protection. Deep inside the grimy and poorly maintained base, the mighty guild leader was seated on a toilet. With his elbows relaxed and his attention fixed ahead, he casually scrolled through the information floating across a holographic interface. He quickly noticed that countless online posts were angrily cursing Shadow. Amused, he laughed and remarked that Shadow had clearly managed to offend an incredible number of people. Yet jealousy soon crept into his expression, and he muttered that had Shadow not been 10 times stronger than him, he would have wanted to kill the man as well. At that exact moment, black mist suddenly gathered inside the room, and Shadow's figure materialized from its depths. The guild leader's arrogance vanished instantly. He sprang from the toilet and dropped to his knees in submission. When Shadow asked whether the slaughterers were prepared, the guild leader eagerly replied that everything had been ready for ages, and that he had only been waiting for Big Brother Shadow to arrive. Desperate to please him, the guild leader swept one hand toward the toilet and respectfully invited Shadow to take the seat. Shadow did not even glance at it. In a cold, impatient voice, he rejected the ridiculous offer and ordered the guild leader to bring out the people he had requested. The guild leader immediately gestured toward a massive crowd of players who had been bound together nearby. With obvious pride, he presented 200 slaughterers, every one of them marked by a red name, and informed Shadow that the entire group had been gathered specifically for him to dispose of. Shadow gave a casual acknowledgement, accepting the guild leader's offering without displaying the slightest excitement. He then strode past the kneeling man, his attention already fixed on the bound red-named players ahead. Without wasting a single second, Shadow released a terrifying surge of dark energy. Invisible blades swept through the crowd in an instant, slicing all 200 slaughterers apart before they could react. The guild leader could only stare in stunned admiration as their bodies were ripped into pieces by a force he could not even see. As the prisoners died, their shattered forms dissolved and transformed into a vast sea of glowing lifespan orbs. A system notification appeared, confirming that Shadow's slaughter value had dropped by 2 full layers. Surrounded by the drifting lights, Shadow calmly told the guild leader that the debt between them was now settled, then turned away to leave. Realizing Shadow was about to disappear, the guild leader hurried after him in alarm. Unwilling to let such a valuable connection walk away so quickly, he called out loudly and begged Shadow to stop, claiming that he had an urgent matter to report. The guild leader cautiously asked whether Shadow had offended anyone recently, then projected a viral news post onto a holographic screen. The article prominently displayed the face of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town, accompanied by outrageous headlines accusing Shadow of murdering an elderly man, deceiving innocent people, and colluding with corrupt officials. One glance was enough for Shadow to recognize the troublesome man he had dealt with before. However, just as Shadow was about to dismiss the report, his sharp gaze caught another notification displayed along the edge of the holographic screen. Something about that second headline immediately seized his attention. It was the promotional article the guild leader's team had only just created. Its dramatic headline announced that a pitiful young woman had been brutally mutilated and lost both legs, only for the Knights Templar Guild to offer her generous aid. Beside the headline was a photograph of Qin Xiaoyu crying, and the moment Shadow saw her face, he froze in genuine shock. Shadow blurted out Qin Xiaoyu's name as recognition struck him. The wounded victim whom Ghost Spirit had rescued from the serial killer Rintu was actually his own sister, Qin Xiaoyu. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he reflected on just how small the world could be and how absurdly incredible this coincidence truly was. Shadow kept that discovery entirely to himself. He merely gave a brief acknowledgement, saying that he understood, before vanishing without another word. Completely unaware of what Shadow had realized, the guild leader remained beside the toilet, bowing enthusiastically as he shouted for his big brother to take care of himself and visit again whenever he had the chance. High above Shanghai City, Shadow rode through the sky on the back of his skeletal dragon, Osiris, while opening a communication channel to his disciple. He ordered Ghost Spirit to locate and eliminate whoever was spreading the malicious rumors online, deciding that such a minor nuisance was beneath his personal attention. Ghost Spirit appeared in the communication window with fury burning across her face, outraged that anyone dared slander her master, and promised to deal with the culprit immediately. Standing near the edge of a towering rooftop in Shanghai City, Ghost Spirit stared at a holographic screen floating before her. Her expression tightened with furious disbelief as she wondered who could possibly possess the courage to spread such vicious lies about her master. The article displayed the familiar face of the ungrateful old man from Lucky Town and boldly claimed that Shadow had deliberately plotted against a helpless elderly person. The accusation alone disgusted Ghost Spirit, and the more she looked at the old man's face, the more repulsive she found him. Her expression turned completely cold. Without hesitation, Ghost Spirit reached up and drew her hood over her head, partially concealing her face as she declared that she had already memorized the culprit's appearance. Ghost Spirit immediately launched herself from the edge of the building. Purple energy streamed behind her body as she vowed to drag the offender to justice. Diving headfirst through the open air, she glided swiftly between the towering skyscrapers and headed directly toward her target. Elsewhere, the view shifted to a residential complex known as Lakeview Garden. Within the quiet neighborhood stood the home of a man named Feng Xiaoying, where an angry confrontation was already beginning outside his front door. A clenched hand hammered violently against the door, each heavy knock echoing through the hallway with enough force to make the entrance tremble. Outside stood a furious young man named Ma Dagon, accompanied by a woman and their severely injured child, who hung limply while drool ran from his mouth. Ma Dagon shouted for Feng Xiaoying to come outside, accusing Feng's dog of knocking his son down the stairs and leaving the child paralyzed. His voice shook with rage as he screamed that Feng could never escape responsibility for what had happened. Ma Dagon raised his fist and pounded against the door once again, striking it even harder than before. Refusing to leave, he loudly demanded that Feng Xiaoying come out and provide a proper explanation. The door suddenly swung open, revealing Feng Xiaoying, the same ungrateful old man from Lucky Town. There was no trace of guilt on his face. Instead, he glared at the family with open irritation and aggressively shouted at them to stop causing trouble outside his home. Feng Xiaoying thrust an accusing finger toward Ma Dagon and immediately turned the blame back on him. He claimed that Ma Dagon had used the ability of his perspective eye to spy on Feng's wife while she was showering, then threatened to report the young man to the police. Feng Xiaoying sneered at the furious neighbor and hurled insults without the slightest shame. He claimed Ma Dagon's son was simply stupid enough to tumble down the stairs on his own, then arrogantly demanded proof that his dog had anything to do with the accident. Ma Dagon refused to let him twist the truth. He immediately raised his phone and played a recorded video, clearly showing a monstrous dog kicking his son down the staircase. Pointing at the undeniable footage, he declared that the evidence was right there and impossible to dispute. The moment Feng Xiaoying saw the incriminating recording, his expression twisted with sudden rage. Without warning, he lashed out with a violent kick, knocking the phone straight out of Ma Dagon's hand before anyone could react. After destroying the phone and eliminating the evidence himself, Feng Xiaoying acted as though nothing had happened. With shameless confidence, he spread his hands and demanded to know where this so-called proof was, openly mocking Ma Dagon now that the recording was gone. Ma Dagon's patience finally snapped. Fury burned across his face as he activated his eagle eye skill, and his sharpened gaze instantly locked onto Feng Xiaoying as though fixing a target in place. Keeping his glowing eyes trained on the old man, Ma Dagon issued a dangerous warning. He declared that he could release poisonous fog at any moment, and if Feng Xiaoying continued behaving so unreasonably, he would hunt him down no matter where he tried to hide. Feng Xiaoying did not appear frightened in the slightest. Instead, he looked Ma Dagon up and down with open contempt, then mocked his threat as though the younger man were nothing more than a ridiculous clown. Provoked beyond restraint, Ma Dagon dared Feng Xiaoying to keep laughing. His eyes began glowing a brilliant blue as energy gathered within them, and he prepared to unleash his skill directly at the arrogant old man. A system outline immediately appeared around Feng Xiaoying, confirming that Ma Dagon had successfully selected him as the target. Yet while the old man continued shouting accusations, another unexpected notification suddenly flashed before Ma Dagon's eyes. No matter how hard Ma Dagon tried, the skill would not activate. The energy remained trapped inside him, and the system made it clear that he was completely unable to release any ability at all. Ma Dagon stood rooted to the spot, his glowing eyes widening in confusion. He could not understand why the skill he had already prepared suddenly refused to respond. Seeing his bewilderment, Feng Xiaoying let out a low, sinister giggle. The frightened old man from moments earlier seemed to vanish as his posture straightened and his entire demeanor took on a far more menacing edge. An orange glow suddenly lit up Feng Xiaoying's eyes as he burst into crazed laughter. He taunted the terrified Ma Dagon over his useless skill, sneering as he asked whether the fool had truly believed that stupidity alone could make him fearless. Panic finally broke across Ma Dagon's face. He turned toward his wife and shouted that something was wrong, desperately telling her that none of his skills could be activated. Feng Xiaoying's mocking grin widened as the shadow of a massive figure appeared in the doorway behind him. At last, the old man revealed the truth. His son possessed the hidden class known as Magic Forbidden Warlock, and he had already established a magic forbidden barrier that prevented everyone inside from using skills. The figure stepped forward into the light, revealing a towering, heavily muscled man with a small poodle peeking out from inside his shirt. Feng Xiaoying instantly changed his tone and began playing the victim, crying that Ma Dagon had sexually harassed and terrorized him. The son's expression turned cold, and in the next instant, his huge body moved with shocking speed. Before Ma Dagon could even raise his hands, the muscular son seized him by the throat. Holding him firmly in place, he drove a brutal kick straight into Ma Dagon's stomach with overwhelming force. The impact launched Ma Dagon across the hallway like a broken doll. He slammed violently into the opposite wall, and blood immediately sprayed from his mouth as his body crumpled from the devastating blow. His wife screamed in horror and rushed to his side, desperately trying to cast healing magic over his injured body. But the moment the spell formed, its light flickered weakly and vanished, completely suppressed by the magic forbidden barrier. Before she could try anything else, Feng Xiaoying's son reached down and grabbed her. With effortless strength, he lifted the frightened woman entirely off the floor. Holding her suspended in the air, the muscular man coldly stated that he did not hit women. He ordered her to pick up her husband and disappear, then warned that neither of them should ever dare show their faces before him again. Tears streamed down the woman's cheeks as she struggled in his grip. Through desperate sobs, she insisted that Feng Xiaoying's family was responsible for everything and begged them to accept responsibility for what had happened to her child. The son stared at her without saying a word. His face remained unreadable for several tense seconds before his fingers finally loosened and he released his hold. However, there was no mercy in his eyes. Looking down at the woman with utter contempt, he slowly drew one fist backward and coldly declared that they lived in an age where the strong survived by preying upon the weak. The woman's face went pale with terror as the enormous fist shot toward her. She screamed helplessly, unable to dodge the blow rushing straight at her head. At the final instant, glowing ribbons of purple energy materialized around her waist. They yanked her away with incredible speed, pulling her safely out of the attack's path, just as the son's fist smashed into the wall beside where her head had been. Fragments scattered from the damaged wall as the muscular son pulled back his fist. Confusion crossed his face, and he immediately looked upward, searching for whoever had interfered with his attack. Ghost Spirit now stood between the woman and the threatening father and son, shielding the injured family behind her. When the shaken wife asked who she was, Ghost Spirit answered in an icy voice that they were not qualified to know her identity, though she already knew exactly who they were. A terrifying purple light ignited within Ghost Spirit's eyes as she fixed Feng Xiaoying and his son with a murderous glare. She declared that she knew they were the ones spreading malicious rumors to smear Shadow's name, and she had come to make them pay for it. The muscular son stared at her in shock and asked whether she was Shadow. Before Ghost Spirit could answer, Feng Xiaoying shouted from behind him not to be frightened, pointing out that Shadow was clearly a man and could never be someone with such a small, petite figure. His father's words restored the son's confidence, and a smug smile returned to his face. He boasted that even if the real Shadow appeared, it would make no difference. He was already level 16 and had invested every stat point into strength and constitution, making him invincible inside the magic forbidden barrier, where victory depended entirely on physical combat. Ghost Spirit did not retreat even half a step. Purple energy curled around her body as she looked at the arrogant giant with open pity. Calling him an idiot, she calmly declared that she would personally teach him just how stupid he truly was. With the entire hallway trapped inside the skill-suppressing field, the confrontation erupted into battle. Neither side could rely on ordinary abilities, leaving only speed, strength, and close-range combat to decide the outcome. Feng Xiaoying's son planted his feet firmly on the floor, his massive frame filling the narrow hallway. Completely confident in the barrier surrounding them, he loudly proclaimed that no one could defeat him within his magic-forbidden domain. Ghost Spirit answered his arrogance with a sharp glare. Her lips curled with disdain as she mocked him for being nothing more than a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, mistaking his tiny world for the whole sky. Before the large man could respond, Ghost Spirit vanished from where she stood. She crossed the distance at blinding speed, catching him off guard with an attack far faster than he had expected. Her leg whipped through the air in a swift kick aimed at his body. Startled by the speed and agility behind the strike, the muscular man immediately realized that Ghost Spirit's combat class had to be an assassin. When Ghost Spirit followed with another punch, he twisted his enormous body in midair. Despite his size, he rotated quickly enough to slip past the incoming blow and avoid the follow-up attack. The exchange made the difference between their raw attributes obvious. Ghost Spirit possessed superior speed and technique, but the son's heavily reinforced physical statistics gave him a clear advantage in direct strength and durability. Ghost Spirit refused to slow down. She pressed forward with a relentless barrage, sending punch after punch and kick after kick toward the larger man from every opening she could find. She sub-changed direction and attacked from another angle, hoping to break through his defense. But the muscular son had already read her movement. and with almost no effort, he caught her fist in his palm and stopped her attack dead. Keeping her hand trapped in his enormous grip, Feng Xiaoying's son laughed at the difference between them. He admitted that she was fast, but mocked her complete lack of power, reminding her that without skills, her physical strikes felt like nothing more than harmless tickles. Ghost's spirit twisted and struggled to free herself, but his grip would not loosen. The giant suddenly drove a crushing uppercut into her, launching her body violently through the air. Ghost's spirit crashed hard against the ground as Feng Xiaoying cheered excitedly for his son from the side. The muscular man flexed with pride, taunting her over the enormous difference in their strength and warning her not to die before he was finished. Thrown against the wall and battered by the impact, Ghost's spirit lay motionless for a moment. Seeing that she could no longer move, the son guessed that she must be one of Shadow's subordinates and decided she would be useful for interrogation. The towering man stormed over and seized Ghost's spirit by the collar, rage twisting his face. He shouted that Shadow had killed his mother inside the game again and again, and that he was determined to kill him in return. Giving Ghost's spirit only 10 seconds to reveal everything she knew about Shadow, he violently dragged her closer. With one arm, he lifted Ghost's spirit completely off the ground and held her in front of his face. His voice dropped into a threatening growl as he warned that if she refused to speak, he would tear one of her hands from her body. Yet Ghost's spirit showed no trace of fear. Hanging from his grip, she slowly raised her eyes toward him, wearing a mocking smile as she calmly called him an idiot once again. The insult left the muscular man briefly confused, and his expression stiffened as he wondered why she was still so confident. Ghost's spirit then quietly told him to stop staring at her and take a good look at his own body. The moment he lowered his gaze, eerie green flames suddenly erupted across his body. Ghostly fire spread over him without warning, wrapping his enormous frame in a blazing supernatural glow. Han Bingxiong's massive body suddenly gave way beneath him. He crashed to the floor in a fit of violent coughing, and only then did the horrifying truth sink in. He had already been poisoned without even realizing it. Ghost's spirit remained perfectly calm as she watched him collapse, one hand glowing with an eerie green light. She coldly explained that only a fool would believe a magic forbidden barrier made him invincible. Before entering the fight, she had already cast a venom enchantment on herself. The barrier could prevent her from activating new abilities, but it could not erase an enchantment applied beforehand, meaning every punch she landed had quietly added another layer of poison to his body. The ghostly flames spread rapidly across Han Bingxiong's enormous frame, burning through him as the accumulated poison erupted. Ghost Spirit looked down at the dying man without a trace of sympathy and revealed that she had already investigated both of them. Feng Xiaoying was merely an obnoxious troublemaker, while his son, Han Bingxiong, possessed the hidden class magic forbidden warlock. Yet despite having a support-oriented class, Han Bingxiong despised support roles and poured every available stat point into strength, learning the magic forbidden barrier for no greater purpose than using it to bully weaker people. A moment later, Han Bingxiong's body went still, and his life came to an end beneath the burning green flames. Ghost Spirit stared at his remains and remarked coldly that even the most basic priest ability, Dispel, could have removed the poison and saved him. Feng Xiaoying completely lost control when he saw his son die. Trembling with panic, he screamed that Ghost Spirit had murdered Han Bingxiong and frantically reached for his phone, intending to summon the officials at once. Before Feng Xiaoying could complete the call, a boot suddenly swept in from the side. The phone was kicked cleanly from his hand and sent skidding across the floor before he could even react. Feng Xiaoying slowly raised his head in terror and found Ma Dagon standing over him. The injuries from before had already been completely healed, but the fury on Ma Dagon's face had only grown stronger. With Han Bingxiong dead, the suppressing barrier had disappeared, and Ma Dagon coldly announced that it was finally the old man's turn to pay. Feng Xiaoying recoiled and began screaming desperately for someone to save him. His cries echoed through the corridor, but no one came to his aid. Ma Dagon stepped forward without hesitation and drove a vicious kick directly into the old man's face. A grim smile spread across Ma Dagon's face as he looked down at the fallen man. He assured Feng Xiaoying that he would eventually hand him over to the officials, but only after beating him until every bit of anger had been satisfied. His wife stood behind him and eagerly promised to keep restoring his strength with healing magic, so he could continue for as long as necessary. Ma Dagon immediately activated a transformation ability. His entire body expanded as thick muscles swelled beneath his clothes, while a venomous enhancement spread through him and filled his strengthened frame with dangerous power. With his transformed body towering over Feng Xiaoying, Ma Dagon unleashed a relentless storm of heavy punches. Each fist crashed into the old man with brutal force, battering him again and again without giving him any chance to escape. Ma Dagon's wife cheered him on from nearby, showing no sympathy for Feng Xiaoying after everything he had done. At the same time, She continuously cast healing magic over her husband, restoring his condition and allowing the furious assault to continue uninterrupted. The punishment finally ended when Ma Dagon raised his leg high above the old man. Gathering all his remaining force, he brought his foot down in one final crushing stomp directly onto Feng Xiaoying's face. Feng Xiaoying died beneath the final blow, and his body dissolved into scattered particles of light. Ma Dagon remained standing over the empty floor, breathing heavily as the rage he had carried finally began to fade. Once he caught his breath, he asked his wife whether the mysterious girl who had saved them was still nearby. She confirmed that Ghost Spirit had remained and mentioned that she had even used an angel's heart ability. Ma Dagon immediately turned around, eager to express his gratitude. He declared that without Ghost Spirit's intervention, his entire family would have been finished, and he wanted to thank her properly before suggesting that they contact the officials about everything that had happened. However, when the couple searched the corridor, their mysterious savior was nowhere to be seen. Ma Dagon's wife stared at the pieces of torn clothing left on the floor, completely confused as she wondered when Ghost Spirit had managed to leave without either of them noticing. By then, Ghost Spirit had already leapt from the residential building. Her slender figure dropped rapidly through the open air, leaving the chaos inside far behind her. As she descended beside the building, Ghost Spirit opened a communication window and reported to Shadow that the mission had been completed. Shadow praised how quickly she had handled the matter, and the simple compliment immediately brought a delighted smile to her face. 300 kilometers from Magic City, four cloaked figures trudged across a barren wasteland under Chu Kunshin's guidance. As they pushed deeper into the desolate region, one of the subordinates glanced around uneasily and asked Chu Kunshin whether he might have led them to the wrong location. Poisonous gas drifted constantly across the scorched landscape, mixing with thick volcanic fumes that burned through the air. Their health continued falling with every passing moment, making the worried subordinate question how any living creature could possibly survive in such a deadly environment. Theodore remained completely confident despite the danger surrounding them. Chu Kunshin focused on his ability to perceive the ley lines beneath the ground and assured the group that the treasure they sought was real and hidden inside a cave somewhere very close to their current position. It did not take long for them to discover an enormous cave mouth carved into the wasteland. Waves of ominous crimson energy poured continuously from the dark entrance, staining the surrounding air with a threatening red glow. Before allowing anyone to enter, Theodore turned toward Zuma, the group's soul walker. He ordered Zuma to transform all four of them into an invincible spirit state the instant any danger appeared. Zuma listened carefully and confirmed that he fully understood the instruction. The four cloaked figures stepped directly into the swirling red vortex and cautiously made their way through the treacherous terrain beyond it. After traveling deeper into the cave, they finally reached the edge of a towering cliff that overlooked a vast sea of glowing red liquid below. Chu Kunshin's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something in the distance. He thrust out one hand and shouted excitedly for the others to look toward the center of the Crimson Sea. Theodore followed Chu Kunshin's finger and immediately burst into laughter. Rising from the middle of the red pool was an enormous plant engulfed in fiery light, and the moment he saw it, Theodore knew they had finally found what they came for. Chu Kunshin identified the gigantic plant as the Hellflower of Nightmares. Staring at the monstrous flower with complete certainty, he declared that once they used this terrifying object, Shadow's death would become unavoidable. The group had entered the deep Purgatory volcano, a nightmarish forbidden zone where the environment itself could kill ordinary players. A system warning appeared before them, announcing that lifespan was being consumed at 10,000 times the normal rate. Zuma began trembling as he stared at the blazing entity growing from the crimson pool. He nervously asked Theodore what kind of creature it was, admitting that merely looking at the thing made his soul shake with instinctive fear. Theodore calmly explained that the towering entity was the Hellflower of Nightmares. Despite its horrifying presence, he reassured Zuma that the creature would not attack them as long as they avoided disturbing it and did nothing that might cause it to awaken. Chu Kunshin glanced toward Theodore and reminded him that the item he wanted had now been successfully located. Since the first part of their mission was complete, Chu Kunshin insisted that it was finally time for Theodore to reveal the entire plan. Theodore agreed without hesitation and called his subordinate Tony forward. He handed Tony a glowing blue book known as the Divine Book of Wall Construction, explaining that the artifact could instantly create defensive walls by consuming a portion of the user's lifespan. Tony accepted the radiant book with obvious surprise and immediately tried activating its power. The moment he did, energy surged outward, and a massive stone wall materialized from empty air directly before the group. Tony examined the newly created structure through the system interface. After checking its properties, he reported that constructing the wall had consumed 10 days of lifespan, yet the barrier possessed only 100,000 points of durability. Sweat formed across Tony's forehead as concern replaced his earlier amazement. He reminded Theodore that he had personally witnessed the destructive force behind Shadow's attacks, and openly worried that a wall with such limited durability would never be enough to hold him back. Theodore answered with a stern expression, making it clear that he was already fully aware of the problem. That was precisely why Tony's most important responsibility over the next several days would be repeatedly constructing walls and increasing the divine book's proficiency as quickly as possible. Theodore then pointed toward the Hellflower of Nightmares rising from the red lake below. In a commanding tone, he ordered Tony to train the artifact until the walls it produced possessed at least 10 million points of durability. With the preparations explained, Theodore finally revealed the core of his trap. He intended to lure both the Chinese officials and Shadow into the cave. Once every target had entered, Tony would immediately summon the strengthened wall and completely seal the cave's only exit. Theodore further explained that he and Zuma would enter the cave alongside the targets. By appearing willing to place themselves in the same danger, they could prevent Shadow and the Chinese officials from becoming suspicious or raising their guard too early. He then laid out their method of escape. The moment Theodore gave the signal to awaken the boss, Zuma was to activate his Soul Walker ability without delay. That power would allow their group to enter a spiritual state, pass directly through the sealed wall, and flee safely while Shadow and the officials remained trapped inside. Zuma's nervousness faded as the plan became clear. Filled with renewed confidence, he declared that once the terrifying boss awakened, they could simply leave the remaining work in its hands. Chunshin was not entirely convinced. He pointed out that even if the boss managed to kill every target inside the cave, players normally revived after death. Theodore responded by explaining that the Hellflower of Nightmares possessed a far more terrifying ability than ordinary monsters. The moment combat began, the entire cave would be enveloped by a powerful nightmare field. Once that domain covered the area, every player trapped inside would become subject to its deadly influence. Within the nightmare field, the victims would continuously accumulate energy on a nightmare gauge. Once that gauge became full, they would enter a special state that allowed the Hellflower to drain every remaining year of their tradable lifespan. Combined with the deep purgatory volcano's 10,000 times lifespan consumption, Theodore predicted that the trapped players would suffer true and permanent death. Theodore's expression darkened as he emphasized the scale of what they were preparing to do. If they successfully eliminated Magic City's strongest elite team, especially Shadow, the resulting loss would be nothing short of catastrophic for Great Xia. He spread both arms as though victory were already within reach and promised the others that success would transform them into national heroes in Country M. Once they returned home, they would be rewarded with enough wealth and status to spend the rest of their lives surrounded by luxury. Tony, Zuma, and even Chu Kunshin began smiling as greed filled their eyes. The thought of the rewards waiting in Country M pushed aside their remaining fear, and each of them started imagining the luxurious future Theodore had promised. However, Zuma suddenly noticed a flaw in their preparations. He asked how they were supposed to awaken the boss from a safe distance when none of them possessed a long-range attack. Tony immediately mocked him for asking such a foolish question, then bent down and picked up an ordinary rock from the cave floor. Holding the stone in one hand, Tony explained that the game allowed almost anything to be used as a weapon. They did not need a specialized ranged ability at all. When the time came, someone simply had to throw the rock. Acting on pure impulse, Tony immediately hurled the rock toward the Hellflower of Nightmares. The stone struck the enormous fiery plant dead on, and in that single reckless moment, the sleeping monster was driven into a furious rage. A tremendous wave of power exploded from the Crimson Pool, shaking the entire cave around them. Blazing energy surged in every direction as the terrifying boss slowly began awakening from its slumber. Theodore's face instantly turned pale with panic. He screamed that Tony was a complete idiot, then whipped around and frantically ordered Zuma to activate his Soul Walker ability before the awakening monster could attack them. The boss's horrifying aura poured through the cave like a tidal wave, filling every passage with suffocating pressure. Zuma hurriedly transformed the entire group into spirits, and the four men fled through the tunnel in desperation, racing to escape the monster they had foolishly awakened ahead of schedule. After finally making it back outside the cave, the group returned to their physical forms and struggled to recover. They stood in the wasteland catching their breath, still shaken by how narrowly they had escaped death. Theodore's fear quickly turned into uncontrollable fury. Enraged by the incompetence that had nearly killed all of them, he violently kicked Tony to the ground and screamed that only an absolute fool would awaken the boss before their trap was ready. Tony lay on the ground weeping while Theodore towered over him with a murderous glare. Theodore ordered him to remain there and practice creating walls until he had mastered the divine book completely. He warned that failure would bring the wrath of Count Bold, a powerful figure from Country M who could erase Tony without effort. Terrified by the threat, Tony immediately agreed to obey. Far away from the volcanic wasteland, the surroundings shifted to the corroded forest on the outskirts of Magic City's ruined territory. Twisted trees and decaying vegetation covered the dangerous woodland in every direction. A swift white creature suddenly shot between the trees and lunged at one of the monsters ahead. Its jaws clamped down hard on the tree-like enemy, tearing into it before the creature had time to defend itself. Lin Xingyu stood nearby with the rest of her squad, watching the white creature tear through the surrounding tree spirits. One enemy after another was destroyed, their wooden bodies bursting apart before dissolving into clusters of brightly glowing lifespan orbs. One of Lin Xingyu's teammates stared at the creature in admiration and praised the incredible strength of her dragon, eagerly asking when she had obtained such a valuable treasure. Lin Xingyu laughed and casually claimed she had simply gotten lucky while opening a treasure chest the previous day. The teammate marveled that it might be the first dragon mount in the entire game, adding that its 100% movement speed bonus would have been worth an unbelievable fortune in older games. Before Lin Xingyu could enjoy the praise any longer, her expression abruptly changed. Her eyes sharpened as she sensed an unusual disturbance moving through the forest around them. Green poisonous mist began curling between the trees and circling the party from every side. Lin Xingyu immediately shouted for everyone to stay alert, warning them that additional monsters were hiding nearby and preparing to strike. The ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet as enormous wooden spikes and tangled vines erupted from the soil, surrounding the entire squad. Thick green tendrils whipped through the air with terrifying force, blasting the players and Lin Xingyu's white mount backward amid a chaotic explosion of dirt and shattered wood. From beneath the ruined forest floor, a gigantic tree monster slowly rose into view. Its enormous body towered over the party, radiating a terrifying presence that made the surrounding trees appear tiny by comparison. The system immediately identified the creature as Azura, the corroded ancestor. It was a level 25 emerald-grade boss, far more dangerous than the ordinary tree spirits the squad had been fighting moments earlier. The squad was quickly pinned down beneath the boss's relentless pressure. One of the male teammates lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the monster's information in despair. Azura possessed 1 million health points, while his own damage reached only around 1,000 per second. Realizing how hopeless the difference was, he frantically asked what they were supposed to do. Lin Xingyu hurriedly opened her interface, searching for any possible way out. After seeing the overwhelming gap between them and the boss, she shouted that they had only one solution left. They needed to invite Big Brother Shadow and have him come rescue them. Without wasting another second, Lin Xingyu sent Shadow an urgent message. She reported that an enormous emerald-grade boss had appeared, then invited him into the party so he could track their exact location. Standing among the ruins of Magic City, Shadow calmly accepted the request and confirmed that he understood. Shadow checked the party's coordinates on his interface and immediately sent a reply. He informed them that he was currently more than 10 kilometers away, but assured the desperate squad that he would come to their location at once. Back inside the corroded forest, Lin Xingyu examined the distance on her map, and her heart immediately sank. She shouted that Shadow was on his way, but estimated that traveling more than 10 kilometers would take him nearly half an hour. Her teammates cried out in panic, warning that the poison was draining their health too quickly and their healing abilities could no longer keep up. Realizing the squad would never survive that long, Lin Xingyu cursed under her breath and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Yet the instant the command left her mouth, Osiris descended from the sky directly above the gigantic tree boss. Standing atop the skeletal dragon, Shadow calmly announced that he had arrived, leaving Lin Xingyu staring upward in complete confusion. A tremendous gust created by Osiris's arrival swept across the entire forest. A system notification informed the squad that the powerful wind had dispersed the poisonous gas and removed all of their negative status effects. Lin Xingyu and her teammates stood frozen with comically wide eyes. The male teammate stammered that their captain had predicted half an hour, yet Shadow had arrived in less than half a minute. Another player trembled in awe as he stared upward and asked whether Shadow was actually riding a flying dragon. High above them, Shadow stood steadily atop the head of the skeletal dragon Osiris. He looked down at Lin Xingyu's squad while every player below continued staring back at him in speechless disbelief. Osiris's purple eyes glowed as the skeletal dragon focused on Lin Xingyu's white mount below. After studying the smaller creature for a moment, Osiris wondered aloud whether it might be some kind of hybrid dragon. The instant Osiris's deep voice echoed through the forest, Lin Xingyu's mount began trembling violently. The smaller creature lowered itself in terror, clearly overwhelmed by the presence of the enormous skeletal dragon above. The members of Lin Xingyu's squad stared at one another in stunned silence. None of them could believe what they had just heard, and they wondered aloud whether the gigantic dragon had truly spoken like a person. Standing calmly on Osiris's head, Shadow explained that creatures of epic grade or higher possessed the ability to speak. Osiris then asked whether it could eat the hybrid dragon trembling below, but Shadow immediately silenced it with a cold order to stop talking. On the forest floor, Lin Qingyu's white mount had already fainted from sheer terror. Lin Qingyu looked up at Shadow with undisguised admiration, remarking that she never imagined Big Brother Shadow had already obtained an epic-grade creature and was casually using it as his personal mount. Shadow ignored her amazed reaction and shifted his attention toward the towering tree monster. After examining the creature's information, he calmly confirmed that this was indeed the Emerald-grade boss with 1 million health points. Shadow quickly evaluated the battle in his mind. With his current damage output, eliminating the boss would require an entire combination of attacks. Although he could still win easily, he found that approach unnecessarily inefficient and wanted to finish the monster with one decisive burst instead. Deciding that the timing could not be better, Shadow took out the glowing ancient god slate. The system identified it as the blessing slate belonging to Alakasi, the blood source ancient god. Its special power allowed the user to bestow a blessing upon any chosen skill, granting that ability a random enhancement. Shadow considered which ability would benefit most from the mysterious blessing. Since several of his primary damage skills already served overlapping purposes, he ultimately chose to apply the slate's power to instant Shadow Slash. A brilliant golden aura immediately wrapped around Shadow's body. The light surged over him as a system notification appeared, confirming that instant Shadow Slash had successfully received the blessing of Alakasi. The system then displayed the properties of the newly enhanced skill, Alakasi's Blessing, Instant Shadow Slash. The ability had become a single target attack, but its number of strikes was now multiplied sixfold. Every blow would automatically target a weak point, and each successful hit would also contribute energy toward charging Shadow's ultimate skill. Shadow's eyes gleamed as he understood how dramatically the blessing had transformed his ability. Instant Shadow Slash was no longer a broad attack meant for multiple enemies. It had become a terrifying burst skill focused entirely on one target. After a quick calculation, he determined that a single activation would now deliver 54 separate strikes. When Shadow included the attacks from his clones, that number increased to an astonishing 216 hits. Such a barrage would be enough to fill his ultimate meter several times over. Down below, Lin Qingyu's teammates could only stare in confusion, wondering why Shadow's entire body had suddenly begun glowing with golden light. Once he finished calculating the skill's new potential, Shadow decided there was no reason to delay. The Emerald-grade boss standing before him would serve as the perfect target for testing his newly enhanced ability. Dark energy suddenly spiraled around Shadow's body. In the next instant, his figure vanished completely from atop Osiris, leaving only a fading trail of shadow behind. A moment later, one of Lin Qingyu's teammates finally spotted him. Shadow had already appeared high in the air above the forest, directly within striking distance of the enormous boss. The teammate shouted in alarm that Shadow was challenging the boss by himself. But before anyone could react further, Shadow accelerated with unbelievable speed and unleashed the empowered instant Shadow Slash against the gigantic tree monster. A devastating storm of attacks instantly engulfed Azura's massive body. Blades and shadows struck its weak points dozens of times in rapid succession, while countless damage numbers, each exceeding 10,000, erupted across the boss almost simultaneously. The enormous number of successful hits instantly filled Shadow's ultimate meter. Red energy ignited within his eye as he realized that using this single basic ability once was now enough to completely charge his ultimate attack. Shadow did not pause to admire the result. The moment his ultimate became available, he surged forward through the remaining shadows and immediately unleashed the Crimson Blade. A colossal red slash tore across the forest and cleaved directly through the corroded ancestor. The final strike dealt 450,000 damage, completely wiping out the boss's remaining health. A system notification confirmed that Shadow had killed the Emerald-grade monster and immediately displayed the rewards he had earned. The squad watching from below was left utterly speechless. The male teammates screamed in disbelief that Shadow had just killed an Emerald-grade boss almost instantly. Lin Qingyu, however, remained surprisingly calm. She simply asked whether this was really their first time watching Big Brother Shadow fight a boss, implying that such impossible victories were perfectly normal for him. Surrounded by the fading remnants of the Crimson Blade's red aura, Shadow quietly assessed the strength of his upgraded skill. A single use of Instant Shadow Slash could now inflict roughly 600,000 damage. Compared to that explosive power, even the 450,000 base damage of his Crimson Blade ultimate suddenly seemed somewhat inadequate. Shadow descended to the forest floor amid the glowing lifespan orbs left behind by the fallen boss. As he reflected on the battle, he realized that his previous methods had been clumsy and inefficient against high-level enemies. Constantly cycling through several abilities now felt far too troublesome. With his sword still gripped firmly in one hand, Shadow considered the effect of the ancient god slate. Its blessing had created an exceptionally powerful connection between instant Shadow Slash and Crimson Blade, greatly increasing both his damage output and his ability to survive extended battles. Even so, Shadow understood that this new strength represented only the beginning. The true potential hidden within the Shadow class had barely started to reveal itself, and far greater power was still waiting to be uncovered. Lin Xingyu hurried over with excitement written across her face, unable to stop herself from praising how unbelievably powerful Shadow was. Shadow barely reacted to the compliment. He simply dropped the loot obtained from the defeated boss in front of her squad and casually told them they could divide it among themselves. Their exhaustion vanished at once, and the delighted team repeatedly thanked him for his generosity. Once the rewards had been handed over, Shadow turned to Lin Xingyu and asked whether any other bosses had appeared nearby. Her eyes immediately lit up. She nodded enthusiastically and began listing several monsters scattered across the surrounding areas, eagerly describing one location after another. Before Lin Xingyu could finish naming every target, Shadow calmly cut her off. Rather than waste time discussing them, he told her to climb onto his dragon so they could visit each location and eliminate the bosses one by one. Lin Xingyu could barely contain her excitement at the invitation. The moment she climbed aboard, Osiris spread its enormous wings and shot into the sky. Shadow remained steady atop the skeletal dragon while Lin Xingyu screamed behind him, their figures rapidly disappearing into the distance. The two male members of Lin Xingyu's squad were left standing alone beneath the trees. They stared silently at the empty sky where their captain had vanished, and after several defeated seconds, one of them finally asked the painfully obvious question: what exactly were the two of them supposed to do now? Meanwhile, in the real world, several officials were gathered around a long table inside a Magic City conference room. At the front of the chamber, a large display screen showed a clear image of Theodore for everyone present to examine. One official reported that Theodore, a representative from the country embassy, had offered them intelligence concerning the first known diamond-grade boss. Another official immediately narrowed his eyes and questioned whether someone would truly hand over information that valuable without demanding payment. The reporting official clarified that Theodore had named only one condition. In exchange for leading them to the diamond-grade boss, he wanted the authorities to arrange a flight that would return him safely to Country M. The senior official at the head of the table did not look convinced. Such an insignificant request seemed completely out of proportion to the value of the intelligence, and that imbalance made the entire offer feel suspiciously like a carefully prepared trap. His subordinate quickly offered another perspective. Theodore had not merely provided a location. He had also volunteered to enter the area and personally accompany their team to the boss. If the intelligence were truly part of an ambush, then joining the expedition himself would be almost suicidal. Even so, the lead official raised a more immediate problem. Before debating Theodore's intentions, they first had to determine whether their forces were even capable of defeating a diamond-grade boss. No player or organization had successfully killed one so far. That uncomfortable fact carried an obvious implication. Even Shadow, the legendary player whose strength had shocked the entire world, might not necessarily possess enough power to bring down a monster of that rank. After considering the problem in silence, the lead official proposed a different approach. Instead of sending their own forces alone, they could reach out to Shadow and attempt to cooperate with him. Another man at the table immediately supported the suggestion. According to their latest reports, Shadow could defeat Emerald-grade bosses single-handedly and with frightening ease. If his overwhelming power were combined with the official's strongest elite professionals, then securing the world's first diamond-grade boss kill might actually become possible. The lead official remained cautious, his expression showing little excitement. He demanded to know whether those reports had been properly verified or whether everyone was simply basing this entire plan on exaggerated rumors about Shadow's strength. In response, the subordinate raised a phone and played a clear recording of Shadow fighting. He explained that the footage had been captured by a special phone created through a divine authority book, making the evidence reliable. After seeing Shadow's power with his own eyes, the lead official was left momentarily speechless. With undeniable proof now in front of him, the lead official finally agreed that cooperation with Shadow offered their best chance. The remaining officials voiced their approval without objection, and the leader announced that someone would be dispatched immediately to establish contact with him. Elsewhere in the virtual world, a heavily armored mechanical monster staggered across the battlefield. Its massive metal body lurched forward unsteadily, already struggling to withstand the damage it had suffered. Shadow faced the mechanical enemy without the slightest concern. Dark energy gathered around him as he launched the attack that had become one of his most recognizable techniques, Instant Shadow Slash. A gigantic beam of blue energy tore across the battlefield and passed straight through the armored monster. Its metal frame was split cleanly in two by the single strike, while Shadow remained standing calmly nearby, his cape fluttering in the fading wind. Once the enemy had fallen, Shadow glanced toward a nearby tree where Lin Xingyu was cautiously peeking out. He called for her to stop hiding and come collect the lifespan orbs, reminding her that they still needed to move on to the next boss location. Lin Xingyu quickly emerged from behind the tree, her cheeks flushed and her expression still filled with excitement. As she approached, she reported that the officials had discovered a diamond-grade boss and eagerly asked whether Shadow had any interest in joining the operation. The mention of a diamond-grade monster immediately caught Shadow's attention. His eyes narrowed slightly with interest, and rather than dismissing the matter, he asked Lin Xingyu to tell him everything she knew. Lin Xingyu explained that the boss had been located inside a volcano. Then she revealed its name, the Hellflower of Nightmares. The instant those words left her mouth, Shadow's expression sharpened, and the matter gained his full attention. A memory immediately surfaced in Shadow's mind, an enormous fiery plant rising above the ruins of the city, its blazing form visible from a great distance. That monster had once triggered the first major disaster suffered by the officials of Great Xia. In the history Shadow remembered, foreign forces had used the Hellflower of Nightmares to annihilate more than 100 official professionals stationed in Magic City. The resulting catastrophe plunged the entire region into chaos for half a year and ultimately caused the deaths of thousands of people. Shadow also remembered the man who had stood behind that disaster. The mastermind responsible for setting the tragedy into motion had been Theodore. Suspecting that Lin Xingyu's people had not discovered the boss themselves, Shadow questioned her more carefully. She admitted that a foreigner had provided the location, and the higher authorities were now preparing a massive force of 100 players to launch a crusade against it. Shadow immediately rejected that plan, stating coldly that the officials understood nothing about the danger they were facing. He ordered Lin Xingyu to gather 25 elite players, each at least level 18 and already finished with their first-class advancement. Lin Xingyu stared at him in shock. Players meeting such demanding conditions were already among the strongest professionals available, so she asked whether Shadow truly required that many high-level elites just to support him during the raid. Shadow confirmed that he did. Although the Hellflower of Nightmares was officially classified as a diamond-grade boss, its actual attributes were already close to those of an epic-grade monster. There were only two realistic ways to kill it. The first was to crush it with overwhelming power, and Shadow openly admitted that he did not yet possess enough strength to accomplish that alone. That left them with only the second method, confronting the monster through a properly organized strategic raid. For that approach to have any real chance of success, Shadow explained that the team needed at least 25 capable players. Lin Xingyu still could not understand his objection to the official plan. If 25 people were necessary, then surely sending 100 should make the battle safer and easier. She asked why they could not simply proceed with the much larger team already being assembled. Shadow showed no interest in explaining the hidden danger to her. He fixed Lin Xingyu with an intense stare and told her she had only two choices: follow his instructions and trust his judgment, or ignore him and proceed however she pleased. Under Shadow's cold, yet as Lin Xingyu thought back on everything Shadow had done, her uncertainty began to weaken. His behavior was often unpredictable, but his actions had repeatedly benefited the officials rather than harmed them. She could not help wondering whether he was right, and whether her superiors truly had no idea what they were walking into. After weighing the risk, Lin Xingyu finally made her decision and agreed to help him. However, she warned that his standards were extremely high, and even with her connections, she could probably gather only 10 players who met every requirement. Shadow accepted that number without complaint. 10 would be sufficient, and he would find the remaining members himself. As his body began dissolving into streams of blue energy, he instructed Lin Xingyu to meet him at the Magic City ruins 3 days later. Lin Xingyu was left standing alone as the final traces of blue light faded from the air. She stared at the place where Shadow had vanished, still troubled by uncertainty, and quietly wondered whether placing her trust in him was truly the right choice. That night, a vivid memory unfolded inside Qin Xiaoyu's dream. Qin Feng stood before her in blue armor, planting his feet firmly as he raised a golden shield to block an incoming attack. Without looking away from the danger, he urgently warned his younger sister to be careful. The next instant, Qin Feng surged forward with astonishing speed. His weapon flashed repeatedly through the air as he cut down the surrounding monsters, placing himself between every threat and his sister. When the last monster fell and the danger finally passed, Qin Feng turned back toward Qin Xiaoyu. A warm smile appeared on his face as he extended one hand to her, gently reassuring his sister that everything was all right now. But the comforting dream suddenly changed. Darkness spread across Qin Feng's smiling face, swallowing the warmth in his expression. His familiar features gradually transformed into the cold, masked appearance of Shadow. Within the dream, the masked figure faced her directly. Then, in a voice that seemed to pierce through the darkness, he clearly called out her name, Qin Xiaoyu. The sound struck her like a bolt of lightning. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes flew open in shock, instantly tearing her out of the dream. She found herself lying in her hospital bed, her entire body drenched in sweat. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she struggled to breathe and separate the dream from reality. Qin Xiaoyu slowly pushed herself upright in the dark hospital room, her chest still rising and falling unevenly. It was the same dream again. Ever since losing her legs, the mysterious figure appearing in those dreams had gradually become clearer each time. She remembered how the man had taken her with him to level up, protected her whenever danger appeared, and given her everything she needed without hesitation. As tears continued sliding down her face, the final image from the dream struck her with overwhelming force. This time, she had seen beneath the mask clearly enough to recognize him. The man was her brother, Qin Feng. A strange light appeared in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes as the meaning of that realization settled into her heart. Her brother had not died after all. Qin Feng was still alive somewhere. Then the full truth exploded through Qin Xiaoyu's mind with absolute certainty. Her supposedly dead brother, Qin Feng, was none other than the legendary player known throughout the world as Shadow. Qin Xiaoyu knelt upright on her bed, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. One thought kept circling through her mind. Every strange place and terrifying monster she had once seen in her dreams had eventually appeared inside the game. That could only mean those dreams had been real. And if they were, then could Qin Feng truly be Shadow? Desperate to uncover the truth, Qin Xiaoyu lowered herself back onto the bed and made up her mind. She had to enter the game immediately, find him, and confirm whether the connection between them was real. Seiyu remained motionless in her hospital bed, staring into the darkness as uncertainty and suspicion slowly consumed her thoughts. Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes and ran silently down her cheeks. Shadow had ignored her again and again, so even if he really was her brother, perhaps he simply had no intention of recognizing her. Worse still, no one else would believe such an unbelievable claim, and pursuing the truth might even cost her life. The horrifying memory of how she had lost her legs suddenly flashed through her mind. Her body stiffened beneath the covers, and a violent shiver passed through her as the old trauma returned in full force. Yet as she lay alone in the darkness, surrounded by silence, Qin Xiaoyu understood one painful truth. This might be the final hope she would ever receive. Determination slowly replaced the fear in her eyes. Even if she had to use the last bit of strength left in her body, she would seize this chance with both hands and do everything possible to reunite with him. Inside the Knights Templar hideout, the guild leader held Qin Xiaoyu steady while asking why she had suddenly logged back into the game. Although her legs appeared perfectly intact in this world, he reminded her that all of her attributes had been reduced by half, and the lingering stumble debuff made it extremely difficult for her to walk normally. Almost as if to prove his warning, Qin Xiaoyu's legs suddenly gave way beneath her. She lost her balance and toppled helplessly toward the floor. The guild leader hurriedly asked whether she had injured herself. Qin Xiaoyu immediately put on a pitiful expression and tearfully insisted that she only wanted an opportunity to repay the kindness the guild had shown her. With pleading eyes, she begged him to let her continue her previous duty, standing near the entrance and watching the door for Big Brother Shadow. The guild leader pretended to be deeply moved by her devotion. Since Qin Xiaoyu was already familiar with the work, he carefully supported her all the way over to the entrance and helped her settle beside the door. At that exact moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. It was a private message from Shadow, addressed directly to the Knights Templar Guild leader, Chen Wuming. Shadow asked whether he was interested in securing the first kill of a diamond-grade boss, and Chen Wuming's calm expression instantly transformed into frantic excitement. Chen Wuming shouted that he had been dreaming of an opportunity like this for ages. In his excitement, he released Qin Xiaoyu without warning and raced away, claiming that urgent business had suddenly come up. As he ran, another message arrived from Shadow, warning him not to act too hastily. Shadow instructed him to locate two specific players, Safety First and Grey Rose, then bring them to the Magic City ruins in 3 days. Chen Wuming accepted the mission without the slightest hesitation. Elsewhere, warm light filled a comfortable room, illuminating a table covered with magical dishes created by the Divine Gift Book. Among the tempting spread sat an enormous fortress burger, stacked high and looking almost too delicious to be real. Little Black stared at the food with sparkling eyes, saliva nearly dripping from the corner of her mouth. She eagerly praised the Divine Gift Book for producing such incredible meals and reached forward, ready to finally take her first bite. Before she could touch the burger, the door was kicked open with a deafening crash. Captain Anu stormed into the room and shouted for Little Black to come with her immediately, because Shadow was gathering people for a new team. Little Black did not even have time to sink her teeth into the meal. Captain Anu grabbed her and began dragging her out of the room by force. Little Black stretched both hands desperately toward the abandoned burger, screaming after it, while Anu angrily scolded her for thinking about nothing except food. As she was hauled farther down the corridor, Little Black continued crying over her lost meal. Then the meaning of Anu's words finally sank in. This was the very first time Shadow had personally asked them for help. At the same time, Shadow sent instructions to the rest of the group. Everyone was to return to Magic City and gather at the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral standing among the broken ruins. Back inside the hideout, one of the heavy doors swung open with a low groan. Zhang Yaoying, the witch, rushed through the entrance and hurried directly toward Shadow. A playful smile spread across her face as she approached him. Looking up at Shadow, she teasingly asked whether the great boss himself had summoned her. Shadow gave her a straightforward answer. There was a boss battle coming in several days, and he needed Zhang Yaoying to join him for the fight. However, after taking a closer look at her status, Shadow noticed something that immediately felt wrong. He asked why she was still only level 10. Zhang Yaoying casually explained that instead of increasing her level, she had poured every bit of experience she earned into advancing the tier of her class. Shadow stared at her in disbelief. Reaching the third-class advancement while remaining at such a low level was an incredibly reckless move, and he could not help commenting on how bold she had been. Zhang Yaoying merely covered her mouth and giggled, clearly pleased with herself. Without warning, magical energy began spiraling through the room. From within the swirling power emerged a horned figure with flowing white hair and crimson skin. It was Qin Xiaoyu. She strode confidently toward Shadow, stopped before him, and proudly announced her arrival while addressing him as master. Shadow was stunned for the second time in only a few moments. His glowing gaze swept over the demon girl before he demanded to know why she was also still level 10. Qin Xiaoyu calmly explained that she had never forgotten her master's teaching that class advancement mattered more than ordinary levels, so she had followed that lesson and completed her third advancement as well. Shadow could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Turning away, he told both girls to follow him and promised that he would raise their levels over the next several days. Qin Xiaoyu and Zhang Yaoying immediately cheered, thrilled by the chance to witness their master's true abilities up close. 3 days later, Captain Anyu, Wang Ming, and Little Black reached the wild volcano within the Magic City ruins. Little Black was somehow still mourning the fortress burger she had never gotten to eat. Captain Anyu completely ignored her complaints and focused her attention on the designated meeting point ahead. The moment Anyu saw what was waiting there, her footsteps stopped, her expression stiffened, and her eyes widened in sudden disbelief. She stared down into the valley, shocked by the gathering below. The crowd was not especially large, yet nearly every face among them seemed familiar, as though the most recognizable players in the entire game had all appeared in the same place. This was no ordinary team. Every person present was an elite, including An Xuan, the swordsman famous for his flawless evasive techniques, and the only man besides Shadow known to be capable of defeating a boss entirely on his own. Nearby stood the proud and arrogant leader of the Knights Templar Guild, carrying himself with the same overwhelming confidence everyone had come to expect from him. Among the gathering was also Dong Fangyu, the mage who currently occupied the #1 position in the rankings and stood above every other spellcaster. Sweat gathered on Wang Ming's forehead as he recognized one famous name after another. Looking across the valley, he finally understood that nearly every top-ranked player there had answered Shadow's personal summons. A short distance away from the main group, Theodore and Zuma stood by themselves, quietly observing the gathering. Several Chinese players glanced in their direction and began whispering, curious about the identities of the two unfamiliar foreigners. Zuma's unease grew with every passing second. He nervously pointed out to Theodore that this tiny gathering looked nothing like the army they had supposedly been promised. His voice dropped as he wondered whether their plan to trap everyone had already been discovered. Theodore showed no trace of panic. Remaining completely calm, he assured Zuma that every person assembled here belonged among the elite of the elites. Numbers were meaningless compared with quality, and in his eyes, the presence of such powerful players only proved that the officials were treating this boss operation with the utmost seriousness. Theodore then revealed the true source of his confidence. He had already activated his Omen of the Star God ability and used it to divine the result of the coming battle. According to what he had seen, their victory was already certain. His gaze drifted into the darkness as he recalled every word of the prophecy. A flower would bloom, drawing its victims into an inescapable nightmare, while one fortunate survivor would be guided safely back home. Theodore believed that fortunate survivor could only be him. Everyone else would perish in the nightmare, leaving him free to escape and return to Country M. As he glanced toward Zuma and the others, he silently apologized to them, already convinced that none of his companions would share his good fortune. Without warning, a thunderous shockwave tore across the entire gathering. The ground shook violently, dust exploded into the air, and players were hurled aside before they could even understand what had struck them. One player lay sprawled across the ground, struggling to lift his head. The instant he looked upward, terror flooded his face as an enormous creature descended from the sky above them. A colossal silhouette emerged through the churning cloud of dust. Massive wings, exposed bones, and a terrifying skeletal frame came into view. It was the gigantic bone dragon, Osiris. The gathered players craned their necks and stared upward in stunned silence before panic erupted through the valley. Horrified voices began shouting over one another, demanding to know whether this monstrous dragon was the diamond-grade boss they had been summoned to fight. Then someone suddenly raised a trembling hand and pointed toward the dragon's skull. A lone figure stood calmly upon the beast's head, his glowing yellow eyes radiating overwhelming power. It was Shadow. The entire crowd erupted as they realized the gigantic skeletal dragon was not their enemy at all. It was Shadow's personal mount. Theodore and Zuma stood completely frozen. Cold sweat poured down their faces as they stared at the terrifying creature and the man standing above it. Theodore's confidence shattered in an instant. He began stammering uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how Shadow had grown so powerful in such a short time, let alone obtained an epic-grade mount of this magnitude. Shadow stepped off the skeletal dragon and dropped through the air. A moment later, he landed firmly in the center of the gathering, the impact drawing every player's attention directly toward him. Slowly, Shadow raised his head. His blazing yellow eyes passed over the crowd before locking directly onto Theodore, carrying a killing intent so intense that the air itself seemed to grow colder. Deep within his mind, only one thought remained. Today, Theodore would die. Shadow began walking straight toward Theodore, each step calm and deliberate. The gathered players instinctively moved aside, opening a clear path through the crowd without anyone daring to stand in his way. Theodore remained rooted to the spot as Shadow steadily closed the distance between them. Shadow paid no attention to anyone else, keeping his glowing gaze fixed entirely on him. After briefly sweeping his eyes across the assembled elites, Shadow calmly observed that everyone who had been summoned had finally arrived. He then turned his attention back to Theodore and, in an unquestionable tone, ordered him to move ahead and lead the way. Theodore's body stiffened as he started forward, with Shadow following directly behind him like an oppressive shadow. Sweat streamed down Theodore's face, because they had never met before, yet Shadow had somehow called him by name without hesitation. Forcing down his panic, Theodore tried to convince himself that a top-ranked player like Shadow probably possessed some skill capable of identifying strangers. He turned toward the others with a carefully manufactured smile and invited everyone to follow him deeper inside to hunt the diamond-grade boss. Beneath that false confidence, he repeatedly reminded himself that his divination had never been wrong. The result was absolutely certain, and his plan could not possibly fail. Before long, the group reached the mouth of a vast cave. An ominous crimson glow seeped from the darkness within, bathing the jagged stone entrance in a sinister red light. Deeper inside the cave, Shu Kunshin glanced back with clear irritation and warned his companions that their targets had entered. Tony and Mei Jing were pressed close together behind him, and Mei Jing immediately complained about being interrupted at such an inconvenient moment. With an annoyed expression, Mei Jing grumbled that the intruders had completely ruined the mood. Tony quickly reassured her that once this final job was finished, they would escape to Country M, where they could enjoy themselves however they pleased without anyone disturbing them again. Shadow, Theodore, and Zuma advanced into the narrow tunnel first. Theodore gestured politely for Shadow to continue farther into the cave, while hidden voices ahead whispered that the targets were drawing closer. Concealed within the surrounding darkness, Tony, Mei Jing, and Shu Kunshin readied themselves to attack, their eyes shining with murderous light. Tony declared that the moment had finally come to avenge Shir. Beside him, Shu Kunshin glared toward the approaching Shadow with raw hatred, silently screaming for him to die so that the deaths of his wife and son could finally be avenged. The entire team eventually crossed into the depths of the Purgatory volcano. A system warning immediately appeared, identifying the area as a nightmare zone where their remaining lifespans would drain 10,000 times faster than normal. The confidence in the group quickly faded as the players exchanged uneasy looks and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. At the deepest part of the volcanic cavern, Theodore stopped before an enormous plant bud wrapped in blazing heat. Towering above them like a sleeping monster, it was the diamond-grade boss he had promised, the Hellflower of Nightmares. Theodore studied the massive fiery bud, then cautiously suggested that their current numbers might not be enough. In his opinion, they should leave and gather additional players before attempting the battle. Lin Qingyu immediately rejected the suggestion. Their group was already packed with the strongest elites available, so she bluntly told Theodore to stop delaying them and explain how the boss was supposed to be fought. A shadow passed over Theodore's expression. In a low and ominous voice, he asked whether she was truly certain, warning everyone that once this battle began, there would be no opportunity to turn back. Lin Xingyu narrowed her eyes at him, sensing that something about his warning was wrong. She immediately demanded to know exactly what he meant by those words. Instead of answering directly, Theodore claimed that the boss possessed complicated mechanics and that he had no desire to explain everything twice. He then asked them one final time whether they had truly decided to challenge it with only the people currently present. The elites gathered behind Shadow responded with fearless cheers, with Big Boss Shadow standing among them. They shouted that defeating a mere diamond-grade boss would be nothing more than an easy task. Theodore's face twitched as their overwhelming confidence grated against his nerves. Barely concealing his fury, he muttered a few words of sarcastic encouragement beneath his breath. Calling the Great Xia players hopelessly stubborn, Theodore turned away from the group and faced the towering Hellflower once again. He bent down and picked up a loose rock from the cavern floor. Holding it where everyone could see, Theodore told them to listen carefully, because he intended to explain the boss mechanic only once. The players focused their attention on him, waiting for the promised instructions. Theodore announced that the Hellflower was actually quite simple to fight, because there was only one important thing they needed to understand. Without warning, Theodore's eyes flared with a blood-red glow. He drew back the rock, preparing to repeat the very action that had awakened the monster before, then screamed that the only mechanic was for every last one of them to die. Shock swept across the faces of the gathered elites. In that horrifying instant, they finally understood that Theodore had never brought them there to kill the boss. They had walked directly into his trap. Laughing and screaming, Theodore hurled the rock with all his strength. It struck the base of the Hellflower of Nightmares, and although the impact caused only a single point of damage, that tiny attack was more than enough to awaken the creature. The colossal plant immediately erupted. Blazing energy surged from its enormous body, flooding the cavern with violent heat and waves of terrifying power. The entire cave sank into a suffocating, nightmarish atmosphere. As the nightmare debuff took effect, distorted shadowy figures began materializing all around the trapped players. Wang Ming shouted in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Lin Xingyu reacted faster, screaming that they had been deceived and urgently ordering everyone to retreat from the cavern. But when the group turned toward the entrance, their escape route was already gone. Three sinister figures stood directly in their path, waiting for them in the crimson darkness. Tony stepped forward first, his body surrounded by surging blue energy. Laughing loudly, he hurled an insulting slur at the Great Xia players and declared that none of them would be leaving the cave alive. He immediately activated his wall construction ability. With a deafening crash, a massive barrier of stone slammed down across the tunnel entrance, completely sealing the only visible way out. While other players reacted with alarm, Theodore remained unusually composed. He had never intended to rely on the entrance, because he believed he had already prepared a private escape route for himself. A sinister grin spread across Theodore's face as he turned to Zuma. He ordered his subordinate to activate Soul Walker, allowing the two of them to phase through the sealed stone wall and escape, while everyone else remained trapped inside. Zuma had not even begun using the ability when a blazing energy arrow ripped through the darkness. It pierced straight through his head, killing him instantly before he could take a single step. Theodore whipped around, cold sweat breaking across his face. The instant he saw Zuma collapse, he understood that someone had discovered his carefully prepared escape plan. Lin Xingyu stood behind him with a radiant. Without giving him another chance to respond, Lin Xingyu pulled the trigger and unleashed her demon-breaking arrow, sending the brilliant projectile straight toward the traitor. Theodore merely sneered and called their attempt hopelessly naive. He raised a glowing blue card above his hand and activated the hidden ability stored within it, a skill that could forcibly exchange his position with someone else. Space twisted in front of the oncoming arrow. In the next instant, Chu Kunshin suddenly appeared where Theodore had been standing, dragged into the attack's path before he could understand what was happening. The demon-breaking arrow struck with a sickening impact, tearing straight through Chu Kunshin's chest and leaving him frozen in disbelief. As Chu Kunshin collapsed, he weakly questioned why Theodore had chosen to sacrifice him. At the same moment, Theodore's body dissolved into scattered light, confirming that the position swap had succeeded and carried him safely away. Beyond the massive wall sealing the cavern, a pair of feet suddenly descended and landed firmly against the rocky ground. Theodore's figure fully reappeared outside the cave, safely separated from the trapped players. Mei Jing and Tony stared at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to emerge alone. A mysterious card floated above Theodore's head, revealing the secret behind his escape. It was the Dark Star Boundary, a trump card that allowed him to exchange positions with anyone carrying a matching card. Theodore had deliberately given one to Chu Kunshin from the beginning, intending to use him as a disposable scapegoat when the time came. Tony frantically demanded to know what had happened to Zuma, while Mei Jing noticed that Chu Kunshin was missing as well. Unaware of Theodore's position swap, Tony immediately assumed Chu Kunshin had betrayed them, angrily cursing the Great Xia people for being completely untrustworthy. Theodore ignored their confusion and accusations. In a sharp, urgent voice, he ordered Mei Jing and Tony to log out of the game immediately, informing them that the time had come to abandon everything and flee the country. As Theodore's avatar began fading from the game world, Lin Xingyu's earlier declaration echoed through his mind. Those who were not of the same people would never share the same heart. Theodore privately admitted that her words were correct, twisting them into an excuse for the betrayal he had just committed. Back in the real world, night covered a dark and silent apartment. Within its unlit rooms, a horrifying consequence of the events inside the game was already beginning to unfold. Zuma and Chu Kunshin lay helplessly on their separate beds, their real bodies jerking and convulsing violently. The fatal consequences of their deaths inside the game had begun taking hold in reality. Theodore looked down at his fallen comrades with a grim, almost indifferent expression. Because they had died inside the boss's territory, their souls had been seized and dragged directly into the nightmare. In a cold voice, he declared that neither of them could be saved now. He offered only the briefest hint of regret, lamenting that Zuma, such a useful and valuable asset, had been lost along with the others. That trace of pity vanished almost immediately, replaced by visible relief. Theodore decided the sacrifice had been worthwhile, because Shadow and every elite player sealed inside the cavern were undoubtedly dead by now. As Theodore walked across the room with Tony and Mei Jing, he quietly repeated the prophecy in his mind. The flower had bloomed, its victims had been pulled into an endless nightmare, and he alone was the fortunate survivor being guided back to the home he had long awaited. While preparing to leave, Theodore was already planning their next move. Losing so many powerful elites would deal a devastating blow to Great Xia's strength. Once they returned to Country M, they could send their own experts to attack, while Great Xia remained vulnerable. With one eye blazing with hatred, Theodore swore that Great Xia would eventually be wiped out completely. Back inside the sealed cavern, the situation rapidly became critical. The enormous hellflower of nightmares unfolded its fiery petals completely, flooding the entire cave with a dangerous and unnatural glow. The players were instantly thrown into confusion as crimson bars appeared above their heads, marking each of them with the nightmare status. Uneasy voices spread through the raid as the elites realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Wang Ming nervously explained the horrifying truth to Little Black. Anyone trapped in the nightmare state could neither revive nor log out of the game, which meant that dying inside this place would result in permanent death. The revelation crushed what little confidence the group had left. They were sealed inside with a diamond-grade boss, while the nightmare zone drained their remaining lifespans 10,000 times faster than normal. Just as despair began swallowing the entire group, a party invitation from Shadow suddenly appeared before every player, leaving the frightened elites staring at the notification in surprise. Shadow stood ahead of them with his back turned, his dark cape drifting behind him in the scorching air. Without the slightest panic in his voice, he assured everyone that since he had personally gathered them here, he would never allow them to die. He turned his head just enough for one glowing eye to appear beneath the shadow of his hood. Shadow ordered everyone to follow his commands precisely, promising that as long as they obeyed, realizing that Shadow was now their only hope of surviving. The Knights Templar Guild leader and the other elites exchanged determined looks before nodding in agreement. One name after another appeared on the party list as the elites accepted Shadow's invitation. Dongfang Yu, An Xuan, Qin Xiaoyu, Zhang Yaoying, and the rest all officially joined his team. With their lives now entrusted to Shadow, the fear hanging over the group began to fade. The players raised their voices together, cheering loudly for Big Brother Shadow. Shadow wasted no time and immediately began issuing orders. Turning toward the witch Zhang Yaoying, he commanded her to activate Soul Link at once. Zhang Yaoying answered with a playful salute. She lifted her enormous brush and swept it through the air, painting a massive glowing rune above the gathered party. The spell activated the moment the rune was completed. Dark purple chains of magical energy burst outward, wrapping around every party member and linking all of their souls together. As the chains connected, Shadow explained their purpose. Soul Link allowed every member to share their resistances, slowing the rise of the nightmare gauge across the entire party. That was precisely why he had gathered players who had already completed their first-class advancement. Only they possessed the hidden resistance required to endure the nightmare. At last, the elites understood how far ahead Shadow had planned. The battle began without warning. The Hellflower of Nightmares launched several enormous thorn-covered vines, which swept across the cavern and immediately coiled around multiple players, trapping them in place. Shadow warned the party that if anyone died or completely entered the nightmare state, the boss would devour that player and restore its own health. Survival had to come first, and anyone who fell needed to be revived immediately. Taking full command of the raid, Shadow revealed that the boss possessed 36 million health points divided across 3 phases. During the first phase, the Hellflower controlled 6 separate vines, so he had assigned one team to keep each vine occupied. Shadow then singled out Anxuan and ordered him to deal with one vine entirely by himself. Anxuan was initially taken aback, but his surprise quickly turned to satisfaction when Shadow openly acknowledged and praised his abilities. The cavern erupted into chaos as all 6 vines attacked at once, whipping through the air with such incredible speed that they became little more than blurred streaks of thorns. Living up to his reputation, Anxuan slipped past the incoming strike with perfect timing. He immediately counterattacked, unleashing his Moonshadow skill directly against the pursuing vine. However, Wang Ming and the Knights Templar Guild leader froze when they saw the damage number. Anxuan's powerful attack had dealt only 250 damage, causing both men to panic over how little health had been removed. Shadow calmly revealed the reason. During its first phase, the Hellflower was protected by a shield that reduced all incoming damage by 90%. The party's confidence collapsed again as several players wondered aloud how they could possibly defeat a monster under such brutal conditions. Ignoring their despair, Shadow launched himself high into the air. He activated Blessing of Release together with Instant Shadow Slash, sending a gigantic beam of blue energy crashing into the boss. Even through the 90% shield, the strike dealt an astonishing 666,666 damage. Landing smoothly, Shadow stated that this was exactly how they would fight it. Before the boss could recover, Shadow closed the distance and followed with Throat Cut. The second attack, the Knights Templar Guild leader screamed in disbelief at the enormous damage. Shadow then explained the actual strategy. If even one vine lost its target, the boss would unleash a wide-area attack capable of killing the entire raid. Therefore, everyone else only needed to hold the vine's attention and remain alive while Shadow dealt all the damage himself. Reassured by his overwhelming strength, the elites shouted that they understood and would obey. The Hellflower responded by releasing the rest of its vines. Thick masses of twisting thorns spread throughout the cavern, filling nearly every open space around the trapped raid team. Every player tensed as the thorny assault approached. Shields rose, weapons were drawn, and the elites braced themselves to withstand the next wave of attacks. Shadow moved before anyone else could react. He rushed directly into the path of the assault and struck the first vine with enough force to knock its massive body aside. Leaping above the writhing vines, Shadow unleashed a storm of rapid slashes. Blue streaks flashed through the cavern as he tore through one vine after another, using his overwhelming power to shield the entire team. Little Black, however, completely forgot about defending herself. She stared up at Shadow with open admiration, cheering over how handsome he looked while marveling at the unbelievable damage behind every attack. That moment of distraction immediately came back to punish her. A vine slipped past her lowered guard and wrapped tightly around her body before she even noticed it approaching. The vine yanked Little Black high into the air, leaving her helplessly suspended above the battlefield. Panic replaced her admiration as she kicked wildly and screamed for someone to save her. Shadow reacted instantly. He appeared behind the vine in a blur and swung his weapon once, releasing a brilliant arc of blue energy that sliced the thick stalk cleanly in half. As Little Black dropped from above, Shadow caught her safely in his arms. At the same time, the remaining force of his strike finished off the severed vine completely. With the first phase finally cleared, Shadow stood over the injured Little Black and sternly scolded her for losing focus. He warned that if she continued daydreaming during battle, she would not survive the next mistake. Humiliated, aching, and close to tears, Little Black sobbed as she apologized. Once all 6 vines had been defeated, the Hellflower of Nightmares began pulsing violently. Waves of fiery light traveled through its enormous petals as the boss prepared to transform. One of the players noticed movement deep inside the blazing flower. Pointing toward its center, he shouted for everyone else to look at what was beginning to emerge. A humanoid silhouette slowly rose from the center of the Hellflower, its entire body surrounded by twisting flames and burning petals. The raid team stared in astonishment as a beautiful woman emerged from the monster. Her long hair flowed like living fire, and her eyes glowed with dangerous light. Several players were briefly captivated by her appearance before the deadly reality of the battle snapped them back to attention. The transformed boss attacked immediately. Raising her hands, she launched 3 enormous spheres of blazing nightmare energy toward the gathered players. Shadow shouted a warning and announced the beginning of the second phase. He explained that the 3 fiery spheres were made of concentrated nightmare energy and would randomly lock onto 3 members of the raid. He continued by warning that touching even one orb would instantly raise a player's nightmare gauge by 10%, while also causing the orb to split into 2. Before he could finish speaking, one of the spheres slammed directly into a player. Exactly as Shadow had predicted, The orb divided into two smaller spheres the moment it made contact. The new orbs shot away in opposite directions, sending another wave of panic through the raid. While the others shouted and scrambled away, Shadow remained completely composed. In a steady voice, he ordered everyone to calm down and stop moving blindly. Because the nightmare orbs traveled slowly, Shadow instructed the targeted players to lure them away from the main group. Everyone else was to handle the vines as they reappeared. He then revealed one crucial advantage of the second phase. The boss's damage reduction had fallen from 90% to only 50%. With the strategy firmly established, Shadow ordered the raid team to concentrate entirely on handling the dangerous mechanics. Meanwhile, he charged straight ahead, intending to confront the Hellflower's main body alone. Shadow dropped rapidly from the air, his weapon aimed directly at the fiery humanoid figure rising from the center of the Hellflower. As he closed in, Shadow decided that a diamond-grade boss of this level would be the perfect opponent for testing the true limit of his current firepower. Without holding anything back, Shadow activated Shadow of Slaughter. Dark energy surged around him as several identical Shadow clones took shape at his side. 5 figures descended upon the boss at once, Shadow himself and 4 fully formed clones. They spread out in midair, surrounding the fiery woman from every possible direction. All 5 raised their weapons together and unleashed the Crimson Blade Ultimate. A gigantic pillar of crimson energy swallowed the boss, producing 4 devastating damage strikes that each climbed far beyond the million mark. More precisely, every one of those 4 crushing hits dealt over 1.5 million damage, tearing an enormous portion from the Hellflower's health in a single coordinated attack. Shadow gave the boss no chance to recover. He instantly followed with Throat Cut, opening a deep wound and inflicting a powerful bleeding effect that continued draining her health. After completing the attack, Shadow pulled back and quickly assessed the results. Even with the boss reducing all damage by 50%, his opening burst had still dealt nearly 6 million damage. He also confirmed that Crimson Blade became increasingly destructive as the target's health dropped, meaning only a few more attack cycles would be needed to finish the boss. Just as Shadow prepared to continue, his body suddenly froze. A terrible feeling struck him as he sensed that something disastrous was unfolding behind his back. His glowing eyes widened sharply. Abandoning his focus on the boss for a moment, Shadow spun around to see what had happened to the rest of the raid. The battlefield behind him had descended into complete chaos. Nightmare orbs had multiplied beyond control, filling the cavern with floating red lights. Wang Ming screamed desperately for every targeted player to leave the crowd immediately before even more orbs could split apart. Terrified players sprinted in every direction, struggling to stay ahead of the red spheres that pursued them relentlessly through the cavern. The panic completely shattered the raid's formation. Players fleeing from the orbs blindly rushed toward the teams occupied with the vines, while those defenders shouted for them to stay away. No one could maintain order, and the entire battlefield was rapidly slipping out of control. Looking down from above, Shadow finally discovered the hidden mechanic causing the disaster. Whenever one of the boss's vines struck a nightmare orb, the orb received a 3-second burst of speed, making it almost impossible for its target to evade. Realizing the team could not endure much longer, Shadow clenched his teeth and shouted for everyone to hold on just a little more. He needed only 5 seconds to force the boss into its third phase. Shadow turned his full attention back toward the Hellflower. Determination burned in his glowing eyes as he began preparing the most powerful burst combination he could unleash. While mentally complaining about how many enhancements he needed to stack at once, Shadow activated Silent Concealment and Dark Depth, increasing both his stealth capability and his offensive power. He followed by activating Blacklight Shield. Dark energy wrapped around his body, raising his attack power by an additional 30%. Finally, Shadow used Shadow of Slaughter once again. New clones emerged beside him, and each one inherited every enhancement currently active on his body. With every preparation complete, Shadow launched himself forward. His body crossed the battlefield at such blinding speed that the others could barely follow his movement. Closing the distance in an instant, Shadow unleashed the modified version of his signature technique, Instant Shadow Slash. Shadow and all of his clones blurred into streaks of motion, attacking at exactly the same time. Blue slashes flooded the entire area, and within a fraction of a second, the system registered an unbelievable total of 216 separate hits. But Shadow shouted that the assault was far from over. Before the boss could react, he and every clone raised their weapons and unleashed Crimson Blade together. 4 enormous pillars of crimson energy crashed down upon the Hellflower's humanoid form, ripping through her defenses and shaking the cavern with their combined force. The fiery woman's body jerked violently from the impact. Severely wounded, she bent forward and vomited a stream of green blood onto the ground. Shadow immediately appeared beside her and finished the combination with Throat Cut. The strike landed as a critical blow, pushing the total damage against the monster beyond a staggering 18 million. Nearby, the other players watched with a mixture of horror and amazement. Their strongest attacks were struggling to deal even a few hundred damage, yet Shadow had erased roughly 20 million health in one overwhelming wave. Several of them could only wonder whether he was truly human. The Hellflower's humanoid body reeled backward, trembling and convulsing uncontrollably as the unbearable pain spread through the entire monster. The gigantic stalk beneath her began twisting violently, its fiery surface gradually turning a deep shade of purple. Recognizing the transformation immediately, Shadow warned the raid that the boss had now entered Phase 3. The boss released a piercing scream filled with equal parts agony and rage. Her body became increasingly wild and unstable as she gathered power for the final and most dangerous stage of the battle. An ominous purple light swallowed the cavern. The sudden change in color transformed the entire battlefield, replacing the previous fiery glow with an atmosphere of suffocating dread. Wang Ming looked upward in terror as countless vines twisted together above the raid. They fused into enormous, deformed wooden pillars that burst violently from the ground. Shadow recognized the new threat the moment the pillars appeared. Without wasting a second, he raised his voice and began shouting fresh orders to the team. He explained that these wooden pillars acted like magnets for the nightmare orbs. Every orb absorbed by a pillar would allow the Hellflower to recover 10% of its total health. Shadow commanded everyone to destroy the pillars before they could heal the monster. He then explained the changed rules of Phase 3. Although the red nightmare orbs would no longer multiply upon contact, each individual orb had become far more lethal. Touching even one orb now would instantly force a player into the nightmare state. Even worse, if someone already trapped in that state was struck, the orb would transform into nightmare insects that devoured the victim's remaining lifespan until death. The raid stared fearfully at the floating spheres, realizing that one mistake could mean permanent death. Shadow narrowed his glowing eyes behind the mask and screamed for everyone to concentrate. He ordered them to avoid the orbs and hold their positions for just 10 more seconds. At the same time, he calculated their path to victory. The boss had less than 10 million health remaining, while his strongest skills needed only 3 more seconds to finish cooling down. Shadow knew that one more full-powered instant Shadow Slash would be enough to kill the monster. But before those final seconds could pass, a desperate scream suddenly tore across the battlefield. Shadow turned toward the sound in shock. One player's nightmare gauge had filled completely, and the man's eyes now burned with a crazed red glow. Wang Ming screamed in horror as he watched his teammate collapse. He shouted to the others that someone from their squad had completely fallen into the nightmare state. The afflicted player dropped to the ground and twisted in unbearable agony. Directly above his helpless body, a crimson nightmare orb hovered ominously. Before anyone could save him, the red orb descended and sank directly into his body. The gruesome transformation began instantly, giving him no chance to resist. The player's body burst open as hundreds of red nightmare insects erupted from beneath his flesh. They devoured him from the inside out, consuming every remaining second of his life. A system notification confirmed that Summer Horse had lost all of his lifespan and suffered permanent death. The Knights Templar Guild leader broke under the pressure and began running blindly through the battlefield. Wang Ming shouted for him to stop moving so recklessly, but terror had already overwhelmed every trace of reason. Wang Ming realized the danger a moment too late. The fleeing guild leader had dragged one of the nightmare orbs directly toward a wooden pillar. The guild leader could only apologize helplessly as the pillar's twisting vines reached out and seized the sphere. The wooden pillar absorbed the orb immediately and transferred its energy straight into the Hellflower. That single orb restored an enormous 3.6 million health, and Shadow could only watch as the boss's health bar began climbing again. Shadow realized that the battle was rapidly escaping his control. Nearly everyone's nightmare gauge was approaching its limit, leaving him with only one final opportunity to end the fight. He calculated grimly that if the boss recovered more than 20 million health, his remaining damage would no longer be enough to kill it. Sweat rolled down Shadow's face as he stared intensely at his interface, waiting for his skills to become available. Across the chaotic battlefield, players screamed at one another to dodge the red orbs. Every floating sphere now carried the threat of permanent death, driving the already frightened raid deeper into panic. The teams assigned to destroy the wooden pillars finally began cracking under the pressure. With their nightmare gauges reaching critical levels, they shouted that they could no longer hold their positions. Shadow watched the battle descend further into chaos, his expression turning grim. At this rate, there was no doubt about it. The entire team would soon be wiped out. With the phasing effect of his boots, Shadow knew he could abandon the fight and escape by himself. Yet he remained rooted in place, painfully aware that everyone else would be left behind to die. Then, without warning, a sword rose sharply above the battlefield, its blade cutting through the confusion and drawing every nearby gaze. Wang Ming strode forward with his weapon raised and activated Holy Barrier. A brilliant light wrapped around him, granting him 7 precious seconds of absolute invincibility. His eyes blazing with resolve, Wang Ming shouted for Shadow to ignore everything else and pour all his strength into damaging the boss. He would take responsibility for the defense and hold the line himself. Shadow stared at the tank in surprise, clearly caught off guard by Wang Ming's sudden determination. He immediately questioned what kind of plan the man was trying to carry out. Wang Ming offered no hesitation and wasted no time explaining. He activated Speed Blessing, lowered his body, and charged directly into the deadly field of floating red orbs. Little Black could only watch in disbelief as Wang Ming slammed his invincible body into orb after orb. By intercepting them himself, he prevented their energy from reaching and healing the boss. Captain Anyu screamed for Wang Ming to stop, warning that his actions were completely reckless. Holy Barrier might block the incoming damage, but it could not stop his nightmare gauge from rising. Once those 7 seconds ended, the nightmare bugs would emerge and devour him instantly. Despite her warning, Wang Ming simply gave them a calm, peaceful smile. He already understood the price he would pay, but this was the only path left that could possibly lead them to victory. Knowing that he was rushing straight toward his own death, Wang Ming continued forward without slowing down. He declared that he trusted Shadow completely and believed their leader would carry everyone to victory. Captain Anyu's eyes began to glow as she made her decision. Rather than reject Wang Ming's desperate gamble, she chose to place her faith in the same plan. She activated Symbiotic Dragon Spirit, and an enormous blue dragon erupted into existence beside her. Its vast body was bound directly to Captain Anyu's own life force. With one forceful sweep of her sword, Captain Anyu pointed toward the swarming nightmare orbs. At her command, the massive blue dragon opened its jaws and began devouring them. Because Captain Anyu's life was linked to the dragon, every trace of corruption passed into her immediately. Her nightmare gauge shot to its maximum, and blood spilled from her mouth as she endured the curse in Shadow's place. At that exact moment, the final seconds of Wang Ming's invincibility disappeared. The protective light faded from his body, leaving him completely exposed to the threat of permanent death. Before long, Wang Ming's strength finally gave way, and he dropped to his knees on the battlefield. Even then, a faint golden aura continued glowing around his battered body. Little Black screamed as she finally understood what Captain Anyu and Wang Ming were doing. They were using their own bodies to consume the orbs and buy Shadow more time, so she immediately rallied the rest of the team to join them. The remaining players rushed forward without turning back, throwing themselves into the paths of the red orbs. They knew they still had a chance to survive, provided Shadow could kill the boss quickly enough. An Xuan, the swordsman, wore a confident smile even as the orbs struck his body one after another. He declared that their only responsibility now was to keep buying time for Shadow. Even Zhang Yaoying, the witch, stood shoulder to shoulder with the others and laughed in the face of approaching death. There was no trace of hesitation left in her expression. One of the support players suddenly realized they could still contribute before falling into the nightmare state. He cast a blessing on Shadow and shouted for everyone to use their remaining skills to strengthen their leader. The other mages immediately understood and followed his lead. One after another, they released every enhancement spell they possessed, stacking all of their remaining buffs onto Shadow. Shadow stood at the center of the raging energy, his body now carrying every buff the team could provide. Blue lightning crackled violently around him as his companions screamed for him to kill the boss and drag them back out of the nightmare. Watching his teammates willingly sacrifice themselves, Shadow felt both amused and fiercely determined. A faint smile touched his face as he muttered that every last one of them was unbelievably reckless. The combined power his teammates had poured into him surged through every part of his body. Shadow's entire form seemed ready to overflow beneath the weight of that enormous energy. Without wasting another second, Shadow unleashed a rapid chain of abilities. Silent Concealment, Deepest Darkness, Shield of Black Light, Shadow of Slaughter, and Grace of Release all activated in succession. With his strength pushed to its absolute peak, Shadow calmly extended one finger toward the boss. Then, in a cold and commanding voice, he issued the order for the final attack. Dark figures instantly materialized across the battlefield. Shadow's clones spread out in a wide circle, completely surrounding the Hellflower of Nightmares from every direction. All of the clones attacked at the same instant, unleashing a perfectly synchronized barrage. Countless purple slashes formed a violent vortex around the boss, tearing through its petals and registering 216 hits in the blink of an eye. Shadow remained motionless amid the storm of energy, his cape whipping behind him. Then he launched himself high into the air, positioning his body directly above the heavily weakened monster. From that height, Shadow plunged toward the flower's center like a falling meteor. His eyes burned with lethal intensity as the rushing air tore past his descending body. His weapon came down in one overwhelming vertical strike. The enormous slash split the boss cleanly in two, cutting through both the monstrous flower and the space around it. The hell flower of nightmares erupted into a spiraling vortex of violent energy. Across the nightmare realm, the twisted red pillars began collapsing as the boss's influence rapidly faded away. A system window appeared before the party, announcing that they had achieved the world's first kill of a diamond-grade boss. Below it, Captain Anyu and Wang Meng lay exhausted but alive, surrounded by green healing flames as the nightmare finally released them. An Xuan and Zhang Yaoying immediately burst into cheers. After everything they had endured, the two could finally celebrate the fact that their impossible gamble had succeeded. Captain Anyu bitterly complained that the curse had drained 10 full years from her lifespan. Wang Meng comforted her, saying that survival made it a small price to pay, and their victory proved that placing their trust in Shadow had been the correct choice. As the boss's remains dissolved completely, golden loot orbs began raining across the ground. One greedy player immediately leaped toward the treasure, only for the others to shout him down and insist that Shadow should handle the distribution. Little Black glanced around the battlefield and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Their leader was nowhere to be seen. Confused, the entire team began calling out and asking where Shadow had gone. Shadow's voice finally reached them through the party channel, telling everyone to wait because his business was not finished yet. The others exchanged puzzled looks, pointing out that the boss had already been killed. Far in the distance, Shadow appeared beneath a shroud of swirling purple energy. His voice turned icy as he confirmed that the monster might be dead, but the people who truly deserved death were still alive. Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and rose rapidly into the sky. The enormous undead creature carried him upward as the battlefield disappeared beneath them. His target was Theodore, the man responsible for the betrayal. Theodore had already boarded an airplane and was attempting to flee back to Country M before Shadow could reach him. Even with an enormous distance separating them, Shadow refused to abandon the chase. Riding Osiris, he pursued the aircraft higher into the atmosphere, determined not to let the traitor escape. As the pursuit continued, Theodore's earlier prophecy echoed through Shadow's mind with almost mocking precision. The flower would bloom as expected, the sole survivor would be the fortunate one, and an invisible road through the sky would lead him back to his long-lost homeland. High above the earth beneath the darkness of the night sky, Shadow continued chasing the speeding airplane. Osiris's skeletal wings carried them forward as they tore through the freezing air. To synchronize his in-game powers with reality, Shadow had consumed more than 3,500 years of tradable lifespan. That sacrifice allowed him to bring his attributes, equipment, and even his epic-grade mount, Osiris, into the real world. Osiris pushed forward at an astonishing speed, rapidly closing the remaining distance. At last, the skeletal dragon caught up with the aircraft racing through the night. Shadow launched himself from Osiris's back and plunged through the brutal high-altitude winds. He dropped onto the roof of the speeding jet and landed firmly without losing his balance. Shadow slowly rose to his feet atop the aircraft, his eyes glowing with a sharp yellow light. Dark energy surged around his body as he prepared to finally carry out his revenge. Inside the aircraft, the mood could not have been more relaxed or celebratory. 2 crystal champagne glasses met with a crisp clink as the passengers raised a toast to their apparent victory. Theodore and Mei Jing exchanged pleased smiles across the cabin. Lifting her glass toward him, Mei Jing warmly congratulated Theodore on finally returning to his homeland in Country M. Theodore leaned back with a thoroughly satisfied look on his face. In a gracious tone, he officially welcomed both Mei Jing and Tony as the newest citizens of Country M. While Mei Jing politely asked Theodore to continue looking after them, Tony remained seated nearby with his attention fixed on his phone. A malicious laugh escaped him as he opened the news, eager to see whether those supposedly mighty Xiapigs had all died yet. Tony glanced down at the latest report, still wearing that mocking grin. But within seconds, the amusement vanished from his face, replaced by an expression of complete and utter shock. His fingers began trembling so badly that he could barely hold the phone steady. Turning the screen toward the others, Tony revealed the impossible headline. Shadow's team had survived, claimed the first kill on the diamond-grade boss, and suffered almost no casualties. Mei Jing and Tony stared at the report with their mouths hanging open, unable to believe what they were reading. In that instant, the overwhelming reality of Shadow's strength shattered every trace of their former arrogance. Theodore was shaken so deeply that all strength left his fingers. His wine glass slipped from his hand and smashed against the floor, sending red wine splashing across the cabin like freshly spilled blood. Words caught in Theodore's throat as he struggled to speak through his panic. He could not understand how anyone, no matter how powerful, could possibly have survived that nightmare. Seated beneath the dim cabin lights, Theodore hurriedly went over his prophecy again and again. The more he examined each line, the more horrifying the truth became. He had interpreted the omen completely wrong. At last, The true meaning of the omen of the star god fell into place inside his mind. The pitiful victims mentioned in the prophecy had never been Shadow's team at all. They were Theodore's own subordinates. His terrified gaze slowly moved toward Tony and Mei Jing, and an icy chill crawled down his spine as he recalled the final sentence. You are the only lucky one. If Theodore alone was meant to survive, then the two people beside him were already condemned. As though his fear had called the nightmare directly to him, Theodore looked beyond the others and froze. Outside the airplane window, Shadow's masked face hovered in the darkness, his glowing yellow eyes staring straight into Theodore's soul. Theodore released a terrified scream and stumbled backward in his seat. Raising one trembling finger toward the window, he frantically yelled that Shadow was standing outside the aircraft. Confused by his boss's sudden breakdown, Tony leaned closer and pressed his face against the glass. After staring into the empty night, he turned back with a puzzled expression and insisted there was nothing outside, completely unaware that death was only inches away. Still trembling, Theodore looked down at his phone and checked the information once more. With terror tightening his voice, he confirmed to his panicking subordinates that Shadow had truly tracked them all the way into the sky. Tony's expression changed as the pieces finally connected in his mind. His eyes widened, and he screamed that Shadow must have brought his skeletal dragon out of the game and into the real world. Theodore immediately understood what that meant. Extracting an epic-grade mount would consume more than 1,000 years of lifespan, a price so terrifying that Mei Jing broke down in tears, convinced none of them would survive. However, Theodore forced down his fear and made himself think clearly. Glancing around the cabin, he reminded the others that this was a civilian aircraft packed with innocent passengers. He reasoned that Shadow could not force his way inside without damaging the plane and killing everyone aboard. Confidence gradually returned to Theodore's face as he declared that Shadow would never dare slaughter innocent civilians, meaning they would remain safe until the aircraft landed. Then Theodore revealed the final card he had prepared in advance. Before the flight was even over, he had already contacted reinforcements and ordered them to await his arrival. At an airport in Country M, a squad of elite individuals with extraordinary powers had already begun assembling. Down on the runway, a cybernetic soldier received the urgent message confirming that Shadow was on his way. The gathered elites immediately shifted into full combat readiness. Among them, a white-haired woman and a mysterious hooded figure silently prepared themselves for the approaching confrontation. 2 additional agents received the updated orders and confirmed the sudden change in their mission. Every member of the unit now understood exactly who their new target was. Above the airport, an enormous magic circle blazed to life and illuminated the dark sky. Their objective had become brutally simple: kill Shadow the instant he set foot in Country M. High above the clouds, Theodore convinced himself that the danger had already passed. All they needed to do now was remain inside the aircraft and patiently wait for it to reach the airport. He reassured Mei Jing and Tony that Country M would never abandon its own citizens. Mei Jing thanked him with visible relief. While behind Theodore's calm expression, however, his thoughts remained cold and ruthless. He already believed Tony and Mei Jing were destined to die, and the prophecy had convinced him that he alone was the fortunate survivor. His mind immediately turned toward escape. Theodore remembered the special cards he had distributed among his informants, and planned to hand one to a passenger so that, if danger appeared, he could activate Dark Star Boundary and swap places with that person to save himself. With that plan settled, Theodore rose from his seat and stepped into the aisle. His eyes moved carefully from passenger to passenger as he searched for a suitable scapegoat to sacrifice in his place. He eventually stopped beside a young man wearing bright red headphones. The passenger looked up in confusion as Theodore approached with a friendly expression and casually greeted him. Theodore produced a golden card and held it toward the young man, falsely claiming it would grant him powerful enhancements. But just as the card reached forward, a violent burst of black energy suddenly erupted from the surrounding shadows. The young man let out a horrified scream and recoiled in his seat. Theodore could only stare in stunned disbelief as his own subordinates were killed directly before his eyes. Panic instantly swallowed the cabin as terrified passengers screamed and scrambled away. From the victims' bloodied necks, glowing red spider lilies bloomed like flowers from hell, revealing that an overwhelmingly powerful ability had been unleashed. Theodore stood frozen in the center of the chaos, unable to move even a single step. Sweat poured down his pale face as the identity of the attacker became terrifyingly obvious. Shadow was already inside. His eyes dropped toward the nearby seats, and his fear deepened. Tony and Mei Jing's bodies had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing except dark bloodstains and the eerie red flowers growing where they had died. Driven by pure survival instinct, Theodore told himself there was no longer any time to hesitate. He prepared to activate Dark Star Boundary, deciding that even if every part of the mission had failed, staying alive was the only thing that mattered. Before Theodore could trigger the teleportation skill, a sharp slicing sound suddenly cut through the cabin. His entire body stiffened, and in the next instant, his vision was flooded with a spray of blood. The right arm holding his escape card had been severed cleanly at the wrist. Theodore screamed in unbearable agony as his detached hand spun through the air before his horrified eyes. As the severed hand began falling toward the cabin floor, another hand reached out from the darkness. Shadow caught it effortlessly before it could touch the ground. Shadow stood directly behind the trembling traitor, calmly gripping Theodore's severed limb. His yellow eyes glowed through the mask as he mockingly promised Theodore would indeed return to Country M, following the Great Z belief that fallen leaves must return to their roots, even if only his corpse made it home. The amusement disappeared from Shadow's gaze, replaced by a cold and murderous sharpness. Leaning closer to the mutilated man, he ordered Theodore to carry one final message before death claimed him. Elsewhere, the full horror hidden within Theodore's prophecy had already come true. Inside a darkened room, the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshin and Zuma rested upon a bed, both having suffered the fatal consequences of being dragged into the nightmare zone. Ghostly red spider lilies blossomed all around their motionless bodies. Their eerie glow seemed to mock Theodore's foolish belief that he alone had been chosen as the lucky survivor. Back aboard the airplane, Shadow ended the confrontation with one merciless attack. He drove his hand straight into Theodore's chest and tore the still-beating heart from inside his body. Theodore's face remained locked in an expression of absolute shock as he stared at Shadow. A massive, blood-soaked hole gaped in his chest, bringing the prophecy to completion in the most gruesome way imaginable. Death struck Theodore instantly. His powerless body dropped heavily onto both knees before collapsing face-first across the narrow airplane aisle. A terrified passenger watched in silence as Theodore's blood began moving unnaturally across the floor. The spreading crimson slowly formed Shadow's final warning to his enemies. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. Outside the cabin, the airplane continued gliding smoothly through the dark night sky. From a distance, nothing about its peaceful flight suggested the bloody judgment that had just unfolded within. With his revenge complete, Shadow remained entirely undisturbed by the chaos behind him. Activating his dark powers once again, he phased upward through the aircraft's roof and emerged into the freezing night air. Standing calmly atop the speeding aircraft, Shadow glanced down as a pale blue, ghostly aura curled around one of his boots. He quietly admired how practical the equipment was, since its formless effect had allowed him to pass straight through the plane's solid structure without damaging it. Without pausing to look back or showing even the slightest hesitation, Shadow stepped off the roof and threw himself backward into the vast, empty night sky. His body plunged freely through the freezing air, yet every movement remained perfectly controlled. A moment later, he landed precisely on the broad back of Osiris, his enormous skeletal dragon. With Shadow safely mounted once again, Osiris folded into a steep dive. Together, Master and Dragon peeled away from the passenger jet and descended rapidly into the darkness below. Meanwhile, the airplane continued toward Country M, where the lights of a vast, technologically advanced city stretched across the horizon. As the glowing skyline drew closer, the aircraft began preparing for its final descent. None of the passengers realized that an enormous military operation was already waiting beneath them. Inside a fortified control room, a commander monitored the approaching plane and methodically ordered every combat unit into its assigned position. The entire airport had been placed under an extreme lockdown. Magical barriers and anti-stealth fields covered the area, while devastating spells and heavy weapons remained fully charged, aimed, and ready to fire the instant the aircraft came down. The moment the plane's landing gear struck the tarmac, the forces hidden around the runway tightened their grips on their weapons. Every unit was already prepared to enter combat without warning. Across the darkened airport, cloaked assassins waited beside concealed snipers and heavily shielded knights. Their orders were brutally clear. Shadow had to be annihilated, no matter what price they were forced to pay. Inside the cabin, however, the ordinary passengers remained completely unaware of the deadly trap surrounding them. The young man wearing headphones peered curiously through the window and innocently wondered whether Country M always welcomed arriving guests with such overwhelming security. Once the aircraft had finished docking at the terminal, the sealed cabin doors finally opened. An armed agent immediately stepped aboard, prepared to confront the target he believed was still inside. Yet as the agent and his partner looked down the length of the aisle, the determination on their faces vanished. Both men stiffened, their expressions turning from focused readiness to stunned disbelief. Theodore's lifeless body lay sprawled across the cabin floor before them. The agents hurriedly reported his death to headquarters, their voices shaken as they described the terrifying warning written beside him in his own blood. The ambush commander, a dark-haired man with one glowing red eye, furiously studied the bloody message declaring that anyone who offended Great Xia would be hunted down. His expression twisted with rage as he realized Shadow had already made his move and slipped away before their trap could close. Desperate to recover the situation, a masked ninja turned toward the witch beside him and demanded to know whether the anti-stealth barriers had detected anything. He assumed Shadow had merely concealed himself somewhere inside the aircraft, but after checking her magic, the witch confirmed that no invisible presence had appeared. That answer forced the red-eyed leader to confront an even more disturbing possibility. Their anti-stealth barrier had reached level 20, which meant Shadow's concealment ability had to exist at an even higher tier, powerful enough to bypass the entire formation without leaving a trace. Even with innocent civilians still trapped aboard the plane, the white-haired mage commander declared that the danger had reached S-class. She ordered every unit to open fire, though one masked subordinate hesitated and reminded her that ordinary passengers were still inside. The commander answered by slamming the end of her staff against the ground in fury. Demanding absolute obedience, she insisted that Shadow remained aboard the aircraft and ordered the forces to unleash a full-power assault immediately. In the next instant, the airport erupted with blinding light. A massive storm of magical projectiles, concentrated beams, and destructive lasers blasted outward from the terminal and surrounding positions. Inside the cabin, the young man with headphones and another nearby passenger stared through the window in horror. Only then did they understand that the terrifying barrage outside was aimed directly at their plane. The devastating wave of magic tore across the tarmac at incredible speed. Countless streaks of lethal energy converged upon the motionless and completely defenseless passenger airliner. Then the final spell descended, a colossal mass of burning light that resembled a second sun. It crashed into the aircraft and triggered a monstrous fiery explosion, obliterating the entire airplane in a single overwhelming blast. As flames swallowed the shattered wreckage, a scout carefully checked the life detection barrier. He soon reported that the formation could no longer sense a single living person anywhere inside the smoking remains. The red-eyed leader stood silently before the roaring inferno, watching the flames consume what was left of the aircraft. Before long, a huge bald man with a muscular build approached alongside another high-ranking official. The bald man immediately confronted the commander in anger. He warned that Great Xia would never overlook the open slaughter of its civilians and that all flights between the two nations would almost certainly be suspended. Throwing both arms into the air in frustration, the bald official complained that years of careful planning had just been ruined. Without civilian flights, they could no longer secretly smuggle spies into Great Xia, leaving them with far fewer ways to restrain their enemy. The red-eyed leader slowly turned and fixed the bald man with a cold, contemptuous glare. Calling him a coward, he questioned how they could ever oppose a nation protected by Shadow if they lacked the ruthlessness to make necessary sacrifices. His single red eye burned even brighter as he emphasized the merciless reality governing their world. Unlike ordinary defeat, death here was permanent, and hesitation could never be undone. Standing before the enormous wall of fire, the red-eyed leader calmly defended his extreme decision. If Shadow had truly remained inside that plane, then this had been their best opportunity to eliminate him, and even the smallest chance of success was worth sacrificing the aircraft and every person aboard. The tension among Country M's forces finally boiled over. The bald man glared at the red-eyed commander with open fury, stepped forward, and declared that he had never trusted him from the very beginning. The red-eyed man immediately ordered him to silence himself. His voice dripping with contempt, he insulted the commander as a half-breed whose veins still carried the blood of Great Xia. Before the bald man could respond, the red-eyed leader moved with blinding speed. His fist slammed brutally into the muscular man's face before anyone nearby could even react. The impact exploded with terrifying force. Despite his enormous frame, the bald man was ripped from the ground and hurled backward through the air like a weightless object. Crackling golden energy wrapped around the red-eyed leader as his true hatred finally surfaced. He declared that he despised the Great Xia blood within him, calling it a curse that had brought nothing but endless despair, while insisting that his loyalty to Country M remained absolute. After the violent confrontation subsided, attention shifted away from the burning runway. The forces of Country M began retrieving the body of their fallen comrade from inside the ruined operation. Two agents soon approached the red-eyed commander, with the white-haired mage walking among them. Between them, they carried Theodore's mutilated and completely lifeless body. Without ceremony or visible respect, the agents released their grip. Theodore's corpse dropped heavily onto the floor in front of the waiting leader. The red-eyed man knelt solemnly beside Theodore's remains as a mysterious mixture of purple and golden energy gathered around him. He told the fallen agent to rest peacefully, praised him as a hero of Country M, and promised that his body would be returned to his hometown for burial. When he rose again, the true nature of his terrifying power was finally exposed. 3 luminous blue cards emerged from his hands, revealing his hidden class, the Corpse Collector, an ability capable of extracting strength and skills from the dead. Studying the glowing cards, he coldly praised Theodore for his enormous contributions and the extensive spy network he had planted. A system notice explained that touching a corpse allowed the Corpse Collector to obtain that person's professional skills, while collecting duplicate abilities would increase their levels. Holding one blue card before his maliciously glowing red eye, the leader watched as the system confirmed his success. He had obtained Theodore's core powers, including the Star God's divinatory omen and the spatial ability known as Dark Star Boundary. Armed with his fallen comrade's skills, he swore that he would personally bring about Great Xia's complete and irreversible destruction. The red-eyed leader lifted his arm high, displaying the newly acquired blue card above him. Brilliant light spread outward from it, bathing his body and the surrounding area in a supernatural glow. He immediately activated his new divination ability, searching for a path that could lead to Shadow's defeat. A cosmic vision appeared before him, revealing a desperate mother reaching toward her child as the child fell into a star-filled abyss, prompting him to consider how that maternal bond could be turned against his enemy. Meanwhile, 2 subordinates, including the white-haired mage, examined the intelligence Theodore had left behind. They concluded that Fika Heavy Industries, a guild operating in Great Xia, along with its leader Huang Huifan and her son Huang Ziqing, matched the clues contained within the prophecy. The red-eyed leader confirmed their deduction and revealed that one of Theodore's informants was already hidden inside that guild with a special card. As a holographic map appeared before them, he explained that Dark Star Boundary could instantly swap his position with the informant, allowing him to infiltrate Great Xia without being detected. With another deliberate movement of his hand, the red-eyed leader summoned an additional blue card. Its magical surface glowed brightly as it formed between his fingers. He handed the magical cards to the white-haired mage and her partner. His instructions were strict. They were to protect the cards carefully and under no circumstances activate them themselves. The leader then announced that he would enter Great Xia alone ahead of the others. His subordinates were ordered to remain behind and wait for his signal, after which he would use his power to teleport Country M's elite forces into enemy territory in one massive group. As he stared down at the glowing card, crimson scars across his abdomen began shining with an ominous light. With unwavering conviction, he vowed to prove that Country M would ultimately conquer the entire apocalyptic game. The red-eyed leader activated the spatial ability without further delay. A towering pillar of brilliant blue light erupted around his body, and within the next instant, he vanished completely. The instant the red-eyed leader vanished, another man abruptly appeared in the exact spot he had occupied. Still crouched awkwardly with a roll of toilet paper in hand, the bewildered newcomer looked as though he had been pulled straight out of a bathroom. The young man stammered that he had just been sitting in the restroom, unable to understand where he was. An agent calmly told him not to panic, addressed him as Theodore's friend, and welcomed him to Country M, leaving the poor man speechless at his impossible relocation. Back inside the Nightmare Hellflower's boss chamber, the surviving party members remained gathered after the brutal battle. With the danger finally gone, they waited among the scattered treasure for Shadow to return. A cluster of digital blue light suddenly gathered in the chamber, forming the outline of a human body. Within moments, Shadow completed his login and materialized inside the game once again. The waiting players spotted him the moment his figure became solid. One of them immediately brightened and excitedly shouted that their leader had finally returned. Lin Qingyu, the leader of the Knights Templar Guild, greeted Shadow with a warm smile. She explained that everyone had obeyed his instructions and left every piece of loot untouched so that he could personally collect it. Shadow extended one hand, yellow energy snapping and crackling between his fingers. After thanking the entire team for their hard work, he told them the recovered treasure should be used to strengthen their combat power. He then released an enormous gathering ability. A gigantic golden fist known as the Greedy Hand formed overhead, blazing with brilliant light before smashing down and sweeping up the scattered spoils from across the battlefield. 2 nearby party members stared at the enormous golden hand in complete amazement. They quickly realized that such an ability would dramatically increase the amount of rewards the group could recover. Once the items had been sorted, Shadow passed a glowing spatial ring to Lin Qingyu. He explained that he had only taken the lifespan rewards and equipment meant for assassins, leaving everything else inside for her team to divide among themselves. Lin Qingyu's cheeks reddened as she examined the astonishing amount of treasure stored within the ring. Still overwhelmed by Shadow's generosity, she looked up and cautiously asked what had happened to Theodore and the companions who fled with him. Shadow glanced over his shoulder toward the sealed entrance of the cave, one eye shining with a cold yellow glow. Without softening his tone or offering any explanation, he simply informed her that every one of them was dead. Lin Xingyu drew in a sharp breath, visibly stunned by the blunt answer. Before she could fully process what he had said, Shadow launched himself into the air and vanished from sight as a streak of darkness. Shadow raced toward a cavern washed in crimson light, where two players were desperately attacking an enormous stone wall. Exhausted and irritated, they complained that all their effort had barely reduced the obstacle's durability by 10%. The player gripping an axe suddenly sensed something approaching and twisted around in alarm. A brilliant trail of blue energy flashed past him before he could even identify what it was. Shadow landed before the massive obstruction, and a storm of blue slashes erupted around him. In a single dazzling burst, the attacks tore through the stone wall and shattered it into countless fragments. Without saying a single word, Shadow stepped through the newly opened passage and entered the red-lit tunnel beyond. He merely waved one hand behind him, casually dismissing the two speechless players. The pair remained rooted to the spot, staring after him with open admiration. They had instantly recognized the legendary Shadow and could hardly believe the overwhelming power they had just witnessed firsthand. Later, while riding across the sky on Osiris, Shadow opened his inventory and carefully reviewed the rewards he had obtained from defeating the Nightmare Hellflower. Among the spoils were 3 exceptional treasures, including 2 legendary grade items, an ultimate skill book, a deadly weapon, and a powerful bracer. Pleased with the haul, Shadow immediately chose to spend his evolution points on upgrading the skill book. A system window displayed the evolved result, an ancient-grade ultimate ability named Endless Nightmare. Its effects could trap enemies within a descending nightmare state, rapidly increase their nightmare gauges whenever they were attacked, and passively boost Shadow's damage against every afflicted target. Shadow studied the ability and quickly understood just how terrifying it would be against other players. The nightmare status prevented its victims from logging out, and when combined with the blooming curse, it could allow him to permanently kill someone without ever leaving the game. In his mind, Shadow pictured the gruesome result, a terrified player convulsing in agony as luminous red spider lilies tore their way out through the victim's chest. Even so, he noted that purification abilities and certain special items could still remove the nightmare condition. After finishing with the skill book, Shadow turned his attention to the next reward. A sinister sword wrapped in red and black light materialized in his hand, its menacing blade radiating an unmistakably murderous aura. The system identified the assassin-class weapon as the Starkiller Blade. It granted enormous attribute bonuses, dramatically increased backstab damage, gained physical attack stacks whenever its wielder killed another player, and inflicted nearly 5 times normal damage against enemy shields. Shadow held the glowing crimson blade before him and gave an approving smirk, calling it a weapon built purely for murder. At maximum stacks, its backstab power and shield-breaking effect would become horrifying, while a separate stripping gauge could completely nullify an enemy's attribute effects once filled. Thinking back to the battle he had just survived, Shadow realized how much easier things would have been with this sword. If he had possessed it then, he could have stripped away the monster's nightmare attributes and greatly reduced the danger it posed. As Shadow continued examining the Starkiller Blade, he discovered an unusually humiliating feature. Any player killed by the weapon would receive a permanent title above their head that could never be removed, making its nickname, the Grand Sunmaker, feel perfectly deserved. Shadow finally inspected the diamond-grade bracer and secured it around his arm. The moment it was equipped, a geometric barrier of golden energy formed around his body, while its passive effect promised to generate a new magic-blocking shield automatically every 30 seconds. Thoroughly satisfied with every reward, Shadow mounted his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and rose into the orange-lit sky. By his calculation, Fika Heavy Industries still owed him 800 years of lifespan, so he set his course toward their magic Leaning Tower hideout to collect the debt. As Osiris soared above the ruined city, Shadow began planning his next move. He intended to grind his way to level 25 and then use the summoning bell in his possession to begin an entirely new trial. Several days earlier, within the devastated remains of a corrupted village, a group of players had suddenly found themselves trapped in a vicious ambush. 2 members of the group were violently impaled through the chest by sharp, blood-soaked tentacles. Their screams echoed through the ruined settlement as the deadly appendages held them suspended in the air. The attacker was a horrifying floating creature covered in monstrous features and blazing orange eyes, a level 18, emerald-grade boss. The surviving players immediately panicked under its overwhelming pressure and screamed for everyone to flee. Just as the monster pressed its attack, a hand surrounded by fierce purple flames reached forward and stopped it with astonishing ease. A commanding voice cut through the panic, ordering the frightened players to hold their positions and maintain formation. The one who had intervened was Huang Ziqing, wrapped in a black cloak as swirling abyssal energy gathered around his body. With absolute confidence, he declared that he would restrain the boss and commanded the others to attack. assuring them that victory was within reach. Rather than obeying, the party members desperately shouted for Huang Ziqing to run. They reminded him that the creature was an emerald-grade boss and mocked him for behaving as though he possessed strength comparable to Shadow. Huang Ziqing remained completely unfazed by their ridicule. A sinister smirk spread across his face as purple light ignited in his eyes, and he told them to watch carefully as he revealed the true power of the abyss. The entire party stared in stunned silence as the dark aura surrounding Huang Ziqing suddenly erupted. Waves of oppressive energy blasted outward from his body and swallowed the battlefield in purple light. Huang Ziqing unleashed a vast tide of abyssal magic that corrupted the ground into a dark, churning mire. As the corruption spread, he arrogantly declared that Shadow merely concealed himself within darkness, while he embodied the crushing darkness of the abyss itself. Standing at the center of the corrupted battlefield, Huang Ziqing raised both arms toward the sky. In response, enormous torrents of crackling purple energy burst upward from the ground around him. The spreading abyssal mire surged over the terrifying, multi-eyed boss and completely engulfed its floating body. Bound by the heavy dark magic, the creature's movements slowed dramatically until it could barely struggle. Seeing that the monster had been successfully restrained, Huang Ziqing urgently shouted at his companions. He ordered them to stop hesitating and use the opening to inflict as much damage as possible. Huang Huifan quickly seized command of the shaken party. Raising her staff toward the immobilized creature, she ordered every player present to concentrate all of their attacks on the trapped boss. The party finally responded, unleashing a coordinated storm of brightly colored spells and magical projectiles. Beams, bolts, and bursts of energy converged on the helpless creature from every direction. The combined barrage struck the boss repeatedly, tearing through its defenses and removing large chunks of its health. For a brief moment, the assault appeared to be working exactly as planned. Two party members began celebrating the enormous damage they had inflicted, relief appearing across their faces. Their excitement died instantly, however, when one of them noticed that something about the monster had begun to change. With a violent surge of strength, the boss tore itself free from the abyssal mire and floated higher into the air. Intense blue energy gathered around its body as it entered its second phase and prepared a devastating ultimate attack. Panic swept through the entire group. A hooded player frantically ordered everyone to activate defensive barriers against the incoming area-wide strike, while an armored fighter turned and fled, screaming that no barrier could possibly stop it. Above the terrified party, the boss's accumulated energy reached a terrifying peak. The air trembled around its body as the monster hovered on the verge of unleashing its ultimate attack. Just before the boss could release its ultimate attack, a hand wrapped in dense dark energy reached forward. Glowing purple chains erupted from the shadows, coiling around the monster in an instant and forcibly interrupting the devastating skill. Huang Huifan and the hooded player stared at the bound creature in complete confusion. Neither could understand how an attack powerful enough to wipe out their entire party had been stopped with such effortless ease. Then Huang Ziqing's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. Rather than reassure his frightened companions, he contemptuously insulted them and dismissed the entire group as a collection of useless trash. With a sinister purple glow burning in his eyes, Huang Ziqing pointed directly at his mother. He mocked Huang Huifan for bringing cowards who only knew how to run, completely ignoring the obvious truth that victory was guaranteed as long as he remained there. Huang Ziqing threw his head back and laughed wildly as his dark aura swelled around him, declaring that he would forcibly awaken their hidden potential and reveal the terrifying strength of FICA Heavy Industries. He raised one hand high, allowing swirling purple energy to engulf his entire arm. Without warning, ominous red flames began appearing around the confused party members. Even Huang Huifan was caught off guard as the unnatural fire surrounded the group before anyone could retreat. The sinister ability revealed itself as Abyssal Sacrifice. A terrifying demonic face emerged within the corrupted magic as the curse seized every player at once, making them scream in agony while their eyes turned a vicious red. The spell drained their lifespans to temporarily increase their attributes by 99%, driving them into a frenzied berserk state before sending them charging recklessly toward the boss. Empowered by the horrifying enhancement, the party no longer attempted to flee. They planted their feet, began chanting in a steady rhythm, and then unleashed their spells together, sending torrents of elemental power crashing into the chained monster. The unnaturally strengthened barrage struck with overwhelming force. A gigantic fiery explosion erupted around the boss, shaking the entire battlefield and tearing apart the ruined structures standing nearby. When the smoke and flames finally began to clear, the monstrous creature could no longer be seen. Its massive body broke apart and dissolved into countless drifting particles of golden light. A system announcement immediately appeared before the surviving players, confirming that FICA Heavy Industries had successfully defeated its first Emerald-grade boss. The surviving guild members erupted into ecstatic screams and wild celebration. Throwing their heads back in triumph, they praised Huang Ziqing as the unquestioned hero behind their guild's astonishing achievement. The excited crowd began chanting Huang Ziqing's name over and over before lifting him above their shoulders and tossing him into the air. From a short distance away, Huang Huifan watched the celebration in complete silence. Once the celebration finally settled, Huang Huifan instructed the remaining players to divide the recovered loot among themselves. Then, standing beside Huang Ziqing's cousin, she sternly ordered her son to follow her. Despite his visible reluctance, Huang Ziqing obeyed his mother's command. He followed Huang Huifan and his cousin away from the main group, entering the secluded ruins of an abandoned building where no one else could overhear them. The moment they were alone, Huang Huifan turned sharply toward her son. Her eyes glowed with a suspicious purple light as she seriously demanded that Huang Ziqing reveal where he had obtained such strange and unnatural abilities. Already irritated by the questioning, Huang Ziqing complained that his mother was treating him as though he had committed some terrible mistake, even after he had just secured an enormous victory for the guild. Huang Huifan remained unmoved and firmly ordered him to answer her. Huang Ziqing clicked his tongue and deliberately avoided meeting her gaze. With a defensive chill in his voice, he claimed that the dark abilities had simply been awarded to him after he defeated a powerful boss. Huang Huifan continued staring directly into his face, studying every small reaction. Then she bluntly called him a liar, causing Huang Ziqing to turn his head away and fall into guilty silence. Her eyes sharpened as she pointed out that Huang Ziqing was a mage, yet those dark abilities were nothing like ordinary mage skills. She then revealed the devastating cost of his victory. Although they had killed the boss, his spell had instantly consumed 300 years from the guild's shared lifespan. Huang Huifan pressed him even harder, reminding him that the lost lifespan had been reserved to repay their enormous debt to Shadow. Insisting that the price of his power was far too great, she demanded the whole truth, until the overwhelmed Huang Ziqing covered his face and angrily told her to stop. His frustration exploded into open fury. Huang Ziqing shouted that he had delivered a tremendous victory, yet she continued interrogating him like a criminal. Bitterly condemning her obsession with Shadow, he declared that he would never become a submissive dog like her, and that he was finished being controlled by her cowardice. Turning his back on his mother, Huang Ziqing arrogantly vowed that he would personally kill Shadow and lead FICA Heavy Industries to become the greatest guild in Great Xia. Huang Huifan desperately ordered him to stop, warning that he was still too young to understand the merciless rules of survival in their apocalyptic world. His cousin stepped forward with tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently rested one hand on Huang Ziqing's shoulder and begged him to calm himself, insisting that his mother's harsh words were only meant for his own good. Slowly, Huang Ziqing turned his head, one eye glowing with poisonous purple malice. In a strangely quiet voice, Huang Ziqing repeated the words, "For my own good?" As he spoke, his dark stare hardened, and the resentment in his eye transformed into unmistakable murderous intent. Without warning, Huang Ziqing spun around in a violent rage and drove his fist brutally into the girl's face, twisting her neck with the impact. He screamed that if his mother truly wanted what was best for him, then why had she forced him to be with someone he considered so ugly? The girl's lifeless body collapsed onto the dirt path without another sound. Huang Huifan stared in absolute horror, reaching toward her helplessly as she screamed at Huang Ziqing and demanded to know what he had just done. Standing over the motionless body, Huang Ziqing watched without emotion as Xiao Hui dissolved into glowing golden particles. When the system confirmed that he had killed her, he released a slow and deeply unsettling sigh of satisfaction. A faint layer of sweat covered Huang Ziqing's face, but his expression remained firm and unrepentant. With corrupted abyssal light still burning in his eyes, he coldly muttered that they had forced him to do it. Huang Ziqing turned away and walked alone into the desolate wasteland without once looking back. As the last of Xiao Hui's golden particles faded, Huang Huifan reached after her son and desperately begged him to stop and return, but he ignored every cry. Far from the ruined village, the red-eyed leader from Country M stood above the lifeless bodies of Chu Kunshan and Zuma. Dark crimson lightning crackled across his scarred hand as he slowly reached toward their corpses. Using the grim power of his hidden class, he extracted the abilities that still lingered within the dead men. After coldly praising the usefulness of the powers he had gained, he told his fallen subordinates that they could finally rest in peace. 3 days later, at the FICA Heavy Industries base hidden inside the magic leaning tower, an armored guard with a buzz cut stood at his post. With nothing happening around him, He yawned openly from sheer boredom. His bored expression disappeared in an instant when an enormous shadow spread across the ground. Looking upward, the guard froze in complete confusion as the light above the hideout was suddenly eclipsed. The gigantic skeletal dragon Osiris plunged rapidly from the sky. Purple energy spiraled around its enormous body as it descended directly toward the guild's base. The guards screamed in panic, believing that a colossal dragon boss had come to attack them. Chaos immediately swept through the guild members nearby. One player ordered everyone to prepare for battle, while a cloaked member frantically told them to drop their weapons and run. Shadow stood calmly within the swirling dark aura, his yellow eyes glowing as the crowd panicked below him. He told everyone to relax, revealed his identity, and demanded that they summon Huang Huifan, announcing that he had come to collect the 800 years of lifespan her guild still owed him. The cloaked member was horrified to realize that the legendary Shadow was the one riding the skeletal dragon. He immediately dropped to his knees and nervously apologized, explaining that Shadow had arrived at a bad time because Huang Huifan was absent, which confused Shadow since they had arranged this meeting in advance. Still kneeling and trembling, the guild member explained that Huang Huifan and her son had been involved in a severe argument 2 days earlier. Ever since that conflict, neither of them had logged back into the game, leaving the remaining guild members with no idea what had happened. The frightened player repeated that the guild leader and her son had suffered a major falling out several days ago. Since then, both of them had remained completely offline, and no one in the guild had been able to contact them. Shadow considered the situation in silence. Knowing that Huang Huifan was normally someone who honored her promises, he concluded that only a serious and unavoidable problem in the real world could have caused her to miss their appointment. Before he could investigate further, a system message suddenly appeared before Shadow. One of his contacts had sent him an urgent bounty request offering an exceptionally valuable reward. The message explained that the surviving remnants of the hunted Black Dragon Guild had escaped south and taken refuge within the Manhwa region. According to the contact, players throughout Manhwa were usually relaxed and preferred progressing at a slower pace. However, the fleeing remnants had reunited with their regional headquarters, and their combined strength had quickly become overwhelming. Their violent campaign had thrown the entire Manhwa region into chaos, forcing local officials to send an emergency request for Shadow's assistance against the purple dragon magic destroying their city. After weighing the situation, Shadow accepted the mission, noting that he had never traveled to Manhwa before. Drawing on the memories of his previous life, Shadow knew Huang Huifan was destined to lead Fika Heavy Industries into the ranks of Great Xia's strongest guilds. Believing she was not in immediate mortal danger, he instructed the guard to contact him the instant she logged back in so he could return. Shadow climbed onto the back of his enormous skeletal dragon, and Osiris immediately carried him into the sky. He messaged his contact that he would reach Manhwa within an hour, leaving the recipient stunned, since such a travel time meant the dragon could fly at supersonic speed. Meanwhile, in the real world, relentless rain poured over the gloomy skyline of the magic capital. Dark clouds smothered the city as water streamed down every road and building. Beneath the heavy downpour, a somber Huang Huifan walked alone through the storm. She searched along a muddy riverbank beneath a massive highway bridge, her clothes soaked as she continued looking through the darkness. At last, Huang Huifan found her son. Huang Ziqing sat huddled on the wet ground beneath the bridge, pressing his body against a cold concrete support while the rain continued pouring around him. As Huang Huifan drew closer through the rain, Huang Ziqing slowly lowered his head, refusing to meet her gaze. Beneath his shadowed brow, one eye shimmered with a faint blue glow, cold, unnatural, and visibly tainted by corrupting power. Keeping her voice gentle, Huang Huifan asked her son to come home with her. She had already investigated the dark power he was using and discovered that it originated from an abyssal item. Her expression then hardened as she warned him that, despite the terrifying strength those abilities granted, the corruption would gradually eat away at his sanity until nothing remained but a mindless servant of the abyss. Tears gathered in Huang Huifan's eyes as she finally admitted how badly she had failed Huang Ziqing. For far too long, she had overlooked his feelings and ignored the pressure building inside him. Only now did she understand that her neglect had driven him toward dangerous shortcuts, all because he desperately wanted to prove his worth. With genuine remorse in her voice, she confessed that she had been wrong. Standing above him beneath the pouring rain, Huang Huifan explained that she understood why he wanted their guild to become stronger. However, power and success could never be seized by recklessly rushing forward. Her gaze remained firm as she reminded him of the cruel rule governing everything in this world. Nothing was gained without paying an equal price. Huang Huifan slowly, her words finally broke through Huang Ziqing's defenses. He lifted his face toward her, tears spilling freely from his glowing purple eyes and mixing with the rain running down his cheeks. Overwhelmed by emotion, He opened his trembling lips and softly called out to his mother. Before their hands could meet, a glowing green portal suddenly spread across the wall behind them. The red-eyed leader stepped through its swirling light and shattered the fragile reunion. He warned Huang Ziqing that going home with his mother would only drag him back into the same miserable past, where every decision he made would once again remain under her control. The red-eyed leader remained in an intangible soul-walker state, his body untouchable and completely immune to damage. Fixing his crimson gaze on Huang Ziqing, he posed a far more tempting question. What would the young man choose if someone offered him enough power to turn every one of his dreams into reality? Startled and immediately on guard, Huang Huifan demanded to know who this mysterious intruder was. The red-eyed leader did not even acknowledge her. His attention stayed locked on Huang Ziqing as he promised to raise their guild above every rival in the magic capital, make Huang Ziqing the greatest mage of all, help him kill Shadow, and place him at the very top of the leaderboards. A cruel smile slowly spread across the red-eyed leader's face as he watched temptation take hold. In a calm, confident voice, he assured Huang Ziqing that granting every one of those desires would be laughably easy for someone with his power. Huang Huifan immediately stepped forward to shield her son, shouting that she would never allow some unknown stranger to deceive him. Purple magical light erupted around her as several radiant phantom chains materialized in the air. With a sharp command, she ordered the intruder to freeze where he stood. Without giving him another chance to speak, Huang Huifan thrust both hands forward. The glowing phantom chains shot across the space with tremendous force, twisting through the rain as they rushed to wrap around the red-eyed leader and bind him completely. The red-eyed leader did not flinch. He merely watched with an icy stare as the purple chains reached him, only to pass straight through his intangible body as though he were nothing more than a shadow suspended in the air. Huang Huifan froze in absolute disbelief when her spell failed to make contact. Her eyes widened as the chains continued harmlessly beyond him, and in that same instant, the red-eyed leader allowed his intangible form to drop, becoming solid once again. The moment his body regained substance, the red-eyed leader exploded forward with blinding speed. Before Huang Huifan could recover or raise another defense, he closed the distance and violently clamped one hand around her head. Using an epic-tier warrior technique he had most likely stolen from the corpse of its original owner, the red-eyed leader executed a devastating heroic throw. He swung Huang Huifan downward with brutal force, smashing her head into the ground so violently that the concrete beneath her cracked and shattered outward. With Huang Huifan injured and bleeding beneath him, the red-eyed leader looked down at her with open contempt. He claimed he had expected far more from the head of one of Great Xia's leading guilds. Mocking her grand ambitions, he sneered that someone possessing such pathetic strength could never hope to turn her dreams into reality. The red-eyed leader then turned his attention back to Huang Ziqing. Surprisingly, he admitted that Huang Huifan had spoken the truth about the abyssal vase. Anyone who continued using its power would gradually suffer deeper mental corruption as the abyss tightened its grip on their mind. However, he claimed there was one crucial fact Huang Huifan had conveniently left unspoken. The corruption caused by the abyss was not permanent, it could be purified. Huang Ziqing stared at him in stunned silence, while the red-eyed leader carefully used that revelation to pull the young man further under his influence. The red-eyed leader accused Huang Huifan of deliberately hiding the purification method so she could keep controlling her son. He warned Huang Ziqing that as long as he remained beneath his mother's shadow, he would never possess genuine freedom, nor would anyone ever grant him the respect he believed he deserved. Still bleeding on the shattered ground, Huang Huifan desperately begged Huang Ziqing not to believe him. She admitted that a method of purification truly existed, but insisted it required an extremely rare hidden class known as the Exorcist. As far as she knew, the only person who possessed that class had already died. At that moment, several glowing red scars shaped like stars appeared across the red-eyed leader's arm. The markings burned brighter with every passing second, until fierce crimson energy ignited around his hand like living flames. The red-eyed leader lowered his blazing hand and glared coldly at Huang Huifan. With unmistakable menace in his voice, he asked her a single question. Who had ever told her that the exorcist was dead? He then pressed the glowing red energy into Huang Ziqing and activated the exorcism ability. The powerful skill immediately began suppressing the buildup of harmful status effects, cutting the accumulation of conditions such as abyssal corruption by half. Huang Ziqing hurriedly opened his system interface and stared at the abyss gauge displayed before him. To his amazement, the accumulated corruption was genuinely decreasing. The purification was not an empty promise, it was real. Huang Huifan could only stare in paralyzed disbelief. Her lips trembled as she repeated that such a thing should have been impossible. Certain that the real exorcist had died long ago, she demanded that the red-eyed man reveal who he truly was. The red-eyed leader ignored her completely. Meanwhile, Huang Ziqing clenched both fists in excitement, realizing that purification would allow him to draw even more power from the abyssal item without immediately losing himself. Huang Huifan frantically warned him that the true exorcist had been a woman, meaning this man had to be an impostor. The leader simply told Huang Ziqing to trust his own eyes and decide for himself which of them was telling the truth. The red-eyed leader then activated a skill called Yin-Yang Harmony, subtly seizing control of Huang Ziqing's emotions. Speaking in a low, poisonous whisper, he claimed that his mother's love had always been nothing more than a chain used to restrain him and deny his true value. He urged Huang Ziqing to kill her, promising that once she was gone, no one would ever control his life again. Unable to resist the emotional manipulation, Huang Ziqing's expression became empty and distant. A sinister red light replaced the emotion in his eyes as the leader promised that everything he had ever desired would soon belong to him. He then tossed a knife onto the ground at Huang Ziqing's feet. The red-eyed leader ordered him to take the final step and sever the last chain binding him to his old life. Once his mother was dead, he promised, Huang Ziqing would finally possess the absolute freedom he had always wanted. A thick, corruptive red aura wrapped around Huang Ziqing as he bent down and picked up the knife. From the broken ground nearby, Huang Huifan watched in horror and begged him to understand that his thoughts and emotions were being controlled by the stranger's magic. Huang Ziqing stood over his helpless mother, tightening his fingers around the blade as it began to glow. Huang Huifan pleaded with him to wake up, fight the spell, and tear himself free from the intruder's influence. But her desperate cries no longer reached him. With darkness filling his eyes, Huang Ziqing slowly raised the knife above her. Too weak to move, Huang Huifan called her son's name one final time. Huang Ziqing showed no hesitation. His arm came down ruthlessly, driving the weapon toward the woman who had begged him to return home only moments earlier. The glowing blade tore downward in a savage arc, and Huang Ziqing delivered one brutal, merciless slash. With the bloodied knife still clutched in his hand, Huang Ziqing turned toward the red-eyed leader. Not a trace of remorse remained on his face. He demanded to know whether the man would truly help him obtain everything he wanted, and the leader calmly confirmed that he would. Dark magic consumed what remained of Huang Ziqing's restraint, twisting his face into a deeply disturbing, maniacal smile. Thrilled by the path now open before him, he told the red-eyed leader that they should begin immediately and eagerly asked what needed to be done next. Huang Ziqing burst into laughter as he stood over his mother's lifeless body, the bloody knife hanging loosely from his hand. With his old emotions seemingly erased, he looked toward the red-eyed leader and asked him to reveal their plan. The red-eyed leader raised one of his magical cards between his fingers and activated it. Crimson light spilled from its surface as the card released a completely new ability into the night. Drawing on a divination skill he had stolen from someone else, the leader projected an enormous glowing red portal high into the sky. Huang Ziqing stared upward in shock as the swirling vision expanded above them. Within the portal, a catastrophic prophecy unfolded. A colossal meteor wrapped in raging fire tore across a blood-red sky, descending toward the world below. The vision carried an ominous warning. The abyss would devour the heavens, while a crimson star would rise to destroy every trace of darkness. Huang Ziqing remained motionless beneath the apocalyptic image, staring at the fiery destruction with confusion and unease. He could see the terror contained within the prophecy, but he had no idea what its cryptic warning truly meant. The red-eyed leader explained that the coming power would spread across all of Great Xia, leaving no place where anyone could hide, not even Shadow. Yet the darkness destined to be destroyed remained uncertain. It might refer to Shadow, he warned, or it might just as easily refer to Huang Ziqing himself. Cold sweat immediately formed across Huang Ziqing's face. Only then did he grasp the horrifying implication hidden inside the prophecy. When that inevitable catastrophe arrived, he could be one of those who died beneath it. The leader assured him that although the coming event could not be prevented, survival was not decided by fate alone. Human effort could still change who lived and who perished. He advised Huang Ziqing to use the abyssal power at his disposal to rapidly expand his guild's strength before the inevitable confrontation with Shadow. After finishing his warning, the red-eyed leader summoned another glowing crimson card into his palm. He held it out toward Huang Ziqing, silently placing yet another source of power into the young man's hands. With his newest pawn finally set into motion, the red-eyed leader turned away and disappeared into the mist-covered night. Before vanishing from sight, he promised that when the proper moment arrived, he would return and find Huang Ziqing again. Left alone beneath the darkness, Huang Ziqing no longer attempted to resist the corruption inside him. His eyes burned with a deep crimson glow as he fully accepted the mission he had been given and surrendered himself to his new path. Huang Ziqing gathered the dark magic within his body and extended one hand over his mother's corpse. Swirling red energy poured from his palm, spreading across Huang Huifen's motionless form as he began casting the abyssal puppet spell. The abyssal energy forced its way into Huang Huifen's body, making her scream as her eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying red glow. The forbidden spell dragged her back as an undead puppet, preserving every ability she had possessed while alive, but binding her will completely to Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing stood behind his reanimated mother as she turned toward him and obediently asked for her master's instructions. Completely consumed by madness, he looked at the woman he had transformed into a puppet and declared that the two of them would now build their guild together. Far away in the southern region of Manhwa, a colossal tower rose above the skyline, looming over the broken buildings and devastated streets of the ruined city below. The local players were every bit as relaxed as their reputation suggested, placing comfort and leisure above almost everything else. With steaming baskets of dim sum spread across the table and fresh tea waiting beside them, one player cheerfully announced that they had worked long enough and deserved a proper break. Before long, the entire group had settled along the peaceful riverbank with fishing rods resting in their hands. As they watched their lines drift across the water, they casually reminded one another not to let the tea grow cold while waiting for a bite. Their quiet afternoon came to an abrupt end when the earth trembled behind them. A gigantic level 18 two-headed bull boss materialized near the riverbank, throwing back both of its heads and releasing a deafening roar. Yet not a single fisherman reacted with fear. Instead, one irritated player twisted around and angrily told the enormous beast to shut its mouth, complaining that all that roaring was frightening away the fish they had spent so long waiting for. Now genuinely annoyed that the monster had interrupted their precious leisure time, the players reluctantly set their cups and snacks aside. Magical auras surged around their bodies as they rose from the riverbank, and with one sharp command, the entire group charged toward the boss. The team immediately fell into a coordinated formation. One player raised his weapon and fired a freezing beam directly at one of the bull's heads, locking it under crowd control so the two heads could not synchronize their spells. An armored warrior and a mage spearheaded the assault, rushing straight into the monster's range. They ordered the armor-breaking team to strike its vulnerable points first, while the main damage dealers followed close behind, urging everyone to end the battle quickly so they could return to their break. Wave after wave of attacks crashed into the two-headed bull, inflicting tremendous damage and draining its health bar at an astonishing rate. As its remaining health plunged, both sets of eyes ignited with blazing fury. Driven to the edge of death, the giant beast suddenly entered a berserk state. It stomped down with overwhelming force and released a massive shockwave that ripped apart the ground, hurling one unfortunate fisherman through the air. The frontline players instantly realized that the enraged boss had become far too dangerous to confront directly. Their courage vanished as they scattered and ran, loudly calling for their guild leader to step in and deal with the rampaging monster herself. Answering their desperate cries, a tan-skinned young woman with striking white hair let her cup of boba tea fall from her hand. Her relaxed expression sharpened into a focused glare as she stepped forward, gripping an ordinary-looking fishing rod as though it were a deadly weapon. Despite wearing nothing more than a pair of simple sandals, she pushed off the ground with explosive strength. Her body soared high into the air, carrying her directly toward the towering two-headed bull. Cursing the beast for destroying everyone's peaceful break, Sister Hai swung the fishing rod with practiced precision. A glowing green fishing line shot from its tip and streaked through the air toward the enormous monster. The enchanted line stretched farther and farther before spiraling around the bull's massive frame. Within seconds, it had wrapped tightly around the creature from multiple angles, binding its limbs and leaving the raging boss completely unable to move. Suspended above the restrained monster, Sister Hai curled her lips into a confident smirk. With the beast helpless beneath her, she tightened her grip on the rod and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. She suddenly wrenched the fishing rod backward with all her strength, activating her ultimate ability. The razor-sharp magical line tightened around the boss and sliced deep into its body, dealing a fatal burst of damage that erased the last of its health. Sister Hai landed lightly on the ground just as the system confirmed that she had successfully slain the two-headed bull. Her skill first trapped an enemy before dealing damage based on the health it had already lost, making it deadlier against weakened targets. A moment later, the fallen boss dissolved into a shower of glowing golden loot orbs. The place surrounding the riverbank immediately erupted into celebration. They praised Sister Hai for calculating the finishing damage perfectly, then raised their voices together and began chanting their guild's familiar fishing-themed catchphrase. Sister Hai laughed along with them and proudly declared that protecting the Nanhua region was simply part of her duty. She possessed the rare hidden class of fishing master, an assassin-type profession that transformed a fishing rod into a long-range weapon, a class perfectly suited to the guild's carefree lifestyle. Just then, one guild member called out that the tea was finally ready. The entire group immediately abandoned the battlefield and hurried back toward their tables, deciding that the loot could remain on the grass until later. After all, allowing tea time to pass was far more serious than leaving a few rewards uncollected. Still smiling, Sister Hai waved to the others and followed her guildmates back toward their peaceful riverside break. For the moment, the glowing spoils of battle were left scattered across the grass behind them. While the Manhwa players happily drank tea and continued their cheerful conversation, the untouched loot orbs remained glittering beside the river. None of them noticed the faint rustling sound that suddenly came from the nearby bushes. A bald man with blue eyes and a long scar crept forward from the foliage. As one of the surviving members of the Black Dragon Guild, he sneered at the Manhwa Guild for carelessly abandoning valuable loot just to enjoy tea, then silently signaled for his hidden men to move. The Black Dragon members activated a level 15 group stealth ability known as Shadow Veil. A camouflaging dome spread around them, concealing the thieves from sight as they slipped across the grass and greedily gathered the abandoned golden orbs. Only a short distance away, the Manhwa players remained completely unaware, casually discussing fishing and the day's catch. Hidden beneath the veil, the intruders exchanged quiet snickers, realizing their targets had lowered their guard at the perfect moment. Once the stolen loot was secured, the Black Dragon leader, Zentile, released the stealth concealment. He immediately activated a buff called Boiling Blood Domain, surrounding himself and his allies in a fiery aura that increased their attributes. With his men empowered, he ordered them to slaughter every fisherman present. The Black Dragon members burst out of the tall grass with their weapons already drawn. They charged straight into the unsuspecting Manhwa players, catching Sister Hai and the rest of her relaxed guildmates completely unprepared for the sudden ambush. Zentile rushed to the front of the attack and raised his blade overhead. Beneath him, Sister Hai and one of her terrified guildmates stared up in shock as he prepared to cut them down. In an instant, the peaceful tea gathering descended into complete chaos. The attackers laughed and screamed for blood while swinging their weapons wildly. Players cried out in panic, tables overturned, cups shattered, and fragments of debris were sent flying across the riverbank. Standing triumphantly amid the stolen loot and the wreckage of the ambush, Zentile tightened his fists in satisfaction. He declared that this was exactly how the pigs of Great Xia deserved to be hunted down. His celebration ended almost immediately when one of his subordinates suddenly shouted a warning. Something was approaching from high above them, and it was descending toward the battlefield at an incredible speed. Zentile snapped his head upward, and panic flashed across his face the moment he recognized the incoming threat as Shadow. Realizing the reports from the Magic Capital survivors had been true, he urgently ordered his men to reactivate Shadow Veil and retreat before it was too late. High in the sky, Shadow's gigantic skeletal dragon, Osiris, folded into a steep dive. The enormous undead mount plummeted toward the ruined city before crashing down with enough force to shake the surrounding streets. Shadow stood firmly upon Osiris's back, his eyes glowing with a piercing yellow light as he surveyed the strangely deserted battlefield. Finding no obvious enemies waiting below, he wondered whether he had arrived after the fight was already over. When Shadow noticed several uncollected orbs still lying across the ground, he quickly concluded that the enemy must have received an early warning and fled in a panic. What confused him was how anyone had detected his approach at all, since he had traveled there under absolute stealth. The surviving Manhwa players were seething with anger after the attack. One member cursed the Foreign War God Guild for relying on such shameless tactics, furious that their brothers had been assaulted and the boss rewards they had worked for had been stolen. Sister Hai was just as enraged. Her fingers tightened around her fishing rod as she called the attackers nothing but animals. They had been too cowardly to challenge her guild face to face, choosing an ambush so sudden that the Manhwa players never even had a chance to retaliate. The group's despair finally lifted when one guild member announced that the official forces had sent the legendary Shadow to support them. With someone as powerful as Shadow involved, he confidently assured everyone that they finally had a real chance of catching the foreign attackers. Only moments later, the same guild member came rushing back with even more exciting news. Shadow and the officials had already reached the familiar riverbank where the Manhwa players usually gathered to drink tea. The instant they heard that, the excited Manhwa players raced through the ruined city streets toward the river. Each of them was eager to meet the famous player they had previously only dreamed of seeing in person. Osiris slowly descended above the riverbank, its enormous skeletal body casting a terrifying shadow over everyone below. Sister Hai and the female official beside her could only stare upward in awe, both frightened and deeply impressed by Shadow's epic great mount. The long, dark-haired female official known as a wisp of smoke stepped forward with Sister Hai to greet Shadow. After Sister Hai introduced the Kaizi Alliance, the official drew Shadow's attention to something unusual. The attackers had escaped in such a hurry that they had not even collected the lifespan scattered across the ground. Shadow agreed that the detail was suspicious. The enemy had abandoned valuable lifespan and retreated without hesitation, which meant they had somehow known he was approaching. His supposedly undetectable arrival had clearly been compromised. Still standing atop his skeletal dragon, Shadow considered the possibilities. Either someone within the official ranks was secretly leaking information, or the enemy possessed a hidden class capable of tracking his movements. He then asked a wisp of smoke to explain the current situation in Manhwa. A wisp of smoke began by outlining the region's balance of power. She explained that the official forces and Sister High's guild were currently the two strongest groups in Manhwa. The attackers, meanwhile, belonged to the War God Guild, a relatively small faction made up mostly of foreign players. She added that the enemy had an assassin capable of using an advanced group stealth skill, which was the main reason the officials had repeatedly failed to capture them. In the past, however, the War God Guild had been weak and insignificant, limiting itself to minor theft and petty trouble. Everything changed when the remaining members of the Magic Capital's Black Dragon Guild entered the region and joined forces with them. After forming that alliance, the War God Guild suddenly began massacring players without restraint, and Sister High's group had already become their seventh target that very day. Shadow quietly processed everything she had told him. The surviving Black Dragon members were far too weak to create this much chaos through strength alone, so he concluded that there had to be another reason behind the War God Guild's sudden and unusually violent rampage. The official nodded in agreement and shared the results of their investigation. The attackers' behavior made no sense if profit was their only motive. They slaughtered everyone they encountered, including harmless low-level players, and frequently left valuable lifespan behind simply to guarantee a clean and safe escape. A wisp of smoke explained that the enemy's reckless massacres had caused their kill value to soar at an alarming rate. That penalty prevented them from leveling up and guaranteed. Shadow listened without interrupting, quietly reviewing everything he knew about the game's punishment for murder. Once a player accumulated excessive kill value, their progression would be forcibly halted, and death would make them lose all the lifespan they carried. Worse still, the system imposed increasingly severe penalties as that value continued rising, with every new level of bloodshed bringing harsher and more dangerous restrictions. What troubled Shadow most was the final consequence waiting at the highest levels of kill value. If a player pushed the number far enough, they risked summoning the Executioner, a terrifying demonic creature covered in multiple arms and created solely to hunt down offenders. Once the Executioner appeared, there would be no simple way to escape it. The creature would pursue its marked target without rest, continuing the hunt until that player was completely and permanently erased. Shadow silently considered whether the War God Guild was deliberately trying to summon the Executioner, though he could not understand what advantage such a suicidal plan would offer them. Just as unsettling was their ability to predict his movements so precisely, allowing them to complete a flawless retreat before he ever reached the riverbank. Searching through his memories, Shadow realized that only the diviner class possessed the power to glimpse future events. The sole diviner he had ever known was Theodore, the man Shadow himself had assassinated during the ambush aboard the airplane. Then a chilling possibility struck him. Shadow remembered that he had not activated his weapon's special curse to inflict permanent death on Theodore. That meant someone from Country M might possess a rare item or hidden class capable of exploiting the dead, allowing them to seize Theodore's corpse and steal the diviner's prophetic abilities. Determined to uncover exactly where the leaked information was coming from, Shadow looked down from the back of his skeletal dragon. He asked a wisp of smoke and Sister High to tell him the precise location of the War God Guild's hideout. A wisp of smoke revealed that their headquarters was an underground industrial complex known as the Blood Slaughterhouse. She immediately warned Shadow against entering it carelessly. Her forces had raided the facility once before, only to encounter powerful high-level traps that delayed them at every turn while the enemy slipped away with ease. Shadow showed no concern over the warning and calmly told her to lead him there. If they wanted to expose the enemy's true objective and discover how his arrival had been predicted, they only needed to break into the base and capture a single member alive for interrogation. Beneath the ground, the Blood Slaughterhouse stretched through a grim industrial facility bathed in sinister red light. Armed guards moved constantly through its metal corridors, patrolling every entrance and keeping watch over the hidden base. Deep inside the underground complex, a dark-skinned man with a tribal tattoo and glowing red eyes approached Zentile, the surviving leader of the Black Dragon Guild. Stopping before him, the tattooed man asked whether the intelligence he had provided earlier had proven useful. Zentile admitted that the information had been completely accurate. Shadow had descended from the sky at exactly the predicted moment, just as the warning had claimed. Without that early notice, Zentile acknowledged that he and every one of his men would have been slaughtered before they could escape. The tattooed man's crimson eyes gleamed as a satisfied smirk crossed his face. He repeated Theodore's original prophecy, speaking of a pitch-black dragon knight arriving in silence, the fortunate few escaping in time, and an ominous crimson star eventually descending to wipe away every trace of darkness. With growing excitement, he told Zentile that the prophecy's first stage, delivered to them by their mysterious lord, had already come true through Shadow's arrival. He insisted that once they accumulated enough kill value, they would summon the ominous star itself and use its power to annihilate Shadow. Balancing on the bandaged stump where one of his legs had once been, the tattooed man declared that Shadow's death was now unavoidable. Once Great Xia, bitterness filled his voice as he recalled everything that had happened to them. Shadow and the officials of the magic capital had driven their guild all the way to the Manhwa border and killed Theodore along the way. Even after that, Shadow had continued hunting them relentlessly, cornering them in Manhwa until they had nowhere left to run. The tattooed man's face twisted with hatred as those memories flooded back. Trembling with rage, he swore that every humiliation, injury, and loss he had suffered would eventually be repaid through revenge. He began naming the people he intended to target once Shadow was finally dead. His first victim, he declared, would be the young pink-haired witch belonging to the Sky Guild. Blaming Shadow's allies for the loss of both his arm and leg, the tattooed man pictured Lin Qingyu next. His expression grew increasingly vicious as he promised to seize the magic capital official by the hair and tear it violently from her head. At last, his thoughts turned toward Captain Inyu, the official from Jianghai. With a depraved grin, he began describing in graphic and hateful terms exactly what he planned to do to her once their side achieved victory. Zentile and the men around him responded with dark laughter, clearly entertained by the tattooed man's gruesome fantasies. Zentile admitted that the violent speech had stirred up everyone's bloodlust, but as the laughter faded, suspicion slowly hardened his expression. He confronted the tattooed man with an obvious flaw in the story. Theodore, the only diviner they had known, had already been killed by Shadow. If Theodore was truly dead, then there should have been no way for them to obtain any new prophecies. Zentile pressed the issue, refusing to trust empty promises. He demanded real proof that the prophecy was genuine and not simply a trick designed to turn the Black Dragon survivors into disposable pawns while the foreigner escaped safely back to his homeland. Rather than become offended, the tattooed man merely smirked. He told Zentile that he understood the suspicion perfectly because he had once carried those exact same doubts, at least until the day he personally met their lord. To erase the remaining uncertainty, the tattooed man produced a magical card from his belongings. Red flames suddenly ignited across its surface, and he raised it before the cautious Zentile, telling everyone present to watch closely. Announcing that he would immediately return to Country M, the tattooed man activated the burning card. Crimson energy surged upward, and a red spatial portal rapidly formed in the air above him. One of the bald Black Dragon members stared at the portal in disbelief. He instantly recognized the magic being used as one of the abilities that had originally belonged to Theodore. However, instead of simply carrying the tattooed man away, a figure wrapped in dark, flame-like energy stepped out from the portal. The tattooed man froze in astonishment, immediately recognizing the arrival as the mysterious lord he had been praising. The newcomer was none other than the red-eyed leader. He turned his attention towards Zentile, and as he addressed the Black Dragon leader directly, a glowing blue holographic screen materialized in the air before him. Zentile stared at the floating display with widened eyes, momentarily unable to speak as he tried to understand what he was seeing. The screen displayed a live image of the tattooed man, now standing near the Statue of Liberty. A clear message appeared alongside the feed, confirming that he had successfully returned to Country M. As Zentile watched the live broadcast, tears of disbelief gathered in his eyes. Intercontinental teleportation was real. The red-eyed leader had not merely opened a portal. He had used Theodore's ability to exchange positions with the tattooed man across an enormous distance. Faced with power that seemed almost divine, Zentile and his followers immediately dropped to their knees. Overwhelmed with awe, Zentile pledged his absolute loyalty to the mysterious leader and begged the man to return them safely to their homeland as well. The red-eyed leader agreed to grant their request, but only under one condition. Before they could leave, they had to summon the ominous star and kill Shadow. As he spoke, he secretly activated Yin-Yang Harmony, releasing a powerful spell that manipulated the emotions of everyone around him. The mind-altering power seized Zentile and his men almost instantly. Their eyes flared with fanatical crimson light as artificial bloodlust overwhelmed their reason. With their emotions completely distorted, they roared that Shadow must die, transforming themselves into perfect pawns for the red-eyed leader's plan. Meanwhile, back on the surface beneath a cloudy sky stained with red, Shadow finally reached the suspected location. Sister Hai and another player from Manhwa stood beside him as the three surveyed the terrain ahead. They looked down into a vast sunken area filled with thick, ominous crimson mist. The Manhwa player pointed toward a massive concrete bunker embedded below and informed Shadow that this was the War God Guild's headquarters, the Blood Slaughterhouse. The male player warned Shadow not to underestimate the structure. The hideout was extremely dangerous, and its confusing internal layout made it difficult for intruders to navigate once they entered. He explained that the War God Guild intentionally left the outer barrier inactive, making the bunker appear easy to enter and tempting enemies inside. Beyond the entrance, however, the facility became a trap-filled maze. During an earlier raid targeting Zentile, those concealed mechanisms had inflicted heavy losses on their forces before the Black Dragon leader escaped. Shadow corrected one detail in the explanation. The hideout did not merely keep its outer barrier disabled. It had no external barrier at all and depended entirely on the deadly traps within for protection. After acknowledging that danger, Shadow turned to the guide and asked for his name. The man introduced himself as Unlucky Agwang. Despite the miserable nickname, he insisted that his actual luck was excellent, though some strange curse seemed to follow him everywhere. Teams around him frequently died, bosses suddenly went berserk, and his companions somehow triggered traps without fail. He added that a wisp of smoke had sent him to act as their guide in exchange for a generous reward. Sister Hai angrily explained that the War God Guild itself was not particularly strong. The real problem was its heavily fortified bunker and the guild's cowardly habit of striking without warning before retreating. Those tactics had prevented the authorities from forcing them into a fair battle and wiping them out. The bunker's internal alarm system created another serious obstacle. The instant anyone broke into the facility, Zentile would receive an immediate warning, giving the Black Dragon leader more than enough time to flee before the attackers could reach him. Shadow dismissed their concerns with complete confidence. Hideouts like this were powered and controlled by a central crystal. If he seized that crystal, ownership of the entire base would transfer to him, leaving the enemy without shelter and making them much easier to eliminate. Shadow instructed Sister Hai and Unlucky Agwang to remain safely outside on the cliff while he entered the bunker alone. He had barely taken a step toward the edge when Agwang quickly moved forward and stopped him. Sister Hai volunteered to accompany Shadow and serve as his guide, warning that attempting to face the hidden traps alone would be unnecessarily dangerous. Agwang agreed, pointing out that her experience during the previous failed raid would help them recognize the bunker's defenses. After considering it, Shadow accepted Sister Hai's offer to lead the way. Shadow then turned toward Unlucky Agwang and bluntly stated that he had no intention of letting the man's terrible luck sabotage the mission. Flushing with embarrassment, Agwang insisted that his nickname was only a joke. After all, anyone who had survived this apocalyptic game for so long had to possess remarkably good fortune. Shadow ignored Agwang's desperate excuses, but ultimately allowed both of them to accompany him. He warned that if an emergency occurred, they would be responsible for protecting themselves. They eagerly agreed, and the trio leaped from the cliff together, descending toward the bunker entrance glowing red through the mist. The moment they crossed into the Blood Slaughterhouse, a deafening alarm rang throughout its crimson-lit corridors. The warning echoed through every metal passage, announcing that intruders had breached the facility. Inside the Blood Slaughterhouse, Zentile raised his head as the piercing alarm echoed through the metal corridors. The Black Dragon leader's expression instantly hardened, and every trace of his earlier excitement disappeared as he listened to the repeated warning. The red-eyed leader calmly asked what had happened. One subordinate dismissed the intrusion as another group of local officials returning to throw away their lives, but Zentile suspected something far more dangerous. He believed Shadow had found the base, and for the first time, he wondered whether the countless traps inside could truly stop such a legendary player. Unwilling to gamble blindly, Zentile turned toward the red-eyed leader and asked him to use his prophetic abilities. He wanted to see how the coming battle would end before deciding whether they should remain and fight or abandon the hideout immediately. The red-eyed leader readily agreed. Drawing upon the divination powers he had stolen, he summoned a glowing crimson card into his hand and activated the ability known as Omen of the Star God. A prophetic image unfolded in the air above them, revealing the same cryptic future they had already heard: a black dragon knight arriving in silence, a fortunate person escaping, and a crimson star descending to destroy the darkness. Zentile stared upward in confusion, pointing out that this was exactly the prophecy the tattooed man had recited earlier. The red-eyed leader smoothly twisted the situation to his advantage. He explained that prophecies revealed only major turning points, so the vision would continue repeating until those events finally occurred. By showing the same omen again, he claimed, fate was proving that Zentile and the approaching intruder were deeply connected. Zentile accepted the explanation without question, and a confident smile returned to his face. Certain that destiny was unfolding exactly as foretold, he concluded that the person who had triggered the alarm could only be Shadow. A fiery red aura surged around Zentile as his confidence swelled into arrogance. Since his own power glowed crimson, he proudly declared that he must be the ominous red star from the prophecy. Convinced victory belonged to him, he boasted that Shadow would suffer a miserable death inside the bunker's endless network of traps. The red-eyed leader watched with quiet satisfaction as his pawn willingly marched toward destruction. He merely told Zentile that he was free to interpret the prophecy however he wished. Then, promising to return when the proper moment arrived, the mysterious man prepared to make his escape. A red spatial portal opened as the leader activated his teleportation ability and vanished, exchanging places with the tattooed man in Country M. The crippled man tumbled out of the portal and landed inside the hideout, while the completely unsuspecting Zentile greeted him with delighted enthusiasm. The tattooed man immediately understood the cruel truth. His lord had never intended to take him home. He had merely been used as a tool so the leader could escape instead. Zentile remained blind to the terror on his face and excitedly asked him to help kill Shadow, still convinced that he himself was the prophesied Crimson Star. The tattooed man stared at Zentile as though he had lost his mind. Having witnessed Shadow's overwhelming strength firsthand, he knew exactly how terrifying their enemy was. Panic rose inside him as he realized Zentile genuinely believed their scattered forces could defeat that unstoppable monster. Meanwhile, Shadow, Sister Hai, and unlucky Agwang descended into the enormous industrial depths of the blood slaughterhouse. The moment they landed, thick crimson mist curled around their legs, filling the surrounding chamber with an ominous and suffocating atmosphere. Sister Hai suddenly raised a hand and stopped the others from moving any farther. She warned Shadow that they had entered an extremely dangerous trap chamber, the very place where her forces had suffered devastating losses during their previous raid. Pulling out a map, Sister Hai pointed toward a narrow trail of tiles glowing faintly blue across the floor. She instructed both men to follow that marked route exactly if they wanted to cross safely, warning them not to place a foot anywhere outside the designated path. Shadow stepped onto the blue tiles without the slightest hesitation and calmly followed the route across the chamber. Behind him, a visibly nervous, unlucky Agwang moved with far greater caution, carefully placing each foot where Sister Hai directed him. After all three reached the other side safely, Agwang finally released the breath he had been holding. Curious about the danger they had avoided, he turned to Sister Hai and asked what would happen if someone accidentally stepped on the wrong tile. Sister Hai explained that concealed spikes would instantly burst from the floor and impale whoever made the mistake. To demonstrate, she picked up a heavy rock and hurled it onto one of the dark tiles outside the glowing blue route. The stone crashed heavily against the tile, producing a sharp bang that echoed throughout the enclosed chamber. Then came an uncomfortable silence. Shadow, Sister Hai, and Agwang all stared at the rock lying motionless on the dark tile, but no spikes appeared and no mechanism activated. The supposedly deadly trap had done absolutely nothing. Shadow glanced at Sister Hai and calmly asked whether she was certain this room actually contained traps. Her face tightened with frustration as she insisted she was telling the truth, declaring that she had personally been killed 6 times in this exact chamber. Determined to prove she had not imagined any of it, Sister Hai marched onto the dark section of the floor and began stomping stubbornly across the tiles. With every harmless step, her confusion grew, and she angrily wondered why none of the mechanisms were responding. Agwang gave Shadow an embarrassed look and apologized for Sister Hai's increasingly wild behavior. Since the traps appeared to be broken, he suggested they stop wasting time and continue farther into the bunker. Believing the chamber was now harmless, Agwang casually stepped onto an ordinary-looking tile ahead. The instant his foot touched the surface, a loud mechanical click rang out, and the floor beneath them suddenly blazed with an ominous red warning light. Agwang's strange bad luck curse immediately took effect. Deadly black spikes exploded upward from the floor with terrifying force, yet somehow they avoided Agwang completely. Instead, they erupted beneath Sister Hai and impaled her while she was still stomping across the nearby tiles. Agwang stared at the scene with his mouth hanging open, utterly horrified by what had happened. He screamed in confusion, unable to understand why the trap triggered by his own mistake had ignored him and attacked his teammate instead. Sister Hai died on the spot, her body dissolving into a cluster of glowing golden orbs. Agwang hurriedly apologized to his fallen guide, overwhelmed with guilt, while Shadow remained perfectly composed and said they only needed to wait for her to respawn and return. Examining the activated mechanism, Shadow confirmed that Sister Hai had not been lying about the danger. The enemy had apparently altered the trap configuration after the earlier raid, changing the chamber's settings so that the route once considered safe had now become part of the killing mechanism. With the maze capable of changing its own defenses, their old information was now completely unreliable. Shadow ordered Agwang to collect Sister Hai's remaining orbs and leave the blood slaughterhouse immediately before his curse caused another disaster. High above the chamber, Zentile and his men watched everything from a concealed observation room. Seeing Shadow clearly through their surveillance equipment, they finally confirmed that the famous player himself had entered the base. A vicious grin spread across Zentile's face when he heard Shadow ordering a retreat. He mocked the intruders for believing they could simply turn around and walk out after stepping into a trap designed by the Black Dragon Guild. Without giving them another second to react, Zentile raised his fist and slammed it down onto a large crimson button built into the control panel. Heavy machinery groaned somewhere beneath the chamber. Shadow and Agwong both reacted to the sudden noise, but before either could move, the floor directly under their feet split apart. An enormous trapdoor dropped open beneath the two players. With nothing left to support them, Shadow and Agwong plunged helplessly into the dark depths of the underground base. Agwong screamed uncontrollably as they fell through the seemingly endless shaft. Shadow, by contrast, remained completely calm, adjusting his body in midair and positioning himself for a controlled landing. They finally struck the bottom. Agwong crashed painfully onto his back, while Shadow landed cleanly on both feet without losing his balance. When they looked around, they found themselves trapped inside a dark chamber whose walls were stained with old blood. Agwong slowly sat up, groaning in pain as blood trickled from his nose. Before he could recover, harsh static crackled somewhere in the room, causing Shadow to turn his gaze toward the source. A large screen mounted on the blood-covered wall suddenly flickered to life. Through a concealed speaker, a distorted voice welcomed Shadow into their home with exaggerated surprise, as though his arrival had been completely unexpected. The static gradually cleared, revealing a live transmission of Zentile. Now wearing a deeply unsettling mask, the Black Dragon leader leaned toward the camera and announced that he had prepared a special game for Shadow. From behind the grotesque mask, Zentile offered Shadow another eerie welcome. His twisted voice echoed through the bloody chamber as he savored having the famous player trapped inside his territory. Zentile introduced the challenge and directed their attention toward the enormous circular saws mounted along the walls. Agwong recoiled at the sight of the spinning blades, while Zentile ordered both players to stand inside the separate circles marked on the floor. Shadow showed no fear and calmly stepped into his assigned circle. Beside him stood a short pedestal topped with a red button, while one of the massive saw blades spun dangerously close to the edge of his position. Zentile then explained the rules. Shadow and Agwong would take turns pressing their buttons, and each press carried a 1 in 6 chance of activating the saw beside the other player. The probability would rise with every turn, ensuring that by the 6th press, one of them would definitely be killed. Whoever survived the game would receive all the lifespan dropped by the loser. After claiming the reward, the winner would supposedly be allowed to leave the chamber unharmed. Agwong immediately scoffed at the setup and pointed out what seemed like an obvious weakness in Zentile's plan. Even if he died, he would simply respawn, and Shadow could return the lost lifespan afterward as though nothing had happened. Growing more confident, Agwong declared that Shadow was practically invincible anyway. He doubted an ordinary circular saw could so much as leave a scratch on someone with that level of power. Shadow offered no response and continued observing the room in silence. Zentile laughed at their ignorance and called them both fools. Inside his emerald-grade hideout, the base's special rules were absolute. Once the saw activated, it would deliver a guaranteed kill regardless of the victim's defenses, abilities, or overwhelming strength. Zentile then revealed that, as the recognized master of the Blood Slaughterhouse, he possessed a minor privilege within the game. Unlike the trapped players, he had a certain degree of control over how the challenge unfolded. To make their situation even more dangerous, Zentile opened another mechanism and released a swarm of disgusting spider-like creatures into the chamber. Agwong stared in shock as the crawling monsters poured across the bloody floor around them. Agwong quickly drew his knife and prepared to slash the creatures apart, but Shadow immediately stopped him. He identified them as nightmare exploding bugs and warned that damaging even one would trigger an explosion, setting off a poisonous chain reaction powerful enough to kill everyone trapped in the room. Relieved that Shadow had stopped him in time, unlucky Agwong hurriedly twisted his body aside, narrowly dodging one of the flying nightmare exploding bugs and doing everything possible to avoid touching it. Unfortunately, his strange curse struck again. As unlucky Agwong pulled his knife arm back, the edge of the blade accidentally brushed against the creature's body, leaving a small wound despite his desperate attempt to avoid it. The injured bug immediately swelled with unstable energy. Before unlucky Agwong could retreat, it burst apart in a violent explosion of purple light, engulfing him at point-blank range. Just as Shadow had warned, that single detonation triggered the surrounding creatures. One after another, the remaining nightmare exploding bugs began erupting, creating a rapidly spreading chain reaction throughout the chamber. A colossal blast swallowed the entire room, flooding every corner with poisonous purple energy. Both players were inflicted with the nightmare status, and their gauges instantly climbed to 80%. While unlucky Agwong panicked at the sight of the rising number, Shadow calmly observed that the man truly lived up to his unlucky reputation. From the screen, Zintal gleefully explained the true danger of the nightmare state. While affected, players could neither log out nor resurrect normally. If they died now, their minds would remain trapped inside a nightmare for 3 full days, leaving their defenseless bodies behind to be freely searched and looted. Furious at being forced into such a twisted game, unlucky Agwong immediately refused to cooperate. He argued that if neither of them pressed a button, the saws could not kill anyone, so they could simply remain where they were and wait for another solution. Zintal offered no immediate reply. He merely chuckled through the speaker, while one crimson eye glowed ominously from behind his mask on the screen. A deep rumble suddenly shook the entire chamber. As heavy machinery began moving behind the bloodstained walls, Zintal mockingly asked whether they would rather gamble their lives against the saws or stand still and be crushed to death. Unlucky Agwong looked around in horror as 2 walls covered in deadly spikes slowly closed toward them. Zintal reminded both prisoners that every press of a button would temporarily slow the walls, forcing them to participate if they wanted more time. Laughing wildly over the broadcast, Zintal officially declared that the game had begun, thrilled to have the legendary Shadow trapped inside his own bunker. Unlucky Agwong frantically searched the room with no obvious alternative. Unlucky Agwong stretched a trembling hand toward his button. Then unlucky Agwong began overthinking the odds. If Shadow survived the first press, the probability of activation would rise on Agwong's own turn. Trapped between sacrificing Shadow and increasing the danger to himself, he babbled nervously, unable to make a decision. Sweat rolled down unlucky Agwong's face as the pressure overwhelmed him. Before his frantic calculations could spiral any further, Shadow calmly called his name and drew his attention away from the button. Shadow looked directly at him and gave one firm instruction. Unlucky Agwong was to remain exactly where he was, keep his hands away from the mechanism, and do absolutely nothing. Unlucky Agwong stared back in confusion. He pointed toward the approaching spiked walls and reminded Shadow that they were only moments away from being crushed if neither of them pressed a button. Shadow remained completely unmoved and repeated the same command in an even voice. Agwong was not to touch anything, even as the deadly walls continued grinding closer from both sides. Watching everything through the surveillance feed, Zintal leaned toward the screen and mocked Shadow's refusal to participate, clearly mistaking his calm behavior for helplessness. Zintal sneered that the famous and supposedly unstoppable player appeared to have surrendered without even trying to resist. To him, Shadow's silence looked like proof that the trap had finally broken his confidence. The spiked walls drew dangerously close, leaving almost no room around them. With tears gathering in his eyes, unlucky Agwong pressed both hands against one wall and struggled uselessly to hold it back, begging Shadow to do something before they were crushed. Zintal laughed louder and told the pair to enjoy their final moments as the walls flattened them. Once they were dead and their minds were imprisoned by the nightmare status, he promised to enter the chamber and loot their helpless bodies personally. As the remaining space vanished, unlucky Agwong turned toward Shadow one final time. With panic breaking his voice, he desperately called out the legendary player's name. Convinced that death was unavoidable, unlucky Agwong tearfully cursed his miserable fortune. Of all the ways he could have died, he complained, his terrible luck had chosen to have him crushed completely flat between 2 walls. Unable to bear watching any longer, unlucky Agwong squeezed his eyes shut and tensed his entire body. The spikes reached him, touching his clothes as he braced for the crushing impact. Several seconds passed, yet the expected pain never came. Confused, unlucky Agwong slowly opened his eyes and discovered that the deadly mechanism had stopped moving. The spiked walls and enormous saw blades had frozen only inches from their bodies. Zintal's furious voice erupted through the speaker as he cursed the machinery and demanded to know why every trap had suddenly stopped working. A series of system notifications appeared before him, announcing that the blood slaughterhouse had been successfully breached and its central core had been stolen. Zintal stared at the messages in stunned disbelief. Before Zintal could react to the warning, one of Shadow's small spectral dragons burst into the control room and attacked him. The entire ambush unfolded clearly on the live broadcast still playing inside the trap chamber. A final system message confirmed that possession of the central crystal had transferred complete ownership of the blood slaughterhouse from Zintal to Shadow. Still pinned between the motionless walls, unlucky Agwong stared at the screen in amazement. Shadow had somehow captured the enemy's entire base without taking a single step from his circle. Shadow remained unfazed as light flickered within his eyes. Through their telepathic connection, he contacted Osiris and calmly asked why the operation had taken 1 minute longer than his original calculation. Only then did the full strategy become clear. While Zintal had been focused on tormenting them with his deadly game, Shadow had secretly summoned 12 spectral wyverns elsewhere inside the bunker. The small dragons had slipped past the facility's traps without drawing attention. Moving through routes the human intruders could not use, they infiltrated the upper levels and ambushed the guild members inside the control room. Outside the bunker, the gigantic skeletal dragon Osiris apologized for the slight delay. He explained that the blood slaughterhouse contained an unusually complicated maze and numerous guards, forcing the spectral wyverns to take longer than expected to reach their target. Despite that delay, Osiris confirmed that the operation had succeeded. Inside the base, one spectral wyvern was already carrying away the stolen core crystal, while the others had captured Zentile alive without setting off the bunker's alarms. Shadow ordered one of the wyverns to disable every remaining trap and open a safe route through the facility. The small dragon immediately obeyed, landing before them and leaving unlucky Agwong staring at its unexpected appearance in astonishment. As the spectral wyvern began guiding them through the newly opened passage, unlucky Agwong finally understood what had happened. Shadow had prepared the entire infiltration strategy before any of them had even stepped inside the bunker. He realized that Zentile's deadly game had never been the real battle. Shadow had deliberately allowed the enemy to focus on them, using himself and Agwong as bait, while the spectral dragons quietly seized control of the hideout. Shadow confirmed that Agwong had understood correctly. However, he added that the operation would have proceeded far more smoothly if Agwong's terrible luck had not caused the nightmare exploding bugs to detonate. Hearing that, Agwong could only smile awkwardly in embarrassment. Shadow then turned his attention to the nightmare status still affecting them, since dying before it expired would carry serious consequences. He ordered a spectral wyvern to carry unlucky Agwong out of the bunker and told Agwong to hide somewhere far away, where his curse could not create any more disasters. A spectral wyvern lifted the loudly protesting unlucky Agwong and carried him away through the passage. Almost immediately afterward, Osiris contacted Shadow again with troubling news. Shadow released a tired sigh and asked what had gone wrong this time. Osiris reported that Zentile's group had activated a self-destruct ability to avoid being taken alive, allowing them to die and respawn safely elsewhere. Their mass suicide, however, had caused them to drop hundreds of years of accumulated lifespan across the control room floor. Shadow realized that his nearly perfect capture operation had been ruined in its final moments. With resignation, he concluded that unlucky Agwong's curse was not merely inconvenient. It was a genuinely terrifying power capable of destroying even the most carefully prepared plan. After completing her respawn, Sister Hai returned and found Shadow standing outside the bunker. Staring at the blood slaughterhouse in amazement, she asked how the enemy stronghold had somehow become his property during the brief time she had been gone. Sister Hai then started asking what had happened to unlucky Agwong. Shadow immediately interrupted her and warned her not to speak the man's name aloud, unwilling to risk attracting another wave of inexplicable bad luck. Shadow tossed a golden ownership key towards Sister Hai, who caught it with sparkling eyes. He explained that he had already reached the maximum number of hideouts he could possess, so he was transferring the blood slaughterhouse to her guild and the Manhwa officials. Overjoyed by the gift, Sister Hai eagerly promised to treat him to tea. Shadow immediately crushed her excitement by clarifying that the bunker was not a free gift. Once they gathered enough resources, he expected payment totaling 1,500 years of lifespan. Sister Hai broke into exaggerated tears over the enormous price, though she still thanked him for handing over such a valuable base. At that moment, the long-haired female official, a wisp of smoke, came running toward them, calling Shadow's name as she hurried across the ruined ground. A wisp of smoke thanked Shadow for eliminating the immediate threat and presented him with a glowing blue skill book as his reward. It contained the finest assassin ability available in Manhwa. She had personally brought the book to him, and, knowing how much trouble unlucky Agwong had caused, had already exiled the unfortunate guide to the distant border. The system identified the reward as the gold-tier ability shield of Shadow Dance. Whenever the user entered stealth, the skill generated damage-immune shields equal in number to the user's stealth level, and the ability could be activated again after a 5-minute cooldown. Shadow's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Damage immunity was essentially a brief window of absolute invincibility, and that made the skill incredibly valuable against powerful bosses. Their attacks could tear straight through even his enormous lifesteal shields, but with this ability active, he could ignore those devastating blows entirely. Without wasting another moment, Shadow opened the system interface and poured his stored evolution points into the skill book. Golden light flashed across its surface as the book advanced from gold rank all the way to the far more powerful epic tier. The upgrade immediately transformed the skill's performance, cutting its cooldown down to only a little more than 20 seconds. That meant Shadow could activate this life-saving defense far more frequently in battle. Shadow activated the upgraded skill and a brilliant blue aura instantly wrapped around his entire body. Since his stealth ability had already reached level 21, it now granted him 21 separate layers of damage immunity, making it especially effective against enemies capable of delivering massive, heavy-hitting attacks. A wisp of smoke quickly reminded everyone that Zentile and the members of the War God Guild had managed to escape. Her expression turned uneasy as she warned that their enemies would now become more cautious, more prepared, and far more dangerous. She then complained that the peace-loving players of Nanyu simply were not built for this kind of exhausting conflict. Her imagination immediately spiraled toward the worst possible future. She pictured every laid-back player in Nanyu being forced into an endless survival routine, spending 6 days out of every week hunting monsters and fighting without rest just to stay alive. The mere thought of such a brutal grinding schedule sent Sister Hai into complete panic. She cried out that she would rather die than surrender her sacred 3 o'clock tea time, while the official beside her began mourning the peaceful life they had apparently already lost. As Shadow watched the women break down over the horrifying idea of hard work, a secret from his previous life surfaced in his memory. Nanyu's players had been able to remain so relaxed during the apocalypse because their region possessed the most powerful hidden classes. Had they not been so unbelievably lazy, Nanyu might have become the strongest region of them all. Shadow finally stepped in and calmed their dramatic panic. He promised that he would remain in Nanyu until Zentile was captured, and while he was here, he would also help strengthen their combat abilities so they could properly defend themselves when danger returned. Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke secretly exchanged looks of celebration. The officials smugly concluded that even someone as cold and powerful as Shadow could not withstand the tears of several women. Their exaggerated display of misery had worked perfectly, successfully convincing him to help them. The women immediately abandoned their sorrowful expressions and burst into cheerful celebration. Smiling brightly, they surrounded Shadow with enthusiastic thanks, clearly delighted that their plan had succeeded. They eagerly began discussing how they could team up with Shadow to hunt bosses. However, without even the slightest shame, they also established their preferred working hours, 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, with a proper tea break in between, while weekends and public holidays were strictly reserved for rest. Shadow could only stare at them, completely speechless in the face of such shameless laziness. Rather than argue, he told them to form a party so he could help raise their levels. He also instructed their subordinates to search the surrounding area for bosses of Emerald tier or higher. The girls erupted into another round of celebration. From their perspective, this arrangement was perfect. A top-tier player would handle all the dangerous work, while they could continue enjoying the game as comfortably and effortlessly as possible. Shadow summoned his skeletal dragon, Osiris, and the enormous creature swept the women into its grasp before rising into the sky. During the flight, a wisp of smoke reported the location of an Emerald-tier boss known as the highly toxic Blackfish King. The creature concealed itself beneath a coating of black watery slime, which made ranged attacks completely ineffective against it. Shadow ordered them to guide him there, and to keep him informed of any movement from Zentile. Before long, the group reached a quiet riverbank near the ruins of an abandoned city. Dense forests surrounded the area on every side, while the calm surface of the river gave no hint that a dangerous boss was hiding beneath it. As soon as they arrived, Shadow looked toward the water and froze in confusion. Instead of preparing her weapons for battle, Sister Hai was sitting comfortably on the riverbank with a fishing rod in her hands. He immediately asked what she was doing at a time like this. Sister Hai raised a finger and urgently shushed him, warning him not to disturb the water. She quietly explained that the boss could only be drawn out by fishing. She also warned that once its health dropped below 30%, it would dive back into the river and rapidly recover, making it extremely difficult to finish off. A wisp of smoke suggested that Shadow eliminate some of the weaker monsters nearby before confronting the boss. That would allow him to build up enough energy for his strongest attacks. Shadow turned toward her in surprise, not expecting her to know the details of his energy-gathering mechanics. Caught by his questioning gaze, the official's face immediately flushed red. With visible embarrassment, she admitted that she was actually one of Shadow's biggest and most devoted fans. She quickly pulled out her phone and held it up for him to see. A secretly taken picture of Shadow filled the lock screen, and she proudly confessed that she had replayed recordings of his boss battles hundreds of times. Shadow stared at the image in silence, completely speechless at the sheer intensity of her obsession. Before Shadow could respond, several enormous frog monsters suddenly emerged and interrupted them. A wisp of smoke pointed toward the creatures and asked whether he wanted to use them to stack his combo energy. Shadow gave a brief nod and agreed. Shadow immediately moved to attack. With a swift motion of his hand, multiple shadow blades tore through the air and slashed directly into the approaching frog monsters. The attack erased the monsters instantly, killing every one of them before a proper combo could even begin. A wisp of smoke observed that Shadow's damage was simply too high. Shadow let out a frustrated sigh, realizing that his slow but overwhelmingly powerful attacks destroyed weaker enemies before he could accumulate enough energy. Noticing the problem, a wisp of smoke stepped forward and offered to help. She raised her hand and summoned a glowing golden figure beside her, then asked Shadow whether he wanted to test a special enhancement that could solve his energy problem. Shadow narrowed his eyes and looked between her and the strange golden figure. Clearly suspicious, he asked exactly what kind of bizarre technique she was talking about. Purple light began glowing around the official as she finally revealed her hidden class, a succubus, who specialized in powerful curses. Her ultimate ability could reduce a target's attributes by 80% without requiring any combo energy at all. However, she then mentioned one extremely suspicious condition. The lengthy casting process had to be performed in complete privacy, with no one else nearby. Her cheeks reddened as she leaned closer to Shadow, closing the distance between them with unmistakable boldness. In a soft yet direct voice, she told him that she only wished to use this intimate technique on him, then asked whether he was willing to accept. Shadow showed no interest whatsoever. He rejected the offer in a flat, emotionless tone and simply turned around before walking away, leaving a wisp of smoke standing behind him with obvious disappointment. Without looking back, Shadow declared that he had no need for her unusual assistance. He already had a method of his own. Shadow turned toward his skeletal dragon and issued a direct command. Osiris was to gather every remaining monster in the surrounding area and force them all into one concentrated group. Osiris spread its massive wings and launched into the air. Dark magical power surged around the dragon as it created a violent vortex, lifting the scattered frog monsters from the ground and dragging them helplessly into the sky. The raging dark storm compressed the captured monsters together, trapping them inside a tightly packed sphere of swirling purple energy. With nowhere to escape, the frogs were forced into a single dense mass above the battlefield. A wisp of smoke could only stare upward in amazement. Her eyes widened as she watched Osiris control so many monsters at once with overwhelming magical force. Now that every target had been gathered into one place, Shadow bent his knees and launched himself high into the air, rising straight toward the trapped cluster of enemies. Positioning himself beneath the floating mass of monsters, Shadow unleashed Dark Knight Ring Blade in midair. A gigantic circular wave of crimson energy expanded outward from him, slicing cleanly through every enemy imprisoned inside the purple sphere. The official stared at the enormous damage numbers appearing across the battlefield, utterly stunned by what she was seeing. Unable to contain herself, she screamed that there were so many zeros flashing before her eyes that she could not even count them all. As Shadow descended and landed safely on the ground, a wisp of smoke continued shouting in excitement. Her voice echoed across the riverbank as she celebrated the unbelievable attack she had just witnessed. With his combo energy finally filled to the maximum, Shadow announced that he was ready to face the boss. He turned towards Sister Hai and asked whether the Blackfish King had taken the bait. At that exact moment, her fishing rod suddenly bent into a deep curve. Bracing herself against the powerful pull, she shouted that the fish was hooked. Sister Hai planted her feet firmly and yanked backward with all her strength. A gigantic fish covered in dark scales burst from the river, spraying water across the bank as she shouted her guild's catchphrase. The moment the creature landed, Sister Hai rapidly retreated, leaving Shadow to handle the dangerous fight. A massive crimson slash tore across the giant fish the instant it emerged. The attack struck with tremendous force and produced 40,000 points of damage in a single blow. Shadow landed directly on top of the highly toxic Blackfish King and quickly assessed the situation. The thick slime coating its body reduced incoming damage by 90%. Unless he killed it with one decisive strike before its health fell below 30%, the monster would simply escape into the river and recover. The enormous beast released a furious roar and jerked its head backward. Its jaws opened wide as dark, poisonous liquid began gathering inside its mouth, ready to be launched toward the shore. The Blackfish King unleashed its rotten mud attack, spewing a Shadow paid no attention to the approaching sludge. Instead, he summoned several radiant golden orbs around himself, and within each glowing sphere stood a Shadow clone, already positioned and prepared to strike. Blue light flashed across the battlefield. In the same instant, Shadow and every one of his clones activated instant Shadow Slash, converging on the beast's throat from multiple directions and inflicting a tremendous burst of damage. Shadow dropped back down and landed on the muddy riverbank. He had originally intended to destroy the boss with a single overwhelming attack, but after seeing the opportunity before him, he decided this was the perfect moment to test something different. A deep purple glow appeared within Shadow's eye as dark energy began coiling around his body. The pressure in the air shifted, and he knew the time had finally come to experiment with his newly acquired finishing move. Shadow activated his ultimate ability, Endless Nightmare. Purple flames instantly spread across the Black Fish King's enormous body, wrapping the creature in eerie fire. Every passing second caused its nightmare gauge to rise, while each additional attack from Shadow pushed the meter upward even faster. Shadow stood within a swirling purple aura as he maintained control over the dark spell. Endless Nightmare increased his damage by 80%, and once the nightmare gauge finally reached 100, the afflicted enemy would be dragged into a full nightmare state. Once the nightmare state took hold, the affected monster would sink into a deep, helpless sleep. But the skill's real terror came from its eye-breaking strike effect. The very next attack that jolted the target awake would explode with triple the normal damage. With the Blackfish King completely trapped inside the nightmare, Shadow immediately launched another instant shadow slash straight across its throat. The critical blow triggered a violent, icy blue explosion, and Shadow kicked away from the creature at once, dashing backward before the freezing blast could engulf him. A system notification appeared, confirming that the Emerald-grade boss had been successfully slain. Shadow received a large amount of experience, evolution points, additional lifespan, and another increase to his nightmare resistance. Nearby, Sister Hai and a wisp of smoke erupted into cheers, amazed that he had killed the creature without giving it any chance to escape into the river. As the boss's drops scattered across the ground, Shadow calmly inspected the rewards. There were evolution points and several pieces of equipment, but one item immediately drew his attention, a treasure map glowing with a soft blue light. When Shadow examined the map, an image of a chest marked by a bright star appeared across its surface. The markings revealed the location of a legendary hidden treasure buried somewhere inside the forest near Zhanghai City. Zhanghai City was far too distant for Shadow to travel there himself right now. Still, he had no intention of abandoning such a valuable discovery, so he sent the map to a trusted ally back home, knowing that her naturally incredible luck made her the perfect person to handle a treasure hunt. Shadow handed the remaining equipment and rewards over to his companions. Sister Hai accepted them with a delighted cheer, though she quickly pointed out that it was almost time for everyone to head home. Shadow ignored that excuse and firmly reminded them that 30 minutes still remained, more than enough time, in his opinion, to hunt down 2 additional bosses. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest near Zhanghai City, a horned demon-like creature slept peacefully across a thick tree branch. Far below it, a small group of mounted travelers moved carefully through the woods, until their otherwise quiet journey was repeatedly interrupted by loud, crisp crunching sounds. Wang Ming studied the treasure map Shadow had sent and confirmed that they were already close to the marked location. Captain and Yu kept her gaze moving across the shadowy trees and warned everyone to remain cautious, since none of them knew what kinds of monsters might be hiding in the surrounding forest. Despite that warning, the irritating crunching continued without pause. The repeated noise grated on both Wang Ming and Captain and Yu, and their expressions grew more annoyed with every bite. The two finally turned around to identify the source of the racket. Behind them, Little Black sat comfortably on her alpaca mount, happily munching on crackers while the alpaca chewed along with equal enthusiasm. Wang Ming's patience immediately snapped. He scolded Little Black for making so much noise, warning that her loud chewing could easily attract nearby monsters. High above their heads, the constant crunching finally stirred the sleeping demon creature from its rest. Completely unaware of the danger she had awakened, Little Black explained that her normally excellent luck had not been working properly lately, so she was trying to find a way to restore it. She lifted the crackers for her companions to inspect and insisted that they were not ordinary snacks. According to her, she had purchased them from a mysterious merchant who appeared inside a dungeon after it had already been cleared. That strange merchant had claimed the crackers were rare treasures brought over from another world, and that eating them could bring good fortune. Little Black believed every word and eagerly held the snacks out, inviting her friends to try some as well. Captain and Yu chuckled softly, clearly finding Little Black's innocent faith in the crackers rather adorable. Wang Ming immediately told her not to laugh, though the effect was ruined by the fact that he was already chewing on one himself. With complete seriousness, he admitted that the crackers were actually very delicious. Seeing that neither of them truly believed her claim about the crackers' power, Little Black puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Still pouting, she shoved another cracker into her mouth and deliberately continued crunching as loudly as before. That final, sharp crunch was the last disturbance the creature above was willing to tolerate. The massive demon suddenly pushed off the branch and launched its enormous body down through the trees. A furious roar tore through the forest as the giant monster came crashing toward the group from overhead. Its huge frame dropped straight through the canopy, aiming directly for the noisy travelers below. The creature slammed both fists into the ground with overwhelming force, blasting dirt and broken leaves in every direction. Fortunately, the party reacted at the final instant, scattering away and narrowly escaping the center of the impact. As the cloud of dust slowly cleared, the system revealed the attacker's identity, a level 18 emerald-grade boss known as the Ferocious Ape. Wang Ming took one look at its towering body and immediately panicked, convinced they were all about to die. Then the ape's blood-red eyes locked onto the source of the noise, and with another enraged roar, it violently hurled Little Black and her alpaca deep into the forest. To everyone's astonishment, the ferocious ape did not turn around and attack the remaining party members. Instead, it grabbed the branches above and swung away through the trees as though nothing else mattered. Wang Ming stood frozen, wondering why such a powerful boss had spared them. But the answer was strangely simple. The ape had only awakened because of the noise, thrown Little Black away for disturbing its sleep, and then completely lost interest. Little Black and her alpaca sailed helplessly through the air while the others finally recovered from their shock and rushed into the forest to search for her. During the wild flight, the bag of crackers burst open, sending snacks raining down around her. Several bounced off Little Black before scattering across a chest hidden below. The moment the falling crackers struck the chest, the star-shaped emblem on its lid flashed with sudden light. A pair of eerie eyes opened across the wooden surface, and a low, hungry growl rumbled from somewhere inside it. The chest sprang open with a violent snap, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and an enormous tongue twisting between them. A system alert instantly identified the creature as a level 20 emerald-grade boss, the Greedy Devourer. Little Black screamed and scrambled backward in terror, staring at the monstrous chest with wide eyes. Only then did she realize that the legendary treasure they had been searching for was actually a deadly monster waiting to eat whoever approached it. Still sprawled on the ground and nearly paralyzed by fear, Little Black suddenly understood how close she had come to disaster. Had one of the crackers not struck the chest and awakened it first, she would have walked right up and opened the lid herself, and the monster would have swallowed her before she could react. The Greedy Devourer eagerly snapped up the scattered crackers, chewing them with obvious satisfaction instead of attacking her. Watching from a safer distance, Little Black slowly relaxed. In her mind, this proved that the mysterious merchant had told the truth. The snacks really did bring good luck, because one of them had just saved her life. Her relief lasted only a few seconds before reality set in. Even if the crackers had protected her once, she had absolutely no chance of defeating an emerald-grade boss by herself. Without wasting another moment, Little Black decided to contact Shadow and beg him to come rescue her. Back at the riverbank, another battle reached its conclusion as Shadow swung his weapon and released a devastating blue slash. The brilliant attack tore through the boss and finished it off in one overwhelming strike. From the top of a nearby cliff, Sister Hai and the official, a wisp of smoke, cheered loudly for Shadow's incredible strength. Below them, Shadow stood victorious beside the battlefield while the newly dropped loot glowed around his feet. Shadow told the two women to come down and collect the rewards so they could immediately move on to the next boss. As they approached the scattered drops, both women stared at the treasures in amazement, marveling over the valuable items the monster had left behind. Then a timer appeared, revealing that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Completely exhausted, a wisp of smoke and Sister Hai immediately began protesting. Their official working hours were over, and both women firmly refused to stay for even a minute of overtime. True to Nanyu's famously relaxed playstyle, the pair cheerfully waved goodbye and told Shadow they would see him again at 9 the next morning. Then they simply walked away, leaving him standing by himself among the glowing rewards. Shadow's quiet solitude did not last long. An urgent message suddenly arrived from Little Black, explaining that she had located the legendary treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure had turned out to be a powerful mimic monster she could not defeat, and she was now desperately begging him to come save her. Shadow immediately requested her exact coordinates. The moment she sent them, he summoned his skeletal dragon, Osiris, climbed aboard, and flew straight toward her location without delay. Deep inside the dark forest, Little Black sat nervously on the ground with another cracker in her hand. She took small bites while keeping a wary eye on the Greedy Devourer, whose chest-shaped body continued glowing with an ominous purple light nearby. Shadow soon arrived from above. Dropping toward the battlefield with tremendous force, he brought his crimson blade down in a massive strike that sliced straight through the monstrous chest. The system instantly confirmed the Greedy Devourer's defeat, awarding Shadow a huge amount of experience and tradable lifespan. The rewards were enough to push him all the way to level 25. As shining loot orbs floated around them, Little Black excitedly praised him for finding her so quickly and destroying the boss with a single attack. Shadow paid no attention to her enthusiastic praise. Instead, he looked toward the defeated mimic and asked how she had managed to discover its true nature without first falling into its trap. Little Black explained that she had accidentally fallen into the pit and nearly reached out to touch the chest. Before she could do so, however, one of the crackers she dropped struck the lid first, causing the hidden monster to wake up and reveal itself. When Shadow asked where the unusual cracker had come from, Little Black told him about the mysterious merchant she had encountered. She confidently repeated the merchant's claim that the snack could transform bad luck into good fortune. Shadow held the cracker between his fingers and studied it with obvious skepticism. Even with all the knowledge and experience he carried over from his previous life, he had never once heard of an item capable of altering someone's luck. Little Black watched him with barely concealed excitement, her eyes fixed closely on his masked face. Secretly, she hoped he would remove the mask to eat the cracker, finally giving her the chance to see what he actually looked like underneath. Shadow had already guessed exactly what she was waiting for. Before Little Black could get a closer look, he activated his stealth ability and vanished inside a burst of dark blue flames, leaving her staring at the empty space in confusion. A moment later, Shadow reappeared with his mask still firmly in place. He raised one hand in a casual thumbs up and admitted that the cracker tasted good. Little Black immediately pouted, playfully accusing him of being far too shy to reveal his face. Shadow then turned toward the genuine blue treasure chest and explained just how dangerous the mimic had been. Any player swallowed by it would remain trapped inside its stomach and be unable to log out, meaning their real-world body could eventually starve to death. However, once the mimic was defeated safely, the actual hidden treasure would finally reveal itself. Shadow stepped toward the real chest and opened it without hesitation. Inside, he found another collection of valuable rewards, including evolution points and several pieces of equipment. Among all the items inside, 2 rewards stood out above the rest. Shadow discovered both a map leading to the city of unjust death and the special key required to enter it. The moment Shadow recognized the key, his eyes widened with genuine astonishment. He knew exactly what it was, and he also knew that an artifact this rare was almost impossible to obtain. Shadow stared at the astonishing reward in his hand, momentarily unable to hide his surprise. The drop was so unbelievably rare that a strange thought crossed his mind. Could Little Black's mysterious cracker truly have increased her luck after all? His thoughts immediately turned to the city of unjust death, a forbidden territory where living beings were never meant to set foot. As far as Shadow knew, throughout all known history, only a single person had ever successfully entered that terrifying place. At the same time, Shadow's younger sister, Qin Xiaoyu, was transported into a vast maze. Blue light from the teleportation spell surrounded her body as she appeared inside the unfamiliar trial grounds. Qin Xiaoyu quickly spotted a familiar friend nearby and called out to her. However, her relief soon turned into concern when the woman gave no response, merely staring blankly ahead like an empty, lifeless phantom. Far above the maze, the system's voice announced the rules of the fair judgment trial. 100 targets had been placed throughout the labyrinth, yet only one of them was truly guilty. Shadow's task was to identify that single person and carry out the execution. The warning that followed made the trial even more dangerous. Should Shadow mistakenly kill even one innocent target, he would immediately fail the entire challenge. Shadow turned toward Asatiz and asked how he was supposed to distinguish the guilty person from the 99 innocents. Instead of giving him a direct answer, Asatiz replied cryptically, telling him to trust his eyes and use them to uncover the truth. Golden light immediately flared inside Shadow's eye as he looked across the maze with unwavering confidence. No matter how well the guilty person tried to hide among the crowd, Shadow declared that they would never escape his gaze. Elsewhere, Lu Jianfeng studied the rules before a confident smile spread across his face. The conditions heavily favored his side, allowing him to turn their overwhelming advantage in numbers into a weapon. Realizing this, he wasted no time and loudly issued his commands. Lu Jianfeng ordered the first team to keep Shadow trapped in an endless chain of duels. Victory was unnecessary. Their only purpose was to delay him. The moment one challenger fell, another was to step forward immediately. Meanwhile, the second team would slip around the battlefield and steal the enemy flag while Shadow remained occupied. With excited roars, his men charged into position. A system notification rang out across the field, announcing that the large man rushed forward with a deafening battle cry, throwing his entire weight into the charge. Shadow barely moved. With one casual flick of his hand, he launched a poisoned dart directly into the attacker's face. Mountain City Bear King gasped at the impossible speed, and before he could recover, the system declared his defeat. The instant the first challenger collapsed, another duel notification appeared. Shadow remained completely unbothered by the seemingly endless line of enemies waiting for him. Without taking his eyes off the battlefield, he calmly ordered Chen Wuming to remain behind and guard their flag. Chen Wuming had barely begun processing the command when a member of the enemy's infiltration squad suddenly leaped toward him. Surrounded by floating pink hearts, the man spread his arms wide and tried to seize the guild leader in an uncomfortably tight, and deeply unsettling embrace. Chen Wuming immediately screamed in terror, desperately begging the man to stop touching him. Rather than interfere, Shadow simply stepped to the side, watching the bizarre struggle unfold with a completely unreadable expression. Shadow's current opponent grew furious at being ignored. With an angry shout, the challenger lunged forward and demanded that Shadow stop looking elsewhere and pay attention to their duel. Without even breaking a sweat, Shadow smoothly avoided the clumsy attack and sent another poisoned dart into the man, killing him instantly. As the defeated player's armor disappeared, he rolled across the ground wearing only heart-patterned underwear. Shadow looked down at the pitiful sight and flatly called the attempt pathetic just as the system confirmed his victory. There was no pause before the system launched the next duel. This time, Shadow's challenger was a player named Sichuan Chongqing Dual Realm Walker. The newcomer charged in aggressively, warning Shadow to stay away from the teammate, who was still wrestling with Chen Wuming. At that same moment, several more of Lu Jianfeng's men closed in from different directions, surrounding Chen Wuming and cutting off every possible escape route. Chen Wuming's face and armor were already covered in humiliating lipstick marks from the unwanted embrace. Finally pushed beyond his limit, the guild leader exploded in anger and screamed at the attackers to take him seriously. Golden radiance burst around his body as he activated Holy Shield Art, granting him complete invincibility for the next 8 seconds. Taking full advantage of those precious seconds, Chen Wuming gripped his weapon and swung it with all his strength. A powerful shockwave erupted from the strike, blasting the enemies around him backward across the battlefield. Chen Wuming planted his feet and struck a dramatic, heroic pose in front of the flag. With his weapon raised proudly, he declared that he would hold the line and protect Shadow's base from anyone who dared approach it. Yet the enemies he had knocked down showed no fear at all. Instead of scrambling back to their feet or preparing another assault, they remained seated on the ground and suddenly burst into mocking laughter. One of the fallen men grinned at the golden, glowing guild leader and suggested that he might want to look behind himself. Chen Wuming's confident expression instantly stiffened as a wave of panic washed over him. Chen Wuming slowly turned around, and horror spread across his face. Far in the distance, another enemy was already sprinting away with their red flag in his hands. The thief laughed loudly and waved goodbye, leaving the sweating guild leader to realize that the entire confrontation had been nothing more than a distraction. The enemy team had successfully seized the red flag. One of Lu Jianfeng's men raced back toward his own side with the prize held high, cheering triumphantly that they had finally secured it. His teammates shouted their praise from afar, urging the thief onward. Now that the flag was in their possession, all he had to do was carry it safely back to their base, and victory would belong to them. The flag carrier leaped forward with renewed confidence, boasting that their team was about to become the first group ever to defeat Shadow. But the instant his feet touched the ground, something hidden beneath him activated. A concealed trap erupted without warning, releasing a massive green explosion that swallowed both the thief and the stolen flag. As the thick poison fog gradually dispersed, the watching enemies stared in disbelief. The flag carrier had been killed instantly, leaving his dropped equipment and the red flag scattered on the ground where he fell. Chen Wuming remained frozen in shock, but Shadow calmly explained what had happened. The enormous blast had come from a poison trap hidden beneath the battlefield. Shadow then revealed the truth to Lu Jianfeng. At the very beginning of the game, he had quietly spread invisible poison traps across the entire battlefield, using his extremely high stealth level to ensure that no one could detect them. Lu Jianfeng's face twisted with fury. He shouted at Shadow and demanded to know why the system had not disqualified him for attacking other players while he was still locked inside an official duel. A glowing trap appeared in Shadow's palm as he calmly pointed out the flaw in Lu Jianfeng's argument. The rules prohibited him from actively attacking anyone outside his current duel, but the enemies had stepped on the traps by themselves. Since he had not directly triggered the attacks, no rule had technically been broken. Shadow immediately turned back. A player named Mule refused to believe that Shadow could defeat every opponent with a single blow. He rushed forward and initiated a duel, determined to prove otherwise. Before he could even raise his weapon, Shadow struck him squarely in the face and ended the match instantly. One notification after another began echoing across the battlefield. Players continuously challenged Shadow, only for each duel to begin and end almost immediately as challenger after challenger suffered an instant defeat. Watching his fighters fall one after another, Lu Jianfeng finally began to panic. He activated a sprinting ability and suddenly bolted across the battlefield, leaving his confused subordinates shouting after him and asking where he was going. As he ran, Lu Jianfeng deliberately brought his foot down hard against the ground. Another concealed poison trap detonated beneath him, engulfing his entire body in a huge cloud of toxic green energy. However, when the explosion faded, Lu Jianfeng emerged without a single injury. The layers of damage immunity surrounding him had completely absorbed the poison trap's deadly blast. His subordinates immediately understood what their leader was doing. Lu Jianfeng had turned himself into a living minesweeper, deliberately activating the hidden traps so he could clear a safe route for everyone behind him. Each time another trap exploded beneath Lu Jianfeng's feet, the path became safer. His men quickly realized that all they needed to do was follow his exact footsteps through the battlefield. One confused subordinate wondered aloud why Lu Jianfeng was not simply grabbing the fallen flag himself. Another man immediately replied that he clearly did not understand their leader's true objective. The group stared at Lu Jianfeng's intense expression as he pushed forward through the explosions. In that moment, they became convinced that his real purpose was not the flag at all. He was clearing a path because he wanted to face Shadow in a proud and honorable duel. The thought of two great warriors meeting in a decisive showdown deeply moved the entire group. Their eyes burned with admiration as they imagined the magnificent battle that was about to unfold. Filled with renewed determination, Lu Jianfeng's men charged forward together. They vowed to remove every distraction, seize the enemy flag themselves, and allow their leader to confront Shadow without interference. Before they could reach their goal, Chen Wuming stepped directly into their path. He stared down the approaching crowd without retreating and firmly declared that he would protect everything belonging to Shadow. The enemy players responded with mocking sneers. They admitted that Chen Wuming possessed an impressive level and powerful equipment, but they refused to believe that one person could possibly defeat their entire group alone. Chen Wuming's lips curled into a confident smirk. Looking across the crowd of enemies, he calmly asked who had ever said that he planned to fight all of them by himself. In the background, Shadow effortlessly defeated yet another challenger. At the same moment, Chen Wuming finally put his real plan into motion. Chen Wuming's real move was to initiate a duel against Lu Jianfeng himself. The fleeing guild leader was instantly halted in mid-stride, his eyes widening as bands of blue energy wrapped around him and forcibly dragged him into a one-on-one battle with Chen Wuming. Realizing that his escape route had been cut off, Lu Jianfeng turned back with a furious expression. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Chen Wuming, openly frustrated that this troublesome opponent had stopped him at the worst possible moment. Because Chen Wuming had officially entered a duel, the stolen flag immediately vanished and reappeared at a random location nearby. Wearing a triumphant grin, Chen Wuming taunted Lu Jianfeng and revealed that he had already seen through the entire plan. By locking the enemy leader into a forced duel, he had neutralized those irritating damage reduction shields and prevented Lu Jianfeng from protecting the rest of his team. With Lu Jianfeng trapped in battle and unable to interfere, Shadow was finally free to move. A terrifying crimson aura erupted from his body and rolled across the battlefield like a wave, washing over the remaining enemies and leaving them frozen in place by pure fear. Shadow glanced toward Chen Wuming and gave him a rare word of approval. Calmly, he praised the guild leader for handling the situation well and creating exactly the opening they needed. Without Lu Jianfeng's shields and protection, the remaining subordinates immediately lost their confidence. They exchanged frightened looks, their faces sinking into despair as they realized they were now completely exposed before Shadow. Before any of them could retreat or raise their weapons, Shadow vanished into a blinding streak of red energy. Crimson slashes flashed through the terrified group one after another, cutting them down with effortless precision and sending every last player straight back to their respawn point. When the red light finally faded, Shadow stood alone among piles of scattered equipment and glowing rewards. In only a few moments, he had completely wiped out the entire enemy squad. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him, warning that the fight was not finished yet. Shadow turned and saw Lu Jianfeng standing there, gripping an unconscious Chen Wuming by the collar. The guild leader's body was covered in heavy bruises, and he hung limply in Lu Jianfeng's grasp. The system announced Chen Wuming's defeat, and Lu Jianfeng immediately dropped him before initiating a duel against Shadow. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, he declared that Shadow still had one final opponent to deal with. A powerful slash then smashed straight through a metal bracelet and shattered it. To halt the healing effect and remove the boss's protective shield, all 4 bracelets had to be destroyed at precisely the same moment, even though those restraints were also sealing away the creature's true power. Once the meter became completely full, the affected player would lose control and enter a total berserk state. Yet for Shadow, that supposedly deadly curse was nothing more than an enormous, free increase to his attack power. Under the force of his devastating assault, the gigantic skeletal god exploded apart and transformed into a shower of glowing loot. A system notification appeared immediately afterward, officially confirming that the powerful boss had been slain. Following the boss's death, 2 swirling purple portals opened in front of Shadow. He explained that he had only taken the assassin-class equipment and the lifespan reward for himself, leaving every other drop behind for the leader of the Knights Templar. Shadow reassured Chen Wuming that protecting their flag had been essential to winning the team battle. Hearing that his contribution truly mattered, Chun Wuming brightened with joy. He thanked Shadow excitedly, then asked whether Shadow planned to return with the rest of them. Shadow shook his head and explained that he still had unfinished business in the Bashu region. Without delaying any longer, he turned toward the second purple portal and stepped through its swirling surface. Back at the Zhufeng Pavilion base, Lu Jianfeng respawned and was immediately surrounded by anxious subordinates asking about his duel with Shadow. Instead of answering, Lu Jianfeng dropped to his knees and began weeping in silence. His men hurried to comfort him, insisting there was no shame in losing to the world's strongest player and reminding him that they could always challenge Shadow again someday. Still crying, Lu Jianfeng cursed them for being so hopelessly optimistic. His shoulders shook as he finally screamed out the humiliating truth. Throughout the entire duel, he had failed to remove even a single point from Shadow's health bar. The room fell completely silent as Lu Jianfeng continued his confession. He had used every ounce of strength he possessed, unleashed all his skills, and tried every tactic he could think of, yet he had still failed to touch even one strand of hair on Shadow's head. Lu Jianfeng then described the terrifying difference between their strength. Shadow had shattered all 99 layers of his absolute defense and emptied his entire health bar before he could even blink. As everyone struggled to process that impossible defeat, one subordinate suddenly lifted his head. With a serious expression, he announced that he believed he had discovered the secret behind Shadow's overwhelming power. The man pointed forward dramatically and declared that there was only one reasonable explanation: Shadow had to be cheating. Lu Jianfeng and the others immediately looked up at him. Their tearful expressions gave way to stunned silence as they absorbed the bold accusation. The subordinate argued that every player operated beneath the exact same system, so Shadow's achievements should have been impossible. No ordinary player could defeat a diamond-grade boss alone, instantly break through fully stacked shields, and avoid every incoming attack without being touched. To him, the evidence was obvious. Shadow had to be using some kind of hack. Desperate to find any explanation that made their defeat less humiliating, the others quickly began nodding along. The more they considered it, the more they convinced themselves that his reasoning made perfect sense. Their misery rapidly transformed into anger. They agreed that losing against a cheater did not count as a real defeat, and one furious member demanded to know how they could report Shadow and have his account permanently banned. While the group loudly cursed the supposed hacker, a sudden, sharp knock sounded from the other side of the door, cutting through their angry shouting. Already furious and humiliated, one of the men shouted toward the entrance. He angrily demanded to know who would dare disturb them at a moment like this. The subordinates stormed over and yanked the door open, already shouting threats at whoever stood outside. The instant they saw their visitor, however, every man froze in absolute terror. A tall figure dressed in darkness stood silently within the doorway. It was Shadow himself. Panic swept through the room as Lu Jianfeng's men stumbled backward. None of them understood how Shadow had found their hidden base, and several immediately feared that he had come to slaughter everyone inside. Believing Shadow intended to seize their headquarters, one enraged subordinate rushed forward, called him a cheating dog, and swore that the Zhufeng Pavilion would never surrender. Shadow remained completely unfazed. He simply lifted one hand and stopped the charge by tossing a huge, glowing orb toward the group. Then the meaning behind his display finally sank in. Shadow had truly defeated a diamond-grade boss entirely on his own. Overwhelmed by both his unbelievable strength and what they saw as his honorable conduct, Lu Jianfeng and his men dropped to their knees. The entire group immediately apologized for falsely accusing him and swore that from that moment onward, they would serve him with absolute loyalty. Shadow stared down at the kneeling men in complete confusion, unable to understand why their hostility had suddenly turned into such dramatic submission. Lu Jianfeng's face flushed with excitement as he promised that they would do absolutely anything Shadow requested. He even made an uncomfortably suggestive offer to prove their devotion. Visibly disgusted, Shadow rejected the strange proposal at once and clarified that he only wanted one thing: the coordinates of every emerald grade or higher boss in the entire region. Lu Jianfeng hesitated instead of answering immediately, and a troubled expression crossed his face. Shadow noticed his reaction and asked whether the assignment was beyond their ability. Sweating nervously, Lu Jianfeng explained that the major local guilds had already eliminated every emerald grade boss found on the surface. He added that only one possible option remained: entering the Phantom Dungeon. However, Lu Jianfeng warned that the place was incredibly dangerous, especially because rumors claimed it was haunted by actual ghosts. Rather than being frightened, Shadow became interested and asked him to explain exactly what had happened there. Lu Jianfeng explained that the few players who managed to escape the dungeon usually emerged without a single piece of equipment, or even their clothes. The victims could do nothing but babble incoherent nonsense, and some of them needed several days before their minds finally returned to normal. The moment Shadow heard those symptoms, memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind. He immediately recognized the pattern and understood the true identity of the so-called ghost haunting the dungeon. Without the slightest hesitation, Shadow ordered Lu Jianfeng's group to guide him there. His unexpected eagerness left the men stunned, and they nervously wondered whether he possessed some bizarre, thrill-seeking fetish. Shadow ignored their suspicious looks and firmly ordered them to start moving. Meanwhile, at the sinister entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, another party of players was already marching inside. The newcomers laughed openly at the frightening local stories. In their eyes, the survivors had simply become paranoid after a difficult dungeon run, because real ghosts obviously did not exist. The arrogant trio belonged to the Shu Dao Mountain Guild. With a bald man in dark sunglasses leading the way and 2 women walking beside him, they strode confidently into the dungeon, boasting that they would expose its secrets once and for all. The Shu Dao Mountain Guild pushed deeper into the dim corridor, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. At the front, the bald guild leader walked with his chest out, loudly insisting that ghosts were nothing but nonsense. Beside him, the girl in the Cheongsam and the girl in the panda onesie quickly backed him up, boasting that with consciences as clean as theirs, no monster or evil spirit could possibly touch them. Before their confidence could last another second, the ceiling above them suddenly exploded apart. Chunks of stone rained down through the darkness, and a towering purple demon with massive horns crashed heavily into the corridor right in front of their path. The monster standing before them was no ordinary dungeon creature. It was the Jilin Jiangjin Dragon King, a terrifying level 18 platinum boss whose presence alone filled the passage with pressure. But instead of backing away, the guild leader's eyes lit up with excitement. He threw his head back and laughed, already imagining the rare treasures and valuable drops that would come from taking down such a powerful boss. Gripping his weapon, the guild leader stepped forward and barked for his team to attack. In the next instant, a huge formation of glowing blue swords appeared around him, filling the dark corridor with sharp, floating light. The giant demon lowered its head and stared back at them with burning red eyes. Its huge body tensed, claws ready, as if it was preparing to crush them the moment they came within reach. The guild leader suddenly saw a gap in the monster's defense. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground and charged straight in, aiming to end the fight with one clean, decisive strike. With countless blue blades spinning around him, he leaped into the air and drove himself toward the demon's arm, his whole body committed to the attack. But just as he was about to swing, the sword in his hand disappeared completely, vanishing from his grip as if it had never existed. His face instantly twisted with panic. Still hanging in midair, he yelled in disbelief, unable to understand where his weapon had gone at the worst possible moment. Now completely exposed, he had no way to defend himself. The boss swung one massive arm and swatted him away like an insect, sending him flying backward while his guildmates screamed in pure shock. He slammed hard onto the stone floor right in front of the 2 girls. When they looked down, their faces froze, because every piece of his gear had disappeared, leaving him stripped all the way down to his underwear. The panda girl went silent, her cheeks turning bright red as she stared in stunned embarrassment. The Cheongsam girl reacted even harder, blushing furiously as she shouted that the guild leader's equipment had somehow vanished into thin air. Then the situation became even worse. The 2 girls cried out in panic as their own outfits disappeared as well, leaving them just as helpless and exposed. Sitting on the freezing stone floor with nothing left to protect him, the guild leader completely lost his nerve. He screamed that the rumors had been true after all, and that this cursed dungeon really was haunted. The girls snapped at him in outrage, their faces burning with humiliation. Even with the boss still nearby, they could not stop yelling at their guild leader over his shameful reaction to the whole disaster. With no weapons, no armor, and no chance of fighting back, the 3 of them finally turned and ran for their lives. The girls panicked over their exposed state as they sprinted down the corridor, while the guild leader shouted for them to keep moving and swore he would not look. But from the furious way they glared at him, they clearly did not believe a single word. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, Shadow and Lu Jianfeng emerged through the portal, stepping into the same dark and dangerous zone. A system warning immediately flashed before them, announcing that they had entered a frenzy zone where their lifespans would drain 100 times faster than normal. Lu Jianfeng, already terrified of ghosts, nearly fell apart on the spot and begged Shadow to be extremely careful. Shadow simply told him to calm down, his voice steady as he assured him that the danger here was not a ghost. That only made Lu Jianfeng more confused, and he anxiously asked what else could possibly explain all the strange things happening in this place. Before Shadow could answer, terrified screams came echoing through the dark hallway. A moment later, the 3 exposed members of the Shu Dao Mountain Guild came sprinting toward them in total panic, with the huge demon boss thundering close behind. The bald guild leader spotted the 2 men and immediately shouted for help, begging them to save his life. Behind him, his 2 female guildmates panicked even harder, mortified that they had been seen in such an embarrassing state. Shadow calmly raised a thumbs up and joked that these players were surprisingly open-minded to be running around like that. Lu Jianfeng broke into an awkward sweat, then quickly explained that they were not just random players, they were his rivals from the Shu Dao Mountain Guild. At that moment, Shadow received a system alert warning him that someone had just tried to steal from him. His passive skill activated and blocked the attempt, protecting his equipment, but the skill immediately entered a 30-second cooldown. Right beside him, Lu Jianfeng let out a horrified scream as his cape and shirt vanished in an instant. Feeling the sudden loss of his clothes, he became even more convinced that a ghost was standing right there with them. Shadow's expression sharpened as he gathered his power. Then he unleashed the Dark Knight Ring Blade, sending a massive wave of crimson energy tearing through the corridor straight toward the giant monster. The red slash carved directly through the Dragon King's huge body. In a single, devastating hit, the Platinum Boss was destroyed, collapsing into nothing and leaving valuable loot scattered behind. The bald guild leader stood there half-dressed and completely frozen, his mouth hanging open. He could not believe that someone had just wiped out a Platinum Boss with only one attack. Still stunned, he wondered aloud whether their mysterious savior could be the legendary Shadow. The panda girl quickly agreed, pointing out that they could not even tell where the fighter had disappeared to. Shadow's strike had done more than kill the boss. It had also wounded an invisible epic-grade NPC named William Scott, the Thief Saint. Hidden from sight, the thief studied Shadow closely, recognizing his terrifying stealth and speed, and he quickly realized that a player like this must be carrying a pile of rare treasures. Concealed in the darkness, William Scott cursed under his breath. He was shocked that a newcomer had not only injured him, but had also blocked his theft attempt. Still, greed flickered in his eyes as he stared at Shadow's high-grade equipment, especially the valuable dagger that instantly drew his attention. Lu Jianfeng hurriedly warned the exposed players to get out while they still could, explaining that the thief was actually an epic-grade NPC with master-level stealth who would steal anything they had left. As the bald leader panicked, Lu Jianfeng turned to Shadow and asked whether he could really deal with an enemy like that. Shadow remained calm, explaining that this NPC's stats were far below a normal epic boss, so he intended to fight. Lu Jianfeng then looked at the bald leader with disgust and complained about being forced to leave with some local thug. The bald leader instantly fired back, calling him a fat fake, and in seconds their old rivalry flared up again. The two exposed men stepped right up to each other, faces almost touching as they traded insults. The bald leader challenged Lu Jianfeng to a bet, declaring that the loser would have to kneel publicly and apologize to the entire nation. Lu Jianfeng accepted without backing down and told him to name the rules of the competition. With an overly dramatic pose, the bald leader raised his voice and announced the terms. Whoever gave Shadow the most help in defeating the Thief Saint would be declared the winner. Lu Jianfeng immediately burst out laughing, mocking the bald leader for thinking he could assist a top-tier player like Shadow when he did not even have pants on. To him, the whole idea sounded completely ridiculous. The bald leader ignored the insult and instead pulled out a glowing skill book. Presenting it to Shadow as a gift from the Shu Dao Mountain Guild, he opened a trade window with a surprisingly serious expression. Shadow accepted the trade and received the skill book, Final Mark. The moment he recognized what it could do, he knew it was exactly what he needed, so he immediately spent more than 200 evolution points to push the skill all the way up to Mythic tier. After the upgrade, the Mythic Assassin skill became incredibly dangerous. Shadow's next attack would mark its target, reveal their exact position for 30 seconds, and increase the damage they received by 20%. When Shadow praised the skill, the bald leader immediately lit up with pride. He excitedly explained that with this ability, the thief's stealth would become useless, because once Shadow landed even a single hit, the enemy's location would be locked down. Lu Jianfeng quickly cut in and pointed out the obvious problem. By shouting the plan so loudly, the bald leader had practically warned their target, which meant the thief would now know exactly what to avoid. The bald leader's confidence collapsed at once. Sweat rolled down his face as he realized he had just made a huge mistake. High above them in the darkness, William Scott had heard every word. After weighing the danger, he decided that robbing Shadow now was far too risky and began preparing to retreat. Besides, the exposed players below had nothing valuable left for him to steal. Down on the ground, the bald leader panicked while Lu Jianfeng looked smug, blaming him for ruining their chance to catch the thief. Then Lu Jianfeng suddenly raised his head and shouted into the darkness, calling the hidden thief nothing more than a cheap purse snatcher. The insult struck the shadows like a slap, startling the enemy who had been trying to slip away. With a proud grin, Lu Jianfeng revealed a glowing pink object on his backside and boasted that he still had one unbelievably valuable treasure left. He taunted the thief openly, daring him to resist the temptation of stealing an epic-grade accessory known as the Heart of Basu. The bald guild leader stared at him in absolute disbelief and cursed on the spot. He could not process the fact that Lu Jianfeng actually possessed such a legendary item. The girl in the panda onesie quickly explained why the accessory was so famous. The Heart of Ba Su could reduce back attack damage by an astonishing 90%, making it the ultimate symbol of glory throughout their entire region. Up in the shadows, William Scott looked down and froze. His eyes locked onto the glowing gem, and for a moment, he seemed completely enchanted by its light. To William Scott, possessing that artifact was proof of who truly deserved to be called the King of Bashu. The gem burned in his eyes like a blazing sun, so beautiful that no real collector could possibly resist it, even if stealing it meant taking it directly off a man's body. Unable to hold himself back any longer, the legendary thief Saint slipped down from the ceiling without a sound, his body light as a shadow while his greedy eyes stayed fixed completely on the shining prize below. Of course, he understood the situation perfectly. This was clearly a trap laid out in the open, and everyone below was waiting for the exact moment he finally lost patience and made his move. But even knowing all of that, the thief still made his choice. In his mind, a treasure this tempting was more than worth gambling his life on. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot forward, fingers moving like lightning as he ripped the glowing treasure straight from Lu Jianfeng's back. The instant Lu Jianfeng felt that sudden pull behind him, his eyes flashed a furious red, and without wasting even half a second, he gave Shadow the signal to attack. Shadow moved immediately, bursting into action as he shouted that this was the moment. Dark power surged around him, and he released the fierce strike of his Dark Knight ring blade. A huge crimson slash tore through the air and slammed straight into Lu Jianfeng's back, exploding against him with terrifying force. Lu Jianfeng collapsed face first onto the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks as he screamed in pain, crying that his precious Heart of Bashu had been stolen right from him. The bald guild leader stared anxiously at the chaos and wondered whether Shadow's fast strike had actually landed on the thief saint. Panda Girl shouted back that she could not tell from where she stood, but she desperately hoped their plan had not fallen apart. At the same time, the thief saint was already sprinting away at full speed, completely unaware that a giant red crosshair had locked itself directly over his head. As he fled through the dungeon, he laughed wildly, clutching the glowing pink Heart of Bashu in his hands while cheering that he had really pulled off the ultimate theft. He quickly realized that taking Shadow's hit had cost him a large chunk of health, and even worse, it had slapped him with an irritating tracking debuff. Even so, he stayed confident, convinced that the dungeon's maze-like passages would make it nearly impossible for anyone to catch him. Then a system window appeared, showing that the tracking mark only had 23 seconds remaining. Pushing his movement speed as far as it could possibly go, he told himself that all he had to do was survive and stay hidden for just 20 more seconds. Once that timer ran out, Shadow would never be able to find him again. But right as the system timer dropped to exactly 20 seconds, the thief's body suddenly stiffened, and his expression changed as he sensed someone closing in on him at frightening speed. Without warning, a Shadow clone rushed into the hallway directly in front of him. The thief jolted in panic, his eyes widening in disbelief that his pursuer had somehow caught up so quickly. The clone's white eyes glowed in the darkness as it locked onto him and charged forward without hesitation. But after that first shock passed, the thief quickly noticed something was off. This was not the real Shadow standing before him, but only one of his Shadow clones. The clone launched a fierce storm of purple slashes, each one cutting toward him in rapid succession. But the thief reacted instantly, springing high toward the ceiling and slipping past the attacks with ease. With the timer already down to 16 seconds, the thief sneered from above, mocking the clone as naive and saying that such a simple attack could never hope to touch someone like him. But the moment he landed and turned toward the next path, his confidence faltered. Another clone was already waiting silently around the corner. He cursed under his breath in surprise and threw himself out of the way just in time, narrowly avoiding the clone as it dashed past him. He darted deeper through the winding stone corridors, his footsteps echoing off the walls while he laughed and shouted that these clones were nothing but useless obstacles. As the system timer ticked down to 10 seconds, a confident smile returned to his face. In his mind, lasting through the final 10 seconds would be effortless. So when yet another clone suddenly appeared behind him, the thief merely scoffed and shouted that all this chasing was completely pointless. At last, the system timer burned through its final moments. 3, 2, 1. Then a notification appeared, confirming that the tracking mark had completely disappeared. Raising his hard-won treasure in triumph, the thief burst into proud laughter, believing he was finally safe. This treasure would sell for an unbelievable amount of lifespan, and with that, he would move one step closer to breaking the seal that bound him. But then, all at once, his laughter died in his throat. Just ahead of him, a silent figure was standing in the path. It was Shadow, waiting there calmly without making a single sound. At first, the thief tried to convince himself it had to be another clone. But after looking again, his heart sank. This was no fake. This was the real Shadow. For a brief moment, Panic flashed across the thief's face as he wondered how Shadow could have reached this place before him. But when he noticed the floating loot orbs scattered nearby, he quickly came up with another explanation. Maybe Shadow had only been farming monsters in this area by coincidence. He forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that the tracking mark was already gone, and with his master-level stealth active, there was no possible way Shadow could see him. Then, to his horror, Shadow slowly turned his head and looked straight into his eyes, his combo energy already charged to the limit. The thief went completely still, shock freezing his body in place as the truth hit him. Shadow could see him perfectly. That cold stare sent terror straight through him. The thief stumbled backward in blind panic, knowing he had to escape this place immediately before it was too late. But before he could flee, his feet stopped dead. A towering wall of purple flames erupted throughout the corridor, and several Shadow clones stepped out from the darkness, sealing off every possible exit around him. Trapped inside that burning ring of fire, the horrifying realization finally struck him. Shadow had not simply caught up by chance. From the very beginning, he had been herded into this exact location like prey. Standing above him with overwhelming pressure, the real Shadow activated his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. A massive wave of dark purple magic surged forward and crashed down over the trapped thief. A nightmare status gauge appeared above the thief's head, and in an instant, the bar shot all the way up until it was completely full. The thief was dragged into a horrifying illusion, his screams tearing through the corridor as grinning demonic shadows clawed and ripped at his mind. His mask had fallen away, and his eyes spun wildly from the unbearable mental torment as he begged for mercy. He promised he would surrender and become Shadow's loyal servant if only he was allowed to live. Surrounded by the purple flames, Shadow stayed perfectly calm and simply remarked that he had finally seen what the famous thief saint looked like beneath the mask. Under the crushing pain of Shadow's ultimate attack, the thief completely broke. He screamed helplessly, pleading over and over to surrender. Then a system notification appeared, asking Shadow whether he wanted to accept this epic-grade NPC as a subordinate for his guild, and Shadow agreed without hesitation. With the submission confirmed as a huge success, William Scott officially became a loyal member of the Shadow Guild. In the next instant, his equipment changed completely, transforming into a sleek black ninja outfit marked with the Shadow Guild crest. Right then, the bald guild leader came sprinting down the hallway stark naked, flailing in panic as he shouted and demanded to know what on earth had just happened. Shadow answered casually, as if it were no big deal, saying that he had simply turned the thief into his new subordinate. The bald leader nearly lost his mind on the spot, shouting in total disbelief. Before long, the rest of the players rushed over and surrounded the disgraced thief, who was curled up miserably on the floor. They hurled insults at him, calling the legendary thief saint nothing more than a pathetic pickpocket and demanding that he return all their stolen gear. When someone asked if they could just beat him until he was half dead, Shadow stepped in and told everyone to calm down. Shadow explained that since the thief had now become a friendly NPC, they could use lifespan to purchase rare goods and special skills from him. The moment Lu Jianfeng heard that, his interest was instantly caught. He immediately barked at the crying thief, ordering him to stop wasting time and show everyone what goods he had for sale. William Scott reluctantly pulled open his cloak, revealing an impressive lineup of items hidden inside. The first was the Thief Saint Talisman, a special item that allowed someone to steal a random item from another player at the cost of 20 years of lifespan. But the true prize was the Thieving Sacred Hand Skill Book. Its price was a staggering 500 years of lifespan, yet its effect was even more shocking, because it could permanently steal core stats from monsters. The crowd instantly erupted when they looked closer at the display. Lu Jianfeng screamed the loudest, because not only was his underwear hanging inside the cloak, but his precious Heart of Bashu had been pinned there as a sale item too. The naked players were furious, angrily demanding their clothes back, while threatening to murder the miserable thief on the spot. After everyone finally cooled down a little, the bald leader and Lu Jianfeng began to understand just how valuable the actual shop items were. The bald leader pointed out that even if the talisman seemed situational right now, it could become a fortune-making treasure in the late game. And as for the thieving skill, a permanent stat increase was an insane advantage, easily worth the massive 500-year cost. After connecting all the clues, Lu Jianfeng finally understood what had really happened. The thief must have stolen the intelligence stats from all the dungeon's previous victims, which explained why those people had been left temporarily mindless. Hungry for a stronger skill and refusing to let the chance slip away, the players still chose to buy the skill book in the end. Right after that, the system recorded the purchase clearly, showing that the Blue Chong Sam martial artist girl and Lu Jianfeng had each paid 500 years of lifespan to learn the new ability. Immediately after that, a huge jackpot alert exploded in front of Shadow. His newly recruited subordinate had just earned a full 1,000 years of lifespan, and because of the 50% tax rate, 500 years flowed straight into Shadow's guild pool like free profit. Seeing this, Shadow instantly understood the trick behind it. If he sent the thief out to hunt and farm other players, the lifespan gains would keep rolling in. And since half of the cost came back to him as a rebate, even if Shadow learned the skill himself, the real price would only be 250 years. Shadow did not waste even a second. He directly spent 88 evolution points and pushed the skill book all the way up into the mythic tier. After the upgrade, Thieving's Sacred Hand became terrifying. It could now steal 5 stat points from each target, stacking all the way up to 3,000 points, while also giving him a massive passive 20% boost to every stat. Even more ridiculous, the skill was no longer limited by target type and could be used on anyone. A faint smile appeared on Shadow's face as he looked at the upgraded effect. A percentage-based stat boost might not look simple on paper, but he knew exactly how dangerous it was. The stronger he became and the higher his level climbed, the more absurd that 20% bonus would grow. William Scott stood there frozen, his eyes wide as he stared at Shadow's hand. A strange mythical glow was pulsing from it, and the energy alone was enough to leave him completely stunned. Barely able to believe what he was seeing, William Scott asked how Shadow had possibly mastered the ultimate mythic skill that belonged to the Starry Sky Thief clan. But before Shadow could even give him an answer, the thief suddenly dropped down and slammed his forehead against the stone floor again and again. With each heavy knock, he swore that he would follow Shadow for the rest of his life, begging with desperate excitement for Shadow to pass that skill down to him one day. Shadow only looked down at him calmly and told him to stand up. His voice stayed steady as he promised that as long as William behaved properly, he would eventually teach him the skill. Right at that moment, the entire roof began to collapse with a violent roar. The stone ceiling cracked apart overhead, and chunks of debris rained down as enormous glowing chains and thick purple tentacles smashed straight into the room. Through the crashing rubble, a thunderous voice rolled across the room, filled with rage as it cursed them all as despicable humans. From inside the smoke and dust, a gigantic, horrifying eyeball monster slowly appeared. Its huge body was bound in glowing chains, with tentacles twisting around it like something from a nightmare. The monster roared furiously, demanding that they release William Scott at once. William immediately panicked and tried to stop his friend, shouting with everything he had that she had misunderstood the situation. But the monster was already too enraged to listen to a single word. Its massive eye began to gather a frightening light, and in the next instant, it fired a devastating petrification ray straight at the group. Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader had no time to escape at all, and their bodies were instantly turned into solid stone statues. Shadow, however, did not even flinch. He calmly raised his magic resistance shield in front of him, and the beam slammed into it only to be blocked without any difficulty. The monster froze in confusion, its giant eye trembling slightly as it stared at the shield. It could not understand how its ultimate attack had been stopped so easily by something that looked like a simple barrier. Right after unleashing that attack, the giant eyeball monster's body began to distort violently. Yellow electrical energy crackled across her form, making her entire body flicker and glitch as if it were being torn apart from within. The glowing chains wrapped around her suddenly tightened with brutal force. They dug into her body like burning restraints, and the pain was so intense that she let out a piercing scream. William's face changed instantly. He rushed toward the struggling monster in a panic, begging her not to use her power anymore. His voice cracked as he cried out that she could not die here. Shadow narrowed his eyes, clearly intrigued by the fact that this dungeon had somehow produced 2 epic-grade NPCs. He turned toward the sobbing thief and demanded that William explain exactly what was going on. With tears still on his face, William revealed that the giant eyeball monster's name was Aristotle. She was not just some random dungeon monster. She was his closest and most important friend. Many years ago, back when William was still nothing more than a low-level thief, he had met Aristotle by chance. Somehow, the two of them connected almost immediately, and before long, they had become the best of friends. Aristotle possessed an unbelievable amount of cosmic knowledge and could locate almost any rare treasure hidden in the world. William, on the other hand, relied on his god-tier stealing abilities to snatch those treasures once she found them. Working together, the two of them collected legendary loot in unbelievable amounts, piling up treasures one after another. That was exactly how William eventually earned the famous title of Thief Saint. But their luck did not last forever. One day, Aristotle sensed the presence of a legendary supreme treasure hidden deep inside the Phantom Dungeon, and that discovery changed everything. Filled with excitement, the two of them entered the ancient ruins and pushed deeper inside until they finally reached a massive chest glowing with mysterious light. William, thinking only of sharing the joy with his friend, generously told Aristotle that she should be the one to open the treasure chest herself. But the moment the lid slowly began to rise, what appeared in front of them was not gold, jewels, or any treasure at all. Instead, blinding pillars of golden light burst out from inside the chest, and at the same time, Countless massive chains shot upward with terrifying speed. Before either of them could react, those chains violently pierced straight through Aristotle's body. In an instant, she was dragged upward and trapped helplessly in midair. That so-called legendary treasure chest was never a treasure at all. It was actually a terrifying primordial tear trap waiting for someone to trigger it. Aristotle was sealed inside the phantom dungeon on the spot, bound by inescapable chains of light that no ordinary force could ever break. William then revealed the most hopeless part of it all. To break that primordial seal, they needed an unimaginable 1 billion years of lifespan. To save Aristotle, he had remained inside the dungeon all this time, robbing players and collecting lifespan bit by bit, until Shadow's group finally arrived. Through his tears, he explained that Aristotle had just forced herself to use her powers in order to save him, and that act triggered the seal's deadly punishment, pushing her to the edge of death. William looked at his dying friend with despair filling his eyes. Now that he was bound to Shadow, he knew he would never be able to gather 1 billion years of lifespan. The farewell he had feared for so long had finally arrived. The thief completely collapsed. He cried so hard that his whole body shook, apologizing again and again to his oldest friend while screaming that he was sorry for failing her. Tears poured down William's face as he sobbed uncontrollably, calling out to Big Eye and apologizing over and over because he still could not save her. Then, through his tears, William noticed Shadow stepping forward. When he saw his master draw the glowing primordial sword, confusion immediately flashed across his face, and he asked what Shadow was planning to do. William threw himself directly in front of the giant eyeball, using his own body to block the way. In desperation, he asked if Shadow was trying to kill his friend, then hurriedly tried to convince him that Big Eye would not drop anything valuable even if she died. William begged Shadow to show mercy, his voice shaking as he pleaded for Big Eye's life. But Shadow ignored his cries completely, lifted his sword, and swung it down with cold precision. Yet the blade did not cut into the monster at all. Instead, Shadow's strike landed on the chains binding the giant eyeball, and the restraints shattered apart right before William's stunned eyes. The broken chains dissolved into light and vanished from the air, and with that single strike, the seal binding Aristotle was officially destroyed. William could only stare in disbelief, his mouth slightly open as he tried to understand what had just happened. He could not figure out how Shadow had pulled off such an impossible miracle. Shadow calmly explained that he simply wanted to test whether a primordial-grade weapon could destroy the chains. Since the attack had worked, the seal was now gone, and Aristotle should be fine. Aristotle slowly blinked, her voice weak as she called William's name. The moment William heard her speak again, joy rushed across his face, and he hurried to reassure her that everything was all right now. Aristotle then turned her giant eye toward Shadow and asked William how he had ended up becoming the servant of a blue star human. William immediately defended him, telling her that Shadow was not an ordinary human at all. He was the very person who had saved her life. Seeing the perfect chance, William quickly began praising Shadow in front of Big Eye, telling her that she should join them too because following him meant they would have access to endless rare treasures. Aristotle cut him off and told him to be quiet for a moment, because she wanted to examine this human herself. The moment Aristotle began analyzing Shadow, she was completely taken aback. From his equipment alone, she could tell he was wearing some of the best gear possible, and almost every skill he possessed had already reached mythic grade. But then Aristotle noticed something even more unbelievable, something far beyond excellent gear or powerful skills. This human actually carried the authority of ancient gods. At that exact moment, the system sent Shadow a new notification. The epic-grade NPC Aristotle wanted to join him voluntarily. Shadow did not hesitate for even a heartbeat and immediately clicked yes. The system then confirmed that Aristotle had officially become a dedicated guild NPC. Her basic function alone was already incredible, allowing guild members to claim a double EXP buff once per day, along with an advanced barrier. The system went even further and unlocked one of her advanced functions, giving them a dangerous new option. By sacrificing part of their own lifespan, they could dig up rare information that ordinary players would never be able to find. Now wearing the fresh crest of the guild on her body, she lowered her head respectfully before her master, her posture calm and obedient, as if she was ready to carry out any order the moment it was given. Shadow accepted without hesitation, clearly satisfied as he praised both of them as first-rate talents. Then he immediately turned to Aristotle and ordered him to place the double EXP buff on him, before sending the two of them back to the guild base through teleportation so they could start farming lifespan right away. But just before they left, Shadow remembered the local players still frozen nearby. He told Aristotle to release them from petrification, then gave William one more order: return every single item he had stolen from them. In the next instant, a brilliant golden flash spread across the area, washing over Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader, completely breaking the stone-like petrification that had locked their bodies in place. The moment they were freed, both men sprang up in panic. their bodies trembling as their eyes darted around wildly, searching for that terrifying giant eyeball monster. Shadow simply told them, as if it was nothing special, that he had already tamed both creatures and sent them away. The two rivals froze in disbelief, then burst out in shock, unable to accept that he had captured two epic-grade NPCs in one move. Shadow pointed casually toward the ground and told them their equipment was all right there. The group of naked players rushed over in excitement, thanking him again and again, while Lu Jianfeng was so moved that he actually cried tears of joy over getting his limited edition underwear back. With a huge grin on his face, Lu Jianfeng carefully brought out his treasured accessory, the heart of Ba Shu, and offered it to the man who had just saved them. But when Shadow looked down and saw that strange pink ball covered in spikes, his expression stiffened, and he stared at it with open disgust. Lu Jianfeng hurried to explain that he and the bald leader had already reached an agreement. The heart of Ba Shu should belong to Shadow. In their eyes, only an overwhelming powerhouse like him had the right to own such a thing. The two of them pleaded with him sincerely, begging him to put it on and officially become the king of Ba Shu. Shadow did not look moved in the slightest. Instead, a massive shockwave erupted from him as he coldly told them to get lost, blasting the entire naked group away like they weighed nothing. And just like that, the legendary heart of Ba Shu disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. Some people later claimed Ba Shu no longer had a king, while others joked that from that day forward, every player in the region became a king of their own. Meanwhile, more than 200 kilometers south of the ruins of the magic capital, another intense battle was already raging. The target was a fast-moving creature wrapped in blue light, its body twisting through the air as it swirled aside and narrowly avoided an incoming attack. But the one chasing it was Ghost Spirit, now in her terrifying red-skinned form, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared directly behind her prey. She moved like a streak of lightning, her blade cutting down with brutal precision and landing a savage slash that tore more than 18,000 points of damage from the monster. The beast instantly swung back in retaliation, but Ghost Spirit slipped away with ease, dodging the counterattack as if she had already predicted its movement. Without wasting even a second, she activated Shadow Stealth, letting her figure melt back into the surrounding darkness. The monster stopped in place, suddenly losing track of her, its movements turning confused as it searched for the enemy that had vanished. Ghost Spirit silently judged the situation. She had already been fighting this beast for more than 20 minutes, and after all that effort, its health had finally dropped to the last third. She told herself that once she finished off this monster, she would finally have the strength to solo farm emerald-grade bosses. Even though she knew the distance between her and her master was still enormous, taking down this enemy would at least give her a real spark of hope. But high above her, on a ledge overlooking the battlefield, a group of male players with heart-shaped eyes had been watching her fight the entire time. One of them stared down in amazement, admitting that her skill was ridiculously sharp. She kept herself just outside the boss's attack range while still dealing steady, controlled damage again and again. Another player, practically drooling as he watched, began plotting out loud. If they all rushed her together, he believed she would have no way to resist, especially now that the boss had already been worn down to 1/3 health. One man had even lowered himself like a human chair beneath their blonde leader, respectfully telling his queen that they were ready to jump in at any moment and steal the boss for her. The blonde leader, however, told him there was no need to hurry. She watched Ghost Spirit closely and advised them to wait, admitting that their target was clearly a top-tier hunter with clean, decisive attacks. She warned her followers that the girl was constantly on guard. At the smallest sign of danger or movement around her, she would vanish instantly and make herself impossible to catch. Just then, Ghost Spirit's faint outline appeared above the monster as she prepared to strike again, and the blonde leader's lips curled into a knowing smirk. She declared that the only chance to catch Ghost Spirit was the exact instant she launched her attack, and as she spoke, a glowing red magic circle began to spread beneath them. The moment that red magic circle lit up, Ghost Spirit immediately sensed that something was wrong, her instincts warning her that a sudden trap had been activated. Red energy erupted upward, surging into the sky as the spell fully awakened, and the entire area was swallowed by the glow of the formation. Ghost Spirit was startled as she looked toward the source of the power, realizing it was a magic circle and immediately questioning who had suddenly appeared there. Since she did not know what these people wanted or what the spell was capable of, she made the safest choice right away and decided to retreat first. Watching Ghost Spirit pull back so quickly, the blonde leader smirked with disdain, mocking her for running so fast, and calling her nothing more than a typical rat from the Shadow Guild. Then she turned toward her brainwashed followers and gave the order, commanding them to rush in immediately and take control of the boss. The squad charged forward at once, shouting as they stormed toward the battlefield, screaming for their guild to advance in the name of their beloved master. The brainwashed warriors threw themselves at the lightning-infused platinum boss, while Ghost Spirit, already hidden back in stealth, looked on coldly and scoffed at their clumsy attempt to steal her kill. She knew the system rules better than they did, since she had already removed 2/3 of the boss's health. Only she would have the right to pick up the loot during the protected time limit. So Ghost Spirit planned to stay hidden in stealth, wait for them to finish the boss off, and then snatch the rewards the moment they dropped. From the rooftop above, the blonde leader giggled as if she had already seen through everything, mocking Ghost Spirit for hiding and accusing her of waiting for the perfect chance to steal the loot. With one final blow, the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild finally defeated the Platinum Grade Lightning Saber King. But the system immediately announced that because their battle contribution was only 27.5%, the loot was locked, and no one could pick it up for the next 43.5 minutes. The guild members did not seem bothered by the long wait at all. They quickly surrounded the glowing drops, shouting over one another and ordering everyone to guard the loot until the timer finally ended. Ghost Spirit moved in an instant, darting through the crowd like a shadow, slipping between the stunned followers before they could even react. But right as her hand reached toward the loot, the blonde leader's grin turned wicked, and she quietly whispered that the target had taken the bait. She struck the ground hard with her staff, and another magic circle instantly activated beneath the battlefield. Ghost Spirit was caught completely off guard as a massive magic array flared to life under her feet, the sudden light locking the space around her. It was the Desire Cage magic array. Ghost Spirit was trapped inside it completely, unable to move or use any of her skills, yet at the same time immune to damage until the caster chose to release her. Around them, the followers erupted in cheers, celebrating that their master had finally caught her. Standing proudly on top of her brainwashed servant like a throne, the blonde leader looked down in triumph and boasted that no matter how powerful Ghost Spirit's stealth was, nothing could escape detection within her range. Her hidden class was finally revealed, Array Master, the ultimate all-around class. Her wind-seeking array spread through the air like invisible threads, riding every nearby current until it could lock onto any target within a full 50-meter range almost instantly. Right after that, she raised her hand again and unleashed her next spell, the Lifespan Extraction Array, a cruel formation meant to sap away the life force of anyone caught inside its boundaries. Warning messages flashed one after another, showing Ghost Spirit's lifespan falling day by day. Her face instantly changed, panic rushing through her as she realized her life was being drained, and she cursed herself for walking straight into such a complete trap. Forcing herself to stay calm, Ghost Spirit immediately reached out to Shadow and told him she had been ambushed and needed rescue right away. Shadow answered without the slightest delay, telling her to send over her location immediately. Meanwhile, the woman in charge watched everything with a faint smile, fully aware that her ability could only steal 5 years at most. The terrifying act of draining an entire lifespan was nothing more than a bluff, designed to crush her target's composure with fear. From the very beginning, this whole ambush had been carefully arranged. Her real purpose was to drag Shadow out into the open and take revenge for her older brother, Song Fei. This woman was Song Xiaoyu, his younger sister, and hatred had driven her here. Then, without warning, a terrifying surge of pressure rippled through the air above them, twisting the sky itself as if something massive had just torn into the battlefield. Song Xiaoyu's eyes widened the moment she felt that disturbance. She understood at once that Shadow had finally arrived. A crimson slash ripped across the sky like a blade of blood-red lightning, cutting through the brainwashed followers before they could even react. In just 1 second, the entire guard squad was completely wiped out. When the chaos settled, Shadow was already standing calmly among the scattered loot, looking as if the battle had barely been worth his attention. Ghost Spirit lit up with relief and quickly thanked her master for saving her. Shadow looked around the ruined area but had no memory of this guild at all. To him, they seemed like nothing more than low-level players trying to bully and take advantage of others. With one sharp leap, Shadow launched himself upward, telling Ghost Spirit to stay where she was. His gaze locked onto the leader standing on the rooftop, and he made it clear he would deal with that person first. As Shadow rushed straight toward her, Song Xiaoyu burst into a revenge-filled laugh, staring him down with twisted excitement and daring him to come closer. But Song Xiaoyu still had another card hidden. She activated the Resurrection Array, and in the next instant, her fallen teammates reappeared inside her magic circle instead of returning to their normal respawn points. The revived followers shot upward one after another, throwing themselves into Shadow's path, while shouting that he had already stepped right into their trap. Shadow's eyes sharpened in surprise as he realized something was off. Somehow, these people were able to follow his movements and predict where he would go. And the situation grew even worse. As those followers rushed toward him through the air, huge paper bomb talismans on their backs began glowing with dangerous light. Song Xiaoyu wasted no time and immediately triggered her explosion array. A blinding blast swallowed the sky, erupting into a massive storm of fire, smoke, and shattered debris that wrapped completely around Shadow. Down below, Ghost Spirit froze in shock at the sight. Song Xiaoyu laughed wildly as she stared into the towering pillar of flames, screaming for Shadow to die. With tears and madness mixing in her voice, she cried out to her dead brother, saying she had finally avenged him. But when the smoke slowly thinned, a dark figure stepped forward from inside the blast. Shadow's voice remained calm as he realized they had been aiming for him from the very beginning. The game interface confirmed that his shield of black light had been broken, but his health was still nearly untouched. Shadow looked at Song Xiaoyu almost casually and said she had done a decent job, since she had at least managed to remove one layer of his defense. Song Xiaoyu snapped at his arrogance, calling him a fool and telling him to check his own status. Then a sly grin spread across her face as she declared that she had already checkmated him and ordered him to become her obedient dog. In that instant, Shadow's eyes went blank, and glowing pink hearts flashed across them. A warning appeared, revealing that he had been struck by the charm curse of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. Song Xiaoyu sneered at him, asking if he really thought she would come after him without preparing anything. She proudly declared that he had already lost, boasting that he never could have expected her to possess the ancient divine stone tablet of the goddess of ultimate love. With a wicked smile, she explained the trap behind her attacks. Every time she struck him, a charm gauge built up little by little, and once that gauge filled completely, Shadow would become her permanent slave. She then revealed the most terrifying part of the curse. This charm carried the power of rules themselves, meaning ordinary mortals had no way to resist it. But Shadow's interface immediately revealed the countermeasure. Effects empowered by rules could only be erased by another power of rules. Fortunately, Shadow was holding his primordial-grade divine weapon, the Blade of Judgment, and the system offered to resist the curse by consuming 10 of his 16 divinity points. Shadow did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately ordered the system to resist the curse, and 10 divinity points were burned away in an instant. A brilliant burst of light erupted around him as the system confirmed that the charm curse had been completely purified. Song Xiaoyu froze in total shock, her confidence crumbling as she screamed in disbelief, unable to understand how Shadow had erased her ultimate magic. Her eyes locked onto the glowing weapon in Shadow's hand, and desperation crept into her voice as she demanded to know what that blade truly was. Shadow looked down at her with cold, emotionless eyes and told her that her time had come. In a flash, he lunged forward and thrust the glowing blade straight toward her neck. But at the exact moment his strike landed, Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He spun around without losing momentum and easily cut off the heads of the brainwashed lackeys who had tried to leap at him from behind. Yet even after dealing with them, Shadow immediately sensed that something about the situation was not right. He realized he had not actually struck Song Xiaoyu at all. Her body had turned into a glowing green phantom, dissolving into nothing before vanishing completely and leaving Shadow empty-handed. Shadow recognized the technique almost immediately. It was Zuma's stolen Soul Walker ability. At the same time, he remembered the mysterious cloaked figure he had seen in Hukabin's memories, and it became clear that the mastermind behind the scenes must have stepped in to save her. Ghost Spirit hurried over and eagerly asked if he had finished her off. Shadow calmly admitted that Song Xiaoyu had escaped, and his student was left stunned by the answer. Shadow explained that someone was gathering forces specifically to target him, and this ambush was clearly one of their planned operations. Ghost Spirit immediately grew furious, calling them suicidal fools for daring to scheme against her master. Shadow told her he was not worried about his own safety, but she had to become much more cautious. She still lacked experience, and that made it easy for her to fall into enemy traps. Determined not to become a burden, Ghost Spirit nodded eagerly. Shadow then handed her the loot from the Platinum Boss, including a new bloodline she could fuse with, and a dual-wield mastery skill book. Ghost Spirit looked at the rewards in surprise and asked if he really did not want them for himself. Shadow explained that the bloodline's instant death effect was useless to him, and as for dual-wielding, he had already mastered it long ago. Ghost Spirit's face brightened with happiness as she thanked him, then immediately fused with the new power he had given her. The system confirmed that she had obtained the instant death bloodline. From now on, each of her attacks could add instant death points to a target, and once that gauge filled completely, the enemy would be executed on the spot. Shadow told Ghost Spirit that this bloodline would raise her damage to an entirely new level. He also mentioned that 2 new NPCs were already waiting at their guild hideout with useful functions, making her gasp with excitement. After that, Shadow said his next plan was to travel to the Bashu region and grind his way up to level 30. He gave Ghost Spirit the job of watching the foreign player guilds and the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild, and she agreed without any hesitation. Far away, deep inside a mysterious cave, blue light suddenly flashed through the darkness. A badly injured Song Xiaoyu appeared in the glow and collapsed hard onto the cold stone floor. Standing above her was the red-eyed leader, looking down with chilling indifference. In a cold voice, he asked who had given her permission to act on her own, then mocked her for thinking the small amount of goddess power he had granted her would be enough to kill Shadow. Song Xiaoyu immediately snapped back at him, her face twisted with anger as she blamed him for destroying everything she had set up. In her eyes, she had already been right at the edge of success, only for him to interfere at the worst possible moment. Tears spilled from Song Xiaoyu's eyes as she shouted that every single night, she dreamed of her brother drenched in blood, calling out to her for help. Her voice shook with hatred as she accused the leader of never understanding that pain, because he didn't carry the same personal grudge against Shadow. The red-eyed leader didn't show even the slightest trace of sympathy. He only stared down at her coldly and called her nothing more than a foolish woman. Then the darkness behind him slowly split apart, and one figure after another stepped into view, all of them staring forward with glowing red eyes. Surrounded by that chilling crowd, the leader asked her who among them didn't already carry a deep, blood-soaked feud with Shadow. His voice dropped lower as he warned her that if her selfish little actions ruined their grand plan, the others wouldn't spare her for even a second. They would rip her apart themselves, because not a single person there was stupid enough to believe Shadow could be brought down alone. He stepped closer, his shadow stretching over her as he towered above her trembling body. If she truly wanted revenge, then she had only one choice left: shut her mouth and follow orders. Song Xiaoyu collapsed there on the floor, tears still running down her face. After struggling for a moment, she finally lowered her head and agreed. The red-eyed leader turned away from her and stepped forward, facing the rest of the gathered group. With a cold, commanding tone, he told them the time had finally come to begin. Crimson lightning suddenly crawled across the strange brand on his arm, crackling like living blood. Zentile and the other members of the Black Dragon Guild stood nearby, watching in silence as that terrifying power began to rise. The leader lifted his hand toward the air, and a huge surge of red energy gathered around him before blasting upward like a violent wave. The entire space seemed to tremble beneath that pressure. Then he activated his skill, Murderous Intent Wave. A brutal aura spread outward from his body as he began drawing in the kill values of other players, using their accumulated slaughter to force his own stats even higher. The system immediately confirmed the result. His stacked stats had reached 450 layers, granting him a terrifying 900% attribute boost. Even with that monstrous increase, the red-eyed leader still wasn't pleased. He let out a disappointed sigh and said that if they had absorbed the kill values from the Cloud Mountain Fog Guild as planned, they would have reached a full 500 layers. His sharp gaze then fell back onto the kneeling Song Xiaoyu as he reminded her that because of her mistake, their entire operation now had to be delayed. Song Xiaoyu quickly bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, saying she was willing to accept any punishment. The leader's expression stayed ice-cold as he told her that apologizing to him wasn't enough. She needed to apologize to the rest of the crew, and her punishment would be left in the hands of his men. Behind her, two disturbing subordinates began laughing with ugly excitement, even thanking their boss, while Song Xiaoyu's body stiffened in fear. As the leader walked away without looking back, he said he would personally farm the final 50 stacks of kill values, and ordered everyone else to remain where they were. Behind him, the thugs rushed towards Song Xiaoyu, yanking at her clothes as she screamed desperately for them to stop. The red-eyed leader continued into the darkness, his footsteps calm and unhurried. In his mind, only one thought remained. There was just one final piece missing before they could kill Shadow once and for all. Behind him, Song Xiaoyu could only stare helplessly with her face flushed from terror and humiliation, while pieces of clothing flew through the air and her panicked screams continued echoing through the darkness. Meanwhile, Shadow was calmly going through a massive list of boss locations that his newly recruited followers had sent over. The coordinates covered everything from Emerald-tier bosses to Platinum-tier bosses, scattered all across the dungeon. After looking it over, Shadow quickly realized that this phantom dungeon was basically an untouched treasure field packed with high-level bosses. The only reason nobody had swept through them yet was simple. The Thief Saint had been keeping players from pushing too deep. But to Shadow, that danger only made the place even more perfect. He summoned Osiris, his eyes locked on the long list, already thinking that dozens of bosses were exactly what he needed to push himself straight to level 30. His plan was simple and ambitious. He wanted to gather enough experience in one stretch so that he could break through his 4th-class advancement all at once. Down near the entrance of the Phantom Dungeon, Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader of the Shu Dao Mountain Guild were already calling out to Shadow, waving him over as if they had been waiting for him. But the moment Shadow arrived, the two of them immediately started arguing. Lu Jianfeng wanted to head to the 3rd floor because the Shadow Knight there dropped excellent assassin equipment. The bald leader, however, insisted that the 4th floor's bone-rotting giant lizard was the better target. Lu Jianfeng snapped back that the giant lizard was incredibly annoying to fight, while the bald leader stubbornly claimed he was only trying to choose the most efficient route. Shadow didn't bother listening to them bicker any longer. He coldly told both of them to shut up, then made the decision himself. They would clear the dungeon one floor at a time, and whoever found the boss first would get to lead the way. The bald leader instantly puffed himself up and bragged that he had found the soul-devouring witch. Lu Jianfeng immediately shouted back that they had discovered it together, and not only that, the monster had nearly killed both of them. Lu Jianfeng then leaned closer to Shadow with a nervous expression and warned him that this particular boss was extremely troublesome. Her battle mechanics were the kind that could make even experienced players feel helpless. The system soon identified the target in front of them, a level 20 emerald grade boss known as the soul-devouring witch, Ella. The bald leader quickly began explaining her battle phases, saying that she had 4 stages in total. At the start, she would cover herself with a soul fire shield that blocked all incoming damage, while also releasing cursed spirits that could explode across a wide area with devastating force. But before he could even finish his explanation, Shadow had already moved. In an instant, he unleashed Shadow Slash, and the terrifying boss was completely destroyed before anyone else could react. The system immediately confirmed the kill and poured out the rewards. Shadow received a massive 180,000 experience points, 92 evolution points, 87 years of tradable lifespan, 9 pieces of equipment, and 4 skill books. The bald leader stood there completely stunned, his eyes nearly popping out as he screamed that Shadow had just vaporized her. He almost wanted to cry as he remembered how he and Lu Jianfeng had fought that same boss for half an hour and still couldn't even break through her shield. Lu Jianfeng immediately reminded him that the fight wouldn't have been so miserable if he hadn't spent most of it hiding in the back. The bald leader quickly defended himself, saying he had only been keeping an eye out for that sneaky little thief kid. Shadow didn't waste time arguing with them. He simply collected the golden lifespan orbs and the assassin equipment he wanted, then told the other two they could divide everything else before moving on to the next target. Just then, a massive skeletal beast suddenly shook the entire dungeon, its heavy presence making the ground tremble beneath their feet. The system marked it as a level 20 platinum boss, the bone-war elephant Taurus. But to Shadow, its enormous size meant absolutely nothing. He rushed forward at once, cutting into the monster with a rapid storm of deadly slashes. The system confirmed another kill, rewarding Shadow with 120,000 experience points, 64 evolution points, 55 years of lifespan, 6 pieces of gear, and 3 skill books. Behind him, his 2 lazy guides instantly dove into the dirt, scrambling to scoop up the leftovers. From that point on, the dungeon turned into a one-man speed run of pure slaughter. On the 3rd floor, Shadow found the emerald-grade Shadow Knight Sharon and cut it down in a single clean motion. Next came the platinum-grade Molten Giant, Ball. Before the huge monster could even launch an attack, Shadow's blade had already sliced straight through it, splitting it apart. Then the emerald-grade Death Language Priest, Solon, stepped into his path. But that boss met the same fate, collapsing onto the floor as just another corpse left behind. Shadow moved so fast he almost looked like a streak of darkness. One boss after another appeared before him, and one after another was completely erased. The Gatekeeper Yes Hen, the Poison Hand Dr. Sunda, the Witch of the Ruined Kingdom Vox, and the intellectual magic child Wu Bin all fell in rapid succession, each of them crushed before they could slow him down. At last, Shadow faced a colossal skeleton serpent, the offspring of the Bone King, Phelan. After bringing that monster down as well, he gained another huge burst of experience along with more precious lifespan. Not long after, the system announced that Shadow had reached level 30. Shadow's eyes lit up as he opened his stats, clearly thrilled by the result and unable to hide his excitement. After checking the numbers, he quickly calculated that he still needed another 400,000 experience points to unlock his 4th class advancement. In his mind, 3 more bosses should be enough to close that final gap. But when he pulled up the map and prepared to search for the next target, his expression suddenly froze. The radar in front of him was completely empty. Only then did Shadow realize the problem. The boss he had just killed was already the final one on his list. Lu Jianfeng couldn't help laughing in disbelief, saying they had spent several days tracking down all of those bosses, only for Shadow to wipe them out in less than an hour. The bald leader then explained that Shadow had already cleared every boss on the first 4 floors. There should still be more bosses on the 5th floor, but the entrance gate had been sealed shut and wouldn't open. Shadow narrowed his eyes slightly and asked what exactly he meant by the gate not opening. Rather than standing around guessing, Shadow decided they should go see it for themselves. The bald leader quickly took the lead, guiding them deeper through the dungeon's dark, winding hallways. When they finally arrived, a massive stone archway stood before them, covered in a swirling current of dark purple energy that churned like a sealed vortex. The bald leader instantly lost his composure, his eyes widening as he shouted that the gate had actually opened. After everything they had tried before, after every failed attempt to force it open, it was suddenly unlocked right in front of them. Shadow stayed calm, studying the situation for only a moment before piecing it together. This dungeon must have been sealed by a hidden lock, and the only way to reach the 5th floor was probably to defeat every boss on the first 4 levels. Hearing that, Lu Jianfeng and the bald leader both froze. Then their expressions lit up with excitement as they realized an insanely powerful boss might be waiting beyond that gate. Shadow didn't waste any more time. He simply said they should head inside now, his tone steady as he prepared to move toward the newly opened path. But just as he was about to step forward, the bald leader suddenly rushed to stop him. The bald leader lowered his voice and admitted something honestly. In the past, he had never truly believed all those wild rumors about the legendary Shadow. People had given Shadow one ridiculous title after another, calling him by all kinds of exaggerated names like some unstoppable myth, and back then, the bald leader had only laughed at those stories. Shadow's face immediately stiffened, and a bright red flush spread across his cheeks as those embarrassing nicknames were thrown out in front of everyone. But the bald leader didn't seem to notice his discomfort at all. With complete seriousness, he declared that after personally witnessing Shadow's terrifying skills today, he had completely changed his mind and now believed every word. Then, with a dramatic motion, the bald leader pulled out a glowing orange cube that shone brightly in his hand. He shouted with excitement that Shadow had pushed their guild forward more in a single hour than they normally managed to achieve in an entire month. To properly show his gratitude, the bald leader activated a rare item known as the Mandarin Duck Pot. The moment it appeared, the system confirmed its powerful effect. Anyone who ate from this hot pot would gain a 10% increase to all attributes, lasting all the way until death. The bald leader proudly explained that this was their guild's ultimate trump card, a special item they would normally save only for a final boss battle. Without wasting a second, he eagerly began serving Shadow himself, treating him like the most important guest at the table. As he placed the food in front of him, he reminded Shadow with great seriousness that the beef tripe had to be boiled for exactly 30 seconds before eating, not a moment more and not a moment less. Shadow picked up a piece and took a bite, and the flavor hit him so hard that his expression changed on the spot. The fresh ingredients had soaked up the spicy broth perfectly, each bite carrying that rich, fiery taste as if it had been cooked at the absolute perfect moment. Lu Jianfeng watched all of this from the side, and his face darkened with frustration. Seeing his rival win Shadow over with such a clever move made him grit his teeth, and he silently swore that he would not lose this food battle. Not willing to fall behind, Lu Jianfeng immediately brought out his own legendary feast. With an almost desperate eagerness, he begged Shadow to try Zhu Feng Pavilion's ultimate specialty, their famous Bobo chicken. The system quickly confirmed the dish's effect as well. This Bobo chicken was no ordinary food. It could increase all status resistances by a massive 50%, making it an incredibly valuable boost before a dangerous fight. Shadow took one skewer and gave it a try, and the moment the flavor spread through his mouth, he was completely hooked. The spicy, numbing aftertaste lingered on his tongue, sharp and addictive, leaving him clearly impressed by the dish. When the two guild leaders saw Shadow enjoying both meals, the atmosphere instantly turned competitive. Lu Jianfeng proudly claimed that Shadow obviously liked his Bobo chicken better, but the bald leader immediately shouted back, insisting that Shadow had clearly been more moved by the hot pot. Shadow looked at the two of them and casually asked whether they wanted to sit down and eat with him too, but neither of them paid him any attention. They were already too busy yelling over each other, fiercely arguing about which local specialty was truly the best. Shadow casually invited the two of them to grab something to eat with him, but neither man even listened. They were far too busy yelling over each other about which local dish was truly the best. Before their pointless food argument could die down, the system suddenly chimed in with a massive boost for Shadow. Every one of his attributes rose by 10%, while his resistance to abnormal status effects jumped by an incredible 50%. Shadow lifted his hand and watched blue light shimmer across his fingers. With a satisfied look, he quietly admitted that this was a pretty nice buff to receive. He calmly told the others that it was time to get moving, but the second he turned away, Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader were already starting another heated argument behind his back. Lu Jianfeng puffed out his chest and proudly claimed that Shadow had clearly praised his Bobo chicken. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately fired back, insisting Shadow had obviously meant their hot pot instead. Still shouting about their favorite dishes, the two followed Shadow deeper down the corridor. The group stepped into a gloomy room swallowed by thick fog and darkness. None of them noticed the enormous, unsettling stone statue towering silently over their heads. Without warning, the statue's eyes lit up in the darkness. Sweat rolled down Lu Jianfeng's face as he stared upward and nervously asked what that thing was, already afraid it might be a boss because of how terrifying it looked. Then a deafening crack tore through the room as the statue's stone outer shell began splitting apart from the inside. The rocks suddenly burst open, revealing a towering pink-haired woman wearing glasses. She was Grelina, a level 20 diamond-grade boss, and her presence instantly filled the foggy chamber with pressure. The moment Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader saw the diamond-grade boss standing before them, Both of them screamed in complete panic. Shadow quickly warned them not to let their guard down. Diamond-grade bosses always came with dangerous special mechanics, and one careless mistake could ruin the entire fight. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader immediately started panicking, but Shadow had already moved. Activating his gift of liberation, he unleashed a rapid barrage of instant shadow slashes that smashed into Grelina, each strike dealing nearly 500,000 damage. Seeing the damage numbers, Lu Jianfeng stared in disbelief and asked why Shadow's attacks suddenly seemed so weak. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader shouted back that diamond-grade bosses had a terrifying 90% damage reduction. But Grelina had no intention of standing there and allowing Shadow to cut her down without resistance. She threw her head back, opened her mouth wide, and released a booming cry packed with floating hearts. It was her charm war cry, and the sweet-looking sound carried a far more dangerous effect. At once, pink charm gauges appeared above Lu Jianfeng and the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. The bars began filling so quickly that both of them barely had time to react. Shadow responded instantly by activating his magic resistance shield. He knew exactly what would happen if those gauges filled completely. They would be charmed forever and turned into Grelina's mindless servants. Unfortunately, Shadow's warning came too late for the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. His charm gauge hit the limit, and pink hearts replaced the pupils in his eyes. With tears streaming down his face, he started crying out for his mommy. Lu Jianfeng's gauge had only reached 70%, and he immediately turned on his rival in anger. He yelled that if the bald idiot had simply eaten the Bobo chicken, he would have resisted the spell with no problem. A 5-minute countdown suddenly appeared above the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's head, ticking away in bright, unmistakable numbers. Lu Jianfeng watched the timer begin to count down while his brainwashed rival stood nearby with a vacant expression and drool hanging from his mouth. Panic rising in his voice, Lu Jianfeng demanded to know what the countdown meant. Shadow revealed the horrifying truth. Once the timer reached 0, the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader would become Grelina's permanent slave, even after returning to the real world. Lu Jianfeng desperately asked how they could save him, even wondering whether killing him might reset the condition. Shadow immediately crushed that idea. Killing him would not undo the curse. The only way to save him was to defeat Grelina and destroy her before the countdown ran out. Before they could make another plan, the brainwashed unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader suddenly summoned a cluster of pink magic swords around himself. Muttering about killing all men, he launched himself straight at Shadow. Lu Jianfeng's face went pale, and he screamed out a warning to Shadow. In the next instant, Lu Jianfeng sprang into the air and drove a hard kick into the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader, knocking him out of the air. Lu Jianfeng grabbed his rival in a chokehold and yelled for Shadow to focus entirely on the boss. He would keep this brainwashed idiot under control himself. Across the room, Grelina slowly opened the red spellbook resting in her hands. 3 chubby human servants appeared in front of her, each with a pink heart mark stamped onto their forehead. Moving together like a strange little army, they began chanting, "Girls help girls." Shadow narrowed his eyes at the bizarre group. He could not tell whether they were truly human, and he began wondering whether everyone charmed by Grelina eventually became one of these strange clone-like monsters. That was when Shadow realized something did not add up. In this timeline, he should have been the first player to reach this floor. So how could Grelina already possess so many human slaves? The brainwashed servants rushed at him while continuing to scream their strange slogan. Shadow knew there had to be a dark secret buried somewhere in this dungeon's past. Gathering his strength, Shadow focused his energy and summoned the blade of the Dark Night Ring. A huge red crescent of energy tore through the room and wiped out the servants in one devastating slash. But the victory lasted only a moment. Grelina activated her magic again, and an enormous army of identical servants began spawning in front of them, spreading through the room as though there was no end to them. As the swarm of servants continued pouring forward, Shadow noticed a faint red glow coming from Grelina's spellbook. The answer clicked into place immediately. She could only keep producing these servants because of that glowing spellbook. Just then, the system informed Shadow that his limit break meter was completely full. He realized this was the perfect time to use his ultimate, especially since the remaining slaves could quickly refill the meter afterward. Shadow did not hesitate for even a second. He unleashed his ultimate, Endless Nightmare, sending a massive wave of dark purple energy across the chamber that weakened every enemy while increasing his damage against them by 80%. Instead of wasting time on the endless clones below, Shadow shot high into the air above the battlefield. From above, he aimed another instant shadow slash directly at Grelina's glowing spellbook and sliced it cleanly in half. Grelina's eyes widened behind her glasses as the ruined spellbook shattered apart in front of her. She let out a furious screech, and Shadow instantly understood what was happening. Grelina was entering the second phase of the battle. Grelina launched herself high into the air before crashing down with a tremendous burst of pink heart energy. The impact shattered the floor beneath her and sent a massive shockwave racing outward. Shadow easily slipped away from the attack, noticing that her movement was slow and obvious. Even better, her violent landing had wiped out many of her own summoned servants. But as Shadow watched the fading blast, he noticed that a strange special effect was still attached to the attack. A curved beam of pink energy suddenly shot through the room and struck the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader directly in the head. Lu Jianfeng screamed in shock as a new countdown appeared above them, now showing only 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Completely panicked, Lu Jianfeng shouted at his rival, begging him not to turn into some hopeless brainwashed simp. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader slowly rose off the ground, his entire body wrapped in an intense pink glow while the timer continued ticking down without mercy. Seconds vanished at an alarming speed, and the countdown that had started with more than 4 minutes remaining plunged all the way down to a terrifying 59 seconds. Lu Jianfeng's face immediately drained of color. He turned toward Shadow in panic and shouted that the countdown had suddenly been reduced to only 1 minute. Hovering in the air beneath that violent pink aura, the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader lifted one hand and unleashed his ultimate skill, 10,000 swords. A massive storm of glowing pink magic blades began forming above the battlefield. Lu Jianfeng stared upward in disbelief as the endless swords gathered overhead. His rival had become far stronger than before, and somehow, he had even gained access to an ultimate skill. Shadow remained calm despite the overwhelming pressure in the air. He quickly figured out that the boss must have strengthened the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader, temporarily granting him the power to use his class ultimate. Hearing that explanation, Lu Jianfeng finally understood what was happening. The sudden surge in strength had not come from his rival alone. Without hesitating any longer, Lu Jianfeng burst forward and charged straight ahead. He shouted that everyone claimed the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader possessed the strongest offensive power, but his own defense was the toughest of them all. As he sprinted across the battlefield, Lu Jianfeng activated Wind Treading Indestructible. Every 10 meters he covered added another layer of damage immunity around his body, turning his charge into a moving fortress. With his eyes locked on the enormous spiral of magic swords ahead, Lu Jianfeng roared that they were about to find out whose power was truly greater. Then he rushed headfirst into the storm. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader gave the command, and the pink swords immediately shot forward in a relentless rain of projectiles. Lu Jianfeng threw up a barrier of wind in front of himself and braced against the incoming assault. He followed up with Swift Gale/Shield, whipping his arms through the air at incredible speed. The spinning gusts packed together into a solid wall of wind, stopping every magic blade before it could break through. The two attacks slammed into each other and erupted in a massive explosion. While holding back the sword storm, Lu Jianfeng yelled at Shadow to leave him there and go after Grelina before it was too late to save his rival. Shadow gave him a confident answer, promising that he would handle Grelina right away. Shadow shifted his attention toward Grelina and quickly checked the situation. She still had 20 million health remaining, which was low for a diamond-grade boss, but the far more urgent problem was the timer. Only 40 seconds remained before the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader became permanently enslaved. Grelina swung at Shadow with a heavy swipe, trying to crush him in one blow. But Shadow slipped around the attack with ease, moving out of reach before her hand could touch him. In the next instant, Shadow struck back. His body flickered forward as he unleashed a rapid 4-hit instant shadow slash directly across Grelina's throat. Grelina let out a painful scream, then lunged toward him in fury with an absurd baby belly ram infused with pink energy. Shadow simply stepped aside and let her charge pass by. With her spellbook already destroyed, her attacks had become much simpler, far more predictable, and painfully easy for him to avoid. Her defenses had also been completely exposed. The damage reduction that had once protected her at 90% had now fallen all the way down to 50%. Shadow did not waste the opening. The moment Grelina's guard dropped, he drove another powerful strike into her weakened body. His limit break gauge was already full, and with 30 seconds still left on the countdown, Shadow had more than enough time to finish the fight. He activated his ultimate skill, Endless Nightmare. The moment Grelina realized what was coming, horror spread across her face, and she screamed in terror. Shadow crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of her before slicing across Grelina's throat with a slash too fast to follow. He spun through the air in a deadly blur, releasing his Dark Knight ring blade along with a huge crescent of crimson energy. Both attacks ripped straight through the giant boss. Then Shadow leaped high above the battlefield and brought everything down in one final strike. His ultimate skill, Crimson Blade, crashed into Grelina and finished her off completely. The victory notification immediately appeared, confirming Grelina's defeat. Shadow received an enormous reward of experience, evolution points, lifespan, valuable items, and several skill books. Only 8 seconds remained when the pink, brainwashing glow embedded in the unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader's forehead suddenly cracked apart and shattered. Lu Jianfeng quickly caught his falling friend and celebrated that their plan had succeeded. The unnamed bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader slowly regained consciousness and asked what had happened. So Lu Jianfeng explained that he had nearly been turned into a mindless servant before the boss saved him. Then a far more unusual reward appeared on the ground. The cursed stone tablet of Irenas, the goddess of ultimate love. It carried a faint trace of divine power and could add a charm attribute to its user's attacks. But there was one major condition. Only female characters were allowed to equip it. Shadow examined the strange tablet with surprise. He had not expected Grelina to drop a cursed item, though his interest quickly turned into annoyance when he noticed the strict gender restriction. Lu Jianfeng's cheeks turned red as he awkwardly asked whether he could have it, since Shadow could not use it himself. Shadow looked at him in confusion and asked whether Lu Jianfeng was actually a woman. Lu Jianfeng admitted that he was physically male, but deep in his heart, he had always believed that he was a delicate little girl. Shadow was left completely speechless for a moment. In the end, he simply told Lu Jianfeng to give it a try, and Lu Jianfeng eagerly thanked him as he reached out toward the stone tablet. But the equipment attempt failed immediately. A warning appeared stating that the gender requirement had not been met, and because the team had no eligible female players, the tablet would soon disappear forever. Lu Jianfeng completely lost control as the stone tablet floated into the air and began dissolving before his eyes. He desperately screamed for it to come back, demanding to know why it refused to acknowledge his inner identity while accusing the system's gender restriction of being blatant discrimination. Shadow quietly studied Grelina's charm, realizing its power came from absolute rules that no ordinary mortal could possibly resist. At the same time, another question surfaced in his mind. How had Song Xiaoyu obtained a similar stone tablet without being turned into someone else's slave? Before he could dwell on it any longer, a system notification flashed before his eyes. His experience bar had finally filled completely, and Shadow immediately began his 4th class advancement. Dark energy erupted around him at once, twisting into an enormous black vortex. As the Shadow class officially advanced to Tier 4, every one of his main attributes instantly doubled. The violent transformation frightened Lu Jianfeng and the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader half to death. Both of them panicked, thinking another terrifying boss had appeared, just as the system announced that Shadow's stealth level had doubled as well. And that was not all. He also unlocked a new passive ability that allowed him to attack without breaking invisibility, meaning all of his hidden attack bonuses could remain active. Even better, every attack effect he unleashed while hidden would stay completely invisible too, while also gaining an additional bonus equal to half of his total stealth level. Watching the black vortex fade around him, Lu Jianfeng finally understood what had happened. Shadow had merely upgraded his class, yet the entire process looked so overwhelming that Lu Jianfeng nearly lost his mind from excitement. Shadow quickly reviewed his new numbers in silence. After combining his equipment, skills, and class passives, his base stealth level reached 21, then immediately surged to an astonishing level 42. Still, he did not let that power make him careless. Some special classes and rare items possessed abilities that could completely ignore stealth levels no matter how high they became. He also remembered that powerful high-level bosses could see through ordinary invisibility with ease. The farther the game progressed, the less dependable stealth would become without truly exceptional strength behind it. According to ancient legends, the highest form of stealth was not simply reaching an absurdly high level. A true master assassin could force the entire world around him to overlook his presence, erasing even the memory that he had ever existed. But for now, that level of mastery remained nothing more than a myth. Not a single player in the entire game had ever successfully unlocked such perfect stealth. Shadow pushed those thoughts aside and turned to the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader. He ordered him to post a bounty, knowing that players could merge with a second bloodline once they reached level 30. For the exact location of the epic grade boss known as the Death-Winged Angel, Shadow offered an enormous reward, 1,000 years of lifespan. He intended to build his strength one step at a time. Lu Jianfeng and the bald Shu Dao Mountain Guild leader nearly screamed themselves hoarse when they heard it. 1,000 years of lifespan for an epic grade boss was such an outrageous bounty that they could barely believe Shadow was serious. Shadow remained completely calm. He simply told them to contact him the instant they uncovered any genuine lead, then vanished from sight as though he had never been there. From his previous life, Shadow remembered that the mysterious Death-Winged Angel had appeared only once. Back then, it had ultimately been slain by the player ranked 45th in the world. That battle had been hidden from the public, so almost nothing was known about it. The only confirmed detail was that after merging with the boss's bloodline, that player had shot up to global rank 6, proving it was an incredible upgrade for an assassin. This time, Shadow had no intention of letting anyone else claim that opportunity. He was determined to secure the Death-Winged Angel's legendary first kill for himself. Soon after, his 1,000-year lifespan bounty spread across the entire global server. Along with it came a cold warning. Anyone who dared give him fake coordinates would be hunted down and killed. The world chat exploded immediately. Some players praised Shadow as the strongest player alive, while others called his attempt to challenge that boss alone nothing more than a suicide mission. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden cave, Zentile reported the massive global bounty to the red-eyed leader. The man listened calmly and replied that he had already heard the news. The red-eyed leader considered how quickly Shadow was becoming stronger and quickly guessed that Shadow intended to hunt the beast alone. Behind him, Qin Xiaoyu stood nervously, visibly frightened by the thought of facing such a monster. Then a memory suddenly returned to Qin Xiaoyu. She sprang to her feet and shouted to everyone in the guild that she had seen the Death-Winged Angel before. The red-eyed leader slowly turned toward her, his eyes glowing crimson as he fixed her with a hard stare. He demanded to know exactly where she had encountered it. Qin Xiaoyu explained that in her previous life, she and her brother Song Fei had seen the Death-Winged Angel inside the forbidden city of unjust death. Her words left everyone nearby stunned. But the local thugs burst into laughter almost immediately. They mocked her claims about a previous life and sneered at her weak stats, making Qin Xiaoyu burn with anger as they continued ridiculing her. A frightening red aura suddenly burst from the red-eyed leader, crushing the laughter into silence. He shouted for everyone to shut up, then turned back to Qin Xiaoyu and asked what this city of unjust death was and where it could be found. Qin Xiaoyu opened her system map and explained that the legendary city was located near Jinling. It was known as a forbidden place where only the dead were allowed to enter. The red-eyed leader became deeply interested the moment he heard that. He immediately ordered Zentile to gather their strongest squad members so they could head for those coordinates without delay. The other guild members began whispering among themselves, confused about why their leader took a low-level girl so seriously. Soon, they were quietly gossiping about what kind of relationship the two of them might have. Their whispers did not escape the red-eyed leader. Another heavy wave of pressure rolled off him as he coldly warned that anyone who dared disrespect Qin Xiaoyu again would die by his own hand. Zentile quickly shouted at the men to stop provoking their boss. Terrified by the pressure filling the air, the subordinates hurriedly apologized and swore they would never cross the line again. With such powerful protection behind her, Qin Xiaoyu immediately grew bolder. Wearing a smug expression, she ordered every person who had mocked her to get on their knees, and the frightened thugs quickly bowed before her. Qin Xiaoyu crossed her arms and savored the small victory with obvious satisfaction. Deep down, she thought that only complete fools could possibly dislike a girl as perfect as her. Later, while the group traveled through the Jinling wasteland, Zentile finally decided to ask the red-eyed leader something he had kept buried for a long time. He wanted to know why their boss placed so much value on Song Xiaoyu and Qin Xiaoyu. In Zentile's eyes, anyone else who had made mistakes that serious would have been executed long ago. The red-eyed leader explained that Song Xiaoyu possessed a unique class capable of ignoring stealth levels. Because of that, her tracking ability was absolutely essential if they wanted to hunt Shadow down. Then he revealed an even more shocking truth. Qin Xiaoyu was actually Shadow's younger sister, making her the ultimate key to bringing him down. Zentile froze in disbelief and asked whether that could truly be real. The red-eyed leader assured him that he never acted based on rumors that had not been confirmed. He had even uncovered Shadow's identity in the real world. Shadow was Qin Feng, an apparently ordinary salaryman living a completely normal life outside the game. After hearing that, Zentile suggested kidnapping Qin Xiaoyu and using her as a hostage. But the red-eyed leader immediately called him an idiot for thinking the situation was that simple. He explained that Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu were not related by blood, since Qin Feng had been adopted. Worse still, their relationship had completely collapsed after a bitter family dispute. Zentile then proposed exposing Shadow's real name to the whole world. The red-eyed leader coldly warned that he would snap Zentile's neck if he attempted something so stupid. Revealing Qin Feng's name would accomplish nothing, he explained. No one would dare challenge Shadow anyway, and exposing him would only make Shadow aware that someone was plotting against him. And once Shadow became alert, he would have no trouble tracing them down. Then he would slaughter every one of them without mercy. That was why Qin Xiaoyu's real value did not lie in being Shadow's sister. Her true importance was her strange ability to remember events from her previous life. Zentile could not help laughing at the idea of memories from a past life. Yet the red-eyed leader remained firm, insisting those memories were their only genuine chance to assassinate Shadow. He made the danger perfectly clear. They would have only one chance to kill Shadow, and if they failed to finish him instantly, absolute doom would fall on every one of them. Everything they had planned, every move they had prepared, had been building toward this single, make-or-break moment. In their world, hesitation was fatal. Sometimes, one brief instant was enough to determine who walked away alive and who never rose again. Not long afterward, the group reached the precise location Qin Xiaoyu had given them. Before them stood the entrance to the legendary city of unjust death. Zentile leaned over the edge and stared into the pitch-black abyss below, his voice tightening as he asked whether they were truly expected to jump. The red-eyed leader gave him a blunt answer. They had no other choice. The sight of that endless drop made Zentile freeze for a moment, but the leader ordered the entire squad to leap. He assured them that, no matter how deep it looked, they would survive the fall. With a calm smile still on his face, the leader stepped forward and jumped first. His loyal men immediately followed after him, throwing themselves into the darkness without backing down from the mission. Even Zentile shouted as he leapt, declaring that he would gladly risk his own life as long as it meant they could finally destroy Shadow once and for all. As they plummeted through the darkness, the red-eyed leader suddenly began slowing down until he was gently suspended in midair. His followers stared in disbelief when their own falls also came to a complete stop. Darkness swallowed everything around them. The men turned their heads in every direction, unable to see anything, and wondered aloud whether they had truly entered the city of unjust death. Then panic broke out. Their lifespans were vanishing at a terrifying speed, and the decay rate had multiplied by 100 million. With less than a minute left to live, the entire squad began to lose control. Seeing his men panic, the red-eyed leader moved without wasting another second. He activated the Soul Walker class he had stolen, surrounding the whole group with a glowing green protective barrier. Zentile immediately praised his boss when he realized the barrier made them completely immune to the deadly lifespan drain. But the leader cut him off and told everyone to stop celebrating and look ahead. When they looked into the distance, the men were stunned speechless. Far out in the black void, an enormous green fortress glowed faintly as it floated in total silence. The red-eyed leader smiled at the sight and confirmed it at last. That gigantic floating fortress was the legendary city of unjust death. Zentile was thrilled that Qin Xiaoyu's coordinates had been exactly right. He immediately began mocking Shadow's plan to enter this place alone, boasting that even the strongest player would have been reduced to dust by such a horrifying lifespan drain. The group marched toward the entrance, but just as they approached, a sudden system notification appeared in their path. The huge gate ahead of them was completely sealed and could not be opened. That obstacle meant nothing to the red-eyed leader. Using the special ability of his Soul Walker class, he simply phased straight through the solid gates as though they were not there. Once the squad made it inside, a system notification appeared again, and everyone breathed in relief. The insane lifespan decay rate had finally returned to normal. Without warning, a level 35 epic boss descended from above. The death-winged angel floated before them and demanded to know how they had entered the city without possessing a key. The moment Zentile heard her speak, he panicked. He quickly reminded the others that epic-grade bosses were not mindless monsters. They possessed intelligence nearly equal to that of humans. But the red-eyed leader showed no fear at all. He calmly stepped forward, facing the death-winged angel with complete confidence. Then he told her that they had actually come here to rescue her. The death-winged angel burst into laughter at his ridiculous claim. Calling him completely insane, she coldly declared that every one of them would die.